A poor young man, terminally ill and on the verge of death, unexpectedly obtains a multiverse trading system. By selling modern goods in exchange for ancient gold, antiques, and post-apocalyptic superpowers, he rises from humble beginnings to become a tycoon and a powerful figure. He is about to become the strongest. The poor boy suffered countless setbacks and rejections in 6 months. His friends and relatives even hoped that something bad would happen to his family and mocked him from the sidelines. No one could have imagined that he was about to make a comeback. Yang Fan is 23 years old and has just graduated from university. He is currently in the hospital. His parents divorced when he was very young. His father has a congenital intellectual disability, and his grandmother is seriously ill. The man decided to sell a certain part of his body. After agreeing on a price, he took Yang Fan directly to the hospital for a medical examination and tests. However, at this moment, Yang Fan sat alone on a stool with the test results in hand. Kidney failure. Yang Fan threw the test results aside, staring blankly at the ceiling. It's true what they say, misfortune always seems to strike at its weakest point. Yang Fan slammed his fist against the wall, lamenting how his body was so weak. Hiss, he felt something shatter, and then found himself in a vast space. A mechanical notification sounded in my ear. Time-space exchange bound. You have activated your time-space exchange privileges. Welcome back, beta tester. Your ID is 3. Yang Fan gaped in surprise. He hadn't read many novels, but he had heard of systems. He quickly looked at his right hand. The ring his father had given him was gone. Initiating matching for the first transaction target. Opponent ID, 10086. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a dragon robe appeared opposite Yang Fan, but his eyes were filled with worry. Huh? After all this time, someone has finally arrived at the trading space. Young master, are you my trading partner? Yes. Which dynasty are you from? Yang Fan didn't know much about history, but he could tell from the clothes that the other party was an emperor. He didn't expect that the person bound to this trading space was no ordinary person. I can see you are also a Chinese. My surname is Li, and my given name is Shimin. Have you heard of me? Li Shimin noticed that the other person was dressed strangely, but could understand him. Li Shimin guessed that the other person should know him. Yang Fan nodded. The name was instantly recognizable. Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin? Li Shimin's lips twitched. This guy had already thought of his temple name on their first meeting? Judging from your mention of my temple name, it seems you're someone I'll serve after my death. Yang Fan thought for a moment. He had forgotten most of the history he had learned from his teachers, and only had a vague impression left. The era I live in is about 1,400 years after your Tang dynasty. Although Li Shimin was shocked upon hearing this, he did not show it, but instead closed his eyes in deep thought. For people 1,400 years later, this transaction would be extraordinary. Perhaps Guanyinbi can be saved. How skilled were the doctors in your time? Did they have any elixirs of immortality? Yang Fan glanced at the other person a few times, guessing that it must be a relative seeking medical treatment. Money can prolong life. As for immortality, although I don't care about history, I have read some of it, and there has been no elixir of immortality for thousands of years. Yang Fan believed Li Shimin would understand him. Wasn't that gambling king a prime example? Li Shimin visibly relaxed, his brows and eyes unfurrowing. However, he was still somewhat disappointed to hear that there was no elixir of immortality. Then what was your era's opinion of me? After all, it had been 1,400 years, and he didn't want to be nailed to the pillar of shame for killing his brothers. Not doing anything productive. Yang Fan's 4 words completely stunned Li Shimin. What kind of evaluation was that? These words kept echoing in Li Shimin's mind, making his head spin. He was stunned for a moment. Why would you say that? Li Shimin had thought about many evaluations from later generations, but he never expected to hear this answer. Why can't we evaluate it this way? When you had the ability, you didn't wipe out all the surrounding small countries, leaving future troubles. Instead, you arranged marriages, bringing out technology and sowing the seeds for the demise of the Tang dynasty. Yang Fan complained. If we had wiped out these small countries around us earlier, wouldn't these Koreans, Japanese, and monkeys have become nothing more than war laborers in the future? Why bother with empty titles like Heavenly Khan? When the Tang dynasty declined, wouldn't these underlings also take up arms against it? Actually, later generations have a relatively good opinion of Li Shimin. However, because of his grandmother's situation and his own illness, Yang Fan didn't say a single kind word. Li Shimin frowned even more upon hearing this. He realized that a marriage alliance had sown the seeds of the Tang dynasty's demise. He didn't seem to have been involved in any marriage alliances before, but the other person's account was quite detailed, so it must have happened later. And why is this younger generation so bloodthirsty? Your idea is not good. You are too bloodthirsty and it goes against the natural order. Since they have all submitted and paid tribute, I think that's enough. After all, war is not as simple as you think. All right, Junior, let's not discuss this anymore. Since it's a trading system, let's start trading. Li Shimin thought that this young man really didn't know the value of money. Let's get to the point first. Let's make a deal first. I'd like to exchange some medicine. As he spoke, he explained Empress Jiang Xuan's illness and symptoms, and asked Yang Fan if he had heard of her. Yang Fan listened attentively. He had also thought of it. This person in front of him was Li Shimin. If he could get something from him, wouldn't he and his grandmother's medical expenses be covered? I don't understand what you're talking about either, but I've recorded what you just said. I'll go and book an appointment with a specialist to ask you. Li Shimin nodded in satisfaction. Although he didn't know what the recording was, he was pleased that the other party hadn't agreed immediately, but instead consulted a professional. We should leave professional matters to professionals. Help me send some silver to that doctor so he can properly diagnose my Guanyinbi. Li Shimin, fearing the other party was unreliable, prepared to offer some benefits. Silver is worthless in our time, Yang Fan said, rubbing his hands excitedly upon hearing that the other party was offering money. Seeing the other man's expression, Li Shimin smiled. What about gold? Would you care? Yang Fan nodded eagerly. That would be wonderful. Wait a moment, I don't have any silver with me. With that, he disappeared. After a while, he returned with a plate containing 10 gold pieces. Li Shimin took out a piece of gold and pushed it from the stone table to Yang Fan. Use this piece to consult a good doctor. As for medicine, I'll exchange it for the rest of the gold. Yang Fan picked up the gold and weighed it in his hand. It was quite heavy. He looked at it and saw it was inscribed with made in the Jingguan era of the Great Tang Dynasty. The gold was curved on both sides and narrow in the middle. How many grams is this? This one is 10 liang. In the Tang Dynasty, 1 jin was 16 liang equals 248 grams, which is 15.5 grams per liang. Now, 1 liang equals 50 grams. Yang Fan swallowed hard. As expected of the emperor, he was just saying the war was costly, and now he's taking out 100 taels of gold to buy medicine. Looks like you're quite wealthy. Don't worry, although I don't know what illness it is, I know your empress's condition, and our medical expertise will certainly not let her die. Yang Fan said something reassuring. Since he had accepted the money, he naturally wanted to put the person at ease. He had been presumptuous earlier. How could he have spoken to the god of wealth like that? I was being presumptuous just now. It was a slip of the tongue when I said you weren't doing your job properly. Actually, you are highly regarded in later generations. Among the thousands of years of feudal dynasties, you have a place among the greatest emperors of all time. Li Shimin's lips twitched. It was indeed presumptuous of him, but the word death was certainly unpleasant to hear. He changed his tune as soon as he got the money. He really is the type to not act until he sees a benefit. He only started praising me after he got paid. He was criticizing me just a moment ago. Does that mean you know how long Guanyinbi's lifespan is? Li Shimin hadn't even reacted to Yang Fan's 180-degree turn before. He had even started to doubt himself. He was thinking about whether he should conquer more small countries in the future to expand his territory and improve his reputation in later generations. Unexpectedly, Yang Fan took the money and gave him a completely different story. July 28, 626 AD, which is the 10th year of Jingguan. Li Shimin saw Yang Fan take out a strange object, point to it, and then knew the exact date of Guanyinbi's death. Counting the days, there are less than 3 months left. May I take a look at that thing in your hand? Li Shimin wondered, could it be something like the Book of Life and Death? This is a cell phone. You can't look up anything without internet. Yang Fan was stunned after saying that. He had just said there was no internet, but hadn't he already looked it up? Could there be a network available within this system space? Seeing Yang Fan's stunned expression, Li Shimin thought it was some kind of treasure that he couldn't let him see, so he waved his hand. It's all right, it's fine if you don't want to look. Go quickly and find medicine for me. Yang Fan nodded. Since the other party wasn't going to look, he wouldn't go up and let them see. In any transaction, something has to be exchanged, and a mobile phone is a very valuable item. Later, if Li Shimin shows some sincerity, it might be possible to trade him a mobile phone. Moreover, this trading space is connected to the internet, so it's not just a piece of scrap metal. It seems to be connected to the real world, so accessing the internet shouldn't be a problem. Okay. Yang Fan glanced at his phone and said, then come back to this trading space in an hour. No, half an hour. Yang Fan waved goodbye to Li Shimin. Back in the real world, Yang Fan looked around. No one was paying attention. He took out the gold from his pocket and examined it. He slapped himself again. No problem. It's real, not a dream. He remembered the system's prompt when he first entered the system space. He was told he was a beta tester, and his ID was number 3. He remembered that the ring was a gift from his father for his 18th birthday. It seems this ring belonged to my father or was passed down from my grandfather. My father gave me the ancestral heirloom when I turned 18. It seems he also knew this was very important, having been passed down since Yang Fan came of age. Yang Fan checked the appointed time and quickly went to register for an appointment with a respiratory specialist. While Empress Jiangxuan's illness cannot be completely cured in modern times, it would certainly extend her life by several decades. Li Shimin was so wealthy. He could simply pack up a complete set of medical equipment and send it over. As for the lack of electricity, there are still generators, right? They have gold, after all. Nothing is impossible. The saying, money makes the world go round, isn't just for show. If not, believe me, Li Shimin will smash your head with gold. Li Shimin saw Yang Fan leave the space, so he also left and asked the eunuch about the time. He then headed towards the Empress's palace. Li Shimin could hear Guan Yinbi's coughing and rapid breathing from afar and quickly entered the palace. Are you feeling better, Guan Yinbi? Second master, I feel like there's a huge rock pressing on my chest and it's getting worse. I'm afraid my days are numbered. Empress Jiangsun looked at Li Shimin, her eyes filled with reluctance to part with her husband, and even more so with her young children, Jinu and Cici, who were not yet of age. Don't talk nonsense. Empress Jiangsun patted Li Shimin's head. Second prince, you don't have a fever, do you? Don't be fooled. I know my own illness well. There are so many imperial physicians in the palace, and I haven't gotten better after all these years. I'm just a little worried about Jinu and Cici. Empress Jiangsun sighed after saying this. And Cici seems to have the same problem as me sometimes. Empress Jiangsun looked worried. Don't worry, no one can lie to me. I'll take you for a walk in the garden, and then you'll come with me to meet the young man who found medicine for you. Li Shimin was very confident in his ability to judge character. Just by looking at the divine object in Yang Fan's hand, he could glimpse that the physician of 1,400 years later would be far more capable than imagined. Yang Fan also explained Empress Jiangxuan's condition to the doctor, who then recommended a comprehensive lung examination. If she could come herself, would he even need to make an appointment? After some discussion, Yang Fan went to the pharmacy recommended by the doctor to buy the medicine and was shocked by what he found. He was prescribed 3 kinds of medicine, one for emergency use, one as a spray, and one for injection. The other 2 are inexpensive, but this injection costs 1,000 yuan per shot. This doctor's judgment isn't very good. Does he look like a wealthy person? Can he afford this medicine? He touched the gold in his pocket. It seems he has no choice but to sell this first, otherwise he won't be able to afford the medicine. Although it can achieve good results without injection, after all, people in ancient times never used drugs that had resistance. However, one shouldn't be too dishonest. Li Shimin's sincerity was evident. 100 taels of gold. Yang Fan wasn't foolish enough to sell it at a gold shop. That would be too much of a loss. It's an antique, after all. Selling it as pure gold is a bit too foolish. Upon arriving at the antique shop, Yang Fan didn't hesitate and directly placed the 10-tael gold ingot on the counter. Boss, can you verify if it's real? The boss smiled at Yang Fan. Little Fan, you found some old stuff at home again, haven't you? Yang Fan smiled, but didn't say anything. He had indeed sold quite a few silver dollars and other valuables, all of which were his grandmother's dowry. He had sold them all later when he went to university. Fang Yuan picked up the gold ingot and examined it. The more he looked, the more something seemed off. Damn it, it looked real. At first, he thought it was fake, since there were so many fakes of this kind online. The more I looked, the more alarmed I became. It was really real, but it was preserved too well. Xiao Fan, wait a moment, I'll call my grandfather over to take a look. I'm not sure about it. Fang Yuan's vision was becoming blurry, so he decided to ask his grandfather to come and take a look. Yang Fan nodded. He also believed that Li Shimin wouldn't try to fool him with a fake piece of gold. A short while later, Fang Yuan's grandfather arrived. He was very thin, but his eyes were full of energy. Yang Fan nodded to the old man. Fang Zhuha also nodded to Yang Fan. He had been taking a nap when his eldest grandson told him he wasn't sure about a piece of gold and asked him to come and take a look. Although his eldest grandson's skills are not as good as his own, he is not easily fooled, so he felt at ease in trusting the shop to him. Upon arriving, he immediately noticed the gold on the table. He quickly took off his glasses, wiped them clean, put them back on, and then picked up the gold piece, making an involuntary tisk-tisk sound. What exquisite gold ingots! and they're so well preserved. No wonder my grandson was so undecided. Young man, where did this gold come from? Do you have any more? The old man could tell at a glance that it was genuine. He had been fortunate enough to handle it once before. It was a gift from someone, not from a museum. The old man smiled when he heard Yongfan's words. He naturally knew it wasn't from a museum, because those weren't as well preserved as the one in his hand. This thing was auctioned off a couple of years ago for 5 million each. Yongfan's mouth dropped open when he heard the price. He was completely stunned. He never imagined it would be so valuable. Chapter 4. The First Funding. Looking at Yongfan's expression, Old Master Fong knew he had no idea of the item's value. If you want to auction it, I can help you make connections, but I'll charge a 3% commission. Yongfan shook his head. Seeing him shake his head, Old Master Fong assumed he was complaining about the high agency fee. Young man, are you complaining about the agency fee? You know, in our line of work. Yongfan interrupted Old Master Fong directly. No need for an auction. It's too slow. I'm going to sell it to you directly. Old Master Fong thought about it and decided that he could keep it for himself and then resell it to those who gave gifts to important figures. Sure, but as you know, it wasn't easy for me to come up with this. The organizers will deduct taxes, so it's not certain that it will sell for 5 million. So, the most I can offer is 3.5 million. Yongfan laughed. No wonder this old man was so good at antiques. He could lie without batting an eye. For million, I guess. If not, I'll look elsewhere. Yongfan was confident the other party would make a profit with for million. 3.7 million. That's really the most I can go, young man. Any more, and we'll lose money. After a few minutes of back and forth, the two finally settled on a price of 3.9 million. Yongfan felt that this price was close to his desired price, so he relented. Brother Yuan, do you remember the dozen or so silver dollars and the blue bracelet I sold to you before? Fong Yuan nodded. Yongfan had come here many times before, so he had a deep impression of Yongfan. What's wrong? Is there something important inside? Yes, if you remember, Brother Yuan, please return them all to me. These were all part of my grandmother's dowry. Yongfan smiled helplessly. He vaguely remembered. As for that blue bracelet, I haven't found a buyer yet, so I'll return it to its rightful owner. I'll take 20,000 from you then. Yongfan nodded without saying anything. After all, that was several years ago, so it wasn't unreasonable for them to raise the price a little. It was also a way of keeping his things safe for him. Now that everything is settled, grandson, transfer the money. Old Master Fong was a man who had seen a lot of big deals. Although a few million was not a lot, he had dealt with quite a few at his age. Therefore, he had already activated the large amount transfer function, so transferring millions was no problem at all. Soon, Yongfan received a text message. China Construction Bank, 3,880,000 received. Balance 3,880,828. Yongfan also retrieved his grandmother's original dowry. Whether the silver coins were the original ones or not didn't matter anymore, but the bracelet was definitely genuine. Young man, if you have any other good stuff next time, feel free to come over. The Fong family's prices are absolutely fair. Old Master Fong, puffing on his cigarette, looked at Yongfan with a beaming smile. This deal was going to be incredibly profitable for him. He could make millions in a single transaction. Definitely. Yongfan offered a casual, polite remark, saying that if they didn't have much, he could certainly sell it to them, but he was worried they wouldn't be able to eat too much. After all, he now possessed the trading system, and he was sure to have plenty of antiques and such in the future. Even a small tin-tail gold ingot is worth millions. One can't imagine what other treasures Li Shimin might bring out, and what astronomical sums they would amount to. After saying goodbye to the father and son, Yongfan went straight to the pharmacy and bought a 2-month supply of medicine. Although each injection of the medicine costs 1,000 yuan, amounting to 8,000 yuan a month, the things Li Shimin gave were all valuable, so there was no need to skimp on the medicine. Could you please write down how to use the medicine on a piece of paper? It's for an elderly person. Seeing that Yongfan had bought so much medicine, the shop assistant didn't refuse. The instructions on how to use the medicine and what precautions to take were clearly written out. Yongfan couldn't help but sigh. Money really makes things easier. Even the service is much more considerate now. After buying the medicine, Yongfan booked a room and entered the space with a thought. He could feel the space right next to him. It was hard to imagine what that feeling was like. It was as if he could reach out and touch it. As soon as Yongfan entered, he saw 2 people strolling around the space. He had already met the man before. It was Li Shimin. The woman, dressed in plain clothes and looking haggard, must be Empress Zhangsun. It has to be said that Li Shimin was quite fortunate in love. Although many beautiful women have been seen online in later generations, none can compare to the one before him. First of all, she was overwhelmingly superior in terms of temperament, yet she also exuded a friendly aura. This must be Empress Zhang Sun, Yang Fan said, trying to reach out and shake hands, but Li Shimin stopped him. Yang Fan coughed awkwardly, still thinking about how he hadn't washed his hands in half a month. Young master, what do you mean by this? Men and women should not touch each other, don't you know that? Besides, this is my empress. Li Shimin shouted angrily. Our etiquette is just a handshake, right? Looking at you being so stingy, you don't resemble a great emperor at all. More like a stingy person. Yang Fan spoke with great confidence at first, but then he started muttering under his breath. Yang Fan's words infuriated Li Shimin, who glared at him with a beard bristling. Empress Zhang Sun gently pushed Li Shimin aside, came to Yang Fan's side, and extended her hand. She remembered that Yang Fan had made the same gesture earlier, and since Yang Fan said it was their custom, she naturally couldn't be impolite. After being brought to this space by Li Shimin, she was already shocked, and she trusted the person who had found medicine for her even more. Yang Fan happily grasped Empress Zhang Sun's small hand. Oh dear. She even glanced at Li Shimin. Empress Zhang Sun is truly magnanimous. Some people, on the other hand, lack tolerance. Li Shimin closed his eyes, not wanting to speak. If he didn't shake hands, they would say he was petty. If he did, they would say he lacked magnanimity. If I didn't have the magnanimity, I would have already chopped you down with a knife. Has the medicine been found? Li Shimin asked the crucial question, as it concerned Guan Yinbi's life and death, and was naturally of paramount importance. Of course, I already said it's a small matter, Yang Fan said, placing the medicine directly on the stone table and pushing it over. There are instructions for use on it. You can read them yourself. Li Shimin picked up the beautifully packaged box, looked at it, and then looked at the usage instructions and precautions affixed to it. These characters, I feel like I recognize them, yet I don't, as if something is missing. Oh, I forgot, this is simplified Chinese. Let me show you the traditional Chinese, Yang Fan said, scanning the text with his phone and changing the font to traditional Chinese before showing it to Li Shimin. Li Shimin said he understood. This requires that injection you mentioned, but I don't know how to do it. Will it be poisonous? Yang Fan rubbed his hands together. That would be best if it wasn't poisonous. He could do it himself. Although he didn't know how, there were videos online. Chapter 5. The transaction was successfully completed. Li Shimin looked at Yang Fan, one fist already clenched. He had already heard that if the injection was in the buttocks, was that a place Yang Fan could see? Just tell me. Yang Fan looked bewildered. It was just an injection in the arm. Why did Li Shimin look so furious? He quickly found a video of an arm injection and showed it to Li Shimin. To everyone's surprise, Li Shimin was so frightened by just one glance that he fell off the bench, pointed at his phone, and asked, "Why did you lock someone in the magic artifact?" Empress Zhang Sun also quickly got up and moved far away from Yang Fan. Yang Fan clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably until tears welled up in his eyes. After a while, seeing Li Shimin grabbing Empress Zhang Sun and preparing to flee, he finally spoke up to explain. This is video, it can record things. You used writing in ancient times, we use technology to record images. Li Shimin swallowed hard. He had indeed been quite frightened just now. How can you prove it? You can ask the system, it should be able to give you the answer. Li Shimin actually went to ask the system, and after a while, he sat back down at the stone table and reached out to Yang Fan. Let me see it. Yang Fan handed over the video, and Li Shimin quickly watched it once, then frowned and said, "Is it that simple? Didn't you just say you were going to do it on your butt?" Yang Fan said speechlessly. "I was just giving an example." Now he understood. No wonder Li Shimin had been so sullen earlier. He'd been thinking about that. Li Shimin, however, found the phone increasingly amazing. This thing is excellent. May I have one? Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively. Pay me back for the last transaction first. He had no intention of selling the phone now. Otherwise, if Li Shimin used it to understand the prices and value of various items here. Li Shimin didn't hesitate and pushed the remaining 9 gold ingots over. Transaction complete. Transaction value rated A. 200 transaction points gained. Yang Fan was stunned. He hadn't expected this extra reward. He immediately asked himself, what's the use of these trading points? Temporarily opens a dimensional space, requiring 100 trading points. Initial space is 10 cubic meters. Each upgrade requires 50 trading points. Yang Fan didn't hesitate and immediately chose to activate it. With more and more items to trade in the future, it wouldn't be practical to leave them all out in the open. Having some space would be much more convenient. Activation successful, 100 trading points remaining. Yang Fan immediately tried it out, putting 9 gold ingots into his spatial storage and then taking out 1 more. After doing this twice, he found it very convenient. Only then did he say to Li Shimin, "I can't sell this to you now." Once the phone is handed over, Li Shimin will know a lot of information about this side, and this deal can't be done so soon. Li Shimin nodded, and although reluctant, he handed the phone back. He had considered keeping it, but without Yang Fan's instruction, he wouldn't know how to use it. Then I'll go back and think carefully about what to exchange it for. Empress Jiangxuan's medicine is a 2-month supply. Li Shimin was stunned upon hearing this. You mean, this medicine can't cure my empress? Yang Fan looked puzzled. When did I say it could cure her? I said I would guarantee that Empress Jiangxun would not die, but I didn't say it could cure her completely. Li Shimin thought about it carefully and realized that Yang Fan had indeed said that, but he had been prejudiced and thought that the medicine could completely cure the disease. He shook his head and sighed. It's a real pity that you're not in business. I will buy more when the medicine runs out. Although the medicine was outrageously expensive, he was willing to spend the money for Guan Yinbi. Just then, Empress Jiangxuan's breathing became rapid again. Seeing this, Yang Fan immediately took out the spray and said to her, "Open your mouth." Empress Jiangxun nodded and obediently opened her mouth. Yang Fan quickly sprayed a few times, and in less than a minute, her breathing stabilized. The medicine's effects were surprisingly good. Li Shimin watched in amazement. "Guan Yinbi, how are you feeling?" Empress Jiangxun paused for a moment and said softly, "I feel much better breathing." Li Shimin nodded in satisfaction, and his gaze towards Yang Fan became much more pleasing. At least this kid, though infuriating, is quite reliable. You're quite good, young master. I don't know your name yet. Yang Fan. We modern people rarely use courtesy names. Yang Fan couldn't pinpoint exactly when the practice of using courtesy names stopped. In any case, ordinary people didn't care about these things at all, although perhaps some large families still retain them. Li Shimin had originally intended to help Yang Fan choose a wife, but after hearing what he said, he didn't insist. Then he asked, "What kind of dynasty do you live in? The things you use are all extraordinary. Are the troops and provisions lacking? I know a little about troops and provisions." Yang Fan glanced at him, wanting to laugh inwardly. Li Shimin's statement of knowing a little was far too modest. He thought for a moment, then said, "We no longer call it a dynasty. Now the people are the masters of our own destiny. The official army numbers only a little over 2 million, with 50 to 60 million in reserves. We have ample weapons, ammunition, and food." Li Shimin and Empress Jiangxun were utterly astonished. No dynasty anymore? Then who was in charge of the country? And millions of troops, in Yang Fan's words, were merely a small number. Li Shimin was a little dazed. He stared at Yang Fan and asked in a deep voice, "Have you ever heard of the crime of deceiving the emperor?" In his opinion, Yang Fan's words were simply too outrageous. Such a massive army, who could lead it? Who could control it? A slight misstep could lead to endless internal strife. Yang Fan rolled his eyes at him. "Have you ever heard of a palm technique that descends from the sky?" Li Shimin immediately retorted angrily, "Absurd. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child?" Yang Fan, however, remained nonchalant, saying, "Aren't you being absurd too? Can you punish me?" He had an irritating expression, yet spoke with such self-righteousness. The two were from completely different eras. He wasn't afraid of Li Shimin, this ancient emperor. Li Shimin was speechless for a moment, staring at Yang Fan without saying a word. He realized that this guy had no respect for imperial power whatsoever, and even showed some disdain for it. After a moment of silence, Li Shimin couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering him. Even with so many troops, how many people can command such a large force? Chapter 6. I heard you have the preface to the Orchid Pavilion. At the time of the founding of the People's Republic of my country, there were at least 5 people who could command 1,000,000 troops. Of course, Yang Fan couldn't say that Li Shimin might not believe him in the modern context. Li Shimin's lips twitched upon hearing this. Throughout history, there have been very few people who could command an army of 1,000,000, yet Yang Fan casually claimed that 5 such people could emerge in a single era. This was simply outrageous. He suppressed the urge to reason with Yang Fan and simply stopped dwelling on the topic. If he weren't still thinking about future transactions, he would have loved to grab Yang Fan and interrogate him. Li Shimin changed the subject and got straight to the point. "According to you, you have no shortage of food and weapons. Can you trade some to me?" These were exactly what he needed most right now. Yang Fan answered readily. "Sure, we have as much grain as you need. Weapons are out of the question for now. They're strictly controlled over there." Li Shimin nodded in agreement. The answer was reasonable. He thought for a moment, noting that droughts were frequent and food was scarce everywhere. So he asked, 200,000 sure of rice. Can you make a deal? This number was an estimate he made based on the scale of the reserve force mentioned by Yang Fan. Okay, Yang Fan replied almost without hesitation. But this put Li Shimin in a difficult position. Grain was always a valuable commodity, regardless of the era, and he hadn't expected Yang Fan to agree so readily. After a moment's thought, Li Shimin said, I don't want silver, and you probably can't use it anyway. How about I exchange it for goods and gold? He had already realized that the money he was currently using was worthless to Yang Fan. Yang Fan nodded, then asked with a smile, I heard you like collecting calligraphy and paintings? Li Shimin glanced at him and replied casually, I've collected a few. This kid has probably set his sights on something again. Sure enough, Yang Fan's next question came. I heard you have Wang Shiji's preface to the Orchid Pavilion? As soon as he said this, Li Shimin exploded. No way. He had only recently obtained that thing. Upon seeing this reaction, Yang Fan knew that it was completely hopeless. However, he hadn't held out much hope anyway, so he immediately changed his terms. Then it'll be 10,000 taels of gold, plus you personally writing a copy of the preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion in the Fei Bai style. He didn't stop there, adding, have you Shernan and Chu Suiliang each make a copy of the preface to the Orchid Pavilion, sign and stamp it, and then you stamp it with the Emperor's seal. The total is 10,000 taels of gold, plus 3 copies of the calligraphy. Li Shimin was taken aback after hearing this. The terms were much cheaper than he had expected. Although gold was valuable in the Tang dynasty, copper coins and silver were the more commonly used currencies, so this was clearly a good deal. Empress Zhangsun, who was standing nearby, almost agreed on the spot. But Li Shimin immediately stopped her and preemptively lowered the price. He doesn't want Yang Fan to raise the price higher and higher in the future. Yang Fan quickly calculated in his mind that this deal was still very profitable and nodded on the spot. Deal. However, this batch of grain is quite large, so I need some time to prepare. He had just roughly calculated that 200,000 sure was roughly 10,000 tons of rice. Upon hearing that the deal was made, Li Shimin was so happy that he slapped the stone table and stood up. Good. As before, this time I will give you half of the gold and 3 pieces of calligraphy. When you are ready, leave your words here. He was genuinely pleased. If this deal went through, the imperial court would be able to breathe a sigh of relief regarding grain supplies. Moreover, he vaguely realized that his calligraphy, along with that of Yu Shernan and Chu Suiliang, would likely be very valuable in later generations. Yang Fan didn't waste any words and said directly, just put the things on the stone table. I'll move the grain directly into this space, and you can take it with you later. This place is large enough to hold 10,000 tons of grain without much problem. Li Shimin nodded and said, then it's settled. I'll go back and prepare the gold. It's quite a lot, so it'll take a few days. Empress Zhangsun, who was standing nearby, was a little stunned. She clearly remembered that there was a lot of gold in the palace, so why would it take several days? At this moment, Yang Fan suddenly glanced at Empress Zhangsun and said, I see that your majesty's complexion is not very good. It seems that it's not just a qi ailment, but also some anemia. Next time I will bring some tonics to help your majesty recover. Empress Zhangsun felt somewhat embarrassed after hearing this. After all, in her opinion, she had already gotten a great deal from this transaction, and now the other party was even offering her tonics, which made her feel a little guilty. But Li Shimin was different. He showed no embarrassment whatsoever and immediately replied, I didn't expect you to know the art of observing qi. The imperial physicians have said something similar. Since you have tonics, bring some more. Yang Fan made a gesture to him, then turned and left the space. The supplements weren't worth much anyway, and since he could take some with him, it wouldn't hurt to give some away. It would also help maintain this trading line more steadily. After Yang Fan left, Empress Zhangsun couldn't help but whisper, Second Prince, haven't we gotten too much of a bargain? She felt that this deal was far too good for them. Li Shimin smiled and said directly, Guan Yinbi, you haven't seen the situation clearly. According to him, they are not short of food at all. But the fact that he immediately focused on calligraphy and paintings shows that calligraphy and paintings must have been highly valued in his time. He became even more certain as he said this. So he must have made a profit on this deal. Otherwise, how could he possibly have so much grain? It can't be that he has so much grain that it's free, as he claims. Empress Zhangsun listened and agreed that there was some truth to it. In business, no one would willingly suffer a loss openly. However, she still said softly, Perhaps I should advise my brother to resign from his official post. His current position is too high. I feel it's not quite appropriate." Upon hearing this, Li Shimin frowned slightly and waved his hand, saying, "What are you saying? Fuji has been with me for so many years. Would he harm me?" After saying this, his tone was already somewhat unquestionable. Chapter 7, A New Chapter. After leaving the space, Yang Fan immediately rushed home. He needed to get his grandmother to the hospital as soon as possible. This time, he didn't plan to stay in the city but go to a larger hospital for a second checkup, since the illness had been delayed for too long in the city hospital. Before he even got home, he saw a figure sitting by the roadside in the distance, looking in his direction. Under the bright sun, his grandmother sat there quietly, looking much darker than when he had seen her the previous times. Yang Fan felt a pang of sadness. He figured that while he was away, his grandmother had probably stared blankly at the road he often walked. He went over and helped her up, saying directly, "Come on, Grandma. Let's get ready and go to the hospital." Grandma shook her head. "I'm all better now. I'm not going. We're out of money." Yang Fan could only make up an excuse. "I've got it. I bought a lottery ticket yesterday, and I won. Several $100,000. He didn't dare say too much, afraid that the old woman wouldn't be able to accept it. But his grandmother still didn't believe it, assuming that the money was borrowed by her grandson. "Then I won't go. You keep the money to get married. I'm 80 years old, and I've lived enough. Come on, you have to listen to me." Yang Fan didn't explain further and carried his grandmother home on his back. This time, he brought his father along as well, since he couldn't stay by his grandmother's side 24/7. He still needed to contact Li Shimin to get the grain he wanted, and he also needed to find a way to sell some of the Tang Dynasty gold and those calligraphy pieces. He chose Shanghai again as the location. He had studied there, was more familiar with the area, and it would be more convenient to handle things there. Furthermore, Yang Fan himself needed to go to a major hospital for a checkup to see if he actually had kidney failure. If so, many things would have to be reconsidered. After spending the night talking to his grandmother, the three of them boarded the high-speed train to Shanghai the next day. Li Shimin's side was also very efficient. That very evening, Yang Fan received 3 pieces of calligraphy. All 3 calligraphic works were exceptionally beautiful, and when taken out of his spatial storage, they looked as if they had truly been preserved from 1,000 years ago. He didn't examine the gold pieces closely. Although Yang Fan couldn't read, he couldn't help but nod in approval at the calligraphy. It was indeed well written. As for its exact value, he had no idea and would have to consult a professional first. It was already evening when Yang Fan arrived in Shanghai, and he didn't rush to the hospital. After all, he had dealt with hospitals often before and knew that these things couldn't be rushed. He needed to find a reliable doctor to give his grandmother another checkup first. So he first arranged for his grandmother and father to stay in a hotel, and left his father 20,000 yuan in cash before leaving. He needed to contact an auction house to have the calligraphy and paintings appraised and auctioned, and then rent a storage company. Otherwise, he wouldn't have anywhere to store the rice he bought. As soon as he stepped out the door, Yang Fan made a phone call. "Hey, do you know any good cardiologists in Shanghai?" Bai Jingtian's voice came through the phone quickly. "Yeah, my dad's attending physician is pretty good." Bai Jingtian paused for a moment, then asked, "What's wrong with you? You're usually so energetic. How could you have a heart problem?" Yang Fan replied, "No, it's my grandma." Bai Jingtian immediately became much more serious. "Do you have enough money? If not, I can ask my dad to help you get some." Yang Fan refused directly. "No need. I already owe you a lot of money. I calculated it. It's a total of 122,000 yuan. I'll transfer it to your bank card." Bai Jingtian said it wasn't necessary, adding that he was out of pocket money and could ask his father for some, telling Yang Fan to take care of the family first. Yang Fan still insisted on transferring the money, adding, "Besides, I've recently made a little money, so I have some on hand." Bai Jingtian chuckled upon hearing this. "You little rascal, you didn't do anything shady, did you? Sell yourself out? Or were you kept by a rich woman? Do you want me to help you get out of your servitude?" Yang Fan's face darkened upon hearing this. "I found some antiques and made a good profit. There's something wrong with your thinking, kid." After saying that, he asked Bai Jingtian to send over the doctor's phone number so he could schedule a time to take his grandmother to see a doctor tomorrow. Bai Jingtian agreed, then asked if he had switched careers to become an antique dealer. Yang Fan replied helplessly, "More or less. I guess I'll be working in this line of work from now on." After all, anything from Li Shimin's side would be considered an antique here. Bai Jingtian then suggested having dinner and casually asked about Yang Fan's girlfriend. Yang Fan paused for a moment before saying, "We broke up. She thought I had no future. I'll treat you in a few days, after I've settled my grandma down." After hanging up the phone, Yang Fan felt a mix of emotions. He had always longed for a relationship. Given that his parents had divorced when he was young, his father hadn't taken much responsibility, and even his grandparents, no matter how good they were, couldn't replace the love of his parents. So he cherished that relationship very much. But when he was diagnosed with kidney failure, he decided to give up. His family was already chaotic enough, he didn't want to drag his partner into it as well. But things are different now. He has the system, and he's not short of money. Although he might really suffer from kidney failure, at least he won't be a burden on her like before. Thinking of this, Yang Fan took out his phone and called Su Jing. After a while, the call was answered. Yang Fan, what's up? Yang Fan found it a bit strange, as it sounded like someone was running and panting heavily on the other end, but he didn't ask any more questions. He simply said that he had come to Shanghai and asked if she wanted to go out for dinner. Su Jing replied, let's skip it today. I have an important client to entertain. Let's do it another day. Yang Fan frowned as he watched the phone hang up. Both he and Su Jing studied finance. Did this kind of work really require entertaining clients like this? However, Yang Fan didn't dwell on it any longer. Since the two had already broken up, these things were no longer his concern. He had taken the initiative to turn back once, but he didn't want to linger any longer. One only has one first love at 18, but 18-year-old girls come every year, don't they? Soon, Yang Fan walked into a larger real estate agency. He planned to hire an assistant first, since he was good at buying things occasionally. But this was his first time buying in such a large quantity, and he would definitely need someone to help him with things later. Ideally, she'd have studied abroad and be willing to buy things from overseas. Preferably beautiful, since it's pleasing to the eye to have her around every day. Fair skin, tall figure, and no dating experience is also highly recommended. Chapter 8. Is this the privilege of beta testers? Upon arriving at the agency, Yang Fan explained all his requirements, ultimately offering his assistant a monthly salary of 25,000 yuan, plus an extra bonus at the end of the year. I paid the agency fee directly and left my phone number. That's not low at all. An annual salary of 300,000 yuan would attract many applicants. After finishing with Yang Fan, he went back to the hotel. He was afraid that even if his dad had money, he wouldn't spend it, and the two of them would go hungry in the hotel. Sure enough, they were both eating when we arrived at the hotel. I asked, and Dad said he was worried he wouldn't be able to find us if he went downstairs. Yang Fan ordered food for the two of them from the hotel, and then went back to his room. He hadn't even properly explored the system when he first got it, but now that he has some free time, he'll take a look. System, are you there? Am I only allowed to trade with Li Shimin's people? When is the next match? Each match requires 500 trade points, and the matchmaking world is random. Your account is from a beta tester. You can spend double the trade points to actively choose the interface you wish to trade. Oh, what kind of worlds are there? Normal, all ancient history, selection requires 1,000 trading points. Intermediate, all film and television technology worlds, selection requires 3,000 trading points. Advanced, high-value unexplored worlds, requires 10,000 trade points. Yang Fan swallowed hard. Are these beta testers really that powerful? They can freely choose the trading interface. Is this what it feels like to cheat? One word. That was awesome. If using cheats is fun, wouldn't directly using cheats be just as fun? Can't those high-tech gadgets hurt me either? Within the space of the transaction between the two parties, you are not harmed. Yang Fan nodded. So you mean if I go into the other person's world, or the other person comes into my world, they can hurt me? Yes. Yang Fan understood that the judgment of this trading point was based on the degree of change to the other party's world, and what was easy to change was the ancient dynasty. Things like film and television technology, or even more advanced worlds, are unlikely to be easily changed with current technology. Therefore, the easiest way to obtain trading points is to change the dynasty. The first time he traded medicine to Empress Zhongsun to save her life, he received 200 trading points, which should have made a significant historical change in the history of the Tang dynasty. After all, even if she were alive, Li Ji might not have become emperor. Li Chengxian might not necessarily rebel. It seems that to go wherever you want, you need to open several historical instances to farm trading points, so that you can go wherever you want. Just like Doraemon's Anywhere door. Yang Fan had already secretly tried it. He could travel to the Tang dynasty, but he didn't know where he would end up. It was a desolate place. This beta tester was really too powerful, able to travel through time at will. However, Yang Fan didn't stay long, as he was unexpectedly killed by a cold arrow. The next morning, Yang Fan took his father and grandmother to the hospital. He had already made an appointment with the doctor. When we arrived, it was just in time for our turn. The doctor tapped his leg, raised his arm, looked at his eyelids, and without ordering any tests, said, "This doesn't seem like a simple heart condition, let's check for other things." Yang Fan nodded. Checking the equipment was something he was used to. He did it every time he went to the hospital. The test results came out in the afternoon. Diabetes. The heart problem was caused by complications from diabetes. Yang Fan was speechless. I've been seeing doctors at the local hospital for at least 7 or 8 years, and they've always treated it as heart disease. After several relapses, the hospital recommended that I have coronary artery bypass surgery or even a stent procedure. After all this time, it turns out it's never really a heart problem at all. That's outrageous. These days, it's not even a question of whether hospitals can treat illnesses, they can't even diagnose them properly. The doctor's advice was to be hospitalized first to regulate blood sugar, and later to start insulin injections. Yang Fan went straight to the hospital and followed the doctor's instructions. After the hospital admission was completed, Grandma started to worry again. "Honey, I just heard the doctor mention diabetes. Is this a new disease?" "No, this is your illness. All your other illnesses are caused by this illness." "Isn't this illness even more expensive? We've come to such a big hospital. I wonder how much it will cost." "I won the lottery, so it won't cost much. It's much better than surgery." He actually knew about diabetes, since he frequently dealt with hospitals. Diabetes is also known as the cancer that doesn't kill, because it takes a lot of time and energy to treat. Families with the means are better off, as they can eat a balanced diet and are less likely to get sick. What's worrisome is that poor families, whose nutrition is often unbalanced and who consume a lot of staple foods, are very susceptible to this disease. As for Yang Fan's grandmother, the only option is to try insulin injections, since controlling her diet at her age would only make her die faster. "You've been dragged out to borrow money again." The old woman's tears could come at any moment. As she got older, she would shed tears when she saw her younger sister, fearing that she might not see her again. "I shed tears when I see people who are not doing well." Yang Fan wiped away his grandmother's tears. "I'm really rich now, don't worry. If all else fails, I'll call my sister to come and take care of you. He definitely can't stay in the hospital indefinitely." Grandma shook her head. "She also has 2 children with her. They're still young, so don't call them that. Your dad is here with me." Yang Fan nodded. His main job was to buy food from the cafeteria and help her go to the toilet at night. Actually, her personality of not wanting to bother others is not good. When people get old, they should naturally trouble their children otherwise. What's the point of raising them all these years? It's just that because I don't trouble my daughter, she feels that it's not her responsibility. But it doesn't matter, now it's better to cut ties with someone like that sooner rather than later. Yang Fan took out the bracelet he had bought for his grandmother from the antique shop and put it on her. "Okay, you go back. I'll have her come and stay with you for a while." In fact, when people get older, they don't expect to benefit from their children's success, they just hope that their children can come home to visit more often. "Wasn't this bracelet sold?" "I bought it back. I had some money on hand, so I bought it back." Grandma didn't say anything more, but nodded while stroking the bracelet on her wrist. It seemed that she was also thinking of her childhood memories. After all, it had been her personal item for decades. "Don't do anything illegal. You know our family's situation. No one will help you take responsibility." Grandma suddenly realized that her grandson didn't seem to have borrowed the money, so she spoke up and gave him some advice. "I know. This is typical Chinese parenting style, which basically teaches children not to cause trouble when they go out. So many children are well behaved when they go out. Actually, it doesn't matter what they did. They can just take their whole family to the Tang Dynasty and ask Li Shimin to take care of them. How could they possibly catch up with the Tang Dynasty? No one can catch him either." Just then, Yang Fan's phone rang. "Chicken, you're so beautiful." Actually, his phone hadn't rung in a long time, since he usually used 15, which was set by his ex-girlfriend. "Hello, I'm applying for an assistant position. When are you available?" Chapter 9 Interview Assistant. "Grandma, I have to go now. I've told my dad where the cafeteria is. You guys can eat there for dinner." "Yes. Are you coming over tonight?" "Come over tomorrow morning." Yang Fan didn't have time to go for a physical exam today, so he can only go tomorrow morning. He needed to get Li Shimin's food supplies sorted out quickly, as he himself wouldn't be making such large purchases, so he needed to quickly assess how this assistant was doing. In the future, when trading goods or anything like that, he can simply return them to the other party, then settle things at home, and he can go to the Tang Dynasty for a few days. "I've always wanted to see the beautiful landscapes of our motherland, but it's always just a thought. Now I can finally go and have some fun." Yang Fan walked into the coffee shop where they had arranged to meet, and picked up his phone to make a call. "Then I saw a girl stand up and wave at me. Wow, She really did choose someone according to her own standards. She looks great from a distance, around 168 centimeters tall. Upon closer inspection, her skin is indeed quite good, her facial features are harmonious, and her face is very delicate. Wearing a fitted JK uniform, with long hair flowing down her shoulders, and radiating a charming smile, she exudes youthful energy. Div data Fontia type equals image source equals user / div. This looks like a recent graduate. I reckon Yang Fan can handle everything except work. Yang Fan extended his hand and said, Yang Fan, start a small business. Jiang Lan, 22 years old, is here to apply for the assistant position. Jiang Lan also extended her hand and shook hands with Yang Fan. She hadn't expected her boss to be so young. He seemed to be only a few years older than her. Just graduated? Oh, yes. Jiang Lan was surprised that Yang Fan had such a sharp eye, recognizing her as a recent graduate so quickly. Have you seen my requirements? I need someone who has studied abroad, because I will be making purchases from overseas in the future. I'm very good at foreign languages. I can speak English, Russian, French, and Japanese. I don't know how to purchase, but I can learn. I'm a quick learner, and I already know what an assistant is supposed to do. After Jiang Lan finished speaking, she looked at Yang Fan with expectant eyes. She really needed this job, especially since the boss was so young. When Yang Fan saw her, he was ready to use her. After all, she was so beautiful and not just a pretty face. She also spoke many foreign languages, so she would be useful. Yang Fan pretended to be deep in thought. After a long pause, he spoke. Okay, come and try it out first. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Can you drive? Yes, I can, but I'm not very good at it. It's okay, as long as you don't hit anyone. You can just crash into a tree. Yang Fan exchanged phone numbers and WeChat accounts with her and transferred 10,000 yuan to her. This is your activity fund. Let me know if you don't have it. After all, you can't expect your assistant to pay for everything you buy. Thank you, boss. I'm free today. Let's go. I'm planning to buy a car. As he spoke, Yang Fan stood up. What man hasn't dreamed of driving a Ferrari with one hand while doing something else with the other? Boss, I have a question. Huh? What's the problem? Yang Fan sat back down, looked at the coffee he hadn't finished drinking, and picked it up. Does the assistant need some more hand warmers? Jiang Lan blushed before she could finish speaking. You have a boyfriend? No. I mean, yes. Just if the boss wants, I can. That is, yes. You need to pay more. Yang Fan let out a pff sound, spitting out the coffee in his mouth. He kept coughing. Goodness, this sounds so familiar. I've heard it before. And why is this girl so direct? Even if something happened, we would discuss the terms with the boss at the time, since he was in a rage and would agree to any conditions. This little cutie is bringing it up now. Jiang Lan handed Yang Fan a tissue. Yang Fan took it and wiped it clean. This girl is a bit wild. Are you short of money? How much? Yang Fan realized that the girl must be short of money, which is why she came to the job after seeing such a high-paying offer. To be honest, Yang Fan isn't short of money right now. After all, trading antiques is no different from printing money, so talking about money is the best option. Jiang Lan nodded. My brother got a girl pregnant, and now she either sues for rape or demands to marry him. My mom is forcing me to go on blind dates. She wants to marry me off quickly so she can raise money for my younger brother's house, car, and dowry. Yang Fan was speechless. Looking at her age, how old was her younger brother? Moreover, these parents are practically planning to sell their daughter for their son's sake. What about your dad? Does he think the same way? It's one thing for the mother not to care about her daughter, but what about the father? My dad hasn't cared about me for a long time. My mom is on her third marriage, and that younger brother is with her current husband. Yang Fan glanced at Jiang Lan. She really had no one to care for her. So what they're really trying to do is sell you off to marry off her son? Jiang Lan lowered her head and nodded, her head almost buried in her chest. How much are you asking? An 888,000 yuan dowry, including the 3 gold pieces and everything else. But once you marry into the family, they don't care about you anymore. You're no longer part of their family. That's what my mom told the matchmaker. Yang Fan was genuinely heartbroken. After all, she was his daughter, and so beautiful, with a longing for a better life in her eyes. This is a real case of selling a woman. The price is set. She's supposed to be considered part of another family after she marries into them. But looking at her mother, she started being stubborn again after running out of money. I guess the real trouble is just beginning. Having a mother like that is probably ruining my life. So what are your thoughts? I said I'd buy a house for my younger brother, pay the down payment, and cover the mortgage. My mom said that's okay too. Is the house registered in your brother's name? Yang Fan already had the answer in his heart. Jiang Lan nodded. Yang Fan was speechless. This was truly treating his daughter like she wasn't human. It was like raising livestock and then selling her when it was time to do so. You can sell it whole, or you can sell it cut up. And what about your college education? Did your mom pay for it all? Yang Fan subconsciously viewed maternal love as something great, since he didn't have maternal love when he was young and thus fantasized about it. I go out to work to earn money, and I also tutor high school students. I work 4 jobs a day, and I earn all the tuition fees myself. Yang Fan felt a tightness in his chest, which made him very uncomfortable. You don't need to buy a house for your brother. This guy is just sucking your blood, and it's all arterial blood. Your mom wants a bride price, right? I'll pay it. Just have your mom transfer your household registration to my house. Just make her my spouse. Yang Fan's idea was to directly transfer the other party's household registration. As for his spouse, Yang Fan himself was quite afraid of marriage and had no intention of getting married. This way, transferring her household registration will also give the family some peace of mind. Thank you, boss. I'll work for you for the rest of my life. Jiang Lan happily came over and hugged Yang Fan. This feeling is real, unlike his ex-girlfriend who used padding. Chapter 10. Is this the good job you're talking about? Yang Fan and his companion's actions attracted curious glances from those around them. What's going on between these two? They're the boss, and they're also being all lovey-dovey. It is an insult to civility. Everyone's thinking, if that guy were me, that would be a different story. After all, he's just concerned about his subordinates. What right do outsiders have to say anything? Contact your mother and see when you can transfer your household registration directly. Have her sign a written agreement stating that you belong to our family from now on, and transfer the money to her on the spot. Also, could you contact someone? I need to buy 10,000 tons of rice, and also contact a warehouse. It would be best to rent a warehouse, as we might need it frequently in the future. After hearing Yang Fan's words, Jiang Lan wondered if this counted as being kept by the boss. Thinking about it carefully, it doesn't really count as being kept, since she was nominally Yang Fan's wife. Okay, I'll contact them right away. Jiang Lan stammered. A little happiness had come somewhat suddenly, giving off a domineering CEO vibe. Although she didn't know what Yang Fan wanted so much rice for, she didn't ask. She's not good at procuring so many things, but she can contact a grain merchant and ask. There shouldn't be any problem. Let's go check the car first. What kind of cars do you girls like? As they spoke, the two had already walked out of the coffee shop. Yang Fan didn't know much about the automotive industry, only the Volkswagen brand, and didn't recognize many of the car logos. Jiang Lan thought for a moment. I like Porsche, Ferrari, and Bentley. Yang Fan nodded. He seemed to have heard of them all, but he had heard they were all quite expensive, luxury cars. He didn't think he had enough money to buy a decent luxury car. I'll just buy any vehicle for now and upgrade later. Okay, let's buy an Audi. I saw a pretty one the other day. Yang Fan took a taxi directly to the Audi 4S store. Jiang Lan gave Yang Fan a strange look. She had just asked the girl what kind of car she liked, mentioned a few, and then chose a different model. Jiang Lan thought to herself, what a unique personality. Sir, welcome to the Audi M Power flagship store. Do you have a favorite car model? Do you have RS7S in stock? Yang Fan had already decided what to buy. He had seen a car like this before, and he liked the front of the car so much that he remembered it. Sir, this way please. The salesperson wore his signature smile and didn't mock or look down on the two men because of their age. After all, there are plenty of lessons to be learned from the past. Wearing a suit and tie doesn't guarantee you can afford a car. You might end up with debt. Nowadays, almost everyone is in debt, so sales have become a normal part of life. Sir, you may want to get in and try it out. Yang Fan nodded. He tried it last time, and it was different from the training car he used for his previous exams. Okay, how much is this car? Sir, the total price of this car is 1.47 million, and it can be financed in installments. Full payment, please swipe your card. Before the salesperson could finish speaking, Yang Fan handed over the card. The salesperson, somewhat dazed, accepted the payment and was still a little incredulous. You just bought a car that costs around 1.5 million so easily? And judging from their appearance as students, even rich kids can be this arrogant. Okay, this way please. The sales staff didn't care whether the person was from a wealthy family or not. They just wanted to get their commission first. Yang Fan. At this moment, a female voice called out to Yang Fan, her voice tinged with uncertainty. After all, she never expected to meet him in this place. After all, he wasn't meant to be in this place. Yang Fan looked back and saw that it was indeed someone he knew very well. Is this what you call your new job? Is this all you're going to do after graduating from university? Yang Fan glanced at the man she was carrying. He looked to be at least 40 years old. Su Jing tidied her hair, showing no embarrassment whatsoever. Then why? So you can deliver food like me? And even work at a logistics company at night? Everyone has the right to choose their own life, doesn't they? He was reluctant to pedal his beloved bicycle, while others would stand up and pedal and kick it. You're right, you figured out the secret to life. Wishing you great success in your career. Su Jing couldn't detect any sarcasm in his words. Thank you for the compliment, but your methods for charming women are truly ingenious. Young lady, don't be fooled. This family is so poor they can't even afford to eat. Do you really believe he can afford a car? Jiang Lan blinked. What was going on? Could it really be as this woman in front of her said? Is Yang Fan a fraud? Thank you for reminding me. This is my boss, and I am his assistant. Jiang Lan imitated Su Jing, but instead of doing so, she hugged Yang Fan's arms. This woman was a bit funny. Would a con man really give away 10,000 yuan in activity funds upon meeting someone? And I'm about to buy a 1.5 million yuan car, so I'll find out soon enough. Su Jing burst into laughter upon hearing Jiang Lan's words. Pointing at Yang Fan, he said, do you still need an assistant? Ha 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 ha, little girl, you need to open your eyes wide. Don't scammers these days even bother to dress up before going out? You don't act like a boss at all. Yang Fan ignored her and said to the salesperson, let's go, I'm in a hurry. Yes, sir. Honey, shall we go see a joke? Su Jing smiled and said to the people around her. Casual. The middle-aged man didn't care. He had seen far more big scenes than anyone else. The saleswoman had witnessed quite a show, and she also wanted to know whether the young man in front of her actually had any money. Judging from what the two of them were saying, they knew each other, and the boy's family wasn't rich at all. On the contrary, they were quite poor. If she really couldn't swipe her card, she would definitely make a few sarcastic remarks. As the sound of the card being swiped successfully rang out, the salesperson looked up at Yang Fan, utterly shocked. It seems the young man in front of me is indeed a rich second generation. As for the woman from earlier, she was probably being tested by the rich second generation's pursuit of love. Unexpectedly, the girl didn't believe in so-called love and only cared about money. China Construction Bank expenditure, 1,475,000 yuan balance, 2,265,600 yuan. Sir, could you add me on WeChat, verified account? Yang Fan glanced at her. She had a decent figure and face. He figured she was only after his money. How can someone like that get verified V? How can we tolerate such a gold digger? Yang Fan took out his phone and added her. Let's not let a woman like that harm others. Let her suffer the consequences herself. Mr. Yang, my name is Wang Manyu. Thank you for your support of Audi. I'd like to invite you to dinner sometime. The procedures were completed very quickly. Yang Fan asked Jiang Lan to drive him, as he planned to find an auction house to auction off the 3 calligraphy pieces. Jiang Lan stopped the car as she passed Su Jing. He rolled down the car window and said to Su Jing, be discerning when choosing a man, and never date a married man. Be careful, his wife might kill off his mistress. Chapter 11. Past events gone with the wind. Su Jing was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Fan to actually be able to afford it, and it was all paid in full. Since he's so rich, why did he work so hard before, working whenever he had free time? Does he have masochistic tendencies? Jiang Lan's words were like a knife, piercing straight to the heart. Who is truly blind to talent? Su Jing felt a sharp pain in her heart. Although Yang Fan's family was poor, he never skimped on holidays, buying her cell phones, computers, clothes, and bags. My hand unconsciously went to my chest, and I felt short of breath. She now deeply regrets not waiting. It's possible that Yang Fan returned to his hometown to inherit the family fortune, and the fact that he invited me to dinner was just to talk about this. Smack. Su Jing slapped herself hard. Why couldn't she resist the temptation? Why couldn't she have held on a little longer? Xiaojing, what's going on? Let's go choose a car. Su Jing then looked up and asked, can the car be registered in my name? This. You can keep the car, and I'll give it to you after the new year, okay? The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, we can't keep spending hundreds of thousands of yuan every time. We have to break even. Su Jing gave a bitter laugh. If it were Yang Fan, she figured he would definitely buy the car in her name if she asked. What a terrible man she missed out on. I didn't expect you to hold a grudge like that. A smile appeared on Yang Fan's face. The little girl's actions were all meant to make him feel indignant. This woman, you can practically write those 4 words on her face. Oh, what big characters. You owe me money. Look at her face. It's like everyone owes her tens of thousands of yuan. like someone is missing from the family. Jiang Lan even tried to imitate Su Jing's expression, but she didn't quite get it right, which was quite cute. Actually, I'm not at a disadvantage. After all, he only got a second-hand one. Let bygones be bygones. Just like she said, everyone has the right to pursue a better life, and I can't very well block someone's way. Yang Fan is actually a rather extreme person. If he loves someone, he can give his all. If he doesn't love someone, he can become more estranged than a stranger. After what happened to his aunt, he became more indifferent to relationships and no longer longed for love. Boss, was that your ex-girlfriend? Yes, during my university years. So you're really testing her? Jiang Lan was a little curious. After all, Yang Fan bought the car so casually, like buying a cabbage, without showing any excitement on his face. She actually felt that this was a test that Yang Fan or his family was putting on the girl. You guess. He only received the money 2 days ago. There was no test involved. Actually, I should thank Su Jing. After all, if she hadn't called to break up with him, he wouldn't have smashed the wall. I bet it's a test you're giving her. After all, it's not easy to get into a wealthy family, is it? Jiang Lan saw Yang Fan smile, but didn't say anything, and she felt that she had guessed correctly. Boss, where are we going? Yang Fan checked his phone and randomly booked a nice hotel. One is for staying overnight, and the other is for taking things out. They can't just take them out of the space directly, so they have to find a hidden place to take them out. W Hotel, please use navigation. When Yang Fan saw the hotel prices, his lips twitched uncontrollably. Over 4,000 yuan a night, and there were even more expensive options, 40,000, 80,000, 100,000 yuan a night. He just doesn't understand the world of the rich. 10,000 a night is just too outrageous. Okay, boss. Upon arriving at the hotel, Yang Fan instructed Jiang Lan to wait for him. Yang Fan booked a room and took out 3 boxes from inside. Looking out the window, the entire Lujiazui skyline is laid out before you. The view is truly beautiful. I'll stay here for now. I've always lived in this city before. Starting today, he will be living in this city. Yang Fan came out carrying 3 boxes shortly after. Jiang Lan quickly stepped forward, took the box, and placed it on the back seat. Boss, where do we go next? Jiaha auction. First, let's see how much these 3 calligraphy pieces are worth. If it's not enough to buy rice, we'll need to offer some gold. However, Yang Fan felt that it should be enough. Tens of millions for a single piece of calligraphy shouldn't be excessive. After all, these are all celebrities. Jiang Lan looked at the 3 boxes behind her. Were these the contents of these 3 boxes? The contents of these 3 boxes look very light. I wonder what they contain. Okay, boss, I've contacted them about the 10,000 tons of rice you mentioned. They have it in stock in their warehouse, and the price they're offering is 2.2 yuan per jing. The premise is that we must order 10,000 tons at once. It's a bit expensive. Try to negotiate the price down to 1.9 yuan or 2 yuan. If that doesn't work, find another place. Yang Fan had actually checked the import and export prices of rice, and he was sure he was making a profit at the price he offered. Even though he was rich now, he couldn't just buy things without haggling over the price. Yes, boss. Jiang Lan didn't expect that Yang Fan already had a price in mind. She thought 2.2 yuan per kilogram of rice was already very cheap, but she didn't expect Yang Fan to be even more ruthless, pushing the price down to 1.9 yuan. For 10,000 tons, that would mean a reduction of several million yuan. Every cent of that is worth 2 million. Yang Fan is really bold, daring to bet 6 million on someone else's profits right off the bat. She didn't think too much about it, and just followed the boss's instructions. When they arrived at Jiaha, Yang Fan walked in front, with Jiang Lan following behind him. Yang Fan approached the staff and said directly, "Get your appraisers over here to appraise something." "Sir, could you please let us take a look at your items first? I need to find the appraiser." The staff members wore smiles. After all, these were big spenders. Jiang Lan, give them to them. Okay, boss. Jiang Lan placed the box on the table. The staff opened the first box, took out the contents, and unfolded them. I glanced at it briefly and was stunned. This thing looks so real. Are counterfeiting techniques this advanced now? Although he didn't know anything about authentication, he saw a lot of things every day and had some insight into what was real and what wasn't. But the thing in front of me does look perfectly fine. But it's too perfect. It would be problematic if it had no flaws at all. He opened the other 2 boxes and looked inside as well. Complete silence. Who created this fake? It looks so real. Please wait a moment. I'll go get our appraiser. The staff member went to make phone calls to call for more people. It won't be a middle-aged person around 50 years old. Hello, sir. I am Liang, an appraiser from Jiaha. The appraiser, named Liang, smiled, and extended his hand to shake hands with Yang Fan as soon as he arrived. He had just heard that this person had produced 3 calligraphy pieces, and he thought it was too fake to be true. Yang Fan politely extended his hand in return. Li Yang also took out a magnifying glass to carefully examine the 3 pieces of calligraphy, and as he looked at them, he began to doubt himself. It's really authentic, but it's just too perfectly preserved. Normally, calligraphy like this would be a collectible for important people. But the 3 pieces of calligraphy in front of them were indeed their own handwriting, complete with their signatures and seals. Most importantly, they all bear the Emperor's seal. Moreover, the fact that only Li Shimin was in charge proves that these 3 calligraphy works were in human hands from then on and have been perfectly preserved to this day. Chapter 12. Not sure? Call in reinforcements. Sir, I cannot determine the authenticity of this item. Could you please have a seat while I invite my mentor over so he can appraise it? Li Yang was also a little unsure. If these calligraphy pieces were genuine, then each one would be worth an astronomical price. And they are all in the billions. How long will it take? Yang Fan was speechless. This was like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. He kept calling for help. It will take me an hour. My mentor is a university professor, so it will take him some time to get here. Please go to our VIP room first. We have everything there. Please rest here. Although Li Yang felt it was almost certainly true, he wasn't entirely sure. After all, these were incredibly expensive items. Okay, Zhang Lan, take your things. As they spoke, Yang Fan, led by Li Yang, arrived at the VIP room. The decor here is really high-end, and the floor-to-ceiling windows offer a very open view. This auction company owns such a large office building in this location, which shows its strength as one of the top in the industry. Li Yang poured tea for Yang Fan and Zhang Lan before sitting down opposite them. Sir, were these 3 calligraphy pieces passed down from your ancestors? Which family in the Tang dynasty did your ancestors belong to? This was something Li Yang was very curious about. After all, he was able to obtain the calligraphy of these 3 people, and it was even a copy of the Lanting preface made by these 3 people. He must have been one of Li Shimin's closest people at the time. No comment. All you need to know is that it was passed down from my ancestors. Yang Fan didn't know how to make up a story. He couldn't very well say that Li Shimin gave it to him, and that he had exchanged tens of thousands of tons of grain for it. Moreover, this thing doesn't look like something from an ancient tomb, so Yang Fan's words weren't entirely unfounded. Li Yang wisely refrained from asking any further questions. He could tell from the box that it was no ordinary item, it looked like something used by royalty. It seemed that this young man was no ordinary person. Zhang Lan carefully leaned close to Yang Fan's ear and asked, Boss, are these calligraphy pieces very valuable? I think the only good thing is that the handwriting is quite beautiful, elegant, and flowing. But that's about it. Yang Fan gently pushed her away. Zhang Lan's figure was really good. It felt like he could wrap his arms around her waist. With that figure and that face, if her mother were to look for someone directly, she could actually find someone willing to pay an 888,000 yuan dowry. A word worth 1,000 pieces of gold is not an exaggeration. Yang Fan didn't explain further. After all, he wouldn't do something like playing music to a cow. For someone who loves and collects calligraphy, it is a priceless treasure, but for someone who doesn't understand calligraphy or doesn't like collecting, it's just trash. Not long after, Li Yang's mentor arrived, in about 20 minutes. It seems they rushed over immediately upon hearing the news. I've heard it has the calligraphy of Emperor Taizong, Yu Shinan, and Chu Suiliang. Where is it? The old man's voice could be heard even before he arrived. Upon hearing the voice, Li Yang quickly got up to greet the elderly man and invited him in. Where is it? Let me see it. Li Yang glanced at the box next to Yang Fan. Zhang Lan carried the 3 boxes onto the table. Naturally, she couldn't let the boss do this kind of thing. She was quite perceptive. The old man took off his glasses, wiped them on his clothes, and put them back on. Then, he carefully took out the calligraphy scroll and slowly unfolded it. Then a gasp escaped his lips. The words looked real, but the layman only saw the spectacle. The expert saw the intricacies. The characters themselves exude a certain powerful aura. It's undeniable. He then looked at the other 2 pieces, and they were all genuine. He found it hard to believe that these 3 pieces of calligraphy could be preserved so well after more than 1,300 years. Young man, these 3 calligraphy pieces are considered cultural relics, aren't they? Shouldn't they be donated to the country? Li Yang, standing next to him, twitched at the corner of his mouth. Master, according to you, are all 3 calligraphy pieces genuine? Li Yang quickly interrupted his mentor, saying that if this deal fell through, the company would lose a lot of money. This thing wasn't from a tomb, so no one can say that its origin is unknown. It's true. Mu Jinhua took off his glasses and wiped away his tears. I never thought I would see such a work still standing in my lifetime. It's a pity that such a good work will probably only be collected by merchants in the future. How could he not know the value of this thing? Moreover, it looked like something left behind by a prominent family during the reign of Emperor Taizong. Yang Fan remained silent. If they wanted to prove the origin of this item, they could have Li Shimin issue an imperial edict to prove it. He was not worried at all. After all, the owner of the item was still alive. So, do you guys do auctions here? If not, I'll go to the next buyer. Of course, and we only charge a 10% commission, which is much less than other companies. Such a big deal certainly can't be passed on to another company, and we can also use these 3 calligraphy pieces to enhance the reputation of the auction. Then let's do it as soon as possible. I'm a bit short on funds lately, so it would be best to start the auction in the next few days. Liang was speechless. Was it really that hasty? These 3 calligraphy pieces are estimated to fetch billions at auction. A few days wouldn't be enough. It will take at least 20 days for preparation and promotion. Sir, how much do you need? Just put the items in our auction house, and we can pay you in advance, and then deduct the amount from the auction commission. Is this all right for you? Liang thought so too. If he hadn't been in urgent need of money, he probably wouldn't have put such a family heirloom up for sale. Yang Fan thought about it and agreed. How much do you think these 3 calligraphy pieces are worth at auction? Yang Fan wanted to figure out how much money to ask for first, since he was still quite unclear about the value of the characters. Each piece of calligraphy is estimated to be worth over 800 million. It's still a conservative estimate. Liang thought for a moment and gave his expected value, but he felt that the actual value would definitely be higher. After all, there had already been calligraphy works that exceeded 1 billion. Upon hearing the price, Yang Fan felt an urge to kiss Li Shimin's forehead. This man was a real money tree. Even a single piece of calligraphy he wrote was worth so much. Should we recruit him as a laborer, have him write a piece of calligraphy every day, and put it in the space? I could take them out and sell them when I have free time. It sounds so satisfying. Then I'll take 240 million first. You can organize the auction as soon as possible, but I can only give you the banner with the inscription. That's the idea, but these things are valued for their scarcity. If they flood the market in large quantities, their value will be significantly reduced. So Yang Fan only thought about it. Sure, give me your account, and I'll handle it for you. The funds will be in place immediately. Liang agreed. As for the transfer, they had special channels, so large transfers were very fast. Yang Fan received the money transferred to him by the auction house shortly after. China Construction Bank received 240 million yuan, leaving a balance of 242 million yuan. Watching the two making the transaction, Zhang Lan's worldview was about to collapse. The thing she just hugged is worth 2.4 billion. Is this definitely a lot of ghost money? Is this what that cute ex-girlfriend was talking about, that her family had no money? This is ridiculous. Are you kidding me? Chapter 13. Are large families really that strict? Even after the two left Jiahao auction, Zhang Lan was still in a daze. Yang Fan had already received the money transferred to him by the auction house, and his bank balance showed 242 million. Zhang Lan could accept buying 10,000 tons of rice. Since it's all grain, and there's no problem with not being able to sell it at most, she'd lose some money. However, these 3 calligraphy works, each worth over 800 million, still shattered her values, and she still holds 2 of them in her arms to this day. Then I thought about the price her mother set for her at 888,000 yuan, and I suddenly couldn't help but laugh. This calligraphy could buy countless versions of her. Yang Fan's attitude towards the 3 paintings was so indifferent, as if they were not precious objects in his eyes. She can hold me if she wants. I'm not worried at all that she'll run away while I'm holding her. He trusted her to an extremely high degree. Thinking back to the fact that this was someone she had only just met, Zhang Lan's gaze towards Yang Fan had already changed. Love? Gratitude? Or perhaps, from that moment on, Zhang Lan regarded Yang Fan as the most important person in her life. What are you thinking about? Yang Fan waved his hand in front of Zhang Lan, wondering what she was thinking about, so lost in thought. In nothing. Okay, you contact me and take care of your family matters. I'll drive. Yang Fan was afraid that the girl's absent-minded state would cause him to leave, so he decided to drive himself. Boss, what about this character? She didn't have any problem holding it when she didn't know its value, but now that she knows its value, she doesn't dare to hold it anymore. Put it in the back seat, it won't run away. Yang Fan got into the driver's seat. Zhang Lan was speechless, truly wondering what was important to Yang Fan. I'll just hold him. Where do we go next? Have a meal, then you can go back. Come back tomorrow morning, and we'll go to the hospital for a checkup together. Jianglan nodded, surprised that such a large family was so strict, requiring a medical examination even though they had only just met. After the two finished their meal, Yang Fan drove to the W Hotel. He could only drive, he couldn't park in the garage or anything like that. You can take the car. Come pick me up early tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. Okay, boss, here's the box for you. Jianglan handed the box she was holding to Yang Fan. Yang Fan took the box, and he could sense that Jianglan had been very nervous ever since she learned the value of the contents of the box. Jianglan was on tenterhooks the whole way. After all, the things she was carrying were extremely valuable. She kept imagining that someone would stop her car at the next intersection and pull out a gun. My heart was pounding with fear. I was so restless during the meal, but now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Change your clothes tomorrow. Don't wear shorts. You'll be meeting my family. Although this outfit looks great today, older people might have some reservations about young people dressing like this. Huh? Oh, okay, boss. Jianglan didn't have any objections. She wore whatever the boss told her to wear. I'll transfer another 10,000 to you. Just buy any clothes you want. With that, Yang Fan turned around and left, waving goodbye. Jianglan stared at the transfer information on her phone for a long time without saying a word. She herself couldn't remember the last time someone had let her use her own money to buy food and clothes. Was it when she was little, or when her father was still around? That must have been a very, very long time ago. Yang Fan went home and fell asleep immediately. Firstly, his grandmother's illness was finally resolved, which relieved him of a great burden. Secondly, he had also found a wife, which also put his grandmother's mind at ease. I slept exceptionally well. The next morning, Yang Fan habitually washed up and then entered the trading space. As soon as I entered, I saw Li Shimin, who was still reviewing memorials at the table. Did you bring your work with you? Yang Fan's words interrupted Li Shimin's thoughts. Work? What is it? Li Shimin looked bewildered. Yang Fan pointed at the memorial with his mouth. Nonsense. I am dealing with matters of great importance concerning the nation. How can I speak of such trivial matters? Yang Fan yawned. Although Li Shimin did have a very imposing aura, he showed no respect for imperial power, and his face was completely indifferent. If you're on the wrong path, there's no point in going any faster. No matter how diligently you govern, it will be useless if the tumor is not removed. Li Shimin put down the memorial in his hand. He was reviewing the memorial here to send half of the gold to Yang Fan, and also because he really wanted to have a talk with Yang Fan. After all, Yang Fan is a person from 1,000 years later. Even if you don't fully understand politics, you can still learn some advice from past history. Hearing what Yang Fan said, he knew that Yang Fan must know a lot of things. Last time you told me that your dynasty no longer exists. Could you tell me about some of the major events from my time to yours? Just as Li Shimin finished asking his question, Yang Fan extended his hand. What do you mean? Li Shimin was filled with question marks. Don't you have to pay to listen to stories at a tavern? And what were you listening to? What we're hearing is about the future. What we're hearing is about the future destiny of the Tang dynasty. You, a dignified emperor, wouldn't be thinking of getting something for nothing, would you? After listening to Yang Fan's words, Li Shimin felt that there was some truth to them and that he should make some sacrifices. What do you want? Forget about Wang Shiji's calligraphy. I like it very much and plan to take it with me to my eternal rest. Yang Fan pointed to the sword at Li Shimin's waist. This sword is quite nice. I love so much. You little brat, you've asked for something I cherish. Do you know what kind of sword I hold in my hand? Yang Fan shook his head. He had no idea. All he knew was that this thing was very valuable. If he could get it first, he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink in the future. This sword was made by O Yezi. You may not have heard of his name, but you should have heard of the famous swords he forged. He forged a total of 5 supreme divine swords: Zhanlu, Chunjun, Yuchong, Juk, and Shengxia. And the sword in my hand is the first sword he forged, named 7-Star Dragon Abyss Sword. This sword was first acquired by the king of Yu, then passed to the king of Wu, who bestowed it upon Wu Zishu. Its whereabouts after that are unknown. After that, this sword was acquired by my father, and eventually came into my hands. To avoid using my father's name, it is now called Longquan's sword. Do you know how precious it is? Yang Fan's mouth was drooling, so he quickly turned his head away so that Li Shimin wouldn't see it. Goodness, this sword looks like it would be impossible to sell. It's an extremely expensive item. Who can set a price for such a precious sword? Priceless and unavailable. The only thing we can do is let the auction house release the news and see if any big shots want to collect it. Cough cough. I believe only a sword like this is worthy of hearing my words about the future. Besides, you don't need to fight on horseback now, so why don't you give yourself to me? It's a pity you're taking this sword to your eternal rest. How about I get you a weapon even more powerful than this divine sword in the future? The weapon I give you is guaranteed to hit its mark every time from 2,000 paces away. A hit means certain death, with absolutely no chance of survival. So how about it? I'm offering you such a treasure in exchange. You're not at a loss, are you? Yang Fan blushed a little after he finished speaking. After all, a Barrett rifle only cost a few $100,000, but the sword in Li Shimon's hand felt like it could be used to build an entire combined arms brigade. Chapter 14 The Dragon Spring Sword is acquired. Li Shimon reluctantly touched the sword at his waist. He was very interested in the weapon Yang Fan had mentioned, and he also wanted to know what kind of divine weapon was used in later generations. This doesn't mean Yang Fan took his sword, it's more like an exchange. Take it. Remember the weapon you spoke of, you must not break your promise to me. Yang Fan nodded in a pecking motion, like a chick pecking at rice. If you have time to travel abroad, find someone to buy it. If you have money, you're not afraid of not being able to buy it. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Yang Fan took the sword from Li Shimon's hand. Draw the sword from its scabbard. It was still very impressive. Lan Yuan, what a perfect name. It matches this sword so well. Lan Yuan. It means either the dragon is in the sky or in the abyss. It refers to the height of the sword pommel from the spine, the difference in height between the sword body and the spine, as if facing a deep abyss. The spine is like a dragon in the sky, and the body is in the abyss. Even if Yang Fan knew nothing about it, he couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients, the craftsmanship, the aesthetics. This sword is almost 2,000 years old, dating back to the time of Li Shimon, and almost 3,000 years old, dating back to Yang Fan. Yang Fan felt that even modern craftsmen couldn't make a sword like this. All right, I've given you my emperor's sword. Now you can speak. Li Shimon was heartbroken, feeling like he had suffered a huge loss in this transaction, and felt a void in his heart. Yang Fan immediately put the sword into his private space. Even if I can't sell this sword, I can keep it as a personal collection and open my own museum someday. Which period do you want to hear about? Tell me about how brilliant he was. How well did he govern the country after he became emperor? Yang Fan thought for a moment and concluded that it should be Li Chengqian. He didn't become emperor because you favored Li Tai, which led to a power struggle between the two brothers for the crown prince position. In the end, the crown prince rebelled and was deposed. Because Li Tai said he would kill his son and pass the throne to his brother, you did not let him inherit the throne. Upon hearing this, Li Shimon felt a chill run down his spine, and his entire body was covered in cold sweat. He never imagined that his doting affection for Qin Kai would lead to such an outcome. Moreover, he had recently bestowed upon Qin Kai the title of King of Wei and granted him the remote title of Governor of Xiangzhou. He had previously served as Grand General of Yangzhou, Governor of Yangzhou, General of the Left Martial Guard, and Grand General of Fuzhou. Looking back now, it was indeed an honor bestowed upon him by all the kings. Have I set a bad precedent? Li Shimon closed his eyes. He could already understand why Li Chengqian was able to rebel. After all, he was a cautionary tale. You could say that. Of the 20 emperors in the Tang dynasty, 16 lost their thrones directly or indirectly due to coups. Including Wu Zetian, there should be 21. Yang Fan spoke to Li Shimon while checking his phone, since he knew there were many coups in the Tang dynasty, but he didn't know the exact number. Li Shimon clenched his fists, his whole body trembling with anger. The chances of a coup were not very stable for any emperor. But upon hearing Yang Fan's last words, Li Shimon's gaze instantly sharpened, his eyes seeming to shoot out daggers. He heard that the emperor was not of the same surname. Even if it was a coup, it was his Li family's own business. How could there be an outsider who was still considered part of his Tang dynasty? What's going on with Wu Zetian? Yang Fan glanced at Li Shimon. Are you sure you want to listen? She's not far from you. Maybe only a few years away. How about I go buy some nitroglycerin pills? I'm afraid you can't handle it. He was genuinely worried that Li Shimon wouldn't be able to hold on. After all, this guy's lifespan in history wasn't long. Snort. I have fought on the battlefield for decades. What dangers haven't I encountered? Tell me. Although Li Shimon said this, he had already pinched his thigh hard to force himself to calm down. To talk about Wu Zetian, we have to talk about the issue of your successor. Your throne will be inherited by Li Ji, who is the third son of Empress Zhongsun. Empress Zhongsun entrusted him to you before she died. You should raise him and Xiao Cixi by your side. It's collapsing. Yang Fan waved his hand. Ignoring Li Shimin's reminder, how could he possibly know so many formalities? As for Wu Zetian, you may be unfamiliar with her, but you should be very familiar with her father, Wu Shiriwei. I know Duke Ying, he passed away last year, and I posthumously awarded him the title of Minister of Personnel. Li Shimin had already gritted his teeth. He knew who the culprit was. After his death, Wu Zetian's sisters and her mother lost their status in the family, were bullied, and eventually ended up in Chang'an. In the 12th year of Jingguan, Wu Zetian entered the palace at the age of 14, and you bestowed upon her the title Wu Mei. At this point, Li Shimin was confused. Even if Empress Zhongsun was gone and Li Ji ascended the throne, he would not appoint a new empress. Even so, she is still far from being on the throne. Don't rush me. Let me explain slowly. The problem lies with Li Ji, who was by your side for a long time. He developed feelings for Wu Zetian after a long period of contact with her. After your death, Wu Zetian was sent to a temple to become a nun. But after your son Li Ji ascended the throne, he recalled her to the palace and made her a Jiaoyi. Li Shimin stood up abruptly, turned around, and prepared to go back and hang Li Ji up and whip him. Hey, don't rush, I haven't finished yet. Li Shimin forced himself to sit down, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Although the ministers opposed it at the time, in the 5th year of Yonghui, Li Ji resolutely deposed the original empress and made Wu Zetian the empress, honoring her as Empress Dowager. Although your son is quite capable, he has no capable people around him, and in his later years he was unable to govern due to headaches, so he let Wu Zetian take over the handling of state affairs, and they were called the Second Saint. When Li Ji was alive, things were alright. He could suppress Wu Zetian and everyone else. After Li Ji died, Wu Zetian directly ruled as Empress Dowager and eventually even established the Wu Zhou dynasty. But many officials eventually turned their hearts to the Tang dynasty and eventually wrested power back from her. Li Shimin listened for a long time without saying a word. He thought to himself that his dynasty was no better than Qin Shi Huang's Qin dynasty or Sui dynasty. They perished after 2 generations, while his lasted 3. Of course, in Li Shimin's mind, the Sui dynasty had already perished after only 2 generations, and the others were already puppets controlled by civil and military officials. You say that Emperor Ji has no capable people around him, but that shouldn't be the case. I will definitely leave him ministers to entrust with the care of the young emperor, such as Changsun Wuji or Fang Xianling. Li Shimin did not believe that these 2 men alone could not restrain Li Ji. Yang Fan checked his phone. Jiang Lan had already messaged him, saying she had arrived at the hotel entrance and wouldn't chat with Li Shimin any longer. Your good brother-in-law, Changsun Wuji, forced Li Gu to his death in order to consolidate Li Ji's throne and also wanted to control Li Ji. In the end, he was killed by Li Ji and Wu Zetian working together. Although Changsun Wuji is Li Ji's uncle and might show some consideration for the past, Wu Zetian is no pushover. Would someone who can become an empress show any mercy to Changsun Wuji? As for Fang Xianling, he died around the same time as you, and his son was also involved in the rebellion because of Princess Gaoyang, and in the end, the whole clan was wiped out. Think carefully about which other ministers you have entrusted with the care of the young emperor. I have something to attend to now. Let's talk next time. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he patted his butt and left, leaving Li Shimin with a blank stare. Li Shimin was now beginning to doubt his life. Was he really that worthless? Didn't you leave any good things for future generations? Chapter 15: The Tragedy of Local Hospitals. Boss, is this outfit okay for me? As soon as Yang Fan went downstairs, he saw Jiang Lan already waiting for him at the elevator entrance. Yang Fan glanced at her. She was wearing a white tank top, a white sheer shirt, light-colored slim-fit jeans, and white chunky sneakers. Her entire figure was on full display. Her outfit still has a very youthful vibe. Although it doesn't look like an assistant's outfit, it's still very pleasing to the eye. Yes, it's good. Let's go to the hospital. Yang Fan immediately gave his location. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yang Fan went directly to get a physical examination. Boss, I'll go get a medical checkup first. What tests do I need to have? Yang Fan was stunned by this question. He hadn't said anything about Jiang Lan going for a physical exam. This girl must have misunderstood. However, since she brought it up, we'll just have her get a medical checkup as well. Whatever, let's just go for the premarital checkup. Jiang Lan nodded and went for her medical checkup. She would just do whatever her boss told her to do. Yang Fan smiled wryly. This girl, other women would get furious at the mention of premarital checkups, but she went without saying a word. Should we call her stupid, or just plain stupid? Soon, both of their medical examination reports came out. Zhang Lan's medical examination report was perfectly normal. Yang Fan never expected that in this day and age, there would still be people who could remain virgins after graduating from university. However, Yang Fan's own medical examination report was not so optimistic. The result was the same as when he had his medical checkup in the local area: kidney failure. Their local hospitals either can't diagnose the illness, or they can't cure it even if they do. Sigh. Zhang Lan also secretly looked at Yang Fan's medical examination report and was stunned when she saw that he had kidney failure. This disease is a notorious, deadly one. She looked at Yang Fan, inwardly screaming, "No way, I just met someone who's good to me, and this is how it is? Is the straw I was clinging to just gone like this?" Yang Fan just heard from the doctor that if he develops uremia, he will only live for a few months. However, if he receives proper treatment and is in good health, he can extend his life by 10 years or more through dialysis or a kidney transplant. Zhang Lan looked at Yang Fan with heartache in her eyes. Perhaps the most terrifying thing for people is not death itself, but knowing when they are going to die and counting down the days until their death. "Boss, should we go to other hospitals for a checkup? Maybe it's a misdiagnosis." "It's all right. You'll be fine after treatment. Let's go." Yang Fan's mindset was relatively good. After all, he had already gone through this before. He no longer needs to earn money for his grandmother or to prolong his own life. Moreover, the more anxious you are about an illness, the faster it progresses. Yang Fan has dealt with hospitals for so long and has seen far too many people like this. Most people can actually live a long time if they receive proper treatment. However, many people give themselves psychological suggestions and end up scaring themselves to death. Zhang Lan watched Yang Fan's retreating figure and admired the man even more. He looked to be about the same age as her, but when he saw the words "kidney failure" on the medical examination report, he remained expressionless. How strong his heart must be. He could remain unmoved even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Shouldn't a man be emotionally stable like this? When Yang Fan arrived at the ward door, he saw the head doctor leading the doctors looking for rooms, so Yang Fan didn't go in. He said to Zhang Lan, "You'll play the role of my girlfriend, understand?" Zhang Lan nodded, reached out and grasped Yang Fan's hand, and also put her other arm around Yang Fan's arm. "Is it okay, brother?" Yang Fan's lips twitched. His arm felt pretty good. This girl doesn't seem to know anything. She understands men's hearts very well. If she were to sincerely deceive a man, who wouldn't be confused? That's fine, we'll just have to adapt to the situation. Yang Fan saw that the girl was very smart, so he didn't give her too many instructions and let her do as she pleased. After all, his family members weren't difficult people to get along with. "Okay, brother." The two walked into the ward together, and Yang Fan listened as the attending physician introduced the patient's condition to the head doctor. Looking at Grandma, her complexion was noticeably better than a few days ago. A few days ago, she didn't have the strength to speak, but now she can speak without any problems. It seems that the most important thing in treating a disease is to find the cause. I used to use medicine blindly, which turned my gray hair black, but the disease did not improve at all, and I could only barely maintain it. It seems there's a serious problem with the allocation of medical resources. Good doctors are all in big hospitals, but how can ordinary people afford to go to big hospitals? At this moment, the attending physician also noticed Yang Fan and asked, "Can the elderly administer injections themselves? They'll have to inject insulin on their own from now on. If you can't get it done, I'll hire someone to administer it every day. You should continue with your medication as usual." Yang Fan said with a smile that his grandmother was afraid of needles and would never dare to give herself an injection. Needless to say, his father is already grateful that he can take care of himself. The doctor nodded, and everyone went to the next ward. As for Yang Fan's grandmother, she probably didn't hear what the doctor said. She was just staring at Zhang Lan. "Is this the girl you're dating?" Zhang Lan released Yang Fan's hand, took the initiative to hold the old man's hand, and said, "Grandma, my name is Zhang Lan, and I'm Fan Ji's girlfriend." As soon as Zhang Lan finished speaking, she sensed something was wrong. Why did the old woman look like she was about to cry? She could only turn back and look helplessly at Yang Fan. Yang Fan patted her on the shoulder. "Fine. Grandma, don't cry. Zhang Lan and I will get our marriage certificate in a few days. We plan to start a business first, so we won't have a wedding yet." Yang Fan knew what was bothering his grandmother, so he reassured her first, and then focused on getting better and recovering her health. Grandma Yang Fan also said while crying, "That's good. Now that we have the money, let's get things done quickly. Once you're married, I can close my eyes without any regrets." Yang Fan stepped forward and wiped away his grandmother's tears. He knew a little about the illness and had heard some of what the doctor had said. He said that as long as the injections were administered regularly and did not cause frequent complications from diabetes, there was no danger to her life. You haven't even enjoyed your retirement yet. What's the rush? You haven't even seen your great-grandchildren. How can you be thinking about closing your eyes already? I've made a little money now. Once you're discharged from the hospital and go home, I'll bring my sister over and Dog Egg over too. Yang Fan certainly couldn't let the old man lose his breath. After all, a person only has one breath left to live, and if that last breath slips away, the person might not make it. Bring her sister and daughter over so they can keep the elderly person company that way. The elderly person won't overthink things. Don't trouble them. They have families too. Your brother-in-law brought your sister here from the mine, so he'll have to work less. Money is hard to earn. You don't need to worry about it. I've reimbursed them. You don't need to fret. Look at what your daughter has become because of all the worry you've caused her. Jiang Lan, who was standing nearby, was a little confused. Yang Fan said he was doing some small business? A small business worth billions? And Yang Fan doesn't seem to be a rich kid. Even his family doesn't know what he does for a living. Chapter 16. Encountering a max-level player upon leaving the village? Sir, could you come to the auction house? Someone here wants to buy these calligraphy pieces directly from you. Yang Fan was a little confused. Weren't we supposed to let you guys film it? How come some people can just buy it directly? Is your auction house no longer making money? I will be there. He hung up the phone after saying that. Jiang Lan has finally met her family. My family knows that I have a girlfriend and that I have money, so they won't arrange any blind dates for me anymore. After saying goodbye to her family, Jiang Lan drove to Jiahe Auction. How's the rice deal going? We're still negotiating. They'll give us a maximum of 2 yuan per gene. They absolutely refuse to pay 1.9 yuan. Let's do it this way. Let's rent a warehouse and have them transport the rice over. We'll cover the shipping costs. Yang Fan also knew that there was still room for further downward pressure, but it required experience and skill. Jiang Lan was a newcomer and clearly didn't know how. But it doesn't matter. 2 yuan per kilogram is within his acceptable range. Okay, boss. I've already found a location for the warehouse and got the price. It's a 3,000 square meter warehouse, and it will cost 900,000 yuan a year. Okay, have them prepare the contract and bring it over. We can sign the contract directly with them and start shipping. Find a place, arrange for both of them to meet, and tell them to hurry up. Also tell the warehouse owner that all the cameras around the warehouse must be removed before signing the contract. 10,000 tons. It's unknown how long it will take to transport. He probably has to do big deals with Li Shimin in the future, and he needs to make the other party recognize his strength. Otherwise, it will be harder to fool Li Shimin about good things in the future. Jiang Lan could understand what Yang Fan said earlier. But what does it mean to remove all the cameras? Aren't they afraid of theft from such a large warehouse? Boss, are you sure you want to remove the surveillance cameras? Yes, there's no need for cameras around the warehouse or inside the warehouse. Okay, I understand. Although Jiang Lan said she understood, her mind was already wandering. The boss wouldn't be involved in any illegal business, would he? Or would he have sold himself again? The two entered Jiahe Auction, where someone was already waiting for them and welcomed them into the VIP room. There were 3 people in the VIP room. One of them was Li Yang, whom he had met before, who was an appraiser. The person is middle-aged, and it's hard to tell their age, but they look quite healthy, so they must take good care of themselves. There was another beautiful woman sitting in the middle seat, and the 2 men seemed to be accompanying her. Mr. Yang, you've arrived. Let me introduce you. Li Yang stood up when he saw Yang Fan. This is my boss. His surname is Tian. You can just call him General Manager Tian. This is Ms. Yi Qingqing from Kyoto. The 2 of them stood up and shook hands with Yang Fan. Yang Fan couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw Yi Qingqing's outfit. She's undeniably beautiful, with an oval face that exudes an aura of peace and prosperity, and a dignified and elegant presence. This woman would have been a scourge to the country and its people even in ancient times. Her aura is absolutely stunning. Needless to say, she's a rich girl with no obvious flaws on her face, and even if she did, she probably would have had them removed long ago. This person was wearing the same white coat as Anne Hathaway in the middle of summer, paired with black stockings and high heels. This outfit looks custom-made. Div data Fontia type equals image source equals user. AI Yi Qingqing. Please delete if infringing. /div. Yang Fan wouldn't say anything if it were winter, but this is summer. Yang Fan shook hands with the 2 men without needing any introductions. I guess they've already searched their own house thoroughly. The woman in the middle looks like the daughter of a very important person. Even the boss of such a large company as Jiahe Auction came to accompany her personally, and it was clear that she was the main person in charge. Yang Fan didn't feel he had any privacy in front of such a person. However, he wasn't too worried. He said the same thing. If things didn't work out, he would send his family to the Tang dynasty. So Yang Fan didn't mind and sat down opposite the others with Zhang Lan. Is this the beautiful lady who wants to buy it privately? Which calligraphy do you want to buy? Such words should not appear in a family like yours. Yi Qingcheng didn't answer Yang Fan's question, but instead casually said something. Everyone present knew what it meant, and even Zhang Lan looked curious. Oh, then where do you think it should appear? Is it only a family like yours that deserves it? Yang Fan's words made Yi Qingcheng frown slightly. You don't need to be so hostile. My family has been farmers for 3 generations. I don't mean to look down on you. I'm just curious about where these things came from. I want to talk to the person behind you directly about the price of these calligraphy pieces. Yi Qingcheng guessed that Yang Fan was someone who had been pushed to the forefront. After all, the investigation into him was all too clear. This guy was thinking of selling his kidney a few days ago, but unfortunately he was diagnosed with kidney failure. He also sold a 10-tael gold ingot from the Tang dynasty. It might be the reward he received from the person behind him. Yang Fan smiled. Who's behind him? That's Li Shimin. After all, these things were all traded from Li Shimin. I can do it. Name your price, and I'll sell it to you if it's right. Yang Fan wasn't a stubborn person. If it were to be auctioned, they would have to wait a while. I'm buying it for the elderly in my family. I don't have much money to spare, so I just want the calligraphy by Emperor Taizong. I'll give you 300 million, and I'll make my grandfather owe you a favor. Yi Qingcheng also knew that it was certainly not easy to find calligraphy from a top-ranking noble family in the early Tang dynasty that could be so well preserved. So let's get straight to the point and reveal our hand. Yang Fan laughed, wondering where she got her confidence from, that a single favor was worth 1 billion? I don't think anyone's personal favor is worth 1 billion. So you understand? After Yang Fan finished speaking, Li Yang said something that made President Tian cough wildly. He quickly got up and walked to Yang Fan's side, whispering in Yang Fan's ear. Her house is so tall it's practically connected to the heavens. If you don't give her face, we won't dare to auction your things. Believe me, her grandfather's influence is far greater than this calligraphy. If you get into trouble in China, everything can be taken care of directly. Tian Hongsheng roared inwardly. How can this kid not see the situation clearly? While we won't directly make things difficult for such people, they simply don't deserve it. But if someone says this company is outrageous, there will be plenty of people who will make things difficult for them. They're the kind of people who could ruin his company. Yang Fan's lips twitched. Had he encountered a max-level expert right after leaving the beginner village? Although he really didn't want to do the other party this favor, he still had to. Although he wasn't afraid of the other party, there was no need to offend them over the word fu. It wasn't anything precious, and Li Shimin could live for several more decades and write countless fu characters. It's not unreasonable to make Li Shimin work hard. Besides, Yi Qingcheng also contributed money, so she owes a huge favor and doesn't lose out. Cough cough. Yang Fan coughed awkwardly. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Yang Fan took the seat that General Manager Tian had just been sitting in and extended his hand, saying, Yi Qingcheng, right? Let's be friends. I think some people's favors are priceless. Chapter 17. Can you make the decision? Yi Qingcheng was also taken aback for a moment before reaching out her hand. She didn't expect Yang Fan to actually make the decision without even needing to make a phone call. Could the item really be his? But how could that be? Yang Fan's father has already shown her all the information about her family. He comes from an ordinary family, but his current behavior clearly shows that he can make decisions on his own, and he doesn't seem like someone promoted by some important figure. After all, if she were working for a big shot, she wouldn't make decisions for him like this. Yi Qingcheng was already confused. Can you make that decision yourself? Don't you need to ask the people behind you? Yes, but the person behind this, I'm afraid, is someone you'll never meet in this lifetime. Yang Fan's words had a double meaning after all. Li Shimin and the others could not actually see him, so let them guess the rest. Yi Qingcheng seemed to be deep in thought. It seemed that Yang Fan really did have someone behind him. Judging from Yang Fan's tone, the person behind him was truly unwilling to show himself. Although I would love to acquire the other 2 pieces of calligraphy, my company's funds are limited, and 300 million is already the absolute limit. Let's exchange contact information. If you ever have any minor difficulties, you can contact me. If you need any favors, you can ask my grandfather for help. Yang Fan nodded, pretending not to understand Yi Qingcheng's implication. It seemed like she wanted him to give her the other 2 paintings. Otherwise, why would she help Yang Fan when he was in trouble? Because she is kind? Okay, I left the calligraphy you wanted at the hotel. Come with me to get it. Yang Fan just checked his phone and saw that he had received a bank transfer notification. China Construction Bank received 300 million yuan, leaving a balance of 542 million yuan. Yang Fan thought to himself that these people were really terrifying. They could transfer large sums of money so quickly. This was not how he was taught when he was studying finance. Sometimes, transferring millions can take almost an hour. Large transfers usually have a delay, but you can see that auction houses transfer money very quickly. This person in front of me doesn't even need a bank card. The money arrives in just a few minutes. No wonder Mr. Tian came over specifically to remind me. Damn it, do these people think they own the bank? Yi Qingqing was speechless when she heard Yang Fan's words. Such a precious thing, why not just put it in a bank safe deposit box? It should at least be locked in a safe at home, right? Did you leave it at the hotel? If someone really wanted to steal this, they'd have to keep trying. She had a misconception that Yang Fan didn't care about these calligraphy pieces at all, but they were all real. Okay, I'll go get it with you, and then I'll head back. Yi Qingsheng wanted to finish the transaction and quickly deliver the items to her grandfather, since her grandfather didn't have many hobbies anymore, was getting old, and the doctor wouldn't allow him to drink alcohol anymore. The old man just likes antiques, especially calligraphy and paintings. Yang Fan nodded. Since everything was settled, there was no need to stay here. He would send the other calligraphy over when they were auctioned. The three of them got up and left the VIP room. As soon as she came out, she saw a young man standing next to Yi Qingqing. Goodness, this guy has a scary aura, especially his sharp eyes. He didn't even notice this person when he came in. But as he got closer to Yi Qingqing, he could feel the aura emanating from her. This is a master. I wonder how many people he was chosen from. Such a person is usually inconspicuous, but when he unleashes his fierce aura, it feels like being stared at by a ferocious beast. Brother, you don't need to keep an eye on me. I won't lay a hand on her. Yang Fan wasn't that reckless. Boss Tian had already said that the girl's family had connections to the highest levels, and he felt things were fine in modern times, so he didn't have any plans to send his whole family to the Tang dynasty for the time being. Although Yi Qingsheng was very beautiful, he didn't have any romantic feelings for her. After all, she was rich, powerful, and good-looking. Yang Fan deliberately distanced himself from Yi Qingsheng. Sure enough, her bodyguard stopped watching him. I'm sorry, he just has some professional habits. Normally, bodyguards of this caliber shouldn't be protecting her. They were specially arranged for her by her grandfather. Yi Qingsheng had no choice if she hadn't accepted it. She probably wouldn't have let her run away so easily. Boss, I just made an appointment. They've already arrived. Shall we head over there? Jiang Lan has been contacting people at the rice and warehouse. Both families were very enthusiastic even before the meeting was scheduled. They had already arrived. I won't go. You can go and sign the contract, and then give me the other party's account information. Jiang Lan pouted. This was her first time too. It's all right. I'm not in a rush. Are you here to sign a contract? Let's go. Yi Qingqing also knew about the situation of the young girl next to Yang Fan. After all, if an investigation is to be conducted, everyone who appears around him must have been investigated, including this aunt's information. She was exceptionally talented, but her family limited her. She was a pitiful girl. Yang Fan glanced at Jiang Lan, only to see her looking at him pitifully. Yang Fan touched her face and sighed. I'll go with her this time, since she doesn't have much experience. Let's go. You go get the car. He turned his head to look in the other direction. Would Missy like to ride in my car? No need. I have a car. Yi Qingqing pointed to a modified Audi. Yang Fan nodded and got into his car. The person next to Yi Qingqing said after Yang Fan got into the car. Girl, I feel like he's dangerous, especially when you get close to him. It feels like you could die at any moment. And I didn't find any weapons or anything on him, which is very strange. Long Outyin frowned. This was the first time he had this feeling. His intuition was naturally sharp, which was why he had survived many dangerous situations. Therefore, he trusted his intuition very much. Brother Tian, could it be that you didn't get enough rest yesterday? I don't feel anything. Yang Fan doesn't seem to be too different from what I found in the information. Long Outyin, a retired Special Forces soldier, is an old comrade in arms of Yi Qingqing's brother. After retiring, he couldn't find a suitable job, so Yi Qingqing's brother recruited him to protect his sister. After all, protecting a girl wasn't too dangerous, and she was his brother's sister, plus the salary was quite good, so Long Outyin accepted the job. Long Outyin shook his head. He trusted his intuition. Anyway, be careful of him. Yi Qingqing nodded, and the two of them followed Yang Fan's car. Jiang Lan made a reservation at a top-tier restaurant, since it was already noon and Yang Fan hadn't eaten yet. The group entered the private room they had arranged and saw two people inside chatting and laughing. Upon seeing everyone enter, the two stood up to welcome them. The two got up, walked to Yi Qingsheng, and extended their hands, saying, "You must be the buyer. You are absolutely stunning. You truly embody the phrase, a beauty that could topple kingdoms." Yi Qingsheng smiled, used to being praised, and pointed at Yang Fan, saying, "That's not a good idea. This is the boss. If you do this, you'll risk ruining the deal." Su Chengkai wasn't embarrassed and quickly reached out his hand to Yang Fan. "I'm so sorry. I was blind to your greatness. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks later." Chapter 18. Are there any problems with having 2 Shanghai residency permits? Yang Fan also reached out and shook hands with the two of them. Their positioning was clearly centered around Yi Qingsheng and him, so it's not surprising that they were mistaken for each other. After all, Yang Fan's attire was quite ordinary, with no designer brands. The two introduced themselves while shaking hands. I didn't expect these two people to know each other. Moreover, the 10,000 tons of rice that Yang Fan wanted was in the warehouse of the person who wanted to rent it out. The two had agreed to transport all the rice before renting it out, but they didn't expect that the owner was the same person. Should we eat first or look at the contract first? Su Chengkai wanted to sell the rice he had as soon as possible, since storage fees were very expensive and the costs were too high. Yang Fan knew nothing about contracts, so he looked at Zhang Lan and asked, "Can you read the contract?" Zhang Lan shook her head. She couldn't even understand a labor contract and had been scammed several times already, let alone this kind of contract. Yi Qingsheng, standing to the side, was speechless. These two knew nothing and didn't even know to bring a lawyer to look at the contract. "Let me take a look." Yi Qingsheng stepped forward, opened the contract, and looked at it. There were no problems. It was all drafted by professional lawyers. But what I noticed was something strange about what Yang Fan bought. 10,000 tons of rice. Does the price of this item fluctuate a lot? Can you profit from the price difference? No problem. Yang Fan nodded and told Zhang Lan to sign the contract. Yi Qingsheng came to Yang Fan's side and asked, "Why are you buying so much rice? The price of rice in our country is very stable. You're not planning to make money by retailing it, are you? Logically speaking, you shouldn't be this stupid." Yang Fan was speechless. The way those words were made it seem like they knew him very well. Hobbies and interests are like your father's love of collecting. Yi Qingsheng had never seen anyone so perfunctory, not even bothering to put effort into lying. This guy bought so much rice, it's like he's about to go to war. After the meal, Su Chengkai and his companion led everyone to the warehouse to check on the rice. The items were neatly stacked, and the warehouse was kept at a constant temperature. It was quite a sight to see so much rice for the first time. Yang Fan opened the bag and looked inside. It was still imported South Vietnamese rice, and the quality was not bad. Yang Fan also walked around the area and confirmed that the surveillance cameras had indeed been removed. No problem. Yang Fan transferred the money to both of them. "If you need a large quantity of rice in the future, please contact me." Yang Fan nodded, thinking that he would probably need it again in the future. After Su Chengkai finished speaking, the two bid farewell to everyone. As for Yi Qingsheng, she was outside the warehouse, perhaps because she was not used to the warehouse environment. "Zhang Lan, go see what Yi Qingsheng and the others are doing. You and them wait for me by the car." "Okay, boss." Zhang Lan agreed and left. Although she didn't know what the boss was staying for, she figured she would just do as he said. After Zhang Lan left, Yang Fan placed his hand on the base of the rice mound, and the rice mountain disappeared instantly. Within minutes, Yang Fan had put all the rice into the trading space with Li Shimin. "Miss Yi, have you noticed? All the surveillance cameras here have been removed." As soon as Long Outyin got into the car, he asked Yi Qingsheng. After all, it's impossible for such a large warehouse to be completely without security cameras. Someone must have asked him to do that. Yi Qingsheng didn't care about the amount of rice, although it was a lot. It wouldn't have much impact on the market. Looking at Yang Fan walking slowly towards him, this guy is a bit mysterious. He has an amazing mentality. Despite trading so much money, his emotions have not fluctuated greatly. Moreover, I saw that there was no desire in my eyes, but rather a feeling of appreciating beauty. How could someone like this come from an ordinary family? Are people born to experience hardship? Should we get a few people to keep an eye on this place? Long Outyin felt that this was a dangerous person and that he needed to find out who was behind him. Forget it. I guess the person behind this won't contact him again next time they want to sell something. There's no need to keep an eye on him anymore. If Yi Qingsheng were the person behind it all, she wouldn't have used him. After all, no boss likes their subordinates to make decisions for them. If her own company had someone like that, it would have been fired long ago. As soon as Yang Fan got into the car, he saw Jiang Lan wiping away tears. What's wrong? Did they say something about you? No, it's my mom's side. They heard you were willing to offer 888,000 yuan as a bride price, and they think your family is wealthy, so they said they'll consider it. They just called again and said they want to increase the bride price to 1.588 million yuan, saying that it's just enough to buy my brother's house and car, and that I should try to persuade them to change their minds. Yang Fan handed Jiang Lan a tissue. This mother is absolutely amazing. Yang Fan was originally planning to give Jiang Lan's younger brother a car as a wedding gift. Yang Fan now felt that there was always a reason why someone was pitiful, but also why they were hateful. Getting married 3 times is already too few. Yang Fan is not going to give any bride price, but he wants Jiang Lan as well. Okay, it's alright, I'll handle it. Upon arriving at the hotel, Yang Fan returned to his room and took out the calligraphy scroll by Li Shimin. Yi Qingqing walked around the room. You have a good eye for choosing rooms. This room is the same one Doraba has. Oh, I don't know, I don't follow celebrities. Yang Fan pushed the box over. Yi Qingqing opened the box and unfolded the words. Even if you don't understand the characters, you can still see the spirit. In them it's true that you can see the person through their writing. Well, since the professor has already examined it, there's no problem. I'll be going now. You should have received the money by now. Wait, let's make another deal. I want to transfer my personal household registration. You know what I mean. Yi Qingqing wanted to get up, but after hearing Yang Fan's words, she sat down again. She knew who Yang Fan wanted to transfer to the girl next to her. It has to be said that Yang Fan has excellent taste. Born into such a family, this girl still has such a face and temperament. This is a difficult matter. After all, illegally transferring someone else's household registration is a serious issue. Yi Qingqing looked troubled. Actually, the matter was very simple, but she wanted to make it seem difficult, so she added more pressure. As for Yang Fan's favor to his grandfather, she didn't expect him to use it for such a small matter. Yang Fan knew this was the case. Her previous request for help was pure nonsense. This woman was the type who wouldn't act until she saw a clear benefit. A piece of calligraphy casually written by Li Shimin. Yang Fan directly told Li Shimin that writing a few words was too easy. But for AI Yi Qingqing, it was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. You probably made hundreds of millions selling Li Shimin's calligraphy, and you could easily give Jiang Lan's mother a few million. Wouldn't it be easy for her to get her household registration sent to your home? At that moment, she felt the words in her hand were fake. That's ridiculous. Li Shimin's calligraphy is worthless? Actually, it's not difficult at all. With this calligraphy, it becomes simple. Yi Qingqing thought to herself that it would be foolish not to take advantage of such a good deal. Although this matter was difficult to handle, it wasn't impossible. Why not just get them both Shanghai residency? Her father is the mayor of Shanghai, so having 2 Shanghai residency permits shouldn't be a problem, right? She only said it was difficult for Yang Fan's benefit. She wouldn't have replied if it were truly difficult. After all, she knew what she could and couldn't do. Chapter 19. Is this the emperor of my great Tang dynasty? Catering to their preferences is truly a skill that gets things done. If she had simply offered money, Yi Qingqing probably wouldn't have done such a thing. You can come and pick it up tomorrow. If you're still worried, you can have the professor who did the appraisal come and have it appraised again. Okay, I'll transfer both of your household registrations to Shanghai tomorrow. Do you want to transfer both of your household registrations together? Yes, let's become husband and wife. Yi Qingqing looked at Yang Fan strangely. She could understand him taking Jiang Lan's household registration, but why change it to a marriage registration? Shouldn't men with money be indulging in debauchery? The first thing this guy did after getting rich was to find himself a wife and tie himself down. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll come to pick up the things tomorrow, and the staff will come over to process your household registration directly. Yi Qingqing had originally planned to return to Kyoto, but now it seems she can't. Do you need my help with your kidney failure? My father knows some good doctors in Kyoto. Since Yang Fan is so sincere, Yi Qingqing is prepared to help him, especially since Yang Fan's illness was discovered relatively early. Even if the condition worsens later, we can help him find a kidney donor. Not for now. I plan to have a traditional Chinese medicine doctor take a look first, and we'll see if that doesn't work later. Yang Fan didn't really want to go straight to dialysis or anything like that. It was too torturous and would wear down one's willpower. He has more faith in traditional Chinese medicine. If all else fails, then he'll consider finding a matching kidney. If none are available, then he'll just have to leave it to fate. After all, he has a lot of money now. He can buy a lot of insurance for his family and find a nursing home at a high price. Yi Qingqing was somewhat impressed by this person. He could face such a major life disaster with such composure. Moreover, She felt she had already hinted quite clearly. Okay, see you tomorrow. Yang Fan nodded with his life experience. How could he not understand the hint? No wonder people always want more money after they have it, and when they have a lot of money, they want more power. Such an illness may not be a serious illness for these people. For the first time, Yang Fan felt a slight longing for power. After Yi Qingcheng and the other person left, Zhang Lan threw herself into Yang Fan's arms and kissed him on the lips. Yang Fan turned his face away. What's wrong with this girl? However, Zhang Lan still took a deep breath on Yang Fan's face. Yang Fan wiped the drool off his face. Ever since the breakup, his luck with women seemed to have exploded. The dignified and elegant Empress Zhang Sun, the youthful and vibrant Zhang Lan, and the stunningly beautiful Yi Qingcheng are all top-tier goddesses. Are you trying to give me a baby so I can inherit my fortune? No, that's not what I meant. I don't. Nothing? You don't want to have my child. Yang Fan joked that Zhang Lan didn't seem to have any guile, otherwise she would have dumped her family long ago. I'm willing. I'll do whatever you say. Then you'll come and live with me? Yang Fan actually likes having someone around, and it's really nice to hold someone in your arms at night. Okay, shall I move my things to the hotel? Zhang Lan had actually prepared herself mentally when she was looking for this job. After all, with the internet so developed now, she had heard about this kind of thing more than once or twice. After these few days, she felt that Yang Fan was a good person, someone she could entrust her life to. Most importantly, he was young, handsome, and quite doting on her. And went out with Yang Fan. I don't need to move everything over. I estimate I'll only stay here for a few days, and then I'll go buy a house. This place is nice, but you can't live here permanently. It's good to come here occasionally for something new. Shall I go and bring some clothes over? Okay, go ahead. Should we bring safety measures? What? Yang Fan was a little confused. Durex. Zhang Lan blushed slightly. She shouldn't have said this, but she didn't know if Yang Fan wanted her to get pregnant, so she had to ask. Take it with you. Yang Fan's main reason for not having children is his poor health, specifically kidney failure, as he doesn't want to pass on his bad health to the next generation. Okay, boss. Zhang Lan was somewhat disappointed, but it wasn't unexpected. Zhang Lan walked away, and Yang Fan entered the space. Upon entering, one sees Li Shimin inspecting the rice, looking as happy as a child. There were also a large number of memorials on the stone table, which meant that he really treated this space as his office. Cough cough, what's there to see? Li Shimin turned around when he heard Yang Fan's voice. He was stunned when he saw the rice. So much of it was neatly stacked, and 200,000 shur of rice had been gathered in just 2 days. They were all high-quality rice, and most importantly, buying this rice didn't cost much at all. It only cost a few calligraphy pieces and 8,000 taels of gold. If that's the case, we won't lack food anymore. We can just buy it from Yang Fan. How many people lived in your time? Won't buying so much affect the price of grain where you are? 1.4 billion people. Yang Fan was afraid that Li Shimin wouldn't understand the meaning of so he borrowed a term from a TV series. At that time, the population was 450 million. Li Shimin was stunned when he first heard this number. He also had someone check the population of the country, which was around 30 million. Even if some hidden households were included, it would probably be around 35 million. But how much did Yang Fan say? 1,400 million. It has 40 times the population of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin could not imagine how to manage or operate such a huge population. Even if the daily food consumption is astronomical. If there were a plague, wouldn't tens of millions of people die directly? But with so many people, is there really enough land? If powerful families can incite unrest at will, won't the world descend into chaos? Li Shimin felt like he had a million questions. As for its impact on food prices, this amount of grain won't even make a splash in the market, let alone affect grain prices. Yang Fan did not know how much grain the country had in reserve, but it must be several 100 million tons. No powerful families control grain prices. Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Yang Fan revealed a meaningful smile. After the Tang dynasty, the aristocratic families were almost wiped out. Oh, that emperor of my great Tang dynasty is so capable. Li Shimin immediately became interested. These aristocratic families were giving him a headache, and he really wanted to learn from them. When he went back last time, he was almost depressed, considering whether to depose the crown prince or find some new tutors for him. And Wu Zetian, he's already had people monitoring her. Changsun Wuji was also planning to transfer him to a sinecure position. Guan Yinbi was right, she had reminded him of that before. As for Li Ji, the first person he sought out when he returned was him, and he beat him so badly that he couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. You don't learn anything good but you've learned how to steal your father's woman? Chapter 20. He is the one who destroyed your Tang dynasty. This person is not the emperor of your Tang dynasty. Moreover, this person failed the imperial examinations several times. The fact that the uprising finally stormed into Chang'an proves that storming into Chang'an was easier than passing the imperial examinations. After arriving in Chang'an, he wanted to find the support of the 5 families and 7 noble families, but these noble families were too proud to support a poor boy like him. In the end, he followed the clan's genealogy and killed his way through, to bring an end to all the 1,000-year-old aristocratic families, including your Li royal family. From now on, even those from poor families can achieve upward social mobility through their own efforts. He is Huang Chao. So, the aristocratic families came to an end with your Tang dynasty. That is, the end of the dynasty. Yang Fan got tired of talking, went back to the refrigerator, and took 2 bottles of chilled mineral water. He opened one bottle himself and handed the other to Li Shimin. Li Shimin was still lost in thought at this moment. Although he also wanted to kill all the clans like Huang Chao. While they were around, at least the country could function normally. But if all of them were killed, the country's governance would be disrupted. Could an even more chaotic era emerge? Finally, Li Shimin let out a long sigh of relief. Although it sounds nice, it also sows the seeds of future trouble. Yang Fan nodded. Li Shimin was still quite rational. Being able to become emperor certainly means having a longer-term vision. Indeed, a whale fall brings life to all things. In just 53 years, there have been 56 emperors. We, the later generations, have summarized this era in a few words. Everyone can sit at the table. It's a real dining table. The men stir-fry it, the women boil it, and the elderly roast it. Yang Fan didn't continue, believing that Li Shimin would understand. I can guess a bit. The cultural foundation is too weak. The country is governed entirely based on personal preferences. How can it last long? A son from a humble background who rises to become emperor ultimately lacks the heart to tolerate others and the magnanimity to embrace the world. Li Shimin stood up, put his hands behind his back, and looked into the distance. Those who could become emperors on horseback had all witnessed mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They were used to cannibalism. Li Shimin was, after all, born into a prominent family, and possessed military skills, knowledge, cultivation, vision, and a broad perspective. Li Shimin thought that perhaps the affairs of the aristocratic families should be resolved in his hands. Otherwise the tragedies of later generations would still occur. He now has Yang Fan as a powerful backer, knows the course of history, and has a large amount of resources. At present, the only thing that aristocratic families have monopolized is knowledge. Once we can break the monopoly of knowledge held by these aristocratic families, we can begin to purge them. Do later generations have a very negative opinion of the Tang dynasty? Li Shimin no longer cares much about his own reputation, since he is preparing to take action against these powerful families. It would be strange if these people wrote anything good about him. Not bad, probably top 3 in history. It reminds me of a poem. Riding a swift horse in the spring breeze, I see all the flowers of Chang'an in a single day. Later generations have described it as a golden age, an era that could not possibly perish, unless it destroys itself. However, it really did cut off its own elite forces, and then it declined. Yang Fan was also quite helpless. If Li Longji had lived 20 years less, the lifespan of the Tang dynasty could probably have increased by 100 years. What a beautiful poem. After hearing the evaluations from later generations, Li Shimin finally felt much better. He also found his direction. I want to eliminate the powerful clans. These few words revealed Li Shimin's determination. He couldn't leave this task to those useless little good-for-nothings of the future. After all, he can still wield a knife. Yang Fan yawned. How do you want to clean it up? Boil the frog in lukewarm water, or just chop them all up? Yang Fan believed that even if Li Shimin killed all these people, the country would not be in chaos during his reign. After all, this is no longer the time when Li Shimin had just ascended the throne. I won't do things that kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. I'm not that stupid. Tell me your boiling the frog in lukewarm water theory. What I mean is to break their knowledge monopoly, win over the critics, and kill them. Those who obey me prosper. Those who defy me perish. These aristocratic families have survived for so long because they are pragmatic. I still need them to get through the next few decades. Li Shimin's plan was to gradually replace the positions of these aristocratic families with a large number of people from humble backgrounds. Yang Fan gave a thumbs up to Li Shimin's domineering aura. This guy's aura is truly formidable, especially that phrase. Those who obey me prosper. Those who defy me perish. It's very simple. The so-called monopolies of those aristocratic families are far too simple for the modern world. Whatever business they do, I'll help you do it, and I guarantee our output will be higher, our quality better, and our efficiency faster than theirs. As for books, it's even simpler. Our local printing press and small factories can print hundreds of thousands of books a day. You've thought about what kind of book you want. It's all very simple. Yang Fan rubbed his index finger and thumb together in front of Li Shimin. Li Shimin was listening intently when he saw Yang Fan's gesture and looked on with suspicion, wondering what it meant. What are you doing? Money. You don't expect me to provide these things for free, do you? These things cost money, and it's not like my family owns them. Oh, gold is it? As he spoke, Li Shimin took out the remaining 4,000 taels of gold from his spatial storage. Yang Fan directly allocated the gold income space. He glanced at the gold in his spatial storage. He had sold a few pieces, and now he had 809 pieces, all gleaming and very pleasing to the eye. A transaction of 10,000 tons of rice was successfully completed, with a transaction rating of C, earning 50 trading points. 150 trading points remaining. Yang Fan clicked his tongue as he looked at the grain. It seemed that the impact of this grain on the Tang dynasty was far less than that of Empress Zhongsun living. It seems that to acquire a large number of trading points, one needs to come up with something that can change the era. Alright, our previous transaction is complete. Let's talk about what's next. That business matter you mentioned, it wouldn't be appropriate for me, the emperor, to get involved. Li Shimin still cared about his reputation. After all, he was often criticized by Wei Zheng. You can have one of your close members of the royal family do it. If the aristocratic families react strongly, you can deal with that member of the royal family and appease their anger. Then give a portion of the profits to the national treasury and let them handle the problems. Some of it goes into your own pocket. As the saying goes, a man with money is a hero, a man without money is nothing. With money, you can do whatever you want. Yang Fan spoke casually. Those are all my closest relatives. Li Shimin said this in a serious tone. Those people can make millions of dollars. Li Shimin coughed. He immediately changed his tune, saying he definitely wasn't after the money. The stability of our great Tang dynasty is more important. If they don't go to hell, who will? Besides, they are royalty and have received a lot of favors from the country, so it is only right that they give back a little. Then I'll go back and take stock of the businesses run by these aristocratic families. How much gold do you want? Chapter 21. My daughter is only worth a cell phone. Preface to the Orchid Pavilion Gathering. There are also dozens of other calligraphy works by Wang Shiji, including you and those two from last time, 100 or 80 characters. At another 100,000 taels of gold. Li Shimin was imitating Yang Fan's earlier actions, opening the bottle of mineral water and taking a sip. Upon hearing Yang Fan's conditions, he immediately spat out his drink. It sprayed Yang Fan's body. Then he started coughing uncontrollably. Is Yang Fan a bandit? Last time I got my emperor's sword, I heard a story. This time, it's his precious darling again. And moreover, there are dozens of pieces of calligraphy by Wang Shiji. Except for the preface to the Orchid Pavilion, I agree to all the others. Li Shimin began to grit his teeth. Yang Fan always asks for things because of the treasures he has with him. Li Shimin had a flash of inspiration. May the people of my great Tang dynasty go to your place. Can. Yang Fan was very certain of this. After all, he himself had been to the Tang dynasty and nothing happened to him. However, it's not impossible that only he can do it. After all, he's the most cheat-like character. I actually have quite a few daughters. How about I betroth one of them to you? Li Shimin planned to marry his daughter to Yang Fan, since this guy's exorbitant demands were making his heart ache. Your daughters are all quite unruly. I don't want to be cuckolded. Besides, girls here are considered adults only when they turn 18. Bringing someone under 18 would be a disaster for me. My laws protecting minors are very strict. Yang Fan quickly interrupted Li Shimin's thoughts. Although Li Shimin did not understand what Yang Fan meant by green hat, he had heard Yang Fan say that Princess Gaoyang had participated in a rebellion. And one is considered an adult only after turning 18? Where did all these people come from? Li Shimin thought about it for a moment, and realized that he did indeed have an 18-year-old princess. That was his eldest daughter, Xiangqing, who was dignified, well-mannered, and filial. Originally, the plan was to marry him off to Xiao Yu's eldest son, but now it seems that Yang Fan is more suitable. Yang Fan's value is much greater than Xiao Yu's. If Chang Lu hadn't already married Changsun Wuji's son, his original intention would have been for Chang Lu to go to Yang Fan's side. I do have an unmarried princess, Princess Xiangqing, my eldest daughter. She is very dignified and sensible. The palace maids are taught various etiquettes from a young age, so the situation you described wouldn't happen. She's with you now. You can hit her or scold her as you please, just don't take her life. Yang Fan was speechless. It's often said that the imperial family is the most ruthless, and that's certainly true. For the sake of his own grand ambitions, he could simply give his daughter away. Moreover, each princess could be beaten and scolded at will. Yang Fan specifically looked up this princess online, and she really was quite something. She is known for her filial piety and is also very beautiful. Accepting her wouldn't be a bad idea. It would make Li Shimin feel more at ease making deals with her, since he believed his daughter would definitely speak up for him. Sure, and bring some dowry too. Surely the emperor's daughter won't get married without a dowry. This isn't your daughter whom you don't care about, and you're just dumping her on me, is it? Yang Fan had to get something good for his future woman. After all, she was unloved by her father and mother and became a sacrifice for the royal family. It's better to benefit yourself than to benefit others. Even if she dies of illness in the future, she can still take care of her family. After all, the values of women in ancient times were still relatively normal. Modern women have been severely poisoned by all sorts of inspirational quotes. Li Shimin's lips twitched. Upon hearing the name Xianqing, the guy lowered his head and fiddled with his phone for a while. Then it seems that I learned that Xianqing had a good reputation, which is why I accepted it. When did Li Shimin's princesses become so cheap? Don't worry, you won't be short of dowry, but you won't marry my daughter, so you won't give me a betrothal gift, right? Li Shimin never said he was marrying the princess off. Everything Yang Fan had was valuable to him, and Yang Fan was not his subject. There was no concept of marrying down. I like what you have in your hand very much. Li Shimin pointed at the phone in Yang Fan's hand. 10 of these items will suffice as a betrothal gift. Yang Fan looked at the phone in his hand. 10 cell phones equals a Tang Dynasty princess? Too many, let's say several cell phones. Li Shimin would have been content with having it himself, since the internet access for this thing was only available to him when he entered the space. It's useless for others to have it. Moreover, Yang Fan had already received enough from Li Shimin, and he could return the phone to Li Shimin once the transaction was completed. Then let him go online to see what he needs, and then trade whatever he wants. You're being a bit stingy, aren't you? My daughter is only in charge of a department. Li Shimin stopped addressing him as my lord, and started calling him, you little rascal, directly, which clearly showed that he was somewhat vulnerable. You can't use more than that. This item is only useful here. It's no different from scrap metal elsewhere. And this thing requires electricity. Do you have any? This requires a net. Did you have one in your Tang Dynasty? In fact, Yang Fan felt that mobile phones were best left for emperors. Giving them to other people might be harmful, as they might accept advanced ideas but be unable to change them. After all, it was a feudal dynasty and not a modern society. The electricity you're talking about, is it lightning from the sky? And what is this net? Li Shimin was still very curious. After all, in his mind, the thing in Yang Fan's hand was like a divine artifact. It can know everything in the world. You'll understand when you get a cell phone. You'll get to know it gradually. If I say too much now, you'll just be confused. Yang Fan didn't explain anything. After all, he wasn't from a science and engineering background. Okay, but there are still too few departments. 3 parts, I guess. Li Shimin also knew that this thing must be very precious, so asking for 10 copies was also a test of Yang Fan's bottom line. 2 parts. Use it yourself first, then consider whether you want to let others use it. Okay, here you go. Li Shimin felt that 2 parts were about right, and that they met his expectations. Not now. I'll give it to you after this transaction is completed. Besides, I haven't even met Princess Xianqing yet. How can I give you the betrothal gifts? Let me see if it's pretty. Li Shimin gritted his teeth upon hearing Yang Fan's words. This guy wouldn't suffer even the slightest loss. I'd like to see Xianqing first. Do you mean I have to choose again if I don't like it? Why do you have such a shady businessman's face, you brat? See you in Xianqing in a few days. I need to give her a few words of advice. After all, she is also going on a long journey. I can give you everything you want, except for the gold, which will take some time to prepare. He himself could have as many calligraphy works as he wanted, and he could also have as many calligraphy works as Yu Shinan and Chu Suiliang wanted. As for Wang Shiji's calligraphy, he collected 3,000 pieces from the people, which was a minor matter. Yang Fan chuckled. He originally studied finance, and he's been running the household ever since his grandfather passed away. It's all a form of self-protection for him. I've heard that you have a famous physician named Sun Simiao. May I go there and have him treat me? Chapter 22, I want to see Sun Simiao. Yes, there is. I also asked him to examine Guanyinbi, but it is indeed not as good as the medicine you gave me. Isn't your medical technology such that money can prolong life? Li Shimin looked puzzled. Did Yang Fan really need their doctors to treat him? Although Sun Simiao was very famous among the common people, he still couldn't save Empress Zhang Sun. Therefore, in Li Shimin's mind, the doctors on Yang Fan's side were more reliable. The truly great doctors don't treat, they prevent. So the doctors here can only help when you have a problem. Do you understand? Could you contact Sun Simiao for me? I need his help. Yang Fan planned to first consult Sun Simiao, and if that didn't work, he would then consult Yi Qingsheng to see if there were any good traditional Chinese medicine doctors in the capital. You can also visit the Tang dynasty and meet Princess Xianqing. Li Shimin also pondered Yang Fan's words. Prevention, not treatment. This can be applied not only to medicine, but also to governing a country. He's in Chang'an right now. He just had Guan Yinbi see him a few days ago. I'll have someone tell them. Can you come over tomorrow? Is that all right? Li Shimin certainly couldn't let too many people know about this space, so Yang Fan had to come over. Although Yang Fan's attire was out of step with the people of the Tang dynasty, the Tang dynasty was very tolerant and did not impose any restrictions on what clothes to wear. Then it settled. I can go there tomorrow. It's hard to say whether people from that side can come here, but it's definitely possible for me to go there myself. Yang Fan's inner monologue was, I'm the ultimate cheat code, and I'm proud of it. Yang Fan felt that Li Shimin definitely wanted to travel to his side, but he probably tried and failed. Then wait for me. I'll get you your things. After saying this, Li Shimin disappeared, his movements becoming increasingly skillful. Things kept entering the space. Yang Fan opened them all and looked at them. They were all boxes containing words, and they were all very well preserved. Most of them are calligraphy by Li Shimin and Wang Shiji, and some are calligraphy by ministers. Anyway, Li Shimin just threw them all in like garbage. Yang Fan roughly counted, and there were 230 pieces of calligraphy, which was already a lot. Any more would probably drive the price down too much. At this moment, Li Shimin also walked in. So is that enough? Enough. This thing is worthless, so you just throw it away like that. Yang Fan joked. After all, there were dozens more than expected that were sent over. You can't say that. These are all my beloved possessions. Even my calligraphy is written with my heart. Li Shimin coughed, feeling a little embarrassed that his thoughts had been exposed. After all, it's really worthless. After all, apart from Wang Shiji, all the other calligraphers are still alive. What could they possibly be worth? Maybe they'd be worth a few coins to Yang Fan. Okay, I'm leaving. Etc. The water you just drank was quite good. I'll buy some more. Li Shimin had just drunk the water that Yang Fan brought him, and found it to be very delicious, so he thought he would store some in the palace. Li Shimin knew what good things were. He could tell this water was extraordinary just by tasting it. No need to buy any. I'll give you some. Yang Fan waved and left the space. Actually, Evian water is quite expensive, costing over 10 yuan a bottle. I first met them when I was delivering food. However, Yang Fan had already taken advantage of Li Shimin a lot, so sending some water was no big deal. Moreover, Li Shimin would be his father-in-law from now on, so it was only right to send him some gifts. Who goes to their father-in-law's house without bringing anything? You'll get kicked out if you don't. When Li Shimin returned to the palace, he saw Empress Zhang Sun waiting for him with a bowl of iced porridge. How are you? I see you've been going in and out so much, you're all sweaty. Empress Zhang Sun wiped Li Shimin's sweat. This kid kept staring at my Lanting preface, but I didn't give it to him. Instead, I gave him a few other pieces of calligraphy. Empress Zhang Sun smiled slightly. She had a good impression of Yang Fan. Since taking the medicine Yang Fan gave her, her health had visibly recovered. I no longer feel that shortness of breath. This kid is very good. The medicine he traded, and so much rice, are all very good. You don't necessarily have to hold on to that calligraphy. Li Shimin pulled Empress Zhang Sun to sit down. You don't understand. All this kid wants are my cherished possessions. If he doesn't offer something of his own, how could I possibly give him the Orchid Pavilion preface? He has mentioned the preface to the Orchid Pavilion several times already. It seems that this piece of calligraphy will definitely be very famous in later generations and must be of extraordinary value. So I won't trade to him unless he suffers a major financial loss. As an emperor, Li Shimin naturally knew how to obtain the greatest benefit. Although he really liked this calligraphy, he would part with it if Yang Fan offered him such great benefits that he couldn't refuse. After all, he knew which was more important, the Tang dynasty or the calligraphy. I see you've taken a lot of things. Did you trade something this time? You'll find out then. And I've decided to marry Xianqing to Yang Fan. Li Shimin did not tell Empress Zhang Sun because the Zhang Sun family was on his list of aristocratic families. He didn't want Changsun Wuji to know beforehand. If she knew, she would feel uncomfortable being caught in the middle. Um, can Xiangqing get to his place? Yang Fan said it was possible, but I don't know. I tried to go to his place, but I couldn't get there. But we'll find out tomorrow. He said he's coming to see Sun Simiao for treatment. Go and talk to Xiangqing. You might see Yang Fan tomorrow. Prepare her mentally. Li Shimin probably knew that Yang Fan would need his help to come to his world, just like he had helped Guan Yinbi to that space. Okay, I wonder if Xiangqing will suffer any injustices there. After all, we won't be able to take care of her anymore, and Xiangqing is such a soft-hearted girl. Empress Zhongsun sighed. All right, being born into an imperial family, these are all responsibilities she should bear. Have you prepared all of her dowry? Li Shimin was determined to marry his daughter to Yang Fan. Okay, I understand. Empress Zhongsun understood Li Shimin's meaning. After all, Yang Fan was too important. Wang De, Your Majesty, your servant is here. Go and list out everything that the aristocratic families run, and then summon Li Shaogong to me. In accordance with the Holy Spirit's oral instructions. When Yang Fan returned to his room, Jiang Lan had already returned with her luggage, pulling a small suitcase over. Yang Fan's appearance startled her. She had thought he had gone out. She changed her clothes right there in the living room, since tonight would likely be her first time. Unexpectedly, Yang Fan saw the whole thing. TSK. It's okay, you can change it. Yang Fan hadn't expected such a steamy scene, so he went straight back to his room. Chapter 23. Married 3 times, and still unable to take care of herself? Jiang Lan came in without warning. Her outfit this time was similar to the first time I met her. She was still wearing a JK uniform. This time, however, she wore black stockings and leather shoes. Boss, I didn't know you were here. I thought you had gone out. Okay, don't change clothes in the living room next time. Just do it in the bedroom. It's lucky it was me this time. What if someone else saw us? Yang Fan felt incredibly shameless after he finished speaking. However, Yang Fan understood this principle a long time ago. One shouldn't be too concerned about saving face. Especially when you're broke. Being thin-skinned but stubborn will only result in empty pockets. Yang Fan never bargained when he first bought things because he was shy. Later, due to the pressure of life, he started to bargain for almost everything. Except for the hospital. Boss, do you have any outfits you like? I can go buy them now. This outfit is great. I like it. Go and buy me 2 women's watches, something pretty, and order some donkey hide gelatin and Matai liquor, and have them delivered to my room. Yang Fan felt that dressing in a way that suited one's personal style would make one stand out even more. Jiang Lan's outfit was undeniably stunning. As for the watch, it was naturally a gift for Princess Xiangqing and Empress Zhongsun. Giving jewelry would be too low class, as the craftsmanship of jewelry nowadays is probably not as good as that of their country. Yang Fan suddenly remembered something. Let's buy 3 watches. Yang Fan transferred 2 million yuan directly to Jiang Lan's bank card. He has plenty of money now, and he can't be stingy when buying things for the people around him. Okay, boss. Jiang Lan looked at the money Yang Fan had transferred to her, and almost dropped her phone. When had she ever seen so much money in her account? Boss, what price range of watch are you looking for? Around 500,000, I guess. Go to Vacheron Constantin. They specialize in women's watches. Pick out 3. Okay, I'll send over some videos. Would you like to choose one? No need. You can decide for yourself. Jiang Lan nodded. She felt really comfortable with this sense of trust. After Jiang Lan left, Yang Fan began to think about his next plan. After all, he'll have more and more money in the future, so he'll have to do something with it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be stupid for someone who studied finance to have so much money in his hands? How about starting an investment company? How about setting up a charity to help people who can't afford to go to school or see a doctor? They also need to acquire several companies overseas. Li Shimin's Barrett is still undecided. The next day, Yang Fan was woken up early by a phone call. Hey, are you up yet? I'm here to get some things and also to handle your household registration. Everyone's downstairs. 10 minutes. Yang Fan hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Yang Fan was exhausted last night. He didn't know if it was because he was too excited or because of kidney failure, but he felt sore in his back and waist. Looking at Jiang Lan, who looked like a kitten in his arms. Yang Fan smiled knowingly. It makes a difference when a girl takes the initiative. He patted the beauty in his arms. Get up, wash up, someone's here. Oh, okay, boss. Jiang Lan was still dazed when she started to get up. The images are not suitable for children. Yi Qingqing brought 4 people with her this time, including 2 government officials. Yi Qingqing sniffed as soon as she came in and noticed a strange smell. The 2 officials knew what was going on just by exchanging glances. You're really something, making people wait this long when you need them to do something. Why didn't you call ahead? Besides, I didn't ask you for help for free. I'm sure you know the price of this calligraphy. As Yang Fan spoke, he pushed the box over directly. Inside is Li Shimin's calligraphy. There are plenty of these things. After all, Li Shimin will be his father-in-law in the future, so it will be easier for him to get his calligraphy. Actually, if Jiang Lan's mother hadn't gone too far, Yang Fan wouldn't have done this. Yang Fan wanted to teach her a lesson about the dangers of society. Yi Qingqing opened it and took a look. It should be correct, because imitation can imitate a person's form, but not their spirit. Yi Qingqing can now confirm that this calligraphy was indeed created by Yang Fan. After all, it's quite a small matter that they would send out a piece of calligraphy by Emperor Taizong. But where did he get all these things? The boxes and items were all preserved from that time. It seems there's a considerable amount of stock remaining, otherwise they wouldn't be so casual about it. But after checking his ancestry, it doesn't seem like it. Please give your documents to the staff. I'm leaving now that it's done. Yang Fan then handed over their identification documents. It was all done in no time. Both of them obtained Shanghai residency. Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh. Giving gifts to get things done is really effective. Yi Qingqing also stood up and said, "We'll be going now. If you ever come to Kyoto, feel free to contact me, and I can treat you to a meal." Yi Qingsheng was in a hurry to go back because her grandfather was urging her to see the letter as soon as possible, and also because her own company had things waiting for her. "Okay, next time you come to Shanghai, I'll treat you to a meal." Yi Qingsheng is polite, and so is Yang Fan. They can speak to people in a way that suits them, and to ghosts in a way that suits them. Yi Qingsheng was speechless. This was really polite. She meant it when she said she would treat him to a meal. After all, she felt that Yang Fan had some secrets, and it wouldn't hurt to get to know him. Yi Qingsheng waved her hand, and the group left. Zhang Lan was staring blankly at the name on her household registration. She hadn't expected that transferring her household registration would be so simple. She had suffered unfair treatment from her mother for over a decade in order to achieve this day. "Boss, do we not need to give my mother a bride price anymore? Okay, just focus on working for me from now on." Yang Fan knew that it was not easy to get a Shanghai Hukou household registration, and that it seemed like you had to pay Social Security for several years, but after seeing the process, he felt it was too simple. "Wouldn't that make me seem unfilial, considering she gave birth to me?" Zhang Lan felt uneasy. "Then you should prepare a coffin for her when she dies. You've sent a lot of money home over the years, haven't you? She's been married 3 times already, and she still needs to leech off her daughter. Does she expect you to bear the consequences of her own failures? How else do you intend to repay this debt of gratitude? Like Neza, will you cut off your bones to return to your father, and your flesh to return to your mother?" Yang Fan put his arm around Jiang Lan's waist. "Besides, you're mine now. You have to do whatever I tell you to do, understand?" "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'm just worried she might come and cause trouble." Jiang Lan was originally a gentle and mild-mannered person, and with Yang Fan being so assertive now, she didn't dare to resist at all. "Don't worry, we'll see if she can find it. Shanghai is such a big city. Do you think she can just find it like that? Anyway, when the time comes, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. There's no way we'll give them money, not in this lifetime." Yang Fan took out the 3 watches that Jiang Lan had bought yesterday and put one on Jiang Lan's wrist. "It looks pretty good. Boss, this is too expensive. I can't accept it." He was about to pick them when he said that. Is it as precious as you? You are priceless in my heart." Chapter 24 Arrival at Daming Palace. Yang Fan tricked Jiang Lan into giving her 200,000 yuan as pocket money to buy clothes, jewelry, and bags. Women need to be coaxed and lied to. After all, they're all emotional. If you don't know how, you deserve to be single. Yang Fan put all the things Jiang Lan bought yesterday into his personal space, and then went directly into the dimensional space. Li Shimin was already waiting for him here. The amount of rice in the space had decreased significantly, indicating that Li Shimin had already given away quite a bit. "That's not a good habit of yours. Look at what time it is now." Li Shimin criticized Yang Fan as soon as he saw him. He had been waiting for over an hour. "What's wrong with me sleeping a little longer? Unlike you, who gets up early every day like an ox or a horse. Besides, I didn't say a specific time. I'm being diligent in my duties, and I can accept your analogy. Shall we leave?" Li Shimin wasn't a petty person, and judging from Yang Fan's condition, he clearly hadn't slept well. "Let's go." Li Shimin grabbed Yang Fan's arm, preparing to return to the Tang dynasty, but unexpectedly received a notification that he needed Yang Fan's consent. Whether or not to go to the Tang dynasty with Li Shimin. Yes. After Yang Fan agreed, the two appeared in Li Shimin's palace. It seems this is a protection mechanism if he encounters someone stronger than him and can't be killed in the space. he will be directly pulled to another world. How is it? My palace is quite nice, isn't it? Yang Fan looked it over. It was quite magnificent. It's magnificent, but the lighting is a bit poor. Yang Fan felt the lighting was a bit poor. It was broad daylight, and he wasn't used to it. Is that so? I'd like to visit your palace sometime. You don't seem very surprised by my palace. Li Shimin looked at Yang Fan with a very relaxed expression, as if he was used to it. Later generations did not have such large-scale wooden building complexes. They all used other materials. Yang Fan touched the pillar with his hand. They were all of mixed elemental quality. Good heavens, could these all be golden Namu wood? Is this made of Phoebe Jinan wood? The large support pillars are all made of Phoebe Jinan wood that is over 1,000 years old. It took a lot of effort to collect these materials. Li Shimin also reached out and touched the pillars. Some of these were chosen by him and his men. Yang Fan swallowed hard. Good heavens. If you move the entire palace out of the palace, it would be worth far more than the Forbidden City. Erling, Yang Fan, what are you doing? It's nothing. Boy, my daughter Xiangqing is right next to Guanyinbi. So, does it still meet your standards? Li Shimin no longer calls Yang Fan my lord, because this guy has no respect for him at all. Yang Fan looked over and saw a young girl standing next to Empress Zhongsun. She was about the same height as Empress Zhongsun, around 160 centimeters. Her demeanor, clothing, and accessories were all very natural, and her beauty was very natural. Her mother must have been a great beauty as well. Her eyes were incredibly clear, as if you could see right into her brain through them. Although her figure is not clearly visible, judging from her face, she should have a fairly well-proportioned figure. Div data Fontia type equals image source equals user. AI Li Amlin. Please delete if infringing. /div. Princess Xiangqing gave a slight bow when she saw Yang Fan looking over. After all, Empress Zhongsun had already told her that she had come today to see her future husband. The children of the royal family were all married off by their parents and matchmakers, with no say in their own lives. Although Yang Fan's clothes were strange, and he didn't have long hair, he was still very pleasing to the eye. Yes, I didn't say your daughter isn't pretty. I was talking about other things. Li Shimin specifically chose to sleep with beautiful women, and given that Li Shimin himself was also very handsome, his children were naturally exceptional. Li Shimin quickly covered Yang Fan's mouth. This was not a trading space. Historians recorded words and deeds here, and Yang Fan could not be allowed to talk nonsense. Everything said here will be recorded, do you understand? Yang Fan pushed Li Shimin's hand away and looked in the corner, where a historian was indeed making records. No. Are you satisfied? Then your matter with Xiangqing is settled. From now on, you must address me as your majesty when we meet. Li Shimin was quite satisfied with Princess Xiangqing. How about I call you Lier? That's what everyone around here calls you. Li Shimin was so angry upon hearing this title that his beard trembled. Where's the knife? Bring me my knife. Oh, no, that's a term of endearment. Let's go find that old Mr. Sun Simiao. Yang Fan put his arm around Li Shimin and walked out. Princess Xiangqing was stunned when she saw Yang Fan embracing her father. Was this really okay? And it seems that I didn't push the other person away. Xiangqing, what do you think of young Master Yang Fan? Empress Zhongsun knew some of the inside story. Yang Fan was not a person of their great Tang dynasty, so naturally he did not need to follow the rules of the Tang dynasty. I'll listen to my mother. Princess Xiangqing thought Yang Fan was being absurd, but she had no right to refuse. Yes, you and he will be going to a very far place. Your father may not be able to take care of you. You must take good care of yourself and be filial to his parents, understand? I understand, mother. I will listen to my husband after I marry him, and I won't cause any trouble. She could tell from her father's attitude towards Yang Fan that her father wanted to win him over, and if she were caught in the middle, she would only be a sacrifice. Having spent so long in the palace, she had witnessed countless power struggles and intrigues. Empress Zhongsun touched Princess Xiangqing's face. I'm sorry to have troubled you. It's all right, mother. He must be a very important person to father. It's not a bad thing for me to marry him. Princess Xiangqing also knew that their fate was to marry the sons of these meritorious ministers, and it didn't matter to her. Empress Zhongsun nodded, took Princess Xiangqing's hand, and said, Come on, let your mother pick out some jewelry for you. The other two left the main hall, and Li Shimin pushed Yang Fan's hand away. He hadn't felt this way in a long time and felt a little awkward. As soon as the two left the main hall, Li Junxian followed and glanced at Yang Fan. Your Majesty, who is this gentleman? As the captain of Li Shimin's security team, he had never seen Yang Fan before, so naturally he had to ask. Oh, this man will be the prince consort of Xiangqing from now on. Li Shimin replied. ignoring the bewildered Li Junxian, and led Yang Fan toward the side hall. Li Junxian hurriedly followed. He hadn't seen any outsiders come in from outside the door. If an outsider suddenly came in, dressed like this, and if they investigated, he would be finished. Yang Fan left the main hall and looked around. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking how amazing the ancestors' aesthetic sense was. He hadn't really noticed it while he was in the main hall. Now that we've left the main hall, we are awestruck by the magnificence, exquisite beauty, and breathtaking grandeur of the Daming Palace. It's truly incomparable to the skyscrapers of later generations. He was being superficial just now. The two entered the side hall. The old man in the main hall had gray hair, but he still had a lot of energy and spirit. Looking at the two people who came in, he said, "This young man's appearance is rather peculiar." Chapter 25. Did Sun Simiao also understand physiognomy? As soon as I entered, I heard someone talking about their facial features. Yang Fan was also curious. Did Sun Simiao also understand physiognomy? The old gentleman also understands physiognomy? I know a little. Then, sir, could you also read my face? I've never had my face read since I was a child. Yang Fan does believe in physiognomy to some extent. Sun Simiao shook his head. My cultivation is lowly, and I can only see a hazy picture, which is why I say it's strange. However, young master, you need to abstain from lust recently. Your complexion is not very good. Is it the young master who came to this old man for medical treatment? Yang Fan gave an awkward laugh. He hadn't been able to resist last night either. Yes, sir, can you see my problem? Sun Simiao had Yang Fan sit down, took his pulse, and examined his tongue. You're suffering from exhaustion. You shouldn't be like this at your age. Can that be treated? Yes, you discovered it very early. There's no swelling yet, so it's treatable. Sun Simiao glanced at Li Shimin beside him. The two had walked side by side when they came in. This young man was quite something. It's kidney disease, right? But it's not complete either. The young man's problem is that what he drinks goes into his stomach, is transported to his spleen, is distributed by his spleen, is sent to his lungs, is then transported to his bladder, and his water essence is distributed throughout the body, running parallel through the 5 meridians. The young man's illness involves the lungs, spleen, and kidneys, and it's not just a simple kidney disease, it's a problem with the coordination of these 3 organs. After Sun Simiao said so much, Yang Fan understood his meaning. This old man is very capable. He explained it clearly to Yang Fan. Then how should it be treated? I have already stopped using acupuncture for a long time. If you trust me, young master, I can perform acupuncture for 3 days and prescribe some medicine to regulate your organs. There should be no problem then. Sun Simiao was willing to perform acupuncture at such an advanced age mainly because Yang Fan showed no signs of dying, yet he had contracted this disease. He had never seen someone with such a fate before, so he wanted to do his best. After all, treating illnesses like those caused by Qilu acupuncture would be against his principles, so he generally wouldn't perform acupuncture on others. Thank you so much, sir. Yang Fan didn't know what ancient etiquette was like, so he could only cup his hands in greeting. As he spoke, Yang Fan took out 2 bottles of Matai directly from his private space. He didn't have any copper coins or anything like that. However, paying money to a doctor of this caliber would be beneath their dignity. May the old gentleman drink alcohol? It happens sometimes. Please wait a moment, sir. Yang Fan found a secluded spot, took out 2 bottles of Matai, and then walked out. This wine is considered a top-quality wine in my hometown. Upon opening the bottle, the aroma instantly filled the air. Yang Fan poured out the bottle cap and handed it to Sun Simiao. Sir, you may try it and see if it suits your taste. Yang Fan was very polite. After all, if the other party could cure his kidney failure, they would be his savior. Sun Simiao took it, smelled it, and closed his eyes to savor the memory. It is indeed a rare and excellent wine, and judging from how Yang Fan poured it, one can tell that this wine is precious. I took a small sip. Good wine. Are these 2 bottles a gift for this old man? As Sun Simiao spoke, he went over and took the 2 bottles of wine from Yang Fan's hand, convinced that they were meant for him. This was the first time in his life that he had tasted such a mellow and fragrant wine. It seems this investment wasn't in vain. Such exquisite wine is a rare treat. Boy, you have such fine wine, yet you show no respect to me? Li Shimin felt a little resentful. His own daughter was about to marry this guy, and he wasn't even trying to curry favor with him. Yang Fan found a secluded spot and took out the rest of the wine. He bought 2 cases, 12 bottles in total, which meant he had 10 bottles left, and gave them all to Li Shimin. If Sun Simiao and Li Junxian hadn't been there, He wouldn't have needed to hide it from others, and could have just taken it out directly. It was originally meant to be given to you, but you covered my mouth, so I didn't have a chance to give it to you. You're using my wine to repay a favor? Li Shimin glanced at the wine in Sun Simiao's hand. Now it's yours, it wasn't before. Yang Fan didn't care. Anyway, it wasn't him who needed Li Shimin's help, but Li Shimin who needed him. He wasn't worried at all. Li Shimin ignored Yang Fan. I took out the bottle and looked at it. It was quite exquisite. He followed Yang Fan's example and opened the bottle, then turned off the cap. Your Majesty, may I test if it's poisoned? At this moment, Li Junxian stepped forward and unconsciously swallowed. Li Shimin knew exactly what Li Junxian meant. This guy clearly wanted to try some good wine. Wangda, bring over a few wine glasses. Li Shimin was not a petty person. Sun Simiao smelled the wine again before putting the cap back on. Young man, come here, I'll give you acupuncture today. After drinking 2 bottle caps of liquor, Sun Simiao's face turned slightly red. After all, ancient liquors were nowhere near as strong as Mao Dai. Yang Fan nodded and sat down on the stool. Without wasting any words, Sun Simiao took out his silver needles and began acupuncture directly through his clothes. You'd be pricked like a hedgehog, with at least 100 needles in front and back. The acupuncture process was quite painful, but thankfully it only took about 20 minutes. After the acupuncture was performed, not only Yang Fan himself was covered in sweat, but Sun Simiao was also covered in sweat. After all, it requires constant internal energy to circulate through the needle. Thank you for your hard work, sir. If you can cure my illness, I'll cover all your drinking for the rest of your life. After this acupuncture treatment, Yang Fan felt that this medicine king was truly amazing and had a very high chance of curing him. Indeed, his reputation was well-deserved. But are all these wines in my hands? Although it was the first time Sun Simiao had tasted this wine, he felt that he would be inseparable from it from now on. Of course, I'm not a stingy person. How could I give inferior wine to my savior? Young brother, you're very kind. From now on, we'll be brothers. You can call me elder brother. I'm sure I can cure your illness. Sun Simiao stroked his beard, thinking, this trip to the palace wasn't in vain. Yang Fan originally wanted to add an extra layer of insurance for himself, since judging from Sun Simiao's appearance, treating his illness must not be easy. Yang Fan was also afraid that if the other party loosened their grip even slightly, he might be in serious trouble. Judging from Sun Simiao's tone afterward, Yang Fan relaxed considerably, realizing how important it was to understand someone's weaknesses. After all, Yang Fan has experienced too many things like this over the years, and bribing the surgeon is no secret. Then I'll accept the offer without hesitation, brother. My happiness for the rest of my life depends on you, brother. Sun Simiao patted Yang Fan on the shoulder and went to write the prescription. You're so generous, kid. This wine must be expensive. Li Shimin was still savoring the taste of the wine. It had a lingering aftertaste, and was several levels better than the wine he used for his own purposes. You haven't given me your betrothal gifts yet. This wine is quite good, but there's not enough. Shouldn't we also reward the brothers who have fought alongside him for many years? These few bottles are hardly enough. Yang Fan is going to buy all the wine for Sun Simiao for the rest of his life, so there must be a lot of wine in stock. Is there a problem with Confucianism in chapter 26? I see. You really are being quite blunt. Who asks for betrothal gifts on their own initiative? If Yang Fan is going to prepare betrothal gifts, he will definitely do so carefully. After all, they couldn't let Princess Xiangqing feel disheartened, or make her think that her father had sold her out, and that her husband's family didn't value her. Cough cough. I think this wine is very good. Give me 500 cases of this Taijiu liquor. You can take it with you from Xiangqing. Li Shimin was actually asking for a lot more than he should have. After all, this wine is really good. He estimated that there must not be many left in existence, so he wanted 500 cases first to test Yang Fan's bottom line. Okay, 500 boxes. I estimate it will take some time to gather them. As for Xiangqing, I'll marry her here. It's inconvenient to go back to our place. When Li Shimin heard Yang Fan's words, he could hardly believe his ears. Did Yang Fan undergo a sex change? They agreed so readily without even haggling? Alright, I'll arrange it. There's a princess's residence right outside the palace. I'll just give it to Xiangqing. If you want a mansion, I'll give you one too. Xiangqing's marriage to Yang Fan wasn't exactly a marriage of convenience, since their relationship was now one of equality, and there was no obligation for Yang Fan to live in the princess's residence. Moreover, the two of them would definitely not live in the Tang dynasty afterward. No need, I'll stay at the princess's residence. Yang Fan actually wanted to bargain, but since the person in question was his woman, he couldn't. Li Shimin setting the price was his business. Li Shimin nodded and immediately ordered Wang De to handle it, fearing that Yang Fan might change his mind. Sun Simiao had already brought the prescription over. Your Majesty, I'm sure the palace has all these medicinal herbs. Thank you for your help. Bring the medicinal herbs over. I'll personally decoct the medicine for you, young man. Sun Simiao could actually find them himself, but they certainly wouldn't be as good as the medicinal herbs in the palace, as they were from different years. Li Shimin took a look and indeed found several very precious medicines. These were all minor matters, so I simply instructed someone to take care of them. Wang De ran over at this moment and said, Your Majesty, it is time for your meal. Yang Fan, come on, I'll take you to have a meal. I'll have someone bring you old Master Sun's medicine. Li Shimin was delighted at the thought of 500 cases of wine, even though his actual expectation was around 50 cases. Okay, let's go. Yang Fan also wanted to experience the taste of imperial cuisine. There were only 4 people dining together, and all of them had already been tested for poison. Normally, Princess Xiangqing was not entitled to dine with Li Shimin, but since she was about to become Yang Fan's wife, she naturally sat down at the table. Yang Fan then took out 2 exquisite boxes. Take one of them apart, and take out the watch inside. Give me your hand. Princess Xiangqing glanced at Li Shimin and Empress Zhangsun. Empress Zhangsun nodded to her. Seeing Empress Zhangsun nod, Princess Xiangqing extended her hand. Yang Fan helped her put the watch on. This is called a watch, and it can tell you the time accurately. Your time is divided into 12 two-hour periods, but we've divided it into a more precise 24-hour system. Yang Fan explained the timekeeping rules of the watch to Princess Xiangqing. Princess Xiangqing covered her mouth in surprise. This gift was truly exquisite. Princess Xiangqing was speechless. After all, she had never received such a gift before. Cough, cough. Yang Fan, where's mine? Yours? Didn't I give you the wine? Yang Fan gave the other box to the eunuch. This is for Empress Zhangsun. Yes. The eunuch took the box and handed it to Empress Zhangsun. Empress Zhangsun was impressed by the exquisite craftsmanship of the item, which allowed her to accurately tell the time and was clearly designed for a lady. Young man, you've put your heart into this. Empress Zhangsun also put on her watch and waved it in front of Li Shimin. How is Erling? She was watching Yang Fan introduce it to Princess Xiangqing, so she roughly knows how to tell time with this thing. Yes, it's very beautiful. Li Shimin then turned to look at Yang Fan. Boy, don't you think I need this more? If you want to know the time, why don't you just ask the eunuchs outside? This thing is just a decoration where I'm from. Li Shimin's mealtime was quite precise when Wang De came to call him for dinner. He checked, and it was exactly 12 o'clock. It seems that these people in the palace have a very precise grasp of time. This is a sunny day. The time is completely inaccurate on cloudy or rainy days. And why did you only send Guan Yinbi and Xiangqing? What about mine? And all my other concubines? I don't care. I've already given out all my gifts. Yang Fan was completely unresponsive. He ate his own meal while simultaneously serving food to Xiangqing. The dishes here look nice, but the taste is a bit lacking, but it's just right for him as a patient. Empress Zhangsun was very satisfied with Yang Fan, who knew how to take care of people. Erlang, let's eat. Empress Zhangsun casually interrupted their conversation. What is the relationship between your concubine and Yang Fan? Li Shimin snorted angrily, realizing he had misspoke and shouldn't have mentioned it in front of Guan Yinbi. Princess Xiangqing blushed, lowered her head, and did nothing but eat. After finishing her meal, Princess Xiangqing went to pack her things. Tomorrow she would be moving to the princess's residence. She was a little confused, since she was supposed to be married off to a distant place. Before Yang Fan's medicine was ready, Yang Fan and Li Shimin got up and went to the side hall. Sun Simiao was carefully controlling the heat while decocting the medicine, showing how concerned he was about Yang Fan's illness. I don't know if it's because of Yang Fan's appearance or because of the wine he makes, but he always seems to have a good grasp of the timing. Your skills in winning people's hearts are even more adept than mine. Looking at Sun Simiao, who was personally handling everything, Li Shimin couldn't help but sigh that Yang Fan really knew how to give gifts. He always managed to find the perfect one. Moreover, this guy just gave Guan Yinbi a watch, and he's completely won her over. No, I'm speaking from the heart, don't slander me. Yang Fan spoke with righteous indignation. This was the first time Li Shimin had dealt with someone like this. He had no respect for imperial authority, was not short of money, probably had no shortage of women, and Li Shimin even needed his help. He was also a cunning and ruthless fellow. I feel like I can't throw a punch. Who do you think I should choose as my successor? Li Shimin and Yang Fan were watching Sun Simiao prepare medicine from a distance, and only the two of them could hear him speaking. Tell the truth or lie? Yang Fan was also looking into the distance, and his words became serious. After all, this topic concerns the continuation of the empire. Ever since he talked to Yang Fan last time, he has been thinking about who to choose as his successor. That is the truth, of course. I do not want the Tang dynasty to perish after 3 generations. In fact, both Li Chengxian and Li Tai were deeply poisoned by Confucianism and were no longer suitable to be pioneering emperors. Is there anything wrong with Confucianism? Li Shimin was somewhat puzzled. He quite liked Confucianism, and the Crown Prince's teachers were all Confucian scholars. Chapter 27: The Problems of Confucianism. The biggest problem with Confucianism is that it makes people obedient and law-abiding. If production is not developed, the large population will lead to conflict between peasants and landlords, sowing the seeds for future rebellions. Moreover, these so-called teachers are lazy and ignorant of farming, and they believe that the common people will rebel when they become rich. The saying goes that when people are well fed and warm, they think of lustful desires, leaving the common people in a state of being half starved and half dead. You feel comfortable because Confucianism is more conducive to the rule of emperors. Furthermore, the Confucian scholars eliminated dissidents and suppressed other schools of thought, causing China's technological development to stagnate for over 1,000 years. So do you understand what I'm saying? Your 2 sons have been imprisoned by Confucianism. As for you, it's different. You've been fighting battles since you were young, so Confucianism no longer influences you. So my suggestion is still Li Ji. After all, he is still young and can change. Furthermore, according to historical records from later generations, Li Ji grew up by your side from a young age. His methods were in no way inferior to yours. He was a good emperor, and this guy was very cunning. Later generations called him a black-hearted white lotus. Everyone else does the bad stuff, but he's the one who plays the good cop. As for Wu Zetian, it's not his fault. After all, Wu Zetian was already 60 years old at the time. Who could have imagined that she would seize the throne from her own son? Yang Fan spoke at length, sharing his own understanding as well as summaries of history he had previously studied. Li Shimin listened attentively. He could also perceive the drawbacks of Confucianism from Yang Fan's words. After all, Yang Fan was looking at things from the perspective of 1,000 years in the future, just like he viewed the system of the Qin dynasty. Why not just make Fusu the crown prince? Then what do you think we should do about Gao Ming and Qin Kai? If I skip them and appoint Ji Nu, they will have a lot of complaints about me. First, let them go to the border to gain experience, and then infect them, just like the Zhou emperor. Li Shimin frowned, wondering why they had reversed the established system. Wouldn't that turn into a major war between those brothers? Yang Fan took out a large world map and opened it. This is the location of the Tang dynasty. Seal them off in these locations. Yang Fan pointed to other locations on the map. Li Shimin took the map from Yang Fan. I looked at it carefully. For someone like him who had fought in many wars, understanding maps was a piece of cake. How were you able to create such detailed maps? Although the river section had changed slightly, he knew the map was definitely correct. Drawn from the sky. Yang Fan pointed upwards. Li Shimin summoned Wang De and asked him to hang the map in his bedroom. Yang Fan watched from the side. Li Shimin's movements were extremely practiced. It seems he had done this kind of thing many times before. I will consider what you have said. Li Shimin never considered that other places didn't belong to the Tang dynasty. As long as his people went there, they would be his. This is the confidence of General Tian Su. With Yang Fan able to solve his logistical problems regarding food supplies, defeating anyone would be easy. The last time I saw that rice, it was from some southern Yu region. Where's that place? I don't remember it. It's Annam. The rice there is harvested 3 times a year, making it a natural granary. Yang Fan yawned. He was feeling a bit sleepy after finishing his meal. Oh, I know about Annam. 3 cooked dishes? I have never heard of this. Li Shimin found it strange. The Tang dynasty had a protectorate in Annam, but he had never heard of rice being harvested 3 times a year. Then you must not have found the plains of Annam. Don't you have a map? Study it again. The map I gave you shows mountains and plains in 3 dimensions, making them easy to identify. Yang Fan's intention in giving Li Shimin this map was quite obvious. With so many princes, you can divide them up and take as much land as you are capable of in the vast territory outside. He believed that Li Shimin would definitely figure it out. After all, he had made it so obvious. You mean those plains on the map, similar to the Central Plains, are natural granaries? This child is teachable. Yang Fan patted Li Shimin on the shoulder. It seems he's finally figured it out. You little brat, you have no manners. I'll deal with these powerful families first, otherwise they'll be a hindrance later. Li Shimin was thinking about the map he had just seen. They also considered the possibility of infecting the princes. If we could truly occupy all the plains on the map, then the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Wu of Han, wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. Yes, take it easy on them. We still need these people to expand into these areas. Are you teaching me how to do things? You want to be the emperor? Li Shimin rolled his eyes at Yang Fan. If he, Li Shimin, were to kill all the aristocratic families like Huang Chao did, he would rather commit suicide. No need. I don't care about the throne. Just give me the imperial seal. Yang Fan rubbed his hands together. This thing can't be sold, but it's fine to keep it for myself. Li Shimin gritted his teeth. Young man, do you know what that symbolizes? By the mandate of heaven, may your life be long and prosperous. Can you handle these words? It's nothing. Didn't you hear what my brother's son said? He can't see my fate clearly, but I'm more than capable of handling these few words. Yang Fan wasn't one to care about saving face. His skin was as thick as a city wall, so Li Shimin's 2 sentences had no effect whatsoever. Li Shimin was speechless. Can a shameless person really be invincible? Brother Yang, your medicine is ready. Come and drink it. At that moment, Sun Simiao's voice came over. Li Shimin breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to respond, especially since the emperor didn't want the throne, only the imperial seal. Yang Fan also took the medicine. He felt a tightness in his throat, but the palace had special cooling tools, which were very convenient. Brother, you've worked hard. Emotional support must be provided adequately. After all, he must be working very hard watching from afar, constantly trying to control the intensity. Yes, avoid women for the next 7 days, have acupuncture for 3 days, and the organs should be in harmony after 7 days of Chinese medicine. Sun Simiao was actually a bit tired. After all, he hadn't had acupuncture for a long time. Moreover, he only prescribed 7 days worth of medicine. If the condition doesn't improve within 7 days, then taking more medicine won't help. Yang Fan was speechless. He felt a little awkward saying this in front of Li Shimin, but then he thought that Li Shimin probably didn't know that the system of marriage was based on marriage in later generations. Okay, I understand. Sun Simiao bid farewell to the 2 and left the palace. After all, he had more than just Yang Fan as a patient. I've already wasted a lot of time in the palace today, but I'm still in a good mood with 2 bottles of good wine in my arms. Wang De, give Yang Fan a list of the items collected from the aristocratic families. Yes, Sage. Wang De took out the information he had collected from his sleeve and handed it to Yang Fan. Although he didn't know why this newcomer to the imperial palace had won the emperor's trust so much. Tell me where I should start. Chapter 28. The merchant said he wasn't making any money. Salt and iron are the lifeblood of the nation. Yang Fan looked at it and realized that the most dangerous things controlled by powerful families were salt and iron. These are all military supplies. Everything else can be dealt with gradually. First, take away their weapons, and then increase commercial taxes significantly. Yang Fan originally studied finance, which was a game changer for the Tang dynasty's economy. Li Shimin nodded. It would be difficult to implement a large increase in commercial taxes. Another concern is that they might hoard large quantities of food, causing public panic. Yang Fan looked at Li Shimin as if he were a fool. Why was this guy acting like a good boy, so timid and hesitant when it came to matters concerning aristocratic families? Commercial taxes are difficult to implement. Let's see who jumps the highest. We can just enter their industry directly, launch a large number of high-quality and low-price products, and cripple their business. As for the aristocratic families hoarding grain, you can send your men to become bandits and cause trouble. Isn't that what Qing Yaojin did? I can also provide you with some grain that yields 30 shi per mu, plus what the people have at home, and I'll sell you some more. Once the high-yield grain can be harvested, everything will be fine. Li Shimin's lips twitched. After he became king of Qin, he always acted in a benevolent and upright manner. Yang Fan is something else. Everything he does is domineering. However, upon hearing that the yield was 30 shi per mu, he felt reassured. As long as the people had food to eat, he was not so afraid of the simple aristocratic families. After all, Yang Fan has never spoken without a purpose since they met. A yield of 30 shi per mu? Is that really true? Nature. I'm leaving now. I'll come back tomorrow. I'll also bring the salt and iron technology with me tomorrow. Yang Fan waved his hand and disappeared. Li Shimin originally wanted to say that he would send him back, but he did not expect that Yang Fan could travel freely. He quickly returned to the trading space, but there was no trace of Yang Fan. When Li Shimin returned to the palace, he reminded Li Junxian that if he encountered Yang Fan in the palace again, he should instruct the palace guards not to stab him to death, but to bring him to see him instead. Yang Fan went directly back to the hotel from Tang Dynasty. Ever since Li Shimin brought him to the Tang Dynasty, it was as if he had opened a new map. All the places he had been to were illuminated, and he could travel back in time at any time. There's no need to go through Li Shimin as an intermediary at all. Yang Fan felt a little uncomfortable looking at the modern buildings after returning, since the palace was still considered to be of higher value. Turning my head, I saw Zhang Lan sleeping in bed. As soon as Yang Fan stepped forward and placed his hand on her shoulder, Zhang Lan sat up in surprise. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was Yang Fan. Boss, I felt a little tired, so I went to sleep. It's okay, do as you please while I'm gone. Have you recovered yet? Yang Fan was taken aback by the girl's strong reaction. Yes, boss, what can I do for you? Go and type out the methods for refining sea salt, mining salt, smelting iron and steel, and papermaking in traditional Chinese characters. Buy another 10 tons of potato seeds and 10 tons of sweet potato seedlings, and transport them to our warehouse. Salt is relatively simple, while iron requires technical expertise and detailed explanation, but it's not particularly difficult. Okay, boss, I'll go right away. Zhang Lan got up and rushed out. Yang Fan called Li Yang, saying he needed to contribute some gold, since that should be relatively quick. Yang Fan wanted more cash. He wanted to buy a larger estate. After all, Princess Xiangqing certainly wouldn't come alone. She would probably bring 2 maids or something. Besides, I guess she wouldn't be comfortable in a high-rise building, so a manor would be perfect. Brother Yang, I'd like to sell some gold. Which dynasty? Li Yang knew from Yang Fan's words that it wasn't ordinary gold, otherwise he wouldn't have sought him out. 10 taels of Jingguan gold ingots. Yang Fan had already sold it once, so he roughly knew its price. Sure, how many do you have here? Li Yang hadn't considered the authenticity of the items after all. The calligraphy Yang Fan had shown him made the gold undeniably real. How much can you accept? There aren't many of these in existence. I'll buy as many as you have. Li Yang knows a fair bit about this item. Many collectors like it. Wait. Yang Fan hung up the phone after saying that. Yang Fan took out all his gold, a total of 809 pieces of Tang Dynasty gold, each weighing 10 taels, weighing approximately 124 kilograms. Li Shimin no longer owed him 100,000 taels of gold. That means there are still 10,000 pieces of 10-tael gold. It seems that he will drive down the price of 10 taels of Jingguan gold by more than half in the future. However, these are not the main attractions, since even if they were all sold, probably not many of the good calligraphy pieces would be worth much. However, with the money he made from selling these items, plus the money he already had, he was now definitely a wealthy man. Yang Fan took a taxi directly to Jiao Auction. While he was unloading the items, the driver was complaining about how heavy such a small box was. Seeing Yang Fan get out of the taxi, I couldn't help but twitch at the corner of my mouth. Dude, you're carrying around tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of valuables. You didn't mention how many bodyguards you'd bring. You should at least drive here yourself. Mr. Yang, next time if you don't have a driver, you can just say so, and we can send a car to pick you up. It's okay, I don't like waiting. Have your people carry the things from the trunk. As Yang Fan spoke, he headed straight for the VIP room, and Li Yang followed with his instructions. Yang Fan pointed to the box on the table and said, "These are all here, you can examine them." Li Yang was puzzled. How much was there? He had just seen the 2 waiters carrying it with great difficulty. Li Yang was stunned when he opened the box. The box was filled with neatly stacked gold ingots. What surprised him wasn't that it was all gold, since he had seen far more gold than that before. I've never seen so many Tang Dynasty gold ingots before. Li Yang took out a few and looked at them, then gasped in shock. Good heavens, where did all this come from? If all of these were released into the market, how much would the price be driven down? Li Yang looked at them one by one, and none of them were problematic. How could he have obtained so many Jingguan gold ingots by robbing the tomb of a prince? But these things don't come from the soil. Mr. Yang, are you going to sell all of these at once? Their value might be greatly reduced. I'll sell it directly to your auction house, and you can buy it for whatever price you want. Yang Fan mainly wanted some more cash. Li Yang thought about it for a moment. If he let them handle everything, the price wouldn't drop much, since they would control the speed of delivery. How about 4 million? This one is worth 5 million, but the price will be discounted if you have a large quantity. You know that the value of something depends on its rarity. What do you think? Yang Fan opened his mouth as if to say something. He remembered that he had sold his first Jingguan gold ingot for 3.9 million, and that was because he had negotiated the price directly. Unexpectedly, this time they sold over 800 yuan worth of goods, but the total profit was 100,000 yuan more. Damn it, this businessman is a businessman after all. Even though this guy gave him 4 million, he probably made a profit. Chapter 29. There are only two possibilities when it comes to bullying you: 0 or countless times. Take it and transfer the money. Yang Fan didn't need to haggle anymore. The price offered was already quite high, and other auction houses probably wouldn't offer such a high price. Okay, Mr. Yang, please wait a moment. Liang went to make a phone call. Although the amount of money was large, it wasn't a problem. The money arrived in my account without me even receiving it. China Construction Bank received 3.236 billion yuan, leaving a balance of 3.778 billion yuan. Yang Fan checked his balance. It should be enough to buy a manor. Liang also extended his hand and said, "Thank you for your trust in Golden Harvest." Yang Fan also extended his hand, saying, "In a few days, I guess you won't say that anymore." Moreover, he also possesses a great many calligraphic works by Wang Shiji and Li Shimin. How did the auction go? Many bigwigs want to come to the auction in person after the week, so it will take a little longer. Your calligraphy needs to be delivered to the venue 2 days in advance. This news has generated a lot of interest among big names, and it's estimated that it will fetch a good price. Yang Fan nodded. "I'll have someone deliver it then. Then I'll be going now." Yang Fan stood up immediately. He was going to treat Bai Jingtian to a meal. He had been in Shanghai for so long, but he hadn't treated his good brother to a meal yet. "Mr. Yang, I'll send a car to take you there." Yang Fan is considered a VVVIP at the auction house, so how could he let a VIP take a taxi? "Thanks." Yang Fan didn't refuse. After all, they were also making money off him. When they arrived at the hotel, Yang Fan watched the Rolls-Royce drive away. "The back seats in this car are really comfortable. I might buy one sometime." He took out his phone and called Bai Jingtian. "Hey, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. I thought you'd forgotten about your brother now that you've made money. I'll treat you to a meal. I have to do my duty as the host." "Didn't you break up with your boyfriend? How about I introduce you to someone else? She's from the Shanghai Theater Academy, and she's incredibly beautiful. And if they become stars in the future, you might be able to play a gigolo role and not have to go to work anymore." Although Bai Jingtian also graduated from the School of Finance, he was a freeloader who never looked for a job after graduation and just played around every day. Yang Fan was speechless. This guy made being a gigolo sound so natural. But this guy is all muscle. How come his thinking is like this? "Okay, we'll see then. You can choose the place. You definitely know it better than I do." Bai Jingtian often maxes out his dad's credit cards to go to high-end places. He knows most of the good spots in Shanghai. He's not short of money now, so he can't let this guy pay for it. "Okay, I'll send you the location." Good. Yang Fan was actually very happy to have such a friend. After all, given his family's situation, people in the village avoided him, fearing that he would come to their door asking for money. Needless to say, those in schools are even more so. People who can get into finance schools are all sophisticated egoists. If you can help them in the future, they will befriend you. If you are useless to them, they will ignore you completely. Although Yang Fan is very strong-willed, this friend was like a beacon of light in his darkness. When Yang Fan arrived at the hotel, Jiang Lan was already organizing the materials. He went over to take a look and saw that there were not only texts but also pictures. Jiang Lan was quite thoughtful. He didn't ask for any pictures. "Thank you for your hard work. That's fine. No need to tidy up." Jiang Lan also plans to put the text and pictures together. "There's no need for that. Just give it to Li Shimin. If they can't even arrange this properly, they might as well not do it at all." "Oh, okay." Jiang Lan felt that these things were for people who didn't understand them at all, so she made some pictures and planned to sort them. "Are the potatoes and sweet potatoes ready?" "I've already bought everything. It's already made and has already been delivered to the warehouse." When Jiang Lan said this, she looked at Yang Fan. She had gone there to see where to put things, but she didn't expect that there was nothing left inside. All the rice in the warehouse is gone. "Boss, did you know?" "Yes, I know. I had someone take it away," Yang Fan said casually. "Anyway, there are no surveillance cameras there, so who would know where they went?" "That's good. I was terrified when I got there. I thought I'd been robbed." Jiang Lan was indeed terrified at first, but then she thought that the boss had asked her to remove the surveillance camera, so it probably wasn't stolen. "A classmate invited me to dinner tonight. Do you want to go?" "Can I go?" "There's no such thing as can't or can't. If you want to go, I'll take you with me." Yang Fan wouldn't actually let Bai Jingtian introduce him to anyone, especially not someone from the Shanghai Theater Academy. These people are no better than those in the financial sector. It's okay to play around with. "I'll go then. I'm getting a bit bored at the hotel. Should I change my clothes?" Jiang Lan looked at her outfit, wondering if she was embarrassing Yang Fan. "No need. Just wear your usual clothes." Jiang Lan usually dresses in a youthful and energetic style, which suits her very well. Who doesn't love JK uniforms? At 6 p.m., Bai Jingtian sent Yang Fan a picture of a place to eat. This is a place where you can see the night view of the Huangpu River. Yang Fan also went out in the afternoon to store the warehouse items into the trading space. Otherwise, I'll forget about it when I wake up in the morning. I saw you on the phone when I went out, and you were still on the phone when I came back. What's wrong? It's still my mom. I haven't answered her calls for the past few days, and she thought I was going to keep the money for myself. She got angry and said she would have the police arrest me. Yang Fan was dumbfounded. How did this involve the police? Your mother should be sent to a mental hospital for emergency treatment. There might still be hope. Judging from your mother's tone, it's like the police station is run by your family, and you can arrest whoever you want. Block it immediately, or change your phone number. Don't worry, she's coming, but I'm here. You must bravely resist. Your mother's exploitation of you costs nothing, and once it happens, it will happen countless times. Yang Fan had never seen such a shameless person before, but if he could use the police force, he might actually be able to find them. However, Yang Fan wasn't afraid. Even if he had to go to court over his household registration, so be it. Even if it dragged on for 10 or 8 years, it wouldn't affect him. At most, they'll just move Jiang Lan's household registration out of his place, but it'll still be in Shanghai, so it won't have much of an impact. Okay, boss, I'll do whatever you say. Since Yang Fan said it was no problem, she decided to let it go. She wanted to be willful for once. After all, she had always been a good girl since she was little. 7:30 p.m. Yang Fan and Jiang Lan arrived at the Riverview restaurant. Looking into the distance, they were filled with emotion. Although the night view was beautiful before, he was either working part-time or on his way to work part-time, and had no time to appreciate it. As soon as the two came up, Bai Jingtian saw them. Superman Fan, over here. Yang Fan smiled. Looking back now, he really did seem a bit like a superhero, attending classes during the day, working part-time at night, and then returning to classes after finishing his part-time job. Your muscles have gotten even bigger, kid. Yang Fan stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and said, he's even stronger than a woman's. Chapter 30 Playing hard to get? I can do that too. There are girls around, so be careful. Then she looked at Jiang Lan next to Yang Fan. Goodness, she's so beautiful. Does she really need him to introduce her to someone? Who is this person next to you? I am your personal assistant. Jiang Lan will be his personal assistant from now on. As for starting a company, he can hire someone else. Bai Jingtian glanced at Yang Fan. His father owned a company with tens of millions in profits every year, and he had no personal assistants. So you've already got a personal assistant? Bai Jingtian stepped forward and whispered in Yang Fan's ear. Don't go around squandering your money. Can your money withstand this kind of mistreatment? Bai Jingtian only reminded Yang Fan because he knew about Yang Fan's family situation. He wouldn't say anything to other people. It's none of his business. He himself has his father backing him up, but Yang Fan doesn't. Yang Fan patted Bai Jingtian. Don't worry, I've been mining for gold recently, and I've made quite a bit of money. Bai Jingtian was completely bewildered. Does the government allow private mining? Okay, as long as you know what I mean. Let me introduce you. These two are both from the Shanghai Theater Academy. They haven't graduated, yet they're both sophomores. This is Ning Xintong. Bai Jingtian pointed to a pink-haired girl who looked like a porcelain doll apart from her bust size not being an A cup. Everything else was fine. This is He Mingyu. This person is dressed quite stylishly, wearing a blue shirt with 2 buttons undone, high-waisted jeans with the shirt tucked in, long flowing hair, and long legs. She must be over 170 centimeters tall. He doesn't seem like a sophomore. Then Bai Jingtian introduced Yang Fan to the two of them. This is my good friend from college. He's a superhuman who can work 24/7 for several days in a row. This is his personal assistant. After the introductions, everyone sat down and got to know each other. However, the two girls looked at Yang Fan, then at Jiang Lan's watch, her bag, and her looks, and were all a little confused. Are assistants allowed to eat such fine brand these days? In their spare time, they often research luxury goods and such. So you can tell whether a person is rich or not just by looking at them. If someone can hang out with Bai Jingtian, then that guy must have a lot of designer brands on him and be generous with money when it comes to women. I didn't expect his friend to be even more impressive. His assistant even wears a watch worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Their relationship is clearly not normal. Moreover, they firmly believe that only those who are materially poor buy luxury goods to show off, while truly wealthy people disdain wearing luxury goods. Yang Fan noticed there were no dishes on the table and said, didn't you order any food? I've ordered a few. Isn't this what you've been waiting for? Order a few more, and I'll have them bring them out. Bai Jingtian pushed the menu toward Yang Fan. Yang Fan took it and looked at it. It wasn't in Chinese, so he asked Zhang Lan to translate it for him while he made his selections. Finally, we also ordered 2 bottles of 2000 Lafite. Bai Jingtian was completely dumbfounded. He almost interrupted Yang Fan several times while he was ordering food, but when he saw Yang Fan order 2 bottles of 8,500 renminbi Lafite, he was speechless. My good brother, I don't even know how those two are doing today, and you've already ordered a 20,000 yuan feast. Bai Jingtian face-bombed. Yang Fan handed the menu to the waiter. All right, let's serve the food. Watching the waiter walk away, Bai Jingtian's heart bled. 20,000 yuan could have been used to make an appointment. Bai Jingtian cursed inwardly. Yang Fan, you good for nothing. He leaned close to Yang Fan's ear and whispered, Hey kid, haven't seen you in months, and the first thing you do is bleed your brother with a knife, huh? I was just ripping off a rich guy. It's fine, I just paid you back, that's enough. Yang Fan pushed him away, and then refused to let him pay. Although Zhang Lan also felt that the food they ordered was quite expensive, she knew that Yang Fan was very rich, so she didn't try to dissuade him, since her status didn't allow it. Bai Jingtian sighed helplessly, feeling that Yang Fan didn't value money anymore, and that the kid was dangerous. Yang Fan, you ordered 2 bottles of wine. Are you trying to prevent us from going back to school today? He Mingyu said with a smile, teasingly. You're all going to be big stars someday. It would be ridiculous if you got knocked out by just 2 bottles of wine. Drink freely today, it's on young Master Bai, don't be shy. Yang Fan also chimed in, saying that although it wouldn't be of any use to him if he took it away today, he could let his brother take it. Bai Jingtian's lips twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything. Very good indeed. Yang Fan, you really know how to talk. I appreciate your kind words. You're handsome too. You have the potential to be a star. He Mingyu smiled. Yang Fan is better at talking than Bai Jingtian. Bai Jingtian refused to comply after hearing He Mingyu's words. Celebrities? Is it that male celebrity I watched on Little Daily Life? Yang Fan kicked him under the table. What's wrong with this guy? Why is he making such a ridiculous joke? The 3 girls were all bewildered, not understanding what Bai Jingtian meant. Ahem, no need for that. They can't afford to pay me. Although the entertainment industry is quite lucrative, it's still not enough for him. He Mingyu and Ning Xintong exchanged glances. Could this person be the real big boss? Although they had known Bai Jingtian for some time, he was just a novice rich kid who couldn't provide them with any resources or promote them. So they only go out for meals, they won't go anywhere else if you ask them to. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten up and gone to meet Bai Jingtian alone. Bai Jingtian, on the other hand, looked at Yang Fan and wondered how this guy could brag so naturally after not seeing him for several months. While the group was chatting, the drinks and dishes were served one after another. The waiter poured drinks for everyone. He Mingyu stood up voluntarily. Yang Fan, nice to meet you. Ning Xintong also stood up to pay her respects to Yang Fan. Yang Fan bumped into them, and Zhang Lan didn't drink either, since she had to drive. Bai Jingtian, standing to the side, was dumbfounded. He pointed to himself, his mind screaming, Me? I'm the one who just treated everyone. Who are you toasting? What's wrong with society these days? Is picking up girls and bragging the most important thing? After a few rounds of drinks, Yang Fan asked Zhang Lan to pay the bill. He could also see that the 2 young girls in front of him had clear goals and were not someone like Bai Jingtian could handle at all. Both of them have an incredibly high alcohol tolerance, they must drink quite a lot normally. Yang Fan ordered 3 bottles of wine, then gave up, since the 2 of them couldn't drink anymore, and if they continued, they would be the first to give up. One of them enjoys working out, and the other is keen on earning money through part-time jobs, so it's already a bit of a stretch for them to drink this much. Waiter, the bill please. Bai Jingtian shouted. This guy's speech is all slurred. He still suffered because he was too honest. The person he invited was too high level, someone he couldn't handle on his own. Sir, your bill has been settled. The waiter came forward and said. Yang Fan helped him up. Does having big muscles affect intelligence? I've already settled things. Let's go. I'll take you home. How can I let you pay the bill? You've come to Shanghai. I should be the host. Yang Fan ignored him and said to the 2 girls. Goodbye then. Let's meet up again next time. The 2 quickly grabbed Yang Fan. Let's add a green bubble, and we'll treat you to a meal sometime. Yang Fan smiled. He could also use the strategy of feigning indifference to lure someone in. He still didn't believe the fish wouldn't take the bait. Chapter 31. Hello, father-in-law. Bathed in sunlight, Yang Fan opened his eyes. He used to be woken up by an alarm clock, but since being diagnosed with kidney failure, he has been sleeping until he wakes up naturally. Yang Fan got up and washed up. His movements also woke Jiang Lan, and seeing Yang Fan get up, she got up as well. Boss, is something wrong today? Jiang Lan also got up to wash up. Yes, I'll be away for a few days. If you're free these few days, go to the hospital to see my grandma. Yang Fan planned to stay in Tang Dynasty for a few days. After all, his kidney failure hadn't healed yet, and it wasn't good to be drinking and surrounded by beautiful women every day. Okay, I'll stay at the hospital when I'm not busy. Okay, just go and take a look during the day, and you can come back to sleep at night. I've paid for a month's room. The main concern is that if any unexpected situation arises, his father might not know what to do. Yang Fan took out his phone and transferred 1 million yuan to Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan paid for yesterday's sweet potatoes, and meals without asking me for reimbursement. She should spend the allowance she gave him. I transferred 1 million to you. Just keep an eye on things at the hospital. I should be there for 6 days. Boss, you've overcharged me. I still have some money here. Jiang Lan frantically checked her phone. Yes, I did receive a transfer of 1 million. I prepared this in case something happens to my grandma in the hospital. You can keep it with you for now. If I come back and don't need it, you can use it as you like. After all, hospitals won't treat you if you don't have money. I don't know when the hospital lost its humanitarian spirit. They only perform surgeries if you pay them. Otherwise, if you die, it's because you didn't pay the hospital on time. It wasn't like this when the old man was alive. Okay, I will take good care of grandma. Since it was prepared for Yang Fan's grandmother, Jiang Lan naturally couldn't refuse. Okay, let's go after washing up and having breakfast. Oh, Jiang Lan didn't know why she was in such a hurry, but she still agreed. After Jiang Lan left, Yang Fan went downstairs and bought 2 more cases of mitai. Then I brought the documents I had prepared yesterday. I entered the trading space. Yang Fan could actually travel directly to the Tang Dynasty, but it wasn't necessary, it would displease Li Shimin. Yang Fan saw Li Shimin as soon as he entered the space. This guy really got up early. Li Shimin was looking at the sweet potato seedlings and potatoes that Yang Fan had brought in yesterday. Seeing Yang Fan enter, Li Shimin was speechless. This guy was crazy, so let's not even talk about it. Are these seeds? Smart. Both are planted underground. Both staple and supplementary crops are cold and drought resistant, and they are not picky about the land. Li Shimin looked on with disbelief. This was it. I'll have someone set up a plot of land to try it out. What are you holding in your arms? Yang Fan put all the things on the table, they were quite heavy. Take a look for yourself. It's all in traditional Chinese characters, so you can understand it. Li Shimin took out a piece of paper from the box, touched it, and looked at it. Good paper. Then I saw the large characters above, modern papermaking technology. I looked down and, although I was confused, I knew that this thing could greatly improve the papermaking process and produce a large amount of paper. Isn't that a sharp knife? With these things, a large number of books can be produced, and the cultural fortress of aristocratic families will be directly broken down. Moreover, it includes both text and images. How was this drawn? It's so lifelike. You've put in so much effort. It's not a painting. You won't understand even if I explain it to you. You'll find out when you have a cell phone later. Li Shimin nodded, then flipped through the pages again, finding information on salt mining methods and how to filter toxins. Li Shimin immediately put the items into his private space. These were all national treasures. Although he didn't understand many things, since he only glanced at them briefly, he did understand a great deal of the numbers. Okay, you finally come up with something useful. Item with immense trading value rewards already stacked rating. SSS plus gained 3,200 trading points. 3,350 trading points remaining. Yang Fan was so surprised when he heard the system's notification that his mouth dropped open. Good heavens, I spent tens of millions to trade grain and only got 50 points, while these materials are worth 3,200 points. It seems that it's true that giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. Trading grain is simply not cost effective. With so many trading points, my space can be expanded a lot, and I can also open new dungeons. Then why don't you hurry up and give me the rest of the gold? Yang Fan wouldn't give him any face. Ahem, here's half for you. Li Shimin took out 50,000 taels of gold ingots from his private space, which sounded like a lot. Indeed, there are many. Yang Fan put the gold ingots into his own space. If he were to sell all of these gold ingots at once, the price of Jingguan gold ingots would probably collapse. However, he has already taken the lion's share, since so many characters are still very valuable. As long as the speed of delivery is controlled, the value will not drop too much. All this gold is just a gimmick. Li Shimin remembered something. How come you were able to return to your world without my help? Because I have a higher talent, you should reflect on your actions. I believe that you can come here and go back directly in the future. Yang Fan is quite good at telling lies after all. He's heard so many. It would be a miracle if he didn't. Li Shimin nodded seriously. It seemed he would have to study this system when he had some free time. The two returned to the Tang dynasty. Father-in-law, I haven't had breakfast yet. Why do you call me father-in-law? I'm not old yet. I don't need to use honorifics. It doesn't matter. That's how we call our daughter-in-law's father. Have your royal kitchen prepare some breakfast for me. Yang Fan didn't consider himself an outsider at all. He came here to command the emperor's imperial chefs. Li Shimin's eyes were twitching, which attracted Wang De. Go and prepare breakfast for my good son-in-law. If Li Shimin hadn't been so used to Wei Zhang's scolding, he would have grabbed Yang Fan by the collar and shown him why the flowers were so red. He even commanded the emperor. Thank you, father-in-law. Go visit my brother-in-law. Go by yourself. I have important business to attend to and won't keep you company. If you want to go out of the palace for fun, I'll have Li Junxian go with you. You know the location, go ahead. Li Shimin waved his hand as if shooing away flies. Yang Fan has no interest in imperial power, so Li Shimin trusts him completely. Right now, the important thing is to digest the technology that Yang Fan has given him. Yang Fan gave an okay sign and left, having already guessed some of Li Shimin's thoughts. Li Shimin summoned Li Junxian and said to him, You will follow Yang Fan and protect his safety, just like you would protect me, understand? When you leave the palace, take some secret guards with you. Although Li Junxian was curious about Yang Fan's sudden appearance, Li Shimin had said that he should be protected like an emperor, so Yang Fan must be an extremely important person. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 32. Even in prosperous times, there is darkness. Today, the time spent on acupuncture and medicine was reduced considerably, and Sun Simiao has been decocting medicine again since the beginning of the day. Yang Fan arrived and immediately drank the medicine and received acupuncture. Brother Yang, are you able to leave the palace? Come with me for a walk. Of course, I'm not Li Shimin's servant. I can go wherever I want. Yang Fan also wanted to go out for a stroll. It must be so boring staying in the palace all week. Sun Simiao and Li Junxian were speechless when they heard Yang Fan address the emperor by his given name. Brother Yang, you should still serve His Majesty. Even if His Majesty needs something from you, you should still respect him. Having lived for so long, Sun Simiao was well aware of the terror of imperial power. The saying, serving the emperor is like serving a tiger, was not just an empty phrase. It's okay, don't worry. I call him that in front of him too, and he doesn't mind. Brother, where are you taking me? He and Li Shimin were originally equals, so it didn't matter what he called him. Even if you marry his daughter, it will be the same. Sun Simiao glanced at Yang Fan and, sensing that he didn't seem like a fool, didn't offer any further advice. Go see my other patients. Have you ever thought about studying medicine? I think it's not too late for you at your age. I'm not interested, but if you want to pass on your medical skills, I believe you'll have the opportunity soon. I gave Li Shimin a divine artifact, which will make the inheritance of his legacy much simpler. Yang Fan has been working for 10 years and still can't take a break. There's no such thing as studying. Sun Simiao nodded thoughtfully. Yang Fan and Sun Simiao left the palace together. Looking around, they realized that the Daming Palace was truly magnificent, a masterpiece of wooden structure. When Yang Fan arrived at the palace gate and saw that Li Junxian was still following him, he became somewhat curious. Li Junxian, right? Thank you for escorting me out of the palace. You can go back now. Young master, His Majesty has ordered me to protect you. This was the first time Li Junxian had been sent out to protect someone. Even the crown prince didn't receive such treatment. Yang Fan nodded. Li Shimin was quite generous, arranging for the head bodyguard to come and protect him. Thanks a lot. Arranging for them to come over is fine. After all, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to guard against a hidden arrow, and one's life is still quite important. The road leads from the bustling main street of Chang'an to the gradually dilapidated outskirts of the city. You can see refugees here from time to time, dressed in rags, and people avoid them when they see them. Why do they look at us like we're the plague? Logically, shouldn't they have come up to beg for food? After being bullied so much, how can you not hide? Sun Simiao sighed. Yang Fan also fell silent. He had never experienced such an era. After all, in modern times, as long as you are willing to work, you will definitely not go hungry. It's surprising that such scenes could be seen so frequently during the prosperous Jingguan era. This was right under the emperor's nose. One can only imagine what it was like in more remote areas. Near the dilapidated city god temple, there were even more thugs, all of them pale and emaciated. Aren't the government officials going to do anything about all these displaced people here? It's no use trying to manage it. They just occasionally give out porridge. These people were originally farmers, but later their land was taken over by landlords. This will always happen. Usually, they'll criticize someone after they've died, and then another one comes along. If there is a severe drought, even more people will probably die. Sun Simiao also sighed. Sun Simiao stepped forward to take the pulses of the sick and prescribed medicine for them. Yang Fan went inside and saw that many women and children were squatting in the corner because they were hungry. They just looked up at Yang Fan, wanting to speak, but they couldn't make a sound. Perhaps it was because they were too hungry to speak. A little girl mustered up her courage and said, "Can you give me something to eat? My mother is starving. She gave me the last of her food." Yang Fan patted her head, turned to a corner, and took out 2 bags of rice from the trading space. Li Junxian thought Yang Fan had gone to relieve himself, so he didn't follow him. Unexpectedly, he found Yang Fan carrying 2 bags of rice. "Young man, where did you get this rice from?" Li Junxian was certain that there was a patch of bushes behind them, and it was impossible for there to be rice. Moreover, the rice in the other person's hand looked somewhat similar to the rice that His Majesty had given him. "You don't need to worry about it." As Yang Fan spoke, he was about to take the rice and give it to the little girl from earlier. "Wait, young master. Giving her these 2 bags of rice will only kill her." Li Junxian quickly reminded him. Yang Fan was somewhat puzzled. Was that really true? Although he lacked love growing up, he still had some conscience due to his grandparents' upbringing. Giving them a little might be fine, but if you give them too much, others will covet it. They will either have to keep some rice to give away, or they and their children will have to die for the rice. Li Junxian guessed that Yang Fan was just a rich young master from that family who had never seen the wickedness of human nature, especially the refugees who, when driven to desperation by hunger, were capable of anything. And it's a mother and daughter. Yang Fan closed his eyes and exhaled. Li Junxian was right. He almost caused trouble. After all, no matter how bad people are in later generations, they won't take lives. Yang Fan handed the rice to Li Junxian. "Have your men distribute the rice to the women and children. Then you tell them that as long as these women and children are alive, food will be delivered every few days." Li Junxian glanced at Yang Fan, surprised that he could sense that he wasn't the only one nearby. Moreover, the young man immediately thought of a way to save the lives of these women and children. If that's the case, these people certainly wouldn't let these women and children die, since they'd have food to eat as long as they're alive. "Yes, young master." Li Junxian didn't refuse and readily agreed, since it was very likely that the emperor's rice was provided by the person in front of him. Li Junxian and the others went to distribute rice, while Yang Fan went to see Sun Simiao and watched him treat his illness. Everything was free, and he even brought the herbs himself. Sun Simiao watched as those people distributed rice to women and children, and then glanced at Yang Fan. "What are your thoughts?" "It won't last long." "Yes, I have already given Li Shimin a long-term solution. They should just hang in there. I will have Li Shimin send food over every few days. There will always be a way out in time." Yang Fan knew perfectly well that it wouldn't last long, but since he had seen it, how could he not save him? Sun Simiao looked at Yang Fan. "I don't know what he gave the emperor, but he said it could solve the problem of displaced people and the problem of succession. Doesn't he know that the problem of refugees is fundamentally caused by powerful families? I hope so, but is His Majesty willing? After all, once this door is opened, a large number of refugees will flood in, and the demand for food will definitely increase day by day." He feared that Yang Fan's actions were merely a whim, and that if there were too many refugees and no food was distributed, it might actually cause a riot. "I'll provide it, don't worry. Tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people definitely won't starve. If you didn't see it, that's fine. But if you did see it and were able to help, then do so. After all, he's been through it all. Life isn't easy." Chapter 33. Do you think I'm just a decoration? You dare kill someone here? On the way back, Sun Simiao couldn't help but ask, "Whose son are you?" There isn't a prominent family with the surname Yang in Chang'an. Judging from Li Shimin's attitude towards Yang Fan, it's clear that Yang Fan was not lying. "I am a farmer's child." Yang Fan did not lie, nor did he make things up. Seeing that Yang Fan was unwilling to talk, Sun Simiao did not force him. Upon arriving in Chang'an, Yang Fan turned around and asked, "Are there any lively restaurants in Chang'an? I'd like to invite you to dinner." His Highness Prince Wei is currently holding a poetry gathering at Tianxiang Pavilion. It should have just started. Would you like to join in the fun? Li Junxian thought for a moment and decided that this place was perfect if he wanted a lively atmosphere. "Brother Sun, is it appropriate for you to attend such a lively occasion? Let's go, it'll save this old man from cooking." Sun Simiao said with a smile that he was quite satisfied with Yang Fan, his newly recognized brother, who was not a heartless rich man and was also willing to help others. Then Li Junxian, you lead the way. Li Junxian was speechless. In the past, people always referred to themselves by their titles or official ranks, and even the princes called them imperial uncle. It's a bit unusual to suddenly be called by someone's full name like this. He didn't say anything and silently led the way. Yang Fan looked around like a curious child. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the waiter said that an invitation was required to enter. Li Junxian showed his waist token, and the servant quickly invited them inside. Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh. It's really great to have special privileges. You have to make a big show of things like invitations. Li Junxian led the group to the third floor, where there were significantly fewer people than downstairs. Moreover, when he came up, everyone stood up, thinking that the emperor had arrived. Li Tai also stood up. Is it my father who has come? No, he is His Majesty's important guest. Li Junxian stepped aside, and everyone saw Yang Fan. They all knew Sun Simiao after all. Everyone has minor illnesses at some point, and when Sun Simiao came to Chang'an, they would usually invite him back to take a look. Yang Fan, however, was a bit unfamiliar to him. But at this moment, Princess Xiangqing stepped forward. How did you get here? Xiangqing, do you know him? Li Tai looked curious. She had always been in the palace, and the people she knew were mostly young masters from prominent families. Yang Fan was a complete stranger to him, and judging from his clothes and appearance, he was not from the Tang dynasty, but his appearance seemed to be from the Tang dynasty. This is the man father has chosen for me to marry, and this sacred object in my hand was given to me by him. Princess Xiangqing said, and everyone looked at Yang Fan. They all heard it just now. It's about marrying into the family, not choosing a husband. This has great significance. Li Tai glanced at Yang Fan, then at his father's head guard. Big sister, won't you introduce us? We'll all be family from now on. Oh. Princess Xiangqing was somewhat flattered, as Li Tai had never addressed her like that before. Through Princess Xiangqing's introduction, everyone got to know Yang Fan. Yang Fan also got to know the group of people who were mostly second-generation meritorious officials and young masters from several prominent families. They all seemed to support Li Tai. There were also a few princes and princesses, probably just there to join in the fun. Moreover, Li Tai was very smooth in her speech. At first, she addressed Xiangqing as elder sister, but later she directly addressed her as elder sister. Yang Fan naturally sat down next to Princess Xiangqing. You came out all by yourself? I got together with Chang Lo. Yang Fan looked to the side. He had just heard Xiangqing's introduction. She's a little girl, not fully grown yet. Is she married? Princess Xiangqing was speechless. Didn't Yang Fan even know about such a big thing? She got married 3 years ago, to Chang Sunchong. Oh. Yang Fan was helpless. He knew she was going to marry Chang Sunchong, but who knew when she got married? How young must she have been when she married? No wonder she died young. She was born too early. If Li Tai invites you to these kinds of gatherings in the future, just ignore him and don't come. But before Princess Xiangqing could speak after Yang Fan finished speaking, a young man stepped forward. What kind of thing are you to dare to call yourself the king of you? Moreover, you even dare to sow discord among the royal family. What is your crime? I could crush dozens of people like you with a flick of my wrist. Don't think you're something special just because you've married a princess. Our aristocratic families don't even deign to marry princesses. Hearing this guy's words, Yang Fan frowned. His anger towards the aristocratic families on the way had subsided considerably. The young man's words reignited Yang Fan's anger. These people from the aristocratic families were truly arrogant. Thinking about the plight of those refugees, Yang Fan stood up abruptly. Li Shimin was about to take action against the aristocratic families, so he made his move first. Princess Xiangqing quickly grabbed Yang Fan and said, he is Cui Bowen from the Cui family of Bowling, a direct descendant of the family. Oh, so starting today, he's been removed from the Cui family. I said so. Yang Fan drew Li Junxian's sword directly and killed him with a swift, fatal blow, his blood splattering onto Yang Fan. Yang Fan felt that the sword was not aimed at an individual, but at a group of people, and at the anger towards that group. Looking at the corpse that was still gushing blood, Yang Fan felt his stomach churning. He quickly covered his mouth, almost vomiting. Although Yang Fan felt physically uncomfortable after killing someone for the first time, he felt no mental discomfort. Yang Fan's action terrified everyone. Good heavens, they can take action without saying a word, they just start fighting. Sun Simiao also realized he had misjudged Yang Fan, never expecting Yang Fan to have such a violent side. Li Tai also stood up and moved away from Yang Fan. How could this guy be so violent? He originally wanted to see how Yang Fan would react, but he didn't expect this result. Shout should call the Imperial Guards over here. As soon as Li Tai finished speaking, someone went to call him. Watching Li Tai walk away, Yang Fan curled his lip. This guy looks down on your royal family so much, and you don't even dare to fart. He was a spineless coward even when he became emperor. Yang Fan tossed the sword to Li Junxian, took a sip of the tea he had poured, and then spat it out. I was trying to suppress the urge to vomit, but this tasted salty and peppery, so I just spat it out. Princess Xiangqing came up and patted Yang Fan on the back. Li Junxian was also helpless. This guy was really something. Were the people from noble families so easy to kill? If they were so easy to kill, His Majesty would have taken action long ago. He instructed those around him. The quickest way is to inform His Majesty so that he can prepare. The bodyguard beside him nodded and quickly left. Li Junxian came to Yang Fan's side and asked, "Are you alright?" He could tell that Yang Fan had never killed anyone. He was a typical player who was both incompetent and loved to play around. However, his only task was to protect Yang Fan from harm, and he didn't care about anything else. Yang Fan felt much better after a while. Fine. The people on the third floor didn't leave. After all, they were all worldly wise and wouldn't just run away. They all wanted to stay and see how things developed. It seems that not only people in later generations gossip, but people in ancient times did too. Just then, a rough voice came from downstairs. The person hadn't even arrived yet, but the loud voice had already reached them. Who dares to kill someone in broad daylight? Is there no law? Do they think I'm just a figurehead? Chapter 34. Go find the owner of this sword and settle the score. Cheng Yaojin stormed up, only to find that everyone there was a familiar face. Who was the idiot who did this? Then I saw Li Junxian, and my mind went blank for a moment. His Majesty has arrived? He turned his head to look again, but still couldn't see His Majesty. Old Li, you're here. Why did you call me over? You could have handled it yourself. Who is this dead person? From the Chui family of bowling. Li Junxian replied helplessly. You killed him? Why have you been so irritable lately? Why are you arguing with a child? How come you're getting more and more backward as you get older? Cheng Yaojin looked puzzled. He too had seen the blood-dripping sword in Li Junxian's hand. The real person is right here. Li Junxian gestured in Yang Fan's direction. Cheng Yaojin looked at the person next to Princess Xiangqing, somewhat bewildered. Who was this person? With the princess by his side and guards like Li Junxian protecting him, even a fool would know that this guy in front of him is no ordinary person. Why would he go looking for trouble? What's your name, young man? Cheng Yaojin is a shrewd old man. He knows that only His Majesty can make the decision in this situation. Yang Fan. As he spoke, Yang Fan took out Li Shimin's sword, Long Quan's sword, directly from his private space. Actually, killing was not my intention. Look at this sword. It was its owner who gave the order. Everyone was so shocked by the sword that appeared out of thin air that their expressions became memes. Then Li Junxian, Cheng Yaojin, and Li Tai all shouted it out. Long Quan's sword. So he's implying that killing was His Majesty's order? They had all forgotten how the sword had appeared out of thin air. Most importantly, this sword was Li Shimin's personal sword, and it also has another name. The Emperor's sword. You're Cheng Yaojin, right? I'll give you the sword. Go find the owner of this sword. I'm just an accomplice. Yang Fan threw the sword over. He could tell who it was just by listening to the voice, since the features were quite distinctive. Cheng Yaojin hurriedly took it, looked at it, and it was real. No, you should keep the sword. Cheng Yaojin returned the sword to Yang Fan. I've never been here before. I'm leaving now. He didn't want to get involved in this mess. Li Junxian stopped him. Go and see His Majesty. Upon seeing that everyone had arrived on horseback, Yang Fan asked Princess Xiangqing, Can you ride a horse? Princess Xiangqing nodded. Of course she could. After all, her father was Li Shimin, and her aunt was Princess Pingyang. Wouldn't it be useless if she couldn't ride a horse? Other people's empires were built by others, but the Li family's empire was built by their own brothers and sisters. Then you ride your horse and take me with you. Li Junxian, help me pull a horse. Yang Fan didn't care whether Princess Xiangqing agreed or not, and directly told Li Junxian to go find a horse. Cheng Yaojin also heard it. Good heavens, who is this person? Why does he always address people by their full names? He gestured to his men to give Yang Fan and Li Junxian a horse and a rider. How about we ride the horse ourselves? It's not very convenient for the two of us to ride together. Princess Xiangqing's face turned bright red. I don't know how. It's okay, let others talk. What's there to be afraid of? We won't be living here then. Yang Fan urged Princess Xiangqing to mount her horse. Princess Xiangqing had no choice but to mount her horse. After all, she would have to follow her husband's family wherever he went after marriage. Yang Fan also stepped into the stirrups and leaped onto the horse, then put his arm around Princess Xiangqing's waist. Princess Xiangqing shouted, and her horse galloped off. Cheng Yaojin asked Li Junxian, who was standing beside him. Who is this person? He can carry a princess, and he even has the emperor's sword. I don't know. I only saw him in the last couple of days. Besides, His Majesty married Princess Xiangqing to him. Anyway, His Majesty trusts him a lot, and said that he would not allow any violence if he saw him in the palace. Li Junxian's face was also dazed. Let's keep up. I reckon if His Majesty doesn't allow us to contribute anything, this matter won't be easy to resolve. Li Junxian naturally knew what it was about. He guessed it meant giving up 2 official positions. Fourth brother, aren't you going to talk to father about this? He's so disrespectful to our royal princess. He brought this trouble upon himself. Why should I help him? Besides, he killed someone who was my accomplice. I'm already being kind by not adding fuel to the fire. Li Tai pursed his lips and left with his men. Li Lizzie shook her head in disappointment. With such a mindset, if she became emperor, the imperial power would be even weaker. If her elder brother were still alive, he would surely have protected the royal family's dignity. Li Lizzie also rode a horse to the palace. Li Shimin also received the news, but upon hearing that Cheng Yaojin had gone there, he was no longer in a hurry and was looking into the distance from the city wall of the palace. After all, given Cheng Yaojin's personality, he certainly wouldn't hurt Yang Fan. As for that Chui family of bowling, he's dead, so be it. Now, with the few divine artifacts they possess, any one of them will attract a large number of aristocratic scions. He now feels like a fish in the ocean, completely relaxed and at ease. What he saw next made Li Shimin's face darken, and he left the city tower. The two had just dismounted when they saw Li Shimin with a dark face. Princess Xiangqing, seeing Li Shimin's dark face, immediately hid behind Yang Fan. Yang Fan was not afraid of Li Shimin. He stepped forward and coughed twice. After that, I took out the emperor's sword and said it was your order, so you should handle it. Li Shimin was numb. You can kill him if you want, but why push it onto me? Do you think I would cause you trouble just because you killed a spendthrift young master from a noble family? I understand. Isn't this going to have a bad influence on Xiangqing and damage the royal family's reputation? What nonsense. The powerful families have already said that your royal princess is worthless. They wouldn't even take her for free. You knew perfectly well what was going on, didn't you? Why didn't you just kill them all sooner? Yang Fan rolled his eyes at Li Shimin, thinking that this guy was also a bit of a bully who preyed on the weak. All right, hurry up and get your wedding with Xiangqing in the next few days, and then get the hell out of here. Li Shimin originally planned to choose an auspicious day, but if Yang Fan continued to do this for a few more days, his daughter's reputation would be ruined. Then you'd better get ready quickly. I'll be staying here for 5 or 6 days. While they were talking, Li Junxian and Cheng Yaojin arrived. They could see Yang Fan talking to Li Shimin from afar. The two men dismounted and ran over to pay their respects to Li Shimin from a distance. I know everything. Jijia, go and train the troops. Don't let the aristocratic families cause any trouble. Don't get involved with the powerful families. Keep an eye on your wife. After Cheng Yaojing finished his greetings, Li Shimin assigned him a task and ordered him to keep his distance from the aristocratic families. Cheng Yaojin immediately understood His Majesty was about to take action against the aristocratic families. Cheng Yaojin glanced at Yang Fan. Who exactly was this guy? He wasn't even reserved in front of His Majesty, and he had already killed members of the Gong family. It seemed like His Majesty was about to take drastic action against the aristocratic families. Could it be that he really received His Majesty's authorization? Cheng Yaojin accepted the order and left quickly. Li Lizzie arrived at this time and saw Cheng Yaojin, who had already left. He came before Li Shimin and began to explain. Father, I was there at the time. That aristocratic family does have a habit of torturing and killing refugees, and they look down on our royal family. If fourth brother associates with someone like that, he'll inevitably go astray sooner or later. Chapter 35. Bringing back a princess from the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin patted Li Lizzie's head. Your fourth brother doesn't want to offend those powerful families. He's still hoping they'll help him ascend the throne. Let me introduce you. This is Yang Fan, who will be your eldest sister's husband. You will call him brother-in-law from now on. Li Lizzie nodded. Generally speaking, the husbands whom her father would ask her to call elder sister were all imperial sons-in-law and guards. Even if she were to marry down, she would still address him by his official title. Calling him elder brother-in-law proves that she considers Yang Fan as family. Yang Fan killed members of a powerful family, yet his father seemed to show no remorse towards him. Brother-in-law, is that a watch on my sister's wrist? Can you give me one? I really like it. If it's valuable, I can trade it for something. I have lots of jewelry. Yang Fan waved his hand, thinking that Li Shimin's daughters weren't entirely problematic. Princess Changlu was quite good, she could still distinguish right from wrong. It's also possible that she's the only one who can afford to offend Li Tai. You've already called me brother-in-law, can I accept your things? I'll give you some tomorrow. Alright, now that you're here, go to the palace to see your mother. She's gotten much better recently, and misses you all quite a bit. Li Shimin patted her on the shoulder. Li Lizzie left happily. She had also heard that the watch was very valuable, and that only the two of them owned it, not even her father. How about it? Lizzie is pretty good, isn't she? She even spoke up for you. Li Shimin said smugly. After all, Yang Fan had previously said that his daughter was not very good. Well, that's good, but his lifespan isn't very long. I guess he only has a few years left to live. After Yang Fan finished speaking, Li Junxian swallowed. Damn it. How could he possibly listen to that? Can you at least say that in private? You say it's okay, but he might be in trouble. Li Shimin looked at Li Jun with envy. Li Junxian understood immediately and left. Is there something wrong with Lizzie? As for Princess Xiangqing, she is still by Yang Fan's side. After all, she will be Yang Fan's wife in the future, so there is no need to avoid her. The same problem as Empress Zhongsun is related to qi stagnation, coupled with the fact that she gave birth too early. Her body was not fully developed, and premature childbirth depleted her life force. Yang Fan has been searching for information about the Tang dynasty online lately, so he came across Princess Changlu. Li Shimin suddenly remembered that Yang Fan said that in their area, 18 years old was considered an adult. Moreover, his Guan Yinbi and Lizzie did indeed give birth at the age of 14 or 15. Then how can we prevent it? Can she take the medicine that Guan Yinbi took? Okay, and also, don't have children in the next few years. It's hard for modern people like Yang Fan to imagine a 14-year-old girl giving birth 14 years old would be a middle school student in modern times. That's too much torture. Understood, I will be careful. You just said you wanted to stay here for a few days. Shall I find you a courtyard? No need. Didn't you bestow a princess's residence upon Xiangqing? I'll stay there. You should hurry up and take care of our business. Li Shimin's hands, which were behind his back, were almost bursting with impatience. Why do you sound like you're ordering me around? If you move into the princess's residence, you'll ruin my daughter's reputation. No, you live in the palace, so I'll find you a side hall. Send Xiangqing back. Li Shimin called out, and pulled Yang Fan back to the palace. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 6 days have passed. Yang Fan also entrusted the matter of the refugees to Li Shimin. The treatment period that Sun Simiao mentioned has also come to an end. Yang Fan's killing of a scion of a powerful family seemed to have caused no trouble at all. He didn't experience any disturbance whatsoever. Yang Fan and Princess Xiangqing also held their wedding. The wedding was extremely complicated, and the guests were all members of the royal family, as well as some meritorious ministers from Chang'an. Although no one knew Yang Fan, Li Shimin requested that all members of the imperial family and meritorious ministers in Chang'an come to offer their congratulations. Everyone knew perfectly well that this person was definitely an extremely important figure to Li Shimin. They brought a lot of good things, including many rare and precious treasures. Yang Fan knew that this was all to give Li Shimin face. Yang Fan wasn't stingy either. All the guests were served mitai, and he even went out of his way to buy a lot of it. The imperial palace. Yang Fan brought Princess Xiangqing to bid farewell to Li Shimin and Empress Zhongsun. You're quite generous, kid. The wine you gave my ministers was excellent. It knocked out a large number of them that very day. They've been begging me for alcohol these past few days. Cough, cough. I'm a young woman, and this is my first time getting married. It's my first time in my life, so how can I be stingy? Yang Fan also felt it was a dream. In just half a month, they got their marriage certificate in modern times and got married in ancient times. You brat, who cares if this is your first time? My intention is the wine. Li Shimin was speechless. Couldn't this kid understand the point of his words? Yang Fan glanced at Princess Xiangqing beside him. She was incredibly obedient, doing whatever she was told. It's not a bad thing to offer your father-in-law some wine. Okay, I understand. I'll buy some and put it in my space when I have time. You can go get it. But the wine you guys are drinking is very expensive, and the quantity is limited. I'll give you something else that's much better than the wine here. Moreover, I came here today because I'm preparing to go back. Xiangqing is also going back with me, so I came to say goodbye to you. Li Shimin nodded without objecting. As long as there were some, He could keep the good ones for himself and give the rest away as rewards. Li Shimin thought for a moment. Xiangqing, you will be going to a strange place where Yang Fan will be your only family. You must take good care of Yang Fan's parents. Take care of yourself. After Li Shimin finished speaking, he turned around and left only his back view. Empress Zhangsun also came over and hugged Princess Xiangqing. If possible, I can come back and visit again. Empress Zhangsun also shed tears after speaking. After all, Princess Xiangqing had grown up by her side since childhood and was treated the same as her own daughter. Princess Xiangqing nodded. Although she didn't know exactly where they were going, she could tell from her father and mother that it must be a very far place. Don't worry, mother, I will listen to my husband. After saying that, she looked at Li Shimin's back again, and tears welled up in her eyes. Yang Fan saw that he had already greeted them. Then we're off. We'll come back when we have time. Yang Fan, with his hand on Princess Xiangqing's shoulder, waved to Empress Zhangsun and Li Shimin, and led Princess Xiangqing back to the modern world. In fact, Yang Fan had already tried bringing living beings through time travel, and it was possible. Later, he tried it with people, and there were no problems. So bringing people through time travel is not a problem. Princess Xiangqing instantly felt that the space before her eyes was much brighter, and she had arrived in a completely unfamiliar space. She held Yang Fan's hand tightly. My lord, is this the immortal realm? I've never seen any of these buildings before. Chapter 36 The First Meeting of the Two Women. Can this place also be called the immortal realm? Yang Fan murmured. If you have money, maybe you'll be in the immortal realm, but for those of us struggling to survive here, just being alive is good enough. We don't dare to get sick at all. This is 1,400 years after the Tang dynasty. You have traveled from 1,000 years ago to the present. Yang Fan said something that Princess Xiangqing could understand. Princess Xiangqing went to the window, touched it, looked at the tall buildings in the distance, and swallowed. At this moment, she understood a little why Yang Fan could talk to her father like that, and why her father and mother seemed to be going through a life or death separation just now. It seems they all knew Yang Fan's identity. Husband, is this our home? No, this place is called an inn where you're from. This place is so beautiful. Do we have such beautiful glassware at home? Princess Xiangqing felt like she was in a dream, that she had actually come to the future 1,400 years later. The sight before her and the touch in her hands told her it was real. Yang Fan smiled and thought to himself, all that jewelry you're wearing, all the gifts you received at your wedding, and the dowry from Empress Zhangsun, it's more than enough to buy this hotel. Not yet. I haven't even chosen a house yet. Let's go look at houses in the next couple of days. Yang Fan glanced at her attire. Let me help you change your clothes first. It's not convenient for you to go out in these clothes. Yang Fan plugged his phone into the charger and called Jiang Lan. Hey, where are you? I'm at the hospital with my grandma. Boss, are you back yet? Yes. How is grandma doing? That's good. Even if grandma stays here for too long and wants to be discharged. What did the doctor say? Even though the doctor said it's fine, and you're not here, I don't dare to process the discharge. Grandma is getting quite anxious staying here. Yang Fan was speechless. If someone can be discharged, they can be discharged. If they can't, they can't. And then they say it's either fine. It's truly a case of wanting to have it both ways. Then let's get it done tomorrow. You come back first, and buy a few sets of girls' clothes and shoes. She is about 163 centimeters tall, has a well-proportioned figure, and wears size 37 shoes. Jiang Lan listened, remained silent for a moment, and then responded. Okay, boss. She knew it was probably bought for the boss's woman, but there was nothing she could do about it. Princess Xiangqing looked at the phone in Yang Fan's hand. Husband, what's that in your hand? Are you talking to someone else? Princess Xiangqing looked around the room. It was just the two of them. I'll buy you a cell phone too. It allows us to communicate across mountains and rivers. Yang Fan also messaged Jiang Lan directly, asking her to buy another phone. Can I talk to my father and mother? Princess Xiangqing's question left Yang Fan speechless. Sure, you just need to get internet access at your father's mausoleum. You can call, but I don't know if anyone will answer. Aw, father's mausoleum. Princess Xiangqing realized that after so long, her father was no longer here. By the way, what's your name? I've always called you by your title. Li Anlin, you may call me whatever you like, my husband. Okay, then I'll explain our local terminology to you. You can then follow our local customs and use our terms of address. Li Anlin nodded. Yang Fan began explaining the proper titles to Princess Xiangqing, since she could use the Tang dynasty titles when she came to him. Jiang Lan returned quickly, carrying large and small bags and holding several boxes in her arms. Yang Fan stepped forward and took it. Jianglan also saw the owner who needed the clothes. She wore a gorgeous ancient costume, had a delicate face, and was adorned with exquisite headdresses. Where did the boss find this cosplayer? She looks like she stepped right out of a painting. Yang Fan looked at the two dumbfounded people, speechless. They were both staring at each other in disbelief. Jianglan, go and take Lan to change her clothes. Oh, okay, boss. Yang Fan patted Li Anlin on the shoulder, and she turned around. She never imagined women could dress like this. It was truly astonishing. Li Anlin changed her clothes and came out shortly after. Although I had seen her many times, I was still amazed by her in modern clothes. She wore a white shirt on top, an A-line suit skirt on the bottom, white sneakers on the shoes, and a watch on her wrist. If you ignore her hairstyle and headwear, she's definitely a modern urban goddess. The main problem is that their eyes are too bright, as if they've never experienced an accident. Fine. You don't need to wear so many head ornaments anymore, just a hairpin will do. You can also change your hairstyle. When Li Anlin arrived in the modern world, she had no one to serve her, and she couldn't do her own hair every day, so she could only switch to a simpler style. Good husband. Turning to Jianglan, he said, thank you for your help, sister. Jianglan had a misconception when she heard Li Anlin address Yang Fan. Is this person really from ancient times? She just looked at it and realized that the materials used in her clothes were not ordinary fabrics. In addition, the accessories she wore were not plastic, but real gold and gemstones. It's exquisitely crafted. It's definitely not some cheap, low-quality item. Furthermore, the watch on her wrist was clearly one she had bought herself. Clashing with her other accessories, it was obviously a modern item. It's all right. I'm here to serve the boss, so serving the boss's wife is only what I should do. Although Jianglan felt uncomfortable, she didn't show it. After all, what woman isn't jealous? But Yang Fan was also very good to her. She couldn't say anything about his womanizing ways after all. She was obligated to help him. With Jianglan's help, Li Anlin's image quickly changed, and she became a modern goddess. Although she was only 18, she had very little childishness on her face. Husband, is it all right now? Li Anlin felt very uncomfortable in her current clothes, but she managed to hold back when she saw Jianglan's attire. Yes, call me brother. Didn't I just tell you not to call me husband in front of others? Yang Fan was also considering that if Jianglan were there, she wouldn't feel good about being called that. Okay, brother. Li Anlin nodded, and changed her ways exactly as Yang Fan told her to. Yang Fan's phone rang again. He saw it as soon as he turned on his computer. It was full of messages. It must be a call from the auction house. Hello. My goodness, you finally answered the phone. I was so worried. Your auction items need to be sent over. Li Yang was on the verge of tears. He had been calling from morning until afternoon, but his phone was always off. If he accidentally offended a lot of big shots, he was finished. Oh, I'll send it over. All right. Sir, please have someone send it over quickly. Do you have anything worth auctioning tomorrow? Tell me about it. I have several top-of-the-line sports cars, as well as watches, jewelry, antiques, and paintings. Are you interested? I'll reserve a spot for you. Okay, I got it. Save me 3 seats. Yang Fan was quite interested. He had never participated in an auction before, and he could learn something new tomorrow. He also needed to go to the hospital tomorrow to complete the formalities and get a medical checkup. Sun Simiao said his organs were functioning normally, so he wanted to see what the modern diagnostic tools would say. Chapter 37. You're a rich young lady from Beijing's elite circles. Dare I say no? The next day at the hospital, Yang Fan and the 2 women arrived at the hospital. Yang Fan asked Jianglan to arrange for his grandmother's discharge surgery, as he needed to get a checkup himself. The test results were good, and the doctor was also quite puzzled. He had a conclusion about Yang Fan. The last test had indeed shown that he was starting to experience kidney failure. But this time the checkup came back normal. Could it have been a misdiagnosis? Yang Fan didn't care. He took the results, checked that everything was fine, and left. The doctor wanted to ask more questions, but Yang Fan ignored him. He wasn't shocked, since cancer isn't a concept in traditional Chinese medicine. Cancer is a term coined by Western capitalists. Even if there were drugs to treat cancer, ordinary people wouldn't need them. Rich people will only give you a glimmer of hope to keep you hanging on and make you keep spending money. During this time, Li Anlin held his hand tightly. In this unfamiliar realm, she was afraid that she might accidentally lose Yang Fan and not be able to find him again. I was quite startled when I got on the vehicle. It's amazing that it can move without horses and move so fast, and that only a girl can operate it. Moreover, it's very comfortable to sit in. Brother, is this a clinic? It's so big. Yang Fan smiled. It seemed she had seen the word hospital. Well, this isn't the kind of doctor you're familiar with. You'll get to know him better as you go. You can just go to the hospital or a traditional Chinese medicine doctor instead. Li Anlin did quite well. Although she was quite nervous when she arrived here, she remained calm and didn't cause any problems. It seems that Li Shimin's daughter is quite good. She is calm and composed. Last time, when he killed that young master from the Chui family of bowling, he himself vomited. Li Anlin was completely unharmed and even massaged his back to help him catch his breath, as if to her he hadn't killed a person, but rather a chicken. The royal bloodline is still there. As for Western medicine, Yang Fan felt that it actually had some merits. For acute problems, it's advisable to go to the hospital to see a Western doctor as soon as possible, since they are quick to take effect. For appendicitis or similar conditions, wait for a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. If you encounter an unreliable one, you'll be in excruciating pain. The two got up and went to Yang Fan's grandmother's ward, where they began packing their things. Turning around, I saw Yang Fan bring a girl in. Xiao Fan, let's go home. Grandma's complexion was noticeably better, and her voice was much louder. I'm planning to buy a house in Shanghai. If you live here, it'll be closer to the hospital, so the next time you have a relapse, it will come faster. Go home, go home. I can't stay here. I'm not used to it. I can't even leave the house here. I'm so anxious. Yang Fan sighed helplessly. The elderly were indeed not suited to living in big cities. They could visit each other and chat in the village. She must be very anxious at the hospital. No one is talking, and Yang Fan's father is also a quiet person. It's no wonder he's anxious. Okay, I'll stay here tonight and go back tomorrow. The weather isn't cold yet, so staying at home is fine. You could buy a house in the city center there, where the heating will be just right in winter. Yang Fan had Zhang Lan arrange things for his grandmother. The hotel he was staying at was quite nice. He made a phone call to Yi Qingqing. Hey, can you do me a favor? Tell me about it. Yi Qingqing's voice was languid, indicating that she was lying down. I need to register someone's household registration. You're not going to mess with that girl again, are you? Kid, watch your step. Once you've got her, that's enough. Why do you need her household registration? Even if you have money, you can't bully people like this. Yi Qingqing's voice rose several decibels, clearly indicating her dissatisfaction with Yang Fan's actions. No, he's someone who doesn't have a registered household at all. Yang Fan was speechless. Who did this guy think he was? It was an insult to his personality. You're in Shanghai, right? I'm in Shanghai too. Let's meet. Yi Qingqing is also preparing to attend tomorrow's auction. She wants to see who will win the other 2 calligraphy pieces. Yang Fan suggested a coffee shop that was very close to the hospital. Yang Fan and his companion strolled over there. Brother, I see so many people here. Why aren't there any soldiers on duty? If there's a riot here, how many people will die? Li Anlin found it somewhat strange. Yang Fan put his arm around her waist. This little girl's thought process was quite peculiar. Seeing so many people, her first thought was that she was afraid of a riot. Don't worry, no one will riot. Weapons these days are not like they were 1,000 years ago, where you could rebel with just a kitchen knife. The two arrived at the coffee shop, and Yang Fan ordered 3 coffees. Yi Qingqing arrived before the coffee was even ready. This outfit is much more normal, at least it's summer wear. Yi Qingqing glanced at the girl next to Yang Fan and clicked her tongue. This Yang Fan really knows how to pick on beautiful women. You're just going to register her household? Right. How could she not have a household registration? Are there still such beautiful unregistered people in China these days? Yi Qingqing took a picture of Li Anlin with her phone. Then he sent a message to someone. Li Anlin nervously grasped Yang Fan's hand. After all, she was indeed not from this world. Moreover, Yang Fan also told her about the importance of identity last night. You don't need to worry about that. It's a simple matter. Do I need to trouble you? Ahem. So you're going to use my grandfather's favor, right? That would make things much simpler. But after she finished speaking, she noticed that Yang Fan was staring at her without saying a word. Within minutes, she felt embarrassed. After all, she had already gained a huge advantage. With Yang Fan's wealth, he could easily throw out tens of millions of yuan to register someone's household registration, and there would be plenty of local officials willing to do it. Just kidding, don't be so serious. Yi Qingqing quickly received the news that the girl in front of her had no record of ever appearing in China from childhood to adulthood, and had only appeared with Yang Fan today. Tell me her information, and I'll send it to someone so I can register her household registration. Li Anlin, 18 years old, birthday June 15th. Yi Qingqing's lips twitched. Damn, this is so simple. Is your household registration also in Shanghai? Okay, I understand. It will be ready tomorrow. They will deliver the items. Yi Qingqing sent out Li Anlin's information. She had already sent out the photo earlier, so it wasn't a difficult task for her. Thanks. Are you also going to the auction today? I came to take a look. What? Am I not allowed to see this just because I don't have money? Yi Qingsheng retorted directly, saying that Yang Fan was too fickle, having changed partners in just a few days. Good things are simply wasted in the hands of people like this. Yang Fan was speechless. How could he dare to say that if he wanted money, people would line up to give him money? No, you're a rich young lady from Beijing's elite circles. Do you think I'm unworthy of you? Would I not see the sun rise tomorrow? After Yang Fan finished speaking, he looked at Li Anlin. She was the real heiress of Beijing's elite circles. Don't talk nonsense. We live in a society governed by the rule of law. You're making me sound like a gangster. I heard from Li Yang that you sold a lot of Jingguan gold ingots to auction houses. Do you have any more? Chapter 38, is Emperor Taizong your father? This person has no professionalism at all. They managed to leak such confidential information. Won't he end up with so many things stuck with them? Yang Fan shook his head. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be this stupid. No, he gave it to me and told me to look around the Beijing art circle to see if anyone liked collecting it, and then sell it to them at a low price, for 0.8 million. How could I not know that he has a lot of things he needs and is eager to sell them? Naturally, he would ask you about them. In fact, Yi Qingqing immediately thought of Yang Fan. After all, everything Yang Fan was selling was from the Jingguan era, and it was something that only the most powerful and wealthy could obtain. With so many Jingguan gold ingots, only he could make a move. Yang Fan was speechless when he heard the price. He told himself that it was hard to sell and would depreciate in value. The value of the relationship has decreased by 200,000. Anyone can scam people. There are plenty. Just tell me how many you want. You can negotiate with him, and I'll sell them for 100,000 less than him. I have as many as you want. Yang Fan currently has 50,000 taels of silver, which is equivalent to 5,000 gold ingots. He can directly drive down the price. Yi Qingsheng realized something was wrong. It seemed Yang Fan and Jiahe were about to clash. It's obvious that Golden Harvest offered him too little money. No, doing business is about win-win situations. Selling to private collectors like this won't have a big impact on the market. Wouldn't it be better if you had a lot in hand? The market price is stable, and you'll still make a profit, right? Yi Qingsheng initially had the idea of buying some items from Yang Fan at a low price. But judging from Yang Fan's tone, he must have a lot in hand. If he were to release all his information, wouldn't the price just collapse? Furthermore, she had received benefits from Golden Harvest, so she certainly couldn't let the two sides start fighting. You really are indebted to those who accept gifts. Yang Fan thought Yi Qingsheng was right. This woman's mind worked pretty fast. He calmed down and realized that, including what Li Shimin had, he still had 10,000 coins. If he were to spend them casually, it would indeed cause the price to collapse. Let the professionals do what they're good at. Otherwise, wouldn't the national football team be like this? An amateur directing professionals? Looks like you have quite a few. Where did you get them from? Is Emperor Taizong Li Shimin your father? Seeing that Yang Fan had no intention of continuing to argue, Yi Qingsheng asked the question that had been bothering her. After all, none of the things Yang Fan had were from the tomb. They were all very well preserved. But it was that prince again. He remembered that most of Li Shimin's descendants had been killed. Yang Fan glanced at Li Anlin, and she looked over as well. This man's father really was Li Shimin. They were all given to me by Li Shimin. I didn't want them, but he insisted on giving them to me. Yang Fan stopped pretending and came clean, revealing that it was given to him by Li Shimin. Yi Qingsheng was speechless. Even if Li Shimin climbed out of his coffin, he couldn't climb out of Zhaoling. Let me treat you to dinner. We've known each other for so long, but we've never eaten together before. Yi Qingsheng felt it was still necessary to befriend Yang Fan. The fact that he can sell things so casually makes it quite obvious that either he has no one backing him, or the person behind him is someone very close to him. Sure, you can book the place. I have someone else with me. Where's your bodyguard? Yang Fan found it strange. He remembered that Yi Qingsheng had been by his side the last time. He's out there. You're not comfortable with him around. Yi Qingsheng looked out the window. Yang Fan also looked out and muttered to himself, feeling uncomfortable around this person. This person's perception ability is terrifying. Because Yang Fan can enter other dimensions at any time, he felt uncomfortable staying next to Yang Fan. Okay, then let's have 5 people. We don't want anything too spicy. My girlfriend can't eat that. Let's eat seafood. I know a really good restaurant here, and I haven't eaten there in ages. Yi Qingsheng glanced at Li Anlin. Yang Fan must be referring to this girl. Let's go. My assistant isn't here, so I'll trouble your bodyguard to drive us. Send me the store's location on my phone, and my assistant will come over. Yi Qingsheng glanced at Li Anlin. Is this even possible? Can't they even fight? However, I still sent the location to Yang Fan. Even after everyone left, Long Outyin kept his eyes fixed on Yang Fan. Yang Fan said with a smile, "You're from a special forces unit. Do you have any colleagues who need work? I need a few." This was the first time he had ever directly felt that a person's senses could be so sensitive. I could feel the instability it was in him. "You can ask Qingsheng." Long Outyin replied with a sentence and then went to get the car. That shouldn't be the case. With so many treasures, you don't have any guards. Yi Qingsheng wanted to scratch her head in exasperation. You know the saying, the truly great hermit lives in the city. Many times, things are right under your nose, but you just can't see them. Yang Fan wasn't lying, it really was right in front of him, just in a different space. Yi Qingsheng didn't want to talk to Yang Fan, so why did he start talking about philosophy? "Let me ask for you. I don't know either, but they all have special agreements, and they can be transferred back if something happens. You need to think this through carefully. I only need 7 or 8 women to protect the people around me. I don't need them." Yang Fan himself is not afraid of kidnapping or assassination. He has no mortal enemies in modern times. At most, someone might try to kidnap him for his property, but he is not afraid of that. "I'm afraid they'll turn on the people around them." "How much salary are you paying?" It's still possible to hire female veterans, since their re-employment is indeed more difficult than that of male soldiers. Moreover, their gathering wouldn't pose a significant threat, but if it were dozens of retired Special Forces soldiers. "I give 50,000 yuan a month to the same unit as you, plus a bonus at the end of the year." Yang Fan thought for a moment and offered a reasonable price. "Okay, I'll help you make the contact. You can come over in a few days." Yi Qingsheng has helped reduce their employment pressure, since they all used to work as bodyguards and are fully capable of doing so. Yang Fan's lips twitched. Women are so straightforward, but men are so evasive. When there's an official in the family, things are different. The meal went smoothly, and the chaotic scene Yi Qingsheng had imagined did not occur. It also showed her why Yang Fan could prevent the two of them from arguing. This guy barely ate anything during the meal. He spent all his time serving the two people next to him, peeling shrimp and crabs, and explaining how to eat various kinds of seafood. Yi Qingsheng sighed. Being a scumbag isn't so easy after all. I've just had to eat some dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Yang Fan was actually quite helpless. Neither of the two women had ever eaten with him before, and neither of them could have. He had taken on so many part-time jobs and was very familiar with this kind of thing, so he could only make do with what he had. Just as everyone was eating, a group of people barged in. The leader was an elderly scholar with gray hair, and there were police officers behind him. He went straight to Yang Fan and said, "You were the one who auctioned off those calligraphy pieces by Yu Shinan and Chu Suiliang, right? Explain the origin of these items, or I'll have to invite you in for tea." Chapter 39. Whose proof do you want first? I've already mentioned the name. Yang Fan didn't even look up, continuing to serve food to the two women. "Oh, whom do you represent? The country? The people? Or a certain organization? Or do you represent Jiahe Auction House?" As she spoke, she looked up at Yi Qingsheng again. "It has nothing to do with me. They should be archaeology experts." Yi Qingsheng said that she knew it too, that these people had nothing better to do all day. The old scholar pushed up his glasses. He hadn't expected that no one in the room would react to them at all. Naturally, it belongs to the state. If you can't provide evidence, then this thing can only belong to the state. Yang Fan smiled and looked at Yi Qingsheng. The nation's credibility has been ruined by this group of people, don't you think? As for evidence of family heirlooms, whose do you want? Yu Shinan, Chu Suiliang, or Li Shimin? Name one. Yi Qingsheng was helpless. Yang Fan was definitely targeting her. "I found a phone number and made a call." "Qingsheng, have you come to Shanghai? Is your dad too busy to pick you up? Do you want your uncle to come and pick you up?" A cheerful laugh came from the other end of the phone. "Uncle Tian, the discipline of your men isn't very good." After saying that, he explained the situation and mentioned the badge number of the police officer in charge. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they hung up the phone. The police officer in charge was quickly berated. He hadn't even said a word before his superior had already yelled at him like a dog. If he were to say anything more, he felt his career was over. "Professor, I have to go now." After saying that, he immediately left with his men, because he couldn't afford to offend the people sitting here. The professor was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected the girl in front of him to be so capable. One phone call had terrified the squad leader. Besides, didn't this young man say that his family was poor? How did he know someone like this? "Humph, I'll come looking for you again. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have connections. This is a society governed by the rule of law." After saying that, he stormed off in a huff. Can you really produce evidence? Yi Qingsheng was also a little curious. After all, These things were not unearthed from ancient tombs, so there was no point in making trouble. They were obviously well preserved and passed down from generation to generation. Even if he can't produce evidence, it's fine. The auction house will protect him. After all, he's a big spender. The clown behavior of these nobodies is rather laughable. Yang Fan looked at her with a half-smile. Whose do you want? Li Anlin was also confused by what he heard, but he recognized a few familiar names. What did these people need to prove? However, since Yang Fan could see his father directly, none of this was a problem. He continued eating, which was quite delicious. Yi Qingsheng could tell from Yang Fan's confident expression that he possessed all three of them after all. Someone who could produce so many precious items must have something else in common. No need. I don't have the habit of humiliating myself. She could practically feel Yang Fan about to slap her, and she might even offer her face to him. Is it delicious? Yang Fan wiped Li Anlin's mouth for her. The girl was just eating and didn't say much. It feels like it's been treated with a lot of seasoning, but it tastes very good. She hadn't eaten this many seasonings before. The most expensive one was pepper. But this place had so many different flavors, and Chang'an was far from the sea. She had never eaten anything like this before. Jiang Lan saw that everyone had finished eating and prepared to get up to pay the bill. Yang Fan pulled her back. This girl was so sensible, it was heartbreaking. No need to pay the bill. Someone's treating us today. Yi Qingsheng, thank you for treating. See you tonight. After the two women finished eating, Yang Fan got up to say goodbye. He had plenty of trading points to spend. Jiang Lan waved her hand as well. Watching the group walk out of the private room, Long Outyin spoke. Have you noticed anything different about Yang Fan? No, I just feel more energetic than a few days ago. Yi Qingsheng thought back for a moment. His eyes have changed. He has killed someone, just recently. Impossible. In a metropolis like Shanghai, how could he commit murder without making a sound? Yi Qingsheng felt that Long Outyin was being overly vigilant. Especially towards Yang Fan, she could sense that Long Outyin was very uncomfortable. After being an instructor for so long, do you think I can't tell if someone has killed someone? Their eyes can reveal their character. Someone who has killed someone is different. Have your uncle check him up and see if he's done anything suspicious lately. Okay, I'll explain it to you. On the other side, Yang Fan went to visit his grandmother. She wasn't used to staying in the hotel and was looking at the scenery outside on the huge terrace. Jiang Lan, taken Lan to play on the phone. She doesn't know how at all. Can you teach her? I'm going to sleep in my room for a while. Don't wake me up if you need anything. After Yang Fan finished speaking, the two women nodded to indicate that they understood. Upon entering the room, Yang Fan immediately brought up the system interface. He currently has 3,350 trading points. Choosing the former dynasty requires 1,000. The technology world requires 3,000, and high value requires 10,000. However, random selection is cheaper, so Yang Fan plans to try 2 random selections first to see if there are any worlds that interest him. Yang Fan clicked to consume 500 trade points and match with the world. Match successful. The world you have been matched with is 100 years after the apocalypse. Yang Fan clicked match again. Match successful. You have been matched with the world of Bright Sword. Yang Fan sensed it and indeed found 2 different spaces. The space is half ruins, half normal. The space was half peaceful, half chaotic. When Yang Fan saw the first world, his heart sank. What could possibly change in a world 100 years after the apocalypse? As for the second one, it's not bad. He's watched Bright Sword at least 30 times. No matter who's pulling the trigger, Yang Fan will definitely lend a hand. When Yang Fan sensed the space, he found himself already inside it. People from the time of the apocalypse have entered. Seeing the other person go inside, Yang Fan also disappeared from the room. The other person was a young man, who looked to be about the same age as himself. When he saw the other person's face, he was a little dazed. This person looked strangely familiar, but he didn't know where the feeling came from. The moment he appeared, the other person looked over. I looked at Yang Fan. He was a person. Moreover, the other person looked very well and was dressed very fashionably. Lin Dong asked, "A person from a time of peace?" Yang Fan nodded, then shook his head. People in peaceful countries do not live in peaceful times. Oh, are you short of water? No, I have a vast desert here. Yang Fan was lying through his teeth. This guy immediately revealed his need for water. If he said he didn't lack water, wouldn't he have made an outrageous demand? Yang Fan also discovered that information asymmetry is very important in trading. Information asymmetry is that important? Lin Dong chuckled softly. Yang Fan immediately became serious. This guy in front of him could actually see into his mind. Lin Dong chuckled, his body transforming into red particles as he rushed towards Yang Fan's back. Chapter 40. This guy isn't just a reckless brute. Breaking through spatial barriers. To retaliate, Lin Dong rushed out quickly, but returned even faster. When he returned to human form, Lin Dong was also panting heavily. He had just tried to break through the spatial barrier, but he was unexpectedly pushed back. He has never seen a space barrier that can be attacked. Yang Fan laughed. He's overestimating himself. Seeing Yang Fan smile, Lin Dong immediately used his spatial abilities to press down on Yang Fan. Yang Fan had no image at all, and even though space was starting to distort, he was still unharmed. Lin Dong gave up, knowing that this space couldn't harm Yang Fan at all. I want to trade water resources. Yang Fan smacked his lips. Isn't this easy to deal with? You came here trying to invade my space and try to control me. Lin Dong flicked his finger, and a green crystal appeared before Yang Fan's eyes. Special products that can awaken supernatural abilities, with extremely limited numbers in existence. Yang Fan asked the system. Is he telling the truth? Yes. Yang Fan reached out and took it. He had just seen the other party use superpowers, turning directly into a beam of red light, and also possessing spatial abilities, which was terrifying. The apology they offered was quite reasonable. We can start talking now. How much water do you need, and what do you want to exchange it for? Eat what you have in your hand first, then we can talk. Otherwise, you won't believe me, will you? Yang Fan asked the system again. Won't I be poisoned to death? This item is safe and is a method to awaken one's abilities. Reassured, Yang Fan confirmed the authenticity of the item and popped it into his mouth. Then I felt a tingling sensation in my body, as if my body's strength was overflowing. Furthermore, superpowers have awakened in his mind, speed and danger perception. Some parts of the body have also changed. My body felt much lighter, and I swung my fist. Am I Superman? I feel like I could kill a bull with my punch. Lin Dong glanced at him. Your physique has doubled, your strength has doubled, and your speed has increased by 0.5 times. Being able to kill a bull is just an illusion caused by your sudden increase in strength. You can tell just by looking? Yang Fan was stunned. He only knew that he was stronger and lighter, but Yang Fan could tell at a glance how much stronger Yang Fan had become. This was too outrageous. It's just the basics. Do you think I survived the apocalypse by just getting by? Yang Fan swallowed hard. What he said made some sense. The transaction can proceed now. Lin Dong didn't care at all about Yang Fan's awakened abilities, since they were too weak, not even as strong as an ant. I have energy that allows you to continue evolving, weapons and ammunition, and some pre-apocalyptic technological artifacts. Yang Fan finally understood why the other party had asked him to eat that thing that could awaken superpowers before they could talk. If you want to increase your strength, you have to trade things directly. This guy isn't brainless. He's just used to violence he used to steal whatever he needed. What kind of weapons do they have? We have firearms, everything. What about nuclear weapons? Lin Dong glanced at Yang Fan. I'm in all of them. Yang Fan's mouth was a little dry. Good heavens, they can even sell nuclear weapons. You have so many nuclear weapons. It's not very lethal. You can't lock onto powerful people, and even a nuclear bomb wouldn't be effective against powerful monsters. Just kill some small animals to form a beast tide. Lin Dong casually offered a few explanations. Good heavens, Yang Fan's heart was pounding. If this guy could have directly traveled to his own world just now, he would be invincible. He can turn into light and travel directly through time. It's terrifying. 100 Barrett rifles, 100 Gatling guns, 100 mortars, 1,000 assault rifles, 1,000 submachine guns, and 10,000 high explosive grenades. In addition, each piece of equipment is equipped with 10 basic loads of ammunition. Yang Fan casually signed up for a whole group's worth of equipment. That's it. You don't want evolutionary energy? Lin Dong was exasperated. After all that time, this was all he wanted? Evolutionary energy was what he had in common with Yang Fan. After all, no matter how strong the external force is, it is still just an external force. You still have to rely on yourself. How far can I evolve? Yang Fan asked curiously. Like me, it can evolve into a beam of light composed of particles. Yang Fan was stunned. He thought that what he had just experienced was a superpower, but he didn't expect it to be something that had evolved. What? Yang Fan nodded firmly. Wouldn't it be foolish not to? 1 trillion cubic meters of pollution-free pure water, no need for natural water. And those weapons you mentioned, if you upgrade them 2 more times, handguns basically won't be able to hurt you. Lin Dong smiled, thinking that all he wanted was to become stronger. Yang Fan was dumbfounded. My goodness, that's way too much. A cubic meter of water is roughly equivalent to a ton of water, so that would require 1 trillion tons of pure water. Yang Fan took out his phone and calculated that 1 ton of purified water costs 1,500 yuan and trillions of tons. Yang Fan's hair was practically standing on end. 1,000 tons. Yang Fan felt that he had returned to his area of expertise. Lin Dong glanced at Yang Fan helplessly. This guy is using a computer? And is he trying to bargain? It's like cutting off the entire part above the ankle. 8 billion tons, you know. Think about it. After you've leveled up 2 tiers, even a pistol won't be able to hurt you. 5,000 tons is a lot. Guns and such are worthless to you, right? Besides, you're practically a max-level account now. Giving newbies some experience is a piece of cake for you. Isn't it inappropriate for you to ask for so much? Aren't you right? The other party knows how to do it, and so does Yang Fan. After all, he had been involved in a pyramid scheme before and managed to get out on his own. He also knows that the other party can spy on his thoughts. Yang Fan simply stopped thinking about it. He didn't believe anyone could search his memories. Lin Dong had already realized what Yang Fan was thinking. 5,000 tons is too cheap. Only I have the energy that can help you advance. Don't you want to become someone that even firearms can't kill? Don't you want to live for thousands of years and never age? Moreover, the higher the level of a superhuman, the less likely they are to suffer from illness. They are healthy and have great stamina. Just imagine how happy they would be. It must have been difficult for you to deal with 100 million tons. How about 10 million tons? That would be a very good deal. Yang Fan's mouth was practically watering as he listened, and he quickly sucked on his food. Then he'll become a ruthless piling machine, drilling wells, and always finding water. However, it's still too much. It's simply an unrealistic number. 100,000 tons, that's the highest price I've offered, and I'll need to prepare for that much purified water for a long time. This was also within Lin Dong's acceptable price range. He simply tossed it out with his hand, like throwing away trash, and threw all the equipment out. These weapons and ammunition are all ordered. Once you bring in the water, I'll give you the energy you need to upgrade. We need extra barrels and bullets, and we need extra water. Lin Dong smiled, waved, and disappeared. Yang Fan slapped his thigh, realizing he had been careless. He thought he had been very careful, but he still had overlooked something. After all, Yang Fan didn't know much about military affairs. Chapter 41. It's not easy being a shield. Yang Fan looked at all these things in front of him. They were all brand new and had never been used. It must have been taken directly from the arsenal. It was very well sealed and neatly arranged. Yang Fan randomly opened a few and picked out a Barrett, a Gatling gun, and an assault rifle. They started playing shooting games in the space. After all, what man doesn't love guns? My shoulders were completely numb by the end. At 6 p.m., Yang Fan and the 2 women had already arrived at the VIP room of Jiao Auction. As soon as she entered, she saw Long Outyin, nodded to him, and knew that Yi Qingcheng should have arrived. Upon entering, I saw Yi Qingcheng already sitting inside. Beside her was a young man in a red suit with dyed yellow hair. He looked like a girl, and he was talking to her. At this moment, Yi Qingcheng was frowning, her face showing impatience. Seeing Yang Fan approach, he breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and said, "You're here. Have a seat." Yi Qingcheng stood up and invited Yang Fan to sit down. Yang Fan was somewhat helpless. Was he trying to shift the blame? However, Yang Fan wasn't afraid and sat down with the 2 women. Tianzian frowned as he looked at the 3 people Yi Qingcheng was greeting. Who else did she need to greet? He himself didn't even receive such treatment. "Hey kid, which family are you from? You look unfamiliar." As she spoke, she glanced at the 2 beauties beside Yang Fan. Goodness, with one on each side, could he handle it tonight? If Yi Qingcheng hadn't been there, he would have liked to go up and get to know her. It's such a waste that one person is occupying so many high-quality resources. I'm just a farmer's son. Isn't it normal that you don't recognize me? I picked up the tea and took a sip. Tianzian wasn't stupid. Everyone who could come to the VIP room was of low status. Brother, 1 woman is enough. Look at these 2 beside you. They're already at the peak of their lives. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for them to interfere with my good fortune? Do you know that if you stretch your arm out too far, you might get chopped off? Oh, I'm so scared. Should I go find my dad and fight your dad? However, I don't have a good father, but I'm just too charming, so women all like to throw themselves at me. As Yang Fan spoke, he stood up, sat down next to Yi Qingcheng, and pulled her into his arms. Look, you have to be a bit domineering when dealing with women. Look at my damn hormones. I conquer women in an instant. Yang Fan felt a sharp pain in his waist. Yi Qingcheng was pinching his flesh hard again. But it doesn't matter. She used herself as a shield, so how can she not pay some interest? Yang Fan beckoned to Tianzian. Come on, show us. Tianzian's chest heaved with anger. If Yi Qingsheng hadn't been so stunningly beautiful, and if his father hadn't insisted that he marry Yi Qingsheng for the sake of his career, would he have put up with this? Otherwise, he would change women every day, so why would he bother trying to please one woman? Kid, you wait. He then picked up his phone and went outside, presumably to make a call. Seeing Tianzian leave, Yi Qingsheng shook off Yang Fan's hand. You little brat, I asked you to be a shield, and you dare to lay a hand on me. Yang Fan put his hand under his nose and smelled it. It smelled quite nice. Yi Qingsheng slapped his hand away. Be careful. His dad is the police chief of Shanghai. His dad and my dad are very close. They grew up together. I can't go too far, but you just happen to be here. Just a spoiled brat. He poses no threat to me at all. Besides, no matter how much his family cares, it's not as important as your family. You're the one who caused this trouble. He keeps picking on me, so I'm picking on you. Yang Fan didn't care. His father wouldn't dare to come to the Ming dynasty, because Yi Qingsheng was there. If he's going to use a stealth attack, he has a Gatling gun. He'll just throw it away after using it. So who would know? Yi Qingsheng also sensed the changes in Yang Fan that Long Outyin had mentioned, and this time her senses were quite obvious. Confidence. He seemed more confident than the last time we met, but it had only been an afternoon. I wonder where Yang Fan's confidence came from. She also had her Uncle Tian check, and everything was fine. But the biggest problem is that there is no problem. How could a poor boy have billions of dollars in just half a month, and also have so many valuable items from the Jingguan era? I'm not helping you. You helped me just now, and this morning I helped your little sister register her household. We're even now. In the end, you actually got the better deal from me. At that moment, Liang walked in. Gentlemen, let's go in. The auction is about to begin. Yang Fan also stood up to see if there was anything he liked. Let's go. The auction hall was very large. Yang Fan looked around and saw that there were many elderly people in the first row who seemed to be people who liked calligraphy and paintings. Many people were also on their phones, constantly broadcasting updates from the scene. Yang Fan and the three women were in the first row, while the man surnamed Tian and a few other young people were in the second row. Tianzian frowned as he looked at Yang Fan. How could this kid be worthy of sitting there, especially with his two women sitting in the front row as well? He had already had someone check the kid was just a country boy who somehow got his hands on 2 copies of the Lanting preface. He got incredibly lucky. This is hardly worthy of being Yi Qingsheng's shield, Tianzian sneered. The auction has officially begun, and the host has started his enthusiastic opening remarks. Brother, I think this necklace is very pretty. And this is called an earring, right? It's pretty too. Li Anlin patted Yang Fan and pointed to 2 items. Everyone has received photos of the items to be auctioned today, and the 2 women are looking at the pictures. Below are some references. Li Anlin didn't understand the specific value of the money here. He just ordered whatever he liked. Zhang Lan is different. Even if she likes someone, she won't say she likes them because she can't bring herself to say it. Most of them are jewelry worth tens of millions, and even the smallest ones are worth several million. Yang Fan looked at them. They were all made of jade and diamonds, quite beautiful. Okay, I'll buy it for you. Honey, you're so good to me. Li Anlin clung to Yang Fan's arm and began to act coquettishly. Yang Fan got goosebumps. What has this girl been learning online? Yang Fan gently pushed her away. Alright, let's talk about this when we get home. There are so many people here. Yang Fan thought to himself that this kind of thinking didn't seem like that of ancient times. Yang Fan turned to look at Jiang Lan, who was looking in his direction. When she saw him looking over, she lowered her head again. Yang Fan could understand that the girl had some inferiority complex. Children who lacked love from a young age often felt this way. Do you have one you like? Jiang Lan shook her head. I don't like wearing jewelry. It's alright, I'll buy it for you. You can just put it in your jewelry box. It'll be a guarantee for your children when you have them in the future, won't it? Jiang Lan didn't want it, but he could not buy it. After all, Yang Fan had been through the rain and knew that people who lacked love were extremely insecure. Therefore, Yang Fan definitely needs to give Jiang Lan enough sense of security. The auction had already begun, starting with calligraphy and paintings, the first item being Yu Shernan's copy of the preface to the Orchid Pavilion. It seems there's one more piece at the very end. They're planning to warm things up right from the start. The auctioneer has already begun his passionate presentation. The suggested retail price is 615 million. Starting bid is 300 million, with each bid increasing by at least 10 million. Let's begin. Chapter 42 Money is useless in Shanghai. After the auctioneer called out the order, a steady stream of people began to raise their paddles. Li Anlin's eyes widened in surprise, and she whispered in Yang Fan's ear. Brother, is this the one I know? Yang Fan nodded. These people are even dumber than my father. So much money for a single piece of calligraphy. Brother, you can just take this character directly. Li Anlin had only a basic understanding of the money here. She knew that 100 million was a very large unit, but she didn't know exactly how much it was equivalent to in the Tang dynasty. Yang Fan patted her head and said, "Silly girl, the calligraphy by Wang Shiji that your father collected is still worth hundreds of millions, even billions of pieces today. Antiques and calligraphy from prosperous times are the most valuable. You'll know more if you watch more videos in the future." Although short videos are just snippets of information, there are so many of them, and after watching them for 10 days or half a month, you'll know a lot about the present. After all, Li Anlin would probably enjoy watching videos about the Tang dynasty, so I would recommend them to her directly. After watching more videos comparing the two worlds, she would understand. At this point, the bidding in the market had become extremely intense. Yang Fan saw a young man next to Tianzian also shouting. I casually held up the sign. 1.2 billion. The original price of 1.1 billion was increased by 100 million by Yang Fan. Everyone turned to him. The bidders all thought for a long time before adding tens of millions, or their voices became hoarse from shouting on the phone. This kid shouts so casually. Yi Qingqing and Tianzian also looked at him, since they both knew that this thing belonged to Yang Fan. This guy is still raising the price. Isn't he afraid of being stuck with it? Tianzian shouted loudly. I question this person's assets. He doesn't have 1.2 billion at all. He caused trouble at the venue. I asked the security guards to remove him. Some people who couldn't afford items of this caliber joined in the chorus, verbally attacking Yang Fan. Exactly what the hell? Adding 100 million each time, is it ghost money? Surely the venue didn't verify credentials? How could they let someone like that in? The auctioneer struck the gavel forcefully. Quiet. The gentleman you mentioned has someone to vouch for him, and the price can be increased to 4 billion, so you don't need to worry. If you continue to cause trouble, we'll have to ask you to leave. Tianzian's face darkened. Damn it, it was obvious that the auction house also wanted to raise the price to take a bigger cut. If he said it out loud, he would probably get kicked out. Moreover, they would secretly leave him something behind. After all, taking someone's money is like killing their parents. Everyone knows this unspoken rule, but no one points it out. As long as the price is reasonable, no one will say anything. After all, there are times when people want to auction off their items. Alright, this gentleman has bid 1.2 billion. Anyone want to go higher? I won't say more about the value of this calligraphy. Those who know their stuff can raise the bid. After this little incident, people started raising their placards again. After all, there are too many hidden big shots in China. Those who appear to be rich are not truly rich. Yi Qingqing asked Yang Fan curiously. Why did you call out the price yourself? To drive up the price? I find them too long-winded, and they're not very decisive when it comes to bidding. It's not very interesting for me here. Yang Fan yawned boredly. He still wanted to check out the world of Bright Sword. After all, he had so many weapons now, it would be a waste not to use them. Moreover, he hadn't even prepared water yet. He had tried the new superpower, and it was quite exaggerated. He used to be able to run 100 meters in 12 seconds. After awakening, it can run for more than 8 seconds, and after using the speed ability, it can run for more than 5 seconds. 100 meters, 5 seconds. If it were to advance 2 more ranks, I simply couldn't imagine it. No wonder that guy from the apocalypse said that if he leveled up 2 more times, the pistol wouldn't be able to hurt him anymore. Yi Qingqing was speechless after hearing Yang Fan's words. This guy, shouting 1.2 billion, seemed to have no effect on him. She works herself to the bone selling cosmetics and still can't earn 200 million yuan a year, even with someone helping her. Do you really not value money? The final auction price was 1.5 billion. And it was conducted by an agent. The identity of the person behind the auction is unknown. Li Anlin happily leaned over and said, Brother, we sold our things. Can I use the money to buy things? Okay, buy whatever you like. Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh. These children who were loved from a young age were different. They had no inferiority complex. Li Anlin was delighted and went to mark the things she wanted to buy, probably because she didn't know how much they cost before. Now I know. And Yang Fan can just go directly to Aina for this. It doesn't cost any money. As expected, at the subsequent auction, Li Anlin bought all the jewelry and ornaments. The little girl is quite competitive. As soon as someone takes a picture, she immediately raises the sign again. From tens of millions to millions, she personally swept up all the jewelry. Yi Qingqing's lips twitched as she watched from the side. Being Yang Fan's woman was really quite enjoyable. She used to really hate mistresses. However, after reading about Li Anlin, her views changed. You can't blame the mistress for this. though who could resist spending so much money? Next up are the things that we young people like. A Pagani Huayra Codalunga, limited to only 5 units worldwide, pays homage to the enduring charm of 1960s racing cars with its simple and dynamic lines, sporty body, and elegant shape. The suggested retail price is $58 million to $100 million. Car enthusiasts should be familiar with this car. It was auctioned by a wealthy collector. Not only is the car for sale, but it also has a very impressive license plate. He then showed not only the car, but also its license plate. Magic A99999. The starting bid for this set is $80 million. The young people in the venue were in an uproar. This guy had really got the whole set of pretentious stuff. Whoever can get the shot will be able to do whatever they want in the racing world. Many young, wealthy second-generation individuals at the scene had already started making phone calls to apply for funding. At this moment, a young man next to Tianzian raised a sign. 100 million. Qin Fun, can your old man really give you this much money? Tianzian asked curiously. Even though he knew his family was rich, he wouldn't allow him to buy such an expensive car. How could that be? I sold several cars to scrape together the money. I'll take you for a ride then. Qin Fun already knew what was going to be auctioned today and had prepared the money. The car is worth about 85 million, and the license plate is worth about 8 million, so it's already overpriced. By the way, you have a grudge against that kid? How about I find a few people to help you cut off an arm and send it to you? This kid has a few bucks and doesn't know who he is anymore. You know, money alone is useless. Qin Fun was in high spirits at this moment. After all, if he got this car, he would be an unsurpassable figure in the circle. Hee, I was looking for your help anyway, so thanks, brother. If you ever need anything, just ask me. If I can do it, I will. If I can't, my dad's got my back. In this small corner of Shanghai, there aren't many people who don't give my old man face. Tianzian sneered. Young man, let me teach you a lesson. Money alone is useless. Chapter 43 was written by my father. How could it be fake? Yang Fan could vaguely hear the two discussing something, and they kept glancing in his direction. It seems this son of a high-ranking official is about to take action. Yang Fan smiled slightly, thinking that he wouldn't be blamed for being ruthless then. Yang Fan also raised a sign and shouted something. 150 million. Qin Fun and Tianzian, who were laughing, looked like they had eaten shit, feeling that they were happy too soon. After all, this kid is so rich, he'll probably try to take it from them. Qin Fun had already started grinding his teeth. He was short of money, and when he saw Yang Fan beckoning to him, he was furious. That kid is really arrogant. Kid, you've got guts. You wait. This car will be mine sooner or later. Yang Fan picked at his ear with his little finger and said, Sai, that's a phrase I used when I was in elementary school. You'll see after school. I can't believe you're still using it at your age. You're out of money already? How about lending some to the son of the Shanghai police chief next to you? How about I give you some time, and you call your dad to borrow some money? I'll have the auctioneers wait for you. Qin's chest heaved with anger. His father would never have given him so much money to buy such a car. He got up and left immediately. Tianzian was a bit dumbfounded. He calmed down a bit and realized that although this person seemed arrogant, he wasn't stupid. Otherwise, Yi Qingqing wouldn't have taken the initiative to befriend him. Furthermore, the fact that Yang Fan can directly tease his father shows that he is not afraid of his father at all. His father would probably be instantly killed if he showed his face. After all, if Yi Qingqing gets involved, and he does something wrong, his father probably won't protect him. Tianzian also left dejectedly, but he didn't inform Qin Fun, since he would also appreciate it if he could dislocate Yang Fan's arm. After all, it has nothing to do with him anymore. After the two left, a chorus of boos erupted in the hall. Yi Qingqing was helpless. When he first met Yang Fan, he felt that Yang Fan was a person who could be flexible and adaptable. I didn't expect that in just a few days, he would seem like a completely different person, becoming somewhat arrogant. My brother, their father is a bureau chief, and their father started as a junket operator and now has assets worth hundreds of billions. You've offended both the legal and illegal sides. Do you think your future will be better? Yang Fan's face showed indifference. What you're saying has nothing to do with me. We are Chinese socialists. Why should we be afraid of some gangsters and historical capitalists, or bureau chiefs who are supposed to serve the people? Aren't you right? They shouldn't go against the country, right? Yi Qingqing thought Yang Fan was really naive. They certainly wouldn't dare to do it openly, but what about secretly? That's even better. I prefer to do things covertly. I'll leave the open work to you. You have to uphold the country's reputation, understand? Yang Fan directly accused Yi Qingqing of being a traitor. If she doesn't take any action, It would be disregarding the country's reputation. Yi Qingqing shook his head helplessly. He felt that Yang Fan was finished. The darkness of this world was beyond Yang Fan's imagination. He said nothing more. Yang Fan will understand once he suffers a great loss. Have the female bodyguards I requested arrived yet? We've arrived, right outside the venue, but I suggest we get some male bodyguards to protect you. Yi Qingqing frowned. She didn't want these female soldiers to get hurt either. Didn't I say I don't need protection? I have people protecting me. They can protect the people around me. My nanny, my dad, and these two people next to me. He is a walking arsenal and has also gained some superpowers, such as speed and danger perception. He is not afraid of anyone. Yi Qingqing looked around. Long Outyin had never said that he sensed that Yang Fan was being protected. But he didn't seem to be lying after all. Who would risk their life? Alright, just try not to offend any big shots. They might not bother with you normally, but if they really piss you off, they can still crush you. Money isn't everything. Yi Qingqing warned again. Yang Fan waved his hand casually. So what if someone is a big shot? He can launch a nuclear bomb. If you're not convinced, then wield nuclear weapons. After the auction ended, Yang Fan waited in the lounge. Soon, Li Yang and his men brought over the items that Yang Fan and Li Amlin had auctioned. Mr. Yang, we've brought everything over. Where should we take you? Your 2 calligraphy pieces sold for a total of 2.6 billion. After deducting our auction house's commission of 260 million and the 1.52 billion you spent on other items, we'll transfer the remaining 820 million directly to your account. Okay, just transfer it to my card. As for the car, I'll leave it with you for now, and you can bring it to me in a few days. Yang Fan hasn't even looked at houses yet. China Construction Bank received 820 million yuan, leaving a balance of 4.598 billion yuan. The auction house is incredibly efficient. No wonder they make so much money. This lady really likes jewelry. Mr. Yang, would you like some jewelry? We still have some at our auction house. Li Amlin's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. Yes, I want it, but I don't have any money. Can I use my No Li Shimon's courtesy name instead? Li Amlin knew they hadn't bought a house yet and needed money to buy one, but they could use other means. His father wrote a lot of characters, so just tell him how many you want. Li Yang opened his mouth, wondering if Emperor Taizong's calligraphy was now being used excessively. So you're just criticizing the chaos of the Jingguan era, and you even brought so many of Li Shimon's calligraphy here. That's possible, but I need to check the authenticity of the words first, otherwise it's difficult to judge their value. Li Amlin would say, do I need you to judge? My father wrote this himself. How could it be fake? Yang Fan covered her mouth. Take a look at how much jewelry you have left to sell. Name your price, and if it can be exchanged for words, I'll send it over to you. I have genuine works by Wang Shiji, and also by Li Shimon. Li Yang swallowed hard after hearing Yang Fan's words. Wang Shiji's authentic work. This is truly a rare find. Okay, I'll get the statistics for you in the next couple of days. Li Amlin has already divided the jewelry into 2 portions. He packed the other portion and handed it to Zhang Lan. Sister, this is your share. I don't want to. This must be worth several hundred million. How could Zhang Lan dare to accept it? If you don't accept it, how will I stand by my brother's side in the future? Besides, it's not something precious, and my brother doesn't need it. Li Amlin was taught from a young age to maintain harmony between husband and wife, as well as with her husband's concubines, so as not to cause her husband any worry. Yang Fan took the item from Li Amlin and handed it to Zhang Lan. Keep it. He hadn't expected that Li Amlin had already planned to give half of the remaining portion to Zhang Lan. He had even intended to give the rest to Zhang Lan later. Zhang Lan glanced at Li Amlin, whose eyes were clear. Zhang Lan nodded and accepted the gift, tears already welling up in her eyes. However, Li Yang, who was standing to the side, was speechless. What had he heard? Not valuable, not scarce? Should we just give away half of them? Chapter 44. I'll drive for the boss. You get out of the way. Yi Qingqing was already waiting for Yang Fan in the parking lot. Besides her and Long Outyin, there were 6 other girls. They weren't very old, and unlike what Yang Fan had imagined, most of them had long hair, suggesting they might be involved in special missions. Yang Fan, these are the 6 bodyguards I found for you. They all have professional experience and are capable of handling this job. Has any of them held a leadership position? At this moment, a girl with a baby face and short hair came out, and her outfit was very cute. However, the look in her eyes when she looked at Yang Fan already gave him a warning of danger. Goodness, what a deceptive face. Do you have a problem with me? Yang Fan asked this question because his danger perception had just alerted him. They were meeting for the first time and had no grudges against each other. No. Tang Shui turned her head slightly away, avoiding looking at Yang Fan. What's your name? Were you a leader before? Tang Shui. So she's the leader of the special operations team. Yang Fan nodded. He had been blind to her talent. This girl was a college student. Who would have thought she was the captain of a special forces team? Oh, then you can manage the other 5 people. I'll double your salary and bonuses. You have one of them stay with me, and the other 4 stay with my dad and grandma for 24-hour protection. You arrange the schedule. If you are injured or disabled while protecting someone, or if you accidentally kill or maim the other party, I will take full responsibility. We will definitely offer your family a price that will ensure you live a life of comfort and security without ever having to work. You don't need to worry about money at all. You can ask Yi Qingsheng if you don't believe me. Tang Shui turned around and glanced at Yi Qingsheng. Yi Qingsheng nodded. She didn't know about the others, but she was certain that Yang Fan wasn't a stingy person. You can tell just by looking at the 2 women beside him. She watched the entire auction, and Li Amlin, who was next to him, spent over 1 billion yuan, but Yang Fan didn't even frown. All right, Rose, you come with me. The 4 of you are free to do as you please. I'll assign you the targets to protect. The group agreed and immediately turned and left without any hesitation. Protecting the target requires additional funding, you know that. Tang Shui didn't stand on ceremony. As long as she wasn't short of money, it was fine. She mainly had a bad impression of Yang Fandi. After all, he was accompanied by 2 such beautiful young girls, and even a fool would know what was going on. Give me your card number. Yang Fan transferred 3 million yuan directly into the account. I've transferred it, and I've also sent the locations of my dad and grandma. Tang Shui glanced at the money that had been transferred over, swallowed hard, and thought, they're really generous. I just asked for some funds, and they gave me so much. Okay, I'll arrange for them to go there. Seeing that everything went smoothly during the handover with Yang Fan, Yi Qingsheng and her companion left. After getting on the bus, Long Outyin let out a long sigh of relief. What's wrong? Yi Qingsheng felt that he had been holding his breath the whole time. I feel that Yang Fan is becoming more and more dangerous. Before, I could only sense him when I was close to him, but now I can feel him even from a distance. My body was on high alert, which kept me away from him. Yi Qingsheng frowned. She didn't feel anything, but she knew that Long Outyin's perception was very strong. His words must mean that Yang Fan had changed again. In addition, she felt that Yang Fan had changed a lot since their last meeting. He was incredibly confident, even arrogant. It's all right. The people around him are indirectly our eyes and ears, so nothing serious will happen. After all, they are all citizens of the country, and they would certainly not allow Yang Fan to do anything that violates the country's rules. Long Outyin simply didn't want to stay near Yang Fan. It made him feel too uncomfortable, and his body was constantly in a state of high tension. You guys can drive, right? Nature. Tang Shui nodded. She had flown fighter jets, so driving cars was a piece of cake for her. Yang Fan called Li Yang and asked him to bring the car to the garage. Since there was a driver, he could just drive it away. Tang Shui gasped when she saw the car in front of her. Good heavens, a top-of-the-line luxury car with a top-of-the-line license plate. How much did you pay for this car? 150 million, plus the license plate. Tang Shui fell silent. If there was a scratch, wouldn't she lose several years' worth of wages? Rose, you go drive that sports car, I'll drive for the boss. Rose wanted to say something, but Tang Shui had already gotten into Yang Fan's car. Rose was devastated. This wasn't the military anymore. She was heartbroken. The next day, Yang Fan had the 4 people Tang Shui sent take his father and grandmother home. Grandma wasn't used to living in the big city, but she could sit and talk with people in the village and kept saying she wanted to go home. Yang Fan could only let them go back first, and he would go back to his own place in a few days. Yang Fan felt refreshed last night. Unexpectedly, in ancient times, princesses were taught sexual matters by experienced palace maids before their marriage. Moreover, Yang Fan's physical strength has been greatly improved, and he regained his strength after sleeping. After Yang Fan finished washing up, he came to the hall, where the 3 women were already waiting. Boss, I found a place. I've sent the information and contact number to your phone. Zhang Lan looked at many properties in the evening. There were just too many of these kinds of apartments in Shanghai. Okay, go order 100,000 tons of purified water. This should be readily available. Have it delivered directly to our warehouse. If that's not enough, order from a few more suppliers. Just contact me when you need to make the payment. Go to the site and keep an eye on things. Boss, what's your price range for a ton of purified water? 1,000 or 1,200? I want something efficient. I'll pay you once the water is unloaded into the warehouse. Okay, I'll go to the warehouse and wait now. Zhang Lan is now getting used to Yang Fan's spending habits. After all, He's become somewhat oblivious to money after spending so much at auctions. Yes, Rose, you go with her. Okay, boss. The two tidied up and went out. Yang Fan looked at the messages Jiang Lan had sent, and they all seemed pretty good, mainly because they were big. Let's just buy a manor first, and we'll see what happens later. If it doesn't work out, we can always buy another one. You stay home with Li Anlin. When she wakes up, take her out for a meal. She doesn't have any money on her, so you can pay for it. Are you going out? Or should I protect you? She's fine in the room. No need. I have people protecting me. That's all that matters. Yang Fan grabbed his car keys and headed out. It was his first time driving a sports car, and he could feel the acceleration even with a light touch of the accelerator. He turned heads everywhere he went. When Yang Fan arrived at the location, he saw that a salesperson was already waiting for him. She was wearing a uniform, stockings, and high heels. She also had a silk scarf around her neck, and her face was quite delicate. As soon as Yang Fan got out of the car, the other person came up to him and opened the car door for him. Hello, I'm Xiao Zhu, the real estate sales manager. Shall I show you the property? Chapter 45, Selling a House. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Yang Fan sighed inwardly. These real estate bosses have no good intentions. These salespeople probably change very frequently. Selling 2 sets would probably eliminate them, they're likely being kept by wealthy bosses. Sir, what are your requirements for the house? If this place is not suitable, I can take you to see other places. Xiao Zhu could tell from Yang Fan's car and license plate that he was a person who was not short of money. With a little effort, this order can definitely be closed. And he's a very handsome young man. It doesn't matter. Let's go in and take a look. This place is pretty good. You can drive your car right up to the front door. Good. Xiao Zhu led the way. There are 4 Roman columns in front of the door, which looks pretty good. The entrance hall is also very grand, with a ceiling height estimated at 7 or 8 meters. The overall color scheme is predominantly white, making it look very beautiful. Xiao Zhu led the way and explained things as he went. The room has a very strong sense of space, and the living room and bedroom are both well lit. It has a home theater, a music room, a chess and card room, a billiards room, an indoor swimming pool, and an indoor golf driving range. Yang Fan was also listening from behind. He thought that if there weren't 3 or 5 servants, they probably wouldn't know how to live in this house. How big is this place? Our entire villa covers an area of 6.5 acres, and the rooms are over 1,500 square meters. The current price is 2 small goals. Do you like it? Yang Fan himself is fine, but Li Anlin probably likes it quite a bit. She's not used to living in high-rise buildings. Moreover, the room is so big that Li Shimin can send 2 or 3 palace maids over. This way, they can clean the room and take care of Li Anlin's daily life. And he can also enjoy himself. Moreover, it does occupy a large area and has everything you could want, especially in a place like Shanghai, which is much better than Thompson Riviera. Xiao Zhu saw that Yang Fan was sitting there silently and assumed that he was dissatisfied. How about we move to a villa, where you could try out the bed's performance? Yang Fan was still somewhat dazed when he heard the voice. Testing performance? How do we test it? Go get the contract. I'll issue you the order today. Yang Fan has finally experienced the joys of being rich. Okay, can we add each other on WeChat? I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Xiao Zhu took out his phone to add Yang Fan. Who wouldn't want to get to know such a wealthy man? Young, handsome, 185 centimeters tall, even more athletic than a typical sports student. Yang Fan nodded. He had made her quite a bit of money this time, probably at least several million. After all, the housing market isn't as booming as it used to be, and house prices are dropping again and again. These salespeople are practically expendable resources to sell houses, so their commissions must be quite substantial. Tell me your name. I don't know your name yet. Zhu Qingxin. Yes, it's a very nice name. The contract was signed smoothly, and the property will be ready in a couple of days. China Construction Bank spent 200 million yuan, leaving a balance of 4.398 billion yuan. Brother Fan, I'll be going now. You can contact me if you're free. Zhu Qingxin also received a call from the company informing her that the money had arrived in her account. She was going to collect her commission first, to secure it in her pocket. As for Yang Fan, she will keep in touch with him frequently in the future. After all, who wouldn't like such a young and wealthy man? Moreover, they are young and have good physical strength. Yang Fan nodded and sent Tang Shui and Jiang Lan the location of the new house, asking them to change the bedding when they arrived. Yang Fan went to the room in the basement and looked at the 3 trading spaces. No one was there. No one had come into the trading space where he had fought the sword yet. Yang Fan traveled directly to the Tang dynasty. After all, he had promised to give Li Shimin a weapon last time. He appeared directly in Li Shimin's main hall, and the eunuch Wang De saw him immediately. Your Highness, are you looking for a saint? Yang Fan did not hold an official position in the Tang dynasty, otherwise he would not have been called a son-in-law. Yang Fan started walking around the main hall, looking for anything good. This servant will go and inform the emperor immediately. Upon hearing that Yang Fan had arrived, Li Shimin hurriedly entered the main hall. Put down what you're holding. Oh, I just wanted to take a look. As Yang Fan spoke, he put down the jade seal. He hadn't expected the item to be so exquisite. It was indeed just like the legendary thing, with a missing corner, but it had been patched up with gold. I've heard that even if someone dies the day after obtaining the imperial seal, it's considered a death sentence, so I'm quite curious. Li Shimin's lips twitched incessantly. What brings you here this time, kid? I've come to give you the weapon I promised you last time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to take your emperor's sword for nothing. As he spoke, Yang Fan immediately took out a Barrett rifle. This dark, shadowy thing. Could that kill someone from 2,000 paces away? Li Shimin was a little suspicious. He thought it was some kind of high-end crossbow, but he was somewhat disappointed after seeing it. Hee. Let's go. Let's find an open space. I'll show you around and broaden your horizons. Let's go to the Imperial Garden. The two went to the Imperial Garden, where the scenery was truly beautiful, with birds singing and flowers blooming. You watch. As he spoke, Yang Fan raised his gun and pointed it at the pavilion in the distance. In an instant, the stone table in the middle of the pavilion exploded. Li Shimin was so shocked that his mouth dropped open. If that had hit him, there would have been no chance of survival. If this could be used to kill the opposing commander or destroy their flag during a battle, it would be an absolute godsend. How about it? Li Shimin swallowed. It truly is a divine artifact. Let me try it. Yang Fan held the gun out to him and then explained how to use the gun, how to aim, and how to fire. You'd better lie face down to fight, otherwise you might dislocate your shoulder. You live in a peaceful era. You've never even held a weapon before, yet you can carry it? Are you looking down on me? As he spoke, he raised his gun and fired at the stool in the pavilion. He staggered backward, but quickly regained his balance. It seems that his overall physical condition is still intact, and he had already seen Yang Fan fire a gun, so he had some expectations. Your body is really in good shape. It's not easy for you to have so many people in your harem and not have been drained. Yang Fan exclaimed. How old is Li Shimin now? He seems to be 38. It wouldn't be considered very big by modern standards, but it was quite large in ancient times. Snort. You little brat, I won this empire on horseback. How could I be someone who, even after becoming emperor, couldn't wield a sword? This is a very good item, I like it very much. Do we need more arrows? Bring them here. Li Shimin simply extended his hand. Chapter 46, Entering the New World. Yang Fan was surprised that Li Shimin's mind worked so quickly, and that he even knew to ask for arrows. He originally wanted to learn from that person in the apocalypse, but then he thought better of it and decided to just give him some money. Once he gets used to it, we'll sell him bullets at a higher price. They took out 200 bullets. This should be enough. Come find me again if you need more. Li Shimin took the bullet and threw it into the spatial dimension. With such a divine artifact, one can have someone carry it when going to war, separating the weapon from the arrows, and there will be no situation where the weapon devours its master. This allows for a quick defeat of the enemy while significantly reducing casualties. Add to that the awe-inspiring power of the divine artifact. Can you buy such a powerful weapon where you are? Li Shimin found it hard to imagine that this could be sold so easily. He felt that his life was constantly on the verge of death. Yang Fan shook his head. You can't buy it in our country, but you can in a place called America. Li Shimin nodded. The ban is the right thing to do. Otherwise, if these things fall into the hands of powerful families, they can make whoever they want the emperor. Can our dynasty produce what I hold in my hands? Yang Fan nodded. Li Shimin's imperial ideology did not allow the people to possess such weapons. No, the precision of what you have is extremely high. If the accuracy is not high enough, it is easy for the barrel to explode and you will get injured. Hee. You little brat. You just want to sell yourself to me, don't you? Li Shimin sneered. Not really. After all, if you start industrializing now, it will take at least a century to make the gun you have. Yang Fan's estimates are all conservative. After all, progress takes time, and if you jump too fast, you might end up hurting yourself. Alright. What powerful weapons from your era do you still possess? Show them to me. Li Shimin could also sense the difference in materials, and also the ingenious design of the items. How did you know there was another powerful weapon? If both sides possess such weapons, then it will not have an absolute advantage on the battlefield, and will not be able to dominate the battlefield. so something else will emerge. Whether it's tactics, strategy, or more lethal weapons. Li Shimin had fought so many wars over the years and understood this principle well, and that's exactly what he did. Yes, we do have them, but they're just ordinary weapons of mass destruction. They're considered divine weapons by you, and killing cavalry is very easy for you. As he spoke, Yang Fan took out a Gatling gun. This gun can fire 900 to 1,000 bullets per minute. You've probably heard of the concept of minutes before. You'll then know how powerful this weapon is. Set up in a small space, with plenty of ammunition, any number of people who come will just be easy prey. Yang Fan loaded a bullet belt. Let's stick with that pavilion. Since we've already messed with it, let's go with that one. Yang Fan emptied the entire ammunition belt. By the time the shooting was over, the pavilion had already collapsed. Even Li Shimin was confused. If the enemy were to use a weapon like that during his battles, it would be a catastrophic disaster for his soldiers. Its penetrating power is too strong. The long spear you just gave me seems to be a counter to this weapon. Yang Fan nodded. He had to admit that Li Shimin had a very keen sense of war, and the title of General of the Heavenly Strategy was not entirely undeserved. Restraint, but not absolute restraint. Li Shimin understood Yang Fan's meaning. It was tactical. I don't need this weapon for now. The weapon I have can change the course of the battlefield. That's enough. Li Shimin was actually afraid that the emergence of too many such revolutionary weapons would threaten his imperial power. Okay, I'm leaving now. Yang Fan noticed that someone had entered the trading space in Liangjian. Wait, is Xiangqing alright? That's great. Bring her next time you come. Yang Fan waved his hand, and the person appeared in the trading space of Liangjian in the next moment. Li Yunlong saw that Yang Fan's hand had already instinctively moved to his gun. At this moment, he didn't look very good. He was covered in dust and dirt. It was clearly on the battlefield. Seeing Yang Fan's attire, they finally relaxed. They weren't Japanese devils. What kind of trading space is this? What do you trade? Anything is fine. Just introduce yourself. Yang Fan walked to the stone table in the middle and sat down. Li Yunlong, commander of the independent regiment. Yang Fan, are you still a student? You can treat me as an overseas student. Can you provide me with weapons? Li Yunlong directly asked about his needs, whether or not he was a student. He didn't care at the moment. Can. Give it to me. I'm on the battlefield right now, and the situation is tense. I'll pay you after I'm done. What kind of payment will you give me? Since it's a transaction, how can he not want anything in return, even though it was wartime and he had no money? But there must be antiques. Those big landowners must have had them. Although Yang Fan also wanted to support the martyrs free of charge, he couldn't do that. Otherwise, what would happen if they didn't rely on themselves, but depended on him? I don't have much money, but I can apply to headquarters for some goldfish. I don't need gold bars. I can provide you with a large number of weapons. I just want some antiques from landlords' homes, especially those from the Ming and Qing dynasties. As he spoke, Yang Fan directly transferred some of the weapons from the post-apocalyptic space. 10 Gatling guns, 20 mortars, 200 assault rifles, 200 submachine guns, and 1,000 high-explosive grenades. The ammunition was also plentiful, with 10 units of each type, without any shortages. After all, it was for killing Japanese soldiers, so we couldn't be stingy. Li Yunlong opened the equipment and looked at it. His mouth watered. It was all good equipment. Although he didn't recognize some of the equipment, he figured out how to use it by touching it. After all these years on the battlefield, there's no equipment he can't handle. Brother Yang Fan, no need for thanks. I'm currently fighting the Sakata regiment. Once I break through, I'll take care of what you asked for as soon as possible. As he spoke, he grabbed the things and started moving them outside. When Li Yunlong finished moving the equipment and was about to leave, Yang Fan called him back. Wait, I also want to go to the battlefield and see it. Li Yunlong fell silent after hearing Yang Fan's request. He definitely didn't want such a big spender to go to the battlefield. What would happen if he suffered heavy casualties? Such a major investor is treated like a treasure by headquarters. How could he possibly send them to the battlefield? It's better not to go. Guns and cannons don't have eyes on the battlefield. Your life is much more valuable than mine, a mud-covered wretch. Don't worry, I'll just take the gun and fire a few shots from a distance to have some fun. Yang Fan took out a Barrett rifle from his spatial storage and held it in his arms. My gun has a range of 1,800 meters, so there shouldn't be any major danger. Li Yunlong nodded. It's good that they don't charge. I've never seen this weapon before. It's such a big gun, it must be very powerful. It can even take down tanks. Yang Fan chuckled. This weapon was originally an anti-material sniper rifle, capable of easily destroying modern light armor, let alone the Japanese tanks. Chapter 47. Why did they fight so desperately? The battlefield of Kangyunling. Yang Fan and Li Yunlong suddenly appeared. Zhang Dabiao and several soldiers who were guarding the spot were startled and immediately raised their guns. He lowered his gun only after seeing that it was Li Yunlong, but he still looked at Yang Fan warily. Everyone, don't be nervous. This is my young brother, Yang Fan. These weapons were all provided by him, and everyone must keep it a secret. Alright, call people over and quickly distribute these weapons to each squad. Let them familiarize themselves with the weapons as soon as possible. We need to start the breakout. Everyone started to take action. Zhang Dabiao, arrive. You just protect my little brother. If anything happens to him, I'll twist your head off and use it as a football. Yes. Zhang Dabiao also knew how important Yang Fan was. They were extremely anxious when the regimental commander disappeared. I never expected to get so many weapons and ammunition in such a short time. Moreover, the leader of the group said that the person in front of him was a big spender, so naturally he would protect him with his life. Zhang Dabiao didn't care what his benefactor was doing on the battlefield. Even if he was just there to take a dump, he still had to be protected. The counter-offensive began quickly, with 20 mortars deployed and a large number of automatic weapons deployed, advancing rapidly. The Sakata regiment was stunned. They thought the unit was out of ammunition and would be theirs, but they didn't expect it to have such strong firepower. Li Yunlong quickly advanced to the intended position. More than a dozen mortars launched a saturation attack on the command post of the company. Yang Fan fired his gun from behind, taking down a machine gun emplacement. The main problem is that these soldiers are too fierce. Charged through a hail of bullets. Yang Fan was stunned. This was his first time on the battlefield, and although he was in excellent physical condition. However, he didn't have the courage to charge in the face of gunfire. Zhang Dabiao, why do you think they're fighting so hard? Many of them have lost their homes and are now living alone. My family was all killed by the Japanese devils. National hatred. Family feud. Yang Fan fell silent. He felt that they must still have some kind of belief. Even if it costs us our lives, we'll wear these little devils down. Our ancestors had it so tough. This was still against the Japanese, when the weapons weren't that advanced. You can imagine how difficult it must have been to fight the US with the South Koreans. The team quickly broke through and relentlessly pursued the enemy, given the vastly inferior weapon performance. The soldiers were using such advanced weapons for the first time, and they beat the enemy so badly they couldn't even raise their heads. The barrage of bullets kept the enemy from even raising their heads. A high explosive grenade can kill a heavily fortified position with a kill radius of up to 20 meters, wiping out everyone at that position. Brother Yang, what kind of grenade is this? It's amazing. Zhang Dabiao watched from afar through binoculars, drooling. With this thing, a few bullets would be enough to blow up any bunkers or pillboxes. It's called a high explosive grenade. I don't know much about weapons. Oh, can I have that spinning gun? It's so much fun to play with. Zhang Dabiao was swallowing hard. If Yang Fan weren't so important, he would have rushed up and shot him dead long ago. He still preferred machine guns. Although Yang Fan's gun was also good and very powerful, it was too slow to kill anyone, which was not good. Yang Fan disappeared immediately, grabbed a Gatling gun, and took enough bullets with him. This gun is still very powerful, but it's easy for the enemy to focus fire on it. Yang Fan just saw it too. One of them was hit by concentrated fire from the enemy's mortar positions. It's alright, I'm going to charge with this gun. Zhang Dabiao grinned sheepishly. This sugar daddy was too generous. He had no money and no gold. Brother Yang, do you like the women from those Japanese countries? I'll catch one for you in a few days. Zhang Dabiao could only think of this much, since Yang Fan wasn't in their unit and didn't have to follow many of the rules. For a moment, Yang Fan did consider it, but then decided against it. Although the Japanese devils weren't human either, there was no need to take it out on women. Simply wipe out their male population. Forget it. I enjoy watching their work, but I don't need to see them in person. Zhang Dabiao didn't understand either, but he did know that Yang Fan didn't like it. The two men also saw through their binoculars that Sakata's command post had been destroyed, and Yang Fan and Zhang Dabiao got up and went to the command post. Li Yunlong greeted Yang Fan warmly. Brother Yang, I don't have anything good to offer right now, except for this officer's sword, which I'll give you. Li Yunlong's current goal is to curry favor with Yang Fan. This is a gentleman. He doesn't want goldfish. He only likes antiques and calligraphy. These things are actually quite easy to make. In addition, the equipment Yang Fan provided was too advanced, with long range, high accuracy, and great power. He saw that many people were no longer human. He will no longer be interested in the Japanese army's equipment. Yang Fan took it and looked at it. Banya. However, Yang Fan still kept it, as it held some sentimental value. However, it was far inferior to Li Shimin's sword. Li Yunlong's lips twitched. You brat, this is a general's sword, and you're complaining about it. My commander doesn't even have one. This broken knife will be commonplace from now on. Yang Fan said dismissively. Li Yunlong thought about it and agreed that it made sense with Yang Fan's weapons. They would capture more and more in the future. Brother Yang, are you going back, or are you coming with me? I'm going back now. If you have anything, put it in your space. If you need anything, just leave me a note. Yang Fan knew that this guy was probably going to be dismissed and wouldn't be doing business with him for the time being. Yang Fan found a secluded spot and returned directly to the villa. After going upstairs, Tang Shui was sitting in the living room. When Tang Shui saw Yang Fan, she sniffed the air and smelled blood and gunpowder. It was like she'd been on a battlefield. She was all too familiar with that smell. Didn't he come here and buy a house? What's going on? Where's Li Anlin? She want to tidy up your room. I don't have the habit of cleaning the room for adulterous couples. Tang Shui knew what was going on as soon as she entered the room. Who can blame me for being so charming? I'm so damn charming. I love myself to death. Yang Fan isn't a shameless person, so saying a few words won't hurt. They're after your money, not your blood and gunpowder smell. Oh, Yang Fan smelled it himself and found that it did smell of gunpowder, but not of blood. This woman has such a keen sense of smell. He definitely soaked in the smell of blood for a while. Oh, they slaughtered a few pigs, so it's normal for it to smell a bit. Yang Fan was getting used to seeing dead people. He'd feel nauseous the first time he saw one. But this time, after seeing so many, he didn't feel nauseous at all, perhaps because he didn't consider them human at all. Yang Fan picked up his phone and transferred money to the account. Jiang Lan had sent him. Water was still quite easy to buy. Tang Shui frowned deeply. It seems Long Outyin was right. This person is very abnormal. From this morning until now, he has changed battlefields twice. Chapter 48. Are you saving your bullets for the new year? Li Anlin heard Yang Fan's voice from the second floor and peeked down from there. Brother, I've changed all the sheets. Jiang Lan had already taught her that if she didn't know how to do it, she could just search for it on a musical note. She found it really useful. It taught all sorts of things. Yang Fan waved to her. Come down. Yang Fan noticed that Li Anlin's walk was still a little unnatural, but she still came over and sat down next to him. So, do you like it here? I like it. It's very bright, brighter than mine. He realized something was wrong halfway through his sentence, glanced at Tang Shui, and stopped abruptly. It's better than my old one. Girls in the past were princesses, and while the palace was grand enough, it was far less comfortable than it is now. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. You were probably a little unaccustomed to living in a high-rise building the other day. This place is so much better. It has a garden and a huge pool. A bath here would be wonderful. Li Anlin gestured excitedly. Then there was a bang. The door was kicked open. 5 men carrying knives walked in and shouted, Hey you Yang Fan, come out here. As they shouted, the group walked into the room and saw the group in the living room. Upon seeing Yang Fan, Fei Biao pointed his knife at him. You must be Yang Fan. Someone paid you to take your arm. We're just doing our job. Don't resist. We'll leave once we're done. Otherwise, I'd feel bad if I hurt these 2 beauties next to you. As he spoke, a sly smile crept across his face, and images began to surface in his mind. The employer didn't say the woman couldn't be touched, so he can't be blamed. He just happened to run into her. It was his luck. But after he finished speaking, he saw that the 3 of them were very calm and not flustered at all, and he thought to himself, are these people all idiots? Yang Fan looked at Tang Shui and said, Shall we do it, or should we send him to the police station? Tang Shui frowned as she looked at the group. How dare they do this in broad daylight? No need, just cripple them. They're all scourges, always bullying ordinary people. Tang Shui nodded. With Yang Fan's words, she no longer needed to take responsibility. Someone else would. She stood up immediately. Fatty Biao laughed in anger when he saw the group still discussing how to cripple them. Go, cut off the men's arms, tie up the women, and gag them. The henchmen licked their lips. It seemed they were about to receive another perk. They all rushed forward, knives in hand. Tang Shui also drew a military knife from her waist, about 30 centimeters long, and used it to propel herself forward. Instant screams filled the air as the hands of the 4 henchmen were crippled. They were rolling on the ground, screaming in terror. They were probably used to attacking others, but this was probably the first time they had been stabbed. Seeing that something was wrong, Fei Biao turned and ran. This guy was tough. It seems that not all rich people are so easy to bully. When Tang Shui saw the man run away, she threw her military knife, which stuck directly into his thigh, causing him to stumble and fall. Call the police? Tang Shui turned to look at Yang Fan and said, These men? armed with knives, broke into a private residence, and will likely face several years in prison. No wonder this guy hired a bodyguard. It seems he offended someone, because they came up and tried to take his arm. No rush. Yang Fan stepped forward, raised his leg, and stomped directly on the person's hand. A crisp sound of bone cracking could be heard in the living room. Then it was the other hand. The person who was stepped on instantly fainted from the pain. Tang Shui frowned and stopped Yang Fan. They've learned their lesson. Yang Fan's strength is a bit too much. She feels that this person's hand is definitely not safe. She's just keeping a few people inactive. Yang Fan is truly going to be completely ruined. These people are so arrogant because of your kind of thinking. Are you saving so many bullets for the new year? He pushed Tang Shui away and completely crippled the hands of the others. Then he went up to Fei Biao and drew his military knife. Are you interested in my woman? Yang Fan squatted down and looked at him with a gentle gaze, as if he wasn't the one who had just trampled someone else. No, you misunderstand. We're just doing this for money to make a living. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child to support. I have no intention of coveting your woman. Yang Fan blinked as he listened to what he had to say, then asked a question. What does this have to do with me? He stepped directly on his spine. Tang Shui heard the sound, so loud it made her teeth ache. Yang Fan was letting her get away with this so much that she'd never be able to stand up again. However, he didn't want to get involved anymore. After all, these people must have done some heinous things in the past. What goes around comes around, and no one escapes the wrath of heaven. Li Anlin also walked over and looked at Fei Biao, who was convulsing, and said, Brother, why don't we just stab him in the neck? I think he still wants revenge on us. Tang Shui swallowed hard. It was hard to imagine that such an obedient, beautiful, and charming young girl could talk about killing someone so casually, as if it were just killing a chicken. Moreover, she wasn't afraid of blood. Despite the scene, her eyes showed no sign of panic from the moment these people entered. Fei Biao was speechless, shaking his head to indicate that he had no intention of revenge. Even if he wanted revenge, he would keep it to himself. To say it now would be suicide. Yang Fan ignored these people. It would be even better if he got revenge, then more people could come, and he could also test out how well the Gatling gun worked and eliminate some social parasites. Tang Shui, let's call the police. These people broke into our house with knives and tried to kill us. We were forced to fight back and accidentally injured them. Yang Fan spoke casually, saying that Bing didn't have a weapon. Tang Shui was the one with the weapon. He added, You can just arrest me if you want. She was acting in self-defense. Tang Shui sighed. This guy is really ruthless. And he's quite clever too. He's already come up with all the charges against these people. Home invasion and murder. Even if you accidentally kill two, nothing will happen to you. The police arrived quickly. Seeing the people in the room, they were startled, thinking they were all dead. They checked their breathing and found they were still alive, but barely alive. Lu Bing frowned as she looked at the 3 people still sitting in the living room drinking coffee. Didn't they find the smell disgusting? Who owns the house? I. Yang Fan replied. Why were they injured so badly? Yang Fan looked up at him. What serious illness did this man have? Should I just stand there and let them cut off my head before I fight back? You all just look at who's more injured and who's the victim? Did you buy your police academy diploma? You're intentionally hurting people. These people are almost dead. Lu Bing shouted loudly, which was a question. He didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant, and even question whether he was admitted through the exam. Chapter 49, a CEO whose name was replaced by a character. Tang Shui stepped forward and said, Officer, these men broke into a house with knives and committed murder. The long knives are theirs. The military knife is mine. Why do you have a military knife? Lu Bing asked. Tang Shui was also a little angry. When I was discharged from the army, my superior gave me special permission to have him report to you. Tang Shui didn't expect that these people were really as Yang Fan said. If they weren't completely crippled, they would either be bailed out or, once released, would continue to bully ordinary people as before. These people are so incompetent they boss the victims around like they're nothing. No wonder Yang Fan wanted to cripple the other party himself. Lu Bing was speechless after being rebuked. The other party had already said that he was a leader in the military, so what right did he have to ask them to come and report to him? He was about to say that his boss was going to reassign him to cleaning toilets. You're the homeowner, right? Come with me to the police station to give a statement. Lu Bing pointed at Yang Fan. No need, I'll go. I'm the one who crippled them. Tang Shui stood up. Boss, should we call Rose over? No need. I have bodyguards in the shadows. Yang Fan took out his phone and made a call to Yi Qingqing. Find me a top-notch legal team in Shanghai. What? Several men broke into my house with knives and tried to kill me, but Tang Shui crippled them. Yi Qingqing fell silent for a moment. No. He then hung up the phone. Lu Bing didn't dare to speak carelessly anymore. After all, the other party said they were going to hire a legal team, and this guy seemed pretty tough. It's possible to find retired bodyguards who still carry their original weapons. He had no choice but to obediently take Tang Shui to the police station to give a statement. The ambulance hasn't arrived yet, and the person hasn't been taken out. Lu Bing's phone rang. Don't bring them back. Just take a simple statement there. Don't bother them with anything else. Isn't this against the rules? The director said it himself. Why don't you come back and talk to the director about the rules? The tone on the other end of the phone became noticeably harsher, and then he hung up. He had just been severely reprimanded, but he didn't even know what had happened. Lu Bing swallowed hard. He wondered who had gotten involved with this young man, and how the bureau chief had personally intervened in the matter. These people are probably in trouble. The group quickly took a statement from Tang Shui, and then the ambulance took them away. Yi Qingsheng also called directly. This has nothing to do with Tianzian. It was Qin Fun who hired someone to do it. You study in Shanghai, so you should have heard of him. Yang Fan understood. No wonder the policeman had handled it so hastily. Tianzian's father probably didn't want to provoke Yang Fan. After all, no one who reaches this position is a fool. Yi Qingsheng directly called and said that Yang Fan's matter was related to his son. He immediately became alert. If the Yi family had investigated someone so thoroughly, and he still didn't understand them, why would he help them like this? Wouldn't it be suicide to get involved? I immediately called Tianzian to find out the details. Okay, I understand. I won't bother with Tianzian if he doesn't cause me any more trouble. Alright, I'm hanging up now. I've become your secretary. Yi Qingsheng hung up the phone immediately. Tang Shui also came up and asked. You looked for Yi Qingsheng? Yeah, what's wrong? Is it really necessary to bother her with such a small matter? Tang Shui was speechless. Didn't this guy know that asking for help would result in owing favors? Hiring a top-notch legal team is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Her dad is the mayor of Shanghai. Isn't it easy for him to find her? To have resources and not use them is foolish. Yang Fan didn't care. So what if he owed someone a favor? How could the two sides deepen their relationship if they didn't owe each other favors? Are you afraid of owing favors and waiting for others to come up to you for help? Tang Shui sighed. This person probably didn't know how valuable a favor from a young lady from the capital was. I'll get some people to clean up the bloodstains. Yang Fan nodded and led Li Anlin to the room. Yang Fan nodded and led Li Anlin to the room. Yang Fan nodded and led Li Anlin to the room. I just saw your father, and he said he wanted to see you. Do you want to go back? I'm not going back. It's great here. The food is great, I sleep well, and I can look at lots of things on my phone every day. Sister Zhang Lan is very kind to me. She teaches me a lot every day and is never jealous of me. Li Anlin shook her head. Now that she was married, she was naturally a member of Yang Fan's family. So how could she go back every few days? Besides, this place is so great. Apart from having to wash up on my own, everything else is perfect. Yang Fan smiled, but Li Shimin would be furious if he heard that. Yang Fan lay down on the bed and began to think. It seemed he couldn't wait until he needed something to buy it, as he hadn't yet gotten the water for Zhonglan. He needs to set up an investment company to invest in food companies, import grains, and water. After all, the post-apocalyptic world seems to lack water, while the world of Bright Sword lacks food, weapons, and ammunition. Li Shimin doesn't lack anything now. He quickly thought of someone. Yi Qingsheng, who owned a cosmetics company. They won't make much money, they can't even earn the equivalent of a single painting in a year. They might as well just find any CEO. I was thinking of just calling them directly. Let me make this clear first. You have no favors to do for me. Yi Qingsheng wanted to shut Yang Fan up as soon as she answered the phone. This guy really treats himself like a secretary, going to her for everything. If he weren't so mysterious, I would have ignored him long ago. Fire that CEO of yours, find someone else, and you can come and work for me. Yi Qingsheng was speechless. You've been drinking? Do you know how much money my company makes in a year? My painting sold for 1.5 billion. Yang Fan's words silenced Yi Qingsheng even more. It's not entirely certain that she'll earn 1.5 billion in about 8 years, since no one can predict the market. What kind of company are you planning to start? Investment company. How much are you planning to invest? Yang Fan thought for a moment. He didn't have much money right now, but he could sell some things, and later he could sell weapons. Let's invest 10 billion first. Yi Qingsheng let out a long sigh. This is really infuriating. They can easily come up with 10 billion, and they run an investment company, which proves that they are not short of money at all. Fine, then you have to pay me a reasonable salary, right? Hiring a new CEO will also cost me money. Yi Qingsheng also wanted to get closer to Yang Fan to see what his secret was. She believed her family would support him. I'll give you an annual salary of 100 million. As for your position as CEO, that's not my concern. Yang Fan doesn't have much of a concept of money now. After all, he now has resources from 3 other worlds, so money is probably the last thing he lacks. And it's not that much a piece of calligraphy by Wang Shiji could earn her 10 years' salary. Okay, I'll take it and come over in a few days. Yi Qingsheng also has a company vice president let them handle things for now, and she can find a CEO later. And if I'm the CEO, can I invest in my own company? Chapter 50 Lying? Not a chance. 3 days later, Yang Fan finally obtained 100,000 tons of water, which he transported entirely to the post-apocalyptic space, where he was trading with Lin Dong. People have also appeared in the space. Then he saw a dimensional ring that could only be seen in cultivation novels. It collected all the water directly. Do dimensional rings really exist? What's so curious about that? You're still using the space that comes with the system. Lin Dong tossed a ring over. The built-in space is stable, but it's too small. I'll give it away, it's not worth much anyway. Yang Fan took it and looked at it. There was blood on it, so it was obviously not his own, it was clearly stolen from someone else. No wonder they say it's worthless. How do I use this? Your mental power is too weak to sense space. As Lin Dong spoke, a red crystal floated to Yang Fan's side. It was a bit larger than the green crystal from last time, about the size of a baby's fist. Eat this, and you'll be able to reach level 3. Yang Fan stared blankly at the crystal in his hand. He had spent a lot of money on those waters, over 100 million. He felt like he was even more wronged than Li Shimin. You'll know once you try it. Lin Dong wasn't in a hurry to leave. Yang Fan put the crystal directly into his mouth, having already done it once before. Once the crystals are in your mouth, they will automatically digest when you bite into them. Yang Fan could feel varying degrees of pain throughout his body. Even his bones were starting to ache. What's going on? Am I not going to die? It's all right. It's normal evolution. If you want to withstand greater power, your organs and bones need to evolve. Otherwise, you'll kill yourself by the impact when you throw a punch. Lin Dong opened the bottle of water and drank it leisurely. However, his leisurely pace meant he finished a bottle of water in just a few seconds. 20 minutes later, Yang Fan felt the pain in his body lessen. He looked like he had just come out of the water. Yang Fan stretched, his body making a crisp sound. Yang Fan was secretly shocked that tiny thing could have such great energy. He truly felt as if his body had been tempered. My body feels several levels lighter. Transaction complete. Rating F. 1 transaction point earned. Yang Fan was speechless. This was truly unchangeable. So much water, and they only gave him a little? Shall we have a contest? Yang Fan felt more comfortable than ever before. His mind was clear, and he could even feel the dimensional space in his hands. It stretches as far as the eye can see, at least a dozen kilometers long, as if it were compressed from real space. Lin Dong shook his head. If we weren't in this space, I could kill you 1,000 times in a second. Let's continue the transaction. You've sensed the evolutionary energy, haven't you? Can we officially start trading now? Yang Fan nodded. This was indeed a good thing, enhancing strength in all aspects. How much water do you want? Yang Fan knew that the other party was only short of water, but not anything else. 10 million tons. In Lin Dong's world, water resources have either been taken over by powerful creatures or have been polluted to the point that humans can no longer drink them. That's too much, maybe 1 million tons. I can't trade that much. We have a lot of purified water here, but not that much. Yang Fan is even planning to build his own factory. Otherwise, the cost would be too high if they bought it themselves. Although their production capacity is sufficient, transportation and storage are problems. Lin Dong had drunk too much water and was starting to feel sleepy. He needed to rest, since his body hadn't had enough water for a long time. Okay, what resources do you want? 10 items that can awaken superpowers, the food I just ate, 50 of all the equipment from last time, plus 10,107mm rocket launchers, 1,088mm anti-aircraft guns, 10 times the original ammunition, and gun barrels. Yang Fan realized that the guy on the other side didn't care about weapons at all, so he asked for more. As for why heavy artillery is not used, it's because the troops there are not mechanized, and heavy artillery would only hinder them. And the 107mm rocket launcher, those who know. I can only give you 3 awakening energy. This stuff is a product of the early days of the apocalypse 100 years ago, and I don't have many left. As for evolutionary energy, I can give you 5. Give me the ring on your hand. Yang Fan handed it over directly, which was exactly what he expected. What surprised him was whether the other party had survived from the early days of the apocalypse. Has his appearance remained unchanged for 100 years? Lin Dong put all the equipment into his spatial storage and then handed it to Yang Fan. I've given you the equipment. As for the awakening energy, here's one for you. I'll bring you the rest of the water. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he tossed the ring and energy to Yang Fan and then disappeared. Yang Fan took it and looked at it. 5099 Barrett rifles, 5,090 Gatling guns, 5,080 mortars, 50,800 assault rifles, 50,800 submachine guns, 10,107 mm howitzers, and 1,088 mm anti-aircraft guns. Add 100 base loads of ammunition. These are definitely enough to change the world of Brightsword. As for the energy that can awaken superpowers, he'll think about who to give it to. Yang Fan saw his phone ringing and immediately left the space. Hey, I've arrived in Shanghai. Yi Qingqing's voice came over. Oh, you want me to answer it again? Yi Qingqing remained silent for a few seconds, but for the sake of the mission, she endured it. Where is your company? I'll go take a look. There's no company here right now. The only person the company is hiring is you. Although Yang Fan knows a little about finance, he hasn't had time to deal with things like finding people or finding company space lately. Shouldn't these be the CEO's responsibility? Is this all you're planning to do with 10 billion? You're not preparing anything at all. I'll prepare the money. You can take care of the rest. I've never run a company before. Have you ever seen a boss pay for work? Yang Fan directly posed a soul-searching question. Yi Qingqing was also impressed what he said was indeed true. But aren't you afraid that your subordinates will embezzle most of your money? Should I go register the company now? Of course. You have connections in Shanghai. Registering a company is a piece of cake for you. Yang Fan had been waiting for her to come after all. Having connections makes things easier is not just an empty saying. You're using my other connections, you have to pay extra. Yi Qingqing didn't expect this guy to be so cunning. If she became the CEO, no one would bother her. Don't worry, I'll give you a share of the company's profits, 5% of them. Yang Fan chuckled. He was lucky if he didn't lose money on his investments. Making money was highly unlikely. These are all consumables, and many of them need to be traded. He just wants to get them at a super low price. He doesn't have any plans to make money yet. That's good. You need to draw up a contract, so you don't go back on your word later. Of course, I'm that kind of person. I would never do anything to cheat others. Chapter 51. Your house is as big as a bank vault. Yang Fan did not return after emerging from the space. Yi Qingqing had already arrived at the villa uninvited. He reached out his hand as soon as he saw Yang Fan. Give us the money, register the company, find a place, hire people, and advertise. It all requires money. Wait. Yang Fan returned to his room and immediately took out several pieces of calligraphy by Wang Shiji. Yi Qingqing knew what Yang Fan was carrying when she saw him take out several boxes. Whose handwriting is this? Wang Shiji. There are 5 pieces of calligraphy in total. See how much you can sell them for. You can auction them or whatever you want. You can advance the money to start the company first. You already have my information, so I don't need to give it to you. Yang Fan simply placed the items on the table. Yi Qingqing opened the box and looked inside. Goodness, there aren't many of Wang Shiji's calligraphy works that have survived to this day, and this guy has brought out so many. He opened them and looked at them. Although he didn't understand them, Yang Fan's things no longer needed to be appraised. After all, the items on this guy were collected during the early Tang dynasty, clearly belonging to a large family. Do you still have any? Yes, Liang has sold out of his gold ingots. Even the ones I have right now cost 5,000 yuan. Yang Fan rubbed his hands together. This money comes out faster, no need to wait for an auction. He can sell it directly to the auction house. Moreover, Li Shimin still owes him a final payment of 5,000 yuan. Yi Qingqing was speechless. She had asked about the words. I never expected Yang Fan to have so many gold ingots. If you were to casually toss them away. Was your ancestor a prince from the Tang dynasty? Yi Qingqing never imagined that the minister would have so many gold ingots, as well as so many genuine works by Li Shimin and Wang Shiji. His surname is Yang. Could they be descendants of Li Go? Perhaps. Or you can get the gold too, and have him give me a satisfactory price. Yang Fan decided not to go either, as Li Yang hadn't been honest with him. He decided to send Yi Qingqing instead, since Li Yang wouldn't dare to trick her. I'm fine with anything, but your quantity this time is too large, so I don't think the price will be much higher than last time. Yi Qingqing also knew what Yang Fan was thinking. This guy knew that Li Yang had bought it for 4 million and sold it for 4.8 million last time, and he was a little angry. If we let her sell it this time, Li Yang and his team definitely wouldn't dare offer her such a price. Well, I'll let you handle things in the future. There aren't many people who would dare to rip you off. Yang Fan grinned slyly. He was really making a good profit with this salary. You've got a real knack for this. No wonder you majored in finance. Yang Fan can make a lot more money from selling this batch of gold through her, enough to earn him for 10 years. Yi Qingsheng sighed. There's not a single good capitalist. How can you say that? You own shares in the company, so you should do your job well. I'll be going back for a while in a few days. I'll leave the company registration, site selection, and recruitment to you. The company mainly deals in foreign trade grains, as well as a large quantity of purified water. We can also do other things like technology and entertainment. You can decide whether to invest. Yang Fan's main focus is on investing in foreign trade and importing large quantities of low-priced grain. He needs too much, and it wouldn't be good to buy it all domestically. If Li Shimin were to buy seeds and plant them now, where would he find the time? And Li Yunlong certainly doesn't have the means to do so. Moreover, they are now the biggest consumers of food, since war consumes a lot of food. So casual? You haven't even thought about what the company's future investments will generate profits, have you? Yi Qingsheng felt like she was about to explode. It's okay. If the company we invest in isn't making money, we'll just keep investing. There are also companies that only invest money in but don't make any money. Yang Fan doesn't have to worry about money now, since he really doesn't lack money. Li Shimin has a lot of gold. If that doesn't work, go mine gold and you'll live a comfortable life. Lindong probably has a lot too, since they don't really need gold. Their hard currency is probably the energy that can enhance Yang Fan's abilities. Yi Qingsheng gave a thumbs up. You're such a spendthrift. I mean, since you're so rich, could you set up a charitable foundation to help left-behind children, disabled people who are unable to work, or children in welfare homes who have no parents? Seeing Yang Fan wasting so much money, she really felt bad for him. Sure, you can do it in the company's name. As long as all the money goes to the people who really need it, I can donate 1 billion every year. Yang Fan didn't object to these people providing financial assistance. After all, his family had received such assistance before. What he finds objectionable is that of those who donate 1 billion, only 10%, or perhaps less, actually reach the people who truly need it. That's great. I'll contact my dad and ask him to promote you. You'll soon be nominated for one of Shanghai's top 10 youths. Yi Qingsheng never expected Yang Fan to actually agree. She had only made a casual remark, and Yang Fan immediately offered 1 billion. This can't even be described as extravagant. That's equivalent to donating a piece of calligraphy by Wang Shiji every year. No need. I'm a low-key person. I don't need any of the top 10 youths awards. Just make sure you spend your money wisely. Yang Fan originally intended to provide financial assistance to families who couldn't afford medical care. After all, he had witnessed too many tragedies. Some people who can't afford medical treatment abandon their daughters and run away, leaving their daughters to receive treatment at the hospital during the day and set up stalls to earn money at night. Yang Fan also donated 500 yuan to her. Although he himself was also struggling financially, he still couldn't bear to see such a scene. Yang Fan also asked the girl about her wish, and her answer was very simple, just 2 words. Alive. Yang Fan refused dialysis because he had seen her miserable state. Life was too tiring, and most people would have already broken down mentally. You don't want it, but he can't refuse to give it to you. It's a political achievement for him, after all. Don't worry, I'll fight for it for you. Alright, take Zhang Lan with you and let her learn. She's very talented, but no one's mentoring her. Your arrival is perfect. You can help me train her. I was worried that Zhang Lan was doing everything herself now, but now it's good that someone can teach her. Yi Qingsheng was already grinding her teeth. They really treated her like a beast of burden. She felt like she was being used as a tool. She really wanted to say, why don't you just find a capable secretary? But then she thought better of it. Loyalty was a real issue. The things around Yang Fan were far too valuable. Give me the gold. I'm leaving now. I'll go sell it for you. As for Wang Shiji's calligraphy, let's auction it off. There are plenty of people who want to collect it. She was afraid that she would get angry and might hit him. She had always been pampered. After all, she was perfect in terms of education, figure, face, and family background. Everyone else treats her like a treasure, but this guy really treats her like a laborer. I had a slightly better impression of him at first, since he wasn't a bad person at heart. Now things are even worse. He's completely washed his hands of the business. He's relaxed now, leaving everything to her, and he's even sent someone over to supervise her. Oh, let your bodyguards move them. I've arranged them very well. 500 boxes, they're in my walk-in closet. Yang Fan really likes gold. He opens it up to look at it whenever he has free time, and it's very pleasing to the eye. Yi Qingsheng was very impressed. These things were worth hundreds of billions. If they were kept at home, Even a thief would be laughing his head off if he visited. Chapter 52. The sky has collapsed. Gold cannot be traded. After Yi Qingqing and the others finished moving all the gold, only Yang Fan and Li Amlin remained in the room. Brother, are these things valuable? Yes, it's very valuable. You even have your own little stash of money, don't you? Yang Fan touched her little face. This girl was very sensible. She wouldn't cling to him and would let him go to Jiang Lan's bedroom at night. Under the influence of this kind of thinking in ancient times, it wasn't all bad for women. No, these things are actually not easy to spend in my hands. They are mainly used to make some ornaments, and they are basically not circulated in the market. My father also used these things to reward his ministers, and the ministers would not spend them, they would keep them at home. So we have a lot of these things where we live. Should I go back and ask my father for some? Yang Fan felt like the sky had fallen after hearing this. Li Shimin was a ruthless guy. Walk. As he spoke, Yang Fan pulled her along, and they traveled directly to the Tang dynasty. The moment the two appeared, they swung their knives at him. However, this speed was too slow for Yang Fan. He stepped forward and lightly slashed with his hand blade, and the blade fell to the ground. Li Junxian, it's only been a few days since we last met, and you're already trying to use a knife on me? That's not a good idea. When Li Junxian saw the two people clearly, he broke out in a cold sweat. He had been too nervous these past few days. He also discovered that Yang Fan was terrifying. If the other party had wanted to kill him just now, it would have been too easy. My lord, your highness the princess. Although Princess Xiangqing's attire has changed, she is still recognizable. What's going on? Yang Fan observed that the palace was now under martial law, with soldiers standing guard everywhere. His Majesty issued some new policies that shook the foundations of powerful families, and he was assassinated. I'm recovering from my injury right now. Oh, is he dying? Yang Fan hadn't expected that these powerful families' reluctance to act would be the root of the problem, and that their actual action would directly address the root cause of the issue. This is the method of a 1,000-year-old family. No, but he's seriously injured, hit by 2 arrows. Li Junxian was speechless. If Yang Fan had said something like that to anyone else, he probably would have thought the other person wanted to play a game of Candy Crush. But Yang Fan said he thought it was normal. After all, this guy always walked side by side with the emperor. All right, let's go take a look. Li Junxian nodded and led the way. There were several people waiting outside Li Shimin's palace, so it seems he was seriously injured. Your Highness. Li Amlin immediately spotted Li Chengxian. Li Chengxian glanced at the two men and couldn't help but purse his lips at their unkempt attire. Li Amlin also greeted the ministers, and they quickly returned the greeting. Yang Fan ignored them and looked around at the people around him. They were Fang Xinling, Chu Suiliang, and a few others, all of whom were ministers entrusted with the care of the young emperor. It seems that Li Shimin hasn't yet announced his choice for the crown prince to everyone. Let's go in and take a look. Yang Fan said to Li Junxian. Yang Fan was about to step forward when Li Chengxian stopped him. Li Junxian, you have already overstepped your bounds by bringing an outsider here, and you still want to enter father's bedchamber. Do you truly not take this crown prince seriously? Your Highness, this is His Majesty's order. If you see the prince consort in the palace, bring him to his side. Li Junxian was also helpless. It was really difficult to get by among the big shots. Li Chengxian, this is my husband. How can he be an outsider? With such indifference to family ties, how can you possibly care about your younger siblings when you become emperor? Li Chengxian was furious when he heard their words. One of them was using his father, the emperor, to pressure him, and the other was a married princess. What right did they have to speak to him like that? Xiangqing, I didn't expect you to become so bold after you got married. You even dare to call me by my given name. Min, seize him. As her elder brother, I will teach her the rules of the royal family. Upon hearing the order, the imperial guards rushed towards Yang Fan and his companion. Yang Fan frowned. This guy had no cunning. If he had the skills of a noble family, the throne wouldn't have been his for Li Ji. Yang Fan took out the emperor's sword directly from his spatial storage, his eyes instantly turning sharp. Who's coming up? Die. When everyone saw the sword in Yang Fan's hand, they all stopped. After all, this was Li Shimin's personal sword, and attacking the swordsman was tantamount to attacking Li Shimin. Li Shimin is not dead yet. Everyone retreated. The cunning ministers remained unmoved throughout, knowing full well that the emperor's policy was proposed by this very man. This guy's move is aimed at exhuming the ancestors of 18 generations of aristocratic families. How could a child like Li Chengxian possibly deal with him? Moreover, judging from the sword in this guy's hand, he is someone Li Shimin trusts extremely. This prince is completely oblivious to the situation. Yang Fan approached Li Chengqian. You really are a piece of trash. You should know perfectly well who assassinated you, father. Yang Fan slapped Li Chengqian across the face, sending him flying. Several bloody teeth remained in the air. You're only good at bullying your own kind. You might not even be able to beat the natives when you go out into the world. Everyone was stunned. Fang Xianling came to Li Juanxian's side and said, Why didn't you stop me? I can't beat them. Why didn't you stop them? Li Juanxian knew Yang Fan was an extremely terrifying figure when they first met, and he was currently angry. So how could he dare to go up to him? If that guy were to use his sword directly, he'd be dead for sure. Fang Xianling was helpless. Have someone escort His Highness the Crown Prince to see the imperial physician. After saying that, he came to Yang Fan's side and said, My lord, the Crown Prince is too young. Let's forget about it. I have sent someone to inform His Majesty of your arrival. His Majesty invites you in. Where is Empress Zhongsun? I haven't seen her. Yang Fan found it strange with Empress Zhongsun present. It was not Li Chengqian's place to speak. The Empress also fell ill from worry. Fang Xianling sighed, thinking that His Majesty was still too hasty and should proceed slowly. Although these aristocratic families appeared calm on the surface, they were not doing so well. But the two sides are already locked in a life or death struggle. After all, there were a large number of books, reforms to the imperial examination system, land reforms, and the prohibition of private sales of iron and salt, which were only permitted to be state-run. Yang Fan didn't expect that his butterfly effect was a bit too big, almost sending Li Shimin to his death. Arriving at Li Shimin's bedside, this guy was really lucky his injuries were on his shoulder and abdomen. Neither was fatal, but the arrow seemed to have something else on it, and the wound had become infected and worsened. You've come at just the right time, kid. If you had come a few days later, I would have passed away. When Li Shimin saw Yang Fan, he felt relieved, since Yang Fan's medical care was fine and he was definitely out of danger. He went to the space to wait for this guy when his wound got infected, but he never saw him. Who would have thought that things would change so much on Li Shimin's side in just a few days? I'm here to collect a debt. You've cheated me out of too many things, and you still owe me 50,000 taels of gold. Chapter 53, It doesn't look safe here. Li Shimin glanced at Li Amlin and understood immediately. Indeed, a married daughter is like water spilled from a cup. Her heart always turns outward. Wangda, take the prince consort to the treasury to retrieve the gold. Judging from Yang Fan's appearance, Li Shimin knew that his problem was not serious. If the problem is serious, this guy will either run away or take me to see a doctor right away. You really understand me. I'll go to your vault and get some of your medical expenses. Don't worry, I won't take more than I need. After hearing Yang Fan's words, Li Shimin turned his head away and ignored Yang Fan. Wangda brought Yang Fan to the treasury. He didn't know how much His Majesty owed Yang Fan, so he could only bring him to the treasury and let him take it himself. Yang Fan went inside and was stunned. The entire room was shimmering with gold. There must be at least several tens of tons of gold. It seems that although gold was not their currency, they knew it was valuable. Judging from how much Li Shimin had, he must have liked it quite a bit. Moreover, it must have already been discovered that there are huge gold reserves, otherwise there wouldn't be so many. Yang Fan was too lazy to calculate how many pieces there were. They were all stored away using the spatial ring Lin Dong had given them. Anyway, Li Shimin couldn't spend this stuff, so he spent it for Li Shimin, and then he would give him other things later. After finishing, Yang Fan left the vault and went directly to Li Shimin. You've got a bit of an infection. Come stay at my hospital for a few days and take care of things here. Let's go. I've already given the instructions. Li Shimin had already given instructions to Fang Xianling when Yang Fan left. Yang Fan glanced at Wangda. It's all right, let's go. Yang Fan nodded, and the three of them went directly to Yang Fan's bedroom. Li Shimin was in such a state that he couldn't move, so Yang Fan immediately called an ambulance. Your house is quite unique. Li Shimin could see the scenery outside directly through the window. It's just not very safe. Yang Fan smiled. My country is safe. Li Shimin was assassinated and has some psychological trauma. The ambulance arrived quickly. After arriving at the hospital, the wound was treated briefly, and then N4 drip was started. Actually, his injury is relatively simple to treat in the emergency room. After all, these people in the emergency department see car accidents and such every day. He was far worse off than Li Shimin. Li Shimin, lying in his hospital bed, was bewildered. It's that simple? Well, you'll be fine after a few more days of rest. Yang Fan had originally planned to go home, but now it wouldn't be appropriate to leave Li Shimin behind and go back. Sell me some doctors and medicines from here. Li Shimin felt that the doctors here were much more reliable than those in his imperial hospital. Selling medicine is no problem. I can send you large quantities directly, but I can't sell people. Selling people is illegal here. Yang Fan naturally felt guilty about delivering the medicine. After all, he had taken dozens of tons of gold from Li Shimin. Okay, just like last time, you can also send me a picture and a detailed text explanation. Li Shimin nodded, expressing his respect for the law on Yang Fan's side. Simple, what happened to you this time? You look so disheveled. When I left the palace, I was attacked by hundreds of assassins. Li Shimin closed his eyes as he spoke. How many of those spinning guns you offered to sell me last time do you have? I need some. Yang Fan knew that Li Shimin was angry. He had already sentenced these aristocratic families to death in his heart and was preparing to go back and wreak havoc. Yes, I can send it to you for approval. Li Shimin was confused. Yang Fan had changed his ways. He used to always try to swindle things from him. This time, they actually delivered it to me on their own initiative. Looking at Li Anlin, could it be that her daughter was whispering in her ear? It seems that daughters are still their father's most cherished little darlings. We need 500 of them, and we'll provide them with plenty of ammunition. All right, I'll also equip you with 10 rocket launchers, so you can experience the power of our firepower. Yang Fan didn't care. These weapons weren't very valuable anyway, they were just a bonus to boost his strength. Although Li Shimin didn't know what kind of weapon it was, judging from Yang Fan's appearance, it must be a very powerful one. All right, I'll give you some gold and calligraphy later. Yang Fan waved his hand. No need. How can I, as your son-in-law, not be filial to you? It would be disrespectful to always take things from my father-in-law. Also, stop referring to yourself as I, the emperor, or you'll easily get sent to a mental hospital. Li Shimin nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, he's a filial child. What kind of place is a mental hospital? It's a brain disease. Yang Fan pointed to his head. Li Shimin's lips twitched slightly. Then you'll pay more money and have them come to your house to administer medicine to me. Yang Fan nodded. Rich people really do think fast enjoying privileges is ingrained in their bones. However, Yang Fan also thought that he should hire a private medical team. Otherwise people from other worlds would have to come to the hospital when they came over. Alternatively, buying a private hospital is also a good option. After Li Shimin finished his 4-drip, Yang Fan went to discuss with the hospital about taking the medication at home. The hospital said that paying more money was no problem. More money, more money, more money. It was important, so it was repeated 3 times. When they went back, Tang Shui drove over to pick them up. She frowned at the person who suddenly appeared. There were security cameras around the villa, but she had never seen this person before. Moreover, this person has clearly held a high position for a long time, and such an aura is something that ordinary families cannot cultivate. After Li Shimin's wounds were treated at the hospital, his complexion improved significantly, and his face was no longer so pale. As the car drove into the villa's courtyard, Li Shimin looked outside, his heart filled with awe. I wonder how those tall buildings were constructed, and the thing he was sitting on was very comfortable, sheltered from the wind and rain, and even had air conditioning, and it was very fast. He quickly fell in love with it, and he thought, I can buy some. Upon entering the room, the living room was bright, filled with natural light coming in from the windows. Aren't these glass pieces worth much here? I see every household has them. Something very ordinary. Yang Fan knew he couldn't fool Li Shimin, so he didn't try to deceive him. After all, Li Shimin had seen them everywhere on the road, in every car. Li Shimin understood the situation and didn't continue the conversation, since there were outsiders present and it wasn't convenient for him to discuss business. Could you please arrange a room for me? I'm tired. Dad, I'll take you there. Li Anlin volunteered to lead Li Shimin upstairs. Is this Li Anlin's father? Tang Shui thought about it carefully and realized that they really did look quite alike. Now she finally understood why Li Anlin had remained calm in the face of the dangers of the past few days. Don't they look like father and daughter? Judging from their appearances alone, the two do not look alike. As for her personality, I think she inherited it from her father. What does her father do? Why can I feel a kind of pressure from him? He must be someone who has been in a position of power for a long time, but his clothes and hairstyle don't seem to fit the bill. Tang Shui stared at Yang Fan. After all, Li Shimin's temperament was too special, and she was particularly curious about his identity. Chapter 54 Strange Combinations. Yang Fan smiled, but did not answer her. Because he saw a combination of individuals creating trading opportunities. They found a place and appeared directly in the trading space. Brother Yang, I knew it. We're on the same wavelength. You came right away when I appeared. Li Yunlong was so happy to see Yang Fan that he almost cried. If Yang Fan doesn't come out, he'll be in deep trouble no matter what. I don't think you should be here right now. You shouldn't have been removed from your position as group leader. And why did you bring someone else in? In Yang Fan's memory, Li Yunlong should have been sent to a clothing factory to do embroidery. At this moment, the person who had been with Li Yunlong came over and said, he was indeed removed from his position as regimental commander. He disobeyed orders on the battlefield. It's already a miracle he wasn't executed. But he said he could trade some antiques for weapons with you, so I kept him here. I've seen all your weapons. They're far superior to those of the German and American armies. How many more do you have? Who are you? I am his boss. Yang Fan understood immediately it was the brigade commander. Yes, there are some. But as you know, although I'd like to provide free support, such a large quantity of weapons would bankrupt me if I didn't provide it directly. The brigade commander certainly knew. Of course, Li Yunlong, bring out all our things. Li Yunlong took out the items from his spatial storage. Many porcelain pieces of various sizes, a lot of coins, and a dragon head. Yang Fan pointed to the dragon's head and said, could you write me a note saying this is a gift for me? Yang Fan was willing to accept anything else, since they were all ordinary antiques. But this dragon head is very meaningful. Okay, your name is Yang Fan, right? I'll write you a note. The brigade commander didn't have any objections, it was just a simple word. Just write my last name. Writing down the full name is a bit scary, people will immediately accuse it of being fake. Writing down the surname is enough. The brigade commander was a very straightforward person. He wrote a note directly, proving that Yang Fan's family had made contributions to the war of resistance against Japan, and that the dragon head was a gift to them. Yang Fan accepted the written agreement and immediately stored everything into his spatial storage. The brigade commander was no longer surprised. After all, Li Yunlong had already experimented on him many times. However, it seems that Yang Fan can directly store it into his space without touching it. Transaction complete. Transaction rating E, 10 transaction points earned. Transaction points balance, 2360. Those antiques were from the last batch of weapons. As for the dragon head, I can give you 107mm rocket launchers and 188mm anti-aircraft guns. After saying that, Yang Fan laid out all the items. After reaching the third level, his mental power had improved a lot, and he also knew how to use the spatial ring. He had previously planned to use trading points to increase trading space, but thankfully he resisted the urge. The brigade commander and Li Yunlong were both stunned. Are the dragon heads of the 12 zodiac animals really that valuable? I've never heard of either of these weapons. Could you tell me about them? The brigade commander now understands why the other party wanted his signature. It was definitely to prove the source of the document. The rocket launcher has a range of about 8,000 meters. Most importantly, it can be launched with a support frame, or it can be launched without a support frame. It can be launched even without anything but a spark, and it doesn't require much maintenance. The 88mm anti-aircraft gun has a range of about 10,000 meters. It can fire directly at tanks, defend against air attacks, and also serve as a coastal artillery piece. It can do what others can do, and it can do what others can't. These two weapons were specially selected by Yang Fan, otherwise he would have preferred even better, more lethal weapons, but they are not suitable for the current 8th Route Army. They mainly rely on guerrilla warfare now, and large artillery would be a hindrance to them. Upon hearing Yang Fan's introduction, both of them widened their eyes, and drool involuntarily dripped from their mouths. These two are amazing. We won't have to worry about enemy bombing anymore, and we'll have heavy firepower. Plus, both weapons have an advantage in range. The Japanese mortars only had a range of 650 meters. The weapons Yang Fan provided all have a range advantage, so our future strategies and tactics will have to change. We'll have to keep the Japanese in check from now on. Young man, do you have any medicine? The brigade commander felt that the weapons were sufficient, but a large quantity of medicine was needed. After all, many soldiers don't die on the battlefield, but in hospitals, where there's no medicine to keep up with. Oh, you mean penicillin? There are many options. Do you need the medicine directly, or the production line? Yang Fan realized that at that time, penicillin was more expensive than gold. Just give me the medicine. We're afraid we can't keep up with production at this stage. We just won a battle, but we have a lot of wounded, and the Japanese will be retaliating soon. The brigade commander felt that although the production line was good, it was not suitable for them now. They would frequently relocate and would not stay in one place, resulting in too many casualties. The time for the final battle has not yet come. Okay, come over tomorrow. I'll get the medicine and the alcohol gauze we need to get in bulk. Yang Fan knew that these were matters concerning the lives of soldiers, so naturally, all necessary equipment had to be provided. The disinfection products available back then were certainly not as good as they are now. I'll approve your weapons first, just like last time. Porcelain, copper coins, silver coins, antiques, and calligraphy and paintings are all acceptable. As Yang Fan spoke, he immediately took out weapons. 500 Barrett rifles, 1,000 Gatling guns, 1,000 mortars, 100 million assault rifles, 10,000 submachine guns, and 9,000 high explosive grenades. There were also mountains of bullets. The brigade commander was stunned. Yang Fan's space was obviously much larger than Li Yunlong's. This guy seemed to be on a completely different level from Li Yunlong. And they gave us so many weapons. If they don't bring more or better items next time, we'll feel embarrassed to trade with them. Is there anything you particularly want? Oh, you can make requests. The old commander's handwriting. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he unleashed another 1,000 rocket launchers. Since they've already asked me to make a wish, I won't hold back. These cannons are the reward. Li Yunlong was so surprised his jaw almost dropped. He looked at the rows of rocket launchers and felt dizzy. I also plan to keep the dragon head as a personal collection, and I'll set up some special cabinets at home to display it so I can look at it whenever I have free time. The brigade commander seemed lost in thought. Old commander. Okay, I've got it. Li Yunlong's space isn't big, so let's put the equipment here first. Is that all right? Yang Fan nodded, understanding his meaning. This batch of equipment was intended to equip the entire army. He couldn't possibly keep it all for himself. Chapter 55. Slow down your spending. I'm scared. You're welcome to visit us sometime. The head of headquarters would like to invite you to dinner. It's like a giant mobile armory. If you come over and force him to drink, he might pull out a lot of equipment. Yang Fan gave an okay sign. Call me whenever you're preparing for a major battle. I'd like to come and have a look around, and I can even provide some equipment. The brigade commander also copied Yang Fan and gave him an okay sign. After Yang Fan left, Li Yunlong began. See? I told you, brigade commander. This kid has a lot of weapons on him. You've done a great job, kid, but your life is worth more than mine now. You can't lead the assault team anymore. Brigade commander, that's not what you said. You promised me. Don't be ungrateful, kid. You're carrying the hopes of our 8th Route Army on your shoulders. If you're gone, who will trade with Yang Fan in the future? Yang Fan called Yi Qingcheng as soon as he left the space. Order me 2 million vials of penicillin, along with alcohol and gauze, all in the same quantities. I need to distribute the development to several companies. I need it tomorrow. Yi Qingcheng glanced at Jiang Lan beside her and finally understood why she had been transferred to her side. Most people couldn't handle Yang Fan's demands. Okay, put it there. And what are you going to do with all this stuff? Are you going to the Middle East to do something big? Yi Qingcheng joked that Yang Fan really knows how to do some bizarre things, from food and water to medicine now. It looks so real. Jiang Lan knows where to put it. Let them start allocating it now. You were absolutely right. Yang Fan wasn't exaggerating after all. With his support, Li Shimin really did have that kind of strength. As for the world of Bright Sword, I'm not sure. Hee, you're dreaming about doing great things. All right, I won't say any more to you. I've finished talking to Liang. He said the quantity this time is too large. I think 4.1 million is about right. What do you think? Yi Qingcheng found Yang Fan's way of speaking quite amusing. He didn't boast about small things, and when he did, it was always something that was completely absurd. Okay, fine, whatever, let's leave it at that. Please hire a chef team to come to my home. It's a bit inconvenient to eat out every day. They also acquired a top-tier hospital in Shanghai, privatized it, and then used it to serve me. We also need a purified water company with a daily output of 1 million tons. Yi Qingcheng was furious. They were really using her as a secretary. Yang Fan. Yang Fan hung up the phone immediately. It was deafening. The value of this gold is expected to plummet, eventually falling below the price of gold itself. As for dining, there are many decent restaurants in Shanghai. However, they all cook for many people. He wants to be like Li Shimin, to have a team of chefs who only cook for his family. If the hospital is our own, things will be easier. We can have Li Shimin and Li Yunlong send people over to learn from us. It's true that you gradually become like the people around you. Yang Fan also grew to like that feeling. No wonder so many people wanted to be emperor. Thousands of people will serve you personally. You can't imagine the emperor's happiness. China Construction Bank received 20.5 billion yuan, leaving a balance of 24.898 billion yuan. Yang Fan stared at the balance on his phone, lost in thought. System, why haven't my bank card been restricted despite having so many large transactions? As a beta tester, the system will ensure your funds remain unaffected. Yang Fan understood. It wasn't that the banks didn't want to restrict them, but rather that they lacked the ability. He had originally planned to use Yi Qingqing's grandfather's favor to settle things with the bank, but it turned out that he didn't need to at all. It seems the system is proficient in more than just spatial abilities. How is my grandma doing? Yang Fan had already arrived in the living room and asked if he was Tang Shui. That's great, but I heard that a lot of people have come to your house to ask my good friends out for marriage. Also, it seems your aunt came too, but your grandma refused to let her in. Tang Shui looked at Yang Fan curiously. Was there some story behind this? Have your sisters find a larger plot of land in the south of the village and buy it from the village. I'm planning to build a house there. Money is not a problem. Yang Fan knew that his grandmother was probably heartbroken this time. As for his aunt, she probably came to see what was going on after hearing that the family had bought a car and hired a few bodyguards. Okay, I'll tell them. These women have now found good jobs, since the workload is not heavy and there is not much pressure. There's no danger, and the salary is quite high. Boss, the people we sent in have been sentenced. They had other cases before, and together they got a suspended death sentence. Isn't anyone coming to rescue them? No, the process was very quick. Tang Shui rolled her eyes. Who would dare to make such a mess? This move will shake the entire city of Shanghai. Having connections is so great. Yang Fan smiled. He guessed that these guys had been bailed out of prison quite a few times before, otherwise they wouldn't be so arrogant. But this time they had run into Yi Qingqing, a big shot. Anyone who tries to cause trouble in front of her will probably suffer a terrible fate. Tang Shui rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that this guy was really cunning. With him as CEO, the company would have a smooth road ahead and save a lot of trouble. Boss, do you want to get a batch of bulletproof cars? Given Yang Fan's personality, he's bound to offend some people. This time, Qin Fan was too low level. Next time, someone will probably pull out a gun. We need to be prepared, since they have no weapons. Sure, can you get in touch with them? Yang Fan did have this idea. After all, his current net worth was worth it. One thing he vividly remembers is that a wealthy man from his area was robbed at knife point. After paying the ransom, his whole family moved to the south and never returned. Sure, I have a comrade whose family makes a living doing this. Many leaders' cars are purchased from her family. Tang Shui thought to herself, I can actually make some money this way. Okay, let's buy 20 vehicles, 10 sedans, and 10 SUVs. Try to make sure they're all bulletproof. Price isn't an issue. Tang Shui licked her lips after hearing Yang Fan's words. Although he could earn a lot, Yang Fan was spending money too quickly. Could it be that Yang Fan went bankrupt before she worked for the full year? Chapter 56. Money tempts a man's heart. A man behind the scenes emerges. 10 days later, Li Shimin's injuries had healed considerably, and he was able to move around freely. When they left, they took 100 Gatling guns, plenty of ammunition, and 10 off-road vehicles with them. It seems these powerful families have truly angered Li Shimin, who is now preparing to unleash a massacre. These people seem to have forgotten that Li Shimin was an emperor who rose to power on horseback. Yang Fan had already put the medicines the brigade commander needed into his spatial storage the next day. After all, it's a life-saving item, and Yi Qingqing's efficiency is indeed much better than Jiang Lan's. By the next morning, everything had arrived. It must have gone through some special channels. 5 people were sitting at the dining table in Yang Fan's villa. Besides him, there were 4 women. Zhang Lan, Li Anlin, Yi Qingqing, Tang Shui. As for Long Outyin, he ate alone. Elsewhere he felt uncomfortable with Yang Fan. The dishes on the table were also very plentiful. Yi Qingqing had found a very good culinary team, and the dishes were different every day. How's it going at the company? Yang Fan gave the company a very domineering name. Spacetime Capital. At the time, Yi Qingqing complained about the name, saying that a few hundred billion was considered capital, while others with hundreds of billions were just conglomerates. Both of the companies you mentioned are very profitable, and we're still in negotiations. A water seller, with large quantities, has no trouble selling. They make money off patients, and patients don't dare to bargain. If the hospital isn't in a hurry, how much money does the water plant want? 10 billion. They said they could produce 1.5 million tons of purified water per day. I had someone investigate, and they can produce it, but they simply can't sell that much water. Yang Fan frowned upon hearing this. It really was quite expensive, but the production volume was still very good. Okay, take it. No need to haggle. I'll transfer the money to you. Focus on producing water and build more storage warehouses. Yang Fan also knew that if their water could be sold, it would definitely fetch more than that price. China Construction Bank transferred out 11 billion yuan, leaving a balance of 13.898 billion yuan. I've transferred 11 billion to your account. Let's just acquire the company outright, no need for installments. We'll also hire all the employees and go all out on production. We can use the remaining money to build warehouses. Yang Fan will need an astronomical amount of water in the future. It seems that not only will he need to build a water plant, but Li Shimin will also need to build one. Yi Qingcheng opened her mouth. She really had never seen anyone buy such a big company without installments. Isn't it great to sell water and buy a company at the same time? They're really foolish and have too much money. They can't even sell their water, yet they still want to produce it at full capacity. Fine. It's your money, you decide what you want. I have something to tell you. Jiahao Auction House wants to add a handling fee to our items. The bosses behind them are unhappy to see such a large flow of funds while they only make a small profit. Yi Qingcheng laughed and said that he did not expect that money could really move people's hearts. It turned out that a real big shot had jumped out and was not afraid of her. Wasn't that the boss we met last time, the one behind it all? Yang Fan remembered meeting their boss before. He's just someone who's been pushed into the spotlight. The real big bosses never step into the limelight. Yi Qingcheng had met some truly important people. All right, then we won't need them to auction it off. Take the things back. Our company runs its own auction house. I also have 20,000 to 30,000 Jingguan gold ingots here. Release them all into the market. Yang Fan is also a person who is good at enduring hardship. It's really a bit hard to tell the difference between the two kings. It's like they think the auction house can't sell anything without you. Yi Qingcheng nodded. She had the same idea. After all, Yang Fan had money and resources, so he could easily go it alone. If you do that, I think they will buy up all the gold ingots on the market. Yi Qingcheng knew what Yang Fan was thinking, but she felt it was unrealistic. Yang Fan smiled wickedly. That's great. Let's lend out another tens of thousands of yuan and see how much money he can make. They've already made a lot of money, but they're still trying to push their luck. I'll make them spit out everything they've taken. Yi Qingcheng looked at Yang Fan and fell into deep thought, wondering where Yang Fan's things came from. Could he really travel through time? Moreover, his company is called Time and Space Capital. We used to laugh at him for it, but now it seems we really deserve that name. Otherwise, how do you explain all this? After all, someone was already secretly monitoring Yang Fan, but they hadn't found anything. He felt that if Golden Harvest dared to acquire and control prices on its own, it would eventually be ruined by Yang Fan. After all, a company's cash flow is limited. Moreover, even 20,000 to 30,000 Jingguan gold ingots would cost over 100 billion, so they would probably need to take out loans. If this happens again, they'll lose tens of billions. Alright, if you have a lot of stuff, that's fine too. If they want to buy it back, they can sell it at a higher price. Okay, have someone move it directly. I've put several tons of gold in the maid's room in the basement. It should be worth tens of thousands of dollars. Yang Fan originally just wanted to look at it when he had free time, and then sell it after they finished selling their products. I never expected them to pull such a stunt. Everyone stopped eating and stared at Yang Fan as if he were a monster. Are you serious about having tons of gold in your house? And judging from the tone, it feels like they're putting rice in instead of gold. He doesn't even know the exact number. If someone were to take a few pieces, he probably wouldn't even know. Why are you all looking at me? Eat. Apart from Li Anlin, everyone else had become numb. Gold is measured in tons. Yi Qingcheng really wanted to ask where you got it from. Tang Shui, didn't give her any information, and neither did anyone outside. But she held back. People around her noticed the problem to some extent, but no one brought it up. Moreover, judging from Long Outyan's reaction, she knew that Yang Fan must be incredibly strong, otherwise Long Outyan wouldn't be avoiding him like this. After all, Long Outyan was a king of soldiers, so he must have a lot of pride. If even someone like that couldn't withstand it, one can imagine what it must be like for Yang Fan, or something else about Yang Fan, that made him unable to withstand it. Yes, I'll spread the word and wait for the people from Jiahe to take the bait. Yi Qingcheng wouldn't sell directly, otherwise she would drive down the price herself, and she wanted to maximize her profits. Yang Fan nodded. Zhang Lan, I'm going home for a bit. Do you want to come? I think I won't go. Let Anlin go instead. I'll stay at the company and study. Zhang Lan now just wants to become someone useful to Yang Fan. Otherwise she's afraid he'll abandon her in the end. Yang Fan nodded. There would be plenty of opportunities. Tang Shui, find a few drivers. I'm going back to my hometown. Take all 10 cars with you. We can leave a few for our family later. I heard from Tang Shui that she has already bought 10 mu of land in the village. Keep in mind that this is a residential plot of land, which is already quite a lot. When are you leaving? Tomorrow. Yang Fan is preparing to go home and build a house for his family. Chapter 57. Poor in the city, no one cares. The next day, Yang Fan took Li Anlin home. Both maids' rooms were filled with gold. There are at least 8 or 9 tons, enough to make Jaha auction go bankrupt. If he doesn't die from overeating, he can come back and continue. After all, he took quite a bit from Li Shimin. By the afternoon, Yang Fan's convoy had already parked in front of his house. Some elderly women at the entrance had already gathered around to watch the excitement. Is that the big boss here? I don't know, this is a huge operation. The crowd became lively. At this moment, Yang Fan got out of the car. He greeted everyone, since they were all neighbors, and he knew them. Soon, news of Yang Fan's success spread throughout the village. As soon as Yang Fan entered the house, a little girl ran over. It's Yang Fan's sister's child. Uncle. Hey. Go Dan, your face has gotten rounder again. Yang Fan picked her up. The older sister's eldest daughter must be attending tutoring classes, while the younger one hasn't started elementary school yet. Uncle, I want to eat ice cream, but Mom won't buy it for me. Yang Fan smiled. This kid knows who can buy her things. What a clever little fellow. Okay, your uncle will buy it for you. Yang Fan carried her into the house. His dad went out. There's only my older sister, my grandmother, and a bodyguard on duty at home. He also saw the other people outside. Sister, Grandma. Li Yanlin saw how Yang Fan was calling out and started calling out too. How much money have you made? Why do you have so many bodyguards? Yang Wan asked directly. After all, even winning 5 million in the lottery wouldn't result in this kind of spectacle. Yang Fan did not answer directly but asked, Didn't my brother-in-law come? Weren't we supposed to have him quit his job and come over? His family doesn't know anything about the situation, so how could they let him quit his job? His father paid money to get him a job in the mine. Yang Wan rolled her eyes at Yang Fan. All right, I'll buy you an apartment in the city. You can stay here for now, and go Dan, you can transfer to this school too. Yang Wan didn't force her younger brother to talk when she saw that he was unwilling. Judging from his current situation, he must have a lot of money. Otherwise he wouldn't have bodyguards with him and have provided so many for his family. I heard you had a falling out with your aunt's family. It's not a contradiction. Yang Fan glanced at his grandmother, as if he hadn't told his sister. Yang Fan pulled his sister outside and explained the situation. Yang Wan fell silent after hearing this, and then let out a long sigh. So what you mean is, let her stay? From now on, she can go her own way, and we can go our own way. Let's just pretend she was never born. Yang Fan's father has a mental disability, and he is now in charge of the family. In addition, his grandmother is heartbroken. It was her aunt who herself drove herself into a dead end. Okay, shall Dad and Grandma move to the city too? Yang Fan's sister didn't have any objections. Their meaning was very clear. They wanted to distance themselves from her family. After all, the family had nothing left, including a sick grandmother, a father who couldn't take care of himself, and Yang Fan who needed to get married. They were afraid of having to borrow money from others. I bought 10 acres of land in the south and plan to build a manor. I'll live here for now and move in later. When people get old, they stop going to the city to make a fuss. Even if they did, no one would talk to them every day. Yang Wan fell silent. 10 mu? Normally, in the countryside, having 0.6 mu, 0.067 hectares, of land is considered a lot. 10 mu, 0.67 hectares, is truly unimaginable. Land in the village is hard to buy. How did you manage to buy it? Spend more money. There's no land you can't buy with money. Old Wang can get the municipal government to move a property, even with money, so it's quite simple for him to just buy some land in the village. Yang Wan was also speechless. It had the air of a nouveau riche. Is that girl next to you your girlfriend? She looks quite young. One of them. Yang Fan was giving a heads up beforehand, since Jiang Lan was also one of them. Yang Wan was speechless. What could she say? She couldn't control her younger brother now. Be careful. These days girls are all about money. Yang Fan's sister could only offer a word of advice, as it's a common problem among wealthy men. On the day Yang Fan returned, he arranged for a large number of workers to come and lay the foundation. Of course, Yi Qingxing found them all. Yang Fan woke up to the noise outside the next day. I pulled back the curtains and looked outside, and wow, there were huge crowds outside. They're all here to give gifts. Like going to a market. Yang Fan suddenly understood why successful people are surrounded by good people. The saying, when you're poor, no one cares. Even in the bustling city when you're rich, even distant relatives come calling, seems to have become a vivid reality. Yang Fan could hear a lot of people trying to establish connections, like the grandson of his grandfather's aunt or the grandson of his grandfather's uncle. Many people Yang Fan has never heard of since birth. Li Yanlin also looked outside with curiosity. Brother, why are so many people coming to our house? Because our family used to be poor, they all avoided us, their poor relatives. Now that our family is rich, They come back to claim kinship with us. Yang Fan looked out the window, but didn't stop them. After all, Grandma is getting old, and many of the relatives are probably from her younger days. She must be very happy right now. After all, her grandson has become successful, and she can hold her head high in front of these people now. In the past, it was always others who showed off their children and grandchildren in front of her. Now it's her turn. Brother, doesn't your family have a family tree? Yang Fan glanced at the place where the old photos were displayed, paused for a moment, and then said, Our land of Shangxi was invaded by scoundrels, and many villages were wiped out. Those who survived were lucky. How could they possibly have family genealogies? After the founding of the People's Republic of China, we did not conscript soldiers for 10 years. Every household has good white cloths, but many families have no one left, so they can't even hang up white cloths. Yang Fan wasn't exactly a radical youth, but he still felt that the notebook was unnecessary. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Li Anla nodded. She had seen some of it online. It's Japan. I know a little about them. They used to pay tribute to the Tang dynasty every year. I never expected them to have such wolfish ambitions. A country like this should be wiped out as soon as possible. You can't guard against a wolf for 1,000 days. It will bite you when it can't resist. Yang Fan touched her face. Despite her young age, she had a strong, murderous aura, which she inherited from her father. It's hard for me to do now, but your old man can. They have a big gold mine there. You have to mention it to your old man next time you see him. Yang Fan doesn't currently possess any high-tech weapons that surpass those available today. Perhaps he can try it in the future, since he can choose to trade worlds. And there are definitely civilizations in the vast universe with more advanced technology than their blue star. At this moment, Tang Shui came into the room. Boss, the village chief is here. He says he wants to see you. Do you want to go see him? Chapter 58. There are 3 words written on your head. Yang Fan, I've always thought you were a promising young man. I never imagined you'd achieve so much right after graduating from university. You're truly the pride of our village. The village chief showered Yang Fan with praise. Yang Fan smiled without saying anything, not exposing the other party's lie. Is the village chief here to maintain order? My doorstep is about to be trampled to pieces. Oh, no. Didn't you buy 10 mu of land from the village? I saw you were planning to build a house. But look, there's nothing around it. It's all bare. How about we plant some greenery? The village is currently building itself into a model village, so why don't we also take care of all the greenery in the village? Yang Fan understood what the village chief was saying. He had come to ask for support for the village's development. In fact, the government allocates a lot of money every year, but much of it doesn't reach the grassroots level. He also heard that the previous village chief embezzled a lot of money. At least a few small goals. When this company took over, the accounts were all negative. It's a small thing. After all, this hometown nurtured me, and I should give back. Village chief, I agree to what you said. Now tell me, is there any other place that needs support? The village chief beamed with joy when he heard that Yang Fan was willing to help. You know that elementary school we used to go to, right? You went to school there when you were little, and your dad went there too. He's quite old now. And that junior high school doesn't have many complete facilities. Garden. The stage. There are still many elderly people who have no one to take care of them. Yang Fan smiled bitterly. This was putting all his problems on his shoulders. It was obvious the village didn't have the money to handle it. I'll take care of everything. The primary and junior high schools will be rebuilt, and the facilities will be up to the standards of the city schools. I will also spend money to hire some good teachers. I rebuilt some of the facilities in the village. For the elderly in the village, I can build a nursing home where people over 70 can go. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the village chief happily grasped Yang Fan's hand, tears and snot streaming down his face. Yang Fan, you are truly the pride of the village. I'll put up a notice to write down all the things you've done so that the villagers will remember your kindness. Yes, write my dad's name. Many people in the village don't know me. Yang Fan didn't refuse. After all, it was something that would bring honor to his father and grandmother. Wouldn't it be stupid to refuse? The village chief nodded. If you pay, you're the boss. You can do whatever you want. Any family in the village who has difficulties can tell me. Anything that can be solved with money is easy to discuss. Yang Fan's goal was also to ensure his grandmother had a good old age. After all, who doesn't want to hear nice things about them all the time? When you go out, people will be saying nice things to you. The village chief nodded vigorously. After the village chief left, Tang Shui said, Boss, there are 3 big words written on your head. What a sucker. Do you think money is important to me right now? How much would these things in the village cost? Do you think I only helped the village because I was too embarrassed to ask for help? Yang Fan's 3 questions left Tang Shui bewildered. Money really didn't seem to mean much to this guy. What's gotten into this guy? Why would he spend tens of millions just to gain fame? They're too concerned about saving face. What if they embezzle funds? I'll have people come and build it directly. My house is under construction too. I'll find more people and try to get the house and the village's construction done within a month. Yang Fan believed that as long as the money was in place, speed and quality would definitely not be a problem. After all, it was Yi Qingsheng who found the construction team, so their technical proficiency is definitely not an issue. Tang Shui was impressed and gave Yang Fan a thumbs up. This meant she would have to spend more money. Yang Fan then noticed that his phone was vibrating in his pocket, indicating that there must be a message. I opened it and took a look. China Construction Bank receives 40 million yuan. China Construction Bank receives 39 million yuan. Yang Fan smiled. It seemed that the people at Jiahe really did want to control the price. Let's see if Golden Harvest has more money or Yang Fan has more gold. Yi Qingsheng also called. They've taken the bait. They probably don't know it's us yet, but they should be able to guess by now. Well, it doesn't matter. If they guessed it, we'll just sell it openly. Anyway, I'm going to make them spit out what they've swallowed. In any case, Yang Fan is the one making the money. The current selling price is about 4 times the price of gold, so it's still very profitable. Find another construction team. I need to build a school and a nursing home for the village. I need it done quickly, within a month, so that the children can start school in time. Okay, that's great. You're supporting the development of your hometown. I'll get in touch with them for you. Yi Qingsheng laughed and said, Yang Fan is too rich. If he goes astray, it will be really difficult to deal with him. It's good to spend the money this way, and the people above don't have any objections. After all, many people are watching Yang Fan now. He's acting too strangely and has already attracted attention. How are those calligraphy pieces coming along? Many people have contacted me. Even my old man knows that I have 5 pieces of calligraphy by Wang Shiji. However, these people won't make a bid, but they have all indicated that they like it, so there should be quite a few people willing to bid. I will hold an auction as soon as possible to sell these calligraphy works. Yi Qingsheng was also surprised that these few calligraphy works had attracted so many big shots, including the behind-the-scenes boss of Jiahe Auction and some people from his grandfather's generation. Yang Fan nodded. It seemed that he was the wiser one. He simply pushed Yi Qingsheng out, and no one would dare to snatch anything from her. Yes, let's sell them as soon as possible. The company needs to expand rapidly. Fine, I got it. You're just talking without understanding the pain. I'm exhausted every day. Yi Qingsheng hung up the phone after speaking and came to Yang Fan's place. The number of phone calls she had to answer every day had increased exponentially. They're all people who want to invest, and since they can get her phone number, they must all have some connections. This was also the first time she had experienced the power that came with being able to allocate resources. The many people who called made her feel pressured. Yang Fan checked his phone messages and saw that many of his former classmates had sent him messages. The first sentences, "Are you there?" Yang Fan doesn't reply to these kinds of questions because he already knows what they're going to say next. I guess something's been going on lately. Can I borrow some money? So the lawyer didn't reply. After all, they hadn't been in contact for many years. If he suddenly contacted her, it was obvious to anyone that he knew the lawyer was rich. Haven't you heard the saying? Yesterday you ignored me. Today you can't afford to be near me. Uncle, you still haven't bought me the ice cream you promised me yesterday. Just then, a little guy walked over. Yang Fan picked her up and kissed her on the cheek. What a little glutton. Come on, let's go to the city. Your uncle will not only buy you ice cream, but also a big house. Chapter 59, Are you teaching me how to do things? My aunt called me and said she's free lately and wants to come and stay with my grandma. Yang Fan laughed when he heard this. Their true colors are on full display. She's too scared to call me. Should we take her back? Reply to her, and that she has nothing to do with the family matters afterward. She doesn't need to go to the cemetery anymore. Grandma's descendants are not allowed to come either. Yang Wan nodded. After all, she had truly pushed herself to the brink. Perhaps there were many things her brother hadn't told her before. You reap what you sow. Yang Fan casually bought his sister a villa in the city, since he figured there would be a lot of people living there in the future. You haven't done anything illegal, have you? I see you spending so much money without even blinking. Yang Wan didn't expect that Yang Fan would just come here, take a look, and then directly ask someone to give him the contract and have her sign it without even asking the price. They bought it for 4.5 million in cash. This money seems a bit unrealistic. Don't worry, the only way to make big money these days is through criminal law, and the fact that I'm still standing is the best proof of that. Yang Fan's items did not come from the tomb, they also have a provenance. If someone causes trouble, he can ask Li Shimin to write a certificate, or he can ask the brigade commander to write a certificate. If that doesn't work, he can provide more weapons and ask the old political commissar to write a certificate. Besides, he wasn't afraid of anyone causing trouble. He wasn't some weakling, he had superpowers and weapons. He could even possess nuclear weapons. Yeah, the family depends on you to hold the fort, so don't mess around. He was originally worried about how to find a wife for his younger brother, but unexpectedly, his younger brother suddenly became a wealthy man. No, I'll transfer 1 million to you. You can spend it as you see fit. I should be going back to Shanghai in a few days. Yang Fancy didn't give too much. After all, there would probably be a lot of people borrowing money in the future, and if she gave too much, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to handle it and would lend it out. The main problem is that transportation in my hometown is not very developed, so it takes too much time to trade large quantities of goods. Okay, I'll keep some for you. You can get more from me whenever you run out. No need to save. I've already saved enough money to last several lifetimes. Besides, isn't this house essentially a deposit for you? Yang Fan still has more than 200 pieces of calligraphy in his space, as well as many antiques from the Liangjin series. Yang Wan thought that made sense, and that it was fine to just keep the house. Okay, as long as you know what you're doing. Now that you have money, why don't you get married first? Grandma is getting old. No rush, let's not settle it for now. Then you should have the child first. The policy allows it now. Otherwise, even if you're away, she'll still be nagging you all the time. Yang Fan's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this. He was still a child himself, it was a bit too early for him to have children. Okay, I understand. After saying that, Yang Fan fled in panic. Li Amlin followed Yang Fan out as well. Brother, why don't you want to have children? I think my sister's children are so cute. Yang Fan held her hand as they walked and talked. Having a child is a responsibility. Once you have one, you have to raise it well, but I'm not ready to raise a child right now. I hope he grows up in a healthy family, but I have mental health issues myself. How can I raise a child? Like those families who leave their children with nannies, leaving them with their parents because they don't have time to spend with their children. Well, in fact, Yang Fan did not want children. After all, his childhood experiences had left him with considerable psychological trauma. Li Amlin nodded. She knew that the two worlds were very different, and she had seen many shocking views online. This was unimaginable for them in the Tang dynasty. That sounds nice, but aren't you still a scumbag? As far as I know, you've had 3. Have you taken any responsibility? Tang Shui, who was listening nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and directly confronted Yang Fan. She despises men who play with women the most. This guy just wants to have fun. He'd never get married or have children. Yang Fan approached her, exerted force with his leg, and his knee struck Tang Shui directly in the lower abdomen. Do you expect me to teach you how to do things? Yang Fan thought to himself. How could he not take responsibility? He pampered Zhang Lan and Li Amlin like women. But as for Zhu Qingxin, she took the initiative. If he refuses, wouldn't he be worse than an animal? Tang Shui was in so much pain that she immediately squatted down, clutching her stomach. She hadn't expected Yang Fan to suddenly make a move, and this guy was ridiculously strong. She was so fast she couldn't react, and the blow left her speechless. Yang Fan picked her up, looked at her, and said, "You'd better watch your words from now on. If you speak rudely again, I'll cripple you. And I guarantee Yi Qingxin won't dare cause me any trouble, understand?" Tang Shui nodded. She had no idea Yang Fan was so fierce, no wonder he didn't need bodyguards. She felt helpless, like a child, in his hands. This person would be considered a god-like figure in the military. Yang Fan saw the brigade commander and Li Yunlong arrive at the space and sit at the stone table, presumably waiting for him. You guys take Godan to buy ice cream. I have something to do. I'm leaving now. Yang Fan found a secluded spot and entered the space. What a coincidence, Brother Yang. We just arrived and you're here. The brigade commander stood up and shook hands with Yang Fan, who was now a big spender. Is there some kind of major battle going on this time? Yang Fan rubbed his hands together. He really wanted to go and take a look. The brigade commander coughed twice. He wouldn't dare send this guy if there was any major battle. After all, artillery shells don't discriminate. If this person dies, he won't be able to explain it to his superiors. There's no big battle at all. With the equipment you gave us, a few rounds of artillery fire, and we can take the county town in less than 2 hours. The brigade commander wasn't lying. These rocket launchers are indeed incredibly useful. This rocket launcher was more powerful than a whole battalion of Japanese artillery. Dozens of them firing simultaneously. He had never imagined that war could be so simple. The Japanese regiment was completely demoralized. If you time it right, you can go straight up and harvest the enemy's resources. Plus, with a Barrett sniper rifle for long range, fixed-point killing of machine gunners, you can silence the Japanese. Both the brigade commander and regiment commander Lee look much better. It seems they've been living quite well lately. Yang Fan noticed that both of their complexions had become much rosier. That's for sure. With daily drinks and canned Japanese beef, I've gained 2 pounds. Li Yunlong punched Yang Fan in the face. Although he could no longer go to the front lines, his daily life had become much more comfortable. He has already been lectured by his old superiors in turn and has given up the idea of going to the front line. Yang Fan found the lines somewhat familiar. Weren't these Zhang Dabiao's lines? Looks like you've had a great haul. You're grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 60. When all else fails, resort to tactical maneuvering. That's for sure. We're now addicted to taking down county towns. Once we capture one, the Japanese won't even have time to send reinforcements. We've expanded our forces by over 10,000 men in the past 10 days, providing them with weapons, ammunition, and food in the county. Although Li Yunlong did not go directly to the front line, he did watch the siege. Although there were casualties, it was much better than before. They've now fallen in love with attacking county towns. They're practically stationary military warehouses. Yang Fan was also dumbfounded. They'd managed to muster tens of thousands of troops in just over 10 days. Why didn't you invite me to something this exciting? Yang Fan also wanted to kill the Japanese, but he had no intention of going to the front line. The time at Sunyan Ridge made him realize the cruelty of war. He just wanted to join in the fun. The brigade commander interrupted the two, saying that now was not the time for reminiscing. And bring all the antiques from outside in. Li Yunlong turned around and started moving antiques into his spatial storage. Brother Yang, we're not here just to give you the items we traded last time. The main thing they wanted was a large number of more weapons. Our intelligence personnel said that the Japanese army had a Class A division, 2 brigades, 3 infantry regiments, and 1 cavalry regiment, and were preparing to completely annihilate our army. This time the enemy will deploy a large number of aircraft, tanks, and artillery. I've come here to ask for help. As you know, although we've received a lot of equipment from you, it's still not enough for our various units. It's still quite a challenge to deal with so many Japanese troops. The brigade commander was also somewhat surprised. They had just managed to give the other side a slight setback, and now the other side was about to wipe them out. The enemy force this time numbered at least 60,000 Japanese soldiers, which was 1/10 of the total number on the battlefield. Yang Fan gasped in shock. Good heavens, this time they've really pushed the Japanese to their limits. He knew about the top-tier divisions. They were elite troops. The brigade commander was stunned when he saw Yang Fan, and then said, Brother Yang, don't worry. Give us the weapons first, and we'll make up for any antiques and other things we capture later. At this time, Li Yunlong also moved all his things in. Brother, that's all. Take a look. Yang Fan glanced at them and saw that they were all good items. They were clearly from a wealthy family's collection, and there were quite a few. Yang Fan directly stored the items into his spatial storage. Transaction complete. Transaction rating C, 50 transaction points earned. Yang Fan glanced at his warehouse and knew he had to provide support first, otherwise their casualties would likely be huge. They took out most of the equipment from the space. 4,000 Barrett rifles, 3,500 Gatling guns, 4,000 mortars, 40,000 assault rifles, 40,000 submachine guns, 8,000 rocket launchers, and 888 mm anti-aircraft guns. It is also equipped with 100 basic loads of ammunition. Is this equipment enough? If not, I'll go get some more. These were most of Yang Fan's equipment. The rest were for emergencies. Li Yunlong and the brigade commander's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. With this equipment, they felt they could easily take Longsheng. Moreover, it seems Yang Fan can still get his hands on it. These weapons and ammunition are enough to melt the Japanese devils this time. With 800 anti-aircraft guns deployed, the Japanese planes probably wouldn't be able to return. That's enough. That's enough. Do you have any radios? We need a lot of radios right now. I'll put it in my social media space in a few days. Yang Fan estimated that there were such facilities, and that they would be built if the money was increased. Otherwise, someone would build them. The brigade commander grasped Yang Fan's hand. Thank you so much for your support of the resistance against Japan. We will keep all the antiques we capture for you. Feel free to ask for anything you want. I don't really want anything in particular. Just those antiques collected by landlords would be excellent. Just leave them to me. These old landlords had very high-end items, mostly from the Ming and Qing dynasties. If they sold all of these, they could easily make hundreds of billions. All right, Brother Yang, just let me know what you need. As long as we have it, Brother Yang can take whatever he wants. We're leaving now. We're going to the branch to unload our weapons. We'll invite you to a victory celebration after we win this battle. The brigade commander waved to Yang Fan, saying that it was impossible for Yang Fan to go to the battlefield, but inviting him over for a drink was no problem. Yang Fan nodded without saying anything, given the tense situation, and waved to them. Yang Fan looked at the remaining items in his spatial storage. It seemed he needed to acquire some more equipment, since he wouldn't be fighting just the Japanese devils in the future. Brigade Commander, you're truly amazing. Nearly 10,000 cannons and 1,000 anti-aircraft guns. Humph, that's because I discovered something. This kid is one of the younger generation of our party. Otherwise, why do you think he would give us so many weapons first? Is it because he is kind? The brigade commander rolled his eyes at him. In fact, to be honest, their original weapons were sufficient for this attack by the Japanese, and they could have even inflicted heavy damage on the enemy. But who would complain about having too few advanced weapons? Besides, he was already very certain of the other party's identity. Otherwise, who would have known they were in danger and provided them with a large number of weapons instead of raising the price first? Is that so? I didn't see that coming. Li Yunlong scratched his head. The division commander looked into Li Yunlong's eyes and said, if you could see that, you wouldn't have personally charged into battle when you got the equipment. Everyone stared at him as if he were a fool. Li Yunlong was speechless. He felt insulted, but he had nowhere to reason with them, and this wasn't his new regiment. These are all his former superiors. Order the troops below to come and collect their equipment. This time, we'll let these little devils taste what it's like to be bombed by artillery shells. Yes, we can divide the artillery units into echelons. Anyway, our shells have a long range. If we can control the distance well, our casualties will be greatly reduced. The division commander suggested that he was the one who used this rocket launcher the most and already had a method for using this weapon in mind. Alright, but don't let the infantry get too far forward. After all, we haven't been using this weapon for very long, and the soldiers aren't very familiar with it yet. It's basically all-out firepower. Don't let them hurt our own men. The division commander smiled and said that he had studied strategy and tactics his whole life, but now he realized that they were all superficial. Firepower coverage was the key, and accuracy didn't matter. After the firepower has covered the area, the men will move in, with infantry and artillery working together. Okay, go ahead and make the arrangements. Chapter 61. This assassin seems rather unprofessional. Yang Fan stayed at home for a few days before returning to Shanghai. Grandma is a typical example of grandparents favoring their grandchildren. When her older sister's daughter is around, she doesn't pay attention to him at all, she just plays with her older sister's youngest daughter. His family doesn't need him much anymore, he's gone from a sweet little girl to a stubborn old woman. The group all flew back. The long bus ride was quite an ordeal. This is the first-class cabin of the plane. Sir, here's your coffee. Yes, thank you. Yang Fan took the coffee. The flight attendants of this airline were really good. Wearing a blue and white porcelain-style Cheongsam, I don't know which genius designed it. Her figure is perfectly showcased, with a prominent bust and buttocks. Just as the flight attendant was about to leave, a gunshot rang out in first class. The flight attendant was so frightened that she clung to him. Yang Fan frowned. The spot this guy was climbing. Upon hearing the gunshot, Yang Fan immediately sent Li Anlin into the trading space with Li Shimin. At this point, a few people still didn't understand the situation and went to see what was going on. It's amazing that after so much peace, this kind of thing is still happening. Then another gunshot rang out. I'll just kill one person. If anyone's in a hurry to be reincarnated, then they can raise their head again. As he spoke, he looked at the information in his hand and walked directly towards Yang Fan. His tone was somewhat stiff, clearly indicating that he was not Chinese. Yang Fan's sense of danger allowed him to pinpoint the other party's location. He frowned, wondering if he had offended anyone recently. And how did they manage to bring the gun onto the plane? The other party seemed to know his location and came directly towards him. Suddenly, Yang Fan remembered that he had indeed offended someone. Jaha Auction. Good heavens, instead of shooting him outside, they specifically arranged for him to be shot on the plane. Isn't that much more difficult than doing it on land? Yang Fan gently pushed the flight attendant off him. He was now so strong that he wasn't afraid of guns, and with his ability to enter his spatial dimension at any time, he wasn't worried at all. If there hadn't been other people on the plane, he would have already pulled out his Gatling gun and started shooting them. As the opponent approached and aimed the gun at Yang Fan instantly unleashed his speed ability. Before the opponent could react, the gun was already in Yang Fan's hand. Yang Fan's current physical condition is no match for even Special Forces soldiers. After all, his physical abilities are now several times that of an ordinary person, plus he has the speed-enhancing ability. How did you manage to bring your gun onto the plane? Yang Fan asked directly, because this was something he couldn't understand. When you meet God, he will tell you. And even with a gun, you are no match for me. As he spoke, he conjured a military knife out of thin air and charged towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan looked at the gun in his hand. Didn't he know that a gun was fast within 10 paces? What's wrong with this person's brain? Yang Fan raised his gun and fired directly at the other man's head. In Yang Fan's eyes, the other man's movements were like slow motion, too childish. The assassin lay down straight, his eyes still filled with confusion. Why did the other person seem so casual? Yang Fan was also shocked. How did this guy get his gun on the plane so early? Moreover, it can pinpoint his exact location, making airport security a complete joke? Yang Fan also pulled Li Anlin out of the space. Brother, what happened just now? Was there any danger? It's okay. I've already taken care of it. Yang Fan touched her face. It was her first time flying, and she was incredibly nervous. Yang Fan told her to just go to sleep. At this moment, the flight attendant also realized what was happening, looked at the corpse in front of her, and swallowed hard. Sir, is he dead? Where are your air marshals? Several shots have been fired here, but there's no one around. Yang Fan was speechless. With this kind of efficiency, they probably wouldn't arrive until the other side had finished killing everyone. They were in economy class, all in plain clothes. Nobody expected the hijackers to be in first class. The flight attendants were also helpless. Just then, as if on cue, they arrived. Seeing that the robber was dead, the two men were relieved, since they had no weapons on them. I only came to negotiate with the robbers, but I didn't expect the matter to have already been resolved. The flight attendant next to Yang Fan also went up to explain the whole process to them. The two approached Yang Fan and reached out their hands. Thank you very much. Are you from that Special Forces unit? No, this is an assassin from a special foreign agency. You just need to report the situation and find out how this person came to China. As he spoke, Yang Fan threw the pistol over. The two hurriedly took the gun. Did this guy not know how to properly hand over a gun? What if it went off accidentally? Okay, we understand. The two men took pictures of the body and then moved it away. Soon after, someone cleaned up the ground. There was also some noise coming from the first-class cabin, with people discussing Yang Fan from time to time. Sir, my name is Bai Bing. May I add you on the phone? I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight. The flight attendant who was next to Yang Fan earlier came over again and asked for his contact information. Yang Fan glanced at Li Anlin. Girls these days really have a lot of guts. Yang Fan. Both parties exchanged phone numbers. Brother, this girl has taken a liking to you. You're a hero saving a damsel in distress. Li Anlin laughed as she lay on Yang Fan. She was implicated. The other party was actually targeting me. I made a move against some people, and they hired an assassin at a high price. Yang Fan knew this after thinking about it. After all, such an assassin must not be cheap. It's unlikely that Xin Fan would agree, since they haven't reached a life or death situation yet, and they don't have much in common. Jiahe Auction is the most likely candidate, since he directly took down the other party. He's now directly undercutting the price of Jingguan gold, and is also preparing his own auction house. They didn't dare touch He Qingcheng, so they could only turn to him, since he had no connections. They probably knew they had bodyguards around them and couldn't easily make a move, so they took action on the plane. Moreover, the other party knows his exact location and his flight information. They're no ordinary person. It seems that capital is truly terrifying. He has only just begun to explore the market, yet someone is already willing to pay a high price to take his life. Then why don't we hide at my father's place? They'll never find us. Li Anlin knew that the weapons nowadays were very powerful and could kill people from a great distance, so he was still a little worried. No need for that. Since it's a business war, let's take down their open businesses first, and then cut them off when they try to pull out their hidden hands. Yang Fan's eyes had changed. He also knew that with great power comes great responsibility. He studied economics, so how could he not know the dirty secrets behind many business empires? However, since we've embarked on this path, we can't just give away everything we have for free, can we? The plane landed quickly, and Bai Bing even winked at Yang Fan and made a phone gesture. Yang Fan replied with an okay. Chapter 62, I have money to spend, hurry. Why did you come to pick me up at the airport? Yang Fan looked at the two of them with some confusion. Your flight was hijacked, and the whole of Shanghai is in an uproar. How could I not come and see? What's going on with you guys? Yi Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the two of them seemed to be doing well. Just an assassin, nothing special. I've already taken care of him. I think you already know who made the move. As Yang Fan spoke, he walked over and put his arm around Jiang Lan's waist. Are you getting used to working at the company? Yes, Sister Qingsheng is great. I learn a lot every day. That's good. Be comfortable at the company. It's our own company, so don't let anyone bully you. Yi Qingsheng was speechless. She knew this was Yang Fan's woman, so why would she bully her? Wouldn't that just make things difficult for herself? There's no need to target me. I won't bully her. Do I look like the kind of person who would settle personal scores? Although Jiang Lan is officially Yang Fan's assistant, she wouldn't be foolish enough to use Jiang Lan as an assistant. Yang Fan only spoke after getting into the car. I am their target. Yes, I guessed it. I've looked at the passenger list on the plane, and there aren't any high-value targets. Yi Qingsheng already knows who did it. How did they get into our country? They came smuggled in, and I don't know how they bought the tickets. The records are gone. Yang Fan remained silent. He truly possessed extraordinary abilities. How much gold has been sold? Yang Fan asked. They've all been sold, for over 180 billion to Golden Harvest, and the rest are being sold at a reduced price. Now, the price of Jingguan gold ingots is 200 yuan cheaper per gram than that of ordinary gold. Yang Fan gasped. No wonder the other party was acting like a madman, trying to take him down. It turned out that Yi Qingsheng had really taken him in. Yang Fan checked his phone balance. He had been so busy with Li Anlin these past few days that he hadn't really looked at his phone. The information is simply unbearable to look at. It's all about borrowing money, and more borrowing money. China Construction Bank's balance is 233.898 billion yuan. Good heavens, they basically ripped off Jiahao Auction's money. Yes, that's good. Go back and ask your grandfather for me, and tell him that I intend to contribute to the country's military expenses. Not much. Only 100 billion. But I just want a bodyguard team with guns to protect my family. Yang Fan actually wanted to recruit them himself, but he thought that the recruits he made might not be able to handle assassins like the ones he had just encountered. It will also harm your family. Yi Qingsheng opened her mouth in surprise. She had never seen such a request before in her entire life. Generally, wealthy people transfer their money overseas and hire foreign bodyguard teams. This was the first time he had ever met someone like Yang Fan, who immediately proposed a military budget of 100 billion. Let me ask. Yi Qingsheng then took out her phone and explained the situation to her grandfather. My grandfather said no. Yi Qingsheng hung up the phone and sighed. Then I'll have to do it myself. Yang Fan wasn't surprised, since he couldn't make an exception for him personally. You look quite calm. I had expected this all along. Yi Qingsheng smiled. She seemed to have a good attitude. However, we can arrange for some special forces soldiers on rotation to go there for a vacation. And they accidentally brought their weapons and equipment with them when they went on leave. Yi Qingsheng's words made everyone's lips twitch involuntarily. What kind of crazy move was this? It seems you're still quite tempted by the money. Give me the account. Yang Fan didn't care about the money after all. Money was just a number to him, since there were so many ways to obtain it. Yi Qingsheng sent the account information to Yang Fan. Yang Fan transferred 100 billion without even meeting him. Your grandpa probably can't hide his smirk right now. Yang Fan laughed, saying that for them, this was just a side matter, and they would just say that they were on a mission. No way, my grandfather isn't that kind of person. Yi Qingsheng argued that, after all, she really did hear that her grandfather was very happy. He said that if there's a similar good opportunity next time, just agree to it, and he'll take care of the rest. Yang Fan didn't say anything more. He had already donated the money to the country, and his family's safety was now guaranteed. The objective has been achieved. How's the company doing? Has that water plant been acquired? We've received it. The warehouse is almost full of water now. This brand of water doesn't sell many bottles each day. Yi Qingsheng didn't know why Yang Fan bought this. Oh, you can leave the water plant to Jiang Lan. I'll handle the accumulated water. It seems there must be 1 million tons of water available. After all, it is said to produce 1.5 million tons of water per day. Well, our auction house is about to open. Do you have anything else to auction? We don't have many items for this auction yet. Yi Qingsheng no longer thinks about what Yang Fan does with the water plant. Anyway, it's normal for Yang Fan to pay taxes, and she also gets a share of the company's profits, so let him do whatever he wants with it. A company can't possibly not make money, right? There are plenty. I'll just grab a few hundred pieces at random. Take your time taking pictures. Yang Fan has a lot of antiques in his possession now. The auction just now can be absorbed. Yi Qingsheng looked at Yang Fan with suspicion. Where was this guy's transportation channel? Why haven't I noticed this before, even after all this time? Does he really know magic? Or is he the legendary person who can travel through space? Hmm. All the proceeds from the auction will be invested in the company. Keep half. Just transfer the other half to me. Okay, I understand. Then I won't disturb your family reunion any longer. I'll be going now. After arriving at the villa, Yi Qingqing drove straight to the company. How is the water intake area managed? Yang Fan was naturally asking about Jianglan. They have a set of automated equipment, and there aren't many people working at the entire water plant. There are only 2 people managing the warehouse. Jianglan also knew that Yang Fan wanted to secretly take away the water. Okay, just give them 3 months' salary and fire them. Hire 2 more tomorrow. Okay, boss, are you going to get some water today? Yang Fan glanced at her. It seemed she had already guessed something. After all, she was always by his side, so it was normal for her to have some idea. Let's do it tomorrow. I'll spend quality time with you today. Yang Fan picked up Jianglan and carried her to the bedroom. Boss, it's still daytime. It's all right. Your boss has great stamina. What did you say? You didn't kill them, and they weren't even injured? How is that possible? Was that assassin an idiot? At such close range on an airplane, couldn't he kill an ordinary person with a gun? A middle-aged man roared into the phone. That's true, and according to the police's statement, it was Yang Fan who directly seized the gun and killed the assassin. Several people gave the same testimony. It seems that this Yang Fan is no ordinary person at all. This assassin has killed countless people with his abilities. He was killed by Yang Fan so easily. You should reinvestigate him. If that doesn't work, try investigating his family. Chapter 63. How to change the impression. Give them a car. Doomsday Trading Space. As soon as Yang Fan entered the space, the other party arrived. How were you able to get here so quickly? Perception and the brain's processing of information, you'll understand as you evolve further. Lin Dong explained impatiently. Why were you so slow this time? She has a woman's natural fragrance about her. Yang Fan scratched his head sheepishly. He's surrounded by women, now there's nothing he can do about it. It caused a slight delay of a few days. As Yang Fan spoke, he took out the water from the last transaction. Lin Dong scanned the items he had stored in his spatial storage. He threw the remaining 2 awakening energy and evolution energy to Yang Fan. Transaction complete. Transaction rating F. 1 transaction point earned. Yang Fan was used to it. He already knew that he couldn't change this apocalypse, and he couldn't get trading points here. Yang Fan currently has 3 awakening energy and 5 evolution energy. You brat, instead of thinking about improving your strength, you're always lying on top of women. You're really not ambitious. Lin Dong ignored Yang Fan, wondering why this guy didn't want to improve his strength faster. Although I don't know anything about this. But I also know that improving one's skills should be done gradually. And it's even more important to maintain a calm mindset. Too much of anything is as bad as too little. Yang Fan thought to himself, if I'm in a hurry to improve my strength, then I'll just be doing whatever you say. Yang Fan is currently at the 3rd level, and with his intention to protect himself, Lin Dong cannot sense Yang Fan's thoughts. You know quite a lot. We really do have people here who will stop at nothing to gain strength, and end up turning into monsters. I didn't expect you to be so quick to understand. Yang Fan's lips twitched. This guy was up to no good. Previously, I kept emphasizing my strength and such, tempting myself to want to obtain more resources. What do you want this time? I don't have any awakening energy here. I have to go to other places to collect it. I can't give it to you for the time being. But I can trade you some tier 4 evolutionary energy, which is better than the tier 3 evolutionary energy you have. The 5 you have are far from enough to advance to the 4th tier. 10 million tons of pure water, converted into an advanced form of energy. Seeing that the other person was calling him that, Yang Fan followed suit. Lin Dong shook his head. Too little. 50 million tons, plus some weapons and equipment, I'll treat it as a gift to you. You're already getting a great deal, so there's no need to haggle with me. Make a deal. I still want those equipment this time. You must have a lot, right? 100,000 sets of each, plus 10,000 M1A1 tanks, 10,000 Apache helicopters, and fuel. Of course, I have enough equipment to equip billions of people. Lin Dong didn't hide anything. After all, the weapon was truly useless to him, and it was also useless against monsters. Fortunately, he had enough space in his own base. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to collect these things. He simply threw all his belongings into the spatial storage and then disappeared. Yang Fan stood there, stunned. How much? Equipment for billions of people. No wonder this guy doesn't care about weapons. He's practically handing them over. He felt like he could just become an arms dealer. There were so many more ways to make money now. It was really a headache. Yang Fan put away the weapons. These were enough to wipe out most of the Japanese soldiers. These rocket launchers, anti-aircraft guns, tanks, and helicopters were definitely the Japanese soldier's nightmare. The reason he chose helicopters was that he didn't have such strict requirements for airports otherwise. Bombers would have been a good choice as well. However, the Apache helicopter was also a nightmare for the Japanese. Yang Fan's phone suddenly rang. It was his sister calling. Was something wrong at home? What's wrong? It's about our aunt. They said she was hospitalized after I said those few words to her last time. I went to the hospital and was diagnosed with kidney failure, which is already in the middle stage. I am currently undergoing chemotherapy every day. Her husband is abroad, and her daughter is unwilling to go to the hospital to take care of her, so she's all alone in the hospital. Grandma's opinion is that we should go see a doctor, since with such a disease, he probably doesn't have many days left to live. Yang Fan sighed. This is how people are raised. People can drive a road to the point where it is hated by both people and dogs. Grandma doesn't need to go. You and Dad can go and see her. Grandma is getting old, and if I go there, she will inevitably cry and fuss, which is not good for her health. You just need to go through the motions and do your part as a humane person. The other party wasn't human, but Yang Fan felt he was. Yang Fan also knew about kidney failure. After all, he had it himself not long ago. This disease requires dialysis or a kidney transplant, but kidney transplants are not so easy to obtain. Finding a kidney donor might be impossible, even if you wait until you die. Okay, I got it. I'll call you if anything else comes up. Yang Wan also felt that this was fine, and she wouldn't care about anything else. If they went to treat other people's illnesses, would that be despicable? Yang Fan had just hung up one phone call when another came in. Upon seeing the name, Yang Fan realized he had stood the other person up. Hey, Mr. Yang. It's not good to leave a girl with the impression of standing her up. As soon as the call was answered, the other party's voice came through. The other person's words reminded Yang Fan of a saying. Then I'll give you a Ferrari. Oh, well I can't possibly accept that. By being swallowed hard, she just wanted to get to know Yang Fan. After all, Yang Fan was traveling in first class, and his girlfriend's accessories were very expensive, so she must be a wealthy person. Having worked on airplanes for so long, he has a knack for judging people. Many big shots don't just look at appearances, but also at the women around them. She never expected him to be this rich. He gave her a Ferrari as a gift when they met. Who could resist that? Is this how you test girls? It's nothing. It's just a small gift to make friends. Yang Fan was stunned by what he heard from the person on the other end. He laughed. Making friends is so easy for rich people. Let's have dinner together tonight. I'll book the restaurant. Okay, just send me the time and location to my phone. I definitely won't stand you up this time. Yang Fan genuinely forgot yesterday. After all, there are two beautiful women at home. Yang Fan returned to the villa, released everything he had obtained from Li Yunlong, and then called Yi Qingqing. Send a few cars over here and take my antiques away. Check the age, categorize them, and then auction them off. A lot. Yi Qingqing wondered, is this stuff wholesale? When Yi Qingqing arrived at Yang Fan's basement and saw the antiques all over the floor, she was completely petrified. Who did Yang Fan rob? Looking around, she saw all sorts of good things, some for civilian use, and some for imperial use. Even a layman like her could recognize several of them. You robbed that museum? Yi Qingqing started talking nonsense. You think too highly of museums. Do you think museums have as many things as I do? Yang Fan said dismissively. If I want something, I can just travel back in time and get it. The museum only has a few items. Chapter 64 is being a flight attendant tiring? In the evening, Yang Fan arrived at the restaurant that Bai Bing had arranged to meet. The restaurant has a great location, indoors, and offers beautiful views of the river and the city. Good evening, Mr. Yang. Bai Bing saw Yang Fan come up and greeted him. The title is just a bit too formal. Yang Fan nodded. Looking at the other person's attire, it was a completely different feeling compared to when they were on the plane. She was 1.73 meters tall, wearing crystal high heels, with fair and slender legs, plus super short shorts, a plaid shirt, and long hair draped over her shoulders. She also wore light makeup, and her features were delicate. She was very beautiful. His legs, combined with her profession. You could play this for a year. Just call me Yang Fan, or you can call me Brother Fan. Yang Fan didn't care whether the other person was younger than him and addressed him as Sir, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Then I'll call you Brother Fan. Bai Bing invited Yang Fan to take a seat. Do you have any dietary restrictions? No, just order whatever you like. Would you like some wine? Yang Fan glanced at the other person. If he asked the girl out, but she didn't drink, did she have some serious illness? What was the point of asking her out then? Want to have a heart-to-heart talk? Have a drink. How can we enjoy this view without some alcohol? Yang Fan is no longer an innocent young man after all. Kindness is often taken advantage of, and good horses are often ridden. When you talk to someone about feelings, they talk to you about money. When you have money, the other person starts talking about feelings again. Bai Bing nodded. If she didn't drink, how could she give the other party a chance? She just didn't want Yang Fan to think she was frivolous, otherwise she would have just arranged to meet him at the hotel. After all, if you don't catch a man like that, are you going to spend your whole life working for an airline? Yang Fan has all the qualities of a tall, rich, and handsome man. What kind of business does Brother Fan have in Shanghai? Yes, I started a company. The company has indeed opened, but Yang Fan still doesn't know which direction the main entrance faces. You're quite accomplished at such a young age. Unlike me, I'm a flight attendant, working myself to the bone every day. Are flight attendants very tired every day? Yang Fan wondered if it was the kind of tiredness he was thinking of. After all, the flight attendant profession is still favored by many big shots. You can only see our glamorous side. Our work hours are irregular. We have to get up at 3 in the morning to fly flights, and we receive some inexplicable complaints every day, even though we haven't done anything wrong. We cleaned the plane, wiped the toilets, and cleaned up the vomit of some people who were airsick. After landing, there were all sorts of invitations and social obligations. Bai Bing also sighed. She really wanted to be with a rich man, but she hadn't met one. Most of them were just company executives who were just employees themselves. They didn't have the means to support her. This was the first time Yang Fan had heard such remarks. In his mind, these flight attendants would go on dates with bosses or other high-end restaurants and entertainment venues after work. On the plane, they mainly serve meals and ask about your needs. I never expected there to be noodles like this. He's being too one-sided. There's no such thing as an absolutely glamorous profession. Yes, I underestimated the service industry. By this time, most of the dishes had been served. Brother Fan, let me toast you. You're my savior. I was terrified. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Bai Bing picked up her wine glass. Her eyes filled with hearts as she looked at Yang Fan. Who could resist a tycoon who gives them a Ferrari upon first meeting? I was trying to save myself. In ancient times, people would repay a life-saving debt with their bodies. You didn't even offer any thanks. Yang Fan also picked up his wine glass and clinked it with Bai Bing's. I'd love to, but I'm afraid your husband might pull out a knife and try to kill me. Bai Bing could tell from looking at Li Anlin that she wasn't his secretary, she was definitely his wife or girlfriend. The two were joking around when a voice came from over. Yang Fan. Hee, you change girlfriends pretty quickly. Yang Fan looked up when he heard the voice and was speechless when he saw who it was. He could run into her when buying a car and when eating. Hee, Su Jing, so you've realized the old man is unreliable and are relying on a pretty boy instead? Yang Fan hadn't expected Shanghai to be so small. Wang Linjie glanced at Su Jing. Didn't she say she had just graduated from university? Su Jing already regretted talking to Yang Fan. She hadn't expected him to be so ruthless. Don't talk nonsense. That's just one of my company's clients. If you keep spreading rumors, I'll sue you. Wang Linjie echoed. Kid, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Believe me, I could cripple you and nothing would happen to you. I don't believe it. Yang Fan beckoned to him like he was beckoning a puppy. Wang Linjie tugged at his collar. He thought he had hooked up with some innocent young girl, but he didn't expect her to be someone else's casual sex partner, and the guy in front of him was even laughing at him. He grabbed a stool from the side and smashed it down on Yang Fan's head. The two women next to Wang Linjie gasped in surprise at his actions and instinctively closed their eyes. I thought to myself, oh no, I hope there won't be any murders. Yang Fan caught the stool with his hands and kicked the other person directly in the chest. Wang Linjie was kicked away by Yang Fan and sent flying, crashing into several tables. Wang Linjie himself was also in a state of mental blankness. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I flying? Yang Fan only used 20% of his strength, but Wang Linjie had been lying in the hospital for several months. He was certain that the guy had several broken ribs. No one around seemed inclined to intervene. They were all just taking out their phones to film and watch the drama unfold. After all, there was no fun to be had before, but Wang Linjie came along and the fun started. He can post musical notes, share them on WeChat Moments, and even post them on Little Green Book. Wang Linjie tried to get up several times, but couldn't. Yang Fan, on the other hand, picked up his wine glass, took a sip, and looked relaxed and carefree. Brother Fan, are you alright? Should we call the police first? After all, he started this trouble. Bai Bing came up to check on Yang Fan, since the last thing he saw was Wang Linjie hitting Yang Fan with a stool. It's nothing, why call the police? If we call the police, how can so many people watch the show? Yang Fan looked around at the people who were gathered around, taking pictures of them with their phones. Su Jing quickly helped Wang Lingjie up. Wang Lingjie shook him off and glared at Yang Fan with murderous intent. You little brat, you've got guts to hit me. My parents have never hit me in my entire life, and you dare to hit me? You're dead meat. I'll make sure you rot in jail. Yang Fan looked at him with a mocking expression. The lessons your parents can't teach you, someone else will. Are you going to call someone, or come yourself? Yang Fan continued to provoke the other party like a dog barking, even though he originally disdained to slap anyone in the face. After all, he didn't like to show off. It was one thing for Su Jingxin to find a man, but she also came to him to brag about it. How can we not slap them a few times? You wait, kid. I'm calling for help. Chapter 65. You remind me of my classmate's mother. Hurry up and make the call. You remind me of my kindergarten classmates who got a beating and had to go home to find their mothers. Yang Fan's mouth has never been one to hold back. The people around them booed. I hope you can still laugh. I'll slap your dog face until it's bruised and battered. Wang Lingjie's eyes were practically spitting fire. I have never suffered such humiliation. Yang Fan, you'd better come over here and kneel down to apologize. Lin Jie is a famous young master in Shanghai. He's not someone you can afford to offend, someone who's only made a little money. Su Jing also wanted to prove herself and salvage her image in Wang Lingjie's eyes. The people around them joined in the commotion. Young lady, what era are we living in? What kind of young master are you? Are you a nightclub guy? I don't think she understands the law. She acted in self-defense. Calling for help won't help. I don't think so. Who can predict things these days? It's common for the rich and powerful to bully ordinary people. They bully them, and then they just pay some money to settle the matter. There are plenty of cases like this. Why can't you just be a normal person? Why do you have to be a simp? Men who are simps don't have a good ending. But do you think women who are simps will have a good ending? Besides, if you're going to lick someone's boots, it should be his dad. You've chosen the wrong target. Yang Fan shook his head. Were all women smart when they were young, but became stupid when they grew up? Su Jing gritted her teeth in annoyance at Yang Fan's retort, and remained silent, waiting to embarrass him. After all, Wang Lingjie's father is a well-known entrepreneur in Shanghai. The connections in Shanghai are far beyond what Yang Fan can match. Let him face reality and realize that ordinary people can't fight against those with power and influence. Eat your food. What's the rush? Yang Fan continued to eat elegantly, ignoring the people around him taking pictures. Bai Bing was speechless. What was going on? You were still eating. Shouldn't you be trying to find connections to resolve the immediate issue? Moreover, she noticed that the girl named Su Jing across from her seemed to know Yang Fan. Didn't she know that Yang Fan was also very rich? He can buy a Ferrari with a single purchase. Moreover, his friend's accessories alone were worth tens of millions. Oh, then I'll raise another glass. Although I'm usually surrounded by people, this is the first time I've been surrounded by people while eating. Bai Bing smiled charmingly and picked up her wine glass again. Yang Fan's confidence and composure gave her confidence. She didn't believe Yang Fan was a brainless person. Yang Fan also gave her an appreciative look. This woman had a good attitude. The onlookers also took photos of Yang Fan and Wang Lingjie. This person is so composed. I think he's not simple either. Do you think you're watching a TV drama? What kind of hidden big shot is he? Don't get your imagination running wild. I also think this young man is bluffing a bit. Judging from his appearance, he has some martial arts skills. He must be from some mountain village and doesn't know anything about worldly affairs. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and the restaurant was bustling with activity. A group of more than a dozen people, not led by Qin Fun and Tian Zian, arrived at the restaurant, pushed through the crowd, and saw the disheveled Wang Lingjie. I told you not to bring bodyguards when you go out. You're really pathetic. Next time you go out, don't mention that you're hanging out with us. You'll lose face like that. One of the young men also made a sarcastic remark. When Tian Zian saw Yang Fan, he frowned. Could this guy have provoked him? He remained silent. Yang Fan glanced at the group of people who had arrived. He asked, who are they? It turned out to be these young men. But that makes sense. The social circles in Shanghai are only so big. If you're really in the top circles, you probably already know each other. This is the person you were looking for? You should call their father over. These guys aren't good enough. Yang Fan laughed and said that even if he went to their father, those people probably wouldn't come out. After all, they were all people who cared about their reputation, and if they were to take action, they would do it behind the scenes. At this moment, everyone noticed Yang Fan. Qin frowned. He recognized this man. He had even had him crippled last time, but his father had warned him not to mess with him. Young Master Qin, this is the guy who hit me. Have your men cripple him. When Wang Lingjie saw that everyone had arrived, including bodyguards, he instantly felt more confident. Apologize. Qin Fun gritted his teeth and said something. Apologize. Did you hear me? Young Master Qin is telling you to apologize. Wang Lingjie shouted at Yang Fan. Huh? Young Master Qin, shouldn't we break his legs first? Wang Lingjie was a little confused. You weren't like this before. Everyone around him recognized Qin Fun. After all, he was a high-profile person, and it was obvious that the people around him were all powerful and influential figures in Shanghai. It seems this young man is doomed. His family must be quite powerful. Qin angrily kicked Wang Lingjie. I'm telling you to apologize to young Master Yang now. Wang Lingjie was kicked so hard he fell face first into the dirt, and his front teeth almost broke. At this moment, he was somewhat bewildered. What the heck? Apologize to young Master Yang? At this moment, Tianzian also took the initiative to walk up to Yang Fan and said, Yang Fan, it's been a long time. My dad asked me to give you his regards. Yang Fan nodded, understanding his father's meaning. After all, his close relationship with Yi Qingxing must have been approved by the Yi family elders. His father didn't want to provoke someone who could affect his career. Okay, don't bother Yi Qingxing anymore. She doesn't like you. Don't worry, my dad has already introduced me to someone else, and he'll invite you to the wedding. Tianzian had no intention of fighting back against Yang Fan. If it happened again, he would probably be beaten to death by his father. The young masters of Shanghai were dumbfounded by Tianzian's attitude towards Yang Fan. What did he just say? He said he would send his father's regards to Yang Fan? Who is his father? Even the police chief of Shanghai, a figure like that, has to give Yang Fan face. Moreover, the other party just said that they were no good and that they should send their fathers. It seems they really weren't just bragging. What kind of person is this guy? Did he used to work in Shanghai? I've never heard of that before. Qin Fun also came up and said, Yang Fan, my name is Qin Fun. Let's get to know each other again. We had a bit of an unpleasant experience at the auction last time, but that's all in the past. As he spoke, Qin Fun stretched out his hand, knowing that it would be unwise to offend someone with such a powerful background for no reason. Oh, there's no past, is there? I remember you seemed to be asking someone for my arm. Young Master Qin is very forgetful. Yang Fan glanced at him. Yang Fan and Tianzian really didn't have any grudges. But this guy is different. He actually sent people to kill him. The crowd erupted in uproar. Just who was this person? How could a young master from Shanghai be so subservient to him? When had they ever seen Qin Fun like this before? Everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. Qin Fun was also embarrassed, not expecting that Yang Fan already knew, but Yang Fan didn't do anything, so he probably didn't take it seriously. Chapter 66. Rich people are all flexible and adaptable. I'll give you a Koenigsegg Adra. We've become friends after all, you know? Qin Fun wasn't stupid. Since the other party could speak to Tianzian's father on equal terms, then he couldn't afford to provoke them. On the contrary, he should try to befriend them. The most important thing to do now is to let bygones be bygones. His father taught him most about recognizing one's own place in the world. Along with Qin Fun, everyone around him was petrified by Yang Fan's casual remark. This young master from Shanghai presented the other party with a top-of-the-line sports car as an apology. Those who followed Qin Fanchi were even more surprised. It seemed that Qin Fun and Tianzian knew each other and did not want to offend each other, so they took the initiative to offer their supercars as an apology. This has completely shattered their understanding. When did these two young masters from Shanghai become obedient children? Okay, bring the car over tomorrow. Yang Fan didn't take the matter too seriously. After all, the guy had only used a knife, which was still within the realm of children playing around, and hadn't reached the point of a fight to the death. Incidents like those on an airplane are the real mortal enemies. As he spoke, he pulled Wang Lingjie over again. Apologize to young Master Yang right now. Wang Lingjie was numb by now. The people he called didn't help him. Instead, they greeted him warmly and even gave him a sports car. Anyone with a brain knows they've really messed up this time. Young Master Yang, I'm sorry. I was blind to your greatness. He then pulled Su Jing over and slapped her on both sides of the face. Su Jing's delicate face was slightly swollen from the beating. This woman caused all this trouble. Apologize to young Master Yang right now. Su Jing was filled with complex emotions. Was the person in front of her really the Yang Fan she knew? Why did Yang Fan undergo such a dramatic change in less than 2 months? Even the most powerful and influential people in Shanghai have to give him face. Su Jing felt like she was really stupid, that she had tried to woo the wrong person, and that the real master was right beside her. She already possessed the treasure, she gave it up herself. I'm sorry, Yang Fan. After Su Jing finished speaking, tears streamed down her face. She hadn't done anything wrong this time, She had been protecting Wang Lingjia the whole time, and yet this guy still hit her in the end. The onlookers were shocked by this farce. This was De Sinwei from Shanghai, the newly minted young master of Shanghai. Young Master Yang. A top-tier young master who can silence all the young elites in Shanghai. Bai Bing, standing beside her, was also blushing with excitement. This time, she had finally managed to get on someone's good side. Well then, young Master Yang, we'll be going now. We can hang out sometime. Qin Fan then instructed his bodyguards to escort Wang Lingjia and the others away. Yang Fan and his companion had almost finished their meal, as the others hadn't disturbed their eating at all. Su Jing watched Yang Fan serve food to Bai Bing. If she were still Yang Fan's girlfriend, she would be sitting in that seat now. Come on, your car is downstairs, let's go take a look. Yang Fan stood up immediately. He had already received the news that the car had been delivered. Thank you, Brother Fan. You're so handsome. I love you so much. Bai Bing came over and hugged Yang Fan's arm, her gaze towards him almost dripping with desire. The two went downstairs, and the salesperson handed the keys to Yang Fan. Sir, this is the white Ferrari F8 you ordered. Yang Fan took the key and handed it to Bai Bing. This car is perfect for girls. Do you like it? Bai Bing took the car keys, looked at the sports car and nodded. It wasn't just liking it, it was practically her dream car. Driving a sports car like this in Shanghai is incredibly prestigious. I like it. Thank you, Brother Fan. Can you stay at my place tonight? My best friend isn't here, so I'll be staying alone. Su Jing watched as Yang Fan gave a woman a sports car worth millions, and she was so angry she wanted to grind her teeth to dust. At this moment, she was heartbroken. If she hadn't broken up with him, wouldn't she have everything by now? A house and a car wouldn't be a problem, and she could go shopping and travel everywhere every day. The more Su Jing thought about it, the weaker she felt, and she collapsed to the ground. If there were an if only. The sunlight was bright. Yang Fan looked at Bai Bing in his arms. Uniforms and professions really can bring a different experience. I picked up my phone and saw that many of my classmates' group chats were buzzing with activity, all about him. Is that you in Yang Fan's video? You're amazing. You're a hidden master. You deliver food every day. You go to work to experience life. You really know how to enjoy life. What's going on with Su Jing? Wasn't she Yang Fan's girlfriend? How come she's with someone else? You don't understand, do you? Yang Fan was probably testing him. He couldn't pass the test and ran off with someone else. Poor kid. He can't even tell the difference between a king and a queen. Su Jing, the protagonist, please come out and give your acceptance speech. You're so mean upstairs, but I love it. Yang Fan watched as they chatted animatedly. Bai Jingtian called directly at that moment. Hey, young master of Shanghai, are you awake yet? Hee, that's what you used to call me. Yang Fan remembered that this guy gave him a fruit cell phone as a greeting gift when he first enrolled in school. That was just a joke we used to make. You're the real top young master in Shanghai. Even someone like Qin Fan would apologize to you and give you a car. You're really good at hiding it. My good brother, you fooled me so easily. When Bai Jingtian first saw the video, he wasn't sure if it was Yang Fan. But when I saw Su Jing later, I was certain. After all, they were once lovers, and the way she looked at Yang Fan was clearly complicated. Yang Fan didn't bother to explain anything. You didn't call just to say this, did you? No, it was our college advisor. She called to say she was having a class reunion in Shanghai and asked me to invite you. Huh? Why didn't she just come to me? Yang Fan found it strange. Didn't she have her own phone number? What good is it for her to contact you? You ignored her when you were in school, and when you asked for leave, you would just say hello and she would disappear. Not to mention other times, she basically never sees you. Bai Jingtian was speechless. Yang Fan had really taught him a lesson about university. He wasn't afraid of the counselor's issues, mainly because he could get credits in every exam, and the counselor couldn't do anything about it. Yang Fan coughed awkwardly. He was short of money at the time, and was doing part-time work to earn money. She was blocking his path to making money, so it would be strange if he gave her a nice look. Oh, sure, when can I go? Yang Fan had nothing else to do, so going to see his old classmates wasn't a bad idea. I'll call you in 3 days. Okay. Yang Fan hung up the phone and saw Bai Bing looking at him. Brother Fan, what time is it? Yang Fan checked the time. It's 9 o'clock. Ah. Hey Fan, why don't you get dressed and get up first? My best friend will be back soon. Chapter 67. That's it for now. It won't happen again next time. The two got up and washed up. Bai Bing went to make breakfast for Yang Fan. Just then, the door opened, and a girl walked in. Standing at 173 centimeters, she wore high heels, a bodycon skirt, and a white slim-fitting shirt that accentuated her impressive figure. Coupled with her slightly wavy long hair and mature, sophisticated face, her features were even more distinctive than those of celebrities. The fact that they're wearing employee badges detracts from the aesthetic appeal. When she goes out with Bai Bing, they're sure to turn heads. Those legs look even longer than his. Is she also a flight attendant? And Zixuan was startled to see a man sitting in the living room. She quickly took out pepper spray from her bag, ready to spray Yang Fan. Don't be nervous, I'm Bai Bing's friend. And Zixuan then noticed the noise coming from the kitchen, so it must be true. She stormed off to the kitchen. Bai Bing, how could you bring a man into our room? Don't you know I hate men? Okay, honey, let's go to bed late. We won't come next time. The two started fooling around in the kitchen, and laughter could be heard from time to time. Yang Fan seemed to have overheard something he shouldn't have. He said that Bai Bing's job was not her first time, since it's normal for a flight attendant to have a side job. He used to think it was luck, but now he knows. During the meal, Bai Bing introduced Yang Fan to the following. Brother Fan, this is my best friend. She graduated from the Shanghai Theater Academy and is currently not getting any acting roles, so she's working as a part-time model. This is Yang Fan, a friend I just met. And Zixuan was speechless. You just met him and you brought him home, and he even slept with him? She really wanted to ask, are you offering this for such a low price? What kind of spell did he cast on you? You wouldn't actually throw yourself at someone with his looks, would you? It's nothing. He just gave me a Ferrari F8. Bai Bing smoothed her hair, poured Yang Fan a glass of milk, and wanted to help him recover. And Zixuan spat out the milk she had just drunk and started coughing incessantly. What? Now she knew why Bai Bing was so docile. She was blinded by money and was so generous upon meeting him. This was something she had never seen before at most. These people would give her some breakup fee or something. This was the first time she had ever met Yang Fan, who showered her with money right from the start. Bai Bing ignored Zixuan and sat down next to Yang Fan, saying, Brother Fan, do I still have to go to work? Whatever you want, I can support you. Yang Fan didn't care he had money, and whether or not they went to work was entirely up to them. Bai Bing thought for a moment. I think I'll go to work instead. You look at me differently when I wear a flight attendant's uniform. Bai Bing still wanted to maintain her flight attendant demeanor, otherwise Yang Fan might just ignore her after a few days. Yang Fan smiled, but didn't reply. I transferred 1 million to you. Spend it as you like. Just send me a message if you run out. Yang Fan put down his phone and quickly ate his rice. Bai Bing happily checked her phone balance. And Zixuan was stunned. $1 million just out of the blue? She took an advertisement, filmed for 2 days and nights, and only earned 8,000 yuan. She gave 2,000 yuan to the person who introduced her to the advertisement, and after deducting other expenses, she only made 5,000 yuan. Moreover, she doesn't receive these calls every day. Receiving 5 or 6 a month is already a lot. That place looks like Bai Bing, just like Yang Fan at night. You can have a sports car worth millions, plus millions in cash. She's about to have a mental breakdown. After finishing his meal, Yang Fan stood up and waved to the two of them. I'm leaving now, Bai Bing. You can move to a bigger house. Bai Bing gave an okay sign. Although this amount of money isn't enough to buy a nice house, it's more than enough to rent it out. Bing Bing, how did you get to know such a young and wealthy man? I met him in first class on the plane, and I offered to treat him to dinner, and that's how things got going. Bai Bing's eyes were almost squinting from smiling. How about it? Are you interested? I can introduce you. We're best friends. I can't just keep this to myself, can I? No way. I hate men. I'd rather die than rely on a man. They're all unreliable. I'm going to sleep. And Zixuan turned and went into the room. Then another scream came from the room. Bai Bing. When Yang Fan returned to the villa, it was already noon. He just happened to see someone who shouldn't be there. Yi Qingcheng, shouldn't you be at the company? Why are you at my house? Yi Qingcheng walked over to Yang Fan and smelled him. It's true what they say, men with money turn bad. Don't you have a woman in your family? Yang Fan pushed her away. What's it to you? You're even concerned about the boss's private life. What's wrong with you? Although Yi Qingcheng was incredibly beautiful, Yang Fan didn't like strong women. He prefers women who are obedient and compliant. He has no desire to conquer strong, independent women. He doesn't like the feeling of being rejected. Can I come over for a free meal? I was just saying that. I didn't mean to interfere with you. Why are you being so mean? Yi Qingcheng felt very wronged. She had never been told that before. Yang Fan both talked to her and physically assaulted her. Has the company invested in a foreign trade company? Yang Fan didn't want to discuss this topic. He didn't want to talk about his private life with others. We've invested in several companies. What do you need? Yi Qingcheng felt that Yang Fan's current investments made him seem like he was preparing for battle. Prepare several million tons of grain. Any grain will do. Yang Fan guessed that both Li Shimin and Li Yunlong's side would be short of food. Li Shimin is probably currently purging the powerful clans, which might cause them to drive up grain prices. Yang Fan felt that Li Yunlong's army would be greatly expanded soon, and food would definitely be a major problem. Okay, I understand. I'll tell them. Have you appraised those antiques? Yang Fan was still quite curious. Did these landlords have any good stuff? There are hundreds of billions, and many of them are national treasures. If we sell them like this, I feel like we'll drive down the prices of many things. Yi Qingcheng had also read the appraiser's report, which included many items used in the imperial palace during the Ming and Qing dynasties, as well as items from even earlier periods. I don't know where Yang Fan got these things from. They're a mixed bag, definitely not something passed down from a family. The artifacts from the Jingguan era show that they originated from the same place. This time it felt like dozens or even hundreds of companies had put together the whole thing. So much. Don't worry about so much, just sell them. There's plenty of stuff. No need to control the price directly. Yang Fan estimated that the number would be even greater this time, since if the Japanese failed again, they would not launch another attack. It's estimated that they'll stick to the big cities, and many smaller counties will be abandoned. The antiques will be there by the ton. After all, with the fall of the Qing dynasty, many things either ended up in the hands of warlords or were bought by these landlords, who became incredibly wealthy. You're going to wipe out the antique world. I bet a lot of people will be cursing us. Let them curse us. Let them hoard the good stuff, thinking they can sell it at a high price. What does it matter to me if they lose money? Chapter 68. Will the jokes of our youth come true? How long will it take to sell the batch of antiques I gave you? Yang Fan asked during the meal. It will take about 30 days. We can start the auction simultaneously across the country. Yi Qingcheng thought about it for a moment. After all, she could just rent a venue directly, which was quite simple. They don't need much advertising, since their company is already getting a lot of attention. If people don't follow their company, then there's no need for them to participate in the auction, since they're not part of the same circle. Yes, the pace of investment should be accelerated. If anyone wants to buy something directly, that's fine too. That's already incredibly fast. Yi Qingcheng was helpless. If Wang Shiji's calligraphy pieces were sold separately, they could definitely fetch a higher price. In the end, it only sold for 6 billion. What do you think about us acquiring a few banks directly? Bank. For banks, the minimum capital contribution is 1 billion yuan, and it must be actually paid up. And we also need gold reserves. Why do you run a bank? Yi Qingcheng felt that opening a bank was not a wise move, as banks today are not like they used to be. It makes investment easier. How can a business function without a few banks? Go and take a look. Direct acquisition should be faster. As for gold reserves, I'll get 1,000 or 800 tons. That should be enough. Yang Fan plans to go to the Bright Sword world in a few days to collect some gold. The little ones have robbed a lot of gold from China, and much of it probably hasn't been transported away yet. After wiping out them, there should be quite a bit left. Yang Fan was preparing to participate in several battles after all. He had too many weapons, and his hands were itching to use them. Yi Qingcheng was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Is 1,800 tons referring to gold? Okay, acquiring a bank is quite simple. There are quite a few banks on the verge of collapse right now. I'm just afraid of losing money. After all, I have no experience in running a bank. Yang Fan was speechless. You could find a professional one. It's all right. We have gold reserves. We can leverage our investments. We won't lose money. We'll find a professional then. And besides, we have plenty of money. Yang Fan, after all, graduated from the finance department and knew that professional matters should be handled by professionals. He wouldn't step in on things himself. I'll ask the uncle at the bank for advice. Yang Fan nodded. Having resources at home makes all the difference. Buy me another 10,000 DJI drones. I need them in the next couple of days. Yi Qingcheng had a strong feeling that Yang Fan was preparing war supplies. He prepared everything except weapons. Okay, where should I send it? Ask Jiang Lan. She knows where it is. Jiang Lan is now covering for him. Although she knows in her heart that Yang Fan took it himself, she hasn't asked him anything. Although she usually has a very low profile, Yang Fan can feel that he is Jiang Lan's everything. Yang Fan's phone rang with a familiar and melodious tune. Sis, is something wrong at home? Yang Fan glanced at Yi Qingcheng, wondering if the promise his grandfather had made had been fulfilled. No. It's about our aunt. Dad and I went to the hospital to see her. Then it's over, isn't it? Yang Fan was puzzled. What else could be the problem? Something happened. Yang Wan didn't know what to say, so she reorganized her thoughts. It means the hospital has found a suitable kidney donor. Oh, so fast. The hospital is that efficient now. Yang Fan was genuinely surprised. Was she really that lucky? It's his daughter. Yeah, you're really lucky. Yang Fan sighed. I didn't call you to talk about this. What I wanted to say was that her daughter found out and clearly refused to donate a kidney to her mother. When she saw us, she cried and said that she had raised a thankless child. Yang Fan burst out laughing. It really proves the saying that good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds are punished. It's not that retribution won't come, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. You reap what you sow. Children naturally grow by imitating their parents, from their speech and habits to their actions. That's why there's a saying, teach by example. You not only need to teach someone how to do something, but also show them how to do it through your actions. Even though children don't know what filial piety is when they are young, if you are filial to your parents, they will follow suit. The reverse is also true. Yes, she said we should go and do some ideological work with her daughter. Never mind them. Their house is already rotten. Grandma was very filial to her mother back then. So how did she raise such a child? Okay, then I'll block her number. Yes, that's more than enough. Yang Fan hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Has your grandfather agreed to make the arrangements? Yang Fan asked Yi Qingcheng, since he was going on a business trip this time, and it would probably take quite a while. It's all arranged, don't worry. They're fully armed and have all the necessary weapons and equipment. Her grandfather also took a good liking to this generous fellow. They arranged for someone to go the next day, partly to protect Yang Fan's family, and partly to indirectly control Yang Fan. The country has taken Yang Fan's safety level seriously. After all, the country has its own special departments for people with superpowers, and Yang Fan's level is clearly higher than theirs. The country isn't stupid. That's good. You can go now. I'm going to teach Jiang Lan and An Lan how to swim. Yang Fan simply waved his hand. Yi Qingcheng snorted angrily and left. He was still muttering to himself. I might as well work myself to death. Should I avoid this? Tang Shui said. No need. You can just keep an eye on them. They can't swim. How can they manage without a lifeguard? Yang Fan's swimming skills are only so he's not that arrogant. You wouldn't try to take advantage of me too, would you? Tang Shui rolled her eyes at Yang Fan. No, I have no interest in Daodu. Tang Shui has a pretty face, but her figure is lacking. Tang Shui was almost choked by Yang Fan's words, but looking at the two women beside Yang Fan, they were both really top-notch. Their looks, figures, and personalities were probably exactly what Yang Fan liked. Moreover, both of them are aware of their own position, and Yang Fan's methods are truly impressive. Yang Fan, tonight at 7 p.m., the restaurant on the 57th floor of the MGM Hotel, don't forget. On the day of the class reunion, Bai Jingtian called. Okay, I got it. Who booked the hotel? They're up to no good. We can have a meal and a few drinks here, and we won't even need to go anywhere else. Yang Fan joked. After all, I've often heard that class reunions can break up relationships, right? Who knows? What? You have someone you like among our classmates. You can basically pick whatever you want now. Yang Fan's story has spread throughout their school. Everyone knows that a remarkable person has emerged from their graduating class, someone who can do whatever he wants in Shanghai. Do you think I'm the kind of person who's fickle? Don't you dare slander me. Bai Jingtian sneered. I remember someone saying, when you're rich and powerful, you can have all the women in this neighborhood. Yang Fan was speechless. This guy treated him like a child's play, yet remembered it so clearly. Chapter 69, Words Become Law. Jiang Lan, come with me to the class reunion. Jiang Lan glanced at Li Amlin, and seeing that he didn't react, she said, okay, I'll do as the boss says. Should I change my clothes? No need. Wear whatever you normally wear. There's no need to give anyone face. Jiang Lan usually dresses in a youthful and energetic style. Besides, she's now the vice president of an investment company, so everyone has to dress formally when they see her, but she doesn't need to dress formally. Is JK, high school girl, okay? Jiang Lan mainly wore it for Yang Fan's benefit. She didn't care what other people thought. Of course, she also knows her own strengths. Cough cough. Remember to wear black stockings that go past your knees. Yang Fan added. Jiang Lan smiled and nodded. She knew some of Yang Fan's preferences. After all, they had known each other for so long. Tang Shui watched from the sidelines, and she had learned her lesson, no longer responding to Yang Fan's words. Why make yourself miserable when you're either going to get beaten up or criticized? By evening, Yang Fan's convoy had arrived downstairs at the hotel, and the place looked quite nice. Bai Jingtian was already waiting for him. Seeing Yang Fan's ostentatious display, they made clicking tsk tisk tisk sounds. You're so young, Why don't you drive sports cars? You only drive these conservative cars. I think my life is more important. Sports cars aren't for me. And I prefer cars with more space in the back. Yang Fan doesn't need a sports car to pick up girls anymore. That's too low for him. Bai Jingtian immediately understood. Yang Fan really knows how to play the game. He glanced at the girl next to Yang Fan and almost drooled. Is this your girlfriend? Okay, let's go. Have most of the people upstairs arrived yet? The group entered the hotel. Most of them have arrived, but the counselor said that some of the top students from the past have also been invited. It seems this isn't just a simple gathering. Yang Fan felt that simply inviting them was just about reconnecting with old friends, but inviting them from the past was a different story. When we arrived at the restaurant, it had already been booked out. After all, many people who study finance come from wealthy families. It's just that Yang Fan, that idiot, didn't have much money at home but still chose to study finance. Yang Fan and his group's arrival caused quite a stir among the crowd. However, many people didn't make a move at all. These people are really stupid. They can't even tell the difference between real money and fake money. Someone pointed to the people who were greeting Yang Fan and said, "It's obviously scripted. If he really had any talent, it would have been exposed long ago. The upper circles of Shanghai are so big, there's no such person here at all. I asked my dad too, and there's no such person at all. I guess the woman next to him was just someone he hired to put on a show. I think so. We'll go get his contact information. I don't know where this guy rented this goddess from." The entire 57th floor became lively because of Yang Fan's arrival. Ling Wei also came over at this time. "Yang Fan, your demeanor has changed drastically. Counselor, your demeanor is even better than before." Yang Fan was referring to the demeanor of a young married woman. Ling Wei is 167 centimeters tall, with an oval face, beautiful features, delicate and charming, and exudes the charm of a mature woman. Her smile has an intellectual beauty. Her short, shoulder-length brown hair cascaded over her shoulders, revealing her fair, swan-like neck. She was wearing a white, sheer shirt, and with the help of the light, you could see her underwear and abs underneath. She wore a very short beige casual suit jacket and a pair of casual white sneakers. Div data Fontia type equals image source equals user. AI Ling Wei, please delete if infringing. /div. Yang Fan looked at the other person and found it hard to believe that the other person was almost 40 years old. After all, he knew that the other person's daughter was already a teenager. "You've already graduated. You don't need to call me counselor anymore. Call me Sister Ling or Sister Wei, you can." Ling Wei tossed her hair back and noticed a qualitative change in Yang Fan's demeanor. He used to be resolute, but now he exuded a kingly aura. "Yes, Sister Ling, let's sit on the sofa and chat." The group sat down on the sofa. "Have you struck it rich lately? I saw you're really popular on the school website." Ling Wei knew about Yang Fan's family situation, otherwise she wouldn't have protected him when he was so disobedient and skipped classes. "I started a small company, but I didn't make much money." Yang Fan humbly said that tobacco companies are small companies after all, so there's nothing wrong with him saying that. "I saw online that Qin Fan apologized to you. Is that fake?" Ling Wei was confused. Just like they're discussing, it's all scripted, it's fake. Only a fool would take it seriously. Yang Fan pointed to the people who were discussing their group. Ling Wei blushed. She had truly taken it seriously. While videos can be deceiving, a person's character won't. A person's character shapes their behavior and personality. "I think something big must have happened to you." Yang Fan smiled, but didn't say anything. A woman's intuition is really accurate. At this moment, the people who had been discussing the matter came and sat down opposite the group. "Yang Fan, your female companion is very pretty. Won't you introduce her to us? Where did you pay to rent her?" Yang Fan ignored them. Talking too much with mentally challenged people would lower their intelligence. "Li Jieqi, don't look down on people." Seeing that Yang Fan didn't react, Bai Jingtian retorted. "Heh, Bai Jingtian, you good for nothing who just loafs around and waits to die. Do you even have the right to speak here?" Li Jieqi stood up, walked to Jiang Lan's side, and reached out her hand, saying, "Hey beautiful, how much did Yang Fan pay you? I'll give you 10 times that amount. How about you come with me?" Jiang Lan looked at him curiously. "So rich? The boss gave me 500 million. You're going to give me 10 times that?" Jiang Lan wasn't lying. She really did give over 500 million yuan, and half of Li Anlin's jewelry from that auction was given to her. Li Jieqi's hand froze in midair. "How much? Are you sure you meant money? And not some kind of mail, you know?" Yang Fan laughed. He'd never seen anyone so pretentious, starting with 10 times the amount. "I think this person's hands look awkward." Yang Fan said something that seemed to come out of nowhere. Tang Shui went straight up, grabbed the other person's arm, and kicked them in the foot. The sound of bones breaking could be heard throughout the venue. At first, Li Jiechi didn't react much, but after a few seconds, sweat dripped down her forehead from the pain. She started screaming at the top of her lungs. The surrounding classmates and Ling Wei were all stunned. Yang Fan said one sentence, and Li Jiechi's hand was crippled. Following Li Jiechi, one of her classmates pointed at Yang Fan and said, "You're not married. What's wrong with Jiechi wanting to make a friend? Why did you have someone break his hand? This person has a really annoying mouth." Yang Fan said something else. Tang Shui sighed, making money was just too difficult. Afraid of hurting her hand, she grabbed a book, rolled it up, and slapped the person who had spoken. A streak of blood flew out. He must have lost a tooth. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but take a few steps back. This girl looked like a cute and sweet girl, but they didn't expect her to be so violent. Moreover, he was ridiculously strong. He knocked out someone's teeth with a book. Chapter 70, You made me confused about numbers. Call the police, call the police. Yang Fan, you maliciously harmed others. You'll be going to jail. Yang Fan shrugged. He pointed at Tang Shui. Hey, you blind guy. This is the one who hit someone. How can you talk about me like that? You're putting me in a difficult position. I feel a little awkward looking at you too. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the other person covered their face and ran away at top speed, clearly quite frightened by Tang Shui's actions. Just then, two girls walked by and almost bumped into them. Both of them frowned upon seeing the situation. Who did this? Is there no law anymore? Do they think this is a school? They hit someone and nobody cares. When everyone saw Ding Ning arrive, they all complained to her about Yang Fan's behavior, since she was a senior executive at a company. Senior Sister Ding, it's him. He pointed at Yang Fan as he spoke. Ding Ning looked at Yang Fan, her mouth gradually opening wide. She never expected to see her here. He strode up to Jiang Lan and stood before her. President Jiang, I didn't expect to see you here. You also graduated from the Finance and Economics College. Everyone was stunned. Even Li Jiechi, whose arm no longer hurt, looked over. He recognized Ding Ning. She was a senior executive at a large company with an annual salary of several million. But what's going on here? Why are they being so polite to the female companion Yang Fan rented? An absurd idea popped into his head. That thing might be true. Ling Wei glanced at Yang Fan. This guy has even learned to lie. No, I came here to have dinner with my boss. Jiang Lan put her arm around Yang Fan's. Everyone's lips twitched uncontrollably. Was this a proper boss? Boss? Isn't the boss general manager Yi? Ding Ning had countless questions. Wasn't Yi Qingqing the CEO? He'd heard she was from the Beijing entertainment circle. Wasn't she the boss? Oh, Mr. Yi also works for my boss. I don't want to talk about work here. Ding Ning gasped, glancing at Yang Fan. Just what kind of background did this guy have? Okay, Mr. Jiang, I won't bother you any longer. After saying that, he went to sit down elsewhere. As soon as she sat down, many people sat down and asked her questions. Sister Ding, who is she? I see you're being so polite to her. Vice President of Time and Space Capital. Many people had never heard of them, so they started searching online and saw that Time and Space Capital had directly crushed Jiaha Auction by dumping shares. Only then did they realize, oh, it was them. Moreover, this is an investment company with an unimaginable amount of capital. Although they had been paying attention to these things, they didn't know it was this company. Now they not only knew, but they also got to know their boss, who was also their classmate. Ding Ning glanced at Yang Fan. According to Jiang Lan, wasn't Yang Fan the real boss? Who is that man that President Jiang is hugging? Ding Ning asked. Yang Fan is also from our school. He's a recent graduate. Holy crap. Ding Ning blurted it out. Yang Fan, it's surprising how humble you are. Ding Ning earns millions a year and looks at you with awe. You even mentioned that you run a small company. Ling Wei looked at Yang Fan, wondering why she couldn't figure out his temper. That's right. Some companies pay trillions in taxes every year, and they're still small companies. So why can't I be a small company? Yang Fan's statement was perfectly reasonable. Ling Wei was speechless. Look at the companies you're comparing them to. Thousands of them pay trillions in taxes annually. I can't tell if you're being modest or just being Versailles. Yang Fan looked at the other person and seemed to remember something. I'm planning to acquire a few banks soon. Would you be interested in quitting your job at the university and working for me? Yang Fan was definitely not attracted to her because of her beauty or her charisma. After all, Ling Wei has been in the financial industry for a long time, so her abilities are definitely not a problem. She has also been a senior financial advisor for many companies. Ling Wei's mouth gradually opened wider, and her expression gradually became uncontrollable. Acquiring banks, or several. What an obscure term. In Shanghai, A bank with a capital of 6 billion would have to be worth at least tens of billions. The words you utter make people confused about numbers. Although Ling Wei was a worldly person, she was still stunned by Yang Fan's tone. What's your company's name? Time and Space Capital. Ling Wei now understood why he dared to speak like that. This company was now a god-like existence in Shanghai. He ruined a multi-billion-dollar auction house in just a few days, and he himself is an investment company, a big spender, and many people want him to invest. Now I know you weren't lying, but how do you plan to handle this situation? Ling Wei pointed at Li Jieqi and at the two teeth that had been knocked out. I didn't hit it. What does it have to do with me? Yang Fan simply shrugged. After all, bailing someone out was far too easy. Ling Wei frowned. How could they be so irresponsible? With your attitude, I can't work for you. Yang Fan was speechless. He hadn't said he wouldn't care, so why was he acting like a child? Yang Fan had no choice but to take out his phone and call Yi Qingqing, asking her for help in resolving the issue. It was resolved quickly. The two parties were determined to have engaged in a fight, and a verbal settlement was reached, ending the matter. Everyone's eyelids twitched as they watched, and what the person was saying seemed so convincing. Everyone finally realized how terrifying humans can be. During the meal, Yang Fan, Jiang Lan, Tang Shui, and Ling Wei were at the same table. Bai Jingtian tried to come over, but Yang Fan kicked him away. Is it okay now? Are you satisfied with the result? Looking at Ling Wei across from him, Yang Fan couldn't help but have other thoughts. She was just too feminine. Yang Fan thought to himself, then how am I any different from Cao Cao? Tang Shui was eating while looking at Yang Fan. She could tell at a glance that Yang Fan had taken a liking to her and was eager to get her to work for him. You know me, I have a daughter, 18 years old, starting university this year. She's a bit of a handful, so my time might be. Ling Wei was in a dilemma. She really wanted to go to Yang Fan's place, since the salary would be very high. Let your husband take care of you. By the way, I've never met him before. What does your husband do? Yang Fan had indeed met Ling Wei's daughter, but it was during his sophomore year of college. He hadn't expected her to be already in university. She looked like a little girl back then. According to her daughter's age, Ling Wei had a child at the age of 22. Ling Wei stopped eating and remained silent for a while, as if lost in some kind of memory. I returned to my university days, to that playground filled with laughter every day. It went back to the time when he received his overseas study opportunity and left without looking back. Her father has never met her since she was born. He went abroad when I graduated from university and hasn't come back since. Yang Fan swallowed hard. What kind of man could leave such a beautiful woman to study abroad on his own? What a waste. He doesn't know you had his child? I know. He thinks the air abroad is fresher than in China, and he told me to send my child to an orphanage. Yang Fan, Jiang Lan, and Tang Shui exchanged bewildered glances. Was this something a human being could do? Chapter 71 Little Yellow Hair. Then you should come to me. You shouldn't have much to do usually, so you can take care of your daughter and find a few capable bank managers. It turns out she didn't have a husband at all, she just had children. It seems she was hurt by her first love and has never gotten married. Or perhaps she hasn't married because she has a daughter. Ling Wei smiled charmingly and smoothed her hair. So how much salary are you going to offer me? I won't go if it's too little. Yang Fan thought for a moment. I'll give you a multi-million-dollar annual salary, plus a year-end bonus. Generally speaking, the salary of a bank president in Shanghai is around 2 million yuan. Yang Fan's salary is already very high, considering that she doesn't actually have to do much work and just manages a few bank presidents. Okay, I'll resign tomorrow. Yang, I'm counting on you to support me from now on. Ling Wei gave Yang Fan a meaningful look. He had been teaching for 15 years and had taught countless students. Could she not understand the look in Yang Fan's eyes? There used to be many men who wanted to be her sugar daddy, and although there are fewer now, they still come from time to time. Besides, how could she not know exactly what kind of salary Yang Fan was paying? After all, Yang Fan had already made it very clear. Yang Fan picked up his wine glass. Ling Wei's words left him in a difficult position. Come have a drink, and welcome to our company. Ling Wei picked up her wine glass and clinked it against Yang Fan's. Ling Wei went there because she knew Yang Fan, while he was a very filial son. Even if he was bad, how bad could he be? Besides, she's already this age, it's hard to say who'll benefit from it. What is the purpose of this party? Yang Fan voiced the question that had been lingering in his mind. It's a task assigned by the school. They want us to raise sponsorships for the school. The people who raise the most sponsorships can be rated as outstanding, and they say they'll get promoted or something. They've been making all sorts of empty promises. Ling Wei shook her head helplessly. She no longer needed to pull anyone away. Instead, the sponsor had pulled her away instead. The School of Finance doesn't even need sponsorships anymore. They probably all went into personal pockets. Yang Fan laughed and said that many people had said this when they were in school. Ling Wei didn't say anything either. She knew perfectly well what was going on, so she didn't ask for sponsorship. The people eating also wanted to come over and make their presence known to Yang Fan, but Tang Shui's 2 moves really scared everyone, so no one came over. After dinner, Yang Fan and Ling Wei looked at the night view of Shanghai from the terrace. Why don't you go work for a financial company? With your abilities, making money shouldn't be difficult for you. Yang Fan asked curiously. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be a teacher right away. I'm afraid I'll be blinded by money, afraid I won't be able to resist its temptations, and eventually fall into its trap. After saying that, he glanced at Yang Fan again. But in the end, I still went inside. Who knows if you can dodge the jackals, but not the wolf cubs. What do you think? Ling Wei leaned close to Yang Fan and said. Annoyed, he pulled her into his arms. I thought Ling Wei would take a lot of time and effort, but I didn't expect her to see things so clearly. Mature women don't need to say much at all, they're so easy to manage. The wolf cubs are hungry, can we feed them? Humph, you think you're so tough? Don't complain about being tired later. Although Ling Wei couldn't move her body, it didn't stop her from being stubborn. Just then, Ling Wei's phone rang. She broke free from Yang Fan. I'm going to take this call. Ling Wei took out her phone, looked at it, and sighed. Hey, what's wrong? Mom, I've gotten into trouble, wah. I hit someone's car. They want me to pay 10 million in compensation. Wah, or else you'll send me to prison. Ling Wei was also at her wits' end when she heard her daughter's intermittent cries. And how did you manage to cause such a huge disaster? Yang Fan, I have something to take care of at home. I have to go now. Let's make it up another time. Ling Wei waved and prepared to leave. I heard everything. Let's go take a look. I want to see what kind of car is worth 10 million. Yang Fan pulled Ling Wei directly into the car. The group arrived at the outskirts of Shanghai. When the convoy stopped, everyone present cast curious glances. They were all car enthusiasts and could tell at a glance that Yang Fan's car was something special. Is this the person you called? He seems quite capable. A blonde-haired young man looked at Yang Fan and the others. Ling Kersen spotted her mother immediately and ran over quickly. Looking at Ling Wei's daughter, Yang Fan thought, she really is a rebellious girl. Her face has grown up, and she looks about 70% like her mother. She has fair skin, a well-proportioned figure, and is a complete goddess. Her hair was dyed red, and she wore a white tank top and a thin shirt. She clearly copied her mother. She wore super short shorts and knee pads, along with white flat shoes, and was over 170 centimeters tall. Div data Fontia type equals image source equals user. AI Ling Kersen, please delete if infringing. /div. However, there were many wounds on her snow-white legs, and they were still bleeding. Tang Shui, have someone take care of this. Yang Fan's team has a personal doctor, so dealing with this is very simple. 2 doctors got out of the car behind and came over with a box to treat Ling Kersen's wounds. Thank you. Ling Wei was sincerely grateful. If it weren't for Yang Fan, she wouldn't know how to resolve today's situation and where she would have gotten so much money. It's nothing. Mom, who is he? Yang Fan, my former student, have you forgotten? My future boss. Ling Wei gave a brief introduction. Ling Kersen looked at Yang Fan and seemed to remember him. He had given her something before. At this moment, the group of blonde-haired men couldn't resist coming over. Which of you is this girl's parent? Your daughter hit my car with her bicycle. The repairs will cost 10 million. Pay up. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, the blonde-haired man led a few men to Yang Fan's side. Ling Wei was about to speak when Yang Fan stopped her. Oh, what kind of junk car is worth so much? Let me see it. Yang Fan stepped forward voluntarily. How could he let a woman take the lead? Yang Fan glanced at them. One was a sports car, the other a Volkswagen. You dare ask for 10 million for a piece of junk Ferrari 296? Did Jesus give you the guts? Kid, there are no security cameras around here. I'll pay whatever I say. Or you can leave that girl here with me for a few days, and I can reduce your compensation by 1 million. Otherwise, none of you will leave here unscathed. As they spoke, the group revealed their weapons, which were baseball bats, including steel ones. Yang Fan turned to Ling Kersen and asked, how did you hit them? They did it on purpose. They followed me closely, and then deliberately stopped their car in front of me. I didn't have time to brake and crashed into them. Ling Kersen felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke, since there were no surveillance cameras here, and no one would believe her no matter what she said. Okay, I understand. Since they intend to commit murder, we don't need to be polite. Yang Fan immediately labeled the people on the other side. Chapter 72 The Little Girl Who Sold Her Mother. Hee hee, I'm so scared. Murder? That's a serious crime. The blonde thug, with a disdainful look on his face, raised the baseball bat in front of Yang Fan and said, Kid, I'm here today to teach you a lesson, to show you who's in charge when the light doesn't reach. Yang Fan laughed when he heard this. If there weren't so many people around, he would have pulled out a Gatling gun and laughed wildly. Very good. Yang Fan stretched his hands, producing a crackling sound. Since you're all so eager to die, I'll reluctantly give you a half journey. Yang Fan took the baseball bat handed to him by the thug and hit him directly in the face, causing a dent in his cheek. Thank you for the baseball bat. You're such a nice person. With Yang Fan's current strength, he can control himself when he hits someone. If he uses even a little force, he could probably see their brains. Kid, you're dead meat today. If you dare fight back, get him and kill him. Several people rushed towards Yang Fan. Tang Shui, hurry up and go help. Your boss is going to get hurt. Ling Wei nudged Tang Shui. Don't rush, he's better than me. If he doesn't call out to me, it's because he's itching to do something. She had already experienced Yang Fan's skills firsthand. He was incredibly fierce. Speed, strength, reaction time, any outstanding ability that makes an ordinary person a potential elite soldier. And this guy has it all, and he excels in all of them. Ling Wei and Ling Kersen exchanged bewildered glances, having never known that Yang Fan was also skilled in combat. Yang Fan swiftly and decisively crippled several people, wielding a steel baseball bat, and with a dozen or so loud thuds, he wrecked a Ferrari. Yang Fan's actions made everyone's teeth ache. If that hit someone, wouldn't they be covered in bruises? Mom, Yang Fan seems to have some violent tendencies. You silly child, he's standing up for you. If I were to come alone today, do you think either of us could leave safely? You're such a worry. You're not allowed to ride a bike anymore. If you go any faster, you'll be dead. Ling Wei was very glad that Yang Fan had come along today. Otherwise, she didn't know how the situation would have ended. Then buy me a sports car. I want to drive a sports car. After her accident, Ling Kersen was a little scared and became hesitant to drive. Before you crash while riding a bike, you're fearless and don't know what fear is. But after you crash once, you'll develop a sense of awe. I can't afford it. Why don't you play a cheaper form of entertainment? Try playing mobile games. It doesn't cost much. Ling Wei was helpless. She really couldn't afford to raise this daughter anymore. With her salary, she had to rent an apartment in Shanghai, and she also had a troublesome daughter at home. Ling Kersen looked at Yang Fan, who was still teasing the blonde-haired boy, and said, Isn't he there? He's definitely rich. Let him send us a sports car. Isn't he the stepfather you found for me? What nonsense are you talking about? He was my former student. Ling Wei angrily slapped Ling Kersen on the forehead. It doesn't matter. What era are we living in now? Besides, he's already graduated. You don't even know how to seize such a good opportunity. If you can't do it, let me do it. He's so rich, if we get him, we can live freely for the rest of our lives. How stupid. Ling Wei quickly covered her mouth, but Ling Kersen had already said what she needed to say. What kind of things does this girl usually watch? What kind of thinking does she have? Does she watch too many Korean dramas? You're talking nonsense. From now on, your allowance will only be half. Ling Wei pulled out her trump card. It doesn't matter, I'll ask Yang Fan for it. I believe he'll be willing to give me some pocket money. Ling Kersen removed Ling Wei's hand. After all, she had Yang Fan's contact information. Ling Wei sighed. How did this girl turn out like this? Yang Fan also came over. Let's go. I've had a friendly discussion with them about compensation. I gave them 100 yuan, and they've agreed to a settlement. What if they call the police? Ling Wei asked worriedly. They all say there are no surveillance cameras here, so what's the point of calling the police? I didn't leave any fingerprints. They're all theirs. Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively. They had given such obvious hints that it was fine to fight here and no one could stop him. So why wouldn't he stretch his legs? The crowd remained silent. Fighting evil with evil was actually more effective. Reasoning with these people, doing ideological work, or labor reform were not very useful. Let's go back. Don't ride motorcycles anymore. It's too dangerous. You don't need your motorcycle anymore. I'll buy you a sports car. Just as Ling Kersen was about to retort, she heard Yang Fan say he was going to give her a sports car, and she quickly nodded. Ling Wei quickly said, No, Yang Fan, you'll spoil her. It's okay. Even if you crash a nice sports car, you'll be fine. Just be safe. If it were a sports car, like what happened to her this time, at least she wouldn't have been injured. Yang Fan also received a sports car from Qin Fan today. He doesn't drive it much, so he might as well give it to Ling Kersen. Thank you, Brother Fan. From now on, you're my father. Ling Kersen jumped up with joy. It was just like her wish had come true. She was just talking about the sports car, and now someone had delivered it to her. How can you just randomly claim someone as your father? Just call me Brother Fan. I'm only a few years older than you. I happen to have a Koenigsegg Adra here. I'll have someone deliver it to your house tomorrow. How come this girl is so outspoken these days? And she even claims to have a biological father? Ling Kursen swallowed hard. She hadn't misheard, had she? The Koenigsegg Adra was a limited edition of only 48 units worldwide, and each one cost nearly 30 million. Really? Ling Kursen was so excited, she almost fainted. Yeah, what's fake about it? It's just a sports car. Brother Fan, what do you think of my mom? Isn't she beautiful? She exercises every day, maintains a great figure, and gets regular skincare treatments. Her skin is fair and smooth. Why don't you take my mom as your wife? You definitely won't lose out. Ling Wei felt that Ling Kursen had completely disgraced her. A sports car could actually sell out her own mother. I've wasted my time raising you. You sold your mother out of everything for a sports car. Mom, this car costs nearly 30 million, and it's a limited edition, so it's hard to buy. Tell me, should I sell it to you? Besides, you're already so old. Shouldn't you find a man to rely on? Ling Kursen's words were like daggers to the heart, making Ling Wei so angry that she wanted to hit her. Even if what you said makes a lot of sense, can't you say it in private? How embarrassing for her to say it in front of Yang Fan. Yang Fan quickly hugged her. All right, kid, stop talking nonsense. Let me take you home. It's so late. If he doesn't intervene, Ling Kursen is probably going to get beaten up. Besides, although nothing happened between him and Ling Wei today, she can't escape now. With her as his daughter, if he doesn't fall into his hands, he'll fall into someone else's hands in the future. Chapter 73, You Call Kidnapping a Business? No need, you can just take me home. At my mom's age, it's fine for her to stay out all night. Ling Kursen's words made Yang Fan want to punch her. Yang Fan, you are not allowed to give her any pocket money without my permission, or I won't be able to control this daughter. As Ling Wei spoke along with Yang Fan, it was clear she was gritting her teeth. Yang Fan nodded. He couldn't let this girl run rampant. When Ling Kursen heard her mother's words, she felt like the sky had fallen. She had just been looking forward to a wonderful life in the future. Brother Fan, you can come to my house too. I sleep in a separate room from my mom. Yang Fan was woken up by the ringing of the phone just as dawn was breaking. Yang Fan picked up his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, displayed as unknown. They hung up the phone immediately, treating strangers as scammers. My phone rang again shortly after. Yang Fan frowned and answered the call directly. Are you out of your mind? Calling so early in the morning looking for a scolding. Hee. Yang Fan, right? How about we make a deal? Ill. Yang Fan hung up the phone immediately after speaking. Why bother talking business with him? Just talk to Yi Qingxing directly. Yang Fan's movements also woke up Jiang Lan, who was in his arms. Yang Fan eventually took Ling Wei and the other woman home, and he figured Ling Kursen would definitely give them a beating. It's okay, you can go back to sleep. I'm not going to sleep anymore. I'm getting up to go to the company. I'll go and organize the things you asked for. Yang Fan nodded. This was to cover for him. While Jiang Lan was washing up, Yang Fan's phone rang again. Yang Fan was speechless. Why was this person so persistent? Come on, let me hear what business you want to discuss. The other person also fell silent for a moment, wondering why this person wasn't cooperating with him. I have one of your family members in my hands. Yang Fan hung up the phone immediately. He called Yi Qingxing. Yi Qingxing answered the phone in a daze. What's wrong? Damn it. Are the people you sent to protect my family pigs? Why did someone call me saying they kidnapped someone from my family? Give me a reasonable explanation. Can't 100 billion protect just a few people? Waste. Hearing the cursing on the phone was like being doused with ice water. Yi Qingxing immediately sobered up. Wait a minute, let me ask. After saying that, she called her grandfather to inquire. 10 minutes later, Yi Qingxing called. What's wrong with you? Your family is fine. Your life hasn't been affected. They did deal with a few people, but your family is safe. Yang Fan coughed. He had been a little excited and had called home to check on things. His family was home. Excuse me, I was speaking a little loudly just now. A scammer just called me. Yang Fan, I came here to work for you and you use my resources, fine, but you hit me and cursed at me. Do you think I'm your punching bag? Yi Qingxing was furious. This guy started cursing at her without even asking what happened. Ahem, don't be angry. I'll give you a treasure. I'm sure you'll like it. Yang Fan was indeed in the wrong, and Yi Qingxing was actually quite nice to him. He had indeed been rather rude to her. What treasure? Wang Shiji's calligraphy? Then I forgive you. After Yi Qingxing finished speaking, she swallowed hard. This calligraphy alone was worth over 1 billion yuan. It would be incredibly useful for getting things done. What treasure is a deputy? Come to me. Yang Fan took out the awakening energy and evolution energy that he had traded from Lindong. 3 can be awakened, 5 evolutionary energy sources. Yang Fan took out 2 evolution energy pills and ate them himself. Just as Lindong said, it was already difficult to advance beyond the 3rd tier, and the 2 pills only provided a slight improvement. It's also possible that Yang Fan's own perception was insufficient. Jiang Lan, go and call Lan over. Okay. Yang Fan looked at the 2 women in front of him and said, "Today I will show you a whole new world." Yang Fan gave each of them an awakening energy. Have eaten. The 2 nodded. They trusted Yang Fan completely and believed he wouldn't harm them. Both of them opened their eyes wide at the same time, as if they had seen something incredible. Lan, what ability have you awakened? I seem to be able to speed up or slow down time around me. Li Anlin used his hand to slow down the time in front of him, and Yang Fan could see the particles moving forward continuously. Yang Fan's eyes widened. This is insane. Her ability is a bit abnormal. It's much stronger than his 2 abilities. Before long, Li Anlin's forehead was covered in sweat, and Yang Fan quickly told her to withdraw her power. It seems to consume a lot of physical energy. Jiang Lan, what about you? My ability is amplification. It can amplify my own and others' strength, speed, and abilities by a factor of 2. Jiang Lan clenched her fist in disbelief, feeling as if it could kill someone. And she suddenly understood how to use her ability, which was truly amazing. Yang Fan nodded. Not bad. After awakening, one could increase their physique by 10 times and their speed by 0.5 times. If we double that, we'll definitely have the ability to protect ourselves. Yang Fan discovered that both of them had a skill. He had thought that Li Anlin's skill was so strong that it had awakened a skill, but it seems that normally it is just a skill. Yang Fan then gave the 2 remaining evolution energy points to the 2 of them. Now that they were both 3rd-tier ability users, with their combined abilities, he believed that even if they were to be sprayed with rifle fire, they might not be injured. A 3rd-tier superpowered individual possesses a physique 4 times stronger than an ordinary person and a speed twice that of an ordinary person. Take Jiang Lan as an example with her amplification abilities. She has a speed 4 times that of an ordinary person. Taking wind resistance into account, the 100-meter dash could probably be completed in 1 to 3 seconds. When she has enough energy, the gun isn't actually that effective against her. Eat it, or you might feel a little pain. The 2 accepted it, neither of them knowing what kind of pain it would bring. The 2 of them foolishly took the food and popped it into their mouths, since they had both tasted the sweetness. What followed was a heart-wrenching scream from the 2 people inside the room, which could probably be heard throughout the entire villa. In the basement on the other side. Why did he hang up on me? As he spoke, he took out a small knife, then a large knife, and stabbed it directly into the other person's abdomen. You've kidnapped the wrong person. He no longer recognizes me as his aunt. Please let me go, I beg you. Every time Yang Fan hung up the phone, he would stab her in the back. Yang Jinjin felt she couldn't take it anymore. The burly, dark-faced man spat. He'd gone, but almost didn't come back. He'd encountered several fully armed men drones, tactical goggles, infrared detectors, and silenced automatic rifles. When they stealthily entered the courtyard, the other side didn't hesitate at all and opened fire immediately. Yang Fan must have found some ruthless people if they're really determined to chase him. He won't be able to escape. I refuse to believe it. If he doesn't care about you, I'll record a video and post it online. I refuse to believe it. He then picked up his phone and made another call. The phone numbers he made were always busy. Yi Qingcheng, who had been summoned by Yang Fan over the phone, stood frozen at the door of Yang Fan's room, her chest heaving from the sounds coming from inside. Chapter 74 is a huge misunderstanding. Yang Fan, did you call me here so early just to humiliate me? You disgust me. Yi Qingcheng heard the sounds coming from the room as soon as she arrived, and she knew without a doubt what Yang Fan was doing. Upon seeing Yang Fan, he immediately waved his hand as if to slap Yang Fan. Yang Fan frowned, wondering what was going on. He was about to slap himself right away. He reached out and took her hand, pulling her into his arms. Let me go, I quit being CEO. Yi Qingcheng struggled fiercely. Yang Fan glanced at Tang Shui, and Tang Shui wisely left. She couldn't afford to offend either of them, so out of sight, out of mind. As for Long Outyin, he didn't enter the villa. Yang Fan pressed her down onto the sofa. You think you can just quit like that? What's wrong with you this early in the morning? You come in and immediately want to slap me. When have I ever humiliated you? Yang Fan really didn't understand. Did you respect me? You call me here just to listen to you do that. If you have designs on me, feel free to do whatever you want. I won't resist, and I'll leave as soon as it's over. Don't try to enslave me through actions or thoughts. I have no servility. Yi Qingqing turned her head away from Yang Fan, tears welling up in her eyes. If Yang Fan is sincere in pursuing her, she might consider it. Although Yang Fan is a bit of a womanizer, it's normal for a capable man to be a womanizer. She's seen it all. She didn't expect that Yang Fan didn't intend to treat her like a human being at all. Yang Fan understood somewhat. It was the two women's voices that had caused Yi Qingqing to misunderstand. Yang Fan glanced at Tang Shui sitting in the garden, then carried Yi Qingqing upstairs. Yi Qingqing didn't look at Yang Fan at all, tears streaming down her face. Okay, stop crying. You've misunderstood. They're in pain because of changes to their bones and organs, not what you're thinking. Yang Fan wiped away her tears. Goodness, her eyes were a little swollen. Hurry up, I want to go home. Yi Qingqing didn't believe it at all. Yang Fan was so perfunctory when he lied. Did he think he was cultivating immortality and changing his bones? Helpless, Yang Fan simply stuffed an awakening energy into her mouth. Yi Qingqing choked for a moment, then swallowed it directly. Yang Fan, can't you respect me? I'm not resisting anymore. Yi Qingqing roared with heart-wrenching pain. Yang Fan didn't reply. Yi Qingqing was in a very emotional state right now, and she would understand soon enough. Yi Qingqing went from being agitated to being astonished, and then a smile appeared on her face. She looked at her palm, and frost appeared on it, quickly covering her entire hand. I think I have superpowers. Have you calmed down? Yang Fan looked at her face. She must have come in a hurry and hadn't even put on makeup, but now her face was covered in tear stains. What did you give me to eat? What do you think? You don't actually think it's an aphrodisiac, do you? Yang Fan looked at her and thought to himself. The look in her eyes when she looked at me just now was full of disappointment. I should be right. Yi Qingqing blushed a little. That was indeed what she thought. After all, she had already let Yang Fan do whatever he wanted to her, and Yang Fan was still giving her drugs, which made her feel very overwhelmed. That doesn't make sense either. I just had a slight physical discomfort, but I didn't have such a strong reaction. Yang Fan gave the last of his evolutionary energy to Yi Qingqing. Have eaten. Yi Qingqing took it and threw it into her mouth. Although the thing looked strange, she already believed it to be true. Sure enough, the physical pain forced her to shout out to relieve it. 20 minutes later, Yi Qingqing felt the pain in her body slowly subside. She had almost lost the will to live due to the pain. Yang Fan stepped forward and picked her up. What? Dra. Yi Qingqing was speechless. That guy Yang Fan. Then let me take a shower first. I'm just carrying you to the bath. Do you need my help? No need. You should get out. Half an hour later, Yi Qingqing came out. I feel like I could easily crush countless Long A oceans. Yang Fan thought to himself. Does Long Ao Yin know about what you're saying? It's normal. You're experiencing an illusion due to the sudden increase in power. You'll get used to it after a while. However, Long Ao Yin is indeed no different from beating a baby. Where did you get this? No wonder Long Ao Yin never comes into the villa. He feels uncomfortable as soon as he enters. His senses immediately went off the rails when he saw you, and he felt unwell all over. So you've had superpowers all along. Yi Qingqing has finally solved some of the mysteries. After all, she now has superpowers, and her superpower is ice. She just tested it, and she now has a certain ability to kill people from a distance. Don't ask so many questions. Come here. You just told me to do whatever I wanted. Yang Fan beckoned. Yi Qingqing sat down next to Yang Fan. Kissing and hugging are fine, but nothing else. You changed your mind so quickly? Does that mean I can also take back what I say in the future? Yang Fan put his arm around her waist and inhaled the fragrance emanating from her body. Yi Qingqing felt helpless. She was utterly disappointed in Yang Fan and thought she never wanted to see him again, no matter what he did. But now it seems that Yang Fan was not lying, and he did give her a treasure, which can't even be called a treasure, but a divine object. If she goes back on her word now, Yang Fan probably won't make any real promises to her in the future. Give me some time to prepare and mentally prepare myself, and I definitely won't go back on my word. If I really wanted to back out, I would have called me and my grandfather long ago. Would I let you take advantage of me like that? Yang Fan nodded in satisfaction, as long as she didn't say anything about what would happen after they had a wedding. Someone just called me saying they kidnapped someone from my family. Can you help me find out who it was? Okay, I'll let the hacker take a look. Yi Qingqing sent a message to someone, asking him to check online. The other party wouldn't have sent the photos without knowing the key information from Yang Fan's network of connections. Yi Qingqing showed it to Yang Fan. Yang Fan smiled and said, so it was her. It's true what they say, heaven's sins can be forgiven, but one's own sins are unforgivable. My friend said she was found on the street, stabbed dozens of times, and rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. She's your aunt, isn't she? No wonder you called me this morning to question me. It turns out you kidnapped her. Yi Qingqing also knew some things about Yang Fan and her aunt. To put it simply, her aunt disliked the three burdens in Yang Fan's family and was unwilling to get involved in Yang Fan's family affairs. Yang Fan later severed ties with the two families. Later, his aunt was diagnosed with kidney failure just like Yang Fan, but she wasn't as lucky as Yang Fan. From the joy of knowing her daughter was a match for a kidney donor to the despair of her daughter's refusal. Later, influenced by Yang Fan, he was stabbed dozens of times. It's beyond description with just the word miserable. Your friend is really something, managing to bypass the official channels and release information so quickly. Looks like I don't have any secrets at all. Yang Fan smiled. His records from childhood to adulthood had probably been read over 1,000 times. You're really joking. You're full of secrets. Like this thing you gave me this time. If you put it up for auction, it could probably fetch a price that would shock billions of people. Do you have any more? Chapter 75 Office romances are prohibited in companies. You think something like this is like cabbage? And you think it can be mass-produced? Yang Fan didn't say it directly, but he knew it would definitely be available in the future, since this was something that was still new to Lin Dong. He himself probably didn't have much, but the others definitely did, since Yang Fan discovered that the people he was trading with were all big shots like Fong. Yi Qingqing didn't ask any further questions, knowing that Yang Fan definitely wouldn't answer them. Why did you suddenly separate out such precious items? Is it because your family member was kidnapped? Including Zhang Lan and Li Anlin, Yang Fan has already divided the money into 3 portions. She also knew that the first thing she was given was something that could awaken a person's superpowers, and the second thing she was given was something that could cause a qualitative change in a person, like 2 keys. It is the door to unlocking the secret treasure. It opened up a treasure trove. A little. I originally planned to only give you awakening energy. I didn't even plan to give you the evolutionary energy, I planned to give it to you later. Yang Fan ate 2 pills, but didn't feel much improvement, so he stopped eating them and figured it was better to keep them. You're just trying to keep me around to control me, aren't you? You must be overjoyed right now. Vice President Yi Qingqing sees right through you. The misunderstanding between the two has now been cleared up. Yi Qingqing doesn't dislike Yang Fan and even likes him a little, so she has no objection to Yang Fan going too far now. When a woman starts to hate you, everything you do is wrong. She'll find fault with you. Even your breathing is wrong. Conversely, if a woman likes you, everything about you will be good, and everything will be romanticized. How can you say it's manipulation? After all, you weren't my woman before. The fact that I'm giving you the energy to awaken your superpowers is already very kind of me. If you keep causing trouble, I'll just send you away. Yang Fan himself is quite idealistic. His previous relationship with Yi Qingqing was essentially one of mutual exploitation. Unexpectedly, this misunderstanding actually brought the two of them much closer. It's also largely due to Yang Fan's current womanizing ways after all. Who doesn't like top-tier beauties? Yang Fan once wished to be with her body and soul, and to stay together until old age. Yi Qingqing also revealed a bright smile. She could feel that she was younger and that her mind was thinking faster than before. She gently kissed Yang Fan on the cheek. All right, I have to go to the company now. If you miss me, you can come to the company or my house. She used to be able to come to Yang Fan's place often, since the two of them hadn't officially started dating yet, but she definitely won't be able to come as often in the future. Yang Fan nodded, knowing that she was a person with a strong sense of self-respect, and this was already the limit she could accept. I found someone who manages the bank. I'll send her information to your phone. You can make the arrangements. Oh, how about I find a headhunting firm to help us? This is no joke. Yi Qingqing had already stood up, but she sat back down. You can just find a bank manager through a headhunting firm. The person I found will manage them. Who are you to me? Yi Qingqing was puzzled. Yes, my academic advisor in college. Yi Qingqing remained silent for a long time. Of course she knew Yang Fan's university counselor after all. Yang Fan himself probably didn't understand himself as well as she did. She has read through her materials from childhood to adulthood countless times. Her child is already 18 years old. You know that, right? No. Yang Fan knew this. Of course otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to invite her. Yi Qingqing clenched her fist. She really wanted to punch Yang Fan, but she held back. Yang Fan is practically building a harem. The women around him are all stunning beauties, each with their own unique charm. Office romances are strictly prohibited in our company. Yang Fan laughed at Yi Qingqing's words. Okay, We're just friends. There's no office romance going on between us. Go to work now and take Jiang Lanqi with you. I'm going on a trip for a while. Yang Fan didn't have any office romances. Jiang Lan, Yi Qingcheng, and Ling Wei were either his women or he had already reserved them for someone else, so they didn't count as romances. Yi Qingcheng didn't hear what was said before, but she did hear what was said afterward. Even if Yang Fan wanted to mess with her, there was nothing he could do, because Yang Fan wouldn't listen to her anyway. The following words contain a lot of information. She asked how he suddenly gave his two women such strong power. So she was going out, but it definitely wasn't for tourism, considering what he'd been asking for lately. Is it dangerous? Yang Fan was momentarily stunned by Yi Qingcheng's words. Yang Fan felt that she had already guessed something. I am invincible. Yang Fan revealed a confident smile. Yi Qingcheng lightly touched Yang Fan's lips. Then I'm leaving. I'll wait for you to come back. Yang Fan didn't expect Yi Qingcheng to be so proactive. The company should set up a security department. You know what I mean. Don't worry, it's already been established. There are more than a dozen people lurking around our villa. Yi Qingcheng waved her hand, and by the time Yang Fan spoke, the cucumber dish was already cold. Yang Fan was helpless. It seemed that the excuse of traveling wouldn't work. Yi Qingcheng's claim of protection could also be interpreted as her spying on him. Just then, Yang Fan's phone rang. After I got the money, the phone rang non-stop every day. Before, I wouldn't get a call for dozens of days, and it was mostly V who communicated. Now, I get calls every day. Hello, Yang Fan. My dad wants to invite you to dinner. Bai Jingtian sounded somewhat insecure. Okay, let's do it at noon. I think I have something to do tonight. Yang Fan knew without even thinking what Bai Jingtian's father was planning. Then come to my house. You know my house. Bai Jingtian didn't expect Yang Fan to agree so readily. After all, he had invited Yang Fan on behalf of his father, and he wouldn't have felt so awkward if he had invited Yang Fan himself. Yes, I'll be there. Yang Fan went to a supermarket that didn't sell counterfeit alcohol. I took 50 cases of Matai. He left 10 boxes for Li Shimin and took the boxes to Bai Jingtian's house. You're here. Why did you bring a gift? Bai Jingtian smiled and led Yang Fan inside. Bai Jingtian's house was quite large, with 4 bedrooms and a living room, covering an area of about 150 square meters. To own a house like this in a prime location in Shanghai, Bai Jingtian's father is already quite impressive. This is for your uncle, not for you. Why are you being so polite? Bai Jianxi also stood up when he saw Yang Fan and said, Xiao Fan, you've gone to so much trouble. Please have a seat. It's been years. You look more energetic than before, and there's even a touch of nobility in your eyes. Bai Jingtian's father took the things from Yang Fan's hands, his face beaming with joy. It's already a huge favor that Yang Fan even came, considering his current status is quite extraordinary. The fact that they came and brought gifts shows that they treat him like an elder, so how could he not be happy? Chapter 76. The Bai family as helpers. Before eating, everyone chatted casually. We got down to business after we finished eating. Xiao Fan, my company wants to grow and develop. Do you have any good suggestions? Bai Jianxi explained the purpose of inviting Yang Fan. Uncle, actually, Jing Tian and I both studied finance, so we don't really know much about the company's development. I generally don't get involved in company affairs. A friend of mine manages them. Yang Fan was telling the truth. He didn't understand much. All he knew was how to invest money. Bai Jianxi heard that Yang Fan's time and space capital CEO was the daughter of the mayor of Shanghai, and had a very strong background. He had never realized that Yang Fan was so powerful that he could invite her over. But if he were to go looking for them, they definitely wouldn't pay him any attention. Ahem, Uncle just wants you to help me find some business. Bai Jianxi expressed his thoughts, but he did so in a roundabout way, and Yang Fan seemed not to have understood. Yang Fan thought for a moment. If we just give you business, your company won't grow very big. I'll have Yi Qingcheng invest several $100 million in your company, and then have headhunters find some creative people from Ogilvy to take on some great ads and build up the company's reputation. What do you think, Uncle? Bai Jianxi was completely dumbfounded and stunned. He can ask for hundreds of millions of dollars, enough to acquire several companies like his. At first, he thought Yang Fan was unwilling to help and was making excuses, but who knew that Yang Fan would come up with such a trump card right away? Not only is it an astronomical investment, but it also poaches talent. Ogilvy is not a bad company. It has produced many classic advertising slogans. Like the original Mobile Dynamic Zone, it's my territory, my rules. And Motorola's Hello Moto is a classic. It's known as the Whampoa Military Academy of the advertising industry. Bai Jianxi quickly stood up, strode over to Yang Fan, and took Yang Fan's hand. I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. Xiao Fan, your idea is excellent. Thank you so much for your trust in my company. I don't know how to thank you enough. It's alright. Jing Tian helped me a lot back then. Now that I'm capable, I definitely have to make sure my brother can inherit some of the family fortune. Yang Fan's meaning was quite clear. It was all because of Bai Jingtian. Hearing his brother's words, Bai Jingtian was moved to tears and came over to hug Yang Fan, saying, "Good brother, if I were a woman, I'd definitely give birth to 10 monkeys for you." Yang Fan felt a chill run down his spine and pushed him away. "It's alright. If you really want to, I can send you to get a sex change. The technology for sex changes is quite advanced these days. With your fair complexion, you'll definitely be very popular as a woman." Even if you were to undergo gender reassignment surgery, Yang Fan would still stay away from him. It's too hard to accept. Bai Jingtian was speechless. He was just joking around. Who would have thought Yang Fan would take it seriously? Having settled Bai Jingtian's matter, Yang Fan went directly to Ling Wei's residential area. "I promised her daughter I'd give her a sports car yesterday. Tang Shui has already driven her car over." This was Yang Fan's first time seeing the Koenigsegg Agera, and the car's lines were quite nice. "If I bother you any longer, I'll get out of here right now." Tang Shui drove the car to the door and said, "This guy is really fierce. He can use force against someone like Yi Qingcheng, and it's quite funny that Yi Qingcheng came out without any emotion. Go back and keep Enlin company. She'll probably be bored at home by herself." Tang Shui gave an okay sign and left. "I'm at the entrance of your apartment complex. Come out and meet me." Yang Fan called Ling Wei directly. "I'm at school handing over some paperwork. I'm not home right now. Kirsten is here. Why don't you call her?" Your paperwork must be difficult to process." Yang Fan knew that Ling Wei's situation was definitely fabricated, and that leaving the company would be a long process. They said it would take a month. Ling Wei sighed. "Okay, here's a phone number. It belongs to my company's CEO. Call her and explain your situation, and she'll help you." Yang Fan sent Yi Qingcheng's phone number. "Can she help with my situation? Try it, and you'll see." After Yang Fan finished speaking, he hung up the phone and called Ling Kirsten. "Hey, come to the entrance of the community. Your sports car has arrived." "Okay, brother Fan, I'll be right there." Ling Kirsten saw Yang Fan and his sports car as soon as she left the residential area. It's just too conspicuous. Ling Kirsten touched the sports car all over, her hands trembling with excitement. Really, please give it to me." Great, brother Fan. You like my mom, right? She was my teacher, has a perfect figure, a seductive face, and is a married woman. She's got all the buffs stacked up. Don't worry, little sister, I'll handle her for you. I can't let you suffer any losses." Ling Kirsten sold her mother outright. "No need, I can handle your mother myself." Before Ling Wei had that Ling Kirsten issue, Yang Fan had already taken care of it. Ling Kirsten took out her phone, looked at it, and then thought about it for a moment. "How about I introduce you to one of my best friends? She's pure and lovely, with a face like a first love, so you can experience the feeling of first love." Yang Fan was helpless. This guy was good at business. He could make use of all the resources around him. "Whatever you want. If you're not comfortable accepting it, then introduce me to someone else. I'm leaving. Be careful with your cars." Ling Kirsten quickly grabbed Yang Fan's hand. "Brother Fan, you've only given me a car. I can't afford to maintain it myself, and I also need money to help you win over my best friend. So can you give me some pocket money?" Yang Fan shook his head. "I promised your mom I wouldn't give you pocket money." Ling Kirsten's face instantly turned bitter, her expression one of utter despair. "Having this car is pointless, it's just an accessory anyway." Yang Fan patted her head. "I can give you a piece of gold. You can sell it and make money. It's not like I'm giving you pocket money." Yang Fan took out a Jingguan gold ingot and handed it to Ling Kirsten. "Wow, how much can this sell for?" Ling Kirsten swallowed hard. Yang Fan was too generous. It was originally worth several million. There must be 1,000,000 or 200,000 now. Yang Fan laughed and said that he was the one who caused the price of this product to plummet. Ling Kirsten happily jumped into Yang Fan's arms and kissed him several times on the face. "That's great. Are you coming tonight? I'll make room for you and my mom." Yang Fan wiped the drool off his face. "No, you go have fun. Just let me know if you run out of money." Ling Kirsten tried to kiss him again, but Yang Fan stopped her. "Okay, that's enough." Yang Fan felt it wasn't good to get too close to Ling Wei's daughter anymore. "You're actually looking down on me? When my classmate wants to hold my hand, I have to think about it for a week. I'll forgive you since you're so generous. I'm off then. I need to test the car's performance." Yang Fan shook his head as he looked at the impulsive Ling Kirsten. With this personality, she'd be a troublemaker in the future. Li Shimin invites you to enter his space. Wow, the system has this function? He hadn't even looked into it before. Chapter 77, He Gained a Throne. Give me back my gold. The first thing Li Shimin did upon seeing Yang Fan was to ask for money back. This guy had taken advantage of Li Shimin's illness to plunder all of Li Shimin's gold. Didn't I save your life? We're even now. As an emperor, how can you bring up old grievances? Yang Fan's face showed indifference. Besides, you took 100 Gatling guns from me when you left last time, and you haven't given me anything yet. Let's go with Wang Shiji's preface to the Orchid Pavilion. Hee hee, you little rascal, you've been eyeing my Lanting preface for a long time, but what you have isn't enough for me to produce it. I'll give you a throne. As he spoke, Li Shimin took out a copy of the Imperial Edict and handed it to Yang Fan. Oh, Yang Fan accepted the Imperial Edict, opened it, and took a look. Emperor's Edict of the Great Tang Dynasty. In the 8th month of the 10th year of the Jingguan era of the Great Tang Dynasty, Yang Fan is hereby granted the title of Prince of Tang. Yang Fan's words in the middle were not very clear, but it was obvious that they were praising him. Moreover, Li Shimin was not stingy this time and directly gave him the title of King of the country. Transaction successful, transaction rating SS, 800 trading points earned. Transaction points balance, 3213. Huh? The transaction was successful? Yang Fan was dumbfounded. Even an Imperial Edict counts as a transaction. Yang Fan suddenly thought of something. You used these weapons to wipe out the powerful clans. They've wiped out most of them. The rest said they're willing to give up all their wealth and become ordinary citizens. Li Shimin had a smile on his face, indicating that he had acquired quite a few good things. At first, these aristocratic families resisted, but once Li Shimin brought out the Gatling gun, a powerful weapon, he terrified them. No matter what methods the aristocratic families used, Li Shimin killed them according to their family genealogy. Moreover, Li Shimin returned with the rage of wanting to annihilate their army. May you be happy and prosperous. As Yang Fan spoke, he directly handed 2 mobile phones to the other party. This is the phone you've been longing for. I've prepared the instruction manual for you. Now that all the powerful families have been dealt with, no one can stop Li Shimin's progress. It's the perfect time to hand the phone over to them. I came here specifically to ask you for it, but I didn't expect you to have it all prepared already. Li Shimin took it. He had been longing for this for a long time. I paid 100,000 yuan for each of the 2 phones, which should be enough. However, it can only be used in this space. Take a good look at it. My phone number is on it. Call me if you need anything. Yang Fan left immediately after speaking. He had no intention of teaching the elderly how to use a mobile phone. Yang Fan arrived at the post-apocalyptic trading space, and Lin Dong appeared right after he appeared. Did you bring water? Yang Fan took the water out of the dimensional ring. This water had been collected for a long time, and it was also the result of him asking Zhang Lan to increase the production line. As soon as he took them out, Lin Dong put them all into his own space. Lin Dong also took out 10 red energy tokens with strands of gold on them and handed them to Yang Fan. These 10 should be just enough for you to advance to stage 4. You were much more efficient this time than last time. It seems you have your own production line now. Yang Fan nodded. He's really smart. I popped all 10 into my mouth, and my body felt warm and cozy. It wasn't as painful as when I was evolving from Tier 1 to Tier 3. The evolution went very smoothly. Transaction complete. Transaction rating F. 1 transaction point earned. Transaction points balance. 3214. 1 billion tons of water. Name your price. Lin Dong is gradually increasing the production volume, allowing Yang Fan to gradually increase the output. Otherwise, if there's too much production, Yang Fan won't be able to produce it all, and they'll end up haggling over the price. He never haggles with anyone. He always kills and robs without hesitation. Millions of bulletproof vests, and the number of weapons is the same as last time. I still have 10 more awakening energy points to advance my rank. When the other party asked him to name his price, Yang Fan naturally named his price directly. Weapons are a minor matter. I'm out of awakening energy too, since it's been too long since then. However, there are potions that can awaken abilities, but they won't bring out the power. I can give you 1,000 doses. Later on, it can continue to evolve by consuming evolution energy, but it will only be physical evolution, and the upper limit is not high. As for evolution energy, here's 100 of the ones I gave you earlier. You need 1,000 to upgrade to level 5. Lin Dong told Yang Fan his assessment of the value of water. Give me 200 evolution energy pills, and I'll take this order. Yang Fan raised the price a bit. He had just asked Yi Qingsheng if this thing could be mass-produced. Lin Dong's side can actually produce in large quantities. Lin Dong wasn't one to waste words. He simply flicked his wrist, and the weapons and equipment flew out. They also gave half of the awakening potion and evolution energy. 500 bottles of awakening potions, 100 tier 4 evolution energy pills. Let's expand the water production line. Also, when you move your body, all your strength is concentrated inside your body, and your body hasn't adapted to the strength at all. After saying that, Lin Dong disappeared. Yang Fan collected the items from his spatial storage, and now he felt that these items could truly conquer the world of Bright Sword. Yang Fan thought about what Lin Dong said and realized that he really needed to get used to the power, otherwise he wouldn't be able to use it as the power grew stronger. In the apocalypse, Lin Dong and his companions were honing their skills every day and had no concerns about that aspect. Yang Fan arrived at the trading space in Bright Sword and sent a message directly to Li Yunlong. This function is really useful. He had been waiting for the other person, but the other person hadn't come. Li Shimin was probably more idle, which is why he was able to figure out this function. Li Yunlong saw the message and came in immediately. Brother Yang, are you here to collect the antiques? We haven't finished fighting yet, and cleaning up the battlefield and collecting antiques will take time. It's okay, I'll come visit you guys. With Yang Fan's current strength, he would absolutely not die in the world of Bright Sword. He can now use his speed ability to run about 100 meters per second, which is about 1/3 the speed of sound. The force is at least several thousand pounds, plus speed. I can hardly imagine how much stronger it would have to be to go even further. No wonder when he first met Lin Dong, that guy ignored him completely and just barged into his world. That confidence comes from absolute strength. They solve everything with their fists. Even putting aside Lin Dong, Yang Fan is now having the same thought, given the many weapons he carries. And then there's the system, that ultimate weapon. Alright, Brother Yang, come with me. My old commander is still thinking about you. I was saying I wanted to have a few drinks with you. Li Yunlong enthusiastically pulled Yang Fan back to the world of Bright Sword. The two appeared in the operations room, which was well lit, indicating that they were no longer in the original cave dwelling. It must be in some county town. After all, there are tens of thousands of anti-aircraft guns now, and the Japanese probably wouldn't dare to come and bomb them. Everyone stood up when they saw Yang Fan. The people sitting here are all high-ranking officials, and they all know something about Yang Fan. The brigade commander came to Yang Fan's side. Brother Yang, welcome to the 8th Route Army. Let me introduce you. Need not. I know them all. Yang Fan took the initiative to step forward. Chapter 78, The Most Lovable People. Yang Fan stepped forward and shook hands. Good morning, Chief of Staff. Greetings, Commander. Greetings, Political Commissar. The people in the operations room looked at each other in disbelief. Good heavens, they really did know them all. My name is Yang Fan. You can just call me Xiao Fan, esteemed leaders. Yang Fan felt embarrassed to address everyone as brothers, as it would be disrespectful to them. Then I'll take your word for it, Xiao Fan. Thank you for your support of our entire 8th Route Army. The division commander saluted Yang Fan. Yang Fan quickly dodged and waved his hands repeatedly. No, 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 no. If you keep doing this, I'm leaving. At this moment, the brigade commander stepped forward. Oh, Brother Yang doesn't like being polite. There's no need to be so formal. Tell the cooks to prepare some good dishes and get some wine. Brother Yang, please have a seat. The brigade commander quickly defused the awkward situation for everyone. Just cook. I brought some wine. As Yang Fan spoke, he took out a bottle of Matai. They shouldn't be too short of food right now, since they have weapons and can fight the Japanese to get supplies. The brigade commander took it out and looked at it. He had never seen it before. I opened it and took a sniff. Hiss, this is fine wine. Come on, everyone. The food hasn't arrived yet. Let's have a drink first. The brigade commander filled everyone's glasses, and when he got to Li Yunlong, he handed him the drink. You little punk, have you no sense of propriety? Get up and pour the wine. Still waiting for me to pour you some wine. Everyone laughed. Yang Fan was a distinguished guest, and everyone else was several levels above Li Yunlong, so only he could pour the drinks. Brigade commander, rank really does crush you. Li Yunlong poured himself a glass and took a sip. What fine wine, Brother Yang. Why didn't you bring it out sooner? I've been craving alcohol for ages. You guys are so busy right now, you probably don't have much of a chance to drink like this. Yang Fan then took out some snacks to go with the drinks. Peanuts, beef, scallions, garlic. The table was covered with food. How can we drink without snacks? Come on, let me toast you all. Apart from Li Yunlong, everyone at this table is a brilliant strategist. He's even drinking today, which is unusual for him. He doesn't usually drink. But he wasn't afraid. After all, his physical condition was many times better than that of an ordinary person, and his metabolism was also faster. No one was surprised to see what was on the table, since Li Yunlong had demonstrated it many times before. After several rounds of drinks, Yang Fan had to be helped downstairs. Although he had a fast metabolism, he couldn't withstand the continuous toasts from everyone. See? I told you this kid had some good stuff on him. He even has tanks and airplanes. The brigade commander was still sipping his wine. It was indeed quite good. The political commissar continued. This kid really is one of our descendants. He's a very nice person and hasn't made any excessive demands on me. But this kid came here for several hundred tons of gold. What should we do? The division commander is having a headache. Although they have quite a bit now, it's still far from enough, and they can't give all their gold to Yang Fan. They also need to buy food from various sources. The division commander continued, saying, there are places with plenty of gold, such as Longcheng, the Linglong gold mine in Jiayuan, and the ports in the 3 northeastern provinces. We can definitely gather enough. However, it would be quite dangerous for us to attack these places, as we have a large number of new recruits recently. We have plenty of artillery firepower recently. We can do it. The division commander finally made the decision. Since Yang Fan needed a large amount of gold, he would definitely help him out. Otherwise, wouldn't it be disheartening for them to provide so much artillery fire? Commander, don't panic. This kid has planes and tanks on him. If we don't use them, we'll only increase casualties. I'll go get some tomorrow. The casualties will be much smaller. The brigade commander quickly interrupted the discussion and shared his thoughts. He believed that for the sake of the gold, they would certainly be willing to give up some equipment first. All right, then it's up to you. You're the quickest thinker here. Even a dog can't catch up with you. The division commander laughed and scolded. Hey, why are you swearing? Let me tell you, I just got a case of Matai from Brother Yang, so you're out of luck. Hey kid, I've always taken good care of you, so giving me 3 bottles isn't too much to ask, is it? The division commander immediately tried to appeal to the student's emotions. No. The next day, Yang Fan woke up feeling groggy. He's uncomfortable if he doesn't have something in his arms. Moreover, the beds here are very hard, and I woke up in the morning covered in mosquito bites. It's a bit embarrassing that I passed out on my first time drinking. These guys are all seasoned drinkers. They all pretended they couldn't drink anymore, but they were still drinking one glass after another. Only Li Yunlong, that idiot, could actually drink cup after cup, even faster than he could pour them out. As soon as Yang Fan got up, a guard brought him water to wash his face. He was getting better and even had a bodyguard. Before I even saw the sun when I went out, I saw the brigade commander. Looks like you're not used to sleeping here. Yang Fan thought to himself, that goes without saying. I have 3 big welts on my head from being bitten. If I hadn't drunk too much last night, I wouldn't have been able to sleep at all. You've come out to block my way so early in the morning. I was hoping to go out for a stroll. Yang Fan had already gotten up very early. The other person was waiting for him at the door, so they must have gotten up even earlier. Don't go out, even though the county town has been liberated. But the county town is a mixed bag now, with all sorts of forces involved. Someone is investigating who is supplying weapons to our 8th Route Army. You'll be too conspicuous if you go out like this. Besides, your weapons are very powerful, and we've leaked some out, you know. Yang Fan's attire and demeanor, combined with his association with others, made him an easy target for spies. They're practically walking light bulbs. Yang Fan's lips twitched. It seemed someone had succumbed to temptation and become a traitor. If he were shot at in the street with a Gatling gun for a few seconds, or shot by a Barrett, he would be dead meat, since his perception range is not even over 1,000 meters. You should strengthen your defenses in this area from now on. The weapons will become more and more powerful in the future. Don't let your own weapons kill you. Yang Fan had originally planned to enjoy the scenery of the Republic of China era. Ahem, Brother Yang, I heard you need a lot of gold. The division commander intends to lend a hand, but the casualties in the troops are quite high, and the division commander is somewhat conflicted. Chapter 79, let's get those sons of bitches. Do we have anyone in our team who can drive planes and tanks? It's wonderful that the division commander is willing to help. His main purpose in coming here is to obtain a large amount of gold. Yes, and even if we don't, we'll bring people over from the rear, don't worry. Moreover, our soldiers become familiar with weapons very quickly and can handle any weapon. The brigade commander patted his chest and said, this large-scale recruitment has indeed yielded quite a few sharpshooters. With the Barrett's range, it was a nightmare for the Japanese. They couldn't fire their artillery at all. Tanks are also scrapped vehicles. Find an open space. Quickly notify the rear that we need a batch of talented pilots. Yang Fan laughed and said, "The old things were simple, but these two weapons of his are from the US. The tank is fine. It's very simple, but the Apache is not so easy to operate. It requires a certain talent." The brigade commander's face lit up with a smile. It seemed that Yang Fan's skills were not simple, otherwise he wouldn't have said that talent was required. Come. The training ground was empty, everyone had been cleared out. The only people here are the division commander and a few others. Yang Fan took out 2 tanks and 2 helicopters. Tanks are simple, but airplanes require watching videos repeatedly. Yang Fan took out a tablet. He already knew that the machine wouldn't be turned on here, so he had prepared videos and other equipment. The crowd gathered around the tank, touching and tapping it. "Xiao Fan, I think this tank is great, but isn't this plane a bit too small?" The division commander is absolutely obsessed with tanks. He used to be chased and attacked by them, but now he has one himself. "We need to let those Japanese devils know what it's like to be chased by tanks. This helicopter can take down dozens of these tanks. This tank can take down hundreds of Japanese tanks. Commander, this is a true weapon of war. Please have 2 pilots come over and watch the video." Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, everyone swallowed hard. Good heavens, this tank could take on hundreds of Japanese tanks. This plane is even more incredible. Oh my god. People stopped touching the tanks, it seemed the airplane was more appealing. "Xiao Fan, come on, let us see how to operate it." Yang Fan handed the tablet to everyone and told them to figure it out themselves. There were videos, so it was easy to understand. The division commander came to Yang Fan and said, "Xiao Fan, how much of this is there?" "There are many. What are your thoughts, Commander?" He specifically came to ask me, so he must have already figured out how to use this weapon. "If we can provide you with thousands of tons of gold, how many of these tanks and airplanes can you give me in return?" "Commander, you calculate how much you need. Thousands of tons of gold, tanks, and airplanes, I'll take care of it all for you." Yang Fan thought to himself, "It seems the division commander has a big plan. We need 300 airplanes and 1,000 tanks." The teacher thought for a moment and gave a number. "Yes, I can provide 1,000 airplanes, 3,000 tanks, and plenty of ammunition and fuel." Yang Fan has plenty of weapons, but too many. He estimates the pilot won't be able to find them for a while. I suspect the division commander also considered this. "You're something else, kid. I thought you didn't have much, but you only took out this little bit just now. I never expected this. Does your family own an arms factory?" The division commander laughed heartily, thinking that with these things, the Japanese devils were in for a rough time. Even if someone tries to launch a sneak attack, they'll be wiped out in the process. After all, these weapons are era-changing weapons, and their emergence can change the course of the battlefield. Arsenal. They probably don't have as many weapons as I do. I need other weapons. Since the division commander wants to fight a big battle, I'll bring out some more. But it's a promise, it has to be gold. The weapons in his hands were taken directly from the world's arsenal. These 20,000 Apaches would be enough for the US to produce at full capacity for decades. It's okay to give it away, but there probably won't be any trading points left. We can charge them less. "Oh, sure, take it. We wouldn't shortchange you. Give me more of those rocket launchers. They're really useful. If we don't have enough gold here, we'll march on their homeland. They've stolen a lot of gold from us, and we have to take it back. Let's give them a taste of their own medicine." Although the army is not short of weapons now, it is short of weapons in Yang Fan's hands. The Japanese weapons are far inferior to Yang Fan's. A regiment with over 2,100 7mm rocket launchers is equivalent to the strength of an artillery division. Several salvos, combined with tanks, aircraft, long-range snipers, and Gatling gunfire suppression, would essentially result in a one-sided massacre. Yang Fan glanced around. The venue is too small. Yang Fan brought his division commander into the space. 1,000 Apache helicopters, 3,000 tanks, 50,000 Barrett rifles, 50,000 Gatling guns, 50,000 mortars, 100,000 assault rifles, 100,000 submachine guns, 50,000 107mm rocket launchers, and 50,000 anti-aircraft guns. All ammunition is loaded with 100 units of ammunition. If that's not enough, I'll order more later. Yang Fan took everything out and put it in his spatial storage. The scene was quite spectacular. The division commander wasn't surprised to come to this space. After all, he had been here before. But seeing Yang Fan pull out so many weapons with a wave of his hand completely shattered his worldview. Even divine methods are nothing compared to this. What is Li Yunlong compared to that? He can only show off a little bit. This is too much. Even though it's supposed to be an IOU, I'm still not sure how much of a weapon there is. He thought it was just a few thousand guns and cannons like before, but he didn't expect so many. That's enough to sweep across the entire Asian continent. It's all right. You can get back half of the gold that the Japanese devils took from us. That should be enough. Oh, do you know how much gold they took? The division commander was a little curious. After all, Chen said that this kid was from the future and should know a lot of things. 21,000 tons of gold. More than 800 million tons of grain. 300,000 tons of minerals. Countless books. Countless national treasures. The lives of 35 million compatriots. Yang Fan also touched the tank. Back then, with these, who would dare to fight? The truth lies only within the range of cannonballs. The value of this statement continues to grow. The division commander remained silent, his heart heavy with emotion. No wonder Yang Fan would provide them with weapons like this. Damn those bitches. The division commander ripped off his hat and threw it on the ground. Chapter 80 Fulfill the Wish. Someone come here. What's wrong, Commander? Look at you, you're so angry. The brigade commander glanced at the division commander, then at Yang Fan, wondering if the two of them had a falling out. Go and take Li Yunlong to deploy weapons to various units. Each regiment should deploy 100 107mm rocket launchers and a number of other weapons. I've written it down on paper. Go and be quick. The division commander originally planned to launch the attack once the tank and aircraft training was complete. However, now that the artillery fire has overflowed, the opportunity to take action has ripened. The brigade commander's eyes widened when he saw the numbers on the note. How many weapons had Yang Fan given him? Seeing the division commander's expression, he didn't hesitate and turned to leave. You can joke around normally, but when it comes to serious matters, you can't be careless. Okay, I'll go right away. You take a mortar company, a sniper company, a Gatling gun company, and a rifle company with you. Be careful on the road. The division commander assigned them a fire support team. Moreover, with Li Yunlong in the team, this reinforced battalion can take on 5 divisions. Safety is definitely guaranteed. The brigade commander saluted and said, "We guarantee the mission will be completed." The teacher didn't say much either. After the brigade commander left, the division commander said, "Xiao Fan, are you interested in going to the rear? If you want to end the battle quickly, I can't just say that." "Oh, is that okay? I'm interested." Yang Fan nodded repeatedly, clearly very interested. "Let's go then. I also need to find someone to discuss how to fight." The division commander patted Yang Fan on the shoulder and left. However, their journey was not smooth, as they were stopped by the bald man's troops when they passed through a certain area. It was said to be an order from Yan Xishan, and no one was allowed to cross the Yellow River without his approval. The division commander was so angry that he wanted to go back and deal with Yan Xishan first. Yang Fan stopped him. "Don't worry, Commander. Don't we have many technical backbones following us? We'll clear the way with 20 tanks. If they try to stop us again, we'll just blast them away. These people aren't going after the Japanese, they're going after their own people." Yang Fan thought to himself, "You bunch of people dare to block my way? You're tired of living." The division commander frowned. He had just said he would fight back when he was angry, and now was not the time. "It's all right, Commander. If we make progress, they'll have to regress. Let them know what's what. If we take action, they'll just watch and won't do anything underhanded." The division commander nodded. "Show them your video. We'll drive our tanks straight there, prevent them from opening the ferry crossing, and start firing immediately." The division commander now has advanced weapons, so he stands tall and is not afraid of any crime of disunity. With these weapons, it doesn't matter whether they are here or not. 3 hours later, 20 tanks drove directly toward the ferry crossing. When the soldiers at the crossing saw that warnings were ineffective, they opened fire. However, the damage is negligible when it hits a tank. Upon seeing that the other side fired first, the division commander ordered to fire immediately. 20 tanks fired simultaneously, plus each tank was equipped with 2 7.62mm machine guns and one 12.7mm machine gun. All firepower is activated. In just 5 minutes, the outcome of the battle has already been decided. Yan Xishan's troops were wiped out before they even saw many people on this side, with only a few managing to escape. The division commander had never seen such a powerful tank before. "I went over to check the bullet marks, and sure enough, there wasn't even a scratch." No wonder Yang Fan said he could take down 100 Japanese tanks, maybe even more. After all, the Japanese tanks relied mainly on machine guns, which were practically useless against tanks like that. It was just a 57mm short gun. He had seen the range of the M1A1 tank that Yang Fan had given him. It was a blatant display of, "I can hit you, but you can't touch me." This tank is really something. Is there anything that can counter it? If the enemy gets their hands on this, it will be their nightmare. The helicopter, the Apache I gave you, is specifically designed to take down tanks. What about that helicopter you mentioned? Is there anything that can counter it? The division commander still wanted to get to the bottom of things, since Yang Fan definitely knew more about these weapons than he did. In your time, if used properly, it is basically invincible. It has no obvious natural enemies. I guess only naval guns can counter it, but it can't be said that they can completely counter it. Yang Fan thought about the weapons of World War II, and there really weren't any that could particularly counter it. Even with the Type 88 anti-aircraft gun, the Apache helicopter can attack the anti-aircraft gun position from 5 kilometers away at low altitude, so the anti-aircraft gun doesn't have any advantage. If you can't take down ships and aircraft carriers by then, I can provide you with more advanced weapons. Great, great. The division commander burst into laughter. As for opening fire, the division commander didn't actually make the decision to open fire on his own. I have already asked for permission. After all, they had received 1,000 radios from Yang Fan, and it would be difficult to explain if they didn't report the commotion. However, when the opposing team heard that Yang Fan was in their team, they didn't hesitate at all and immediately ordered to open fire. Every regiment now has a radio, making them far more flexible in combat than before. They finally arrived at their destination in the evening. The journey involved both tanks and horses, and Yang Fan was exhausted. Yang Fan and his division commander arrived at a small village. Several people were already sitting at the entrance of the village, chatting and laughing. Everyone was very friendly, interacting with ordinary people and the masses. You've gotten quite muscular. The group patted their commander on the shoulder. Whatever the Japanese devils eat, we'll rob them of. We might accidentally eat too much. After listening to the commander's words, everyone laughed. Yang Fan, these are all my old comrades in arms. They're at the same rank as me. Yang Fan also stood at attention and saluted. Greetings, leaders. Yang Fan, I guess. Welcome. I've only ever heard legends about you before. Seeing you in person, I never imagined you were so young. Everyone reached out and shook hands with Yang Fan. Yang Fan quickly grasped it with both hands. Greetings, Commander. Yang Fan is usually not a bad talker, but today he seemed a little awkward with his words. It's all right. What's there to be nervous about? You're providing us with weapons. We should be the ones who's nervous. Let's go for a walk in the village. The group strolled along the village path. I understand what you've said. I'd like to hear your thoughts on our current situation. The leader posed a seemingly simple question. Chapter 81. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Have no idea. Yang Fan wasn't stupid either. He could easily offer advice during Li Shimin's era. After all, Li Shimin already had tens of thousands of AKs and could sweep across the world. This won't work in the era of Bright Sword, Lang Jian, because the hearts and minds of the entire Chinese people are not united yet. The situation is complex and multifaceted. This issue can be left to the leaders. They should already be thinking about it. Everyone smiled. It seems you're unwilling to offer your guidance, young man. Everyone knows that Yang Fan comes from the future and has a god-like perspective on the current war. How can we get him to speak? Everyone looked at the brigade commander. The brigade commander glanced helplessly at everyone, cleared his throat, and said to Yang Fan, Xiao Fan, you've been here several times, so you know that our soldiers still suffer heavy casualties. With the weapons you provided, they are about to see the dawn of a new day. I hope that more of our soldiers can see this dawn. Seeing them fall before the dawn breaks, my heart aches terribly. Don't you feel sorry for them? Yang Fan fell silent. He did indeed know many things that would follow. Indeed, many people fell in the darkness of dawn. Yang Fan took out several drones. This thing is excellent for both urban warfare and reconnaissance. You can study it at your leisure. There are instruction manuals included. I've put some in my storage space. These things can greatly reduce soldier casualties. Yang Fan took out an awakening potion and an evolution energy source. Shall I give you the injection? Upon seeing the bright green substance in the syringe, the guard became agitated and quickly tried to stop him. Let me try it first. The old leader stopped it. No need to try. Anything you're asked to deliver must be valuable. Come on. Yang Fan nodded and injected the drug directly into his arm. The drug immediately spread throughout his body after being injected. The old leader clenched his fist. He felt his whole body had become younger, and the discomfort that had lingered in his body before had also disappeared. My body is also stronger. What kind of medicine is this? I feel like I've become more than 10 years younger. I obtained this medicine from another world. Please take this as well. You might experience some pain after taking it, as it's working to improve your health. Yang Fan handed over the evolutionary energy. The old leader didn't hesitate and popped it into his mouth. This young man is really generous. However, he soon felt the pain that Yang Fan had mentioned. However, he held back, and although he was sweating profusely, he didn't make a sound. He breathed a sigh of relief only after the pain subsided. His physical strength was greatly enhanced, and even his hands looked younger. What an amazing thing. Is this something that grants power? Strength is just one aspect. The entire body will be better than before, and lifespan can be extended significantly. Yang Fan himself felt that with his current strength, his appearance should not age for decades. Speaking of not aging, Yang Fan thought that if the potion were diluted by a fraction of a percent, it should still be effective. This would be a good business opportunity. This thing is incredibly valuable. I have nothing to give you that matches. The old commander was somewhat flustered. It was the first time he had ever received such a gift, a personal gift wishing him longevity. No. Then I'll head back now. I'll come again when I have time. Yang Fan waved his hand and disappeared instantly. Little Li, could you help me find a valuable gift? I don't feel comfortable accepting this, it's too expensive. Okay, I'll take a look and find something to give him back. Chapter 82, An Unexpected Acquaintance. As soon as Yang Fan returned to the present world, his phone rang repeatedly, filled with missed calls and numerous messages. I have information about all the women. There's more news about Bai Bing and Ling Wei. Jiang Lan had Yi Qingsheng with her and had already told her he was going out, but she didn't expect him to come back after only 2 days. Li Anlin already knew he could time travel, so she wasn't worried about him. Ling Wei had already resigned from her job at the school, and with Yi Qingsheng's help, it went very smoothly. Bai Bing said she rented a house in Gubei No. 1, which is 256 square meters and costs 120,000 yuan per month. No wonder she's a flight attendant. She knows how to spend money. However, this house, which is over 200 square meters, is indeed quite large, and Bai Bing did find it exactly as he instructed. Yang Fan transferred 1.5 million yuan to her, leaving a message, rent for 1 year. Bai Bing called very soon. You finally replied. What a waste of time today. Why didn't you come to my place? I got some new clothes, they're really beautiful. And I just finished showering. Yang Fan instantly pictured it in his mind. Wow, this one is really sensible. Coming right away. Yang Fan had Bai Bing's location on his phone, so he went there immediately. Yang Fan was still considering where to sleep that night, but since Bai Bing had made her point so clearly, it would be a bit hurtful to her pride not to go. He was originally the closest person to Ling Wei and had planned to go to her house. But as the saying goes, speak of the devil and he appears. Although I didn't see Ling Wei, I did see Ling Kersen. Yang Fan saw her car as soon as he stepped out, and she was showing off something to someone in front of it. Yang Fan walked straight over and asked, What are you talking about so late at night? Brother Fan, are you looking for my mother? She's upstairs. My classmate and I are going to stay at a hotel tonight. Ling Kersen is now the one she has chosen. She will not agree to her mother dating anyone else in the future. She must be with Yang Fan. After all, Yang Fan is too generous. A luxury car worth tens of millions and pocket money worth millions. Who else can compare? She just didn't notice her younger sister next to her. She was stunned. Yang Fan? Su Ying asked uncertainly. After all, she hadn't seen Yang Fan for more than a year, and the difference between the last time she saw him and the current one was quite significant. Her temperament underwent a complete transformation. Kersen, is she the best friend you introduced to me? Yang Fan really felt that the world was too small and too coincidental. How could they possibly run into each other like this? Yes, isn't it beautiful? Wait a minute. Ying, do you know Brother Fan? Ling Kersen also noticed that something was wrong. He used to be my sister's boyfriend, but they broke up a while ago. Su Ying was also embarrassed. Her sister complained to her that Yang Fan had money right after their breakup, which clearly meant he didn't like her and was deliberately unwilling to spend money on her. Ling Kersen was stunned. Such a thing was unbelievable. Did your sister get her brain caught in a door? Why did you break up? Su Ying remained silent. Yang Fan had always been kind to her, and she had a good impression of him. Looking at the girl in front of him, Yang Fan indeed felt a strong sense of first love. She has a refreshing short haircut, and her face resembles her sister's by about 6 or 7 points. She has bright eyes and looks very delicate even without makeup. She wore a thin denim jacket over a white cropped tank top that showed her navel, shorts, and white sneakers. She truly possesses an innate divine body and an innocent, first love face. Her smile is so healing, I almost didn't recognize her when I saw her coming over. Yang Fan didn't say much to her, just one sentence. Stay away from your sister, or she might sell you out someday. Then he turned to Ling Kursen and said, "Take me to Gubei number 1. Oh, what about Ying Ying? Isn't her sister in Shanghai? Why do you care about her?" Ling Kursen was speechless. How could she do such a thing? "Brother Fan, why don't you drive there yourself? I'll pick up my car tomorrow. Or you can have someone bring the car to me." Yang Fan glanced at the two women. They really were good sisters. Okay. Yang Fan drove off, while Bai Bing was still waiting for him. "Was Ying Ying really your sister's boyfriend before?" My sister broke up with him a while ago. I heard from my sister that he was not ambitious and went back to his hometown to find a job instead of looking for one in Shanghai." Su Ying watched the car with Yang Fan leave, feeling somewhat dazed. Yang Fan seemed like a different person. As for her sister, she could understand after all, not many people would speak well of their ex. "Do you know who gave me my car and my $1 million allowance?" Ling Kursen finds it hard to associate Yang Fan with the word unambitious. How much effort does someone like that need to put in? Ambitious? Should I start my own business and squander all the family's money? You said it was given to you by your mother's suitor to curry favor with you. Ling Kursen covered her face. Luckily, Yang Fan had already left. Otherwise, if he had heard these words, he probably wouldn't have given her any pocket money anymore. "I was just bragging back then. This car worth 30 million and the 1 million in pocket money were all gifts from Yang Fan. Of course, it's not to curry favor with me. They were all given away casually. He wasn't prepared at all, he just gave it to me without any preparation." Do you know what that means? Ling Kursen was surprised that Su Ying was so naive to believe such a thing. It was all because she was so serious and convincing in her boasting. Su Ying's mouth dropped open in surprise. No wonder her sister hated Yang Fan so much. He was really rich. Yang Fan may have gone home to inherit the family fortune, and his sister thought he was a good-for-nothing, so she broke up with him. "You just mentioned your mom's suitor, so Yang Fan and your mom, are you together?" "Pretty much. Anyway, my mom is working at his company now, so it's unlikely she can run away." Su Ying hit Ling Kursen. "Then why did you say you'd introduce me to a boyfriend? He has that kind of relationship with your mother. How dare you introduce him to me? And his relationship with my sister makes me feel so awkward." Ling Kursen put her arm around Su Ying and walked home. They're not married, so it's not even like they're just living together at most. It's like they're being kept. As for your sister, she's blind and made a mistake. How can we let you miss out? You are young, beautiful, and the kind of woman who is like a white moonlight. What man wouldn't be infatuated with you? Think about it. Yang Fan became your boyfriend, so you were the focus of the entire university for the rest of your college years. Besides, Yang Fan is the man your sister wants but can't have. Ling Kursen was brainwashed. Since she had already benefited, she naturally had to give Yang Fan some benefits. She definitely couldn't do it herself. Su Ying was the most suitable. But I still don't think it's quite right. Su Ying felt her head was spinning. What's not good about it? We've gotten into the Shanghai Theater Academy. If we don't have any connections, do you really expect the school to assign us a job after graduation? The entertainment industry is a very chaotic place. You have no resources, no background. Why would anyone support you? Just because of your face. How many times will you have to try and fail? Chapter 83. If I want it, I can have it. Ah, you pervert. And Zishuan's shouts woke Yang Fan from his sleep. He looked at Zishuan in his arms, somewhat bewildered. Wasn't it Bai Bing last night? He remembered that he and Bai Bing stayed up very late yesterday, and he fell asleep in a daze. The person must be right. He looked around and saw that it was just the two of them. You're the one who crawled into my arms, and you're calling me a pervert? I thought it was Bing Bing, but who knew it was you? Let go of me. Yang Fan casually let go of her, and to be honest, she had a good figure. If you snuggle into my arms again next time, don't stay in the room. Yang Fan's face showed disgust. This is Bing Bing's room. I can come and go as I please. But you get up. You're not allowed to sleep in this cold bed. And Zishuan crossed her arms and looked at Yang Fan. I paid for this house. Who gave you the right to speak? Get out of here. Yang Fan also got up to take a shower. And Zishuan looked at Yang Fan's figure and quickly covered her eyes, but deliberately left her eyes showing. You scoundrel. Can't you see I'm still here? Oh, you want to go take a bath with me? And Zishuan was speechless. She ran out of the room and went back to her own room to change her clothes. Yang Fan shook his head. He hadn't showered after exercising last night and went straight to sleep. It's true what they say, there are only oxen that die from exhaustion, not fields that are overplowed. Bing Bing, why didn't you say Yang Fan was here? You've ruined my life. I would have just crawled into his arms. And Zishuan looked at Bai Bing making breakfast and was surprised to find that she also had the qualities of a virtuous wife and loving mother. He also came at night. Besides, Who told you to lie on my bed with your eyes closed every day? Bai Bing leaned closer to her and said, how about it? Great figure, right? Let me tell you, he has amazing stamina. And he's 18. He's 18? No way. Although he looks young, he must be in his 20s. Besides, I don't like men. I like you. And Zixuan wrapped her arms around Bai Bing's waist and rested her chin on Bai Bing's shoulder. I didn't mean that. Forget it. Don't argue with him anymore. I won't take your side. You're such a fickle person. I've been sleeping with you for years, and you've already switched sides after just a few days with him. My heart is aching so much. And Zixuan, how could you be such a person? Bai Bing pushed her away. You're already a widow. Yang Fan is my sweetheart. You greedy bastard. A few taels of silver are enough to bribe you. And Zixuan was a little vulnerable. Bai Bing had stopped pretending with her. Does having money really mean you can do whatever you want? It's not just a few taels of silver. It's a Ferrari and a millionaire. I've already achieved most of my life's dream. If you're envious, you can tell me quietly, and I'll introduce you to someone. And Zixuan angrily tickled Bai Bing. How could she possibly bring it up? She could only wait for Yang Fan to take the initiative. Yang Fan rested his chin on his hand in the living room. Watching the two people in the kitchen, it was truly a beautiful scene. If the familiar ringtone interrupted Yang Fan's thoughts. Yang Fan glanced at the note. He Mingyu. My mind went blank for a moment, and I couldn't remember who she was. After all, I've been meeting too many beautiful women lately. The call was answered, and the question was asked directly. Who are you? He Mingyu. We had dinner with Bai Jingtian last time, remember? He Mingyu wasn't surprised. After all, Yang Fan met too many people every day, so it was normal that he wouldn't remember her. Yang Fan patted his head, vaguely remembering who it was. It was that tall, cool girl. It was the first time they'd contacted each other in all this time. Oh, I remember now. We drank together last time. Yes, are you free? I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight. He Mingyu came with a purpose this time. She had her eye on a TV series with a strong female lead, but the lead actress had already been cast. He Mingyu wanted to see if Yang Fan had the ability to secure the lead role. If he did, she planned to rely on him from now on. While it's possible that I might have the opportunity to sleep with directors, I can't do it for every film I make. I have no interest in going out for dinner tonight. I usually do other things in the evening. Yang Fan remembered that Bai Jingtian had tried to get the two of them drunk last time, but they ended up being unharmed after drinking too much. They even went out for dinner this time. Are they out of their mind? He Mingyu's lips twitched. Was Yang Fan hinting at something? This was much more difficult to deal with than Bai Jingtian. Shall we go to karaoke or play pool? Yang Fan hung up on her directly, bored. These things might fool Bai Jingtian's muscles, but why are they being used on him? He wouldn't be like Bai Jingtian, hanging on by his sleeve and treated like a rich kid's stupid son. He wouldn't be chasing after anyone now. He only gets people like Yi Qingsheng by offering money and resources. Bai Bing has already brought over breakfast. What's wrong? If you have something to do, you can go directly. Zixuan and I will just have dinner together. It's nothing. They're just treating me to dinner. They probably need something from me. I would never get involved in something like that. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he ate in silence. Bai Bing's cooking skills were quite good, especially since it was a beautiful woman cooking for him. Bai Bing understood either they were planning to borrow money, or they were planning to ask for your help. Dear brother, I want to go to a concert, and then travel for a few days. Yes, that's fine. Yang Fan took out a 10-tael gold ingot, and pushed it to Bai Bing. It's worth about 1 million or 2. You can go wherever you want. Yang Fan wasn't alone if someone were constantly by his side. Even if they didn't get tired of each other, there would still be minor conflicts between them. Bai Bing picked up the gold nugget and looked at it. This is a Jingguan gold ingot. I saw it auctioned recently for over 4 million. The price has dropped so much now. Yeah, I threw tens of thousands of gold ingots at it last time, and it just came crashing down on it. The two women looked at each other in disbelief. What kind of crazy move was this? It was supposed to be a good, long-term business, but they'd messed it up. Moreover, tens of thousands of yuan is too outrageous. According to the prices at the time, it would be worth hundreds of billions. And Zixuan was completely speechless. What kind of family was this? Now she finally understood why Yang Fan would drive a Ferrari whenever he saw Bai Bing. Millions are just a casual gesture. It turns out that to some people, millions are like giving a child a few dollars. Brother Fan, does your company have any involvement in the entertainment industry? And Zixuan also had her own ideas. After all, there was a big shot right in front of her, so she didn't need to look for producers, directors, or investors. Even though she wasn't involved, she still envied Yang Fan's lavish spending. He said he wanted to rent a house, and they gave him 1.5 million yuan directly. He said he wanted to go out and have fun, and they gave him 1 million yuan directly. Who in their right mind could resist temptation? I don't know. I don't usually manage the company, but if I want it, it will. Chapter 84 Plastic Best Friends. Yang Fan's words made the two roll their eyes. It seems to remind me of a saying. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Can I have a smoother career in the entertainment industry? Yang Fan glanced at An Zixuan. Are you asking me to do this for Bai Bing's sake? An Zixuan rolled her eyes. She wasn't that stupid. After all, she had already worked in the entertainment industry. If she really said that, she probably wouldn't be friends with Bai Bing anymore. Of course not. Don't I have any pride? I'm almost as tall as you in heels. And I have a great figure and looks, with a curvy figure. Who knows if it's good or not? Maybe it's fake. Yang Fan generally doesn't comment on things he hasn't personally experienced after all. Seeing is believing, but touching is the only way to know. Yang Fan, didn't you just try it? Now you're saying you don't know if it's true or not. That's not fair. And Zixuan was furious. Yang Fan was lying through his teeth. Yang Fan was even more confused. He was sleeping at the time, so how could he have known? Yang Fan took out a gold ingot and pushed it over. Little sister, don't get excited. I was sleeping soundly when you woke me up. What could I possibly know? And Zixuan picked up the gold ingot and swallowed hard. That's 1 million. What Yang Fan said seems to make sense. He was sleeping at the time. I really don't know anything. It's okay. We can try again to see if it's real or fake. Brother Fan, shall we try it now? Bai Bingren was completely numb. Yang Fan was giving her the gold ingots as if they were tips. And in Zixuan, didn't you see there's someone else around? What kind of insane and rabid words are you spouting? Okay, stop talking for now. Good brother, your phone is ringing again. You should answer it. Bai Bingxin said. You two can talk about your business after I leave. Why are you discussing such unhealthy things in front of me? Yang Fan didn't need to look to know who it was. He had already seen them and hadn't answered several of their calls. Bai Bing reminded him. So he answered the call, since it wouldn't be good to continue talking to An Zixuan. Bulgari Hotel, room 4315, 8 p.m. tonight. He Mingyu didn't mention going to the bar again this time. Otherwise she would probably get blocked by Yang Fan. Yang Fan choked for a moment. This girl's change was so fast and so complete. You figured it out? He Mingyu felt that Yang Fan's words had a hidden meaning. I figured it out. Okay, I got it. I'll come then. Yang Fan hung up the phone after he finished speaking. This must be a big deal. Otherwise they wouldn't have arranged to meet at a hotel room. The meaning is quite clear. He remembered that He Mingyu was also from the Shanghai Theater Academy. Could she be involved in the entertainment industry again? It seems like we need to invest some money. Yang Fan took out his phone and called Yi Qingqing. You're back. Yi Qingqing's voice still sounded tired. She probably hadn't fully woken up yet. How are the company's projects going? That's great. Why are you suddenly interested in company matters? Yi Qingqing felt that the sun had risen in the west today. Does the company still have sufficient funds? Yes, quite a lot, considering the company's daily revenue is quite substantial. Yang Fan has enough antiques to sell for several months, bringing in billions every day, so he will never have any financial difficulties. Okay, then let's control a few major entertainment companies. If you want to have a voice in the entertainment industry, you have to acquire a few companies with influence. It would be foolish to start from scratch. Resources aren't formed overnight. The best way is to acquire several large entertainment companies, integrate good film and television resources, and then he can promote whomever he wants. Which celebrity have you taken a fancy to? No need to go to so much trouble. I'll have someone arrange a date for you to try it out. There's no need to invest in an entertainment company. The entire entertainment industry is currently unprofitable. Investing in it will definitely not recoup your costs. Yi Qingqing didn't really like entertainment companies, since these people earned exorbitant salaries and were always thinking about how to evade taxes. They don't even realize that their survival in this industry depends entirely on national stability. In countries where the country is unstable, how could this group of people possibly rise to prominence? To put it simply, take those celebrities in South Korea. Aren't they all puppets controlled by others? These actors in China have gained both fame and fortune, yet they're still thinking about how to evade taxes. You have resources in this area too? But no need. The dishes I like are all old-fashioned. You don't need to worry about those things. Just focus on investing in the company and integrating the resources. Yang Fan had liked several celebrities in the past, some of whom were involved in tax evasion, others in surrogacy, and their relationships ended abruptly. Who hasn't fantasized while watching TV or movies? I'm really impressed by you. Okay, is there anything else? Yang Fan is such a rich guy, he has nothing better to do than waste money. Do you know any top biologists in Shanghai? Yes, I know him. I used to work in the cosmetics industry, you know that. I've had a lot of dealings with them. Yi Qingsheng wondered why they were suddenly talking about biology. I have some medicine here. Find someone to test the bioactivity in it. Find someone authoritative and trustworthy. Yang Fan was naturally testing the awakening potion. If tens of thousands of doses of this could be diluted and sold to women who wanted to be younger, it would be a $1 trillion market. Okay, I actually know one. I'll have someone go get the medicine. Yi Qingsheng didn't know what Yang Fan was up to, but she knew he had something good in his possession. After all, there was the thing she ate last time that awakened her superpowers, and later there was something that could further enhance her superpowers. These were all things beyond her comprehension. No need, I'll bring it to you. Where are you? I live in Gubei number 1, which belongs to my friend. She went abroad and gave me the house to live in, so I'm basically the doorman. I'll send the address to your phone. Yang Fan looked at the address on his phone. It seemed to be on the next floor. Do young people all like to buy houses here? Okay, I'll be right there. It should take her less than 3 minutes to get there. Watching the two people hang up the phone, I was deeply shocked. Just a casual remark probably cost billions of dollars. This is a true big shot. If you want to have a say in any industry, you just throw in tens of billions to gain influence. Bing Bing, aren't you going on a trip? I'll help you pack now. By the way, where do you want to go? I'll book your plane ticket and hotel room. And Zixuan skipped breakfast and dragged Bai Bing to pack her things. Bai Bing didn't realize what was going on at first, but after thinking about it carefully, she wanted to know what was happening. And Zixuan realized that her presence was disturbing her and Yang Fan. And Zixuan, how dare you accuse me of being fickle and unfaithful? Look at your behavior now. Sima Zhao's intentions are obvious. What a load of rubbish about loving me. And Zixuan's face didn't even turn red, and she said directly, TCH, I don't want to hear you. Hurry up, I'll pack your things and take you to the airport. Chapter 85 Want a Secretary. You came pretty fast. Yi Qingsheng looked at Yang Fan outside the door. Yang Fan thought to himself, how could I not be fast? You're only a few steps away. Seeing Yi Qingsheng open the door, he went straight into the room. This place seems to be a bit bigger than the one Bai Bing rented. Yang Fan took out the awakening potion. Here, take this and get it tested. What is this for? Yi Qingsheng looked at the green liquid inside with curiosity. It's similar to the awakening energy you ate, but this won't awaken superpowers. However, it can increase physical fitness and has the function of repairing damage to human functions. It can also increase lifespan. You've experienced it yourself, but you can't tell your age from it. I've already tested it, and it really can make people look younger. Yang Fan planned to stay behind to cultivate some of his trusted confidants and protect those around him. Although these people do not have superpowers, they possess the strength to overcome all obstacles. Their speed and strength far surpass those of superpowered individuals whose bodies have not been enhanced. Yi Qingsheng took it and looked at it. Where did you get this? I'm wondering whether I should get rid of you. I've also been following the biological community, and there haven't been any breakthroughs in drugs lately. Yang Fan put his arm around her waist and whispered in her ear. Knowing too much is not good. You agreed to be my woman. You didn't just want to find out my secrets, did you? I'm wondering whether I should get rid of you. I'm wondering whether I should get rid of you. Yi Qingsheng pushed him away. This guy made her feel uncomfortable all over. I've already seen through your background countless times. Alright, I'm going to go see what's in this potion. Are you trying to copy it, or? Yi Qingsheng knew Yang Fan well. If she didn't trust her, she wouldn't have given her such precious food. So she wasn't afraid of Yang Fan at all, and besides, she could tell he was joking. If Yang Fan truly didn't want her to know his secret, he wouldn't have given her that energy source that could awaken her superpowers in the first place. It would be best if we could replicate it, but I think the chances are slim. We could try dilution or something else. The key energy source in this thing must have been unique to Lin Dong's post-apocalyptic world. It's something he definitely can't replicate in his current world. Just to say that it can make people younger, current medicine cannot do that. Okay, I understand. Do you want to sell this, or dilute it before selling it? That was all Yi Qingsheng could think of. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked her to get tested, since Yang Fan had already witnessed the effects of this medicine. Anything is fine. As long as you can afford the price, I'll sell. But don't sell the whole thing. Just say you need a course of treatment and sell it in 3 or 5 portions. Yi Qingsheng nodded. You're starting to have a capitalist mindset more and more. Selling this medicine separately can help you build relationships with many people. After all, if things don't go well, You might not have the chance to buy this kind of medicine again in the future. No, I only learned the basics from them, just taking my first steps. What kind of capitalist am I? Yi Qingsheng glanced at Yang Fan, who was being narcissistic, and curled her lips. But I thought to myself that apart from being a bit of a womanizer, he was otherwise alright. Then I'm leaving. Are you coming to sleep here tonight? I don't know. I'll call you when I get here. Yang Fan also got up. He had to return the car to Ling Kursen. Do you have a car? I can give you a ride. No need. My secretary is here to pick me up. Yang Fan nodded and followed her to the underground parking garage. Where's your male bodyguard? He's nowhere to be found. He's not comfortable with me around, and he says I don't need his protection anymore. Yi Qingxing knew exactly what was going on. Her strength had increased dramatically, and she also possessed supernatural abilities. Given her background, she's usually kidnapped, so she's not in any danger. Could I have a bottle of that potion? Who are you going to use it for? For my brother. He's in the special forces and might be on some dangerous missions. I want to get him some insurance. She was the apple of her brother's eye since she was little, and he continued to protect her as she grew up. Yang Fan nodded. This thing wasn't anything precious to him. After all, taking it would only double his physical condition, posing no threat to him. Yang Fan reached into his small bag and took out 5 bottles. The bottles were for Yi Qingxing's parents, grandparents, and her brother, which was just right. Here you go, you can distribute them yourself. Yi Qingsheng looked at the 5 bottles in her hand, somewhat dazed. After all, these things were N+1 levels more expensive than gold and diamonds. If it weren't for Yang Fan selling them, people like them would never have had the chance to meet anyone in their entire lives. Not to mention ordinary people. No need for thanks. You've already gotten a lot out of me anyway. Consider it compensation. Yang Fan didn't say anything, but he did indeed benefit a lot. If it weren't for Yi Qingsheng, the company probably wouldn't have developed so smoothly. Moreover, with Yi Qingsheng by his side, he now has a buffer bridge with the authorities. Whenever the authorities intervene, Yi Qingsheng is there to shield them from trouble. President Yi Qingxijie saw Yi Qingsheng and Yang Fanqi get out of the elevator from afar. They were talking about something, so she didn't go over. She only went up to them after they finished talking. Yes, this is my boss, who is also the actual controller of time and space capital. Yi Qingxing introduced them to her secretary, Qin Sijia. Hello, boss. Qin Sijia was surprised that her boss was so young and so close to President Yi. Where's my secretary? I don't deserve a secretary. Yang Fan looked at Qin Sijia. She was 165 centimeters tall, and her fitted white shirt seemed to barely contain her impressive figure. She wore a black pencil skirt, and black stockings and high heels were her standard attire. Wearing frameless glasses accentuated her cool and aloof face, and her elegant bun hairstyle made her look very capable. Yi Qingsheng opened her mouth, but if Qin Sijia hadn't been there, she would have cursed. After all, if she doesn't respect Yang Fan, how can Yang Fan have the authority to act as the sole authority in the company in the future? You're someone who never even comes to the office. What kind of secretary do you need? Moreover, this guy clearly doesn't want a secretary. He just wants Qin Sijia because she's pretty. It's an open secret. What kind do you want? I'll find one for you. How about I give you Qin Sijia? I'll hire someone else. Yang Fan was surprised that Yi Qingsheng was being so accommodating. He was actually prepared to ask for it. It would be even better if this woman, who doesn't have a younger sister, had a gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother who is still studying, and a broken life. That's great. You can hire someone else, and then give her to me. I think she's quite suitable. Yang Fan doesn't usually have much to do, but it's very prestigious to go out with a beautiful secretary, isn't it? Yi Qingxing sighed. Even rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows, but Yang Fan is really indiscriminate, eating even the grass near his burrow. No. Qin Sijia didn't say anything either, since it wasn't her place to say no. Chapter 86. I feel like you're coaxing a child. When Yang Fan arrived at Ling Wei's house, Ling Kursen and Su Ying had already gone out to have breakfast. How much money did you give Kursen? This child is never home for meals now. She always goes to high-end restaurants. Ling Wei was helpless. She had told this guy not to give her any money, but now how could she manage him? They didn't give you money. They gave you a gold ingot. What's the difference? Look at her now. Does she even have the mind to study anymore? She didn't have good grades to begin with, but she still applied to the Shanghai Theater Academy. She's got the talent. You're really driving me crazy. Neither of you is easy to deal with. Ling Wei pointed at Yang Fan angrily, saying with disappointment and frustration. Yang Fan was used to being talked about like that. After all, she had said the same thing to him before. He was speechless. He hadn't expected that this girl had also applied to the Shanghai Theater Academy. These girls were really stupid. Did they really think that having a pretty face was all it took to get by in the entertainment industry? Okay, don't be angry. The main thing is that we have the means now, so we don't need her to work hard or anything. Moreover, I'm planning to have Yi Qingxing acquire a few entertainment companies recently. Now that she's graduated, she won't just pick any script or anything. If all else fails, we can just have someone write a script based on her personality. Besides, I've already made something of myself. Yang Fan pressed Ling Wei down onto the sofa, thinking, why is your temper getting worse as you get older? Ling Wei calmed herself down and realized that Yang Fan's words made sense. You spoil her too much, she's going to cause trouble in the future. It's alright, I'm here. Look at you now, you've brought the teacher into your home. My dear teacher, you've already resigned. You're not a teacher anymore. Is the feng shui of this house bad? Shall we move to another one? Yang Fan could tell that her apartment was in an old neighborhood and the lighting wasn't very good, so he guessed it was only about 60 square meters. Ling Wei was speechless after Yang Fan's words, since Yang Fan really had the right to say such things. Change houses? That's fine. This place is indeed a bit small, and she also wants her best friend to move in. Where to change to? Anything is fine, just pick whichever you like. You don't have to pay for it, just choose whatever you like. Yang Fan didn't know much about the housing market in Shanghai before, since he couldn't afford to buy a house there. I only know Thompson, but it's so outdated. Ling Wei thought about it, and didn't refuse the house. After all, her daughter had received a car worth tens of millions and gold worth millions. It would be hypocritical for her to refuse. Is any amount okay? And can it be registered in my name? Okay, you can choose whichever you like, and put it in your name. Yang Fan has no shortage of money, he can't even spend it all. How about the houses in OCT Suyuan? The view there is really nice, I like it. Okay, I understand. Yang Fan picked up the phone and called Zhu Qingxin. Brother Fan, are you free now? I called you last time, but you didn't answer. Yes, I had something to do at the time. I asked you to come over so I could buy an apartment in OCT Suyuan. You could find one with a good view, and I'd sign the contract right there. Since there's someone knowledgeable about real estate, just go to her. After all, she's very pretty, so it's not a loss to let her make money, and you'll also get her. Okay, I do have such a property here. It's a high-floor apartment with a view. It was bought by a wealthy person, and after it was renovated, he never lived in it. It's just been listed here. Please come this way. I'll wait for you here. Zhu Qingxin never expected happiness to come so suddenly. She had originally planned to contact Yang Fan and have a meal together to improve their relationship. This time, things got better. The other party took the initiative to call her and even sent her money. Yes, it's here. Yang Fan hung up the phone and said to Ling Wei, let's go. If you like it, we'll sign the contract right away. Ling Wei walked up and took Yang Fan's arm. So this is what it's like to be a kept man. Luckily I hosted a party, or I wouldn't have run into you. It's so great to have money to spend without having to work hard. I used to work so hard, and I still got humiliated by that girl Ling Kersen. Ling Wei now realizes the true value of the saying, choice is more important than effort, especially considering that she has only met Yang Fan again a few days ago. I have a high-paying, easy job, a sports car, and soon I'll have a house too. She can finally relax a bit. After all, she's one of those people who are alive and well in Shanghai. She was also very fortunate that it was Yang Fan. After all, she knew Yang Fan very well. That's because I'm too outstanding. You can't help yourself when you see me. Yes, you are the best. It sounds like you're trying to soothe the child. And what do you think? When the two arrived, Zhu Qingxin was already waiting. She was slightly disappointed to see Ling Wei. It's probably for buying a house for his girlfriend. Although Ling Wei is almost 40 years old, outsiders can't tell at all. They can only tell that she has a great temperament. Brother Fan, do you like this house? Looking out from the living room, Yang Fan saw a truly beautiful view, the Lujiazui skyline and the Huangpu River. The bedroom features 2 floor-to-ceiling windows, providing ample natural light, and you can enjoy views of Shanghai from your bed. The entire room is 325 square meters, with a very open view and 4 bedrooms, which is enough for them to live in. So, do you like it? When Yang Fan came up, he saw that the Bulgari Hotel was right next door, and he could walk there tonight. I like it, let's pay. Ling Wei didn't feel guilty at all. She treated it as spending her man's money. Let outsiders say what they want. What did it have to do with her? Yang Fan chuckled. You really aren't being polite. Give me your ID. Yang Fan took Ling Wei's identification documents and gave them to Zhu Qingxin. Let's sign the contract. The house will be registered in her name. Give me your account number, and I'll transfer the money to you. Okay, Brother Fan. Although Zhu Qingxin felt a little envious, she herself had also received a large commission, which was still quite good. Half an hour later, the contract was finalized. This house costs 70 million, which isn't actually that expensive. How about I move in today? You can move in right away after changing the bedding. Sure, just hire a moving company. They'll be quick. This place is indeed worlds apart from where Ling Wei used to live. The lighting in Ling Wei's old home was terrible. I'm going to move now. You and that saleswoman were exchanging glances. Is there something going on? But not in my room. I find it disgusting. Ling Wei could tell something was wrong from the way Zhu Qingxin looked at Yang Fan. After all, she's been a teacher for so long. If she couldn't even see this, then all those years of teaching would have been for nothing. No, they just wanted to invite me to dinner. It depends on what you're thinking. Then you go move. I'm leaving. Yang Fan waved his hand and left. Zhu Qingxin did indeed make an appointment with him at Bulgari. Women are truly terrifying when it comes to details, especially Ling Wei, who used to be a master of wits and courage against students. Chapter 87. Where do you want to be? 8 p.m. Yang Fan moved from the Bulgari room to another room. Zhu Qingxin was already asleep, while Yang Fan had already rushed off to the next party. Upon arriving at room 4315, Yang Fan knocked on the door. He Mingyu saw that it was Yang Fan and opened the door immediately. Today's style of dress still gives off a very cool vibe. Yang Fan walked in and took a look. This was his first time here, and the view was better than at the W Hotel. I heard you've come to a realization? I've come to see. Yang Fan sat down on the sofa and looked at the night view of Shanghai. He realized that he had been indulging in debauchery lately, spending all his time among women. Yang Fan felt guilty and thought about slapping himself to atone for his sins, but he held back. He touched his handsome face and decided against it. He forgave himself. How do I know when I've figured it out? Should I take a shower now, or wait until I eat? He Mingyu didn't actually know Yang Fan's true strength. She was still gambling on the situation, since even if he wanted her, he might not necessarily help her. Even if we don't help her, there's nothing she can do. There are plenty of people like that in the entertainment industry after all. These young girls are hoping for a chance. Who would have thought that what awaited them was not an opportunity, but a nightmare, a hell, where others took and ate, and even took photos. It directly destroyed his so-called dream of becoming a star. No rush. Tell me which role in the script you've taken a liking to. Yang Fan is already full today and doesn't want to eat anymore. He'll eat again next time. After all, no matter how delicious the food is, you can't eat 7 or 8 meals a day. The director is Nian Guanshan, and the original female lead was Lu Shishir. The drama is called The Long Ballad, and the original female lead was Dilraba Dilmurat. Just help me get a female lead. I'll sign a contract of servitude for you. After He Mingyu finished speaking, she quietly looked at Yang Fan. Yang Fan had no idea that both of them were beautiful women. Moreover, both of them are already established celebrities, so it wouldn't be easy for them to take their place. Does that mean if I can't get it, I should just leave? Yang Fan smiled knowingly. You're joking, right? I'll go take a shower first, and you can help me when I'm more sincere. He Mingyu felt that someone like her didn't have the qualifications to talk to someone like Yang Fan. He Mingyu has always felt that she has a good eye for people, and she believes that if Yang Fan is willing, he can definitely win over either of the two. Yang Fan looked at her. This girl was really good. She had both intelligence and emotional intelligence. Although she said she was going to take a shower, Yang Fan didn't say anything, and she didn't move either. He's quite calm and collected. Then go take a shower. Yang Fan wanted to see what this girl was really thinking. Okay, wait for me for 10 minutes. Without saying a word, He Mingyu took off her clothes right in front of Yang Fan and went to take a shower. Yang Fan then messaged Yi Qingcheng, asking her to find someone to secure the 2 roles in the company's name. Regardless of whether she becomes famous for playing the lead role, the audience will get used to it after seeing it so many times. Even if she becomes famous for being criticized, she still becomes famous. In short, as long as you have money and are willing to put on a good image, you can make someone famous. After all, they've got all the good resources, so you have to watch them whether you want to or not. I have to say, this girl has great taste. If it were someone else, she could have gotten away with it for free today, and there wouldn't have been anything she could do about it. After all, this kind of thing involves a lot of interests, and any excuse can easily cover it up. Normally, no one would do such a thing, except for a fool like Yang Fan who is rich but stupid. After all, the lead role has already been decided, and trying to steal it now would only offend people. Yi Qingcheng called directly. I asked for you, and it's possible, but you'll have to give a red envelope to the director and the production team. Yi Qingcheng wasn't talking about red envelopes of a few thousand or tens of thousands. but millions, since they might affect people's vital interests. Sure, we're not short of money. Okay, be careful, don't catch anything. I've left you the phone number from the other side. Just have someone mention our company name. Yi Qingsheng hung up as soon as she finished speaking. It was obvious that Yang Fan had asked for it for some woman. It would have been better if she hadn't known now that she did. She felt even more upset. Yang Fan stared at the phone after it was disconnected. Why was Yi Qingsheng cursing him? He Mingyu had already come out wrapped in a bath towel a few minutes earlier, so she had probably already showered and was waiting for Yang Fan. Brother Fan, are you on the sofa? Or the bed? Don't worry, I'll give you a phone number. Just call and say that you were recommended by Time and Space Capital. Yang Fan handed the phone directly to He Mingyu and told her to make the call. He Mingyu took out her phone and dialed the number, repeating what Yang Fan had said. She was stunned. She could understand every single word the other person said, but when put together, it was unbelievable. She not only got the roles, but two of them. Both production crews called to say they would coordinate with her to schedule filming. She awkwardly gave her personal information and communicated with the production crew about when she would join the crew. After hanging up the phone, she was completely stunned. The happiness had come so suddenly that she was completely overwhelmed. He Mingyu didn't expect Yang Fan to be so capable, managing to secure two leading female roles in just a few minutes. He Mingyu looked at Yang Fan with even greater awe. From now on, she should worship Yang Fan instead of any other gods or Buddhas. She also noticed a key term, Time and Space Capital. She said it was recommended by Time and Space Capital, and the other party immediately became polite. She also knew these people in the entertainment industry. It's perfectly normal to praise the powerful and criticize the weak from this perspective. Yang Fan's company must be incredibly impressive. Brother Fan, from now on I'm your personal property. Ready to respond at any time. He Mingyu sat directly in Yang Fan's lap. Yang Fan was about to start eating the food after all. It wouldn't be right not to touch it now that it was almost served. Just then, Yang Fan heard a familiar ringtone. The chicken is so beautiful. Brother Fan, are you a fan of Cohen? Yang Fan smiled, ignored her, and answered the phone. What's wrong? Come back for dinner. We're moving to a new house today. How can I eat without you? Come back. Ling Wei's voice, which she couldn't refuse, came from her hand. Yang Fan had a toothache and wanted to say he couldn't go, but he was afraid Ling Wei would hold a grudge. After weighing the options, Yang Fan decided that he should go back. Let's leave He Mingyu alone for now. After all, we can get her sooner or later. She's completely under our control. Okay, I'll be right back. Brother Fan, is something the matter? Why don't you go first? I'll wait in the room. When He Mingyu heard Yang Fan say that he went back, she wondered if it was his girlfriend. It's okay, no need to wait, you can go to sleep. I'll give you some pocket money. Go join the film crew now. I'll come see you when I have time. As Yang Fan spoke, he took out a gold ingot and placed it in the other person's hand. Yang Fan doesn't have much money in his pocket right now, except for a lot of gold, and even a small amount of money transferred through his phone wouldn't have much of an impact. Yang Fan plans to spend gold from now on. Looking at the gold in her hand and Yang Fan's retreating figure, He Mingyu thought, giving gifts like that is really crude. Chapter 88 is too formal. When Yang Fan returned, Ling Wei was still cooking, since Yang Fan was only a few minutes away. Ling Kersen and Su Ying are also watching a variety show in the living room. Oh, Mrs. Back. I heard you've been going to top-tier restaurants every day. Yang Fan sat down next to Ling Kersen. Deep down, he still preferred Ling Kersen. Although Su Ying is indeed a good person, she would be the perfect choice for dating. However, given her sister's situation, Yang Fan was unwilling to get involved with her. Ling Kersen stuck out her tongue. I suddenly became rich overnight, and all my classmates post pictures of going to fancy restaurants and amusement parks every day. I've saved them all. I want to go too, but my mom won't take me. I finally have a chance, can't I just relax a little? Yang Fan expressed his understanding. After all, kids are naturally competitive. We can just hire a few top chefs to cook at home from now on. After all, the view from home is just as good as in a restaurant. And they only serve you. Isn't this more prestigious than going to some fancy restaurant? Yang Fan was also her age, and he even went to university in Shanghai. People in Shanghai are indeed petit bourgeois. They insist on presenting a respectable image in everything they do. They won't eat tofu that costs 2 yuan, but they'll go to a restaurant and eat tofu that costs 500 yuan in presentation. Therefore, it's normal for people to compare themselves to others. Brother Fan, you're so kind. It's settled then. You pay for it. I need my money for other things. Ling Kersen happily hugged Yang Fan's arm. Hee, you're so young, yet you're already using so many tricks. You're so nice, so cool. Take out your wallet. Where did you learn that from? Yang Fan falls for this. That little sweet potato thing teaches you how to get money by being cute to men. Women who know how to be charming and coquettish have good lives. They'll be pampered by others. Yang Fan was speechless. This approach might work for those who care about you, but it's completely useless to those who don't. Yang Fan patted her head. Okay, I'll pay for it. Su-Ying watched Yang Fan from the side. If her sister hadn't broken up with Yang Fan yet, she might be the one sitting next to him. The dishes were served quickly. Stop being all lovey-dovey and come eat. Ling Kersen, this girl, has been without a father since she was little. How can she keep clinging to Yang Fan like this? Don't just hold your brother Fan's hand. He still needs to find a girlfriend in the future. It wouldn't look good if his girlfriend saw this. Yang Fan rolled his eyes at Ling Wei's words. Did he even need to find a girlfriend? It's alright, but since no one wants brother Fan, I'll marry him. Ling Kersen disagreed. She had become attached to Yang Fan because, aside from her mother, she had always been told not to cause trouble. Yang Fan told her to call him if anything happened, and he would take care of it. The veins on Ling Wei's forehead were about to bulge. Seeing that Ling Wei was getting angry, Yang Fan pulled his arm away from Ling Kersen's embrace. He went to Ling Wei's side and asked her to sit down, saying that it was best not to let them argue during the meal. Alright, Kersen is still young. That's just childish talk. Today is a joyous occasion. Let's open a bottle of red wine. Yang Fan opened a bottle of red wine and poured some for him and Ling Wei. As for the two of them, they can just drink beverages. Don't spoil her like that. She won't listen to me anymore. Ling Wei was somewhat angry. She had raised a woman with the intention of having someone take care of her when she got old. Who knew that her daughter wouldn't listen to her anymore? Don't scold your child before meals. Okay, let's talk to her after we finish eating. I'll talk to her for you. Ling Wei rolled her eyes at him. But that's just how it is. Who can she blame? She can only blame herself for not raising him properly from a young age. Ling Wei picked up her wine glass and spoke first. Then I must toast you first. You've given me a place to retire. It's too formal. I'm not used to it. Yang Fan scratched his head. He had never seen Ling Wei so formally before. He also picked up his wine glass and clinked it with Ling Wei's. The CEO you found there is amazing. I've been to the company a few times, and she manages it exceptionally well. And I heard from people in the company that she has a powerful background. Ling Wei asked casually during the meal. I paid someone to find it. Liar. You can't find someone like that even if you pay them. They wouldn't work for you for money. Having been in the financial industry for so long, Ling Wei would never side with Yang Fan for money, especially someone of Yi Qingqing's status. That's because you're too superficial. You don't see the benefits in it. What if it's hundreds of billions or trillions? Or something that money can't even buy? Yang Fan looked at Ling Wei with a smile. Yi Qingqing probably only intended to become a CEO when she first came here, and she probably won't use her connections for many things later on. After all, her actions are bound to attract a lot of attention. But Yang Fan gave way too much. He donated 100 billion yuan directly to the military. There are also secrets about Yang Fan. Later, the item that Yang Fan gave her to awaken supernatural abilities directly changed the attitude of Yi Qingqing's entire family. That's why Yang Fan's company has been able to develop so smoothly. No one bothered them at all. After all, Yi Qingqing's father still had some influence in Shanghai. Ling Wei opened her mouth. The numbers Yang Fan mentioned were all fine, except for the 100 million added at the end. There are things that even trillions can't compare to. It made her feel a little dizzy. Yang Fan has only been out of school for less than 2 months, but it feels like he's lived through an eternity. This amount of wealth is simply too large. Of the 3 women at this table, the other 2 were all right, since they were close to Yang Fan. But Su-Ying was upset. What had her sister missed? All that wealth was going to fall into their family's laps. She was practically pushed out by her sister. No way. Su-Ying had already accepted what Ling Kersen said. She should take the initiative and get back what her sister had thrown away. Brother Fan, it's been a long time since we last met. I'd like to raise a toast to you too. Su-Ying also picked up her wine glass and poured herself a drink. Ling Wei glanced at Ling Kersen. Did they know each other before? Yang Fan didn't want to embarrass the little girl, so he picked up his wine glass and clinked glasses with her. Drink less, it's fine staying here. Yang Fan didn't say much. Judging from Su Jing's behavior after graduation, she was already a failure. It's highly likely they'll use her younger sister as a pretext for their actions. Okay, Brother Fan, Kersen and I are about to start school. Can you take us out for a couple of days? Su-Ying thought that once school started, the chances would be slim. Yang Fan glanced at Ling Kersen, guessing that she also wanted to go. After all, Ling Kersen's personality was incompatible with her mother's. Okay, I heard you applied to the Shanghai Theater Academy, right? I'll take you to the set to check it out. You might be able to get a couple of small roles, so you can go and have some fun. Ling Wei slapped Yang Fan. It seems they haven't had enough fun yet. Yang Fan immediately scooped Ling Wei up in a princess carry and said, "Get ready, we're leaving tomorrow." Ling Wei was surprised that Yang Fan would take action so directly, and quickly buried her face in his chest. Chapter 89. You're not so good. You guys need to watch your step, we're still children. Ling Kurson looked at the two of them and teased them. Ahem, wear earplugs when you sleep. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he carried Ling Wei into the room. Kurson, why do we have to wear earplugs? Suing asked curiously. It's not good for a child to know so much. After finishing speaking, Ling Kurson put her hands behind her back and went back to her room. You're setting a bad example for them. They're all grown up now, they know everything. Once Ling Wei arrived at the room, she began to complain about Yang Fan, completely ruining her image in the eyes of her two children. It's all right, they're adults now. No matter how much you try to control them, it's hard to change them. Just as Yang Fan was about to get excited, Ling Wei poured cold water on him. I got my period today, are you sure you want it? Hey, the ingredients in the medicine you gave me have been analyzed. Yi Qingcheng didn't sleep all night, keeping an eye on the research institute, and only called Yang Fan in the morning. Can it be copied? Yang Fan's lazy voice came through, indicating that he was still asleep. No, the main ingredient of this medicine is a type of cell. This cell can indeed repair damaged cells in the human body. The cell is very powerful and also has a storage function. Currently, it seems that it can store water. As for the others, none have been found yet. Several senior professors in the lab have gone mad. They're still conducting research. Yi Qingqing's voice was very excited. Although she had stayed up all night, she was still in excellent spirits. After all, she is now a third-tier ability user with excellent physical abilities. Okay, I got it. See how to maximize its value. I don't actually have much here. Yang Fan's noise woke up Ling Wei, who was sleeping next to him. Who is it? Can't a person even sleep in this early in the morning? Ling Wei finally doesn't have to get up early anymore, but she still gets woken up by people. Okay, I understand. The one sleeping next to you is Ling Wei. Yi Qingqing's hearing is now very sensitive, and since she just saw Ling Wei a couple of days ago, her voice is still very familiar. Yes, she moved to her new house last night. Fine, Yang Fan, you're something else. Are you trying to turn the company into your harem? Yi Qingqing hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Because Yi Qingqing's voice was so loud at the end, Ling Wei could tell who she was talking to on the phone, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Yi Qingqing probably already knew it was her. I hope I won't get bullied at work in the future. Ling Wei wanted to slap herself for interrupting. It's okay, she won't take her emotions out on you. At most, she'll just say a few words to me. He understood Yi Qingqing's personality. As long as you could please her, she would do whatever you wanted. If you couldn't, she was a stubborn mule. However, she was only angry at the time, and once it was over, it was over. She's not the type of person to bring up old grievances. Is that the kind of relationship she has with you? I saw her gritting her teeth when she talked about your private life. Ling Wei understood from Yi Qingqing's words that Yang Fan's woman was still in the company. No, you misheard. That was her way of showing me so much love and care. But don't get into any conflicts with her at the company. Let her be the leader. In private, you should both be the same. Yang Fan had to tell all the women around him that they had to treat Yi Qingqing to everything when they went to the company. Otherwise Yi Qingqing would quit. After all, there are so many people in the company that she can't command or talk to, and every now and then she'll use her relationship with Yang Fan to argue with her. I guess Yi Qingqing is about to explode. Ling Wei understood. In private, that meant Yi Qingqing and Yang Fan were also very close. Yang Fan is incredibly audacious. He dares to do this to someone like Yi Qingqing. Isn't he afraid that her father will chase him down with a knife? Don't worry, I know my limits. If she gives me a hard time, I'll come after you, and you can deal with her. Yang Fan was speechless. Was that what he meant? I've already said we're all the same. If you have something to do, just resolve it privately. Don't push everything onto him. It'll be bad if he sides with either of you. You'd better give me a break. She doesn't give me much face. Ling Wei laughed so hard, she almost fell over. Just kidding. I've been in this industry for so many years and I've suffered a lot of grievances. If I were to fuss over everything, I would have suffocated myself long ago. Over the years, she has adjusted her mindset on her own. After all, there are many people who want to keep her as a sugar daddy or pursue her. However, these were all things that left her with no hope. Yang Fan, on the other hand, offered her a future upon meeting her, including a luxury car worth tens of millions and a mansion worth 70 million. Even if Yang Fan dumps her in the future, she will be worry-free for the rest of her life. Who is born liking going to work? Isn't everyone working for money? Even when I'm at work, I want to do human-like work, not work like a beast of burden every day with no free time. Snort. Wait till your period is over. You'll be sorry. Afraid of you? Haven't you heard that women are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40? Don't end up needing tonics every day. Although Ling Wei had already witnessed Yang Fan's prowess, she was not one to easily admit defeat. Yang Fan gave her a meaningful look. I hope you remember what I said today. Yang Fan planned to teach her a profound lesson after her period ended, so she would know what she could and couldn't say. The two of them had already left the room as they were talking. I saw Ling Kurson and Su Ying watching the chef they hired yesterday make breakfast. The two of them were filming a video, probably to post on Douyin, TikTok. It's so good to be rich. She never had this kind of treatment before. Her breakfast used to be just bread. Life is about looking forward. Don't expect her to act like she used to. Even if I were still like this, if I were still single like before, you'd probably still be a teacher in school right now. Yang Fan believes that people change at every stage of life. High school is one stage, university is another stage, and entering society is yet another stage. The mindset is different at each stage, unless there is a major change in the family. Brother Fan, you've said too much. You're already more than a match for your mother. You should teach her more lessons from now on. Then she leaned close to Yang Fan's ear and said, You're not very good. I listened at the door for an hour, and you didn't make a sound. Chapter 90. Will grass grow in front of the grave next year? After hearing Ling Kurson's words, Yang Fan pulled her onto her buttocks and started slapping her. Yang Fan felt that if the brat wasn't disciplined soon, he would be out of control. Ling Kurson ran ahead, and Yang Fan chased after her and hit her. Brother Fan, that's enough. Okay, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Only after hearing her admit her mistake did Yang Fan let her go. Ling Kurson really is a problem girl. They even knew to eavesdrop on them. If you dare do that again, I'll make sure you can't get out of bed for 2 months, and I'll keep you confined to the house. Also, you have to be home by 10 p.m., or you won't get any pocket money. You must also respect your mother. She is your elder. Otherwise, you won't get any pocket money, and you won't even be allowed to drive the car out. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he saw Ling Kurson lower her head and remain silent, trying to bluff his way out of it. Raise your voice directly and say, Did you hear me? I heard it all. I've written it down. Although Ling Kurson was unwilling to listen to Yang Fan now controlled her financial lifeline. Moreover, her mother always listens to Yang Fan and doesn't even try to stop him. It's so heartbreaking. Go apologize to your mother. She's taught you for over 10 years, and you just negated everything with a single sentence. Yang Fan nudged her. He hadn't really wanted to bother with her, but she had gone too far. She needs to know who's in charge in her current household. Ling Kurson didn't dare to talk back to Yang Fan, so she could only walk up to her mother and say, Mom, I'm sorry, I was just joking. I didn't mean anything by it. Ling Wei nodded. She was just about to say something to Ling Kurson when Yang Fan suddenly attacked. Moreover, the effect was very good. In addition, Yang Fan had already given Ling Kurson a lot of pocket money, so that she would develop the habit of spending money extravagantly, and then use the pocket money to make the girl obedient. Yang Fan is quite resourceful. From now on, I won't have any say in family matters. If you need anything, go to your brother Fan. Ling Wei was also determined to keep an eye on her, otherwise she would really go too far. Ling Kurson pouted, knowing that she would have to get Yang Fan's permission to do anything in the future, otherwise she would be in big trouble. Yang Fan really hit her, he could even feel the pain when he walked. It seems she'll have to have a serious talk with Yang Fan in private later, otherwise her happy life is probably going to be ruined. In Shanghai, what kind of life is it if you get home at 10 p.m.? In Shanghai, life is just beginning at midnight. Su Ying washed with a pounding heart. It was summer, and people weren't wearing much anyway. Yang Fan hit her right in the flesh with every blow. It feels like Yang Fan has changed a lot since then. Yang Fan would never have hit a girl before. It seems that Yang Fan has become less tolerant of women since breaking up with his sister. Yang Fan didn't say anything. After all, he was used to being in charge of the household. He had been in charge of the household ever since his grandfather passed away. Master, breakfast is ready. Is there anything else you'd like for breakfast? If not, we can come back for lunch. The head chef who led the team had met Yang Fan before and could tell from the state of his home that he was the owner, so he asked him directly. Yang Fan looked at the two little ones and asked, Is there anything else you'd like to eat? That's all. I already told them what I wanted to eat. Ling Kurson was never one to stand on ceremony. When the chef asked her what she wanted to eat, she would simply name the dishes. Anyway, she's not contributing any money. No one wanted to order more food, so Yang Fan told them to leave. Where would you like to go for fun? Yang Fan asked while eating, explaining that he was also used to traveling, but his original funds didn't allow it. I want to climb Mount Everest. Ling Kurson was the first to raise her hand. I want to go to Tiananmen Square. Suing also raised her hand, just like Ling Kurson. Yang Fan's lips twitched. You can tell the difference in their personalities just from where they want to go. How can these two get along? You're not going to climb Mount Everest. You're going to fertilize it. But nothing grows on Mount Everest. If there were more like you, grass would probably grow next year. You're looking down on me. I've done bungee jumping before. I'm not afraid of heights at all. And I can speed at 200 kilometers per hour without feeling uncomfortable. I have a very good mental fortitude. Ling Kurson looked unconvinced. You were just a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Do you still dare to ride a motorcycle at 200 kilometers per hour now? That person wasn't fearless when he was young, but he eventually became more composed. He wanted to be more composed. No, because life teaches everyone a lesson. The impetuous things we did in our youth will eventually become bullets that end up hitting us. Ling Kurson fell silent. She really didn't dare to do it again. Now when she rides her motorcycle, she thinks about the crash and unconsciously slows down. After all, the speed was quite fast at the time, and if the motorcycle hadn't been of decent performance, she might have been seriously injured. While everyone was silent, Yang Fan's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Li Anlin calling. Yang Fan knew she was just not used to it. Hello, brother, I miss you. Since arriving in the modern world, Li Anlin has basically been by Yang Fan's side. Even when he's not there, he can see Yang Fan every day. Li Anlin felt a void in her heart after not seeing him for several days. Okay, I'm back. Yang Fan could hear a hint of grievance in Li Anlin's voice. After all, she had only been here for a short time and hadn't yet adapted to this world. The only people she was familiar with were Yang Fan and Zhang Lan. However, Zhang Lan is busy and doesn't get home until very late every day. Yang Fan had just hung up one phone call when another came in, making him feel a little uncomfortable, as he really didn't like answering the phone. Looking at the note, it's his sister. Could something have happened at home? Hey, what's wrong? The house is finished, and we're going to have a feast, but there will probably be a lot of people. Yang Fan paused for a moment. His village wasn't small, it had nearly 4,000 people. If he were to get something done now, a lot of people would definitely come. After all, he's rich now, so there are plenty of people who want to curry favor with him, and many who want to freeload. Then let's make it bigger and invite the whole village to eat. We'll use all 4 places in the village that can serve meals and handle official business. I'll talk to the village officials about it. I estimate we won't be able to finish eating it all in 3 days. If we eat it for 3 days, I'll transfer you 2 million. Following our local dining customs, we'll have a banquet at noon, with a standard table costing around 2,000 yuan. Yang Fan's sister gasped in shock when she heard this. She didn't know how much the house cost, but building it required about 50 workers, and the labor costs alone amounted to 700,000 to 800,000 yuan, not to mention other expenses. Is it really necessary? This is such a waste of money. Even if you don't invite them, someone else will come to rob the rich, and we won't have time to prepare then. We might as well just invite them directly, at least we'll get the better deal. Yang Fan has a certain understanding of human nature. He himself has done things like freeloading. Chapter 91. Did you bully her? Yang Fan called Tang Shui directly. Gubei number 1, come pick me up. Okay, boss. Yang Fan hung up the phone and said to Ling Kurson and the other person. You guys have fun in Shanghai first. You still have a lot of pocket money, right? I'll take you to visit film sets in a few days. Then give my mom a few days off so she can come and play with us. Seeing that Yang Fan was really in trouble, Ling Kurson had no choice but to settle for second best. Well, your mother doesn't have a job right now. The bank has only just started acquiring her. Yang Fan transferred 5 million yuan to Ling Wei using his mobile phone. China Construction Bank spent 5 million yuan, leaving a balance of 133.89 billion yuan. I've transferred some money to you. Take them out and have some fun. Ling Wei picked up her phone and looked at it. 5 million. Yang Fan, give this a thumbs up. If Yang Fan hadn't graduated with a degree in finance, she would have thought he was insensitive to numbers. The money was given so casually, but she had seen Yang Fan give away sports cars and houses before, and now he was casually giving away 5 million. Money seemed to have no concept of Yang Fan anymore, and she didn't hold back. After all, Yang Fan had taken full advantage of her. Okay, I understand. Tell Yi Qingsheng that I feel a little embarrassed to ask for leave so soon after joining the company. Ling Wei didn't dare to call Yi Qingsheng now, since Yi Qingsheng probably wasn't in a good mood either. She didn't want to put a gun on her head. After all, she wasn't in the right, and she should have gone to the company to learn. Okay, I'll just send her a message. These are all minor matters. Tang Shui arrived quickly to pick up Yang Fan. When the two arrived at the villa, Li Anlin was already waiting at the door. When she saw Yang Fan, she immediately threw herself into his arms. Yang Fan carried him into the room. What's wrong? Did Tang Shui bully you? Yang Fan looked at Tang Shui beside him. Tang Shui didn't even bother with Yang Fan. How could she dare to bully Li Anlin? Even an idiot could tell that this was his woman. If I bullied her, wouldn't I be courting death? Moreover, the girl's indifferent gaze last time left a deep impression on her, so she had no intention of provoking her. No, I'm just a little bored at home, and I miss you so much since I can't see you. Then he whispered in Yang Fan's ear. It's alright, I don't have your kind of marital mindset. You can bring the woman you like home. I have no objection. I just want to see you every day. Li Anlin could already smell the strong, unique scent of a woman on Yang Fan. Moreover, Yang Fan has more than one kind of body. Yang Fan patted her on the shoulder and said, I have to say, men in ancient times were so lucky. Their wives supported them in having concubines outside the home and even allowed them to bring them home. I'll try my best to take you everywhere I go. When Yang Fan entered the room, he saw that Zhang Lan was also there, and the two of them sat down next to her. How much water do I have now? The one I told you about last time? 100 million tons? That's still 900 million tons short of what you said. The main problem is that we can increase production, but right now we don't have enough storage space. Zhang Lan is currently having a headache over this matter. Okay, let Yi Qingsheng find you a construction team to significantly expand the storage space. Money is not a problem. Okay, I'll go and tell her. By the way, ask Qin Sijia, who's next to her, for help. She seems pretty good. Have her help you. Yang Fan also knew why Zhang Lan didn't have an assistant. Firstly, she was originally Yang Fan's assistant, and secondly, she needed to cover things up for Yang Fan. Zhang Lan nodded. She had met Qin Sijia before. She glanced at Yang Fan, wondering if Yang Fan had taken a liking to her. It's quite possible. After all, Qin Sijia is very feminine, and he likes women like that, let alone Yang Fan. Why don't you let her take my place? I don't need any assistant. No need. You can just bring her home occasionally. Yang Fan believed that Qin Sijia should understand what he meant. Someone who could be a CEO's secretary must know everything. He can just try it secretly. There's no need to raise it specially. Alright, Zhang Lan already knows Yang Fan's true intentions and wants to bring them into the house. You too, come with me to the room. With that, Yang Fan went straight up to the second floor. The two women looked at each other in disbelief. In broad daylight. No way. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Tang Shui immediately left the room. She didn't want to hear anything more. Yang Fan suddenly thought of a faster way than building a storage place. Get another dimensional ring, since Lin Dong seems to have quite a few. He stole it. Zhang Lan is now a superhuman, so she can use it too. Once inside the room, Yang Fan disappeared and went to the space where he was making a deal with Lin Dong. Li Anlin wasn't surprised. She already knew. Zhang Lan, on the other hand, was just astonished, her mouth agape. She had been suspecting this all along. This was the first time she had actually seen it, but she didn't scream, having already mentally prepared herself. Anlin, you already knew? I don't see any surprise at all. Yeah, I know. Is this the first time you found out? I thought you knew because your brother gave you superpowers too. I had a suspicion before. After all, the boss could make a large number of supplies disappear without transportation, so I had a suspicion. Okay, you'd better not tell anyone, or I won't acknowledge you as my sister anymore. Li Anlin stared into Zhang Lan's eyes as she spoke. Don't worry, the boss is also my boss. I won't tell anyone. Zhang Lan knew the gravity of the situation. Li Anlin's gaze was clearly a reminder to her, since killing someone would be very easy for the two of them with their current superpowers. Zhang Lan can be enhanced in every way, and Li Anlin can control the flow of time. Li Anlin is fully capable of killing Zhang Lan. Li Anlin wasn't just idle at home after all. People are curious about people with superpowers, and they would always want to study them. That's good. Li Anlin smiled again, pulled Zhang Lan to sit on the edge of the bed. Yang Fan must have something to tell them to get up, so they would wait. You prepared the water so quickly this time. A smile finally appeared on Lin Dong's face. No, the quantity you requested is too large. I can't be by your side every moment. I'm here to ask you for a spatial ring, so it'll be easier to transport water over. Chapter 92 Revision 1. Lin Dongbai was pleased, but frowned when he heard Yang Fan's request. Then we need to add water. Let's add 100 million tons of water. We can't just give it to this kid for free. Yang Fan extended his index finger and shook it. It's impossible to add more, and I also need some of your large weapons. No. Lin Dong didn't buy it at all. After all, a transaction is a transaction. How can you give something away for free? I can't provide the water quickly, either it'll take a year or two. As Yang Fan spoke, he turned around and was about to leave. Actually, he could have left directly if he wanted to. He was just using provocation to get what he wanted. After all, even if he can't get apples here, he still has ways to buy them abroad for a lot of money. There will never be a shortage of people who would rather die than keep their money. Well, don't. Lin Dong quickly stopped Yang Fan. If he didn't make the deal, things would get out of hand. The things he gave Yang Fan weren't worth much anyway. He had just been trying to trick Yang Fan. These are all apples, with instructions. Use them as you see fit. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he threw the object over. Yang Fan watched as the item stopped in front of him, looked inside, and smiled knowingly. He had seen the dimensional ring before, but he had never seen an apple like this before. This apple is way too small. Is this specifically designed to kill ants? Yang Fan complained. It was originally designed to blast mutated ant-like beast hordes, so it's enough for you. Just enter the latitude and longitude. Someone has already tested it before. Lin Dong sneered. This is small? How big do you want, kid? Yang Fan took a look and thought it was quite exquisite. This proves that someone over there has already used an apple to kill someone. It's truly tragic. Ahem, I've just started a company. Do you want to send me something else? Like your original technology and stuff. It's not good for people to be too greedy. Bring something to trade. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he ran away. Yang Fan had already started engaging in irregular transactions, directly taking advantage of his access to water resources to rob people. Lin Dong shook his head. It seemed he could ask for a bigger bargain next time. He had plenty of weapons, but it looked like he'd have to ask for something more technological. Yang Fan went straight back to his room, where the two women were waiting for him. Use this spatial ring to store water. It should be able to hold the water I need. Yang Fan tossed the spatial ring to Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan took it and looked at it. Yang Fan must have used this to transport those supplies. How do I use it? Zhang Lan loves this thing so much. Now she doesn't have to carry anything with her when she goes out. Yang Fan explained the method to her, which was actually very simple for someone at level 3. She could learn it in just a few minutes. Zhang Lan put the ring on her finger, looked at it, and thought it was quite pretty. Brother, is there more? I want some too. Li Anlan knew what rings represented in this world, so she was a little jealous when she saw that Zhang Lan had one, but she didn't. Yang Fan slapped his forehead, realizing he'd forgotten to ask for a few more, since they were quite convenient. Anyone with superpowers can use it. Maybe next time. I've already asked for quite a lot this time. Great. You're so kind, brother. Li Anlan knew that Yang Fan could trade with people from other worlds, so he didn't make a fuss. Yang Fan touched her cheek. This girl is starting to get jealous. It seems he'll have to be more careful in the future. Although this girl says she doesn't care about finding women, she's probably still a little uncomfortable inside after being exposed to so many modern ideas. Why did you bring us to the room we asked for? If it's that thing, can you wait until I get back tonight? Zhang Lan blushed slightly as she spoke and glanced at Li Anlan. Yang Fan hadn't even considered that possibility. He hadn't expected her to be so perceptive. Ahem, then let's do it tonight. You go and get the water sorted out first. Yang Fan was just going along with it, since it wasn't his idea. Zhang Lan blushed and ran away after hearing this. Brother, what kind of riddle are you two playing? I don't understand. It's okay, you'll find out tonight. As Yang Fan spoke, he led Li Anlan to the space where he was trading with Li Yunlong and sent him a message directly. Upon receiving the message, Li Yunlong immediately entered the space and was quite pleased to see Yang Fan. However, he was still somewhat amazed when he saw the woman next to Yang Fan. After all, he had only ever been to rural areas and had never seen a woman like Li Anlan. Brother Yang, why did you bring a woman with you? This woman is very elegant and beautiful, but those things don't matter on the battlefield. It's alright. She has the ability to protect herself. I'm not stupid enough to put my woman in danger. Zhang Lan's ability is time she can even slow down light, let alone bullets or cannonballs. Li Yunlong thought about it and agreed otherwise. There would have been no need for Yang Fan to be brought along. Alright, we'll just watch from a distance anyway. With that, Li Yunlong led the two men to the operations room. The brigade commander was leisurely drinking tea at that moment. The brigade commander waved to Yang Fan, but was dumbfounded when he saw Li Anlan. Why did she bring a woman with her? Brother Yang, this isn't a good idea. Why don't we send her back? It's too dangerous. The brigade commander was naturally referring to Li Yanlin. It's all right. I'll have her vouch for you. Brother Yunlong, may I borrow your gun? Li Yunlong didn't say anything and gave his pistol to Yang Fan. After all, if it was about automatic rifles, Yang Fan had much more than him. Show it to me. Yang Fan said to Li Yanlin. Okay, brother, I understand. Chapter 93 Revisions 2. Soon everyone's eyes were opened, and even the brigade commander was convinced. Her safety shouldn't be a problem, so the brigade commander thought for a moment and said, okay, then stay. Such people are still quite safe in such a world. Yeah, she's bored at home, so I took her out for a walk. Yang Fan said with a smile that Li Yanlin and Zhang Lan are now his closest friends, and neither of them would object to anything he says. Naturally, this leads to greater intimacy. Li Yunlong and the brigade commander looked at each other. You're bored, can you bring that to the battlefield? Yang Fan said it so casually, but he certainly has the credentials to back it up. Let's go check out the position. The brigade commander led the way out of the room. The others followed. Brother, where is this? Why do they all have guns? Isn't this a place where guns are prohibited? You must have seen information about the invasion of China online. Yang Fan knew that this girl also spent a lot of time online every day. Otherwise she wouldn't have even learned to be jealous. I know. That Qing government was such a piece of trash. They had a winning hand, and they could just throw away their royal flush. When someone else played a 3, he threw away his royal flush. He's not even as good as my fourth brother. Li Yanlin also understands politics. Those people were really too stupid. Yang Fan smiled, and Li Tai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The era we live in now is the same one during the Japanese invasion of China. Oh, I see. Those people who killed the Japanese, I never thought they would become our biggest threat. We can't entirely blame them. Being backward means being vulnerable to attack. That's an age-old truth. They've also made us realize the truth. Yang Fan said with a smile. Although it is undeniable that they invaded us, they also made our entire nation rise from the ashes. It has made us truly clear that the truth truly lies within the gunfire. With the truth, you stand tall, and your words carry weight. Li Yanlin seemed to be deep in thought. Although she didn't understand, she didn't refute Yang Fan. If she were to give men advice on how to do things, she'd be beaten to death in her own home. Her philosophy is that if you bully me, I will take revenge 10-fold or 100-fold, until your country is destroyed and your race is wiped out. That is, assuming she has the authority to make the decision. After they went outside, all the guards looked at Li Yanlin. After all, they had never seen such a beautiful woman before. I also saw Li Yanlin whispering. This girl is so pretty. My dream is to marry a beautiful wife after we defeat the Japanese devils. You roughneck, a lifelong bachelor. You're the same way. How dare you criticize me? I'm different. I believe that after the war ends, I will be able to marry a beautiful wife. Is this your sister? This has caused quite a stir. Everyone's talking about her. She's not my sister, she's my wife. I made her call me brother. Li Yanlin was someone he officially married during the Tang dynasty. The brigade commander shook his head. The world of young people is truly chaotic. When are you two planning to have a baby? You two seem like you're on good terms, but instead of playing around like this, you might as well have a baby sooner. Yang Fan coughed awkwardly twice. Let's wait a little longer. I'm still a child myself. I really don't understand the world of you young people, but if you ever have a baby, you can invite me to your baby's 1-month celebration. Chapter 94 Revisions 3. Okay, it's a deal. But don't make any empty promises. Don't worry. When have I ever gone back on my word? The brigade commander patted his chest and assured him. Li Yunlong was immediately displeased upon hearing the brigade commander's words. Brigade commander, did you ever ask yourself what was going on when you said that? You said the same thing to me last time, but you gave me a completely different story when it came to taking my equipment. The brigade commander's expression changed. He hadn't expected Li Yunlong to expose his past. I kicked him directly in the foot. You little brat, try comparing yourself to Xiao Fan. Do you think Ranran Xiao Fan would even look at your paltry sums of money? If you argue again, I'll send you to raise horses. Li Yunlong was speechless and whispered while holding Yang Fan's shoulders. See? Doesn't it show how high-ranking officials can crush people? Yang Fan smiled. I think the brigade commander is right. You really are like a rich landlord. I bet you wouldn't have brought the brigade commander to see me if you weren't afraid of the regiment being disbanded. Yang Fan knew what would happen next. This kid worked as the factory manager at the clothing factory for a few months, spending all his time embroidering. Oh, how could you think of me like that? I'm just so afraid of being poor. I want to save all my good stuff for when it really matters. You haven't experienced hardship, have you? Back then, we were so hungry, we even ate tree bark. So many soldiers. Li Yunlong couldn't continue speaking. How could I not save up now that I have some savings? Li Yunlong couldn't continue speaking, and tears welled up in his eyes. Yang Fan patted him on the shoulder. Hey, big man, why are you crying? We'll all be all right. We believe that with the whole nation united, we will surely drive the Japanese devils out of our country as soon as possible. I'll pay for you to find a beautiful wife. Yang Fan hadn't expected the conversation to turn to this sad topic, though he himself was aware of it. At this moment, the brigade commander asked, You no longer have hatred for the Japanese? Yang Fan glanced at the brigade commander, who seemed to have guessed his identity. His thoughts drifted back to when his grandparents told him stories as a child. After a moment's thought, he said, Actually, when it comes to hatred towards the Japanese, it's already deeply ingrained in our generation. I remember my grandparents telling me stories about the Japanese entering the village when I was very young. They say the Japanese are very bad. While the men were out farming, the Japanese broke into their homes, raped and murdered his wife, and then killed her when he returned. Another method is to tie people to big trees and let their dogs eat human flesh. After he had finished eating all the meat on his legs, we helped him walk around in front of the whole village. When I was little, I didn't understand why my grandparents always said that the Japanese were bad. I just listened to it as a story. I only realized when I grew up that this was a seed planted in my heart. Let us never forget what the Japanese army did back then. There were also tears glistening in Yang Fan's eyes. Although this history is bloody, Yang Fan knows he will never forget such national and personal grievances. If you want to ask what young people are like now, I dare not say anything else. Too many of them are spoiled. But I dare say that the young people of the new era have not forgotten the national and personal grievances of the past. If the enemy dares to invade again, we will surely destroy their country and exterminate their race. The brigade commander burst into laughter upon hearing this. Good. You'd better speak with some confidence. Chapter 95 Revisions 4. Let's go back to command post. Your gold antiques will be brought back. He dared not let Yang Fan take any risks. Yang Fan glanced at Li Anlin beside him. Although both of them could survive, there was still danger involved. Yang Fan is not a person who likes to take risks unless he is absolutely certain of success. I'm not going. I'm going home. Please pack your things and give me some space. And my gold. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he waved and left without waiting for Li Yunlong and the other man to reply. The smell of gunpowder on the battlefield is indeed unpleasant, especially after so many shells have been fired. Anyway, what Yang Fan saw on the battlefield was a scene of shattered corpses everywhere. There were practically no intact bodies to be seen. Your modern warfare is too cruel. Many of them were originally good laborers. They could have been put to rebuild the houses destroyed by artillery shells. Those hit by the shells are basically all dead. Li Anlin returned to her room still shaken. This was the first time she had ever witnessed such a scene. It's all right. We can handle the post-war reconstruction work ourselves. Many of us are starving, so we can give them jobs to eat. The commander said to leave no survivors. It meant that blood must be used to pay for blood debts. All that talk about a gentleman taking revenge after 10 years is bullshit. Yes, brother is right. Li Anlin wasn't one to argue. She listened to whatever Yang Fan said, even if it differed greatly from her own ideas. Yang Fan touched her cheek. This was a virtuous wife who never caused him any trouble. Just then, Yi Qingqing called. Hadn't she just called earlier that morning? What's wrong? My dad would like to invite you to dinner. Upon hearing Yi Qingqing's words, Yang Fan thought for a moment. Her father was the mayor of Shanghai, wasn't he? He was inviting him to dinner? What's wrong? Thank you so much for the awakening potion you gave me. I told my dad that you wanted to sell this kind of potion and think about it. He said he wanted to meet you first, and thank you for the potion you gave him. Yi Qingqing originally planned to use her connections to sell these items, since she knew many famous and wealthy people. However, her father found out and stopped her, since the things those rich people give are limited, just money, stocks, women, and the like. If these things are handed over to him to operate, the profits that can be obtained will be immeasurable in terms of money. Sure, it's not right to refuse an invitation from an elder. When is it? Tonight. I'll pick you up then. Yi Qingqing was genuinely afraid he wouldn't agree. After all, Yang Fan currently possessed resources that were more powerful than anyone else's. It's something that those who hold the highest levels of power dream of. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. Yang Fan hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Brother, are we going to Sister Qingqing's house for dinner? Yes, you want to go? No. I meant that you need to control your desires, brother. Although you have a sharp weapon in your hand now, it's inevitable that your heart will swell, but your strength is not enough right now. Brother, your current situation is actually very dangerous. Qingqing's father has a high status, and the people he comes into contact with are people who can decide the fate of the country or the nation. They find it hard to tolerate the existence of such an uncertain factor as your brother. Your current existence benefits them, and they greet you with smiles. But what if one day they realize that your disappearance is better than your existence? I reckon they'll act without hesitation, just like that Li Yunlong you made a deal with, right? He'll likely suffer the same fate someday. If one day we no longer need him, that's when he'll disappear. Li Anlin spoke at length, and Yang Fan understood somewhat. He meant that one should not reveal one's true strength and make others uneasy when one does not possess absolute power. After all, he knew that while a common man is innocent, possessing a treasure is a crime. He was indeed feeling inflated with pride, but after listening to Li Anlin's explanation, he calmed down considerably. I didn't know you knew so much. You were even able to sense the changes in my mindset. Did your dad teach you these things? Li Anlin's points are insightful, but if no one points them out, it's easy to fall into a trap. No, my father didn't teach me that, I saw it myself. My father himself is a lesson. When you pose a threat, they won't care what contributions you've made in the past, they'll only want to get rid of you. That's human nature. Chapter 96. This mayor is really good at making empty promises. Yang Fan also took Li Anlin's words to heart, which meant to dig deep tunnels, store up grain, and delay declaring himself king. Don't reveal your strength carelessly, because by the time you do, they'll be too afraid to make a move. Yang Fan kissed her on the lips. She's truly my wonderful wife. Yang Fan did indeed have plans to fight people in the modern world before. After all, with so many guns and cannons, as well as superpowers, he wouldn't be afraid to go up against anyone. However, he has now changed his mind. You're wasting your talents by my side. If you were leading troops in ancient times, you'd probably be a figure like your aunt, Princess Pingyang. No, I'm perfectly fine with my brother. I like being with my brother. Sister Qingqing still has a meeting. I miss you. Li Anlin looked at Yang Fan with sparkling eyes, and Yang Fan saw longing in her eyes. I understood instantly. When Yi Qingqing arrived, Yang Fan and the other person had just come out of the bathroom. Seeing Li Anlin's rosy face, Yi Qingqing already knew that Yang Fan was not doing anything productive in broad daylight. Let's go. Yi Qingqing originally intended to say a few harsh words to Yang Fan, but she held back, fearing that Yang Fan might simply not go. Although she could make some jokes and insults at Yang Fan over the phone, she really didn't dare to actually stand in front of him. After all, Yang Fan had never treated her badly, and she had indeed fallen in love with him. Yang Fan, casually dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and slippers, put his arm around Yi Qingqing's waist and said, "Let's go, let's meet my future father-in-law." Yi Qingqing slapped him. "Don't shout, you've already got your marriage certificate. Also, can't you change into something more formal? Wearing slippers shows a lack of professionalism. I'll have Qin Sijia buy you some clothes." Yang Fan hugged and cuddled her, and she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. But since today was supposed to be a meeting with an elder, why was she dressed like this? No need. If I dress too formally, I'm afraid your dad will just make me marry you. That's it. Anyway, you guys will give me face when I go out. The women around Yang Fan are all top-notch, so he doesn't care what he wears anymore. Does a man still rely on his clothes to save face these days? Yi Qingqing was speechless. What did she take her for? She didn't even want to get married. She just wanted to have fun outside, and was afraid that Yi Qingqing would restrict her. Fine, my dad isn't that petty. Yang Fan bid farewell to Jiang Lan and the other two women, and got into the car with Yi Qingqing. Qin Sijia was the one driving, as Yi Qingqing hadn't found a suitable secretary yet. "Hello, Mr. Yi." "Hello, boss." "Okay, I'll sit in the front row." Yang Fan looked at the other person's outfit today, and thought it wasn't a good time to enjoy the scenery from behind. Yi Qingqing gritted her teeth, turned Yang Fan's head around, and said, "I'm not pretty. I won't let you see it anymore. If you keep doing this, I won't give it to you." Yang Fan was embarrassed, but he just left. "You should have told me earlier, so I could have seen her." As soon as he started talking, Yang Fan began to get restless. Qin Sijia looked at the rearview mirror and could barely hold the steering wheel. How could she possibly look at that? When they arrived at their destination, Yi Qingqing spent a long time tidying her clothes before getting out of the car. This was a secluded two-story courtyard. There were no sentries at the entrance, but Yang Fan could sense that there were 4 hidden guards in the shadows. His danger perception ability allowed him to accurately pinpoint their location. It's rare to see a courtyard like this in Shanghai. It must have been bought by the owner. Qin Sijia, you can go back now. Just come pick me up tomorrow. Qin Sijia nodded and drove away. Honestly, what authority will I have left in front of Qin Sijia after this? What's the big deal? She'll be by my side from now on. She won't affect you. Yi Qingqing sighed. She should have made this guy sit in the front. Just now he'd completely lost face. However, she still climbed onto Yang Fan's arm. At least Yang Fan would have some face, and Qin Sijia would definitely be a good girl by Yang Fan's side in the future. She was just using him as a stepping stone for Yang Fan. Let's go. My mom has already cooked dinner. Wait a minute. How can I come to your house without bringing anything? As he spoke, Yang Fan took out 2 bottles of Matai from his spatial storage, along with a top-grade jade. Yi Qingsheng wasn't surprised to see it. After all, she herself had superpowers, and she wouldn't believe Yang Fan, who gave her superpowers, if he said he didn't have any. These bracelets must have been expensive. Yi Qingqing took the bracelet from Yang Fan's hand and examined it. It was in excellent condition. Who knows? It looks pretty good. Yang Fan didn't care about all that they were all traded from Liangjian. He hadn't been able to put them all in the basement last time, so there were still quite a few left in the space. Since they're all from wealthy families, they can't be faked. Yi Qingsheng was speechless, but judging from these things, they must be worth at least several hundred million. Let's go? Yi Qingsheng was quite happy. Yang Fan's attitude was that of someone meeting an elder. Upon entering the room, Yi Qingqing's father, Yi Jiangwo, was reading in the study, while the sound of stir-frying could be heard from the kitchen. Presumably, Ye's mother was cooking. Upon seeing Yang Fan and Yi Qingqing enter, Yi Jiangwo immediately stood up. Xiao Fan, I've been wanting to invite you to my home, but I've been a bit busy lately. Thank you for taking such good care of Qingqing. When Yang Fan saw Yi Jiangwo about to come over and shake hands, he quickly walked a few steps to him and reached out to shake his hand. He knew that the other person's excuses about being busy were just that, excuses. The other person only wanted to see him because he was now qualified to see him. Uncle, you're too kind. It's only right that I take care of Qingqing. I brought you 2 bottles of wine and a pair of bracelets for Annie. You silly child, didn't you already deliver it? That potion really works. Don't bring gifts next time. While saying that no gifts were allowed, Yi Jiangwo took the things from Yang Fan's hands. Since he had already brought them, he couldn't let Yang Fan take them back. He wouldn't dare accept gifts from others casually, but he dared to accept Yang Fan's. After all, even someone with Yi Qingqing's temper had become a well-behaved child by Yang Fan's side. He could already sense that his precious daughter had been kidnapped by the guy in front of him, and he wouldn't feel good unless he got some interest back. Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes as she watched the 2 exchange pleasantries. Yang Fan taking care of her? Wasn't she the one taking care of Yang Fan? She'd practically become his secretary, even though he was a CEO. He actually did Yang Fan's private business. All right, Dad, please sit down. Don't be so polite. Yi Qingqing asked the 2 to sit down. Xiao Fan is truly a promising young man. Your company will definitely have a place in Shanghai after this year. Do you have any plans to build a building? I recently have a plot of land that I can allocate for you. Yi Qingqing looked at her father, who couldn't stop talking about his work. Even when he saw Yang Fan, he was still thinking about his construction project. Oh, uncle, how much land do you own? And where is it located? Yang Fan really did plan to build a building, and while he was at it, he also planned to build himself a larger manor. There's plenty of land, mostly in the suburbs slated for development. Do you have any ideas? Let me tell you, that area will definitely become a technology city for our Shanghai, and even the entire world. Chapter 97, Preparing to build an industrial park. Yang Fan's lips twitched uncontrollably as he listened. He couldn't even be fooled by a pyramid scheme, let alone Yi Jiangwo's empty promises. They've completely seen through the essence of things. It means there's nothing there except land. Go develop there. Technology will develop there in the future. Then they'll offer you some kind of preferential policies, like tax exemptions and all sorts of other things. Okay, uncle, then give me 2,000 mu of land. Although the policy is good, we still have to pay for the land. 1 million yuan per mu will do. Yi Jiangwo stated the price he had in mind. Dad, how could you make money off Yang Fan? He's been so supportive of you, and you still cheated him. He's one of us. Yi Qingqing said angrily. Yang Fan may be rich, but he can't be taken advantage of. Yi Qingqing knew the value of those lands all too well, and she had her own ideas about them. But building a large industrial park would be too expensive, so she didn't mention it to Yang Fan. Yi Jiangwo scratched his head awkwardly. Why was this girl siding with outsiders? 500,000 mu. Yang Fan smiled from the side. Yi Qingsheng was not bad after all. We don't need to go through the internal pricing process, it's only 1 million mu. Uncle has given our company a lot of preferential treatment, so we should support his urban development. It's settled then, Qingsheng. Have someone sign the contract tomorrow, and then clear that land. We'll build an industrial park there. It doesn't cost much, just 2 paintings, is that a lot? Yi Jiangwo patted Yang Fan on the shoulder excitedly. This young man is really good. Yi Qingsheng sighed and rubbed her forehead. Shouldn't her father be helping his daughter's career? Yang Fan is out of his mind. Okay, whatever makes you happy. But I get a cut of the company's profits, so next time you make a decision, you can discuss it with me first. Okay, you can make the decision next time. I'm not really interested in any of this. Let's find someone to build it. If the company doesn't have enough money, I have quite a bit. Let's invest 20 billion to build it. I need a private estate. You oversee the construction. Yang Fan opened his bank information and took a look. China Construction Bank card balance, 172.89 billion yuan. I've recently made quite a bit of money selling the antiques I traded with Li Yunlong. With so much money to spare, building an industrial park is a perfectly reasonable idea. Moreover, he is actually planning to get some high-tech stuff from Lindong recently, though he probably doesn't have anything too advanced. There should be quite a few high-end ones. After all, they make such sophisticated weapons. If there's no high-tech stuff, then the only option is to actively choose this kind of world. Yi Qingsheng clicked her tongue. That's quite a big spender. It costs 20 billion to build an industrial park. Yi Jiangwo was also secretly delighted. Yang Fan was a good person to get along with, and he was really generous with his money. Once Yang Fan's industrial park is completed, the surrounding land prices will naturally rise, which will be considered his political achievement. Xiao Fan can have a few drinks. There aren't many young people as outstanding as you anymore. However, Yang Fan interpreted these words as, it's hard to find a young person as stupid and gullible as you. Yang Fan knew perfectly well that Yi Qingsheng's father spoke in a bureaucratic tone. Of course, uncle. It's my honor to drink with you. Stop chatting and come eat. Ye's mother called out. She had also seen Yang Fan and knew something about him. Judging from the distance between her daughter and him, she knew that their relationship was unusual. Come on, try your aunt's cooking. It's much better than a 5-star hotel chef's. As he spoke, Yi Jiangwo took the lead and sat down at the table. Ye's mother placed 2 wine glasses in front of the two of them. Yi Qingsheng's beauty was entirely inherited from her mother. She had a face that could launch 1,000 ships and a gentle and refined temperament. It was probably due to the awakening potion that she looked like Yi Qingsheng's older sister. Thank you, Auntie. Calling you Auntie makes me feel like I'm making you old. I should call you sister. You little rascal. You're dating Qingsheng, so don't call me whatever you want. Just call me Auntie. At this moment, Yi Jiangwo also took out the bracelet that Yang Fan had given to Ye's mother. These are the bracelets Xiao Fan gave you. They're incredible, imperial green jadeite. These bracelets are probably worth 30 million. I'll put it on you. How could you give Xiao Fan such an expensive gift? I don't really feel comfortable wearing this out, it would be bad for you. Mother, Yi said reproachfully. It's all right, it's only right that he gives a gift. My daughter has been raised for so many years and is now a stunning beauty. It's not excessive for her to accept a small gift from him. If anyone wants to say anything, let their daughter find a rich man too. As Yi Jiangwo spoke, he had already put the bracelet on his mother's wrist, and it looked really nice. Mother Yi glanced at Yang Fan, then at Yi Qingsheng who was serving him food, sighed, and didn't refuse again. Her daughter is very picky and has already introduced her to quite a few men from their circle. She wouldn't even look at them, she'd judge a book by its cover, judging them by their appearance and whether they'd ever served food to anyone else. Not bad. Xiao Fan, next time you come, don't bring any alcohol. I also like calligraphy and paintings, and I heard you have quite a few. Yi Jiangwo has started openly robbing people. After all, Yang Fan is just too rich, and hundreds of billions are like hundreds of dollars to him. Ding, who does uncle like? Li Shimin, Wang Shiji, Chu Suiliang, Yu Shernan. Yang Fan didn't care, he had plenty of other things at his disposal. Not enough for Li Shimin to write on the spot. I really admire Li Shimin's calligraphy. I'll take his. Yi Jiangwo didn't stand on ceremony and let him choose, since opportunities to take advantage of the rich were rare. Moreover, he knew about Yang Fan's situation, he was a womanizer and might not even marry Qingsheng. If you don't want the benefits now, when will you? Yi Qingsheng was also helpless. Her father felt that he had lost face this time, but since her father had already spoken, she couldn't say anything more. Okay, I'll have Qingsheng bring it back tomorrow. Yang Fan also sensed that the two elders were looking at him strangely, neither affectionate nor distant. He couldn't explain it, since he had never experienced parental love since childhood. So how could he understand that feeling? Yi Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction. Although there are a few pieces of Li Shimon's calligraphy on the market now, they are still very valuable and have extremely high collection value. The meal was quite pleasant. Mother Ye's cooking was really good, all home-style dishes, and very delicious. Yi Jiangwo only started his business after finishing his meal. Actually, what he was after in Yang Fan wasn't money, since he wasn't really short of money. This time, it was mainly Yang Fan's awakening potion that caught his attention. This potion could create super soldiers, increase lifespan, and repair bodily damage. It surprised him greatly with this. Yang Fan finally had real value. How many awakening potions do you have? Let me think about how to exchange them for resources to the greatest extent possible. This left Yang Fan at a loss for words, and he thought about it for a moment. 10 bottles, that's all I have for now. If you want more, it will cost me a huge price to get them. Yi Qingsheng glanced at him. He hadn't said that to her back then. Chapter 98 The Old Fox. Upon hearing the numbers, Yi Jiangwo also fell into thought. Yang Fan was definitely not telling the truth, but he had also left himself some room for maneuver. If the items given are indeed good, he will increase the amount of potion. Leave all these things to me to handle. What you lack most right now isn't money or anything, right? I'll get you the rank of major and the title of academician. What do you think? For some people, money is simply not enough to buy this thing that Yang Fan has. After all, he developed something like this, so giving him an academician title wouldn't be unreasonable. As for a military rank, that would be the simplest option, since it's just a title without any real power, and he'd still gain a favor. In short, Yi Jiangwo gave nothing. But Yang Fan didn't know that Yi Qingsheng didn't expose him, otherwise it would have been difficult for her to speak up in front of her father later. Okay, let's add an airport too, for my hometown. It's not very convenient for me to go back. Yang Fan readily agreed. Since there were quite a lot of these things, and Lindong's side should be able to mass-produce them, they weren't anything rare. But being an academician is different. It's a symbol of status and prestige, although not as high as Yi Jiangwo's. However, it is still higher than that of a typical prefecture-level city's mayor or division chief. In Yang Fan's opinion, this was enough. Okay, sure, I'll have someone go and survey the site for construction right away. Yi Jiangwo laughed. He hadn't expected to get 10 bottles of awakening potions without paying any price at all. He had made a huge profit, and he could hardly contain his smile. Yang Fan didn't waste any time and took all the bottles of medicine out of his small bag and placed them on the coffee table in front of him. There were exactly 10 bottles, no more and no less. Actually, there was nothing in his bag. He took them all from his spatial storage. Yi Qingsheng knew this perfectly well, since she was sitting right next to Yang Fan. Okay, uncle, you can take it. As Yi Jiangwo watched Yang Fan's actions, the corners of his mouth gradually turned up and disappeared, as if he had swallowed a fly. He got carried away with his success, realizing that there wasn't as little of it as he had imagined. Otherwise, how could Yang Fan carry so many with him? Moreover, he immediately gave Yi Qingsheng 5 bottles. This kid is a wolf in sheep's clothing. You thought you had tricked him, but he's ready to stab you in the back. However, the deal has already been finalized, and if she goes back on it, her daughter will lose face and won't be able to hold her head high in front of Yang Fan in the future. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. Next time I need this, I hope you can give it to me first, and we can discuss the price later. Sometimes I need it urgently. Yang Fan nodded in understanding, since illness is something that cannot be predicted. Okay, no problem, as long as I have it. I'll give it to you right away. Yang Fan also left himself a way out. You can't be too definitive in your words. You have to leave yourself room to maneuver. Yi Jiangwo shook his head. At first, he thought this kid was a simpleton, but he didn't expect him to be so cunning. He guessed Yi Qingsheng would have to talk to him in the end. Yi Jiangwo put away the medicine, got up, straightened his clothes, and looked like he was about to go out. Are you going back? I'll have my secretary give you a ride. Uncle, I'm not going back. I'm going to sleep with Qingsheng. No. 2 distinct voices rang out at the same time. They were naturally Yi Qingsheng and her father. If her parents weren't around, it wouldn't be a problem to sleep with them, but since her parents are still alive and she's not married, how can she sleep with them? Yi Jiangwo pulled Yang Fan up and said to Yi Qingsheng, I'll take him home first. You and your mom should go to bed early too. Without waiting for Yang Fan's objection, he went straight out the door. Yi Jiangwo's secretary had already parked the car at the entrance and went straight to open the car door when he saw the two of them. Uncle, let go of me. I can walk by myself. Although Yi Jiangwo had been injected with the awakening drug, He was still far inferior to him, but Yang Fan couldn't make a move against him. You little brat, are you deliberately trying to disgust me? He then let go of her hand. No way, we're in a normal romantic relationship. It's perfectly normal for us to sleep together. Yang Fan, of course, couldn't admit it, so he put on a good boy act. Roll. If you say that to my face again, I'll beat you up, you brat. After catching it, it immediately crawled into the car. Yi Jiangwo did indeed send Yang Fan away first, and Yang Fan came to Gubei number 1. Bai Bing has already gone on a trip, leaving only her best friend in Zishuan. Yang Fan is going to meet her. Isn't your house one of those villas? What are you doing here? Yi Jiangwo asked a question, sounding puzzled. Uncle, I have money. After saying that, Yang Fan turned around and left. Yi Jiangwo was so angry that his face turned red. He really couldn't refute it. Yang Fan was indeed very rich. Although the houses here are very expensive, Yang Fan can still easily buy a building. Mayor, where are we going? The secretary has already noticed Yang Fan. This young man has a close relationship with the mayor, otherwise he wouldn't be able to speak like that. To the military region. Yang Fan had the room's password and fingerprint, so he entered the room directly. And Zishuan was watching a TV show in the living room when she heard the door open. She immediately turned down the TV volume and moved closer to the kitchen. No need for the knife, it's me. Yang Fan spoke up immediately, warning her not to let the girl hurt herself with a knife. You should have called me beforehand. I was so scared. And I didn't even prepare any safety measures. And Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it was Yang Fan. It's okay, I never need to. Yang Fan only used it a few times when he first started experiencing kidney failure, and stopped using it after he recovered. After all, even a distance of 0.01 is still a distance. What if I get pregnant? I'm aiming for the entertainment industry. And Zishuan was clearly somewhat unwilling. 10 million, add a female character. Yang Fan directly sets his price. Never talking about feelings, he just throws money and resources at the problem. Those who have money and go to experience romance are simply out of their minds. You can't find love when you're broke, let alone when you're rich. And Zishuan swallowed hard. She understood how Bai Bing felt back then. Yang Fan always managed to offer conditions that were hard to refuse. I have no objection, you can do whatever you want. And Zishuan thought that having a child with Yang Fan was not a big deal. If it was a boy, he could inherit the family fortune. Yang Fan himself didn't actually want children. After all, his parents' situation had a great impact on him. However, Yang Fan felt that his sister was right. As the elderly get older, they would prefer to have many children and grandchildren. He doesn't use any protection. Whoever gets pregnant just gives birth. You always sleep with Bai Bing. Are you a lesbian? Yang Fan asked what he had always wanted to know. And Zishuan hesitated, unsure how to answer. I once saw 2 men kissing in the woods when I was in school. So, I didn't have a good impression of guys after that. I got used to it after not having any contact with them. Then I met Bai Bing, and things slowly started to change. Chapter 99. The deal is still online. Oh, I see. It seems that everyone's personality is influenced by their youth, or even earlier. Perhaps a person's happiness or unhappiness can be determined before the age of 10. After all, the older you get, the more defined your personality becomes. The hurts suffered in youth will stay with a person for life, so a person who is good at forgetting should be very happy. Just tell me which female lead you've chosen for the drama. Give me your account number, I'll transfer the money to you right now. And Zishuan awkwardly took out her bank card from her bag and handed it to Yang Fan. She dared not give him the amount, lest she give him the wrong number. Soon, and Zishuan received a bank transfer notification. She opened it and looked at the dizzying number. Suddenly, she understood why Bai Bing had become so gentle. Finally, she also experienced the "it's actually delicious" phenomenon. Go take a shower and change your clothes. I want to see long legs and cleavage. I remember Bai Bing bought a lot of revealing clothes. Yang Fan licked his lips. Bai Bing is so sensible. And Zishuan had naturally seen it before that brat. How could she have the nerve to wear it out? No. When Zishuan came out, Yang Fan's eyes changed instantly. Her figure was amazing, and her face was exquisite. No wonder she can be a model. I bet all other models would feel ashamed of themselves. And Zishuan has everything. Her figure and face are perfect. Those long legs. Yang Fan had always thought about what it would be like to carry them on his shoulders. It seems that it's true that beautiful women tend to flock to places where they can make money quickly. The entertainment industry can indeed make money quickly, but it's too chaotic. Girls need to be willing to go all out and spend time with many people that should give them a chance. Yang Fan carried her into the room. When Yang Fan woke up the next day, He touched the person beside him, but no one was there. I went outside and saw that Zixuan was also trying to cook in the kitchen, just like Bai Bing. However, she didn't know how, as you could tell from the black smoke constantly billowing out of the kitchen. Yang Fan went over and carried her out, knowing that she had difficulty walking. Okay, no need to cook, I appreciate it. I've called a chef to come and cook. You should rest while walking is already very difficult for you. That's all because of you. And Zixuan's voice was hoarse. Yang Fan smiled and Zixuan had the best figure he had ever seen. It's because you're so charming. I need to rest for a few days and won't be able to spend time with you. Go find your other lovers. And Zixuan sensed something. They say actors are heartless, and it seems it's true. You're already like this before you've even entered the entertainment industry. I'm starting to think about changing my mind. Yang Fan shook his head, feigning disappointment. And Zixuan was startled. She had pinned her hopes for the rest of her life on Yang Fan. So how could she let him misunderstand? No, I'll stay with you. To the room, or? Yang Fan touched her face. The girl was so frightened that her face had turned a little pale. I was just kidding. At this moment, Yang Fan received a message from Li Yunlong, saying that they had almost finished packing up and asked him to come and pick up the things. I need to go to the restroom. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he went to a room, locked the door, and entered the trading space. Li Yunlong's clothes this time were new, no longer the old ones with the ripped fabric. Hey, old Li, you've got new clothes. We've captured quite a lot recently. After fighting all our lives, it's not unreasonable to get some new clothes. Yang Fan smiled and said, no problem. The two got up and went to the warehouse in Longcheng. Yang Fan was immediately blinded by the light as he entered. A warehouse full of gold. Brother Yang is here. There are 1,500 tons of gold here, which are the items from the last arms deal. The antiques in the other warehouse are from the arms deal 2 years ago. There's also the Along the River during the Qingming Festival scroll. The division commander said it was a special thank you, and he said you should know what it's about. Yang Fan took the box. Along the River during the Qingming Festival. Yang Fan remembered it was a return gift from Evolution Energy. Transaction successful, transaction rating SSS, 1,600 transaction points earned. Yang Fan casually put the gold into his ring as well. Transaction successful, transaction rating SSS plus, 3,200 transaction points awarded. Trading points balance, 8,014 points. Note, you will no longer gain trade points after earning more than 5,000 points from regular world trades. Yang Fan stopped in his tracks, just about to head to the next room. It turned out that he could only get 5,000 trading points in a normal world. He had been hoping to farm them all at once. In the future, you'll need to trade twice with SSS plus rank items, otherwise it's easy to not get enough trade points. However, Yang Fan still took the antiques from the warehouse next door. Brigade Commander, where did this Along the River during the Qingming Festival scroll come from? The Japanese were already preparing to transport what they got at the port, but luckily we acted in advance. Originally, this wasn't supposed to be given to you, since it's one of the few national treasures available. But the division commander said he owed you a favor, so he sent it to you. Although the brigade commander didn't know what it was about, he was certain that Yang Fan had given him something special. When does it begin? In fact, Yang Fan's transaction this time has exceeded expectations. So much gold was not transported away in time. It seems that the gold transported away in the first place was far more than 21,000 tons. It's August 20th now, so let's say October 1st. I'll invite you over then. Yang Fan nodded. The timing was indeed quite coincidental. Okay, I'll be there on time. Yang Fan was still somewhat excited. We urgently need to replenish our ammunition. Do you have any? Their ammunition consumption is quite high. They've already used up about a third of it. Yes, I'll give you some space. Even though there will be no more trading points in the future, having gold from the Japanese is still a good thing. Otherwise, who would he sell all those weapons to? Brother Yang, I have a favor to ask. Could you please provide us with the weapon design blueprints? The brigade commander himself was a little embarrassed to say such a thing. After all, he had essentially blocked Yang Fan's business. But it has to be done this way. It's better to have your own parents than to have your own. It's always unsettling to entrust your life and destiny to someone else. Don't worry, we won't take it for nothing. You can take another 20% of the gold from the Japanese side. Need not. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the brigade commander felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed things were not going to work out. I'm giving you the blueprints. Consider it my early gift to you for the founding of our nation. Chapter 100. The difficulty of moving from luxury to simplicity. The world of Bright Sword has already come to an end. Now, their weapons can easily overwhelm anyone they encounter. Their weapon performance is far superior. A division equipped with aircraft, tanks, rocket launchers, fully automatic firepower, plus heavy Gatling guns, is ready to wipe out anyone who doesn't like it. Furthermore, having taken over the arsenal from the Japanese, the weakness in weaponry has been addressed, and they are now unmatched on land. They should be able to control the area north of the Yangtze River very soon. When Yang Fan returned, breakfast was already prepared. It was very lavish, with both Chinese and Western dishes. Yang Fan, is breakfast really that extravagant? This meal must have cost several thousand. These 4 pieces of Wagyu beef alone cost 4,000. And Zixuan was stunned when she saw the ingredients brought by the chef team. They were all top quality ingredients. 40,000. The ingredients cost over 10,000. The rest is labor costs. Yang Fan sat down and started eating. He had used up a lot of energy last night and needed to replenish it. And Zixuan was impressed. This was truly the ultimate indulgence. It was just a shame about the money spent. A meal included a top-of-the-line handbag. And Zixuan looked at her bank balance. At Yang Fan's rate of spending, her 10 million yuan would probably only last for 3 to 5 months. That's an exaggeration. And Zixuan earns 30,000 to 40,000 yuan a month, which means that Yang Fan's breakfast cost her a month's salary. Then don't hire chefs like that anymore. When I eat out, it only costs 10 or 20 yuan. It's okay, it doesn't cost you any money. I paid them a yearly fee, so they can eat whatever they want. If you're home, they can come over and cook lunch and dinner. These chefs were hired by Yi Qingsheng from top restaurants in Shanghai, at great expense. They not only had to know how to cook Western food, but also Chinese food, and the fees were very high. It's too extravagant. Once you get used to it, you probably won't be able to live without it. And Zixuan sighed, and began to savor the breakfast worth 40,000 yuan. A smile appeared on Yang Fan's lips. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. After dinner, Yang Fan's sister called. Xiao Fan, Mom's back. Yang Fan fell silent. Mom was a name unfamiliar to Yang Fan. All he knew was that she and his father divorced when he was 3 years old, and he seemed to have seen her once more when he was in 2nd grade. We haven't seen each other or been in contact at other times. I can still vaguely remember my grandfather making me lie on the windowsill and yelling at me. Would you like to come back and see me? Okay, I'll go back tomorrow. Have the village matchmaker find a new partner for Dad, preferably someone who can stay home and take care of him. I'm not short of money, so I'll find someone who's 37 or 38, not someone too young. Yang Fan's return wasn't just to see her, it was mainly to end things. As for finding someone around 40, it was because someone too young couldn't take care of her. This time, Yang Wan fell silent. She hadn't expected Yang Fan to have such thoughts. She had thought he was planning to come back and help them get back together. Okay, I got it. I'll ask the villagers tomorrow if there are any like this around here. Yang Wan sometimes calls her mother to keep in touch. Yang Fan has never contacted his mother since he was old enough to understand things. After all, can giving birth to someone without raising them be considered a debt of gratitude for giving birth to them? If this is considered a favor, then the woman who had a surrogate pregnancy must be laughing to death. Do you have enough money on you? That's enough. We didn't hire anyone for many places, and many dishes were made by the chefs in our village. Okay, I'll go back tomorrow, and we'll talk about it then. Yang Fan hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Money is something that people both like and hate. And Zixuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that Yang Fan was leaving. This guy was the most comfortable in Zhoujianxi. Rich, good-looking, and healthy. It not only solves physiological problems, but also mental problems. You seem quite happy. Yang Fan saw in Zixuan and smiled, seemingly lost in thought. He was a little confused. Of course I'm happy. My boyfriend is tall, rich, and handsome. Plus, he's even more physically fit than a sports student. Shouldn't I be laughing? Yang Fan was speechless. He hadn't expected this girl to be so quick-witted. Last night, she asked herself if she could present herself as his girlfriend in public, and Yang Fan agreed, since no one says you can only have one girlfriend. Yang Fan has never restricted the speech of his women. Come over. I'll give you the injection. How about tonight? Let me rest. And Zixuan was in a bit of a predicament. What are you thinking? As he spoke, Yang Fan took out the awakening potion. It's really going to give you an injection. Here, let's do it in your arm. And Zixuan swallowed hard when she saw the green tube in Yang Fan's hand. All the vaccines she had received before were transparent, and she had never seen anyone receive this kind of injection before. Yang Fan, don't inject me with drugs. I'll be very obedient. I'll do whatever you say, And I'll never betray you, really. Really, I swear on my legs. And Zishuan was so frightened that she couldn't speak coherently. Come over. Yang Fan raised his voice. Tears welled up in Zishuan's eyes. She didn't dare not go over. She had just said something that was in Yang Fan's favor. If she didn't go over and Yang Fan was determined to do this, she wouldn't be able to escape either. And Zishuan moved step by step to Yang Fan's side, turned her head to the other side, and continued to shed tears. Yang Fan injected the awakening potion directly into her arm. It's kind of funny to see her looking like she's about to die. She has quite a vivid imagination. After the injection, Zishuan felt warm all over her body and could feel a continuous flow of energy throughout her body. The fatigue from last night has also vanished. This doesn't seem to be what she's thinking. What did you inject me with? I feel better than ever before. I can even run 10 kilometers. She was quite certain that it wasn't a stimulant or a drug. Something that can awaken cells, increase lifespan, and improve physical fitness. Our company has recently developed it. Yang Fan's earlier statements were all true, and his later claim that he developed it himself is valid. Who can say anything about that, since they couldn't have developed it themselves? And Zishuan blinked. She found that her mind was clear and her body felt fine, so she believed Yang Fan's words. And this also explains why Yang Fan's physical strength is so good. Oh, I see. Thank you, my dear husband. Husband. Want to. I love you so much. I want to have your baby. And Zishuan clung to Yang Fan like a kangaroo. Yang Fan thought of the effects of awakened energy. I guess I'll have to do some morning exercise. After a few days of silence following receiving his phone, Li Shimin finally sent a message asking Yang Fan to come to his social media space. For this transaction, Yang Fan also planned to trade items that would yield the greatest rewards, trying to accumulate as many trade points as possible in each instance. Chapter 101. Li Shimin was also a man of strong emotions. Why are you so slow? I've been messaging you for 2 hours now. And you brat, you have no respect for your father-in-law at all. Li Shimin and Yang Fan were getting a little angry. It wasn't a problem before, but now that they knew the news, Yang Fan wasn't coming. How can a man say fast? What's wrong? Why did you call me over? Yang Fan rubbed his back. It really was true that there were no fields that were overplowed, only oxen that died from exhaustion. You're being unfair, kid. My calligraphy, Wang Shiji's calligraphy, Yu Shernan's calligraphy, and Chu Suelian's calligraphy, the calligraphy of the few of us, is astronomical in your land. None of the things you gave me are valuable, and everything they took from me was a treasure. Tell me, how do you intend to compensate me? Li Shimin immediately launched into a barrage of questions. You're talking like your words are very valuable where you are. Gold isn't even currency where you are now. It was just a transaction, so let bygones be bygones. He and Li Shimin were evenly matched. Neither of them was willing to suffer a loss. What about my Longquan sword? The peerless weapon you're talking about, the Tanyang, can be mass-produced. A transaction is supposed to be a one-time thing. Why are you being so petty? It's really pointless. Yang Fan naturally couldn't return it once something was in his hands. There was no reason to take it back. Alright, what do you want to trade by calling me here this time? Modular type printing. You didn't even give it to me last time. There's also crude oil refining technology and equipment, electricity technology and equipment, cement technology and equipment, glass technology and equipment, steelmaking technology and equipment. Li Shimin said a lot. Yang Fan saw that these were all industrial bases. Li Shimin was trying to start an industrial revolution. Moreover, their insight was extremely accurate. Crude oil is the mother of industry. Crude oil can be used for a wide variety of things, including refining petroleum, gasoline, paraffin oil, the material used in plastic bags, kerosene, diesel, industrial fuels, and asphalt. As expected of the ruler of the country, his vision is truly excellent. Father-in-law, you know these technologies and equipment aren't cheap, right? You have a cell phone now, so I can't fool you anymore. Nature. The imperial seal of the state, plus Wang Shiji's preface to the Orchid Pavilion. Do you think that's enough? Li Shimin smiled confidently. When Li Shimin mentioned these two things, Yang Fan was dumbfounded. The two things he had longed for were directly given to him by Li Shimin. Are you kidding me? Give me the imperial seal of the state. What will you use it for? I don't need this thing to prove anything anymore. My future territory and achievements will be countless times greater than his. I don't need him to vindicate me. I carved the imperial seal from a radish, and if I say it is an imperial seal, then it is an imperial seal. I also want future emperors to recognize the imperial seal that I have reaffirmed. Li Shimin had already learned enough about the situation from his phone. His next task was to focus on getting things done. Yang Fan gave him a thumbs up, saying that Li Shimin's title as an emperor for all ages was truly well-deserved. He had a very high vision and broad thinking. If it weren't for the limitations of his vision at the time, he probably would have owned all of Asia. Okay, the deal is done. I'll prepare the entire industrial infrastructure for you. Li Shimin had also read the history of later generations and knew what Yang Fan wanted most. This means the Li Shimin instance is almost over. After Yang Fan completes this transaction, he'll probably have tens of thousands of trading points, which he can freely choose to go anywhere. I apologize to you. There are indeed more than 5 commanders with a combined annual power in your territory. However, they all benefited from the radio station. I believe that if your military capabilities were truly superior, they would be no less than theirs. Li Shimin also carefully studied the battles between Yang Fan's troops and found that there were indeed several battles that were fought with extraordinary skill. Yang Fan nodded. It was undeniable that Li Shimin's command ability was also top-notch, achieving such success even in an era of poor communication. In modern times, after adapting to weaponry, he would at least be at the level of a marshal. Could you give me a few of your palace maids? Lan didn't even have any dowry maids when she married into the family. I was worried they would expose your ability to travel between 2 worlds, but now that you've spoken up, it seems you've already established a foothold. I'll send you 4. They're more clever, and they grew up by Guanyinbi's side since they were little. They're very trustworthy, and they're all over 18, which meets the laws where you are. Li Shimin is now a pro at surfing the internet every day, engaging in intensive online activities. Thank you, father-in-law. Li Anlin's villa is too big. Even though he hires someone to clean it regularly, he still needs a few people who can clean it whenever they have free time. Then I'll be going. I need some time to prepare these things. Etc. I quite like your sexy lingerie. We need about 1,000 or 800 sets. Yang Fan gave an okay sign. It seems that men all care about pretty much the same things, even emperors. You still have a lot of Wang Shiji's calligraphy, right? Give me some more. Yang Fan couldn't just buy things for nothing, could he? Li Shimin flicked his sleeve, and about 300 boxes were thrown out. It seems Li Shimin had prepared for all this long ago. What a man. Yang Fan grabbed the items and left the space. He took out a pen and listed all the things Li Shimin wanted, took a picture, and sent it to Jiang Lan. And leave her a message. Store all these devices into the dimensional space. If there isn't enough space, wait until there's enough water this time. These are all ordinary things, and probably won't attract much attention. After sending the message, Yang Fan called Ling Kurson, that little girl. Hey, I'm going home tomorrow. I'll take you guys with me, and afterwards we'll visit the film set. Are you interested? Yes. What time is it tomorrow? How are we getting there? By plane or high-speed train? Is it just us, or are there other people? Yang Fan was a bit overwhelmed. He had only asked one question, and this girl had given him so much in response. I'll have someone book the plane tickets for us. The time will be sent to your phone. After hanging up, he called Yi Qingqing again and asked her to book the tickets. You remember the promise you made to Dad, right? Remember to give it to me. Also, the construction of other parts of the park is fine, but what kind of villa do you want for yourself? Booking plane tickets is a minor matter. Qin Sijie can handle that. The 2 things she asked about are the real issues. I'll have someone send the letter to you. As for the villa, let's build it in the Chinese style, but make sure it gets plenty of sunlight. Also, I need a large private place to store some of my collection. Yi Qingqing was also very curious when she heard about Yang Fan's collection. It seemed that he didn't like to collect calligraphy by Wang Shiji. Chapter 102 The Maid Has Arrived. Back at the villa, Yang Fan took out a calligraphy scroll and asked Tang Shui to deliver it to Yi Qingqing. He then brought out 4 beautiful young girls from the space. Naturally, these were the palace maids that Li Shimin had promised him. Li Anlin looked at the people in front of her. She recognized them all, as they were people who served Empress Zhang Sun and whom she saw often. The group didn't recognize Yang Fan, but they did recognize Li Anlin, and they bowed to her upon seeing her. Princess Xiangqing. Yes, you are not allowed to call me princess here anymore. Call me sister. Your father and mother should have told you this when you came. If any of you accidentally let it slip, don't blame me for being ruthless. Not only you, but your families will also be doomed. You already know. The group was so frightened that they knelt down immediately, thinking they had finally met an acquaintance. They hadn't expected Li Anlin's personality to have changed so much, and everyone was trembling with fear. Okay, sis. Get up. Even my mother didn't ask you to kneel, so there's no need for you to kneel here. The man before you is my son-in-law. You should all have heard of him. From now on, his words will have the same effect as mine. If you disobey, I will have no choice but to send you back to my father, the emperor. His name is Yang Fan. You can call him Brother Fan. Yes, yes. Brother Fan. The group also bowed to Yang Fan. Yang Fan watched as Li Anlin intimidated the palace maids, surprised that her ability to manage people was quite impressive. Your etiquette needs to change. Anlin, go and teach them, and change their clothes while you're at it. Yang Fan didn't bother to find out their names. He would naturally get to know them when they served him in the future. These women were all very beautiful, each with their own unique charm. They were probably all intended for Li Shimin, but unexpectedly, they ended up benefiting him instead. Okay, brother, I'll take them to the basement. Yang Fan nodded. Although it's called a basement, it actually has excellent natural light. It features a sunken courtyard, and there's a small yard in the basement that leads directly to the lawn outside. Tang Shui returned quickly, but she was carrying many bags and packages. They retrieved Yang Fan's major's ID and 2 sets of clothes. Yang Fan took them out and examined them. They should be fine for him. Another thing is his academician certificate, and another is his certificate as one of the top 10 outstanding young people in Shanghai. There are also several custom-made suits. Did Yi Qingsheng buy this suit? Yes, boss, Mizzy bought it. She said she shouldn't dress so casually next time she sees her dad. Tang Shui stared blankly at Yang Fan's 2 documents. Although major isn't a high rank, it's a position that most people would never reach in their lifetime. Getting promoted in the military is incredibly slow, like a snail's pace. As for this academician certificate, that's even more absurd. Yang Fan is an academician at the age of 23. He's been doing research since he was in his mother's womb. Holy crap, doesn't even begin to describe Tang Shui's current feelings. Hee, no one has ever let me dress this formally before. Even Yi Qingsheng's father, Yang Fan, was on equal footing with him. After all, the resources he possessed were something Yi Jiangwo would covet. Tang Shui opened her mouth as if to say something, but then held back. She had been in the army for so long and was only a captain, while Yang Fan, who didn't even know where the gate of the army was, had the rank of major. What's even more outrageous is that academician's certificate, which is far more valuable than a major certificate, and the resources that can be mobilized are unimaginable. She felt that Yang Fan's words made sense. He could indeed wear whatever he wanted. Oh, we have new guests at our villa? Tang Shui looked out the window at a girl dressed as a maid on the lawn. Yes, I've hired a few nannies. How can such a big villa be left unattended? So young. I'm afraid you'll be taking care of them at night. They can't possibly take care of you, can they? Tang Shui knew exactly what Yang Fan was thinking. Are you bored? I'd like to practice with you. Yang Fan glanced at her. This girl always managed to sabotage things. Tang Shui quickly waved her hand, saying that this guy seemed to have no sense of how much force he used, and if she were hit by him, she would need to rest for several days. No. What I mean is that you really know how to enjoy yourself. You don't need to tell me. I'm flying back tomorrow. You need to set off now and drive the convoy to our airport to wait for me. Yang Fan was fairly satisfied with Tang Shui. Although they didn't really need bodyguards now, even the most careful person can make mistakes. Aside from being a bit sharp-tongued at times, Tang Shui was otherwise fine, didn't cause any trouble, and was very obedient. Her chest is a bit too flat, otherwise she would be a good bed partner. Then I'll go. Tang Shui ran away without looking back, genuinely afraid that Yang Fan would practice with her. During dinner, Yang Fan and Li Anlin sat while the other 4 stood, which made Yang Fan feel somewhat uncomfortable. Sit down and eat, everyone. We don't have such a strong sense of class here. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the 4 women sat down, but none of them dared to touch their chopsticks. They only started eating after Yang Fan and Li Anlin finished eating and left. I was originally planning to take you back, but judging from the situation, you shouldn't go back this time. Stay here and teach them properly. Although the women looked fine in modern clothes, their words and actions still gave rise to speculation. Should we send Sister Zhonglan this time? She's never been before. She has important business to attend to, so she won't be going this time. Zhonglan has had a lot going on lately. Yang Fan has entrusted her with so much equipment and resources, as well as 1 billion tons of water. Alright then, shall Chun Tao and Xia He teach you how to swim? They're quite good at swimming. These palace maids may not be good at everything else, but they are definitely good at serving people. Okay. Spring and summer? The other 2 are autumn and winter. The other 2 are autumn osmanthus and winter plum. What winter plum? Yang Fan instantly thought of a meme. Let's call her Dongmei. Chapter 103. Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. There used to be all those time travel novels that said emperors were like cattle or horses. That's pure nonsense. How could an emperor be treated like a cow or a horse? They enjoy the world's most top-tier resources. Even a small fraction of it would be something that modern-day tycoons can't afford. They use top-tier resources and beautiful women that were presented as tribute from other countries. He then discovered that 2 of the palace maids were not Han Chinese, and 2 were from Goryeo, Korea. Brother, is this all your convoy? It's so impressive. It looks like a gangster boss's caravan from TV. Ling Kursin clung to Yang Fan's arm, her eyes filled with hearts. Okay, stop hugging me. How am I supposed to walk if you're carrying me like this? These 2 girls seem to be competing with each other. They've been like this since the plane. It's okay, Brother Fan. We'll help you walk. Look at the people around us. They all envy you. Seeing that Ling Kursin showed no intention of letting go, Suing did not let go either. Yang Fan sighed helplessly. Although he felt quite comfortable, walking was indeed very difficult. Yang Fan looked around and saw that he was indeed attracting a lot of attention, being hugged by 2 beautiful young women. I was just annoyed that I was stopped before I could even get on the bus. Mr. Yang, hello? I'm the mayor's secretary. The mayor would like to invite you to dinner. Yang Fan frowned. He didn't have any dealings with them. Suddenly, I slapped my thigh and remembered it was probably because of the airport incident. After all, Yang Fan's home is in a county-level city, so the other party probably wants to keep the airport in a prefecture-level city. About the airport? Oh, is that so? The secretary was surprised that Yang Fan knew so quickly. Then there's no need to eat. This airport was built to make it easier for me to go home. Otherwise, would I be crazy to build another airport in the city? Yang Fan ignored him and walked away. The secretary wanted to say something more, but Tang Shui stopped her. It takes 2 hours to get to Yang Fan's home from here. If the airport were built in their county-level city, it would probably only take less than 10 minutes to get home. Brother Fan, you're so domineering. You don't even give the mayor face. Ling Kursin truly admired Yang Fan to the core. They're the ones who need my help. If I were to adopt a humble attitude, wouldn't I be completely at their mercy? Yang Fan knew a bit about how things worked in their officialdom. It was a matter of give and take, and the more you yielded, the less say you had. You adults have so many complicated relationships. Wow, that lady in front is so pretty. Are you your driver? Ling Kursin looked at Tang Shui curiously, feeling that she was only 2 years older than her. I'm your bodyguard. Tang Shui also looked at Ling Kursin and the other woman in the rearview mirror. She could only say that Yang Fan was really good at choosing beauties. Everyone around me is incredibly beautiful. They don't have the typical internet celebrity face, but each has their own unique beauty. Bodyguard? Brother, you like cosplay? Then when we get back to Shanghai, I'll take you to see cosplay. There are lots of beautiful girls there. They have all kinds of roles. Yang Fan was speechless. It seemed that Tang Shui's face was too deceptive. However, Yang Fan did not explain. He had heard of cosplay conventions in Shanghai before, but had never been to one. Since Ling Kursin has brought it up, it's fine to go and have some fun. Okay, let's go when we get back to Shanghai. It was already noon when Yang Fan got home. The new house has just been renovated, so we can't move in yet. However, Yang Fan was still very satisfied when he passed by. The greenery in front of the house was excellent, and there was a private little square where people could play basketball, table tennis, and badminton. The house has a Chinese style overall and is very grand. Boss, this house you built is really nice. Tang Shui herself was tired of skyscrapers and really liked the house Yang Fan built. Brother, is this your house? So beautiful. It has such great taste. Of course. Otherwise, your mother wouldn't have fallen for me. It's all because of my personal charm. Yang Fan's words silenced the 3 women in the car. What kind of personal charm is this? It's the charm he has when he's spending money. However, Yang Fan is quite good looking, and his success isn't entirely due to money. When Yang Fan arrived at his doorstep, the place was already crowded with people. The village had been celebrating like it was Chinese New Year for the past few days. All the old facilities in the village were renovated. Because Yang Fanjian's house was on the edge of the village, the surrounding roads were also repaired. As soon as Yang Fan got out of the car, a small figure ran over. Uncle, Dog Egg, oh my, your little face has gotten so round. Yang Fan touched her face, then carried her back into the house. I saw a relative I didn't recognize. She had gained a lot of weight, but you could still see traces of her former self. There's another person Yang Fan doesn't want to see, and that's his aunt. Fan, you've grown up. Yang Fan's mother spoke first. Have lunch before you leave. Yang Fan's words left Yang's mother speechless. She had only just opened her mouth when he kicked her out. Fan, your mother has had her reasons all these years. If life weren't unbearable, who would want to get a divorce? You know what your dad's like. Then your business has nothing to do with me. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he turned to leave. Wait, Fan, what about your aunt? She's your dad's sister, after all. She's seriously ill now. How can you just sit idly by and do nothing? Even if she made mistakes in the past, isn't that enough of the past? As a junior, shouldn't you be more magnanimous? Yang Fan glanced back at the two of them and finally realized who his aunt had learned this from his wonderful mother. De Gang is right. You should stay away from people who advise you to be magnanimous without understanding the situation. When lightning strikes her, you'll be caught in the crossfire. Do not advise others to do good if you have never experienced their suffering. Then go ahead. Neither of you are allowed to set foot in my house again, or I'll cripple you and throw you out. Yang Fan left immediately after finishing his sentence. Yang Fan also understood that his mother was pleading for him now to leave herself a way out, since no one can guarantee that they will not grow old, get sick and die. Yang Wan followed her out. Aren't you going to say a few more words? No need. We can just bring her back and bury her next to Dad after she dies. Yang Fan teased the dog in his arms. Yang Fan only saw her at the very end. While she was alive, he would never see her again. Ling Kersen and Su Ying, who were following Yang Fan, were both dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. She hasn't had a good time in recent years either. Yang Fan knew that her sister and mother still needed to keep in touch, since her sister's husband lived not far from her. You reap what you sow. She's an adult and should be responsible for her choices. Good deeds will eventually be rewarded. The way of heaven is cyclical. Look up and see, who can escape the wrath of heaven? If I hadn't held the door open, would she have come back? Yang Wan fell silent, for it was indeed the truth. Chapter 104. Don't go poop. How many days will you stay at home? Yang Wan and her companion had already left the house. I won't be home if you're here. I just visited Grandma, and she's much better now. It seems that elderly people still need someone to accompany them. Come here, I have something for you. Curious, Yang Wan followed Yang Fan into the car. They injected her with an awakening potion and explained its benefits to her. She was given 2 more injections, naturally for her father and grandmother. Yang Fan's brother-in-law's family won't let him quit his job at the mine, saying they're afraid he'll do something shady and squander the family fortune. However, the eldest daughter was sent over. Aren't you going to give them to your 2 nieces? Yang Wan finally understood why Yang Fan was so rich. This medicine was more profitable than a money-printing machine. They are too young to need it. Give it to them when they're adults. The main thing is that this stuff can improve a person's physical condition. Children don't know their own strength and might hurt someone. Okay, I found someone for Dad. Do you want to meet her? I think she's pretty good. She's from the neighboring village. She looks alright. I've also asked around and found out that she was abused by her husband during her marriage, and eventually she couldn't take it anymore and got a divorce. Yang Fan laughed. Her sister could even read faces now. It's good that you've met her. I won't. Just let her take care of the family. Let's have a simple wedding, and don't skimp on the bride price or anything else. Although it was his second marriage, Yang Fan was not stingy with what he deserved. You've gotten so used to being a hands-off manager now. I'm getting so annoyed with you lately. You've been calling around asking for money, and now you're dumping this on me again. Yang Wan was helpless. These people couldn't find Yang Fan, so they came looking for her. It's unavoidable. We can help in an emergency, but not in a long-term relationship. If someone in the family is in the hospital and can't afford it, we can lend them money. Although the money lent out may not be returned, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, so consider it as accumulating good karma for your family. Okay, anyway, our family has already given so much to the village, so this little bit won't make a difference. Okay, I'll leave you 5 million. I've transferred it to your card. Yang Fan didn't earn too much. It should be enough to cover the village's affairs. With nothing else to do at home, Yang Fan bid farewell to his family. Although the new house is very big, it's not habitable yet. With so many people living there, it's not very convenient in the village. His mother and aunt wanted to say something, but they were pushed away by Yang Fan's bodyguards. Brother, was that your mother you just met? You didn't seem to know her well. Judging from Yang Fan's attitude, Ling Kersen found it hard to believe that this was his mother. My parents divorced when I was 3 years old, and I have no memory of anything before that. I saw it once when I was 9 years old, and then just now. All things considered, 3 times. Yang Fan's expression remained unchanged. He had thought that she would come to his aid during his most difficult times. After all, who wouldn't want to suddenly encounter a ray of light in the darkness? But now he stands in the dawn, and the longing he once had has long since faded. You're much better off than me. I've never had a father since I was little. Okay, don't be sad. Ling Kersen came up and kissed Yang Fan to comfort him. Yang Fan patted her head, saying, It's good that you're carefree. Isn't that because your mother gave you a happy childhood? There is a fundamental difference between how mothers and fathers take care of children. I didn't feel anything. But if my mom hadn't insisted on having me, my grandparents probably wouldn't have let me be born. Hee hee, your mother must be regretting giving birth to you now. She's given birth to a complete nuisance. Yang Fan also smiled. Ling Ke angrily came up and started punching Yang Fan. Suing watched quietly from the side. She hadn't expected Yang Fan to be such a resolute person. Hesitation will only lead to trouble. Her sister's death was not unjust. Yang Fan was a man who dared to love and hate. Brother Fan, where are we going now? Go and take a rest. You've been traveling all morning, by plane and by car. Tomorrow we'll go check out a film set. I have a friend who's filming there, and the set seems pretty big. Yang Fan planned to open another world that night, since he needed to continue acquiring trading points. Although Li Shimin and Li Yunlong said they would continue trading, it would just be simple trading without any trading points remaining. However, they will continue to trade, since it is their own resource world. It might come in handy in the future. Yay, are there any princess roles? I want to play a spoiled princess. I think I could definitely do it. Upon hearing that she was going to the film set, Ling Kersen stopped hitting Yang Fan and immediately started choosing roles. Yang Fan smiled. She really did have a chance to play a princess. After all, the TV series The Long Ballad was about the time of Li Shimin. However, he had probably read the script. He Mingyu had been studying at the Shanghai Theater Academy for at least 2 years, so replacing her shouldn't be a problem. Ling Kersen is a complete novice, not suitable. She should work her way up in the industry for a year or two before considering taking on acting roles. You can just buy soy sauce, but don't go take a dump. Plus, you'll be starting school soon, so you can just hang out and have some fun. You underestimate people. Look at those people in the entertainment industry. How many of them can actually act? Aren't they all just pretty faces? All they can do is stare blankly. Acting has no substance. It's not enough to just have viewership. But you're different. You have money, and I have good looks. You can make me a popular celebrity too. That way, a top female celebrity will be your sweet baby in your arms. Isn't that exciting? Ling Kersen was not at all shy and immediately asked Yang Fan to flatter her. Yang Fan agreed with Ling Kersen's words. The entertainment industry does indeed have a low barrier to entry. Why would I bother? I can just wave my hand and have so-called top female celebrities throw themselves at me. They've slept with countless men. Don't you find that disgusting? Since Ling Kersen chose to enter the entertainment industry, she was aware of its unspoken rules. This is why she clung to Yang Fan so much. With such a powerful backer, if she didn't seize the opportunity, how could she possibly succeed in the entertainment industry? I'm not going to marry her. It's like when you eat at a restaurant, you don't use the used dishes even if they're washed, right? Just like how a person needs to be more tolerant if they want to eat delicious food. Some good food might be found in places that are unsanitary and messy, and you might have to wait in line for a long time for some of the best food. Yang Fan didn't say much to Ling Kersen. After all, she was still young, and there were many things that one would not understand if one hadn't experienced them. I know what you're trying to say after all that you've said. It's just that you don't mind. Why make such a fuss? Yang Fan really wanted to slap himself. What was the point of reasoning with this girl? Chapter 105 The World of Technology. System, I want to choose a technological world. After Yang Fan finished speaking, a large number of images of world information appeared before his eyes. Weapons from that world are constantly being displayed. Yang Fan's jaw dropped in astonishment. He felt that these worlds could also stand up in the cultivation world, and they were all-powerful beings. Many of the weapons he saw were capable of destroying entire star systems. There is always the possibility of trade in every world. Almost none exceeded 1%. Why does it show such a low probability of a trade being possible? Because these worlds no longer need the resources of your world, they have integrated a vast universe. So, if it shows a percentage, is there even a tiny chance? Percent. If I spend trade points and the other party doesn't trade, are the trade points wasted? Yes. Yang Fan frowned. This was 3,000 trading points. Was he going to gamble? Gambling isn't in Yang Fan's nature. He's not someone who likes to take risks. He's always been steady and methodical, because his family's circumstances don't allow him to take risks. Yang Fan swiped his fingers in front of him a few times, but none of them were more than 1%. Just pick out the trades with a probability of over 100%. After Yang Fan finished speaking, only 3 pictures remained on the screen. One is 5%, another is 30%, and the third is 100%. Yang Fan skipped over the one with a chance of failure and looked at the last one. Exquisite starry sky. The image shows that the other party is 8,000 years ahead of Yang Fan in the world. This is the only world where Yang Fan can see the leading numbers, the others basically don't display them. It's probably because their world simply doesn't have the technological level to match that of other worlds. Yang Fan didn't hesitate. He had no choice, the percentage was too much of a rip-off. He had only heard of the streamer's 22% success rate, and he had failed 43 times in a row. Choose Linglong Xingyu. Selection successful. 3,000 transaction points deducted. Linglong Xingyu, volume 1001. Transaction points balance, 50-14. Another world appeared in Yang Fan's perception, and the two worlds on either side of this world had a new contrast. Moreover, Yang Fan astutely noticed that it was now numbered. Yang Fan's background is Shanghai, but compared to the world on the other side, it seems a bit like a country bumpkin. The world on the other side looks like a 3D printed world. Dream. The other party didn't show up directly, but Yang Fan left a message for them, which they should reply to when they see it. The other party's perception ability is far, far weaker than Lin Dong's. Lin Dong is someone who can enter the space immediately once it appears. Knock knock knock. Just as Yang Fan was immersed in the trading space, he heard a knock on the door. Yang Fan checked the time, it was already midnight. Enter. Suing sneaked in. Brother Fan. What's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping so late at night? The girl's pajamas exposed most of her fair skin, and combined with her first love's face, it made one really want to pull her into their arms and taste her. Yang Fan was still a little embarrassed to make a move on Su Ying, even though Su Ying's intentions were already quite obvious. Compared to her attitude towards him some time ago, and her attitude recently, Yang Fan is now clear that she is someone he can win over. But it feels a bit shameful to seduce her, since her sister might not be able to handle it. Brother Fan, I want to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. Su Jing sat down on the edge of the bed, her hand unconsciously tugging at her pajamas, clearly very nervous. Go ahead and say it. I'm listening. I'm going to pursue you. Su Ying became even more nervous, and her hands started to tremble. Yang Fan didn't reply. He had already figured it out. Ling Kersen had completely fooled Su Ying. Su Ying assumed that Yang Fan hadn't heard her because she had spoken too softly. Then he raised his voice and said, I like you. I'm going to pursue you. But I already have a girlfriend. You've met her, Kersen's mother. And my relationship with your sister ended quite badly. I'm sure she told you that. Yang Fan shrugged. This girl still thinks this is like playing house back in school. It's okay. I believe that men ultimately prefer 18-year-old girls. As for my sister, she is her, and I am me. It's only right that I make up for the mistake she made. As Su Ying spoke, she became more confident. After all, she was indeed 18 years old. Yang Fan was convinced Ling Kersen was really good at conning people, and Su Ying now felt that she couldn't do without him. You're wrong. Have you ever heard of Chow Chow? I prefer someone a little older. I'm not interested in a tiny kid like you. You're lying. I saw it all. You reacted when Kersen hugged you. As Su Ying spoke, she leaned closer to Yang Fan, pressing herself against him. Yang Fan glanced at Su Ying. Between being a beast and being worse than a beast, Yang Fan chose the beast. He pushed Su Ying down directly, since he was used to having someone sleeping next to him at night. Knock knock knock. The knocking sounded again. Before Yang Fan could even speak, the door was pushed open, and Ling Kersen walked in. Oops. Hey, you guys be careful. Why aren't you closing the door? Ling Kersen had originally planned to deepen her relationship with Yang Fan, but she didn't expect Su Ying to think the same way. Yang Fan was speechless. How could you say the door wasn't closed? Where did you get this habit of walking in without waiting for a reply? Upon hearing Ling Kersen's voice, Su Ying was so startled that she sat up abruptly, covered her face, and ran straight to her room. What do you want now, staying up so late at night? Yang Fan wasn't in a hurry to win over Su Ying. I did have one, but I was afraid you'd just eat me alive, so I'll do it next time. After saying that, Ling Kersen ran away. Yang Fan looked at the empty room and shook his head helplessly. The next day, Yang Fan was awakened by a barrage of system notifications, more than a dozen messages in total. They all told him to go directly into the trading space. As soon as Yang Fan entered, he saw a stunningly beautiful young woman strolling through the space, though her steps were a bit fast, indicating she was clearly in a hurry. The girl was dressed in tight-fitting battle armor, which was thin and showed off her perfect figure. Yang Fan still felt the same way, as if she had been printed out, too perfect. Upon seeing Yang Fan, Zifu curiously sized him up. You don't seem to have anything of value on you, except for the ring on your hand. Oh, you can tell just by looking. Yang Fan found a place to sit down. This girl was quite interesting. Yang Fan's danger perception system could sense a strong sense of danger emanating from this girl, but he couldn't discern anything from her. My brain is connected to a nanocomputer, and I can tell whether you are worth trading just by looking into your eyes. Minute. If you can't offer me any items that interest me in the trade, I'm leaving now. Zifu has entered this space many times, but has not encountered anything she can trade with. Chapter 106. You call this an old relic? Yang Fan thought for a moment. They took out the awakening potion and evolution energy. Based on what he learned about the other world, it seemed that Yang Fan's world didn't have anything suitable for trading with the other. We can only use what Lin Dong has. Lin Dong's approach is like biological evolution, while this little girl's approach is technological evolution. Zifu glanced at it, and her eyes instantly lit up. We can continue trading. Just these two items, name your price. Yang Fan glanced at the other party and thought, good heavens, finally a newbie has arrived. Yang Fan directly took the evolution energy, leaving only the awakening potion. It seems he underestimated the value of this thing. Yang Fan had already begun to think that many of the world life forms he had just seen must have entered another level. Therefore, Yang Fan has nothing worth trading with the other party, so it's basically hopeless. Moreover, judging from Zifu's words, she must have been matched with other worlds. It seems that the higher the level of the world, the greater the authority. One won't only encounter Yang Fan. This also proves that they are still unable to escape the torment of death, which is why they are so concerned when they see these two things. No wonder it's 100% tradable. The other party's data analysis ability is also amazing. They can analyze the function of something with just a glance. Zifu frowned. Why did you put it away? Bring out something you think you can exchange for what's in front of you. I'll give you a minute, or I'm leaving. Yang Fan immediately returned what Zifu had just told him. Zifu thought for a moment, then tapped her forehead with her finger. Her body seemed to ripple with water, and a metal module appeared on her forehead. Zifu took it down and placed it between the two of them. C11 Nano Armor, immune to physical damage, immune to electromagnetic damage, and also immune to most thermal weapons. It's fireproof, fire-resistant at low temperatures, and can also be used for disguise. It has a built-in laser weapon with a range of 10,000 meters, capable of killing. However, its energy is limited and it can't penetrate much metal. Yang Fan swallowed hard. My God, what level of technology is this? The real value of something lies not in the thing itself, but in the platform. Yang Fan pushed the awakening potion directly over. Picking up the module, it felt very light in my hand. I couldn't feel the weight of the metal at all. When I looked at Zifu again, I was stunned. She no longer had the printed feeling she had just given me. She seemed to have come alive and had a breath of life. It seems that the nano armor in his hand blocked the life force in her body. However, the girl's clothes didn't change at all, so it seems that this C11 nano armor is not simple, as it can perfectly fit the human body. How do I use this? Yang Fan asked curiously. Place it in the middle of your forehead, and you can activate it with your mind. There is a computer inside that controls it, which controls this armor. Zifu carefully placed the medicine on her waist. This medicine was extremely important to them right now. They have been searching for ways to extend their lifespan, but despite trying many technological methods, they all eventually suffer brain death. Only the knowledge and memories of our predecessors remain. Moreover, her mother was nearing the end of her life and was already preparing to upload her consciousness. With this potion in hand, I should be able to hold on for a while. Combined with what Yang Fan just took out, my lifespan could be extended by several decades. Yang Fan first asked the system, is this what she described? Yes. After receiving a positive response from the system, Yang Fan placed it in front of his forehead and made contact with it using his consciousness. The module in his hand quickly disappeared, like a liquid, rapidly enveloping his entire body. There was no discomfort in my body. Moreover, it is indeed possible to control the console computer in one's mind, and this computer controls the nano armor. I also saw what Zifu mentioned about laser weapons. At the finger position, it can fire 10 times in a row, and recovery takes 24 hours. It doesn't need to be charged at all, it seems to be charging automatically. Yang Fan tried to imagine a face, and with his consciousness, he changed his appearance. In just a few seconds, Yang Fan had become a different person. Yang Fan took out his phone and looked at it. It didn't feel out of place at all. This armor set makes you invincible if no one knows you're wearing it. After all, who could have known that he was wearing tank-like protective armor? Transaction complete. Transaction rating A. 200 transaction points earned. Transaction points balance. 5214. Yang Fan was shocked that he had received such a high transaction rating for just trading a bottle of awakening potion. This changed the world? He was planning to sell this thing in large quantities in his world. It seems he really doesn't know its value. It seems that the person who uses this thing will bring about a qualitative change to their world, just like Empress Johnsun back then. Give me back that energy source you just took out, and I'll trade you something in return. If you still have this foldable item, you can trade it. Zifu pointed to the spatial ring on Yang Fan's hand. No rush. You want evolutionary energy, right? Take the things first. I need some technical skills. Data on small-scale controllable nuclear fusion technology, quantum computers, 1 nanometer production technology, and room temperature superconducting materials. Yang Fan already knew what they desperately wanted, but he couldn't just give her 4th-tier evolutionary energy directly. We need to ask Lindong for some lower-level items and trade them gradually. But after he finished speaking, he saw Zifu looking at him with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot, and he was a little confused. Didn't they have these technologies? That's impossible. If you want these old, outdated technologies, they're available on the control computer of your suit of armor. It is a computer formed from a person's consciousness. Although that person's consciousness has dissipated, her knowledge from her lifetime will not disappear. You can look at it freely. No transaction is needed. Yang Fan's lips twitched. Old, antique technology? Moreover, the control computer of the suit of armor he was using was originally a person's consciousness? Yang Fan tried searching for it. Indeed, there is complete technical documentation, from theory to practice to finished products. It's preserved like a camera, with both video and text. Yang Fan couldn't help but shudder. This level of skill far exceeded his comprehension. This is just a computer mounted on a portable nanotech suit. However, with only this much information, it will take a long time to produce all of these things. I see that the buildings over there are very perfect and neatly arranged, like integrated wiring. How were they built? Now that these high-tech gadgets have been traded, let's get something else. This girl is so honest that even Yang Fan feels a little embarrassed. Chapter 107. How could I not know? It's all done by a computer. Just input the city image you want, and it will automatically allocate resources and complete the construction. Zifu could already sense the technological backwardness of Yang Fan's side. Telling him these things made her sleepy, since she had never studied these things before. She was born with this knowledge, inherited from someone else. Then give me a computer like this, and I'll also need some supporting construction equipment. Zifu glanced at the building behind Yang Fan. Your building structure is too outdated. You can't use computers to print it directly, and the materials don't meet the requirements. I'll find you an old-fashioned construction method. You wait here. Zifu disappeared immediately after she finished speaking. They came back shortly after, bringing in a large number of boxes, but none of them were very big, about 1 meter tall, about 20 in total. These are all the construction robots. The red ones are engineers, and the others are construction robots. You input what you want to build into this engineer's program, and it can design and build using your existing resources. Yang Fan swallowed hard. That's it. It feels like it takes decades to build a residential building. Will they be able to do it? It wasn't built entirely of paper, was it? It'll make a hole as easily as poking it with your finger? Zifu is very tired. Don't worry, they all have their own unique skills. Some can compress the foundation with air, while others can quickly fuse different materials to form a solid. You'll see once you use it, and these things may look small, but they're actually quite big. She opened a box and took out a module, which was about 10 centimeters in size. She tapped her watch a few times, and the module transformed into a giant machine, 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, though it was unclear what it did. Look, it can be even bigger. The engineers will adjust the size themselves during construction. Yang Fan nodded blankly. Feeling his face go numb, it was something that defied his understanding. Yang Fan rubbed his chubby cheeks and said, I'll take these things first, and if they're useful, I'll give them back to you. No. Do you think I'm stupid? I've already shown you everything. What if you take it, and then disappear without a trace? Take the energy you just had, and you can take the rest with you. Zifu stretched out her hand. Although she didn't usually do business with people, when the two of them were trading, they would definitely exchange money and goods. Although Zifu is somewhat naive, she is not stupid. Then I can't make the deal. Who knows if these things are just a hoax? What if you're a scammer, and these are just toys? Yang Fan shrugged. You're connected to this computer right now, why don't you check it? Zifu's face flushed with anger. She had never seen Yang Fan so unreasonable. If it weren't for the fact that space prevents them from harming the other party, they would have already used weapons. But she can't use weapons right now, so she can only reason with people. I won't check. This thing is from your area too. What if you're all lying to me? Yang Fan had a look that said, I don't believe you. Zifu gritted her teeth. Although these things were just dusty items in the warehouse, she was still very unhappy that Yang Fan had made her look bad. However, she held back for the sake of that evolutionary energy. Take him away. Zifu disappeared immediately after she finished speaking. Yang Fan directly stored everything into his spatial storage. He already knew how to use it from the computer on the armor he was wearing. Yang Fan called Yi Qingsheng directly. Book me a flight back to Shanghai. Huh? Weren't you planning to go out and have fun? You can put it aside for now. Has your dad approved the land for you? It's still going through the approval process, but it should be approved soon. This place is just wasteland, there's nothing there. No one's blocking it. It should be fine in the next day or two. Besides, it wasn't approved for me. It's yours, and it's all in your name. Yi Qingsheng was speechless. She couldn't afford to mess around with this matter. It doesn't matter whose it is. We don't need to be so particular. Don't outsource the construction work, I'll do the construction. Yang Fan wanted to test just how fast this future technology could be built. I've hired only nationally recognized professional infrastructure teams. Are you sure you want to come? Yi Qingsheng thought she had misheard. Was the hands-off manager starting to get things done? Right. Just don't look for it. Okay, I'll book your plane ticket. Zhang Lan's mother came and said she was going to sue you. She directly transferred her daughter's household registration. Transfer my household registration? How come I didn't know that? Have I lost my memory? Yang Fan hung up the phone after speaking, and it wasn't Yang Fan who transferred the household registration. Since it was Yi Qingsheng who did the work, it was naturally her turn to clean up the mess. Yang Fan is actually not good at arguing with people, and what he fears most is fighting. Yi Qingsheng called again. I'm not good at this either. How about we give her some money and get rid of her? No. Although I'm not afraid of bloodsucking, I don't want to be sucked by people like this. You know about Zhang Lan's family situation, right? Just keep arguing with her. If she has money, let her sue. We have a legal team too. Try to avoid this matter with Zhang Lan. Actually, if Zhang Lan's parents treated her very well, they would ask for money, a house, or help with her younger brother's wedding. Actually, these are all minor matters that only cost a few dollars. Yang Fan is not a stingy person. Alright, Zhang Lan has been so busy lately that I haven't even seen her, let alone her mother. That's settled then. Let's put her through the ringer and teach her a lesson, so she'll know that the world doesn't revolve around her. Yi Qingsheng knew about Zhang Lan's family situation. She treated Zhang Lan like a dairy cow that could be milked and would be sold off when she could no longer be milked. Zhang Lan was naturally busy with the equipment matters on Li Shimin's side, and with 1 billion tons of water, that should be about enough. She keeps an eye on it every day. Brother Fan, let's go. To Hengdian. Ling Kersen didn't even knock on the door today, she just barged in. I'm not going. I have other things to do. And if you dare to come into my room without knocking again, I'm going to spank you again. Ling Kersen pouted, thinking Yang Fan was angry. Hurry up and give Yang Fan a shoulder massage. Good brother, I was wrong. Next time I'll knock first before coming in, and then I'll come in only if you agree. I really have something to do. Why don't you go yourselves? I'll have someone put in a good word with the crew. This girl is quite adaptable. She admitted her mistake very quickly. If you're not going, what's the point of us going? You said you'd take me out to play, but you had my mom take me last time, and we couldn't go this time. Ling Kersen stopped massaging Yang Fan's shoulders and simply lay down. Get up quickly and give me another massage. No, you are no longer of any use. I'll give you a kilogram of gold. Yang Fan directly offered a 1 kilogram gold bar. They're here. They're here. Chapter 108 Original? The original? However, while Yang Fan was waiting for his flight, 2 police officers arrived and said that he was suspected of organizing organized crime activities and that they were going to put him under surveillance. Yang Fan frowned. What the heck? Organized crime? Does having a large fleet of vehicles mean he's involved in organized crime? My plane is about to take off. Sir, I'm afraid you can't fly. Come back with us. Who ordered you to do this? Your bureau chief, or that mayor? Yang Fan immediately remembered that when he got off the plane, he seemed to have been invited by some mayor's secretary. This is not your business. Please cooperate. The two spoke in harsh tones, showing no intention of negotiating. What about the 2 girls next to me? Are they also suspected? It has nothing to do with them. Yang Fan found out that they came specifically for him, and that it was all about the airport. Have you ever heard the saying, it's easy to fall in love, but hard to send a god away? Hee, comrade, we've been scared to death. If you don't cooperate, we'll have to take action. The 2 were already prepared to surround Yang Fan from both sides. Very good. Let's go? Yang Fan immediately sent a message to Tang Shui, telling her not to leave yet, but to come back and bring the two women with her before leaving. He can now make calls and send messages without looking at his phone. He uses the nano-computer on his body. Brother Fan, should I tell my mom? She has some connections. Ling Kersen asked worriedly. Has Yang Fan really done something wrong? It's all right. Wait a moment. Your sister Tang Shui will come to pick you up. Yang Fan and Kuai were taken to the police station, where the two put him in a single room. There was already someone waiting for him there, someone he had met before, the mayor's secretary. Oh, it's you. Why go to all this trouble? Hee, young man. If you obediently ask to change the location of the airport, you can leave. Otherwise, you might have to spend a month in a detention center. Oh, who do you represent? Yang Fan asked curiously. Naturally, it represents the official position. Young man, have you ever heard the saying, the people can't fight against the officials? It won't be good for you to get involved in these interests. You can't handle them, so let go. The secretary wore a polite smile, and her tone implied that the gap between us was too large, and that she was doing it for our own good. I'll give you a minute to have the person behind you apologize to me, and I can let bygones be bygones. Yang Fan crossed his legs and lay lazily on the sofa. The secretary burst into laughter after hearing Yang Fan's words, until her stomach ached from laughing so hard. Young man, money isn't as useful as you think. Here, I'll give you time. You can use your connections. Yang Fan didn't actually need to pull any strings. Many people already knew he had been brought in. He actually has quite a few bodyguards in secret. Yi Qingqing and the others had already heard the news. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Yang Fan sent the message directly to Yi Qingqing's grandfather, since he still had a favor to do for him. The secretary sneered when she saw that Yang Fan hadn't moved for a long time. Go ahead and make a call. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Yang Fan raised his eyelids slightly, ignoring him. There was no need for Yang Fan to waste any more words on such a small fry as him. A dozen minutes later, the police chief pushed open the door and came in. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he was out of breath when he came in. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yang Fan sitting properly on the sofa. Director Liao, what happened to you? Were you chased by a dog? The secretary naturally knew the police chief. They often interacted with him at work. Director Liao didn't even look at him properly. This mayor is in deep trouble now. He bowed to Yang Fan in apology. I'm sorry, Major Yang. It was my negligence that caused my men to offend you. I apologize to you here and hope you can forgive my dereliction of duty. He went directly to his highest-ranking leader in Kyoto, who immediately launched into a tirade of abuse. Only at the very end did they mention Yang Fan's matter, and even said they wanted to ask for forgiveness. It was a request. So he quickly questioned the two police officers who had arrested Yang Fan, and then came over without stopping. Seeing Director Liao's attitude, the mayor's secretary felt a little uneasy. So what if he's a major? This is a local area, and he has to abide by our local laws. Director Liao, you've seen it all. Why are you so flustered? The secretary took a deep breath to calm herself. But as soon as he finished speaking, several more people barged in. They were wearing camouflage military uniforms, still in training uniforms, and their faces were still disguised, as if the act was not over. The men who entered were all heavily armed and had sharp eyes. Upon seeing Yang Fan, the man approached, saluted, and said, Li Weiguo, commander of the War Zone Guard Regiment, reports to Academician Yang. Please give me your instructions. Yang Fan looked at the other person curiously. He must be in his early 30s, right? The regimental commander? Sit down and wait a bit. The main person hasn't arrived yet. You came pretty fast. It seems that Yi Qingqing's grandfather's favor is really useful. She can owe him many more in the future. Yes. Li Weiguo didn't sit down. He stood directly next to Yang Fan. He was given a strict order when he arrived. If Yang Fan got even a scratch, he wouldn't have to go back to report. He can be discharged and go home directly. The mayor's secretary finally realized something was wrong. The regimental commander hadn't just called out any military rank. He'd called him Academician Yang. Such a young academician? What did he discover? An atomic bomb? Even the mayor's secretary was devastated. Even the mayor doesn't have the right to label an academician, let alone his secretary. It's over. His political career is over. At this point, the main character of this matter arrived. Former mayor, we've arrived. Seeing the state of the room, he sighed. He didn't expect things to develop this way. He just wanted to take the airport project and redevelop the new area. But this young man didn't give him any face, so he wanted to teach him a lesson and then forcefully take over the project. Who would have thought that this young man's connections went directly to the highest levels? His superiors only said 2 words. I admit it. It means he doesn't need to use connections anymore. It's useless. Here comes the main character. The mayor specifically had your secretary have the police bring me here, so it must be something important. Come on, tell me. Yang Fan sat with his legs crossed, while the former mayor stood. Yang Fan, these things have nothing to do with me. They were all decided by my secretary without my consent. I don't care about that. When he goes out, he represents you. He just said he's giving me time to find connections to smooth things over with him. Now I'll give you time, 10 minutes. You can also use your connections. Yang Fan didn't believe a single punctuation mark the other party said. How could a mayor's secretary dare to disobey the mayor's wishes and act on his own? Chapter 109 Comrades also became the original comrades. The former mayor must be furious that secretary was a complete idiot. What are you pretending for? No need. I made a mistake this time, and I apologize to you. How about I treat you to dinner another day? Heh, not very good. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer today, I'm not leaving this door. When you invited me here, I already said that it's easy to invite a god, but difficult to send him away. Yang Fan was determined to embarrass the other party today. It's also for show, otherwise these people will always think of him as someone who's easy to talk to. The person who tried to assassinate him on the plane last time got away with it without any consequences. Yi Qingqing knew this too, but there was nothing she could do. Even her grandfather couldn't take action, let alone her. Young man, be forgiving when you can. The world isn't as simple as you think. Your home is right here. We'll run into each other all the time, won't we? The former mayor also knew that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully, and that he would definitely be held accountable for having the academician detained. But who knew that our mother had such a young academician? Yang Fan smiled, and even started threatening. He had a general idea of what was going on at home. There was at least a team of 10 people there. Even if we take the men that Commander Li brought with him to cause trouble, they probably won't even make a splash. I told you to call for help. Call me the best. Yang Fan felt that it was a bit of a loss to ask the other party to apologize after doing them a favor. Just as the former mayor was about to say something, several more people entered the room and went straight to the former mayor. Comrade Yuan, we have received numerous reports of your bribery activities, and the evidence is conclusive. Please come with us. The group immediately showed their identification. The former mayor opened his mouth, looked at Yang Fan. Yang Fan waved to him. After the former mayor left, everyone turned to look at Yang Fan. This young man is a bit too scary. The mayor has truly become the same mayor, and the comrade has truly become the same comrade. Within an hour, all the powerful figures in the city arrived. In the end, the boy who was arrested got away with it, but the mayor was taken away. Academician Yang, are you going back to Shanghai? Our military region will send a special plane to take you. You can leave right away. Li Weiguo quietly took a phone call nearby, and then told Yang Fan when he returned. Okay, let's go. Now that things are over here, Yang Fan sees no need to stay any longer. Everyone stood up and helped Yang Fan into the car. After Yang Fan left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I feel like my legs are weak all day. The big boss called me directly. Director Liao said to the vice mayor beside him. I was also scared. My former boss told me to come to the scene immediately and keep an eye on things. The deputy mayor sighed. I wonder what this young man's identity is. He's a major and an academician, and he's so young. It's really scary. Who can argue with that? Old Yuan's death was not unjust. If Yang Fan really gets serious today, none of them will escape. After all, such a young academician must have some big secrets. If everyone is accused of spying on state secrets and suspected of being a spy, then everyone will be in deep trouble. So everyone had narrowly escaped death, and now knew Yang Fan. I'll avoid you if we meet in the future. Yang Fan arrived in Shanghai in a strategic transport plane. My legs were still a little unsteady after I got off the plane. At this moment, the Major General had already come to greet them. Yang Fan, right? I'm the deputy commander of our military region. My surname is Wang. I grew up in the same compound as Lao Yi when we were kids. Just call me Uncle Wang. Commander Wang immediately shook Yang Fan's hand tightly, his enthusiasm making Yang Fan somewhat flustered. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I'll stick to calling you Commander. Oh, don't be so formal. There's no need to be so formal with Qingqing. Yang Fan was speechless. What was his relationship with Yi Qingqing? We're not related at all right now. I knew that girls from big families like Yi Qingqiang were hard to mess with. However, Yi Qingqiang is now too tightly bound to him, and it won't be easy for either of them to break free. Uncle Wang, could you send a car to take me home first? You can come to my house for dinner next time you're free, and I'll invite Qingqing over. No need to see me off. Qingqing is already waiting for you outside. Commander Wang escorted Yang Fan to Yi Qingqing's car, exchanged a few pleasantries with the two of them, and then left. Yang Fan, You've become famous in my circle. Now many people say they'd better stay away from you if they see you when they go out. Yi Qingqing spoke as she drove. Hee, I'm not famous. I'm on the villain list. Yang Fan knew that there were no secrets in their circle. How did you find that mayor's bribery records? That guy actually did a pretty good job. He was just greedy in the past, but he stopped being greedy after he reached a high position. Yi Qingqing was a little curious. After all, the person who reported it was anonymous, but the timing of the report was too coincidental and too fast. What kind of assassins did they hire to kill me? Am I supposed to just stand there in the open? They're richer than me. Yang Fan didn't say much. There's a saying that goes something like, anything done leaves a trace. And another saying that money can make the devil turn the millstone is absolutely true. Yi Qingqing understood Yang Fan had used money to throw money at people. Yang Fan's usual tactic. Don't do things like this yourself in the future. It'll just give people something to talk about. Don't worry, no one but you will know that I did it. Yang Fan made the contact using that nano-computer, and he believed that no one in his era could crack this computer that did not belong to this era. You said you came back to build that industrial park, right? Who did you hire to build it? You want a more professional team than the construction team I found. Yi Qingqing changed the subject. It was good that Yang Fan knew, since such things were taboo in the industry. I built it with robots. I got some high-tech stuff. Yang Fan didn't hide anything, because if they really wanted to build this park, the construction period would definitely be quite long, and it would be impossible to move in any time soon. If Yang Fan uses future technology for construction, the speed will definitely be very fast, and this thing will definitely not be kept secret. Oh, Yi Qingqing was dumbfounded. A robot? You haven't been scammed by someone, have you? Which company is it? Let me check it out for you. I'm obviously gullible. A black line appeared on Yang Fan's forehead. It's not that you think you're easy to fool. It's just that your idea of building robots is utter nonsense. I've seen all the high-tech robots out there, but they can only execute simple commands. Anything too complicated is unacceptable. You'd be asking if you wanted to use them to build an industrial park. Wouldn't that be falling into a trap? As the CEO of an investment company with so much money, Yi Qingqing receives invitations from at least dozens or even hundreds of companies every day. Chapter 110, Shattering the Worldview. Yang Fan smiled slightly. Take out a module and connect it directly to the computer in your mind. Then the module was changed to resemble Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing was driving and watching when she saw the body and immediately slammed on the brakes. Yang Fan had anticipated this, and he grabbed the handrail. The immense inertia had little effect on him. Fortunately, there weren't many cars on this road, otherwise there would have been a car accident. How? How is that possible? Memory metal? That's not right either. It can transform into my appearance. Yi Qingqing kept muttering to herself. The more you learn, the more you realize how terrifying the thing in Yang Fan's hands is. After all, people only become inexplicably confident when they lack knowledge, and Yi Qingqing is someone who comes into contact with the world's top figures every day. She is exposed to the most cutting-edge technologies. That's why she lost her composure when she saw what Yang Fan was holding. It completely shattered her understanding of the world. Seeing that she was almost in a daze, Yang Fan opened the car door and pulled her out of the car. What's wrong? Have you gone crazy? Didn't you just say you'd seen some high-tech robot? How does it compare to the one I have? Yang Fan instantly transformed the person, who was just the size of a palm, into the same size as Yi Qingqing. Except for the expression, which is not as vivid as Yi Qingqing's, everything else is a perfect replica. Even the clothes are sculpted 1:1. Yi Qingqing was so frightened that she took a few steps back, and Yang Fan immediately helped her up. Even someone as experienced as Yi Qingqing was so shocked that she couldn't utter a word. My throat felt like it was blocked. However, she held Yang Fan's hand tightly, her body trembling slightly, clearly having been somewhat frightened. Yang Fan gently patted her, mentally controlling it to transform back into its modular form, and then held it in his hand to play with it. A cube, each 10 centimeters long, wide, and high. Yi Qingqing touched it with her hand. It wasn't cold like metal. She picked it up and looked at it. It was made of an unknown material, and it was very light. It looked like metal, but it didn't feel as heavy as metal. Is this what can be transformed? This is so sci-fi. Can I play it too? Yi Qingqing had seen too many wonderful things in her life, but ever since she met Yang Fan, her understanding of things has been constantly being refreshed. What precious words. Jingguan Gold was sold by the ton. Then came Awakening Energy, Evolution Energy, Awakening Potion, and now this robot? You don't have anything to control it yet. Once I get something that can control it, I'll give it to you. The main problem is that Yang Fan hasn't mastered this thing yet. He's just a computer that he can control. He'll study that engineer again tonight. He'll probably get a pretty good idea of him then. Really? This is great. I love it. You always manage to give me something new. Yi Qingqing excitedly jumped into Yang Fan's arms, and the two shared a passionate kiss. All right, you don't want your first time to be in the car, do you? Yang Fan patted her. Yi Qingqing was really beautiful. When Yang Fan first saw her, he was still thinking about what kind of man could be worthy of such a woman. I never expected that she would end up being my woman. I'm fine with anything. You can do it anytime if you're willing. I'd like to experience it too. Yi Qingqing is now extremely satisfied with Yang Fan, and her family is also very satisfied with him. The two of them are now just missing the right time and the right bed. Yang Fan was obviously not in the car, so the two of them went back to Yang Fan's villa. When Yi Qingqing saw the several girls dressed as maids who had been added to the villa, her smile froze on her face. She had just developed an overwhelming liking for Yang Fan, and now she really wanted to turn around and leave. Yang Fan, these girls aren't very old, are they? Yes, 18 years old. Yang Fan suddenly felt the air around him drop several tens of degrees. Yi Qingqing's fists clenched, and her supernatural abilities began to emanate unconsciously. Yang Fan, you're in the modern era. Yi Qingqing yelled at Yang Fan, then turned and left. Yang Fan's womanizing ways were already a source of great distress for Yi Qingqing, but she never expected that he would be keeping 4 18-year-old girls in his villa. Yang Fan shivered. It was a bit cold. Yi Qingqing left, and it seems my plans to discuss life with her tonight are ruined. But it doesn't matter. Yi Qingqing is already a cooked duck. She can't escape. Tang Shui, didn't you report the situation at home to Yi Qingqing? Boss, you have to have a conscience. I've always been sincere towards you. How could I dare to report your situation to anyone? Tang Shui knew what was important and who the boss was. Even Yi Qingqing wouldn't dare utter a single word if Yang Fan got angry. How could she not distinguish between the king and queen? Moreover, she had just felt the coldness emanating from Yi Qingqing. She could feel the discomfort even from a distance, and her skin felt a little stinging. Yang Fan shivered slightly, but didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Yang Fan was clearly aware of the strangeness surrounding Yi Qingqing. That's so cheesy, and it's all about the sentiment. Come to my room with me. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he went straight into the room. Tang Shui hesitated. If Yang Fan really made a move on her, would she enjoy it or not? After all, she couldn't fight back, and if she cursed, Yang Fan wasn't someone who was easily embarrassed. He sighed and followed Yang Fan into the room. Boss, with so many women around, please don't make a move on me. People say that a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow. You're something else, always picking on the grass right next to your own nest. As soon as Tang Shui entered the room, she started to sow discord between Yang Fan and Yang Fan, because she couldn't just do nothing. You're so dramatic. You're only passable in terms of looks. You have absolutely no figure. Your original job as a bodyguard has now become a driver. What do you think I need you for? Seeing that she had misunderstood, Yang Fan didn't explain anything and directly criticized her. Tang Shui was also very responsible, organizing a hidden security force to protect the women around him. So you're not thinking of firing me, are you? Boss, you've had too much rich food. Would you like something lighter? Then do it. Don't go through all that roundabout stuff. All that convoluted stuff. Tang Shui rolled her eyes at Yang Fan. At first, she thought Yang Fan was a very rich man who liked to play with women. Later, I found out that this person was alright. He only cared about the person and didn't seem to care about feelings. He was also very generous, giving several million to each girl. Both parties were willing, and Tang Shui stopped criticizing Yang Fan afterward. She's not the type to worry about things that aren't her concern. Yang Fan was speechless. He had originally planned to use the awakening potion on her, since she was currently mostly using her experience to protect herself, and her strength was far inferior to Jiang Lan and Li Yanlin. Tang Shui misunderstood him like that. Since we've come this far, take off your clothes. Chapter 111 T15 Engineer. Tang Shui hesitated again. If Yang Fan took the initiative, she could mentally tell herself that Yang Fan was a beast. What if she took off her clothes herself? Hurry up. You two are so cute. What are you afraid of? I treat you like a buddy. This guy used to cricket at her all the time, so Yang Fan wanted to cricket at her in person too. Yang Fan simply lay there and quietly watched her. Snort. Tang Shui turned around immediately. She wanted to leave right away because Yang Fan was humiliating her, etc. Come over. Yang Fan knew she was getting angry when he saw her turn around. Yang Fan took out the medicine and immediately chased after them, injecting them directly. When Tang Shui tried to resist, Yang Fan simply hugged her tightly. It's not poison. It's something useful to you that can increase your strength. Tang Shui stopped resisting after hearing this. As there was no point in resisting anyway, Yang Fan wasn't the type to lay a hand on a woman. Then please speak properly. You scared me to death. She believed Yang Fan when he said that. After all, Yang Fan's strength was much greater than that of someone like her who only occasionally mingled on the battlefield. Seeing that she didn't resist, Yang Fan released her. I was just about to say that you came in thinking I was going to sleep with you. You don't even have a figure as good as Su Ying's. Don't question my taste in women. Tang Shui's lips twitched even more violently. This was truly insulting. However, Tang Shui felt warm all over, and she felt an itch in the parts where she had been injured in the army. 2 minutes later, Tang Shui adjusted to her body. I feel like my strength has exploded. The speed is much faster too. My old injuries have all healed. Tang Shui tried performing a set of boxing moves. Yang Fan watched from the sidelines and had to admit, Tang Shui was quite graceful when she made her move. Her movements were very well integrated, and she had completely made this set of boxing techniques her own. This thing could be worth tens of billions. I ate this too. Yang Fan then handed her a Tier 4 evolution energy. This was the second evolution energy she had given him, besides his own woman. What is this? It still increases strength, just eat it. Tang Shui was skeptical. She could understand the injection just now as a kind of medicine, but what was this? But I still put it in my mouth. Although this thing looked very hard, it melted in her mouth. However, she immediately felt excruciating pain throughout her body, a pain that went straight to her soul. Tang Shui finally understood what had happened with the shouting a few days ago. It turned out they had all eaten this stuff. People like her, who have suffered many wounds, are in excruciating pain. Yang Fan thought she was quite tolerant, which made her stand out from other women. Yang Fan, you must know that eating this stuff will cause extreme pain, so much so that you'll have hallucinations, like your bones are aching. You're such a jerk. Once Tang Shui calmed down, she started cursing Yang Fan, saying that he didn't give her any time to prepare. That's not an illusion, it actually enhances the meridians, muscles, cells, and bones in all aspects. Try your current strength. Tang Shui curled her lips into a cold smile. She naturally knew that her strength and speed had undergone a qualitative change. Then she charged at Yang Fan, wanting revenge, because Yang Fan had punched her in the stomach back then. She rushed there quickly, but flew back even faster. Yes, they flew back. Seeing that she had become very resilient after consuming the evolutionary energy, Yang Fan used a little force, along with his speed ability, and that's how Tang Shui was sent flying. Tang Shui's mind was in a daze. She had just thought she was invincible, but Yang Fan's kick woke her up. I've improved so much. How come you're still so fast? I still can't see clearly. Tang Shui just wanted revenge for that punch, and now she's got a kick too. Yang Fan chuckled coldly. You're a level below me and lack ability. How can the gap not be large? If I were to teach my apprentices, would I do something that would cause my master to starve? Tang Shui slowly got up. Although she was still in a bit of pain, she felt no abnormalities and her body was much more resilient than before. In the past, if she had been in this condition for a while, she probably wouldn't have been able to get up for a long time. All right, go take a shower. I just feel like my skills were a bit too weak before. Yang Fan opened the door immediately after speaking. Yang Fan was startled by the person at the door. Yi Qingcheng was staring at him with an icy expression. When Yang Fan came out, she saw that Tang Shui looked relatively normal, probably because she had eaten the thing Yang Fan gave her that could improve her strength, which made her complexion look better. Didn't you leave? Why are you back? I need to keep an eye on you, and what we just did isn't over yet. Yi Qingcheng grew angrier the more she thought about it on the way, but Li Amlin came over and comforted her for a few words, and she suddenly understood. It's when Yang Fan isn't doing these silly things at home that she should be worried. After all, Yang Fan has so many secrets, and what else could extend his lifespan? Plus the robot she just saw that seemed to be alive. If you want to do something even more terrifying, Yang Fan is doing just fine by spending his days flirting with women. Otherwise, if such a person were to become ambitious, it's unimaginable what would happen. Therefore, Yi Qingcheng felt that she should stay by Yang Fan's side when she had nothing else to do. It's okay to suffer a little. Yang Fan instantly understood she truly hadn't expected that the proud Yi Qingcheng would have such a day. Yang Fan glanced at Li Amlin, who was watching a TV series in the living room, and Li Amlin winked at him. Yang Fan understood. He said that Yi Qingcheng was stubborn and wouldn't come back on her own. Yang Fan always waited for her to calm down before he would try to coax her. Li Anlin is so much better, he even knows how to comfort people. Let's talk about it tonight. Yang Fan turned around and looked at Tang Shui. Go take a shower. Tang Shui nodded and left. How's it going with the bank? I've managed to get some gold. You can remelt it and put it in our bank's reserves. It was still early, so Yang Fan decided to talk about work first. We've finalized a few deals and we'll integrate them. Your teacher is handling the coordination. All right, give me how much gold you have. 1,500 tons of gold, you figure it out. I need 300 tons of gold per kilogram, the rest can be put in the bank. Yi Qingsheng felt she had agreed too soon. Was this like robbing the central bank? She wanted to reach out and stop Yang Fan to ask him where the gold came from, but she held back because of Yang Fan's high-tech gadgets. Yang Fan sat down in the living room and took out the engineer's module that Zifu had mentioned. He connected to the engineer module using his own computer. This room is either filled with his women or those from the Tang dynasty. It doesn't matter if they see him or not. Besides, Yang Fan is truly fearless now. Zifu has given him the sense of security that Lin Dong couldn't provide. The module quickly unfolded, and a living person appeared. Hello, I am a T-15 engineer. You can tell me directly what you need to build. This T-15 engineer speaks without a trace of mechanical rigor. Chapter 112, A Paper-Thin Network. The sound of the T-15 shocked the three people in the living room. After all three of them watched it evolve from a single module into what it is today. Are you a nanobot? But why can you talk on your own? Yang Fan was dumbfounded. The other nanobots he connected to all required the computer in his brain to control them. The guy in front of me can actually speak on his own. Yes, my program incorporates rudimentary artificial intelligence, and I have integrated the architectural styles and characteristics of your world. Do you prefer a single style or a combination of styles? As T-15 spoke, he projected a holographic image with one hand, showing some classic buildings from around the world, both Chinese and Western styles. Yang Fan fell silent, as did Li Anlin and Yi Qingsheng. Is this rudimentary artificial intelligence? In less than a minute, it has scanned all the distinctive buildings in the world. Yang Fan looked at Yi Qingsheng, who was already in a daze. This computing power, this level of intelligence, and what it gets is not just a model, but a complete construction diagram. This indicates that it infiltrated countless networks in a short period of time and also integrated data. Don't rush. Are you able to live a normal life? Do you need to recharge? Can. No need. I am an infinite energy source. All nanobots are normally an infinite energy source. Unlimited energy. Yang Fangguang found it all a dream. Many people around them are constantly talking about unlimited energy and the need for a breakthrough. In reality, we are far, far away from achieving this. We haven't even mastered controlled nuclear fusion yet. Even if you gave them the engineers in front of you, they wouldn't be able to figure it out even after 100 years. Okay, I need to build a modern industrial park, about 2,000 acres in size. I want to leave 100 acres to build my own private estate. My estate will be a blend of Chinese and Western styles. Everything else is up to you. Yang Fan showed it the specific location, and Yi Qingsheng sent it the location she had chosen. Designing for you. It's ready, please take a look. The T-15 is positioned to the side, displaying a holographic projection of a 3D map of the park's construction. The park has beautiful scenery, with lush greenery and a well-planned layout of all the buildings. It features mountains and water, and all the transportation options are readily available. Work, life, and entertainment are all very well designed. Moreover, the underground space is also very ample, with an actual usable area exceeding the 2,000 acres above the surface. Yang Fan's manor is also very well designed, with a southern-style Chinese courtyard and a western-style villa. The two are located in a way that makes them invisible to each other and does not feel disconnected. Yang Fan could only think to himself, damn, it's over in an instant. Okay, this is it. Please save it for me. Okay, saved. Yang Fan had recovered, but he was surprised that the engineer could act as if no one else was around online. This proves that the entire network of Earth is nothing but paper to the engineer in front of him. This is just an engineer. How long will it take to build the park you're designing? T-15's eyes lit up slightly. 25 days, 17 hours, and 10 minutes. The material transportation took 25 days and 15 hours. Yang Fan swallowed hard, meaning that the entire park could be built in 2 hours. How is this possible? Yi Qingsheng had just recovered when T-15's words shattered her understanding. My calculations will not have any problems. Moreover, the procurement and transportation routes have been simulated countless times, and the impact of possible emergencies has also been taken into account. T-15, with just 2 simple sentences, is stating the facts. However, Yi Qingqing fell silent again. Although she was very unwilling to believe it was true, this was the second time she had seen a module turn into a human. Moreover, the person in front of us is incredibly talented. In the blink of an eye, he designed an architectural model of the entire park based on the terrain, with all the details clearly marked. Moreover, a 3D model can appear simply by the other party waving their hand. Okay, save the data. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he controlled it to turn into a module again. He believed that the things Zifu had given him could indeed complete the building in just over 20 days, because he had already seen more futuristic things. We can't let T15 say anything more, otherwise Yi Qingqing might not be able to accept it, and something might go wrong. Brother, why did you take it? Can this also be used for watching TV series? It looks really convenient. Li Anlan knew little about modern technology, so she had no sense of awe whatsoever. After all, if you tell a 3-year-old that a dish has gone through 9,980 steps, he still won't eat it. I'll get you a projector in a few days so you can watch your shows like you did just now. Thank you, dear brother. Li Anlan and Yang Fan were deeply in love. Yi Qingqing, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch her lips as she listened. Using such advanced equipment to watch dramas? Those so-called academicians probably feel like killing someone. Yi Qingqing originally planned to dig out Yang Fan's secrets, but now she felt it was a bottomless pit. Yang Fan had too many secrets. Based on the computing power of that T-15 engineer, it was ahead of Earth by countless centuries. What's even more astonishing is its level of intelligence. It can communicate with people completely autonomously and collect information on its own. Yang Fan, are you a human or a ghost? Why are all these things on you so outrageous? Walk. I'll let you know now. Anlan, we're skipping dinner. You guys eat. Yang Fan carried Yi Qingqing directly up to the 2nd floor. A gentle spring breeze and light rain fell at night, accompanied by soft, lingering calls. The next day, Yang Fan looked at Yi Qingqing in his arms and found it hard to believe that someone as wealthy, powerful, beautiful, and with a great figure as her would be lying in his arms, as docile as a kitten. Yang Fan's favorite thing about her is her looks. She's so pleasing to the eye, the kind of beauty that makes him happy every day just by looking at her. Yi Qingqing felt a hand moving on her body and slowly woke up. Why are you staring at me like that? It's beautiful, and seeing my once high and mighty goddess now lying in my arms, at my mercy, gives me a great sense of accomplishment. Look at your status now. You're still finding a sense of accomplishment in women. Yi Qingqing pursed her lips. Although Yang Fan is just an ordinary person in the eyes of the public, he is a living bodhisattva in the eyes of many high-ranking officials. Everyone wants to be pulled up when their life is hanging by a thread. Nobody wants to mess with someone like that. So Yang Fan's actual status is much higher than hers. Hee, you wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. Let's do some meaningful morning exercise instead. Yang Fan then turned over. Yang Fan is a person from the bottom, while Yi Qingqing has been in a high position for a long time. How could she understand Yang Fan's feelings? Chapter 113. The deal falls apart. Yi Qingqing and Yang Fan had breakfast at noon. Even though Yi Qingqing's body had undergone tremendous improvement, she still couldn't withstand a beast like Yang Fan. You really are something. I'm having trouble even walking now. Yang Fan carried Yi Qingqing downstairs. Then take a rest. You don't need anything. I'm not a heartless boss who makes you work every day. Besides, you're not short of money. Yang Fan didn't know why Yi Qingqing, with her current status, was working. Work is just a form of entertainment for me. A hobby. I'm not doing it entirely for the money. It's about the enjoyment of making money. After all, I've seen the world, and I should find some value in my life. Yi Qingqing wrapped her arms around Yang Fan's neck, leaned against him, and didn't even bother to open her eyes. Yang Fan understood Yi Qingqing was indeed a person with ambition. Eating, drinking, and having fun had been her way of enjoying life since birth. Therefore, she is pursuing a higher level of spiritual enjoyment. Chuntao, Xia, you two come here and feed her. Yang Fan could see that Yi Qingqing was indeed too tired to move, but both of them had exhausted a lot of energy and couldn't go without eating. Promise. The two took Yi Qingqing from Yang Fan's arms, helped her sit down, prepared her food, and fed her. Brother, what's going on? Why do you seem a little too excited? Sister Qingqing is exhausted. When Li Anlan saw that Yi Qingqing was no longer in Yang Fan's arms, she moved closer. What? You want to share the burden with her? Yang Fan pinched her little face. She adapted quickly after coming to the modern world, and her personality was not affected too much. On the contrary, she became much more cheerful. I'm fine with anything, brother. You can do whatever you want. Anlin will listen to you. Li Anlin served rice to Yang Fan. Let's eat. Yang Fan finally understood why it's important to marry a virtuous wife and take concubines based on beauty. Li Anlin seemed to embody this saying at that moment. If Yang Fan had sent Yi Qingsheng, she might have made things difficult for him every few days, since women can be much more ruthless when they're jealous than men. After dinner, Jiang Lan handed Yang Fan a ring. Boss, the water is ready. Okay. Yang Fan accepted the ring without saying much. After all, Yi Qingsheng was still there. Let's speed up the preparations for the other things as well. The items traded by Li Shimin were the imperial seal of the state and the preface to the Orchid Pavilion, both of which Yang Fan had long desired but had not been able to obtain. Yes, it's almost ready and the goods are already on their way. After Jiang Lan finished speaking, Yang Fan would roughly understand the situation. He transported it to a secluded place and put it directly into his spatial storage. Good. Yang Fan quickly finished his meal and went upstairs. Yang Fan entered the space, and Lin Dong followed him in. Is there enough water? It's enough, but I need to increase it. You've given me too few supplies. The deposit you mentioned last time doesn't count. Yang Fan is now capable of hunting in Lin Dong's world on his own. He now has Zifu's nano armor and can also ask for some of their high-tech weapons. He had heard Lin Dong say before that he needed these supplies by exchanging them in the trading area, which proved that he didn't have any low-end supplies. He gave Lin Dong so much water in exchange for supplies that Lin Dong wouldn't even look at. Wasn't that incredibly foolish? And he kept calling it a trade each time. Now that he can trade in the other person's world, he is no longer limited to trading with that person personally. That would expand the scope of trade, and with this water, he could likely trade for a vast amount of other goods. Lin Dong frowned as he looked at Yang Fan. He hadn't expected Yang Fan to suddenly change his trading style. He felt that he used to have Yang Fan firmly under his control. Impossible. If you have no trading spirit at all, then we shouldn't be trading anymore. That's okay too. Goodbye. Yang Fan waved to Lin Dong and left. Lin Dong stood there stunned. He thought Yang Fan was just talking and wanted to raise the price. He thought they were just exchanging pleasantries, and he would raise the price a little at the end. Unexpectedly, Yang Fan turned around and left immediately. Doesn't he want to improve his strength? Is it some kind of bargaining tactic? Yang Fan moved the water from Jiang Lan's ring to his own ring. He needed to ask Zifu for some powerful and portable weapons. Yang Fan planned to go to Lin Dong's place to trade things in person and see what kind of world Lin Dong's place was like. Yang Fan wanted to test how much supplies could be obtained by exchanging 1 billion tons of water. Otherwise, if he were to be led by the nose by Lin Dong, wouldn't he be wasting the advantage of being able to travel between two worlds? Yang Fan gave the ring to Jiang Lan, so she could go and do what Li Shimin had asked for. Yi Qingsheng also saw it, but didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, Jiang Lan was Yang Fan's wife in name only, so giving her a ring wasn't excessive. Yang Fan arrived at the space where he traded with Zifu and sent her a message. Zifu arrived in less than a minute, apparently having been keeping a close watch on the information. See? I didn't lie to you. Who did you give that medicine to? How effective was it? It's for my mother. We tested it, and it added 18 years to her life. Zifu's excitement was written all over her face. She was thinking that if she consumed the energy source from last time, she could probably obtain even more, since the energy in it was far more potent than the injected potion. It works quite well, but this isn't enough to exchange for an evolution energy source. I need some highly lethal weapons that I can carry with me, as well as reconnaissance equipment. If I'm satisfied, I can give you the evolutionary energy. Yang Fan didn't know if she would offer such a high price for this evolutionary energy again. Therefore, Yang Fan definitely needs to get more benefits this time. This isn't a deal. How can you trade like this? You're bullying people. If you're not satisfied, then you won't give me any evolutionary energy. How can you not even have the most basic trading principles? Zifu felt a little wronged. She had never met anyone like this before, or rather, she had never met many people. I spend all my time communicating with artificial intelligence. If you don't want to trade, that's fine. I'll just find someone else. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he turned around and waved, pretending to leave. He was so confident because he knew that the other party really wanted this evolution energy. Zifu sped up and grabbed Yang Fan. Yang Fan's pupils dilated. This girl was incredibly fast, many times faster than him when he used his speed ability. He was already brimming with confidence, thinking he could go and try his luck in Lin Dong's world. Now that Yang Fan knew he was still a junior Kurami, He had to disguise himself and not be arrogant when he went there. Otherwise, you'll be killed before you even realize what's happening. Why are you so fast? Chapter 114, it said it was convenient. My personal battle armor. Seeing that Yang Fan wasn't leaving and was interested in the battle armor, Zifu quickly activated the battle armor's combat mode. Yang Fan was stunned. The originally fitted battle armor suddenly grew to 6 meters tall. The armored figure held a sword in its left hand and a cannon with a large muzzle in its right. Its body was also covered with countless gun barrels. A bionic bird flew out from the grooves of the armor, moving at great speed and circling in the sky, as if it were conducting reconnaissance. How about it? I'll trade this armor for 1 evolutionary energy source, okay? The A1 level anti-gravity armor can fly freely in any gravity or zero-gravity environment at a speed of 100,000 kilometers per second. It is the core equipment for our individual combat. The lightsaber in my left hand can cut through most hard objects in the universe. It's for self-defense. The particle cannon on the right is used to destroy small space carriers. It can fire 10 times per hour. There are also 36 other laser cannons on my body, used to destroy the space armor, which is like mine. However, the laser cannons I'm wearing won't be damaged if they hit me. The bionic bird above is a radar that can reflect all the scenes within 100 kilometers, which you can see on the computer in your mind. Seeing Yang Fan's stunned expression, Zifu knew that he really liked this suit of armor. Yang Fan was truly shocked this speed alone was 1/3 the speed of light. That's equivalent to 300,000 times the speed of sound. And these weapons, most of what Zifu said was based on her absolute knowledge. It's estimated that in Yang Fan's knowledge, nothing could withstand a sword. As for particle projectiles, they're probably designed to target things like aircraft carriers. Is this radar? Or is this a holographic map? At that speed, wouldn't a person be vaporized instantly? Yang Fan asked his question. Why would a person vaporize in a weightless environment? Zifu felt that discussing technological issues with Yang Fan was a complete waste of time. He was a technological idiot. What about speed? How can I control it at such a high speed? You'll have computer assistance. The computer on your armor will help you in battle. Even beginners can play freely. There are safety programs in place, so nothing will happen. At least you won't get hurt. Yang Fan nodded, understanding. She said that those who used the armor would be safe, but she couldn't be sure about the others. Zifu sighed. Playing the lute to a cow is truly exhausting. Is it okay now? Give me the evolution energy. Zifu stretched out her hand directly. No, give me the armor first. Although Yang Fan was very envious, he didn't lose his mind. What if the other party was just trying to trick him and then didn't intend to trade with him for the evolutionary energy? Wait here, I'll go get it. No need, I just want the one you're wearing. Who knows if the one you get again is the same as the one you're wearing now? Yang Fan thought to himself, since it's something she wears regularly, it must be pretty good. Mine isn't very powerful, since I don't usually go to the battlefield. I'll give you a set for the battlefield. Zifu was speechless. She had been wearing this armor for a long time, since she was a child. How could she give it to Yang Fan? No, I want this one. Yang Fan was genuinely worried that although the girl seemed innocent on the surface, she was actually quite cunning and might replace her with a defective product. Zifu sighed helplessly, pressed down on her body, and took off her battle armor, which was considered as giving away her personal clothing. Here you go, you know how to use it. Zifu sat down without saying a word. Yang Fan took it and connected it to the armor with his consciousness. It didn't conflict with the armor he was wearing at all. Yang Fan chose an armor color that he liked. Don't be angry, I'll give you evolutionary energy. Yang Fan placed the evolution energy directly between the two of them. Yang Fan could also sense that the other party was afraid that he would not give her anything. After all, she has traded across many timelines, so there must have been times when she gave something to someone else, but they didn't give her anything in return. Zifu received the evolutionary energy, and a smile visibly appeared on her face. Thanks. Transaction successful. Transaction rating S, for 100 trading points earned. Transaction points balance, 5414. Looking at the reviews of the transaction, Yang Fan realized that the person who used this medicine was quite influential in Zifu's world. However, looking at the polite Zifu, Yang Fan felt that he shouldn't lie to her next time. This girl didn't seem to have any guile. Okay, I'll be going now. Just call me when you need to make a trade. Yang Fan now has the resources to go to Lindong's world. He has defenses, the ability to inflict damage, and a certain level of self-protection. With this suit of armor, Yang Fan can roam freely on Earth. Even if a missile couldn't hurt him, he could catch up to it, hit it with his sword, and then leave gracefully. Next time you can bring a spatial item, I'd like to study it. Zifu said something as Yang Fan was about to leave. No. Yang Fan waved his hand and left the space directly. When Yang Fan arrived in the living room, Yi Qingcheng had recovered somewhat and was at least able to walk on her own. Yang Fan, all the paperwork for our area is complete. Shall we begin now? Yi Qingcheng mainly wanted to see if what T15 said was true, and if it was really that fast. Don't you want to rest a bit more? No need. I want to see if that robot from yesterday was just bragging. Yi Qingcheng was eager to know if the construction speed was really as T15 had described. Then the higher-ups will probably re-evaluate Yang Fan. After all, if everything is true, then the T15's computing power is faster than all the computers on Earth combined. Moreover, it's unimaginable if this method were used by a country. After all, she also saw that the T15 was like an uninhabited territory on the internet. Unless you're not connected to the internet, or unless the power is off. Yang Fan looked around. Zhang Lan had already left, and Tang Shui was outside adjusting to her body. Yang Fan took out the T15 directly. Now we can start construction on that land. Give me a list of what we need. I have ordered all the necessary materials through your account, and they are on their way. Yang Fan glanced at Yi Qingcheng and was also somewhat dumbfounded. You have access to the banking system? Smoothly. Yang Fan was convinced by T15's words and readily agreed. How did you know I would start construction today? Through data calculations, I can see the information she has. T15 pointed to the phone in Yi Qingcheng's hand. You've been spying on my personal privacy. Yi Qingcheng pointed at T15. Although it was a robot, this was still extremely disrespectful to human privacy. T15, I'm going to set up the program for you now. T15, modifying program settings. From now on, no one is allowed to access my account without permission, and no one is allowed to look into the privacy of the people around me without my permission. Received. In progress. T15 modification complete. Chapter 1:15 High Energy Construction. On the way to the suburbs, Tang Shui kept looking back at the T15, wondering when it had arrived at her home. She had no idea. You don't need to look anymore. You'll know soon enough. Ahem. I was just curious. You're usually the only man in the villa, and the women there are usually quite casual. I'm just worried about other men coming in and seeing us. Tang Shui explained that she was outside when a man suddenly appeared in the room, and she felt somewhat irresponsible. Yeah, it's okay, it's not a man. After Yang Fan finished speaking, Tang Shui stole a few more glances. Could this be a man? When they arrived at the location, Yang Fan was speechless. The place was indeed quite desolate, and no one dared to invest money in developing it, since there was no appeal whatsoever. Qingcheng, if your dad sells this land to someone else, he'll be ridiculed to death. How could I not know? I was originally planning to bargain, but you went and raised the price directly. Don't blame me for this. You wanted to buy it yourself. Yi Qingcheng was speechless. She couldn't stop him even if she wanted to. Looking at the vast land, Li Amlin asked curiously, Did you buy this from Sister Qingcheng's father? With your relationship, why doesn't your dad give it to your brother? If it were my dad, he definitely would. After Li Amlin finished speaking, Yi Qingcheng felt as if she had eaten shit. How could her father have that kind of power? Okay, I got it. Your dad's feeling better now. Yi Qingcheng didn't hold it against Li Amlin. Although she had never met Li Amlin's father in person, she had seen him on video and didn't think he could afford to send her away. Of course not, unlike your father, a man who even harms his daughter. Li Amlin didn't say much. His father wasn't a stingy person. Yi Qingcheng gritted her teeth. She had already followed Yang Fan for nothing, even giving up her reputation, and yet Li Amlin still spoke ill of her father like that. Yang Fan quickly tried to smooth things over. He didn't know what to say, since Li Shimin was truly generous with gifts, but Yi Jiangwo really didn't dare to give away the land, since it belonged to the country. Okay, that's enough. Let's start watching the show. T15, what should I do? Please bring out all the modules. Yang Fan waved his hand, and 20 boxes were immediately lined up. T15 stepped forward, opened all the boxes, and clicked on all the modules. Should we start now? None of the materials have arrived yet. Let's start by clearing this area first. There are so many weeds and trees. T15 received the command and activated all modules simultaneously. Then one of them turned into a large machine, and Yang Fan didn't know what it did. However, only a faint sound was heard, followed by the blowing of nanobots that transformed into large fans. All the trees and vegetation looked like they had been burned to ashes. A single gust of wind, and they were gone. Then all the machines began to perform their respective functions, some of them directly firing unknown beams of light from the sky. which blasted the ground down several meters. Some are already planning routes for transporting materials in. Yi Qingqing's teeth were chattering. It was too exaggerated. If the other party used that tree planting technique on a person, it would probably have a similar effect. Tang Shui and Li Anlin were in no better shape. Both had pale faces and unsteady steps. Yang Fan had already seen far more outrageous weapons, so he was alright. However, he was still deeply shocked by what he saw. These robots were working with virtually no dust. Moreover, they all already know their jobs, and all the work is being carried out in sync. Li Anlin hid behind Yang Fan. She was even a little afraid of T-15. Yi Qingqing rubbed her numb face. This thing was definitely not some technology from 100 years in the future. Given that current technological development has reached a bottleneck, it would take at least 1,000 years to reach the level of these robots. Where did Yang Fan get these things from? 5 minutes later, the entire open space had been transformed. All the preliminary work had been completed, including the required depth for the foundation and the depth needed for building underground facilities. The area should have mountains, water, and other features are already in the preliminary stages. All that's left is to gather the materials. Yang Fan, I feel like I'm dreaming. Although Yi Qingqing saw the scene before her, she still felt like she was dreaming. Me too. Tang Shui, you should also find some people to come over. There are too many deep pits here. Anyone who falls in will definitely not survive. Tang Shui didn't respond for a while, so Yang Fan waved in front of her. What's wrong? Are you stupid? Yes, that's true. I feel like my world has collapsed. I feel like I'm in a movie world, or even a science fiction movie. Tang Shui had just pinched her thigh hard, and the pain brought tears to her eyes, so he was absolutely certain that everything in front of him was real. Did you hear what I just said? I heard you. I'll get more people to come and watch over this place. Tang Shui also saw that there were foundations being laid everywhere. Collect all their cell phones. No. Yang Fan then turned to T-15 and said, is it possible to block signals and satellites in this area? Block. Yang Fan glanced at his phone and scoffed. Wow, that's really efficient. It seems the robots on Zifu's side have already replaced human workers. Okay, these next few days you'll just follow Yi Qingqing's instructions and give her feedback if anything happens. T-15 permissions, temporarily added. Yi Qingqing. Yang Fan watched as it added permissions to itself, finding it rather amusing. They're under my command now. Yi Qingqing pointed to the nanobots. Well, keep an eye on things here. I don't think I'll need you. You're just here to have some fun. Yang Fan laughed and said that he only saw how terrifying these things were today. If you used these things to kill people, it would be too easy. Those tactics would be a nightmare for ordinary soldiers on the battlefield. That's not bad either. Should I let my dad and my family know what's going on here? Yi Qingqing now seeks Yang Fan's opinion on everything she does, because she is afraid that if she disagrees with Yang Fan in the future, he might do something irrational. If Yang Fan were to cause trouble with what he possesses, it would be a nightmare for the entire country. After all, this is only what she sees on the surface. She still hasn't figured out where Yang Fan got these things from, which is the most terrifying thing. Don't tell your family about the situation here for the next month. They should receive the news a month from now, once our construction is complete. You can tell them when they ask you then. Okay, I guess I'll get a real scolding then. Yi Qingqing sighed. Right now, she could only listen to Yang Fan. If she were in her family's shoes, she would definitely have to tell her family. However, she knew Yang Fan's temperament. He was stubborn as a mule, and she was very afraid that there would be any conflict between the two sides. Well, you're my woman, so you'll definitely put my interests first. Yang Fan reached out and put his arm around her waist. Yi Qingqing had changed a lot since she came to him. Chapter 116 Arrival in the Apocalypse. Apocalypse. It was a dark space, completely blocking out the sunlight in broad daylight, making it impossible to see anything. Yang Fan had already handed over the construction of the park to Yi Qingqing, and he himself came to the post-apocalyptic world where Lin Dong was. Looking up at the pitch-black sky, I wondered what had polluted it. Without the sun, the planet was no longer suitable for human habitation. Yang Fan directly controlled the battle armor to switch combat modes. In the new environment, he dared not be careless. The radar was deployed to begin detecting the surrounding environment. Yang Fan's mind quickly displayed all the information within a 100-kilometer radius of him. There was no one left in this area, only some wandering corrosive creatures. This place has become a paradise for monsters, with many monsters fighting each other all around. Yang Fan swallowed hard. He decided to leave first and prepared to take flight. Then I received a warning from the armor. Warning. Warning. High-altitude flight is not recommended. Dangerous high-altitude targets on this planet have been detected and are extremely dangerous. Yang Fan exclaimed in disbelief. This battle armor also has an intelligence system, and it has already searched for dangerous targets in the high altitude of the entire planet. How did you search for it? I can scan anywhere there is internet access. Is there internet in this run-down place? There is a global network provided by a product that does not belong to this civilization. Yang Fan was amazed by the technology of Zifu's world. Coming to another lower-level civilization, the dimensional reduction attack was too obvious. Although there is a network in this world that does not belong to this civilization, this suit of armor can still easily collect information about the danger this planet poses to it. This battlefield reconnaissance capability is too strong. I estimate that just a few of these mechs would be enough to sweep across the entire planet, maybe even just a few units. Can you find a place where humans live? 710 kilometers to the north, there is a large human base, the Bright Base. This is it. Yang Fan came here to trade items, not to find monsters or seek thrills. He accelerated directly towards the Bright Base, and in just 30 seconds, Yang Fan had already reached a point 10 kilometers outside the base. This was even though Yang Fan wasn't very familiar with the armor. Moreover, Yang Fan bypassed many large monsters, while the smaller ones simply disappeared upon collision. He stopped on the outskirts because he noticed people were active in the area. Yang Fan immediately transformed his battle armor into its normal form. Immediately afterwards, voices could be heard. Have you noticed that there's been an increase in water resources in the trading market lately? That's a bit too much. In the past, water was mainly used by big shots to trade for top-tier weapons, but now some people are even using it to buy women. I wonder which powerful force has taken control of the water resources. They've really hit the jackpot. I bet another superpower is about to emerge. You lot are really something, talking about buying women in front of me, a woman. Do you even consider me a man? As they were talking, they saw Yang Fan. They all paused for a moment. Then the leader whispered, "Watch my hand gesture. Be ready for battle at any moment." What they fear most when they come out is not wild animals. After all, they come out to hunt, and the large beasts are hunted by the experts at the base, so they only hunt small and medium-sized ones. What they fear most is people. Murder and robbery are commonplace, they happen every day. Young man, you're out hunting alone? The leader didn't get too close to Yang Fan, keeping a distance of about 7 or 8 meters. No, I'm here to sell some things at the base. Yang Fan could sense that these people were much stronger than him, with a very strong sense of danger, but not to the point that they would tell him to run away as soon as they sensed danger. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the group exchanged glances, then looked at the ring in Yang Fan's hand, and smiles appeared on their lips. "Young man, get up with us, we'll take you into the base." The female members pressed themselves directly against Yang Fan. "Young man, with that face, that physique, that complexion, which base's young master are you from?" "I don't have any base, just me personally." The group thought Yang Fan hadn't seen or heard anything they were saying, but in fact, Yang Fan had seen everything they were doing clearly. He also knew that these people were treating him like a fat sheep. "TSK, TSK, TSK. I want to take this face home and keep it. Just looking at him at night makes me feel good. Don't kill him, just take his ring." The woman touched Yang Fan's face and then his muscles. This was the first time Yang Fan had been teased like this. Although the woman was very feminine, she must have been with too many people, and Yang Fan wasn't interested. However, the woman who had just been jokingly teasing Yang Fan suddenly changed her expression and grabbed Yang Fan by the neck, ready to strangle him to death. Because she sensed the presence of death. The person who was about to take Yang Fan's ring saw the woman's actions and immediately used his supernatural lightning ability on Yang Fan. The woman pinched Yang Fan for a long time, but he didn't budge. His companion's lightning also struck Yang Fan, but he still didn't react. Yang Fan smiled. He had just been contemplating killing this woman, and the man leading her had already reacted and were about to kill him. It seemed that his murderous intent was still too obvious. Reaching out, Yang Fan grabbed the woman by the neck and lifted her up. With the speed and strength of his armor, killing these people was no different than killing chickens for him. You don't leave it unwashed after you've done that, do you? Be more hygienic in your next life. After saying that, he snapped her neck in front of her horrified eyes. Then, he transformed into his battle form, wielding a laser sword, and Yang Fan wiped out the entire 5-man squad. Before the group could even react, they were already cleaved in two. They must be exhausted living in this apocalyptic world. Yang Fan did a good deed and helped them reincarnate early. After all, they were planning to rob Yang Fan of his supplies, and Yang Fan's act of repaying evil with kindness is commendable. Yang Fan searched the women and found a small storage bag hidden inside the woman's underwear. He opened it and found it contained water, meat, and some sex toys. Yang Fan took out a piece of meat and tasted it. It was a kind of meat he had never eaten before. The meat was very delicious, and after eating it, he could feel that his strength had increased a lot. This thing can be kept. It has a decent amount of space, about 30 cubic meters. The others were completely naked, and their weapons had all been cleaved in two by Yang Fan's blade. We're so poor. Yang Fan sighed. I wish I hadn't killed them. I thought they had plenty of supplies from robbing others, and I wouldn't have enough money to fight them. When Yang Fan arrived at the base entrance, he was stopped by someone. Identity token. Huh? I didn't. Yang Fan had no idea that you needed a token to enter a base. Chapter 117, I was so angry I laughed. You can get in if you pay protection money. We can issue you a token. The base guard saw that Yang Fan was dressed neatly and had a spatial ring, so they spoke to him politely. Yang Fan thought for a moment, then took out an evolution energy coin and handed it to the other party. The guard glanced at Yang Fan. Receive the energy of evolution. Name: Lin Shi. The guard took out a token, pressed it with his palm, and the token appeared. It had the words Light Base on it and the name Lin Shi below. He tossed the token directly to Yang Fan. Alright, go in. We don't allow violence inside the base, otherwise the patrol team will take action to clear us out. Yang Fan nodded and went straight into the base. The outer walls of the base are very high, at least 30 meters high, apparently to prevent monster attacks. There is also a thin white light curtain in the sky to defend against aerial monsters. Once inside the base, everything changed. The entire base was a completely different world from the outside. The outside world was filled with all sorts of stench and blood, making people want to vomit. The air inside the base was much better than outside, with only a slight smell of blood. Yang Fan had already used radar to survey the base. It was about the size of a county town and had a fairly large population. Yang Fan headed straight for the place where the transaction could take place. This is the most bustling part of the entire base, teeming with people, and frequented mostly by places where women are traded in a way that is intoxicating. There are many shops on the street, as well as a list of items to be purchased posted by the base. Yang Fan walked into a shop that sold energy products. There weren't many people inside, only a handful. Yang Fan looked around. Buying these things required the base's light coins. The base had evolution energy from stage 1 to stage 8, but it wasn't just evolution energy, there was also monster meat. However, judging from the quantity of those bright coins, the required price is not cheap. Boss, how do I exchange bright coins? The boss flipped through his notebook and said impatiently. Is this your first time here? Aren't there plenty of opportunities outside? You can exchange supplies or work for the base. Oh, I understand why these evolutionary energy sources are so expensive, but why is the meat of these beasts also so expensive? The boss closed his notebook and looked at Yang Fan with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot. You kill these monsters without using your body's cellular energy? Why not rely on the flesh of high-level monsters to quickly replenish the energy we've used? Moreover, the higher the level of the evolved being, the more they need this meat. If Yang Fan hadn't seemed like someone who couldn't afford it, I would have ignored him long ago. Yang Fan understood. He hadn't used his abilities much, so his understanding wasn't profound. I don't have any light coins, but I have water. Yang Fan took out a bottle of water and placed it on the counter. The boss's eyes lit up instantly. This is much better than any bright coin, young man. You should have said so sooner. What do you want? I'll give you 100 light coins for a bottle of water. Yang Fan checked the price of evolution energy. 1 for tier 2, 10 for tier 3, 100 for tier 4, and 1,000 for tier 5. Meat of the same level was slightly cheaper. In other words, all he needs for the 4th tier evolutionary energy is a bottle of water. Yang Fan was already grinding his teeth. What about the gene serum? I can't see it. How much do we need? Gene serum? Those were all given away for free by the base. The boss found it a bit strange. How come he didn't know this guy? He didn't seem like someone who frequented the base, but judging from his attire, he didn't go hunting often. Yang Fan was so angry he laughed. Lin Dong actually tried to fool him with free potions. If it's free, it's like giving everyone something to protect themselves so they can go out hunting. Do you have gene energy? Yes, they do, but they're very expensive. However, they all offer gene energy that can be customized to specialize in specific abilities. The ones costing 10,000 light coins each only grant ordinary abilities like strength and speed. The 100,000 coin ones include energy-based ones, while the spiritual ones are the most expensive, costing 1 million light coins. Yang Fan rubbed his temples. He was genuinely furious. Lin Dong's heart was utterly black. What about weapons? Firearms. Those things only accelerate the monster's evolution. They can't kill it with explosions, and they'll make the monster go berserk. Weren't they banned from using them a long time ago? The boss found Yang Fan quite strange, as he seemed to know nothing about him. Yang Fan let out a long sigh of relief. So Lin Dong took water from him. But he himself wouldn't give a penny, and even said he was out of evolutionary energy. Do you have any evolutionary energy? There are about 100 of them, mostly ordinary ones, 5 of which are energy type, and 1 is mental type. I want them all. Where are you going to put your things? Yang Fan wouldn't use these things extensively in his world, as it would threaten his own and his country's stability. However, these things are also a kind of trading resource, which can be traded to other worlds. Just like the world of Zifu last time, although the technology is very advanced, people's lifespan is limited. Lin Dong's world has underdeveloped technology, but a large population and extremely long lifespans, which is why Yang Fan was able to see so many people in the base. The boss stretched out his hand. Just put it there. I'll receive it directly to my profile. Yang Fan threw out 30,000 bottles of water. It's about 15 tons of water. The boss also pushed all the evolution energy to Yang Fan, and it was all sorted out, with each type in a box, and each box had a label on it. Yang Fan's income space. This deal is such a steal. What is the highest rank an awakened can reach? Yang Fan asked curiously. The boss smirked. This guy looked like an idiot who had just entered the apocalypse. Level 18. However, this is also based on records. The highest level in our world right now is only 14. The higher the level, the more energy and water resources are required for evolution. The later stages may require hundreds of millions of tons of pure water, but we simply can't find pure water here right now. Why is so much purified water needed for this upgrade? Yang Fan was full of questions. He had seen Lin Dong drink water before, and this time he drank a lot. The boss shook his head. I don't know either. Some people speculate that it is necessary for cell evolution. Once cells have fully evolved, they can eat and drink without having to, and they can also have unlimited lifespan and unlimited energy. However, these are all just researcher speculations. No one has ever confirmed them. Then how can you be so sure there's an 18th tier? Yang Fan became incredibly curious, constantly asking questions. If he hadn't just sold a large amount of water, the boss would have kicked him out. It's based on the limits of human genetic testing. You've asked the wrong person. I'm only at level 8, and many of the secrets of the top levels are still very vague to people like us. Alright, let's buy something. I want both this evolutionary energy and this meat. Give me a price, I'll take it all. Yang Fan didn't think too much about it. He would naturally find out as he rose through the ranks. Chapter 118, could it be a pet of the higher-ups? The shop owner instantly felt like the whole world had brightened up. Cough cough. I actually have quite a bit of evolutionary energy and mutated beast meat in my space. Do you want some? Can. And sell me a spatial ring while you're at it. Yang Fan has too much water, and his storage space is almost full, with nowhere left to put it. No problem, I'll give you 10 million bright coins. The owner quickly began to inventory all the evolutionary energy and mutated beast meat in the store. Young man, there are 30,000 second-tier evolution energy units, 12,000 third-tier units, 5,200 fourth-tier units, 3,000 fifth-tier units, 500 sixth-tier units, 57th tier units, and 1 8th-tier unit. Including all the meat from the beasts, a total of 56 million bright coins are needed, which is equivalent to 560,000 bottles of water. Yang Fan used the computer in his mind to calculate it, and it was about that price. Yang Fan did the same thing, throwing 560,000 bottles of water, or 310 tons of water, directly into the shop owner's space. The shop owner simply handed the ring to Yang Fan. Yang Fan glanced at it casually, saw no problems, and put it on his wrist. Boss, please stock up more next time. I'll come again. Since there was nothing left here, Yang Fan decided to go and look around other places. Okay, you can come again tomorrow, and I'll definitely have plenty of stock ready. The boss was already overjoyed. Although the official price was 100 bright coins for a bottle of water, in private transactions, you couldn't even get a bottle of water for 200 bright coins. Yang Fan waved and walked out of his small shop. This base was not bad. Normal transactions were possible, unlike outside the base where it was all about robbery and killing people along the way. Yang Fan walked down the street, popping evolution energy into his mouth as he ate it like candy. I used to think they were precious and always wanted to save them up, thinking they would come in handy in many ways, but now there's no need for that anymore. It's not anything precious, but Lin Dong has made it seem incredibly valuable. Although many people followed him from a distance, waiting for him to leave the base, Yang Fan will not be going out for some time. Although there were many things for sale along the way, Yang Fan no longer needed them. He already had all the armor and weapons he needed. Yang Fanlu arrived at the center of the base, which was the mission center, and was very crowded. You could also exchange for whatever you wanted here. We arrived at an area where water resources could be exchanged for supplies. It was deserted, with no one around except for the base's staff. You want to trade water for resources? The staff member was a young girl who looked at Yang Fan with surprise. Those people who had water resources either went to exchange for women and have fun, or they traded them privately. They rarely traded them to the base. Huh, you're only level 4? How did you figure that out? Yang Fan was a little curious. How could an individual's strength be revealed from their appearance if it was all concealed? Perception, my ability is perception. How much water do you have, and what resources do you want to exchange it for? Sun Qing looked at Yang Fan, who was the pet, kept by the high-ranking official in the base. But why had she never seen him before? But they shouldn't be here to exchange resources. There are many. Let me see what resources you have here. Sun Qing gave Yang Fan a list of all the resources directly. Then I continued to lie there, idly scrolling through the trading market on my phone, looking for any water resources for sale. She didn't believe a word of what Yang Fan said. Water is far more precious than evolutionary energy. The person who is supporting him is unwilling to give him even evolutionary resources, so why would he give him water? Yang Fan glanced at the list, which began with potions that could regenerate severed limbs. Below are various antidotes, including those for all kinds of animals. Next came awakening energy, evolution energy, beast meat, weapons, armor, and space rings. That's all. Otherwise, if you want even higher-end items, you'll have to go to the auction house. Sun Qing didn't even look up, still constantly refreshing the water trading interface. Yang Fan thought about it, and realized it made sense. Why would they leave good things untouched for others to exchange? Then let's exchange it. 100 spatial rings. 10,000 doses of the medicine to regenerate severed limbs. 100 doses of each type of antidote. 1,000 portions of each type of awakening energy. How much evolutionary energy do you have? I want as much as you have. Yang Fan opened a window in his spatial ring, allowing Sun Qing to see the water inside. Sun Qing initially stopped checking her phone after hearing Yang Fan's words, intending to call someone to kick him out. However, she was shocked when she saw the water in Yang Fan's space. She used her sensory abilities to estimate the amount of water released, 1 billion tons. Well, Sun Qing quickly gathered all the items Yang Fan wanted into a ring and handed it to him. A total of 30,000 tons of water is needed. As she spoke, she directly opened her social media profile. Yang Fan took the ring and immediately threw the water over. With the help of the computer, he didn't even need to count. As for evolutionary energy, your water supply is more than enough to buy all the evolutionary energy for our base, and there's still more to go. After all, we only have evolutionary energy at level 9 and below. However, we can't sell it all to you. Otherwise the base won't be able to operate normally. I can give you 100,000 of each type below level 7, 5,000 for level 8, and 1,000 for level 9. All of these evolutionary energy sources total hundreds of millions of tons of water. Sun Qing also put all the resources into a ring and showed Yang Fan what was inside. Yang Fan glanced at it. He wondered where the ring came from, and it seemed as worthless as a cabbage. Despite her hesitation, she still gave all the water to the other person and took the ring from their hand. It seems that I can't just blindly trade with the other party anymore. I should go and see the world I don't understand and figure out how to trade properly. Yang Fan was ready to leave after the transaction was completed, since there was nothing else worth trading here. Well, wait. I think you've grown up in a greenhouse and have absolutely no fighting experience. I have a treasure here, containing training dolls for each stage below level 10, which can help you quickly adapt to your body's power. Moreover, the flow of time inside is 1/10, or even several tenths, of the speed outside. Are you interested? Sun Qing naturally couldn't let Yang Fan leave like that with so much water resources. How could she leave it behind? Moreover, she just misjudged the situation. This is not some pet, kept by a high-ranking official. With his resources, he could keep high-ranking officials as pets. Oh, Yang Fan thought to himself that this was actually quite suitable for him. After all, Lin Dong had said last time that he needed to get used to his own power. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to use it even if he had the power later. Let me see it. Chapter 119 Treasures from Another World. Sun Qing took out a small tower, about 18 centimeters tall, with the entrance on the first floor. She originally planned to keep it for auction, but there aren't many people who really need it. After all, experts fight on the front lines every day and don't need this for training at all. As for the flow of time, there's no need to worry about it. Each of them has a lifespan of at least several hundred years, so there's no need for the flow of time to slow down. Yang Fan took a look. It was quite exquisite. How do we get in? Once you are aware of it, your body will follow you in. Yang Fan asked the system in his consciousness. This isn't something that can trap people, is it? Like the pagoda of Li Jing, the pagoda bearing Heavenly King. The cultivation tower is the cultivation ground of a fallen sect, which was traded to this world 10,000 years ago. Yang Fan swallowed hard. This was something from the cultivation world. How much water? 900 million tons of water. Sun Qing naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. After all, she knew how much water Yang Fan had. Yang Fan exclaimed, "Good heavens! Even though I have so much, I can't give it all to you. How will we trade next time? Water won't come back that quickly. 100 million tons of water is the most I can produce. This thing is probably useless to you guys. You probably experience real combat every day. So this thing is just a useless piece of junk. It's not appropriate to sell a tower that's just a different space-time flow rate. 800 million tons of water. For someone like you who never uses your physical strength, your cells will never be able to fully evolve. This stuff is of extraordinary significance to you. Then I don't want it." Yang Fan turned and left. If this thing was really worth that much water, she would have thrown it at an auction long ago. Why would she specifically sell herself? Seeing that Yang Fan was about to leave, Sun Qing quickly stopped him. "Then let's use 100 million tons of water." "I've changed my mind, 80 million tons. Yang Fan continued to push the price down. Sun Qing's hands were itching to move, but she held back when she saw the white light shield in the sky. 80 million tons is an astronomical figure for her. I should have just agreed from the beginning. This kid is all talk and no action. "Bring me water. Give me the tower first." Sun Qing threw the tower directly into Yang Fan's hands. Yang Fan took the water and gave it to the other person as well. Sun Qing finally got rid of the useless items she had. The base had originally planned to use them to train the troops, but Sun Qing refused. "I find your armor quite peculiar. I don't know what material it's made of, but it seems to offer strong protection. No wonder you didn't trade armor earlier." Sun Qing was initially drawn to the water in Yang Fan's spatial dimension, and only now did she realize that Yang Fan's armor was still invisible. "I don't know either. How many levels of Awakened One do you think it can withstand?" Yang Fan was somewhat curious. Sun Qing's perception ability was indeed quite useful. "Strength?" Sun Qing smiled. "A level 4 psychic ability user can completely and directly render you incapable of fighting. In terms of strength, a level 10 fighter should be able to break through your armor. So the armor you're wearing isn't very useful." Yang Fan opened his mouth in shock. Yang Fan overlooked mental power, and besides, mental power users could be mass-produced here. Furthermore, the fact that the opponent can sense the armor but not the battle armor is probably because the armor is always activated, while the battle armor is in its normal state. "Do you have any spiritual treasures?" "No, but I reckon I do have a leader at my base. She's out. I'll ask her when she gets back. Give me another 20 million tons of water, or I won't ask for you anymore." Sun Qing finally managed to get back the 20 million tons of water that had slipped through her fingers. "Hee. If I sell water directly on the street, many high-level officials will notice me. If you don't ask me, ask someone else." Yang Fan didn't care. He had resources, and he also knew that water resources were consumed by these upper echelons who needed to reach higher levels of strength. No wonder water has become a hard currency. Sun Qing breathed a sigh of relief. What was lost was indeed gone forever. "I'll find out where you live and let you know. I have nowhere to stay. I just arrived at the base today. Come with me. I'll arrange a place for you to stay." Sun Qing led the way. Yang Fan followed behind her. All the buildings in the base were newly rebuilt and arranged very neatly. They were not tall, except for a few tall buildings, which were probably the high-rise residential areas. Sun Qing arranged a separate 2-story house for Yang Fan. "You can stay here for now. I'll let you know if I have any news." "Okay, I won't leave you a note anymore. How could anyone possibly live here?" Sun Qing looked at him. Did this guy want to improve his strength before going out? Okay. Sun Qing left after speaking. She was covered in water and needed to improve her condition. Yang Fan returned to the modern world. Originally, Yang Fan planned to use so much evolutionary energy to immediately improve his strength. However, Now that he has this cultivation tower, he is no longer in a hurry. He said that it's not a big deal for him to adapt to the power, but since even Sun Qing has brought it up, he must be careful. Let's use this tower first to get used to the power and build a foundation. Yang Fan glanced at the remaining water in his space. He realized he couldn't trade with Lin Dong anymore. Any trades he made should be for items that would earn him trading points. Lin Dong's heart is so black that it's unimaginable. He only uses free things and things they don't need to trade, without taking anything for himself. Yang Fan came from the bedroom to the living room, and Li Anlin immediately threw herself into his arms. Brother, where have you been these past few days? These past few days? Didn't I only stay in the room for 2 or 3 hours? Li Anlin's words caused Yang Fan to become somewhat mentally unstable. No, it's been 3 days since you disappeared from the room. Look at the time on your phone. Yang Fan took out his phone and checked. It really had been 3 days. Could it be that time was flowing much slower in Lin Dong's area than it was here? If he goes to some cultivation world and stays there forever, won't he be gone for the whole new year? Just as Yang Fan took out his phone, the call log and messages arrived, all asking him why he hadn't replied. I went to a world where time flows more slowly, and I stayed in that world for about 3 hours. Li Anlin tilted his head and thought for a moment, but he didn't understand. Then let's make the trip shorter next time. Sister Qingsheng has asked me several times, and I can't lie, so I just said I didn't know. You went to trade something, didn't you? Did you manage to get anything good? I hope it won't be like that robot from last time. I'm a little scared of those things. I'm afraid they might suddenly turn around and hurt us. Li Anlin's words made Yang Fan fall into deep thought. He had never thought about what would happen if these robots turned around and attacked them. Chapter 120. Will artificial intelligence harm humans? I've traded some snacks for you this time. As Yang Fan spoke, he took out a large amount of evolution energy and handed it to Li Anlin. There was plenty of this now, so they could eat it as a snack without having to deliberately upgrade to a certain level. Li Anlin took it and looked at it. Brother, I almost fainted from a headache after eating this last time. I'm not eating it. He then turned to return it to Yang Fan. It's okay. Eating now will only increase my strength. It won't hurt anymore. Yang Fan even demonstrated by popping a few into his mouth. Li Anlin also tried it, and it was indeed true that it had no effect on the body. It's alright. I feel quite comfortable after eating it. Here's another spatial ring for you. Yang Fan took out a ring and put it on Li Anlin's finger. I saw that Sister Zhang Lan is wearing one too. Wearing a ring here means you're married, right? A ring represents love, right? Yang Fan remained non-committal. He didn't believe in love. This isn't an ordinary ring. There's a space inside. Let me show you how to use it. Yang Fan demonstrated it to Li Anlin several times, letting her try it herself. Li Anlin got the hang of it faster, since she usually liked to use her time management abilities to watch TV or something when she had free time. Slow down the time when you see something you like, and speed up the time when you see something you don't like. I love so much. Li Anlin happily kept stroking the ring on her hand. Although Yang Fan had always been very good to her, her identity in this world had always been quite awkward. If you like it, that's fine. Yang Fan glanced at the messages on his phone and replied casually. Yi Qingsheng said that the bank was all set up and that he should send the gold over, as it would take quite a while to smelt such a large amount of gold. Yang Fan thought for a moment and realized that their efficiency was slow, so they could go to Zifu, whose efficiency was definitely faster. Yang Fan led Li Anlin directly to the trading space with Zifu. When Yang Fan arrived, Zifu immediately came in as well, seemingly keeping a close eye on the situation. You want to trade something? Zifu glanced at the ring on Yang Fan's hand, then at the one on Li Anlin's hand. Yang Fan threw out all the gold. I need to melt down this gold. I need 300 kilograms of gold, and the rest will be melted down to 12.5 kilograms. The words time and space must be printed on all of them. Zifu took a look. Wait for me. He then took all the gold back and disappeared. Brother, she didn't just take our things and run away, did she? Li Anlin felt a pang of heartache seeing so much gold being taken away for nothing, especially since she already knew the price of gold here. Probably not. I think they don't consider gold as currency over there anymore. Although Yang Fan hadn't been to the other side of the world yet, he could already guess what it was like. After all, they were already able to fight alone in space, and the entire space was full of resources, so gold shouldn't be a rare thing. Within minutes, Zifu reappeared. All the gold had been melted down. Yang Fan checked it, and found no problems. It had been melted down exactly as he had requested. Their industrial level is amazing. He directly stored all the gold into his spatial storage. Do you have gold where you live? Yes, we have all kinds of metals stored. Do you need this particular metal? Zifu thought about it for a while, but really couldn't figure out what this thing was for. This left Yang Fan speechless. What use is gold? It seems that not only is her gold useless, but Lin Dong's gold is probably useless too. Yang Fan felt incredibly stupid for even trying to trade gold in the world of Bright Sword. Will artificial intelligence harm humans? Yang Fan asked Li Anlin about her concerns, as he himself was also somewhat worried those nanobots were no joke. It's unimaginable what would happen if those construction methods were applied to people. The smile that had been on Zifu's face slowly disappeared, and she didn't reply. Yang Fan could tell from her expression that there was a serious problem. That means you've already caused harm. Right. There have been 2 major incidents in history where artificial intelligence has wiped out humanity. It directly set our technology back by thousands of years. Zifu didn't say much. After all, it was a sad thing, as billions of living beings in the starry universe they controlled had been slaughtered. So you're still using artificial intelligence? Yang Fan felt utterly dejected. If Li Anlin hadn't asked, she wouldn't have paid any attention to these things. We definitely have to use it, otherwise we will only keep regressing. And we already have a way to counter them. But don't worry, the one you're using is just the most basic artificial intelligence. We will no longer create artificial intelligence that can fully develop its own thinking. Yang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was a bit too terrifying. So how do you create artificial intelligence that has complete self-thinking? Feed. Just feed the thinking of the masses to one person with a powerful mind, and then feed that to the next person, and so on, upwards. Yang Fan's Adam's apple bobbed as he listened to Zifu's words. This was a bit terrifying. This was feeding them human lives. No wonder these nanobots spoke so fluently. It's like a pyramid scheme. In the end, those at the bottom of the pyramid can't control those at the top, and those at the top can do whatever they want. So how did they finally control this AI's massacre? They destroyed all of Xingyu's major control systems, modified the underlying code, reduced her range of operations, and finally, they surrounded and annihilated her. Although Zifu spoke lightly, even with the large-scale deaths, the highest levels did not order the destruction of the control system, since destroying it would be destroying their power. They only agreed to the destruction when artificial intelligence finally threatened them. Yang Fan understood. It seems that no matter what kind of civilization it is, it progresses through continuous trial and error. However, he also realized that what he was using was only at a basic level, and was worlds apart from the kind that could autonomously harm humans. Okay, take some gold with you when you go back. I'll come back to trade next time. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he left with Li Anlin. Zifu was about to say that there was no need to prepare at all, as their storage of various metals was quite considerable. Before he could even speak, Yang Fan had already vanished. Moreover, Zifu discovered that Yang Fan had finished his business and learned about their situation, but she herself hadn't received any benefits. As soon as Yang Fan exited the system, he called Yi Qingqing. Do we have bank armored trucks? All the gold here has already been recast. You recast it yourself? You've been doing this for the past few days? Yang Fan didn't explain when he saw that Yi Qingqing had misunderstood. I noticed you made a lot of phone calls. What's wrong? Chapter 121 Human Greed. Didn't you say you were going to dilute that awakening potion and sell it? I've already prepared it, and it's almost diluted. But now some people don't want this drug to appear on the market and have been putting pressure on me. Yi Qingqing felt helpless. Such medicine might only be available to certain people. After all, everyone knows that this stuff is probably not available in large quantities, and once others have used it, they may not be able to use it anymore. Let them be as they are, don't spoil them. Respond directly to those who exert pressure. We will absolutely not sell awakening potions to them in the future, and we will not sell them to anyone close to them. Yang Fan now truly wields a sharp blade, showing no mercy to anyone. Isn't this a bad thing? They might make things difficult for us. Yi Qingqing was also troubled. Since people in their circle rarely broke off relations, it was all about exchanging benefits. Are you near your computer? I'll send you something. I'm here, go ahead and send it. Yang Fan directly sent Yi Qingqing some information on small-scale controllable nuclear fusion technology, quantum computers, 1 nanometer production technology, and room temperature superconducting materials. Look at these things. Yi Qingqing's mouth dropped open. The file appeared directly on her computer without any transfer tool. I clicked on it and took a look. I understand. I'll say it the way you want. Yi Qingqing knew that Yang Fan probably possessed even more advanced technology, like the nanobots she had been seeing frequently lately. She also tried asking the other person about the source, but the other person didn't say anything. Yang Fan now truly possesses the strength to challenge the higher-ups. The technologies he has employed are far ahead of their time. Moreover, those nanobots have the capability of mass destruction, and they all obey Yang Fan's orders. Who knows if Yang Fan has even more powerful weapons? Is everything alright at the park? It's great. I go there to check on it every day. It looks different every day. When we build our iconic building, many people will be able to see it with their own eyes. When Yi Qingcheng has free time, she drives over to admire the road surface, which hardens instantly and is assisted by nanobots for water ingress and drainage. The level of shock is unimaginable. Once the park is built, find some people to come and build the things I sent you directly. What I sent you is just a point. I have a detailed explanation of the entire process and all the materials here. Yang Fan had already read these materials. Although he couldn't understand them, all the steps were very clear and the material descriptions were very detailed, so there was no need to study them at all. Just create it directly. It might be difficult to handle then. I doubt they'll release us, and my grandfather won't be able to intervene. Yi Qingcheng sighed, thinking that the relationship between the two sides would probably not be very harmonious at that time. That would be even better. I'll just find some robots to do it. Yang Fan didn't care. He could do everything independently now, so he was fearless. All right. Yi Qingcheng had no choice but to accept it. She knew this day would come sooner or later, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. Moreover, she definitely wouldn't hire foreigners to do this work on Yang Fan, since this information is too important. I'll come to your place tonight. No. Yi Qingcheng felt embarrassed to stay at Yang Fan's place, so it was good that Yang Fan came over. Ling Wei called right after Yang Fan hung up the phone. Hey, miss me? No, Ling Kersen hasn't contacted you. She hasn't been home for 2 days and hasn't called either. Yang Fan checked the call log, and indeed there was a call made yesterday. She did call me yesterday, but she didn't go home. She didn't come home late, and I said a few words to her, and she just ran away from home. It's all your fault. Why did you give her so much money? Now she's got all the credit she deserves. Ling Wei was a little angry. This girl was already difficult to manage, and if Yang Fan spoiled her, she would become even more unruly. Okay, don't be angry. I'll call her. Yang Fan hung up on Ling Wei and called Ling Kersen. The call connected within seconds. There. She's singing with a big star. We're going to have a party tonight. The noise from Ling Kersen's side is very loud. It seems she's in some kind of karaoke bar. Where's Su Ying? She's right here with me. What's wrong? Are you looking for her? Send me your location. Yang Fan's tone was already a bit stiff. Ling Kersen is a woman who never learns from her mistakes. Oh, heaven and earth 99999. Yang Fan hung up the phone immediately after hearing the location. Emlyn, you stay home. I have something to do outside. This stuff makes me feel really good. Can you give me some more? Li Anlin picked up the evolution energy and put it in his mouth, truly treating it like a snack. If Zifu, or anyone else who knows the value of this thing, saw this, they would probably go crazy. Li Anlin has probably spent billions right now. Yang Fan put 1,000 second tier and 1,000 third tier gems in her ring, which should be enough for her to reach the 4th tier. Moreover, she doesn't need much practical experience. When she wants to kill someone, she simply slows them down, walks over slowly, and finishes them off with a knife. Yang Fan drove his Pagani Huayra Cotalunga, which had been gathering dust in the villa, and immediately stepped on the gas and drove off. Yang Fan kept running red lights on the road, afraid that the 2 girls had been drugged. Upon arriving at the Heaven on Earth nightclub, I simply tossed the car keys to the security guard and went straight upstairs. Yang Fan had already scanned the layout of the building's rooms using the computer in his mind, and went directly to the door of the 5 rooms with the number 9. Sir, this private room has been booked and no one is allowed to enter today. The waiter reached out to stop Yang Fan. Roll. Yang Fan grabbed his arm and swung him around, sending the waiter flying 4 or 5 meters. Actually, Yang Fan didn't use much force, it was just that the floor was too slippery. Yang Fan pushed open the door to the private room and went inside. The room was dimly lit, but Yang Fan's eyesight had improved significantly. There were 8 people in the room, 2 men and 6 women. He reached out and turned on the room lights. Everyone frowned when they saw Yang Fan enter, turned off the music, and wondered what he was up to. Su Ying and Ling Kersen ran over when they saw Yang Fan. Brother Fan. Seeing Yang Fan's dark face, Su Ying called out, but dared not speak again, and stood with her head down in front of Yang Fan. Brother Fan, you're here too. Let me introduce you to my idol, Kuan Kuan, who's super handsome when he plays basketball. What kind of garbage is this? And you even introduced me to it. Do you even know what kind of trap this is? Why did you come? Oh. Ling Kurson was stunned. She had spent a lot of money to get this chance to meet her idol. Sir, we're just having a normal fan meeting. It's not appropriate for you to come in and disturb us like this. Chapter 122 Education Requires Action. Yang Fan ignored him completely. Did he take advantage of you? We just hugged. Seeing Yang Fan's expression, Ling Kurson knew she was doomed. Sir, please leave. I have already called security. Kai Kuen's assistant offered a reminder. Yang Fan kicked him directly, and this time Yang Fan didn't hold back, so the other man's ribs were probably broken. So noisy. Brother Fan, let's go. Ling Kurson realized that something was wrong. Yang Fan ignored her and went to Kai Kuen, saying, Which hand were you holding Ling Kurson with? Hee, I hugged him with both hands, and I not only hugged him, I also put my arm around his waist. You injured my assistant, and I can't even take any more gigs now. I've lost at least tens of millions. You're going to spend the rest of your life in jail. Kai Kuen crossed his legs, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and glanced at Ling Kurson and Su Ying again, his eyes filled with greed. These two 18-year-old girls are amazing. They've already grown into their full figures, even though they're only 18. Then you won't have any more opportunities to receive announcements in the future. Yang Fan walked over and lifted him up from his seat. Brother Fan, please, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have come. Seeing that Yang Fan was about to make a move, Ling Kurson, who had seen Yang Fan fight before, quickly went up and grabbed Yang Fan's hand. I was originally planning to teach you a lesson one last time, but since you know it's your fault, I won't hold back. Yang Fan saw that Ling Kurson was genuinely angry. This was clearly a group activity. If he hadn't come today, both of them would probably have lost their virginity tonight. Yang Fan kicked her leg directly, and a crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ling Kurson let out a painful wail. She hadn't expected Yang Fan to attack her, and she felt that she had lost all feeling in her legs. The people in the lower room looked at Yang Fan with fear in their eyes. This person seemed to be mentally unstable and was ridiculously strong. Su Ying quickly came up and hugged Ling Kurson. Brother Fan, you went too far. Kurson might end up in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. I'll take care of her and let her learn her lesson. It's not that bad. Yang Fan even has medicine to regenerate severed limbs, so losing a leg is nothing. Ling Kurson cried bitterly in Su Ying's arms. Sir, calm down, let's talk this over. Kai Kuen was also scared at this moment. It wouldn't be worth it if this madman really hurt him, so you should try to calm him down first. No need to talk. I only crippled your two hands. When Kai Kuen saw that Yang Fan was serious, he started shouting. Why aren't the security personnel here yet? Yang Fan placed both of Kai Kuen's hands on the table, took out a 25-pound gold brick from his spatial storage, and smashed it down with all his might, causing Kai Kuen's hands to suffer comminuted fractures. Kai Kuen looked at his hand, which was completely mangled and bloody, with even broken finger bones. His whole body began to tremble. Although he couldn't feel the pain yet, he knew his hand was ruined. You. Aye. Kai Kuen was already incoherent and didn't know how to threaten Yang Fan anymore, since Yang Fan seemed to be mentally ill. In the end, he just fainted. The women in the room looked at Yang Fan with awe. Originally, the other girls wanted to come up and have a good talk with Yang Fan, but now they didn't dare to go up. Yang Fan threw the gold brick onto the table. Their medical expenses. This gold brick is worth 7.5 million, but since it's stained with blood, Yang Fan doesn't want it anymore. Yang Fan took Ling Kurson from Su Ying's arms. Let's go. He no longer needed to handle things here. He planned to leave everything to Yi Qingqing. Ling Kurson looked at Yang Fan with fear in her eyes. She had always felt that Yang Fan had violent tendencies. Unexpectedly, it actually came true, and it happened to her. Yang Fan, I can't feel my legs. I know who told you to run away from home. Let's see how you get away this time. Yang Fan, I hate you. Ling Kurson punched Yang Fan hard in his arms. Yang Fan ignored her and looked at Su Ying. And you? Were you taken advantage of? Su Ying shook her head vigorously, fearing that Yang Fan would kick her legs and break them too. I just came over to join in the fun. I don't have the habit of following celebrities. So how did you get into the Shanghai Theater Academy? My sister says she can become a star and make a lot of money in the future. Yang Fan was speechless. Is being a celebrity so easy? Like this Kai Kuen, although he looks glamorous on the surface, he must be a kept man in the dark. Moreover, after this incident, that rich woman probably won't come out to protect him. She'll just move on to the next one. After all, people like him are kept as male concubines. After Yang Fan left, Tang Shui and Rose were guarding outside the door when the security guard collapsed to the ground. Tang Shui glanced at Yang Fan, then at Ling Kurson in Yang Fan's arms. Boss, Her leg looks broken. Who hit her? Let's go and cripple him. I did the call. You have a problem with that? Yang Fan's words left everyone speechless, especially Tang Shui, who had started the conversation. You're perfectly fine. So why are you hitting your own people, especially her own woman? No objection. If Tang Shui had any objections, Yang Fan would have to kick her again, since she's pretty resilient now. Send a few men to search everyone inside, and check for any illegal drugs. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he left immediately. No one stopped him on the way, since those who could have stopped him were already lying on the ground. However, there were quite a few people watching the commotion. Yang Fan got into Tang Shui's car. Someone would drive his own car back. Boss, are we going to the hospital? No, let's go to Suzhou Creek Bay. Yang Fan gave Ling Wei's address directly and asked Tang Shui to drive. Brother Fan, I know I was wrong. Let's go to the hospital. Ling Kersen was able to bear the pain. Now she didn't want to spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. However, Yang Fan ignored her. Tang Shui and Su Ying both looked at Yang Fan. This guy was a bit extreme. When Ling Kersen saw that Yang Fan was ignoring her, she bit Yang Fan's shoulder directly. However, Yang Fan had nano armor, so he didn't feel anything at all. Upon arriving at Ling Wei's home, Ling Wei looked at Ling Kersen in Yang Fan's arms. What happened? They went to some Kai Kuan fan meeting and got caught in his trap. I bet the two of them will be filmed as porn tonight. Yang Fan placed Ling Kersen on the sofa. You're talking nonsense. You're just jealous of other people because they're handsome. Yang Fan glanced at her. Ling Kersen immediately lowered her head and dared not speak. What's wrong with her legs? Why are they dangling? Ling Wei initially thought that Yang Fan was holding Ling Kersen because she was frightened, but looking at her legs, something fell off. I interrupted her. From now on, let her use a wheelchair and don't give her any treatment. As soon as Yang Fan finished speaking, Ling Kersen immediately complained. Mom, look at him. He even dared to break my leg today. Do you think you'll have a good day tomorrow? Please take me to the hospital quickly. I promise I'll never run away from home again. Chapter 123. The entire family subjected to sanctions. You deserve it. Why are you always running around and chasing after celebrities? Didn't you see all the scandals those people have exposed? You'll be in a wheelchair from now on. I'll find a caregiver to take care of you, and you won't need to go to school anymore. Ling Wei felt helpless. Although she felt sorry for her daughter, she knew that she should stand on the same side as Yang Fan now. We need to properly discipline Ling Kersen's temper. At this moment, Tang Shui also came over and said, Boss, we found it. My sister brought it over. It's aphrodisiacs. We left some with the police and brought the rest with us. Tang Shui placed the medicine on the table. Ling Kersen was about to berate her mother for being inhuman, but she was stunned when she heard Tang Shui's words. Yang Fan was telling the truth. Kai Kuan really was going to drug them. If they were filmed doing it, they would be finished. Are there any further problems? No, Yi Qingsheng is already handling it. The other party is a repeat offender, and they are already collecting evidence against him from the past. Moreover, he has videos on his phone, as well as videos of many people within the entertainment industry. Yang Fan clicked his tongue twice. This guy knows how to have fun better than him. He even left a video. Yang Fan turned to look at Ling Kersen. So how about it? Are you interested in watching your idol's short film? Ling Kersen's worldview has collapsed. She thought it was a chance to get close to her idol, but she never expected it to turn out like this. If she had a copy of that video, she would probably be blackmailed by him for the rest of her life. Brother Fan, I know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please take me to the hospital. I'll do whatever you say from now on. Ling Kersen also knew that if Yang Fan didn't offer to take her to the hospital, her mother wouldn't be able to take her either. Tang Shui, take her to the room to rest. Su Ying, you stay with her. Brother Fan, I really know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Yang Fan ignored her. When only Yang Fan was left in the living room, Ling Wei asked, Are you really just going to abandon her? Won't she be left with some kind of disability? Ling Wei was still a little worried, but she didn't show it just now. Don't worry. Even if she loses her leg, I have medicine to help her recover. This is a minor problem for her. Let her stay home for a few days, and give her the medication the day before school starts. Ling Wei was still worried after hearing this, and she didn't believe Yang Fan's talk about medicine at all. There is no medicine that can regenerate a new limb. She knew that Yang Fan wanted to teach Ling Kersen a lesson, but she was afraid that if he went too far, Ling Kersen would really be left with a disability in the future. Maybe we should take him to the hospital. I'm getting a little panicked. Helpless, Yang Fan called her into his room. He handed her an energy type awakening energy, a mental type 1, but he didn't plan to give it away for the time being, as it would pose a threat to his safety. Eat this. Ling Wei took it and looked at it, then frowned. Can this thing be eaten? He glanced at Yang Fan, then popped it into his mouth. However, her brows relaxed within minutes, and arcs of electricity shot from her hands. I've gained a superpower lightning. Eat another evolutionary energy source. Eating this will cause some pain, but just bear with it. Yang Fan directly fed Ling Wei a 4th-tier evolutionary energy, enough for her to advance to the 3rd tier and significantly improve her physical condition. Ling Wei nodded. She had endured the pain of childbirth, so what was a little pain to her? But the pain that follows is even more painful than childbirth, and it lasts a long time. Ling Wei had a very strong ability to endure, and she didn't let herself shout out loud, but her low moans made Yang Fan uncomfortable. After a long while, Ling Wei let out a long sigh of relief. Who was the genius who invented this medicine? I feel much better physically, like I've returned to my younger days. Ling Wei looked at the electric arc in her hand. It had grown even larger. Now you believe me, right? Ling Kerson's little injury is nothing serious. I believe you now. No wonder you have amassed such wealth in such a short time. It turns out you had this in your possession. Ling Wei looked at herself in the mirror and found that the subtle signs of aging on her face had disappeared. The skin on my face is even better now, as tender as a baby's skin. Yang Fan smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Don't use your superpowers normally. Although the country has already exposed Bureau 749, their superpowers are still at the lowest level. I'm only giving you superpowers so you can use them for self-defense in critical moments. It also increases your lifespan and prolongs your youth. Ling Wei touched her face. With these things, your future path will be incredibly smooth. Hehe. You're a teacher? A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. My troubles will come one after another, and they may even involve you. That's why I'm giving you some self-defense skills in advance. Yang Fan saw things very clearly. How about we buy a small island? Or go abroad? Ling Wei also realized that if it were just something to improve one's appearance, it wouldn't be a big deal, but increasing lifespan was enough to drive some people crazy. Need not. Perhaps I was a little afraid of them before. After all, I was still young and inexperienced. But now, in this world today, even the King of Heaven himself would have to speak to me with utmost respect. Yang Fan's current suit of armor is far beyond what this era can handle. He could practically single-handedly conquer the entire planet Earth. Unlike before, if he offended someone, they could block the goods he wanted to trade, and he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Just like that mayor last time, if she had no background or connections, she would be framed and never be able to get out. Yang Fan had witnessed too much injustice and knew that although this was not a black and white world, black was black, and white could also be black. Looking at Yang Fan's expression, Ling Wei knew that this guy must have something that made him so confident. As the saying goes, a dog relies on its master's power, and she thinks Yang Fan is just like that now. What are you going to do about that Kuan guy? I've completely crippled his hands, so from now on he can work on the sewing machine. Ling Wei nodded. You didn't completely dismantle him, you should have stopped him from ruining women's lives. Why do I feel a chill down there when I'm with you? Go take a shower quickly. Yang Fan's phone rang at that moment. It was Yi Qingqing calling. Okay, you're not allowed to peek. Ling Wei also felt sticky all over, so she went straight to the bathroom. Hey, is it all taken care of? Your assault is easy to handle. He's just a nobody. I even know the person who's keeping him. I'm calling you now because the meeting has just ended. Your whole family is now banned from leaving the country. In addition, someone at the meeting suggested threatening you with your family members to force you to hand over all the genetic energy, but my grandfather rejected that idea. Our company is also completely blocked. Banks won't let us get loans, and companies that cooperate with us are also being suppressed. Luckily, my dad is in Shanghai. Otherwise, they would have already taken action against you. Chapter 124 is all. Yi Qingqing's grandfather has detailed information about Yang Fan. Knowing what kind of person Yang Fan is, they knew that if his family wasn't targeted, Yang Fan wouldn't lose control, and the two sides could still negotiate. If his family members are harmed, Yang Fan will become completely out of control, and in the end, no one will be able to obtain the gene energy. After all, they have now confirmed that Yang Fan has a personal space. Furthermore, Yi Qingqing's grandfather learned from his granddaughter that Yang Fan possessed a powerful weapon, so he was even more unwilling to directly provoke Yang Fan. It doesn't matter. If the company's development is limited, then we'll stop developing for now. Once our industrial park is built, I'll just use my plane to expand overseas. That's it. He's already let AI directly infiltrate the network and handle this matter casually, letting it take care of itself. Yang Fan had anticipated this from the beginning. He knew this day would come when he was selling his calligraphy. So Yang Fan wasn't flustered at all. In fact, he almost wanted to laugh. They were right not to harm Yang Fan's family, otherwise Yang Fan would have already been charging at them in his armor. However, Yang Fan still planned to have his family live in the Tang dynasty for a while, and then return after things had calmed down here. As for his actions, Yang Fan didn't care at all. He could just stand there and let the Gatling gun sweep him, and it wouldn't kill him. My brother, didn't you hear me? They won't even let us fly anymore. If you try to fly, they'll shoot you down with a missile. Yi Qingcheng was also helpless. After all, his grandfather's word was not enough. Otherwise things wouldn't have come to this. Think about my robots again. Do you think they can launch missiles, or anything like that? Yang Fan's words suddenly awakened Yi Qingcheng. Yes, those nanobots can block satellites and signals. If Yang Fan had his own nanoplane, he could go wherever he wanted. Furthermore, Yang Fan is only using those things for construction now. If he were to commit murder or something, Yi Qingcheng didn't dare to think any further. Yang Fan is now fully qualified to sit down and talk to anyone in the world. No one can threaten him anymore. Okay, I understand. We'll wait until our park is finished. Did you go to Ling Wei's place? Are you coming over tonight? Yang Fan thought for a moment and decided not to go that night. Ling Wei smelled nice, and her period was over. I won't go there. I'll stay here for a few days and teach Ling Kersen a lesson. I heard you broke her leg. I hope she's alright. Should I find a doctor to set it? No need. I know what I'm doing. After hanging up the phone, Yang Fan went to the living room. Go to my house and bring my grandma, my dad, my sister, and her 2 kids to the villa. Please fire the people who protected them. I'll give each of them 2 million. These people are all from the military. When he had a good relationship with the country, there was naturally no problem. But now they are no longer needed. Yang Fan will arrange for some nanobots to be placed around them in the future. He doesn't care about himself or the women around him, but the people he cares about are basically those with supernatural abilities, and they are not so easy to control. Yang Fan transferred the money directly to Tang Shui. Tang Shui checked the text message notifications on her phone. Although she didn't know what was going on, she was certain that something terrible had happened. Okay, I understand. Tang Shui knew the matter was serious, so she didn't delay and went straight out. Yang Fan watched Tang Shui's retreating figure and thought, don't let me down. Su Ying peeked her head out of the room, looking at Yang Fan. Yang Fan waved to her. What's wrong? Come here. Su Ying walked over and carefully sat down next to Yang Fan. She was a little afraid of Yang Fan now. She was terrified that Yang Fan would hurt her like that. Moreover, she saw Yang Fan hit Kai Kuen's hand with a gold brick, and her eyes were full of indifference. All she saw was indifference towards life. Brother Fan, I think Kersen already knows she was wrong. Why don't we take her to the hospital? Look how beautiful her legs are. You can't bear not to see them again, can you? Hee. Ling Kersen sent you, didn't she? Yang Fan laughed. This girl even knew he liked her legs. Just forgive her this once. She didn't know Kai Kuen was that kind of person. She's scared now. Su Ying was a little embarrassed, not expecting Yang Fan to know immediately that it wasn't her lyrics. Has your sister contacted you recently? I contacted them, and they insisted on introducing me to a boyfriend, saying it would be helpful for my future. Oh, you're that capable. Next time your sister wants to introduce someone, you should agree. I'll go with you then, and I'll get to know you too. After all, having more friends means having more options. Yang Fan immediately became interested. Who was Su Jing planning to introduce this time? Su Ying was speechless. Wang Tsung was the richest second-generation rich kid she had ever heard of, while Yang Fan was the richest she had ever met, probably on par with Wang Tsung. Does he need more friends and more paths? Okay, I'll call you then. The familiar ringtone sounded, and Yang Fan picked it up to take a look. It was Li Shimin calling. Wow, he can make phone calls now. Hello. Boy, is what I asked for ready. There are a lot of things, and they are all scattered. It will take several more days. Alright, give me some money. I want to shop online. You order something online, but it can't be delivered. Send it to your home, then bring it to me. I know you're rich, kid. My calligraphy is worth astronomical sums where you are. Your wealth must be enough to rival that of a country. Li Shimin has been spending a lot of time scrolling through videos on social media lately, and his favorite thing to watch is videos ranking emperors. Moreover, he can find some very useful things online. However, he didn't have the money that Yang Fan had, so he couldn't buy it even if he wanted to. What do you want to buy? Let me know. It's no big deal to spend some money on Li Shimin, since he won't get any more trading points from Li Shimin after this transaction. So you can trade whatever you want. Ahem. You don't need to worry about the refrigerator, the air conditioner, and some of the other items that were bought for my concubines. Just send me the money via WeChat. Okay, I'll link a card to your account. Yang Fan entered an empty room and went directly to the trading space. Li Shimin looked at Yang Fan. Why are there still bloodstains on you? Oh, I got itchy fingers and hit someone with a brick. You're supposed to be a prince. Why are you doing it yourself? It's really beneath you. Find some people to help you with the work. Why do you still have to do the bloody things yourself? Don't do anything that would damage your reputation in the future. You must cherish your reputation. Li Shimin looked at Yang Fan speechlessly. Okay, I understand. Yang Fan now understood how Li Ji's pure and innocent persona came about. It was taught to him by Li Shimin. Yang Fan linked one of his own cards to Li Shimin's account, which contained 5 million yuan, enough to cover his expenses. I think I'll send my family to stay with you for a while tomorrow. Is the princess's residence in Xiangqing still there? Chapter 125 Trouble is coming. Exist. Are you serious? You've really gotten this far. It seems like Yang Fan is about to run away. I have some things that can extend lifespan, and some people want to swallow them whole. Yang Fan explained, believing that Li Shimin knew the value within. Oh, how many more years can be added? Li Shimin's body instantly regained its energy after being relaxed. It has been tested that even the most common medicine can increase a person's lifespan by 18 years, and with others, it can easily increase lifespan by 50 years or more. Yang Fan smiled, adding that the natural addition was evolutionary energy, and that would be fine once it reached the 3rd tier. Li Shimin swallowed hard. No wonder this kid was forced to run away. It turns out they had divine resources at their disposal. Xiao Fan, I've always treated you well, haven't I? I even married my daughter to you and bestowed upon you a title that uses the name of the country as your name. You didn't used to call me that, you always called me kid. That's because we have a close relationship. Look, I'm even prepared to trade you the imperial seal of the state and the preface to the Orchid Pavilion. I've seen them, and these 2 items will have a huge impact on your descendants. Although Li Shimin had given up hope of immortality after hearing Yang Fan's words, the flame in his heart never died out. Unexpectedly, Yang Fan obtained such a miraculous medicine not long after. It seems that the trade between the Imperial Seal and the Orchid Pavilion preface was premature. I'll give it to you next time we trade something. Li Shimin was quite generous this time, giving him everything he wanted. If he had only been given Awakening Energy and Evolution Energy, his rating might not have been SSS+, and he wouldn't have gotten the most trading points. You truly are my good son-in-law. I learned online that research in your area indicates that close relatives cannot marry, right? I've already arranged for Chong Lu to divorce Chong Sun Chong. I'll marry Chong Lu to you too. Li Shimin didn't expect Yang Fan to be so easy to talk to this time. After all, he hadn't thought of what he would use to exchange for the life-extending medicine with Yang Fan. However, Li Shimin often saw plots in time travel novels online about marrying Chong Lu, and she also learned why Yang Fan didn't like her daughter very much. It's because of Gao Yang. Let's not, we're husband and wife. Yang Fan mainly looked down on Princess Chong Lu because she hadn't fully matured. You don't mean she's ashamed because she's been married before, do you? When Li Shimin saw Yang Fan refuse, his face showed disdain. This guy doesn't know what true goodness is. I don't like lolas. Yang Fan likes women whose bodies are fully developed, with outstanding faces or figures, or those wearing uniforms. Alright, your family can send it over later. The servants from the princess's residence are still here. Since Yang Fan didn't like it, Li Shimin didn't force him. Good. After greeting Li Shimin, Yang Fan left the space, as he had originally intended to say hello to Li Shimin. Unexpectedly, the other party called first. Looking at her perfect figure in the mirror in the bathroom, Ling Wei murmured, "Let bygones be bygones. I'm going to start a new life. Adults should know how to please themselves, shouldn't they? Since I can't fight against life, I can only enjoy it." Ling Wei found a very sexy outfit in the walk-in closet and went to the bedroom. Yang Fan was already lying in bed scrolling through his phone. Looking at Ling Wei as she came out of the bathroom, Yang Fan's eyes burned with desire. He hadn't expected Ling Wei to have this side to her. Are you just going to watch? Ling Wei's face felt a little hot. I was completely stunned. I've never seen you like this before. Yang Fan stepped forward, put his arm around her waist, and kissed her. The night is long, and I can't sleep. Chief Lin, our people have discovered at the Bright Base that someone is using large quantities of purified water to buy things. The quantity is enormous. Moreover, the water being traded is packaged in the same way as our water. Do you have any video or audio footage of that person? Yes, that person called himself Lin Shi, and this is his video footage. The person making the report had an image of Yang Fan walking on the streets of the Bright Base appear directly above their head. Lin Dong closed his eyes and pondered. He was 80% certain that this person was Yang Fan. After all, in his world, no one could use such a large amount of water to buy any kind of evolutionary energy. They mostly hunt monsters themselves. But what he couldn't understand was how Yang Fan could directly cross the barrier between the two worlds. Even someone with his strength couldn't do that. He also really wanted to go to the Bright Base to see if it really was Yang Fan. But that woman at the Bright Base was no pushover either. If the water transaction went smoothly this time, he wouldn't be afraid of her. Lin Dong went directly to the trading space and launched another attack on Yang Fan's space. But it was still the same, there wasn't even a ripple. Yang Fan stretched after waking up in the morning. Ling Wei was truly an intoxicating woman. Ling Wei was also startled by Yang Fan's movements and habitually reached for her phone to check it. Huh? Why have all our banks been shut down? I offended some people. Yang Fan lit a cigarette. He didn't smoke normally, but when he was a kid, he thought it was so choking that people couldn't understand why anyone liked it. However, when I was under a lot of pressure in college, I would light some cigarettes to relieve my anxiety. Now I just light one up when I'm bored. Oh, even Yi Qingqing can't handle it. Isn't her father the mayor of Shanghai? Ling Wei was secretly amazed. What kind of person had she offended? Her father only has some influence in this small area of Shanghai. But it's okay. The bank has suspended operations, so just take a break. It'll be fine in a while. Ling Wei could tell from Yang Fan's expression that he already knew, so it seemed he knew who was behind it all. Shouldn't you send something to appease them? Yang Fan touched Ling Wei's face. She really was adorable, especially her lips. You're afraid of jackals, so you feed them. They'll taste the benefits and thank you for feeding them. They will become even more demanding. You've probably heard the saying, insatiable greed. But won't you be in danger? Ling Wei frowned slightly. Yang Fan was in big trouble. Don't worry, it's too late for them to target me. What were they doing earlier? Yang Fan's phone rang at that moment. It was Yi Qingqing calling. Yang Fan, our auction house has also been shut down. They're holding an auction here, saying we're suspected of theft. Okay, it's nothing. Yang Fan had been prepared for this day. Moreover, he was already prepared. These people wanted to take away his source of income, and Yang Fan wanted to show them. Things have changed. Chapter 126 prepared in advance. Yang Fan and Ling Wei washed up and went to the auction. After all, Yang Fan's main source of funding is still auctions. It's okay if the company's development is paused, but if it doesn't bring in billions every day, Yang Fan always feels like something is missing. The person leading the seizure was an old man, the same one Yang Fan and Yi Qingqing had insulted last time. However, this time the people he brought were not police officers, but some people from Kyoto. Hehe, isn't this an old acquaintance? You were quite arrogant at the hotel last time. This is your property, right? Yang Fan ignored him completely. He addressed the group from Kyoto. Who is the leader? I am Long Banghua. If you can't prove the origin of these things, we'll have to confiscate them all, and you'll have to go for a chat. Long Banghua stepped forward and looked at the young man in front of him. After he finished speaking, Long Banghua could feel a sense of pressure. He had been in the army for decades, and this was the first time he had ever felt this way. It's a feeling of constant pressure, like you could die at any moment. Young man, I'm returning the humiliation you inflicted on me last time. You're nothing but a scoundrel of a businessman. I'm representing the country again this time, so please try to pull some strings for me again. Yang Fan's lips curled up. This guy's already offered himself up, it would be a shame not to hit him. Yang Fan took out several slips of paper. There were political commissars, generals, and veteran leaders. Furthermore, numerous leaders contributed inscriptions to the auction. A calligraphy master? Come on, let me have it appraised. The old scholar snorted and picked up Yang Fan's calligraphy. He wanted to see whose calligraphy gave Yang Fan such confidence. He just picked up the paper and looked at what was on it, and he felt terrible. It clearly states that these gifts were given to Yang Fan's ancestors, claiming that Yang Fan's ancestors had been kind to the country, and that any disputes or problems would be attributed to them. Yang Fan has absolute authority over these items. The last piece of calligraphy left him completely petrified. Having studied calligraphy all my life, I naturally know that there's no way this stuff can be fake. The more knowledgeable I am, the better I can spot the real from the fake. The old scholar put down his writings and sat down on the ground. He was still muttering to himself. How is this possible? How is this possible? Long Banghua also picked it up and looked at it, his face instantly turning deathly pale. They took pictures of all the words and then led the group to leave. It's truly a case of gods fighting and little devils suffering. Just look at the dumbfounded look on that old scholar's face. You can tell it's all true. Wait, did I say you could leave? Yang Fan stopped him. Mr. Yang, there is no problem here. We misunderstood. Long Bangwo wasn't stupid to have reached this position. If the person in front of him were easy to deal with, he would have simply sent people to arrest him instead of targeting his businesses. Now that they've presented the truth, and we can't develop the industry, we have no choice but to leave. Go and invite everyone from my auction back, apologize to everyone, and clean up the venue in front of them before you leave, otherwise none of you will be able to leave. Yang Fan has been consuming evolution energy like snacks for the past 2 days, and he has already reached the 5th level, making his aura incomparable to what it used to be. Yang Fan's last words were tinged with murderous intent. Long Bang was swallowed hard and went to a secluded spot to make a phone call. After he didn't come back, he said, "Mr. Yang, as you said, let your staff contact someone to come back. We will apologize as a group and help you clean up." Long Bangwa reported the situation to his superiors, who remained silent for a few minutes before finally replying, "Do as he says." Ling Wei was initially on tenterhooks, but the arrogant old man was completely dumbfounded after seeing the notes. The one leading the troops was the same, he handled it so easily. She thought it was all over, that Yang Fan should just hide away, but instead he came to her doorstep. Ling Wei also picked up the notes and looked at them. Goodness, no wonder Yang Fan was so confident. Anyone who works within the system would tremble at the sight of these words. Soon the auctioneers who had just been driven away returned. Seeing those who had just chased them away cleaning up the venue, everyone was thinking, holy crap. I initially thought I had offended some big shot, someone who wouldn't even give face to the mayor of Shanghai. But it turns out that in less than an hour, the person behind the scenes at the event had already taken care of things. They even bent the backs of these arrogant people, leaving them to clean up. I heard that this group of people came from Kyoto and specialize in organizing this auction. You heard right. Look at the logo on their clothes, it's from Kyoto. The owner behind this auction house must have too much power. You just sealed him off, and he made you unseal it, and even made you bend over. It's like gods are fighting. That was so exciting. While Yang Fan was dealing with the matter, Yi Qingsheng heard about it and rushed over. Resolve? Easy. Simple. Yi Qingsheng didn't expect Yang Fan to resolve the matter so easily. She had even considered asking someone to intercede on her behalf. Moreover, Yang Fan did not rely on her connections. How did you solve it? Yang Fan showed the note he had just read to Yi Qingsheng. Yi Qingsheng stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape. Had Yang Fan's ancestors saved the world? No wonder it's called Time and Space Capital. The name was chosen long ago. But that doesn't make sense either. It's too different from the information they found about Yang Fan's ancestors. Could it be that someone modified it? If you had this, why didn't you take it out sooner? We put up the sign, and it's perfectly legitimate. Nobody can do anything to us then. I'm keeping this just in case. If they don't cause trouble, I naturally won't use it. Since they've already started, let's hang them on all the storefronts too. Yang Fan produced a large number of proposals, covering various aspects, including medical care, schools, and relief funds. Yi Qingsheng was dumbfounded when she saw these things. She is now certain that it was definitely not something for Yang Fan's ancestors, but rather for Yang Fan himself. There were many things we didn't even know back then, so how could we possibly put them into words? Can you go back in time? Yi Qingsheng asked the question with difficulty. You guess. Yang Fan did not give a direct answer. Anyway, he himself would never admit to being able to travel through time, and their guesses are just that, guesses. Just like Zhang Lan, she had also guessed it, but Zhang Lan had never asked about it. Yi Qingsheng also started brainstorming, recalling from when she met Yang Fan that Yang Fan's calligraphy and paintings were all from the same period, that is, the time of Li Shimin. The Jingguan gold ingots were also made in the same batch. Originally, there were not many of these items left, so the price was very high. However, Yang Fan could only produce samples, and they would be auctioned off every now and then. Furthermore, the sudden appearance of Li Anlin, whose origins cannot be traced, and the fact that her father also appeared once, also without any trace, are all untraceable. Then consider that Yang Fan's ability is space. Yi Qingsheng was already 90% certain in her heart. Chapter 127 Apology. Boss, my family and I have arrived at the villa. While Yi Qingsheng was thinking, Tang Shui had already brought Yang Fan's family over. Yes, I'm back. Okay, I'm leaving. You guys go do whatever you need to do. If they want to restrict development, let them restrict it, as long as they don't block my way from making money. Yang Fan left as soon as he finished speaking, since his investments were all about throwing money out, and he hadn't made any profits yet. It's just right that it stopped. You also used evolutionary energy? Yi Qingsheng looked at Ling Wei and said, because she felt that Ling Wei looked much younger. Can I do it? Ling Wei is also a very competitive person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone so long without finding a man. So she felt that Yi Qingqing's words implied a sense of disdain for her. There is no way for women to get along peacefully, unless it is a matter of beauty or ugliness. Yi Qingqing really wanted to retort. You have a surgical scar on your stomach. I was just asking out of curiosity. Why are you so hostile? Fine. I have no right to speak anyway. Yi Qingqing left after she finished speaking. She didn't want to argue with Ling Wei, knowing that Yang Fan would definitely not side with her in the end. After all, Yang Fan had known Ling Wei for longer, so he still knew Yang Fan. If you don't see eye to eye, even half a sentence is too much. If you can't afford to offend Yi Qingqing, you can at least avoid her. Yang Fan returned to the villa, where Li Anlin was with his family. Tang Shui and the others were sunbathing on the lawn outside the villa. What's wrong? Why did you call us all over? When Yang Wan heard that all of them had to come, she felt something was wrong. I've been in some trouble lately, so you should all stay at Li Anlin's house for a while. I'll come pick you up when I'm all better. Yang Fan didn't say anything, lest they be unable to help and only cause more trouble. Huh? You won't be in danger. I'm fine, but I'm worried they'll use this against you. After you leave, I'll be able to free up my hands to deal with them. Yang Wan nodded. Seeing that Yang Fan seemed to be doing well, she didn't say anything more, as long as she didn't cause him any trouble. That works too. Where does Anlan live? I'll take you there. Yang Fan had everyone stand close together and led them directly into Princess Li Anlin's residence. Anlin, you stay here for a while and take good care of them. Okay, brother. Sister, this is Li Anlin's home. You're fine here. Anlin will explain everything to you. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he went straight back to his space. Li Anlin knew about both sides' affairs, making it much easier for him to explain. Yang Fan returned to the space, where Li Shimin was lying down watching videos. You don't review memorials anymore. You just play on your phone all day. I've already looked into the cabinet system of the Ming Dynasty, and I've created one myself. It's made my life much easier every day. Besides, I have no powerful enemies around me right now, so I can roam freely. Li Shimin leisurely sipped his wine while scrolling through videos. Yang Fan could hear that what was being said inside were modern people's understanding of ancient systems. Yang Fan thought he was only messaging young women, but he didn't expect Li Shimin to have such good self-control. I have already sent my family to the princess's residence. Please take care of them when you have time. Don't worry, I'll arrange for several chefs from the imperial kitchen to go there, and double the number of guards. That's good. Yang Fan was quite confident in Li Shimin's abilities and left the space directly. When Yang Fan entered the living room, he saw Tang Shui blocking Yi Qingqing and the others. Yang Fan gestured for her to let the people over. What are you doing in the room? Tang Shui won't let me in. Of course there's something I need. And who is this gentleman you brought along? Yang Fan saw Kai Kun, whom he had beaten up yesterday, and a woman he didn't recognize. A friend of mine in Beijing is the one who made Kai Kun famous. Her name is Sun Bingxing. Oh, you've come here to demand an explanation? Yang Fan pulled Yi Qingqing to sit down in his arms and asked Sun Bingxing. Sun Bingxing is a beautiful woman in a cheongsam with a pretty face. She looks like a noble lady from a scholarly family, elegant and fresh, with a graceful and charming demeanor. I don't know why she likes to keep men as lovers. Sun Bingxing was still somewhat incredulous to see Yi Qingqing being so docile. The two have known each other for a long time. Yi Qingqing used to be a very strong-willed person. No, I brought him here to apologize to you. Kneel down before Brother Fan. Kai Kun knelt down at Yang Fan's feet with a thud, about to kowtow. Yang Fan used his toes to push against his head. Just speak. No need to kowtow. I'm not dead yet. I'm sorry, Brother Fan. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. I shouldn't have touched your woman. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Kai Kun slapped himself in the face, but his hand was only bandaged, so the slap probably didn't hurt. However, his hand was shattered, so it was definitely in pain and had started to bleed. Go work at a sewing machine for a few years, and it'll be over. Yang Fan wasn't a bloodthirsty person. If this happened in Lindong's world, he would have killed him without hesitation. After all, people die there every day, and the law is no longer the rule of survival. Sun Bingxing took out the gold brick he had used that day and placed it on the table. You don't need to pay for the medical expenses. It was his fault to begin with, and I should be the one apologizing to you. I also have a pretty good pet in the entertainment industry, a woman. I'm giving her to you as an apology. Sun Bingxing gave a wink, and Kai Kun went outside to gather people. Kai Kun then walked over with a woman wearing a black eye patch. Yang Fan also knew this person. Zhao Si has a decent figure and above-average looks. She's the one. You can give her back to me when you're tired of her. She's still going to make money for me. Sun Bingxin pointed at Zhao Lucy and said. Yang Fan thought to himself that he originally thought the domestic entertainment industry was better than that of South Korea, but it seems it's not that much better after all. You invested in their company? Yang Fan asked Yi Qingcheng, who was in his arms. Yeah, my old sister. Shouldn't I take care of her now that I have resources? Yi Qingcheng didn't hesitate at all. No wonder they came to apologize right away. It turns out Yi Qingcheng had their lifeline firmly in her grasp. She must have been given away to quite a few people. A few. If you don't like them, I'll do them. Sun Bingxin was speechless. It was originally given to you to play with, and besides, what in the entertainment industry is clean? Do you think everyone in the entertainment industry is like Yi Qingcheng? Your taste is too strong. Forget it. She can stay. You can leave. Yang Fan dislikes women who keep male concubines. They think they're some kind of empress. Wu Zetian. Once Sun Bingxin saw that Yang Fan's matter was resolved, she waved to Yi Qingcheng and left. He didn't want to stay with Yang Fan either. It made him too uncomfortable. Where's Lan? I haven't seen her. Li Anlin used to watch TV in the living room almost every day, so it's quite strange that I didn't see him today. She went home. Do you want to play now, or tonight? Yi Qingcheng was naturally referring to Zhao Lucy. Chapter 128. The counterattack begins. Tonight, perhaps. Yang Fan now eats lavish meals almost every day and is rarely hungry during the day. It's just something to try out. Yang Fan walked over, took off her blindfold, and said, You can do whatever you want, just don't stay in this villa. You can leave tomorrow morning. Zhao Lucy breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang Fan was so young. At least he wasn't an old man anymore. Although she had just heard Yang Fan's voice, hearing is believing. Yes. After Zhao Lucy left, Yang Fan asked, Does your friend have any unusual fetishes? Why does he keep both male and female pets? It's normal. The Beijing entertainment circle is very chaotic. As long as you let your guard down a little, you can get involved. Things like wife swapping are nothing new. Yi Qingcheng had been exposed to many scandals, all of whom were people who had been well off since childhood and had experienced all the good things in life. What they were after was mental stimulation. Your industry is a mess. That's what they're talking about. Yang Fan also got to know the Beijing circle again today. Who knows? But isn't it the same in your financial world? If these people knew that you were the big boss behind the scenes, there would be 10 people lining up to sleep with you every day, and you could sleep with them all in your lifetime. Just like Sun Bingxin just now. If you ask, she will definitely accompany you. Yi Qingcheng looked at Yang Fan helplessly. This guy had no idea of the allure of money. She is pretty, but I find it a bit disgusting that she keeps a man as a mistress. She's alright. She's just kept as a pet. Her family is counting on her to improve their lives. If that cooing guy had slept with her, he would have been buried long ago. The wealthy are always thinking about how to become even wealthier and how to get into the even wealthier circle. People want both money and power. Human desires are limitless. Why didn't you say so sooner? She's cleaner than that Zhao Lucy. Yang Fan thought to himself. Damn it. I misunderstood. I thought she was a seemingly pure and refined woman who was actually a slut. You're hopeless. Didn't you hear me? Her family wants to move up in social class. Go ahead and do it. What's it to me? If I don't let them go upstairs, are they going to bury me? Yang Fan's words left Yi Qingcheng speechless, but it wasn't a big deal. She really couldn't do anything about Yang Fan. Never mind. She's gone. Yi Qingcheng also didn't want Yang Fan to provoke Sun Bingxin, since it would create another competitor. Yi Qingcheng knew that she couldn't afford to clash with any of Yang Fan's women right now. After all, she was a high-ranking woman and the CEO of the company, so she had special privileges. If she clashed with anyone, she would be at a disadvantage, and Yang Fan wouldn't side with her. As for Ulysses, it doesn't even qualify as a toy. Yang Fan didn't care. Yi Qingcheng was prettier than the other woman anyway. Tell me what kind of things these people who are suppressing me like. Yi Qingcheng glanced at Yang Fan. This guy was about to cause trouble. What could they possibly like? Nothing more than calligraphy and paintings, antiques, gold, ginseng, and that awakening potion you have. They are getting old and have developed a fondness for antiques. Yang Fan's auction house auctions off a large number of antiques every day. Many of these items ended up in the homes of these people. Very few people actually want to collect them, since Yang Fan produces such large quantities that most individuals don't have that much spare money. Many people want to ask someone for a favor. It's not good to just give money, so they give some gold or some valuable calligraphy and paintings. Then tell me, what do you think about me driving the prices of all these things up to rock bottom? Yang Fan had no more worries now. Since these people wanted to play, then let them play. He'd cripple them and then give them the knife. No. We still need to make money from this. Then let's use gold. We'll sell gold directly. I currently have over 1,000 tons on hand, and I'll get several thousand more, or even tens of thousands more, and dump them out. Yang Fan became more and more excited as he talked. He could get some from Zifu and some from Sun Qing, since neither side was short of gold. Yi Qingqing swallowed hard. How much? The current price of gold is 600 million renminbi per ton. How much is 10,000 tons of gold? 6 trillion. If this were to be thrown out in one go, it could really drop the price of gold by half, or even more. Any more, and it'll probably smash to pieces. After all, if the value depreciates significantly, some people will follow suit and sell off their shares, and in the end, no snowflake is innocent in an avalanche. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Should we reconsider? Yi Qingqing felt that this would affect the national economy. If you spread the word again, in 20 days we will auction 1,000 top-quality paintings and calligraphy and 5,000 top-quality antiques. Bulk auction. It's settled then. You don't need to stay by my side anymore. You should go. They thought they could take Yang Fan as an easy target, but they've hit a brick wall. Yang Fan is ready to attack indiscriminately. Whoever steps forward will be dealt with. He has no worries about the future. Yi Qingqing glanced at Yang Fan and sighed. Judging from Yang Fan's expression, it was pointless to say anything more. He was prepared to keep arguing. Yang Fan possessed resources beyond her imagination, including tens of thousands of tons of gold, super advanced technology, and drugs that can extend lifespan. Handing over each item would allow Yang Fan to immediately lift the suppression, but Yi Qingqing also knew that if she said that, she and Yang Fan would be from two different worlds. Moreover, those people know about the other technologies Yang Fan possesses, and they won't let him off the hook. If one thing happens, another will follow. Yi Qingqing is gone. Tang Shui walked in at that moment. Boss, are you going to fire all these bodyguards around you too? No need. They pose no threat to me. You didn't receive any missions. Yang Fan stared into Tang Shui's eyes. I received it. He asked me to drug you, and then make you reveal your secret. Tang Shui didn't hide anything, and took the medicine out of her pocket. Oh, then why didn't you drug him? Yang Fan himself wasn't sure if his body could withstand the hallucinogenic drugs, since he couldn't drink alcohol. Tang Shui lowered her head. Although you have hit me a few times, I can feel that you consider me family. How could I drug my own family? Tang Shui felt very free and happy with Yang Fan. Yang Fan didn't ask anything of her, and they usually ate together. The happiness she seeks is also very simple. Moreover, Yang Fan gave her something extremely precious that could increase her strength, and by a significant amount. If he had been wary of her, he certainly wouldn't have given it to her. Tell me about your family. He hasn't asked Tang Shui about her since she arrived. I'm the only one left in my family. My parents, my grandparents, and my brother all died in the 512 earthquake. The army used to be my home, but after I left, I came here. Yang Fan sighed and abandoned the idea of firing her. Okay, you can go now, it's all right. Yang Fan lay down on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. After all, there was still a delicious meal to enjoy that evening. Chapter 129. Acquire all Tang Dynasty trading points. Are most girls in your entertainment industry like you? By night, Yang Fan had finished a strenuous workout. He was lying in the bathtub enjoying a massage. Pretty much. These are all unspoken rules in the entertainment industry. Sleeping with directors is nothing new. It used to be exposed all the time. There was a girl who acted in 32 TV series, and for each one she acted in, she slept with a director, and not just directors. Zhao Lucy said this while massaging Yang Fan. She's still doing well. Since her boss is a girl who doesn't often sleep with clients, she's only occasionally sent out to keep some big shots company at night. This is the first time I've directly sent someone to her today, just to apologize, and it's such a young man. Looking at Yang Fan's face, this is a real man. What were they before? Yang Fan clicked his tongue. They're really going all out. But it must be really rewarding to mess with these celebrities. They look glamorous on screen, but in private, they're just playthings for some people. No wonder some people like to associate with celebrities. These people are only so-so in terms of looks and physique, but looking at their faces, their waists are really strong. The next morning, you can leave now. There's a gold brick on the coffee table in the living room, you can take it with you. Yang Fan stretched, looking refreshed and invigorated. It was really fun, and we even took some photos. Okay, thank you, Brother Fan. Zhao Lucy got up, changed her clothes, and left. Yang Fan didn't keep her around, since there would be plenty of opportunities to play around with her later. Last night, I heard Jiang Lan talking to Tang Shui in the living room, so she must have finished her business. Yang Fan pushed open the door and entered Jiang Lan's room. Jiang Lan woke up when she heard the door open. Boss, I've already put everything you wanted into my spatial storage. Jiang Lan got out of bed in her pajamas and handed the ring to Yang Fan. Yang Fan took the ring and carried her to bed. Thanks for your hard work. Here, have some snacks. You should continue to rest. Yang Fan gave Jiang Lan some evolution energy. She probably hadn't slept well these past few days. She looked tired and must have been traveling a lot. I want to sleep in your arms. Jiang Lan looked at Yang Fan with expectant eyes. Okay, I'll sleep with you. Yang Fan lay with her for a while and then noticed that she had fallen asleep again, her breathing even. Then we went directly to the trading space. Seeing Li Shimin wielding a sword in his spatial dimension, he could see that he was skilled, even though the movements were basic. What's going on? Why did they pick up a sword again? Yang Fan joked that Li Shimin's swords had all become decorations, and he had taken them. Didn't you say you were talking about a medicine that could extend lifespan? I think if I don't exercise, my body might not be able to withstand such a medicine. Li Shimin wiped the sweat from his brow and placed the sword aside. Yang Fan hadn't expected Li Shimin to be so enlightened. I gave him a thumbs up. That's true. I have brought the industrial supply chain you requested. Yang Fan waved his hand and took out everything from the space, including a huge amount of pictures and data. Here are 2 more awakening energy pills and 2 evolution energy pills for you and Empress Zhangsan. The combination of these 2 things will definitely increase lifespan by 50 years or more. Li Shimin tremblingly accepted the energy source from Yang Fan, without even glancing at the industrial facilities. This is exactly what the Emperor has been dreaming of. Li Shimin also presented what he had promised, the imperial seal of the state and the preface to the Orchid Pavilion. Yang Fan took the 2 boxes. Transaction successful, transaction rating SSS plus, 3,200 trading points earned. Transaction points balance, 8614. The Tang dynasty has reached its trading point cap and can no longer acquire trading points. Your journey through the Tang dynasty has ended. The system will now open the next historical match for you. Match successful. Your matched world is 3 kingdoms. No trading partner found. You are free to trade. Yang Fan exclaimed in surprise. The system is really considerate. It can continue to the next historical instance after completing one. Is it afraid that the trading points will be wasted? Since he could trade freely, Yang Fan wasn't in a hurry. Yang Fan opened one of the boxes, which contained the imperial seal of the state. The seal was not large, about 9 centimeters in length, width and height. It was very different from what he had imagined. Looking at the words on the imperial seal, Yang Fan was quite excited. It wouldn't be too much for him to call himself Zhen, the imperial emperor, from now on. The other box contains the preface to the Orchid Pavilion. When Yang Fan opened it, he could already hear Li Shimin's heart-wrenching screams. Yang Fan ignored him and continued reading. He had to admit that the handwriting was really good. Nowadays, many people spend a lot of time typing on their phones or computers, or even just using voice chat. I bet a lot of people can't write anymore. After a while, Li Shimin's pain subsided, and Yang Fan didn't tell him the order in which to eat them, so he ate 2 at a time. Yang Fan could feel that the pain was probably much stronger now. Young Master Yang, what is this thing? I felt like I was about to die just now. Li Shimin finally recovered, feeling a continuous sense of comfort throughout his body. However, he had been terrified just now, having narrowly escaped death. How dare you speak like that? Watch your tone when you speak to me in the future. Yang Fan showed the jade seal in his hand. Li Shimin's lips twitched. He'd already declared himself emperor? You said you didn't want to be emperor? I think you're quite addicted to being emperor. Hee, you ate them in the wrong order. Eat the green one first, and the pain will be much less. After all, awakening energy will increase physical fitness significantly and improve pain resistance. Why didn't you say so sooner? I almost ended up reporting to the King of Hell. Who knew you'd eat so fast? I was still studying what you gave me, and you'd already finished. Yang Fan rolled his eyes at him. It seemed that all emperors were obsessed with immortality, and the prosperity of the empire was something else entirely. But it's not bad. I've gained an ability that can increase my strength several times over. I estimate it can draw a powerful bow with a draw weight of 10 sure. Yang Fan yawned out of boredom. I can shoot a Barrett sniper rifle with one hand. Li Shimin opened his mouth after hearing Yang Fan's words, realizing that his ability was actually quite useless. Barrett has a long range, high accuracy, and requires little effort. Crucially, it is more powerful than his bow. Give me more of these good things. My good brothers are all getting old, and many of them have health problems from years of fighting. They're all gone. I'm still a bit lonely living alone. Take a look and see what else I need. Just tell me your request. Yang Fan glanced at Li Shimin, who must have already seen the fates of his good brothers online. It must be said that Li Shimin was a compassionate and righteous emperor. There are very few emperors in history who did not kill their meritorious officials. Yang Fan also admired such people. However, Yang Fan felt that he gave these people the gene serum in order to use them as bodyguards for his son. I'll give you 20 bottles of gene serum. Although it's not as good as what you take, it can still increase your lifespan by 18 years and repair any damage to your body. I don't want the things anymore. I'll give them to you. Yang Fan didn't need anything else, and after all, he was his father-in-law. Li Shimin wasn't giving him any more trading points, so he might as well give them away. Chapter 130 Twins. Yang Fan left the space and went directly to Princess Li Anlin's residence. Everyone smiled when they saw Yang Fan arrive. Is Grandma adjusting well here? Yes, it's good. The girls here are very caring. Grandma is getting old and can't do many things by herself anymore. Although my older sister does some work at home, she doesn't know how to take care of people as well as the palace maids who have served people since they were young. That's good. You can stay here for a while. Yang Fan was worried that his grandmother wouldn't adapt well. Grandma doesn't know what's going on here, but Yang Fan's sister does. Xiao Fan, is this the Tang dynasty? Yes, Anlin was a princess of the Tang dynasty, Princess Xiangqing. No wonder you've become so rich. Is your trouble related to this place? Yang Wan felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders. Her grandmother was old and unaware of the situation, and her father had mental problems, so she was the only one left to worry about. It's something else, but it's all right. You'll have resolved it by staying here for a month. Are the two kids getting used to it? Actually, it's nothing serious anymore. Yang Fan is already preparing to take action. They were having so much fun that they had someone take them to the street to buy delicious food early in the morning. Yes, there's no need to be afraid of trouble here. My words carry weight. I am the Emperor of Tang. Yes, I heard it from Li Anlin. Yang Wan could also see them going out, with many guards helping them around. Li Anlin goes without saying. She grew up in the Tang dynasty, and because of Yang Fan, her status in the Tang dynasty was no less than that of the crown prince. Why do you look so unhappy? I can't play on my phone anymore, and I get a bit bored every day. My girlfriends play pretty childish games every day, and I can't keep up with them. Having spent 2 months in modern times, Li Anlin had fully adapted to modern society, and was still finding it somewhat difficult to adjust to ancient times. If you want to play on your phone, just ask your dad. He can access the trading space, which has internet access. I think I'd better not. I feel a little uncomfortable around him. Let's play again when we get back. Li Anlin was still somewhat afraid of his father. Yang Fan was relieved to see that everything was all right. He arrived at the small room that Sun Qing had arranged for him. There was no note left for him on the table, so it seemed she said the leader hadn't returned yet. However, he only came here this time to get the gene serum and some gold. Yang Fan left the small building and arrived at the place where Sun Qing traded water every day. Oh, you're here. What are you trading this time? We've collected quite a bit of evolutionary energy these past few days. Do you want some more? Sun Qing's eyes lit up instantly when she saw Yang Fan. He was a real money maker. Yes, if you can sell it, just give it to me directly. This stuff isn't expensive, and it can be stored for a long time, so it's good to just stock up on it. Sun Qing looked at the items in her spatial storage and calculated that the base was now collecting evolutionary energy in large quantities, and its inventory had increased significantly. 200 million tons of pure water. Yang Fan didn't hesitate and gave the water to the other person directly, since he wasn't short of water. Yang Fan also received evolution energy, which he estimated would be enough for him to advance to a higher level. Is there anything else you need, like a beautiful woman or something? I'll find one for you myself. Twin sisters with superpowers, interested? They've already been trained, but haven't been deflowered yet. Sun Qing was beaming with joy. She had made a lot of money this time. Yang Fan swallowed. Wow, they really know how to have fun. They all have superpowers? They won't hurt me. Yang Fan was actually quite interested. Their superpower is self-healing. Every day feels like the first time. I originally planned to give it to Lin Dong, the leader of another base, to change the water, but I think it's more appropriate to give it to you. That guy is a selfish and stingy person. Sun Qing was even happier to see that Yang Fan was interested. It seemed that her decision had been absolutely right. Yang Fan was initially somewhat ashamed. After all, he himself felt that he had been a bit lecherous. However, upon hearing that the two women had originally intended to give it to Lin Dong, he instantly stopped feeling ashamed. Lin Dong eats such fine chaff and is so stingy with her. Yang Fan has decided she wants these twins. Sure, how much water? 100 million tons, I guess. Sun Qing directly quoted an astronomical figure. Yang Fan's lips twitched, they were treating him like a sucker. Then you should just give it to that leader. I'm sure he'll produce more water than me. Yang Fan turned and left after speaking. Lin Dong was so stingy, it would be a miracle if he gave them 10 tons of water. Hey, wait a bit, and let's talk about the price properly. Sun Qing pulled Yang Fan back. Her demands were a bit too much. 50 million tons of water. 5 million tons of water. Yang Fan knew he had already given a high price, but he wanted her to make a little profit so she could frequently recommend good things from her side to him. This guy is alright. If it were someone like Lin Dong, Yang Fan wouldn't have given him a single extra bottle of water. Sun Qing thought about it for a moment and realized that it was already quite a lot for her. It was an astronomical price. Their family's assets are worth about 10 tons of purified water. Make a deal. Sun Qing pressed a button on her phone. Soon, someone sent over 2 girls. Both were about 172 centimeters tall, with fair skin, perfect figures, and their faces were about 80% similar. It was hard to imagine that these 2 were raised in the post-apocalyptic environment. It seems that no matter what time it is, those who stand at the top never lack scarce resources. Sure, they've been raised like this since they were little. They've hardly ever seen sunlight, and the treatment they receive is the same as before the apocalypse. TSK tisk. Don't they mind? Yang Fan looked at the 2 women and thought, do these beauties have no personality? In this apocalyptic world, it's already a luxury for people to be alive, and they have food and drink every day. Although it's not purified water, it's still virus-free. By the way, which base do you actually live in? Do the women in your base even have personalities? Sun Qing was horrified when she heard about their personalities. Let alone these 2 sisters, even she herself would have to bow her head in this apocalyptic world. Yang Fan also had someone investigate, and it seems this person suddenly appeared here. Yang Fan understood the man was viewing the issue with a modern mindset. In the apocalypse, simply surviving is the greatest wish of these people. If they could survive without facing the monsters outside, that would be paradise. Okay, I got it. I'll take the twins. They won't betray me, will they? Yang Fan did not explain where he was from. We have a fruit here called the soul fruit. Grows in areas where monsters or humans die in large numbers. If you drip your blood onto this fruit and let them eat it, you will be able to control their souls, and their lives and deaths will be in your hands. Chapter 131, The Terrifying Fruit. Yang Fan got goosebumps after hearing Sun Qing's words. If he accidentally ate this stuff, wouldn't he be at the mercy of others? With this thing, wouldn't you be able to control whoever you want? This thing requires the person who consumes it to not put up any mental resistance. Otherwise, it cannot be controlled and will directly destroy the person's mental strength. So it's a waste to give this stuff to people who don't want to be controlled. This thing is very precious. It's usually used to cultivate trust and loyalty. No one uses it to control others. Sun Qing could tell what Yang Fan was thinking just by looking at his eyes, so she explained it to him. I need some, can you sell me some? Yang Fan thought to himself, this is a good thing. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to use my special abilities so carelessly. This stuff isn't mass-produced, unlike evolutionary energy which can only be obtained by hunting monsters. I can only sell you 10 at most. 10 million tons of water per cubic meter. Less than that, we won't sell. Sun Qing wasn't exaggerating. Most people never even see these things, and the base leader only has a few dozen in his possession. This thing is only used to cultivate evolved beings with extraordinary abilities. For example, those with precognitive abilities. Okay, I'll take them all. You can collect water from other places as well. I need a lot. I can give you 10 million tons of water each time. I don't care how much you collect. Yang Fan desperately needed these things. After all, it would be too dangerous for him to go to another world alone. Having a few ability users by his side would be wonderful. He used to be afraid of creating a few too powerful superhumans who might hurt him, but with these things are completely different now. Sun Qing really wanted to slap herself a few times. Right? She never thought of that. She should have asked for a higher price. After all, other bases definitely had it, and she could definitely trade for water. However, the price Yang Fan offered was sufficient, and there was still a profit to be made. Here are 10 for you. Sun Qing took out 10 pills from her spatial storage and handed them to Yang Fan. Each pill was in a box. The boxes were specially made, and they were all emitting a slight coolness. Yang Fan opened the box and looked inside. There was a transparent fruit inside, and the bottom of the box could be seen through the fruit. Drip blood. Yes, you're going to use it for these two girls? No need. Just give them food and water, and they won't betray you. Sun Qing understands human nature, while people are easily tamed. Even a tiger, once it's had its fill, will become a docile cat. I need to test if it's real or fake, otherwise I won't dare to use it in the future. Yang Fan also has no shortage of water, he has plenty of it. Yang Fan opened the two boxes, controlled the armor to expose his fingers, and used the knife to make a cut, dripping blood onto the two fruits. The two fruits instantly became fresh and vibrant. What are your names, you two sisters? I am the older sister, my name is Ming. I am the younger sister, my name is Yu. Yang Fan nodded. They are all names that yearn for the light. Eat it, and don't resist. Yang Fan handed the two fruits to each of them. The two nodded, and the person took one and ate it directly. They didn't have much of a reaction after taking it, but Yang Fan had a strong reaction. Yang Fan could feel two thin white lines in his mind, which stung him slightly. Yang Fan was startled. He had just put up a little resistance when he heard the two women in front of him scream, blood appearing at the corners of their eyes. Yang Fan stopped when he heard the sound. He realized that this thing was used to control his children. Yang Fan marked it with two thin lines. Ahem, sorry. This is my first time using this. The two women wiped the blood from the corners of their eyes. It's all right, master. The two women inside said in unison. Yang Fan looked at the two women and thought they were quite good. Their emotions were very stable. Moreover, this soul fruit is really useful. These two don't need to stay here anymore. They can take it with them. Sun Qing watched with heartache. Yang Fan was using something so precious like that. You're really rich. Do you have any gold here? Yang Fan ignored her nonsense. His previous deal with Lin Dong, involving 1 billion tons of goods, had really screwed him over. Yes, there are, but not many, and we don't need them right now. These are all people's hobbies of collecting. Yang Fan thought about it and realized that although there was no shortage of gold here, there was no need for it, and these people would not collect it. Then we won't. I'll leave you 300 million tons of water. In return, you collect this soul fruit and some awakening potions. Yang Fan no longer trusts retired special forces soldiers, but ordinary bodyguards are not strong enough, and emphasizing strength too much might lead to ulterior motives. This soul fruit is really good. This is the fastest and safest way to cultivate powerful bodyguards around you. Okay, leave it to me. Sun Qing accepted Yang Fan's water, her smile barely concealed. It was truly wonderful to be friends with a tycoon. As for awakening potions, there are too many to list. Yang Fan had nothing else to do here, so he took Ming and Yu and left. He took the two back to his small building, then dragged them directly to the trading space with Zifu. The two women were not surprised to see that Yang Fan could travel through space. After all, they lived in a world where superpowers were everywhere. Zifu kept a close eye on the situation inside the space, and when she saw Yang Fan coming, she immediately entered the space. You're here. You seem to change girls quite quickly. I told you last time to prepare some gold. Have you prepared it yet? We prepared some, since we don't usually need them. But you have to trade something in return. I need the potions and energy from those two combinations last time. I need 10 awakening potions with special abilities, preferably ones that can enhance the brain, and 10 evolutionary energy pills. Zifu reached out directly this time. She was smarter. Moreover, she used her AI to make an analysis. Yang Fan was likely living in a post-apocalyptic world with extremely advanced biotechnology and superpowers. After all, numerous different and powerful traces of life were detected in the energy source. They all seemed to have consumed evolutionary energy and possess special abilities. Yang Fan frowned. How did the other side know that he had awakened energy that could pinpoint the direction? Could it be what the system said? Yes, I do have some. How much gold have you prepared? You can't exchange it for less. I took some from my stock of metals. There is 1 million tons. That should be enough for you. This thing isn't very useful. As Zifu spoke, she moved the item directly from the warehouse to the trading space. Yang Fan's lips twitched. How much? They took some gold out of the warehouse. 1 million tons? Humans have mined approximately 200,000 tons of gold throughout history. Zifu could easily take out 1 million tons from her warehouse. The resources they control are truly astounding. No wonder it's called Linglong Xingyu, exquisite starry sky. They have control over the resources of an entire universe. It seems that if Earth wants good resources, it needs to first venture into space. Chapter 132. The bullets for the counterattack are in place. Here are 10 evolutionary energy sources that can determine mental abilities. They should be able to enhance the brain. Yang Fan wasn't stingy, either. The gold Zifu gave him was enough to drive the price of gold down to rock bottom. 10 evolutionary energy sources with special abilities, and another 10 evolutionary energy sources that can directly advance to the 4th rank, were given to Zifu. Transaction complete. Transaction rating A, 200 transaction points earned. Transaction points balance, 88-14. Yang Fan was truly amazed. These few things could change such a vast cosmos. It seems that lifespan is worthless in the hands of some people. In the hands of some people, the whole world can be changed. Yang Fan collected all the gold in his spatial storage. Zifu had already melted it all down into gold bricks for him. Zifu carefully stored the energy. It seems that she needs the AI to analyze the data before each transaction. If you need to trade anything, come over anytime. I'll keep an eye on this space. I need a spaceship. Yang Fan thought for a moment and realized that since the other party could collect resources from the universe, they must not lack this kind of thing. How big do you want? Thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of people? Zifu has a lot of these things, almost as many as Yang Fan has cars. 1,000 people, right? What functions does this spaceship have? 1,000 people are more than enough to deal with Earth. Anything bigger would be useless, and they wouldn't need to immigrate. Its main gun can destroy some small planets, and it also has 500 sets of A3 anti-gravity armor. 50 exquisite fighter jets capable of firing gamma rays. The spacecraft moves by jumping through space using accelerated dark matter particles. There's still a lot more. Just use your consciousness to connect to the spaceship. Zifu simply explained that if Yang Fan had few people, this would definitely be enough. Yang Fan was drooling when he heard what Zifu said. This spaceship could really conquer the Milky Way. This spaceship doesn't need energy, right? No need. Your nanotech armor doesn't need energy anymore. So why would the spaceship need it? Zifu felt that chatting with someone with intellectual disabilities was really exhausting. Give me a spaceship like that. Yang Fan liked it. If there was any flaw in this thing, it was that it was too perfect. It's a deal. 100 energy sources that can enhance the brain, and energy sources that can evolve, and 1,000 of those levels just now. Zifu needs to make things clear, otherwise she's afraid Yang Fan will trick her. Okay, bring out the spaceship. These are all minor matters. He has plenty of things Zifu wants. Zifu returned to the warehouse, retrieved a spaceship, and placed it in her spatial storage. Yang Fan looked at the enormous thing in front of him. It is 1,500 meters long, 700 meters wide, and 330 meters high. Or should we use consciousness to connect to the control system? Yes, it's very simple to operate. With the help of artificial intelligence, the radar will lock onto all attackable targets. You just need to give the order to attack. Zifu patiently explained, although in her opinion, these are things that people are born with. But she was afraid that Yang Fan would say her spaceship was no good and wouldn't give her the items she wanted in the trade. Yang Fan put on another ring and put the spaceship inside. I'll give you the stuff after I test the spaceship's performance. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he waved his hand and left with the two women. Zifu had already anticipated this outcome and left the trading space. Yang Fan has been back for 4 days now. He's been in the apocalypse for quite a while this time. Back at the villa, they arranged for the two women to stay. His villa was already stretched thin, even with the two of them sharing a bed. It seems we need to finish building the manor in the park as soon as possible. Yang Fan called Yi Qingqing. Hey, how's it going over there at the park? Everything is proceeding according to the original schedule, and it will be completed in another 10 days or so. What have you been doing these past few days? Yi Qingqing was speechless. In the past few days, Yang Fan, along with his family, had disappeared. Adding to this, Yang Fan said he was prepared to flip the table, quit the antique business, and smash the pot. This has driven the people mentioned above extremely anxious. If they find out that Yang Fan is planning to target the gold, they'll really be driven to desperation. Of course, I'm busy with important matters. You finish building my estate first. I want to move there. My villa is a bit small. Yi Qingqing was speechless after hearing Yang Fan's words. Your villa is still small. Okay, then you can move over in 2 days. At their speed, it should be completed. Yi Qingqing opened her computer and checked the process. There were no problems. Any news from you? No, those people seem to have all fallen silent and stopped pressuring me, but the previous restrictions are still in place. Yi Qingqing also knew that this group of people had been confused by Yang Fan, and that Yang Fan was preparing to take over their assets. After all, these things depreciate in value, and the things they collect will also depreciate in value. My 10,000 tons of gold have arrived. I'll have Zhang Lan give them to you, and you can put them all into the market. Let's see if anyone tries to prop up the market by dumping calligraphy, paintings, and antiques. I have plenty of gold prepared. Yang Fan is going to show these people who the real boss is, who's begging whom for favors, and he plans to find a few to establish his authority. Yi Qingcheng let out a long sigh. This time, the company will probably become famous not only in the country, but also globally. This is such a blatant attempt to drive down the price of gold. It is estimated that they will be attacked by the masses. At that time, we'll probably face pressure not only from our side, but also from overseas. Don't worry, I have the absolute power to bring peace to the world. Yang Fan lay on Ming's lap, while Mingwei and the other woman massaged his head and legs, respectively, talking leisurely. Yi Qingcheng believed what Yang Fan said. After all, what Yang Fan presented was far beyond the reach of this era. He must possess far more destructive weapons than those of this era. Okay, I understand. I'll go arrange it. Yi Qingcheng knew that Yang Fan had no intention of changing his mind, and saying more would only annoy her. Yang Fan hung up the phone and checked the time. School was about to start, so he had to go see Ling Kersen. He has quite a few messages from Ling Kersen on his phone. Yang Fan called Zhang Lan and asked her to come back. Before Qin Sijie could even finish speaking, she brought Zhang Lan back. She had now gone from being Yi Qingcheng's secretary to being Zhang Lan's. He drives Zhang Lan to and from get off work every day. Yang Fan gave her the ring and explained about the gold inside. Give Qin Sijie to me. You can drive back yourself. I'll find you a new secretary. Qin Sijie was originally someone Yang Fan wanted for himself, but Zhang Lan was too busy at the time to give her to him. Okay, boss, I'm leaving now. Do you want more water? Yes, water is always needed. Water is worth far more than gold. Chapter 133. Office romances not allowed. After making arrangements for Mingwei and the other two women, Yang Fan took Qin Sijie to Ling Wei's house. There shouldn't be any problem with you working for me, right? Yang Fan naturally asked about Qin Sijie, since although she used to be his secretary, her partners were all women. Boss, I have a boyfriend. Qin Sijie felt helpless. Although she didn't really want to come to Yang Fan's company, she was already powerless to change her situation once she joined. Because Yi Qingcheng offered a very high price, and she also signed a 3-year non-compete agreement, she couldn't leave even if she wanted to, and nowhere else could offer time and space capital such a high salary. Yang Fan glanced at her. She was still incredibly alluring, her eyes practically drooling. He placed his hand on her leg and could feel her tremble slightly. You said he's your boyfriend, not your husband. Wouldn't that be even better? I only have your partner as a competitor. Qin Sijie sighed helplessly. This isn't competition. This is an unspoken rule. Boss, General Manager Yi said that office romances are not allowed in the company. It's okay. I'll have her change it tomorrow. Besides, we're just making friends who can have in-depth conversations. It's not like we're dating. Qin Sijie finally understood Yang Fan's shamelessness. He wasn't planning to let her off the hook. If Yang Fan were in his 50s or 60s, she would have resigned long ago. However, they arrived at their destination quickly, and Qin Sijie hurriedly got out of the car and went to Yang Fan's side to open the car door for him. Boss, your business is more important. Yang Fan wasn't in a hurry, since she was by his side every day anyway. Upon arriving at Ling Wei's home, Yang Fan entered using only his fingerprint. Everyone was sitting in the living room. Brother Fan. Ling Kersen saw Yang Fan and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Then, leaning on her crutches, she rushed into Yang Fan's arms. Yang Fan picked her up and carried her to the sofa. What's wrong? Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been a fan of celebrities, and I shouldn't have run away from home. I won't do it again. I will definitely listen to my mother. Ling Kersen looked at Yang Fan pitifully. She had figured it out these past few days. Her mother wouldn't be ruthless towards her, but Yang Fan was. If she keeps causing trouble, Yang Fan really might make her spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. If you don't keep your eyes open next time, you won't be able to leave the house. No. Ling Kersen lowered her head. She was afraid of Yang Fan. He could be very gentle when he was gentle, but he could be really ruthless when he was ruthless. Yang Fan carried her into the room and took out a bottle of medicine. I drank it. Oh. Ling Kersen didn't ask any questions, opened the bottle and drank it directly. In less than a minute, Ling Kersen felt something. The spot where Yang Fan kicked her felt hot, followed by an itchy sensation, which disappeared after a short while. What is this medicine for? Try standing up. Yang Fan did not answer her. Brother, please take me to the hospital. I really know I was wrong. Ling Kersen thought Yang Fan was still teasing her. Just go. Ling Kersen had no choice but to try to stand up. She staggered and fell back onto the bed. but she could feel that her legs had regained their strength, though she was still a little unaccustomed to it. I tried to stand up again, and it had no effect on me at all. My leg is already healed. Ling Kursin tried jumping around, and her leg was completely healed. She happily kissed Yang Fan on the cheek. Thank you, brother. You're welcome. If you cause any more trouble next time, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Ling Kursin pouted. I wouldn't dare. If you say go west, I absolutely won't go east. What is that thing you gave me to drink? How do I make it? Do you think I can just tell you company secrets? Once Yang Fan saw that she was better, he went straight out the door. It seemed that Sun Qing was quite reliable after all. Ling Kursin followed her out. Qin Sijia and Su Ying were both shocked to see Ling Kursin come out. Qin Sijia was shocked that Yang Fan was so fast. Not even 3 minutes. Su Ying was shocked that Ling Kursin's leg had healed so quickly. She was present from the time Ling Kursin's leg was still fine until it broke, and now that it's healed again. Therefore, she was extremely shocked, because this had completely overturned her understanding. Satisfying. You. What's wrong? Brother Fan gave me some medicine, and I felt better. Ling Kursin is carefree and doesn't lie. Not only Su Ying was surprised, but Qin Sijia also gaped in astonishment, thinking that the little girl's behavior just now was an act. But Su Ying's stunned expression didn't seem to match. Could it be some kind of drug that the company has already developed? It seems that the company's ability to grow to such a large size is entirely due to its mastery of technologies that are incomprehensible to ordinary people. Yang Fan didn't know which family's young master he was. Ling Wei wasn't surprised she had already experienced it. I haven't been able to get in touch with you for the past few days. With school starting soon, Ling Wei was a little anxious and was even about to ask Yi Qingqing for advice. I went out and did some small business. Ling Wei didn't believe it. The company has such a big business, and you've only come here a few times. What are you doing some small business? The school is planning to display portraits of outstanding senior students. Would you like to apply? I've never donated a single penny to the school. Why would they agree to expel me? You've already made it into Shanghai's top 10 youths, so there's definitely nothing wrong with you. Yang Fan thought donating money to the school was pure nonsense, and he would never do such a thing, since the money wouldn't even reach the people who needed it. Moreover, families that can afford to send their children to finance schools are generally not short of money. Apart from idiots like Yang Fan, no one gave him any guidance. He thought that graduating from finance school would make him a lot of money. I don't need to. You can have them assess it for you, since you'll have many job opportunities in the future. Ling Wei shook her head helplessly. It's all thanks to you. What is this? Ling Wei looked at Qin Sijia and asked. This is my secretary, she just started working today. Ling Wei couldn't help but admire Yang Fan's good taste. He wouldn't touch anyone who wasn't an exceptionally beautiful woman. What a good man. Although individuals monopolize a lot of resources, it doesn't affect ordinary people. You guys stay in the living room. Call me when it's time to eat. With nothing else to do, Yang Fan decided to hone his skills, as he hadn't used his full power since gaining his abilities. He still doesn't know the true extent of his own strength. He just happens to have a small tower now, possesses time manipulation abilities, and has a sparring partner, which is perfect. Most of the women's abilities could be used at any time, but his could only be used at night. Yang Fan entered the room, closed the door, took out the small tower, and immersed his consciousness directly into it. Then, his entire body was sucked into the small tower. Yang Fan was on the first floor and could see the steps leading to the second floor. The space on the first floor is very spacious, about the size of 2 football fields. There are 10 wooden figures in total, each holding a wooden sword. It seems to have been a sect that practiced sword cultivation in the past. Yang Fan went straight forward to attack. Sensing Yang Fan's attack, the charming girl began to dodge and counterattack Yang Fan. Yang Fan was shocked. What power was driving this thing? Chapter 134. You have excellent taste. Brother Fan. My sister asked me out again. When the group was about to have dinner that evening, Su Ying spoke up. Oh, tonight. Yang Fan spent 3 days inside the small tower, while only a few hours passed outside. He had already become somewhat familiar with his abilities. His speed ability is still incredibly powerful. He can now increase his speed by 8 times compared to someone with a level 5 physique. Stage 5 has a physique that is about 30 times stronger than that of an average person. I used to think that speed was pretty useless, but now I realize that the saying speed is the only way to break through all martial arts is not just an empty phrase. When they first started using their speed abilities, they couldn't control their bodies and some even broke wooden stakes, but they would recover on their own after a while. Moreover, without full body armor, one cannot exert their full strength at all. Yes, because Kirsten and I are starting school the day after tomorrow. Okay, let's go see who your sister introduced you to. Yang Fan, having nothing else to do, decided to join in the fun. I'll go too. I haven't met your sister yet. Seeing that there was something to do, Ling Kirsten quickly chimed in. Yang Fan turned and glanced at her. I'm giving you a chance to speak again. Lin Ge shrank his neck in delight. I said the moon is really round tonight. Everyone burst out laughing. It was pouring rain outside, so there was no moon at all. It's almost time. Where did your sister arrange to meet? The reservation at Sir Ellie's restaurant at the Peninsula Hotel is for 8 p.m., and it's still an hour away. Looking at Yang Fan, Suing sensed that he seemed eager to try. It's not far, it's quite close to us. Let me see the table she booked. Yang Fan had heard of this hotel, it was very famous. Qin Sijia, book the room next to hers. Let's go see what's going on. Yes, boss. Qin Sijia checked the location and immediately made a phone call to reserve a table. Brother Fan, why can't I go? I like this kind of show too. Ling Kirsten looked at Yang Fan pitifully, she loved these chaotic situations the most. Yang Fan looked at Ling Kirsten, who weighed only 95 jin, 42.5 caddies. He thought that anyone with 90 jin, 45 caddies, of weight would be rebellious and forget the pain once the wound healed. Looking into Yang Fan's chilling gaze, Ling Kirsten gave in. I don't really like it either. Evening, at the restaurant. Yang Fan was at the table next to Suing. Xiaoying, let me introduce you. This is Wang Jia. His family owns a pharmaceutical company. Their assets in Shanghai are definitely among the top 10. Su Jing was introducing Wang Jia to Suing. Sis, I know, isn't he your boyfriend? Suing was completely taken aback. She thought they were going to introduce her to someone who introduces their own boyfriend to their sister. Suing, right? Who says you can only have one girlfriend? If you become my girlfriend, I guarantee you'll have acting opportunities every year starting in college, and I'll be able to give you leading roles as soon as you graduate. And I'll reimburse you for all your expenses during college. Wang Jia was overjoyed to see Suing. Just as Su Jing had said, she was the school beauty, and an 18-year-old one at that. Most importantly, it's for the two sisters. Who could resist such joy? Suing glanced at Yang Fan and saw that Yang Fan was smiling at her. Real. Absolutely true. Seeing that Suing was interested, Wang Jia immediately patted his chest and guaranteed her. Actually, I wasn't a particularly materialistic girl to begin with. But I can't refuse my sister's kindness. I don't ask for much, just an apartment in Thompson Riviera registered in my name, a Bentley Continental, and 50 million in cash. Suing looked at her sister and Wang Jia with a smile. I only want this much, is that okay? My future boyfriend. Su Ying's eyes were filled with anticipation, as if she were talking about trivial matters. Wang Jia's eyes widened. That adds up to 300 million. It's true that his family has tens of billions in assets, but assets are not the same as cash. It would be good if they could come up with 100 million anymore, and they'd have to sell shares. If his father knew that he was taking so much money for a woman, he would kick her out of the house, since he's not the only child in the family. Ahem, sure. I'll give you these things after you graduate. That's not funny. I'm not a 3-year-old. You can't possibly fool my sister like that, can you? Suing looked at Su Jing with a suspicious gaze. Su Jing's face flushed slightly. Wang Jia had indeed said that to her. Xiaoying, how could you say that? With such a large family business, would young Master Wang really lie to a little girl like you? Sis, are you stupid? What does it matter to him if his family is rich? Just because they're rich doesn't mean it's his. If he doesn't keep his promise after I graduate, who should I go to? Should I go to his house and ask his dad to settle the matter? Suing felt that her sister was beyond saving. She had been tricked herself, and now she was dragging her younger sister down with her. Can something you don't have in your hands truly be yours? You little girl, are you obsessed with money? You want so much? Is it covered in gold? Wang Jia was also a little annoyed that this was undermining him. You're the one who tells others to spend money freely, and you're also the one who says you want a lot. If you don't have money, don't pretend to be rich. I've never seen a man like you who wants to have it both ways before. Su Jing felt like she didn't recognize her younger sister at all. When did her sister become so sharp-tongued? Hee hee, little sister, I'll remember what you said. In this little corner of Shanghai, I'll make sure you have a hard time. Wang Jia's eyes were filled with malice. He had already made up his mind to find someone to get rid of Suing. Oh, who's so arrogant? Does Shanghai belong to you? You think you can just do whatever you want? Yang Fan approached Suing with a smile and put his arm around her waist. Suing also leaned against Yang Fan in a cooperative manner. Wang Jia, who was about to start cursing, was stunned when he saw Yang Fan. If you were to ask who the most untouchable person in Shanghai is right now, it would definitely be Yang Fan. After all, the cash flow of his investment company is terrifying. Moreover, this guy is young and impetuous, controls a lot of wealth, and has good connections. If he really wants to mess with someone, he can really do it. I'm just stating the facts. Her demands are simply outrageous. Wang Jia also felt a bad premonition when he saw Yang Fan embracing Su Ying. Why is Yang Fan everywhere? Su Jing was stunned when she saw Yang Fan, and then looked at her sister, wondering how the two of them had gotten together. Yang Fan, how could you do this to my sister? I heard your family owns a pharmaceutical company. Which one? Tell me about it. Yang Fan ignored Su Jing. I. Wang Jie didn't know how to speak, and his speech became slurred. Although it won't be long before Yang Fan enters the pharmaceutical industry, there are plenty of ways to mess with their family. You have good taste, huh? You messed with my ex-girlfriend, and now you're trying to steal my current girlfriend. Is your family's Lanxiang Technical School? Yang Fan looked at the two of them with amusement. Chapter 135. How could someone so young be vomiting blood? No, that's not true. Su Jing, we're breaking up today. Wang Jie immediately distanced himself from Su Jing. Damn, this woman is a bit of a jinx. This has happened twice, already his heart can't take it anymore. His elders have already told him not to have anything to do with Yang Fan, and to avoid him whenever he sees him. I never thought that when I'm trying to seduce women, I keep running into women of Yang Fan's caliber. Su Jing was stunned. She never expected that Wang Jie would dump her so easily after just one sentence from Yang Fan. What about the house you promised to buy me in Shanghai? I promised you I'd buy it for you after we've been girlfriends for 3 years. I didn't say I'd buy it for you after we broke up. Wang Jie isn't stupid. He wouldn't waste tens of millions on a woman. He's not like Wang Tsong. He usually dumps her once he's had his fun. Spending hundreds of thousands, or even millions, is already quite an achievement. Su Jing looked at Wang Jie and felt like the sky had fallen. It was true what her sister had just said. Wang Jie had lied to her. Although Wang Jie's family is very wealthy, they wouldn't let him spend money like this, much less give her money like this. Even her sister saw through this, but she couldn't. You lied to my mother like that? My mother has been gone for a long time. I can bring her up in conversation, and she won't mind. Wang Jie said nonchalantly that his mother passed away when he was 7 or 8 years old, and he had gone through countless fathers. Su Jing's face turned ashen. Wang Jie had been lying to her from the beginning. She had been so foolish to try and bring her sister over. She looked up at Yang Fan, tears streaming down her face. Yang Fan had never broken his promise to her. Brother Fan, I'll be going now. Please have a seat. Wang Jie got up and prepared to leave. Wait. Brother Fan, what are your orders? Pay for your meal. I don't usually pay for other people's meals. Absolutely. Wang Jie paid the bill and left immediately. Su Ying looked at her sister, whose eyes were glazed over, and sighed. Her sister was really obsessed with money. It's become impossible to distinguish between what people say and what they actually say. Are the conditions you just mentioned the conditions you want? I've given it to you. Yang Fan has no shortage of money right now. He can have as much as he wants. After all, Zifu can casually throw away 1 million tons of gold, but the most precious metal on Blue Star is not gold. Brother Fan, I was just kidding. I don't think this guy is the type to spend money. You said it on purpose. Su Ying smiled wryly. Yang Fan was truly generous after all. She had witnessed firsthand how wealthy he was. He didn't even glance at the luxury cars and houses worth millions. I took it seriously. I'll arrange it for you tomorrow. These are all minor matters. Give me your bank card number. Seeing that Su Ying hadn't made a move for a while, Yang Fan took out her bank card from her small bag and transferred 50 million yuan to her directly. I'll buy you the car and the house tomorrow. Brother Fan, I really didn't mean that. I. Su Ying was also dizzy when she saw the transfer information on her phone. She never expected that Yang Fan would take her joke so seriously. The money has already been transferred to her. Although Yang Fan had already decided on her, she was still somewhat apprehensive about being sold out so openly. It's okay. I didn't ask you to do anything, did I? Although Yang Fan said he wouldn't ask for anything, his hands had already started to act recklessly. Seeing the two people being so intimate across from her, Su Jing felt a devastating blow to her heart. Her blood rushed to her head. She coughed up blood and fainted. Yang Fan was also stunned. It was the first time he had ever seen someone vomit blood. In the past, when he killed people, he would use a lightsaber to cut them in half without them even having a chance to cough up blood. Su Ying saw it too. Brother Fan, why don't we call an ambulance first? I just saw my sister vomit blood. She wouldn't vomit blood. She's so young. It was the red wine she was drinking earlier. She saw us being intimate and just threw it up. Come on, let's discuss something very deep and profound. Yang Fan put his arm around Su Ying's waist and went straight to a hotel room. Su Ying glanced back at her sister and sighed quietly. She thought to herself, my sister has broken Yang Fan's heart. Yang Fan really went all out. My sister can't stand seeing how much money Yang Fan is spending on her. It was early morning again. Yang Fan checked into the presidential suite of the Peninsula Hotel, a place he had previously thought was only for fools, costing 100 million yuan. It turns out that once you reach a certain level of financial stability, a 100,000 night room really doesn't matter much. It feels the same as a 100 night room. An 18-year-old girl is very different from a 40-year-old woman. Yang Fan hadn't planned to win Su Ying over so quickly, since she was already practically his, and he could have her whenever he wanted. She clearly didn't resist him. But seeing Su Jing last night changed his mind, and he pushed her away. Yang Fan got up and sent a message to Zhu Qingxin. I need a house in Thompson Riviera. Zhu Qingxin stared speechlessly at the message on her phone. Yang Fan's cost for picking up girls was really high, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. This directly impacted the industry's prices, causing them to plummet and the market to rise significantly. Okay, I'll contact you later. Yang Fan put down his phone after seeing the reply. Buying a house and letting his mistress earn some money was perfectly reasonable. Yang Fan's actions also made Su Ying open her eyes. I never expected Yang Fan to push me away last night, and her sister even called her frantically last night. Brother Fan, Kursin and I start school tomorrow. Could you give me a ride? She was too embarrassed to talk to Yang Fan before, since their relationship was still ambiguous. Now that we're sharing a bed, I'm not as embarrassed to talk to people as I used to be. Okay, do you have a driver's license? No, I don't need a driver's license to go to university. Take the test when you have time. You like the Bentley Continental, right? I'll buy you one so you can drive it however you want. Once this car is pretty much destroyed, I'll buy you a better one. Sending cars and houses has become Yang Fan's basic practice now. After all, if you want a woman to fall for you, you have to use both internal and external methods. Brother Fan, I was just kidding. No need to buy it. Besides, you've already given me a lot of money. If I ask for more, I'll be greedy. Su Ying was genuinely terrified. She had gone from someone who had never earned more than 10,000 yuan a month to someone who earned 50 million yuan a day in just one night. It's alright. People should be a little selfish. If a person doesn't look out for themselves, they'll be doomed. Why don't you save more money for your future? Get up and wash up. I'll buy you a house. I've already arranged everything. Yang Fan's favorite thing is to spend money rather than talk about feelings, since he only has one person and he can't handle all the feelings involved. Su Ying looked at Yang Fan with stars in her eyes. It seemed that Yang Fan was the one who loved her. As for that Wang Jie, when he mentioned conditions, it meant that she was greedy and had a gold-plated eye. Chapter 136 School Opening. Alright, I'll leave you here. Now you can go into the school. At the entrance of the Shanghai Theater Academy, Yang Fan hugged Ling Kursin and Su Ying. Brother, Su Ying's gaze towards you is really strange. What happened between you two? Ling Kursin whispered in Yang Fan's ear. It's not good for a child to know so much. Yang Fan pushed her away and waved to the two of them. The two waved to Yang Fan and walked into the campus hand in hand. When Yang Fan arrived at his car, he saw a girl holding a phone stand and pointing it at his car, explaining something. It seems to be saying that his car is unique in Shanghai. Hi, beautiful. Are you ready yet? Yang Fan is getting ready to leave. His manor has been completed, and he's already moving in today. He plans to move there as well. Qingxiu turned her head and looked over, seeing Yang Fan smiling politely. You want to take a picture of this car too? Go ahead and take it, but step back a bit. It won't bother you. Yang Fan glanced at the girl in front of him. She was wearing skinny jeans and high heels, and a knitted V-neck off-shoulder long sleeve top that revealed her cleavage. Although you can't see the waist, just look at the figure and you'll see that the waist is absolutely stunning. Her chest wasn't particularly large, but she had a perfect neckline, a perfect figure, clear eyes, a full face, and long, flowing hair, making her very approachable. No, this car is mine. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he opened the car door and got in. Qingxiu knocked on the car door from the outside. Yang Fan curiously rolled down the car window and looked at her, asking, "What's wrong? Can we get to know each other? I'm a dance streamer. I usually dance indoors, but I'm out dancing today." Qingxiu extended her hand naturally. She wanted to get to know the wealthy tycoon, and this wasn't the time to be ashamed. If we can't get their contact information, at worst we'll just lose face. If I get there, I might have a super rich older brother in the future. Moreover, she's almost unable to pay her rent for her online dance performances. She had just gotten up and hadn't even started dancing when she was carried away. The message is, do not provide negative guidance to minors. She really wanted to say that it wasn't her who was leading the minors astray, but those women who had their own lives. Looking at her pretty face, Yang Fan thought, an anchor. Yang Fan reached out his hand. Since there was no rush to look at the house, he added the other party's WeChat ID. Send me where you're live streaming. I'll check it out when I have time. Okay, brother Fan. As the luxury car drove away, the live stream chat became lively, with over 300 people scrolling through the comments. Normally, she only has 20 or 30 people dancing with her, but this time, seeing such a luxury car is what brought so many people to the live stream. With this license plate and this luxury car, the young man driving it must be an extremely wealthy person. Wow, this streamer's got guts. I always thought he didn't fawn over big spenders. That's just because she hasn't met anyone she can lick. The big brother is in her room in private, and she can lick him after the live stream ends. This car isn't borrowed, is it? The guy upstairs is such a fool. Even he's not as foolish as you. Even if he borrowed it, this car is worth hundreds of millions. Does that mean he can't afford to borrow it? Looking at the comments in the live stream, Qingqiu ignored them and turned off the live stream. These people don't usually send gifts, yet they still dominate the chat. They're all internet emperors. She sent Yang Fan a message. When are you free? I can dance for you in person. Yang Fan drove to the location of his newly built villa. The parking space here is very spacious. It's not a problem to park 30 or 50 cars. The manor is very large and features Western-style architecture. The Chinese-style buildings are not yet completed. The entire estate covers 120 acres and is fully equipped with all kinds of entertainment facilities. It also has mountains and water and can accommodate helicopters as well as fighter jets from Zifu's side. The villa covers an area of 30 acres and has over 100 rooms, so there's no longer any worry about not having enough rooms. Moreover, the manor is perfectly separated from the park, so the park has no impact on Yang Fan at all. Qin CGS saw Yang Fan get out of the car and come to greet her. Boss, when did you start building this manor? There wasn't a single word about it outside. And it's so beautiful here. It was just completed a few days ago, in the last 2 days. Where's Tang Shui? I haven't seen her these past few days. As Yang Fan walked towards the room, he asked the question. Qin Sijia scoffed. It was built in just a few days? Who are you kidding? She said she hadn't been feeling well recently and had taken 5 days off. Yang Fan was speechless. He was already a Tier 3 awakener, so why would he talk nonsense about feeling unwell? When he arrived at the room door, Mingwei and the other 2 women were waiting for him. Welcome home, master. The 2 knelt down to help Yang Fan change his shoes before the group entered the room. Qin Sijia's eyebrows twitched as she watched what kind of imperial treatment was Yang Fan enjoying. Are you 2 getting used to it? I'm used to it, master. It's very nice here. I can see the sun every day. It feels so good. Mingwei and the other person looked at each other, both of them still very shocked. They hadn't expected that Yang Fan wasn't from the apocalypse. However, this also solidified their resolve to serve Yang Fan well. Otherwise they would be sent back to the apocalypse. Okay, that's good. Here, take this and eat as much as you like. Yang Fan handed some evolutionary energy to the 2 people. The 2 accepted it and thanked Yang Fan. Thank you, master. Qin Sijia, watching from the side, frowned deeply. What did Yang Fan mean by this? Is showing her this scene meant to convey something to her? Boss, what are your plans for today? No, what kind of schedule could I have? I'm not like your general manager Yi or general manager Jiang, who are so busy that we never see them. Yang Fan lay down on Yu's lap, closed his eyes to rest, and Ming fed him fruit. Can I go and rest for a while? Huh? As my personal secretary, instead of staying by my side, you're thinking of slacking off? Yang Fan glanced at Qin Sijia lightly. Qin Sijia was helpless. She remembered to sit down again. Could you contact this girl for me? She said she can dance. I'm pretty bored today. So could you have someone pick her up and have her dance for me? Yang Fan suddenly remembered the streamer from earlier. Wouldn't it be wonderful to enjoy a dance performance now? Qin Sijia was quite efficient. Qingqiu was summoned in less than 2 hours. When she saw Yang Fan, she suddenly realized why someone was willing to pay her such a high price to dance for her. Hello, brother Fan. How about a dance? Yang Fan got up from Yu's lap and sat up. It's no wonder that ancient emperors were prone to becoming incompetent rulers who wouldn't want to be immersed in such a gentle and tender place. Okay, Qingqiu found some music for herself and started dancing. However, Yang Fan clicked his tongue. This modern dance really wasn't as visually appealing as ancient dance, but Qingqiu's waist, hips, and legs were quite impressive. Chapter 137, The 3 Kingdoms World. In the 9th year of Jinan, in Yi City, Yang Fan was strolling around the streets of Yi City. He was bored and had come to the Three Kingdoms to have some fun. Although I don't read much history, I've heard quite a few stories about the famous Three Kingdoms period. Yang Fan came with Mingwei and the other two women this time. He has now gotten used to having the two women around. He not only takes very good care of them, but also makes them look very impressive when he takes them out. As the group was strolling around, they were stopped by a young man who had a guard and a steward by his side. This young master looks unfamiliar. I've never seen you in Yi City before. After speaking, he glanced at the two women beside Yang Fan and unconsciously licked his lips. Oh, it's normal that you haven't seen it before. I just arrived today. What? Is Yeching your property? Yang Fan looked at the young man in front of him, who was still staring at his woman. He was quite bold. Hee. My name is Chow Pai, and my father is the current prime minister. Do you think this Yi City is my home? Chow Pai crossed his arms, wanting to see how the other party would embarrass themselves upon hearing his name. After all, they had just defeated Yuan Shao and were already the largest power in the north. However, the three people's eyes didn't change at all, as if they had never heard of the father and son's reputation. The two women had never heard of it, but Yang Fan had, though he thought it was nothing special. Unexpectedly, the young man before him was Emperor Wen of Wei, the founding emperor of the Wei Kingdom. I've heard of it, and then what? Yang Fan gave him a look that said, Go on, I'm listening. I've taken a liking to the two women beside you. Give them to me. How much do you want? Name your price. Chow Pai looked at the two women and liked them very much, so he decided to take them in along with Zhenmi. Yang Fan laughed. He used to be the one setting prices for others, and this was the first time someone had asked him to set a price. If you want my woman, the lives of your entire Chow family combined wouldn't be enough. Are you sure you want it? Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Chow Pai's smile gradually faded, and he frowned. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. The other person didn't seem like a fool. Knowing his identity, he still said such things. He must have had some confidence. But where does his confidence come from? There isn't such a young master among the noble families. Go and test him, but don't kill him. Chow Pai spoke to Su Chu beside him. Su Chu nodded. He had been waiting for Chow Pai to say those words. If Chow Pai dared to speak of the lives of everyone in his lord's family, he would have rushed forward just now. Upon hearing Chow Pai's words, he rushed out and kicked straight at Yang Fan's heart. Yang Fan saw the other party's movement and decided not to move. Su Chu frowned. Should he not block it? He felt like he could kick the other person to death with his foot. The next moment, he flew past Chow Pai, about 7 or 8 meters away. He tried to get up, but felt his blood surging and spat out blood. Su Chu was stunned. He felt as if he hadn't seen the other party make a move at all. Chow Pai and his steward were also stunned. Su Chu. This is Su Chu. He was knocked away by someone and couldn't get up. Who is this young man before me? The surrounding crowd also gathered around. The city's guard teams also rushed over here. Yang Fan was also surprised to see the other person. He thought that an ordinary person would have died twice from that kick. The other person spat out blood, recovered for a while, and then stood up again. Why don't you call over 100 or 80 people? There are too few people. I don't even have the desire to make a move. However, this person is just an ant that is slightly stronger than an ordinary person, but it seems like he has awakened the physique of a second-generation human. Chow Pai frowned even more. This guy in front of him was clearly very confident. He hadn't had a weapon in his hand. If he had, he could have killed Su Chu in one move. How could someone like that be unknown? Moreover, the two girls beside him maintained a calm expression throughout, showing no concern whatsoever for Yang Fan's safety. Young master, I apologize for my words just now. Chow Pai then clasped his hands and bowed to Yang Fan. Chow Pai was not a reckless man. He would not make any foolish moves before he knew the other party's identity. The people around Chow Pai were also whispering among themselves. Isn't this the second young master of the Chow family? I just saw this guy beat up his guard. Why did he apologize to them? Judging from this young master's skills, he must be the son of some general. The prime minister values talent and will surely give him an important position in the future. TCH, this second young master is too cowardly. He could just kill him and apologize to the prime minister. Yang Fan and Chow Pai both heard what the crowd was saying. I tried to steal your woman, but I failed. How about I apologize? Come on, I'll give you time. You can call someone. When Yang Fan heard the other party apologize, he glanced at him in surprise. This person must have some discernment to become emperor. Chow Pai clenched his fists behind his back. If he weren't unsure of Yang Fan's identity, he would have had him hacked to pieces long ago. Young master, women are like clothes. Why bother with such a fuss? If you fancy any of the concubines around you, just take them. Oh, I've actually taken a liking to one. Do you have a concubine named Jinmi? Since the other party was so polite, Yang Fan naturally couldn't be polite in return. Coming to the Three Kingdoms, wouldn't it be a waste not to collect a few top beauties? Moreover, Yang Fan wasn't interested in their power struggle, since in the end it all benefited Sima Yi anyway. Chow Pai's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This guy actually dared to make a move on his woman. Disperse the crowd in the vicinity and bring over 100 elite archers. The city patrol dispersed the crowds of onlookers. Yang Fan took out a sofa from his spatial storage and sat down directly. The two women sat beside him, massaging his shoulders and legs. Chow Pai, Su Chu, and their steward exchanged bewildered glances. Where did this person conjure things up from? Yi City was heavily guarded, and 100 archers were quickly dispatched, all of whom had drawn their bows and were aiming at Yang Fan. Yang Fan sent the two women into the trading space with Zifu. Chow Pai, sitting opposite him, widened his eyes in disbelief. Was this person a deity? Or is he someone who knows sorcery? You still have time to reveal your identity. Chow Pai had already raised his hand. Yang Fan took out the Gatling gun from his spatial storage. He had wanted to use it ever since he got it, but hadn't had a suitable opportunity until now. Finally, I can put my skills to use. Yang Fan simply beckoned to Chow Pai. His meaning was quite clear. Chow Pai waved his hand, and a large number of arrows shot towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan picked up the Gatling gun, started it, and began firing at the crossbow bolts and the people firing them. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and screams echoed throughout the scene. Yang Fan threw the bullets from one gun into his spatial storage after firing, then took out a Gatling gun and continued firing. After the meeting, only Chow Pai and Su Chu remained at the scene. Although both of them had experienced the battlefield, seeing the scene before them still made their teeth chatter. What kind of magical artifact did this person use? Chapter 138. My hobby, I guess you'll like. The news quickly reached Chow Chow's ears, and he hurriedly led his men over. Thanks to Yang Fan's superior speed, these arrows posed no threat to her whatsoever. After finishing, he pulled the two women out of the space, took out a cigarette, and directly lit it for Yang Fan with a lighter. Yang Fan took a breath, his mind clearing up a bit. Looking at the pieces of flesh on the ground, he felt a faint urge to vomit again. Yang Fan felt that the higher his evolutionary level, the stronger the resentment in his heart became. He didn't know why, and he would have to ask Sun Qing next time he went to the apocalypse. Is there anything else? Keep shouting, we can call over all the troops stationed in Yi City. Yang Fan is much more sober now and no longer has the urge to kill. Are you a human or a ghost? Chow Pai was truly shocked. What kind of magical artifact was this? And why is this person able to move so fast? Su Chu was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Looking at the mess at the scene, he could hardly imagine the power of such a weapon on the battlefield. Whether fighting cavalry, infantry, or shield bearers, they will fall like wheat being harvested, piece by piece. Of course it's people. Quick, tell the person next to you to keep calling for more people. I doubt your butler has enough. Yang Fan looked at Chow Pai with a mocking expression, thinking, like father, like son. Chow Pai naturally wouldn't call for reinforcements given the current situation. Calling more people would only result in their deaths. This man was too monstrous. The onlookers were terrified by what they saw and turned to run away without looking back. Soon Yang Fan saw the cavalrymen arriving, covered in dust. Among them, a middle-aged man who was not tall and had a dark complexion dismounted and bowed to Yang Fan. Young master, my son is young and ignorant and has offended you. I did indeed have a woman named Junmi on this campaign. This woman is indeed exceptionally beautiful, and she is a perfect match for a hero like you. Chow Chow looked at the fragments of the corpse on the ground, his expression unchanged. He already knew the whole story, which all started because of a woman, and it would be fine to end it with a woman. Oh, you are Chow Chow? Looking at the person in front of him, Yang Fan realized that appearances can be deceiving. Chow Chow's appearance was indeed not pleasing. If he had lived in his time, finding a wife would have been difficult, but given Chow Chow's personality. Yes, you don't recognize me? Chow Chow was somewhat puzzled. Was there anyone in the world who didn't recognize him? I've heard about it. Yang Fan thought to himself, you'll be famous in the future. Since your son wants to steal my woman, as his father, you should compensate me, and then this matter will be over. Having arrived in the Three Kingdoms period, he hadn't even warmed his backside yet, and he'd already won over the most beautiful woman in the Three Kingdoms. Young master, you haven't eaten yet. We've come to my residence for a gathering, and I've prepared some wine and drinks. It's like we've become friends through a misunderstanding. Chow Chow was a very magnanimous person. He would tolerate anyone who was valuable and beneficial to his unification of the country. Yang Fan didn't refuse. He had nowhere to stay when he arrived here. Cao Cao wanted to give a few men and horses, but none of them knew how to fight. He had no choice but to leave with the others. Cao Cao asked Su Chu from the front, "What did this person use to kill so many people? I don't see any blood on him." Su Chu shook his head. "I don't know. I just saw something spinning and it launched something out, and then that was it. Moreover, this person is highly skilled in martial arts, and I am no match for him. They also possess some extraordinary abilities, such as the ability to conjure objects out of thin air." Cao Cao nodded, seemingly lost in thought. With this man's assistance, the pace of conquering the world could be accelerated. At the dinner table, Cao Cao took the initiative to ask, "Where is this young master from?" Cao Cao's question always reminded Yang Fan that he was Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Huaxia Yang Fan. Yang Fan didn't know how the counties were divided at this time. Cao Cao's face twitched. Is this even possible? Has the young master come to Yi City to face the emperor? He needed to confirm whether this person was a member of the emperor's faction. Who was the emperor now? Yang Fan's question made everyone in the room drop their jaws, even though this emperor was hardly a figure of interest. But surely you shouldn't be so ignorant as to not even know who the emperor is? They really misunderstood Yang Fan. Yang Fan only knew a few emperors of the Han dynasty, such as Liu Bang, Emperor Wu of Han, and Wang Mang, but he didn't really know them. The current emperor is Liu Xie. Seeing that Yang Fan looked somewhat confused, Cao Cao still revealed his name. Yang Fan nodded. He vaguely remembered it. A puppet emperor? He's not worthy of my special audience. Yang Fan's words silenced everyone again. Why was this guy so direct? Sun Yu then spoke. Young master, the world still belongs to the Han dynasty. Do you even believe that yourself? Which warlord, after conquering the land, would willingly hand it over to the Liu family? Aren't you worried that the emperor will punish their family? The Han dynasty's rule came to a complete end with Liu Xie. Yang Fan glanced at Sun Yu. What kind of idealist is this guy? So naive. Sun Yu pointed at Yang Fan with trembling hands. How could this person utter such treasonous words? They actually asserted that the Han dynasty had come to an end. This young master is just my type. Here, let me toast you. Guo Jia listened to Yang Fan's words and felt that this man had remarkable insight, as if he had already seen the future, just like his own thoughts. Who are you? Yang Fan glanced at him curiously. Anyone who could sit at the table must be a prominent figure in Cao Cao's circle. I am a military commander, surnamed Guo and named Fengxiao. Yang Fan picked up his wine glass and clinked it with his. This man was also a famous figure from the Three Kingdoms period. Young master, are you willing to stay in the army and serve me? I will certainly not be stingy with beautiful women and money. When Cao Cao realized that the other party was not on the emperor's side, he immediately tried to win them over. With Yang Fan by his side, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. I'm just a passerby. I don't want to participate in your power struggle. I'm just here to have some fun. Although Yang Fan likes Cao Cao very much, he also likes Zhuge Liang and Guan Yu. The only thing I hate is those scoundrels from Jiangdong. Therefore, Yang Fan did not want to get involved in this history. Because Yang Fan possesses such immense power, whoever he supports will gain overwhelming strength and quickly sweep across the world. What a pity. Why don't you stay in Yi City, young Master Yang? It's relatively peaceful here. Moreover, I enjoy gathering beauties from all over the world, and I may send some to young Master Yang later. Cao Cao thought that even if he wasn't with him, he couldn't let him go to someone else. Otherwise he would only create more powerful enemies for himself. Moreover, judging from the two beauties beside Yang Fan, he knew that Yang Fan was also a man of strong emotions. Cao Cao said this, and he actually believed it. After all, this guy's quirks were known to everyone. Yes, I will stay in Yi City for a while. Yang Fan wasn't after any beautiful woman, Cao Cao mentioned. Chapter 139 Jinmi. The courtyard. Cao Cao arranged a very luxurious place for Yang Fan, complete with maids to serve him. Just as Yang Fan finished washing up and was about to rest, someone climbed in through the window. Young Master Yang, hello. Yang Fan glanced at him. He was dressed in black, with only his eyes showing. What's up? The Emperor's secret decree states that as long as young Master Yang kills Cao Cao and the Emperor regains power, you will be appointed Grand Commandant and directly granted a marquisate. The man in black handed the imperial edict directly to Yang Fan. Boring. Yang Fan simply extended his finger and ended the opponent's life with a laser weapon at his fingertip. If he needs an official position, why doesn't he just take it himself? Do we still need a puppet emperor to bestow the title? Is anyone outside? Carry this person out. The two maids serving outside heard the noise and pushed open the door. Seeing the scene before them, they didn't panic. One ran to inform someone, while the other asked, "Is young Master Yang injured? Should we summon an imperial physician?" "It's all right. Just have your prime minister increase the guards. It's annoying to disturb people's sleep so late at night." Yang Fan felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that the emperor was truly no longer a necessity. The fact that the emperor is still alive today shows that Cao Cao truly had great tolerance for people. Cao Cao probably knew about all the things he did in private. Before long, Cao Cao arrived with his men. They saw the dead man on the ground, his head pierced by something, killing him instantly. He also had a secret imperial edict in his hand. "I hope young Master Yang wasn't frightened." Cao Cao waved his hand, and someone carried the body out. "No, it's just that the person who was about to drown was desperately trying to grab onto something." With Yang Fan's current sense of danger, no one in the Three Kingdoms could possibly harm him. Cao Cao nodded. Yang Fan was really too strange. He always had some amazing methods. "I noticed you have no one to warm your bed tonight, so I've already had Junmi brought to you. You can take her as your concubine tonight." That works too. Yang Fan also wanted to see just how beautiful Junmi was, that she could bewitch all three members of the Cao family. Yang Fan sent Mingwei and the other two women back to the modern world after seeing that Cao Cao had arranged for people to serve him. They were still in danger, but Yang Fan himself was not in danger. Now that Cao Cao has sent his future daughter-in-law over to warm his bed, that's even better. Yang Fan was just considering whether or not to go back to sleep. Before Junmi could even speak, she was taken to Yang Fan's room. Standing next to the maidservant who served her, her outstanding presence was almost too obvious. This reminded Yang Fan of Cao Ji's Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River. Graceful as a startled swan, elegant as a swimming dragon, radiant as autumn chrysanthemums, flourishing as spring pines. Faintly, like light clouds veiling the moon, drifting, like swirling snow in a gentle breeze. Viewed from afar, it shines like the rising sun at dawn. Observed closely, it glows like a lotus emerging from clear water. There's too much to list, so I'll just leave it at that. The general meaning is, her figure is as graceful as a startled wild goose, as elegant as a swimming dragon. Her radiance is like a chrysanthemum in autumn, and her figure is lush as a pine tree in spring breeze. She appears and disappears like a light cloud veiling the moon, drifting and swirling like a swirling snowflake in the wind. From afar, she is as bright and clear as the rising sun in the morning glow. Up close, she is as fresh and beautiful as a new lotus blooming amidst green waves. She was of medium build, of moderate height, with narrow, slender shoulders, a waist as thin as a sash, and a beautiful neck revealing fair skin. She wore neither rouge nor powder. Her hair was piled high like clouds. Her eyebrows were long and arched. Her lips were red and moist. Her teeth were white, and she had bright, expressive eyes and sweet dimples under her cheekbones. She was elegant and charming, gentle and quiet in demeanor, soft and graceful in expression, and spoke with grace and charm. Her attire was exquisitely beautiful, and her appearance and demeanor matched those in the painting. She wore a bright silk robe and exquisite jade pendants. Her head was adorned with gold, silver, and jade jewelry, and she was surrounded by sparkling pearls. She wore patterned travel shoes, and her skirt trailed behind her like a thin mist, faintly exuding the fragrance of orchids. Okay, that's her. Cao Cao looked at Junmi with reluctance. If it weren't for his son's interest, he would have taken her as a concubine. Junmi was 22 years old this year, 4 years older than Cao Pai. However, in the Three Kingdoms period, this age was already considered that of a young married woman. After all, people in their generation got married around the age of 16. Yang Fan was also quite engrossed in watching. After all, she was raised by a wealthy family and seemed to have more poise than Yi Qingqing. It seems that in ancient times, it wasn't impossible for a beautiful woman to bring chaos to a country. Then I'll go and rest. Cao Cao turned and left with his men. He didn't look at Junmi again, because he was afraid he wouldn't be able to bear to part with her if he did. After everyone left, only he and Junmi were left in the room. Yang Fan walked up to her and looked her over. Junmi did not flinch. From childhood to adulthood, this was basically how others looked at her. "Young master, let me help you rest." Junmi knew that she had been given to this man by Cao Cao to be his concubine. She also wanted to end her life with a knife, but she was afraid. She couldn't do it. She still had her clan. While she is alive, she can still protect them to some extent. If she dies, her people will be at the mercy of others. Junmi came up to help Yang Fan take off his clothes, but she didn't know how to take off Yang Fan's modern clothes. You don't need to take my clothes off. You don't seem to dislike me? Yang Fan was a little curious. Jinmi didn't seem to have any emotions, and her expression was normal. Young master, you are of the highest status. For you to take me, the daughter of a merchant, as your wife is already a great honor for me. Why would you object? Jinmi knew that she was originally going to be given to Cao Pai, but this person in front of her was able to snatch her away from Cao Cao. Either he possesses some extraordinary ability that Cao Cao wants to win over, or he was someone of Cao Cao's caliber, as you can tell from Cao Cao's attitude towards him. Yang Fan nodded. People who can survive in chaotic times are all intelligent. Take off your clothes yourself, I won't take them off. Jinmi obeyed and immediately began to undress. Before the system existed, Yang Fan's impression of Cao Cao was that he was a traitor. With the system in place, he'll be a prime minister of exceptional talent, a role model for all of us. The next morning, a maid knocked on the door and came in to help the two get up. Yang Fan was starting to love this place. This wicked feudal society was so enjoyable. Yang Fan was simple Junmi's hair, and hair accessories were still being arranged. He suddenly thought of Li Anlin. Since coming to the modern world, she hadn't really taken care of her hair. It seemed he should have her maid style her hair. Every day it would look quite beautiful. After the two finished breakfast, a maid came to deliver a message. Young Master Yang, the Prime Minister is to meet with His Majesty today. Would you like to go with him? Yang Fan laughed. Cao Cao wanted him to directly declare that he would be Cao Cao's man from now on. I'm not going. I have no interest in who becomes emperor. The maid responded to Yang Fan's words, and then left. Husband, why don't you go? The emperor will probably bestow upon you an official position or a noble title. In Junmi's mind, to have a status in a chaotic world, one must have an official position or a title, but judging from the way people address Yang Fan, he seems to have none of those. Chapter 140, The Heaven Sword. Unnecessary. If necessary, I can seal myself off. Yang Fan now possesses the imperial seal himself. Although it has a broken corner, it is still a genuine imperial seal. If I remember correctly, the broken corner was caused by Cao Pai himself. Moreover, even if they wanted official positions or titles, Yang Fan didn't care. Li Shimin has already bestowed upon him the title of prince. Jinmi's beautiful eyes widened. What? Self-imposed sanctions? If Cao Cao hadn't shown this guy such respect, she wouldn't have believed a word of it. However, judging from Cao Cao's attitude towards him, Jinmi believed him to some extent. So, does my husband plan to build his own power base in the future? Why would you have such a thought? Yang Fan looked at Junmi in surprise. These aristocratic families in ancient times were truly remarkable. The people they raised were indeed insightful for their time. Because neutrality means that none of them meet the husband's requirements. If my husband wants to do something and no one is willing to sincerely help him, then he will need to build up his own power. Jinmi expressed her thoughts. Although she didn't know which family Yang Fan belonged to, she felt that Yang Fan had the ability to achieve such a feat. Yang Fan smiled and touched her cheek. Jinmi's thoughts were actually quite similar to Yang Fan's. Yang Fan felt that none of the people in the three kingdoms were wise rulers. It's not that anyone is a bad person, it's just that no one appeared in this chaotic world who could end him. Although this period of history was glorious, the population dropped from 56 million at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty to less than 8 million during the Three Kingdoms period. These illustrious figures all stood on the bones of tens of millions of people. The saying, success is built on the bones of countless others, is not an exaggeration at all. It's not good for a woman to be too smart. My lord, I was wrong. Jinmi quickly lowered her head. She had gotten a little carried away and thought Yang Fan would be easy to talk to after spending the evening together. However, she forgot that her current status was not what it used to be. In ancient times, concubines could be bought and sold. It's all right, don't be alarmed. Since you think it's better for you to establish your own power, then go ahead and do it. Yang Fan is quite tolerant of his women. What should we call him? Yang Fan thought for a moment, realizing he was from the Jin dynasty. But isn't that similar to the name of Sima Yi's dynasty? Is this the torrent of history? Let's call it the Jin dynasty. Yang Fan wasn't a history major, that's just his name. Jinmi opened her mouth wide. Her mind went blank for a moment, and she felt a little dizzy. She just casually mentioned it, and Yang Fan had already decided on the country's name? If this person isn't mentally unstable, then they truly have the ability. Clearly, Yang Fan is not the former. But the latter is also incorrect. Yang Fan is clearly not one of the many warlords. Yang? Could it be the Yang family of Hongno? That's not impossible, since he has enough reputation. My lord, I was just rambling a few words. Please reconsider. Junmi quickly reminded him that if Yang Fan really participated in the struggle for supremacy because of her words, and something really happened, her whole family would have no way to survive. Moreover, the situation in the world was beginning to become clear, and Cao Cao was already showing signs of dominating the world. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yang Fan should take some time to learn from Li Shimin how to be a good emperor. Whether or not they could unify the three kingdoms was not even a consideration. Whether it's through superpowers or firearms, it's all arbitrary. Once the park over there is completed, we can establish a capital city here first. Otherwise, how can an emperor be without a capital city? Junmi thought to herself, how can this be called having a plan? They don't even have a single soldier under their command yet. Then we should leave here first. My family is still in Yi City. Can we take them with us when we leave? Junmi was genuinely afraid that Yang Fan would act rashly. He would be fine, but her family would suffer. No need. I'll stay here for now. Someone come here. Yang Fan already had a plan in mind. What are your orders, young Master Yang? A maid came over and asked. Lead the way. I'm looking for your prime minister. Yang Fan knew that if he didn't go to see the emperor, Cao Cao naturally wouldn't go either. Cao Cao probably had dozens or even hundreds of secret edicts in his possession. Young Master Yang, this way please. The maid led Yang Fan the way. As Cao Cao and his men were discussing their next battle plan, someone reported that Yang Fan had arrived. Please come in. The group arrived at the reception room. Everyone nodded politely when they saw Yang Fan, since they had all eaten together. Cao Cao took the initiative to ask, Young Master Yang, is this your second visit? Do you have any sets of bronze chimes here? I'd like to collect a set. Yang Fan knew about Cao Cao's rise to power tomb rating was definitely involved. He wanted to collect the set after all. He was already there, so how could he not take something back with him? He has a designated space in his home for displaying his collectibles, and Yang Fan plans to put them out there. Cao Cao glanced at Cao Hong, who nodded in agreement. Young Master Yang, as you know, these things are very valuable. I plan to sell them to aristocratic families to raise some funds for the military. How about this, young Master Yang? Give me the weapon you used yesterday, and I'll give you a set of chime bells in return. Cao Cao was not one to suffer a loss. He had already given away a peerless beauty, so the two sides were even. This is a set of bronze bells from the Imperial Mausoleum, consisting of 128 bells inlaid with gold. Cao Hong added from the side. Yang Fan swallowed hard. This is good stuff. This set of 81 chime bells is more than the set of chime bells of Marquis Yi of Zun. Okay, have someone bring it over so I can take a look. Cao Cao gave him a look, and Cao Hong went straight out. Young Master Yang, did you rest well last night? He also secretly glanced at Junmi, whose face was rosy. That's good. I heard that Boss Cao has two peerless swords, the Qinggang sword and the Yitian sword. Yang Fan saw Cao Cao peeking at Junmi, but he didn't mind. He just let him look. A beautiful woman is brought out for people to see. There are indeed two swords, and my surname is Cao, but where does the title boss come from? Cao Cao frowned. This man's words were strange, and what did he mean by this? Was he eyeing his precious sword? That's what we call it. Cao Cao has been given many titles by later generations. Even Li Shimin commented that Cao Cao was a good general, but he lacked the demeanor of an emperor. How about you trade these two swords to me? In return, I can give you two more of the weapons you just had. Yang Fan looked at the accessories on Cao Cao's body and concluded that it should be the heaven-slaying sword. Since it's your hometown's custom, we'll go along with it. But 2 rounds aren't enough. My 2 divine swords are already unparalleled in this world, capable of cutting through iron like mud. Cao Cao did not expect that Yang Fan would take a liking to his sword as soon as he arrived. Moreover, what kind of broken weapon do you have? Do you want to exchange it for my 2 divine weapons? Chapter 141 is just the beginning. I've already given you too much. Come and see the power of my weapon. Do you have a military camp around here? I'll demonstrate it for you. Yang Fan saw that Cao Cao was interested, so things became much easier. It's just a matter of how many weapons there are. Once he sees the specific power of the weapons, he'll know. Let's go, we're not far from the military camp. Cao Cao led his men toward the military camp. He had learned from Su Chu about the power of Yang Fan's weapon, but it was only hearsay. Husband, is it inappropriate for me to go? Junmi whispered in Yang Fan's ear. After all, military camps are all men. It's all right. It doesn't matter if others see your beauty. Yang Fan said with a smile. After all, it's very prestigious to take such a beautiful woman out. Moreover, others can only see it, but can't eat it. The group quickly arrived at the military camp. Along the way, the soldiers stared blankly at Junmi, some even forgetting to greet Cao Cao. I wonder what punishment she'll receive. She really is a femme fatale. All right, young Master Yang, how would you like to demonstrate? Cao Cao knew that Yang Fan possessed some magical abilities and could conjure things out of thin air, so he didn't ask where Yang Fan's weapon was. Yang Fan looked around. Have people stack 7 or 8 of their armors together and line them up. Cao Cao signaled someone to give the order. Everyone looked at Yang Fan. Even Zhen Mi looked at him. She seemed to understand as well, as if he was going to test some kind of weapon. Once everyone had set up their things, the crowd had already dispersed. Yang Fan took out a Gatling gun from his spatial storage and opened fire on the armor. The powerful firepower sent the armor flying in all directions. The people around swallowed hard. What was this thing? Why was the thing it was spitting out so powerful? Even with so many layers of armor, it was still no match for it. When Yang Fan ran out of bullets, he threw the Gatling gun, and the scene fell silent. Whether it was Cao Cao or the people he brought, Sun Yu, Guijia, and Xiahou Yuan, they were all dumbfounded, and some of them had already begun to tremble. Zhen Mi's beautiful eyes also sparkled. She finally understood where Yang Fan's confidence came from. This weapon is worth 500 light cavalry. Cao Cao took the heaven-slaying sword from his own body and handed it to Yang Fan. The deal is done. I'll give you the Qin Gang sword when I return. Cao Cao's eyes lit up when he saw this weapon. No matter what type of troops it was used against, the combined fire of several of these weapons would be incredibly lethal. Yang Fan acquired the heaven-slaying sword, which is considered a famous sword. Although it is not as good as the Heavenly Abyss sword, it is still a good addition to his collection. And it was the Gatling gun that was replaced. Yang Fan also took out 2 more Gatling guns. They also brought out a considerable amount of ammunition, roughly 10 basic loads. A basic load is approximately 10,000 rounds, in 6 ammunition boxes. These ammunition were originally the amount for a gun, but Cao Cao didn't know that, and Yang Fan naturally didn't want to give him too much. After all, he plans to become emperor here in the future, so it's best to minimize the amount of weapons that get out. Yang Fan also gave them a brief explanation of how to use the weapons. I see that this arrow-shaped thing of yours is being used up very quickly. Should we have more? Cao Cao frowned. He saw that Yang Fan had quickly used up the arrows in his magazine, so there must be more than that. After all, it's meant for use with 3 weapons. If used on the battlefield, it would probably be used up in no time. Yang Fan rubbed his face. This Cao Cao is really not stupid. After all, he has fought in battles and is quite sensitive to resources. Yang Fan took out another 10 units of ammunition. If you want it again, you'll have to bring something else to replace it. These 200,000 rounds of ammunition are enough for 2 large-scale battles. After all, this thing is so powerful that if it were set up at a narrow pass, it would be virtually invincible, and a person could be worth 1,000 troops. Cao Cao nodded. The current quantity was about enough. What do you want? I only want something unparalleled. I don't lack anything else. Yang Fan doesn't want everything. He's not short of money now, so he just wants to collect some top-tier artifacts. Cao Cao glanced at Zhen Mi and thought, this is truly a peerless beauty. All right, I understand. Cao Cao had his men carry all the weapons and follow him. He would put these weapons on his bed every night before sleeping. He doesn't feel comfortable leaving someone else by his side. When they arrived at Cao Cao's courtyard, Cao Hong had already brought over the chime bells. Yang Fan stepped forward to take a look, and it was indeed very exquisite. Although he didn't know when it was made, it had gold patterns on it. Although there was a lot of bronze rust on it, it was still a priceless treasure. Cao Cao also handed another Qin Gang sword to Yang Fan. Transaction successful. Transaction rating C. 50 trading points earned. Transaction points balance. 8864. Huh. Is this okay? Does this mean that in a world without binding, you'd receive trade points no matter who you traded with? Okay. I'm going away with Zhen Mi for a few days. Could you look after her family for me? Yang Fan originally didn't intend to prevent Zhen Mi from going to the modern world, but he was afraid that the girl would cheat on him. After all, Zhen Mi was likely unfaithful in history. Qiao Pai was away fighting wars for many years, so it's quite possible that she had an affair with Qiao Ji. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been treated that way by Qiao Pai. But it's alright if she goes. Chun Tao and Xia, he can take care of her. Once his park is finished, he can go to the 3 kingdoms to build a city. Okay, don't worry. No one in Yi City will dare to bully them. Cao Cao nodded. That's for sure. It's best if Yang Fan has such a powerful artifact, and someone in Yi City is eyeing it. Yang Fan led Zhen Mi to their residence and went directly back to the manor in the park. Zhen Mi had just heard Yang Fan say he was taking her out when she was about to ask why they were back. She wondered if he had forgotten something and had come back to get it. But she never expected that she would find herself in another world as soon as she entered the room. Looking at the unfamiliar scene before her, Zhenmi felt a little confused. Why did this place feel even more magnificent than the Imperial Palace? Husband, where is this? This is my home. Yang Fan called his maids and asked them to come over. Shuntao, Xia, take care of her. Yang Fan pointed at Zhenmi. Yes, brother Fan. The two looked at Zhenmi's clothes, which were clearly not from their Tang dynasty, and found it strange that this prince had brought back another woman from somewhere. And this girl is ridiculously beautiful. They will take care of you. When you have free time, ask them to take you out for a stroll. Even in modern times, Yang Fan couldn't take care of her personally. Yes, my husband. Zhenmi responded. Though she was deeply shocked, she didn't ask any further questions. She already knew that this was no longer Yi City, because even the Imperial Palace couldn't afford such glass. When Shuntao and Xiahe heard Zhenmi address her, they both lowered their heads. Could they even hear that? They weren't killed by Yang Fan, were they? After giving his instructions, Yang Fan left and went to another building. Just as I was about to return the call on my phone, Yi Qingqing called. Yang Fan, those people at the top have gone mad. They've been driven to the brink of collapse by us. They've sent someone to talk to you. Moreover, some of them were maimed or injured by their own cell phones. Others were involved in car accidents, and still others lost all their assets. Chapter 142, The Counterattack, continues. Hee. Why didn't you do this sooner? They can suppress us whenever they want, block us whenever they want, and take all our stuff. Yang Fan thought to himself that these people probably knew their possessions were no longer worth anything, which was why they started talking. And this artificial intelligence is indeed quite useful. My dad and grandpa have called me several times already. Why don't we stop here? I've already sold 2,000 tons of gold. Moreover, several people have already died or been injured, and our deterrent objective has been achieved. Yi Qingqing was also helpless. This was truly a major earthquake, and many of the dead were people with a voice. Moreover, only 1/5 of the gold has been released so far, and the price of gold has already started to fall, leading many people to directly criticize her. You mean you're going to listen to your family? Yang Fan raised his voice a little. Yang Fan, this will impact our country's economy. They're already scared and have given in, so why don't we just let it go? Yi Qingqing is under tremendous pressure. She's not pleasing either side right now. From now on, I'm removing you from your CEO position, and I'll have Zhang Lan take over. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he hung up the phone and told Zhang Lan to call her and tell her to continue playing and sell all the gold she had. Yang Fan was determined to teach them a lesson they would never forget. Yang Fan has no relatives in the modern world, so even if they are desperate, it will be too late. They can target whichever company they want, whatever. They can't freeze the money in Yang Fan's bank account. It's protected by the system, so it doesn't affect him at all. Yi Qingqing called again, but Yang Fan didn't answer. Qin Sijia also came over to find Yang Fan at this moment. Boss, Mr. Yi is calling looking for you. I'm not answering. I'm hanging up. Even if you can't win, you're not allowed to take the fight anymore. You're my secretary now, and I've already dismissed her from her CEO position. Yang Fan answered the phone and hung up immediately. Qin Sijia was dumbfounded. What was going on? Then Qin Sijia received a message from Yi Qingqing on her phone. Boss, Ms. Yi said she's on your side. Ignore her. Yang Fan directly contacted T-15 through the system on his armor and revoked Yi Qingqing's permissions. Moreover, he saw from T-15 that the entire park was nearing completion and construction was almost finished. It should be over in a few more days. Yang Fan gave Ling Wei's phone number to Qin Sijia. Go and bring her over. Qin Sijia glanced at the message on her phone, wanting to say something, but seeing Yang Fan's indifferent face, she remained silent. Okay, boss. Although it's unlikely that he'll use Ling Wei against him, it's still better to call her over, since he can take care of her here. At this moment, Yang Fan received a message from Lin Dong. Can you travel to my world? Yang Fan laughed after replying to the message. It seemed Lin Dong had already figured something out. Moreover, this guy has already started researching the system and can even send messages. Yang Fan won't trade with him anymore. This guy is too much of a rip-off. Bright Moon. Master, we are here. Mingwei and the other woman stayed by Yang Fan's side from the moment he entered the room. What rank are you two? We are all innate awakeners. All of us are of a certain level, because if we are of a higher level, we will become a threat. Ming explained it to Yang Fan. Oh, I see. Yang Fan knew exactly what it meant to be afraid of their high level. He simply didn't want to give them resources, since they were ultimately just toys. Even if they reach a higher level, they won't be a threat, since the leaders of those bases in the apocalypse are all at the teens or so. Here, you can eat as you please. Eat until you reach level 5 or 6. Yang Fan directly provided the two with a large amount of evolution energy, allowing them to advance directly to the next level. Yang Fan himself wasn't in a hurry to get promoted. He had discovered some problems with himself and would wait until he resolved them before considering a promotion. The two women stared wide-eyed. It was the first time they had ever seen someone who was practically a slave being given evolutionary energy. Is it really for us to eat? The two of them asked at the same time. Okay, let's eat in the room. Thank you, master. The two of them immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Yang Fan. Yang Fan stopped them with his foot. What's wrong with these people? Why do they all like to kowtow to living people? Don't be shy, go ahead. Their lives are all in Yang Fan's hands, so it would be better for Yang Fan if they became stronger. After all, Yang Fan is often unwilling to take action. It would be beneath him. Ming Wei and the other person happily got up and went to their room. Yang Fan answered Ling Wei's call. What's wrong? Someone called and said they'd like to come to your place. Is it true? Yes. Don't ask so many questions, just come over. Yang Fan didn't want to explain too much. On the contrary, the Wan family hadn't made a move. Okay, I thought it was a scam. Ling Wei hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Yang Fan didn't see Ling Wei in the room, but he did see Yi Qingsheng instead. Yi Qingsheng sat down next to Yang Fan. Why are you so angry? I never said I didn't support you. I was just asking for your opinion. I haven't stopped at all. Besides, the mess you've made this time is too big and will affect the whole country. Yi Qingsheng was also very aggrieved. She was afraid of affecting the stability of the country, but in the end, she was caught in the middle. Yang Fan dismissed her from her position as CEO, and her father, grandfather, and many of her elders also gave her a severe dressing down. I just pulled you out of the eye of the storm. Yang Fan was speechless when he saw Yi Qingsheng sit down next to him and start crying. It was the first time he had ever seen her like this. It seemed she had really been wronged, so Yang Fan wiped away her tears. Yang Fan was indeed a little angry when he first heard Yi Qingsheng say that. However, after calming down, he also considered things from Yi Qingsheng's perspective. She was indeed under a lot of pressure, with family members on both sides. She was definitely having a tough time in China and Canada. And indeed, they were directly under pressure, which can be considered as supporting him. You were just angry at the time. You weren't trying to drag me out. But this is good. My phone is going to be bombarded with calls. Yi Qingsheng had already used the backup SIM card and taken out the main SIM card. She didn't plan to care anymore, since her family hadn't been harmed. Alright, let's talk about it after we've sold everything we're going to sell this time. Yang Fan needs to make these people realize the pain, so they'll be more careful about what they do in the future. The price of gold will probably be halved by then. If they are released gradually, the market will gradually absorb them, and at most the price will drop a little. However, when someone like Yang Fan dumps his stock too quickly, many people who are unaware of the situation will follow suit and sell in order to avoid losing money, causing prices to collapse immediately. Let those people go and collect it. Yang Fan revealed a charming smile, and he suddenly remembered the time he tricked Jiahe. Yi Qingsheng knew what Yang Fan was up to when she saw his smile, and she smiled too. She laughed a little too soon. Master, we're all better. Yi Qingsheng turned her head and saw the twin sisters. Chapter 143 concludes. Your life is really fulfilling. Yi Qingsheng looked at the beautiful twins and wondered where Yang Fan had found them. Yang Fan lived a life that even some emperors couldn't match. You can leave the gold and antiques to me now. Just collect some grain for me. Yang Fan didn't talk to Yi Qingsheng about women, otherwise she would start crying again. Oh, how much do you plan to want? Once Yang Fan got down to business, Yi Qingsheng stopped talking about the twins. Enough to feed 1 million people for a year. There are no restrictions on the type of grain. Meat, eggs, and miscellaneous grains are all acceptable. Yi Qingsheng frowned. She had seen the average annual grain consumption per person, which was 170 kilograms. If we want to feed 1 million people, we would need 170 million tons of grain. But we certainly can't prepare 170 million tons. We would need to prepare more, which would be 200 million tons. We can make preparations, but we don't have enough space to store so much food. Yang Fan's time and space capital has invested in many companies that import grain, so there is no shortage of grain. Yang Fan took out 2 spatial rings and handed them to Yi Qingsheng. What? I only need 1. I saw that Li Anlin and Zhang Lan both have some, so I thought you didn't want to give me any. Yi Qingsheng accepted the token. Regardless of what it symbolized for Yang Fan, it symbolized their love for each other for her. This is a spatial ring. The space inside is very large, used to store your grain. The space inside is an absolute vacuum, so the grain won't spoil. Yang Fan taught her how to use it. Yi Qingqing's superpower is ice, which she uses frequently, so the space ring is quite handy to use. No wonder you're wearing so many rings. I thought they symbolized something, but they're actually spatial rings. Yi Qingqing was now quite certain that Yang Fan had come into contact with a higher level of world, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to determine the origin of such a spatial ring. Moreover, many of his investments are in food and water. It seems that this ring was used to transport the item to another world. Now that you know my core secrets, if you betray me, I'll snap your neck. Yang Fan's hand slid from Yi Qingqing's face to her neck. Yi Qingqing slapped Yang Fan's hand away. There were other people here. As long as you don't give me away or anything, I won't betray you. Yi Qingqing's biggest worry is that if Yang Fan has too many women around him, he might not treat them like human beings and might use them for transactions. Yang Fan clicked his tongue as he looked at Yi Qingqing. He wasn't as generous as Cao Cao, who was willing to give away beauties like Zhenmi. The two were chatting when Qin Sijia walked in with Ling Wei. Looking at Yi Qingqing and the other person, it seems they have made up. However, she felt a bit like a chaotic situation. Ling Wei was definitely Yang Fan's woman as well. Upon seeing Ling Wei, Yang Fan waved to her. Ling Wei saw Yi Qingqing sigh slightly. Could Yang Fan be thinking about that? You seem to have an increasingly better aura lately. Looking at Ling Wei, she seems to be getting younger and younger. I've been free lately and have been practicing yoga. Otherwise some people would say my back is as stiff as a steel bar. After Ling Wei finished speaking, Yang Fan coughed awkwardly. It was him who said, since Ling Wei has come to keep you company, I'll be leaving now. As for the food you mentioned, I'll give it to you in 5 days. Yi Qingqing also knew that Yang Fan's act of calling Ling Wei over was such a big move that some people would probably retaliate. Moreover, Yang Fan had already hidden his family members in advance. It seems that Ling Wei is still very important to Yang Fan. Yes, be discreet. I see. Yi Qingqing left immediately after she finished speaking. When did you buy such a huge estate? I feel like I could get lost walking around in it. Ling Wei was stunned when she arrived. She had never heard of such a large manor being built in Shanghai. I built it myself. It's been a long time. Let's study the origins of humankind together. Yang Fan picked up Ling Wei and carried her directly to the room. 10 days later, Yang Fan's park has been completed, and he is currently on the top floor of the park's landmark building. Yang Fan is at a negotiating table. To his left was Yi Qingqing, to his right was Jiang Lan, and behind him were Ming Nue and another person. The price of gold in the market has now fallen by 20%, and the direct collapse that Yang Fan had predicted has not occurred. That's because someone sold the shares to the bank. But they were wrong. Yang Fan's gold seemed to have no bottom line. The more they bought, the more Yang Fan sold. Yang Fan has already sold 30,000 tons of gold. Most of them were acquired by banks. They couldn't hold on any longer if they continued to collect like this. The banks wouldn't be able to withstand it either, so they sent representatives to negotiate. Yi Jiangwo was the main representative in the negotiations, since the others were not familiar with Yang Fan and were afraid that the talks would fall apart. These people are now scared. Those who threatened to harm his family members last time are either dead or crippled, and the funds in his overseas company accounts have been transferred away. The antiques they had were already worth far more than half because Yang Fan had sold them, and they were still selling them now. Xiao Fan, the ban on your family has been lifted, and the suppression of your company has also been lifted. Moreover, your company has promised that you will have complete control over everything. I will not get involved in your company's internal affairs. Yi Jiangwo was also somewhat helpless. He originally thought that his prestige would put some pressure on Yi Qingqing and make her say some good things about Yang Fan, who knew that as soon as the pressure was applied, Yang Fan replaced Jiang Lan with her. This girl was even more stubborn, and she started smashing things even faster. Originally, she was selling them for 30 or 50 yuan less than the market price, but she immediately reduced the price by 100 yuan. They had considered taking action, but when they suddenly discovered this already built park, no one thought about making a move anymore. After all, such a huge project was being built right under their noses, and they didn't notice a thing, and the satellites in the sky didn't capture a single thing. And with all the strange cell phone explosions and car accidents these days, if things really came to blows, it's hard to say who would kill whom. Yang Fan crossed his legs. He was making a fortune. In just 10 days, his wealth had exceeded 2 trillion. It's cash flow, not assets. Uncle, you're not being sincere at all. Our company has suffered huge losses over the years. The company has even shut down. Many companies are afraid to invest in our company for fear of being implicated. Don't worry, our official media will apologize publicly and clear your company's name. We will take responsibility for your losses. Yi Jiangwo had already been instructed to do whatever Yang Fan said, and to end the matter quickly. And I'm not providing that medicine to this group anymore. I will provide it to those who have no money and cannot afford treatment for serious illnesses. Yang Fan no longer needs to curry favor with any powerful figures. Yi Jiangwo nodded helplessly. These people are useful enough. Why do we have to control who they sell to? Now look what's happened. Chapter 144, My Own City. Yang Fan had a bright smile on his face when the negotiations ended. Zhang Lan, let's stop. Okay, boss. Zhang Lan picked up her phone and gave the instructions. How much gold do you actually have left? Yi Qingcheng asked curiously. She had learned about it these past few days. After Zhang Lan took over, things went even more crazy, and the price of gold plummeted. Later, the banks intervened and pulled it back up. Hee, if they dare to buy directly, I dare to sell directly. Yang Fan did not give a direct answer. Now that the company's issues are resolved, you can continue to take over the company. I am like your servant, you can summon me and dismiss me as you please. Yi Qingcheng rolled her eyes. Yang Fan ignored her complaints and went straight back to his manor. But as soon as he got back, he saw a familiar person, Tang Shui. I just felt that something was different about her. Where have you been these past few days? Can't you tell? Tang Shui felt a little frustrated and even tightened her clothes. Yang Fan finally realized what was different. This girl had breasts. How much did you pay for this? Tang Shui couldn't help but grind her teeth. Although mine is also fake, I had breast augmentation done at the best hospital abroad. Yang Fan's lips twitched incessantly. No wonder he hadn't seen her for several days. I guess he's bothered by me directly saying I treat her like a brother, or something like Daodu. She's at least a C+ now, giving her a youthful face and large breasts look. Let's go home. Yang Fan didn't say anything more to her. This girl was quite stubborn, but she was truly devoted to him. Yang Fan stepped forward and picked her up. What are you doing? I can walk. Tang Shui felt a little shy being held by Yang Fan like that. When they got to the living room, Yang Fan put her on the sofa and said, recruit a group of people for me, from families that aren't well off, who urgently need money, and preferably who know how to use firearms. Huh? Boss, wasn't your business already over? Tang Shui went abroad partly because of breast augmentation, and partly because someone used her as leverage to control Yang Fan. After all, she was the person who saw Yang Fan the most every day, so she definitely had opportunities to make a move. If she just goes abroad, she'll miss her chance. There are still many ways for her to go abroad. I definitely don't use it domestically. I pay these people high salaries, 1 million yuan per person per month. However, they have to work for at least 10 years, and after that, they will be given an extra 100 million. Their wages will be paid to their families, and they can be paid in advance. Yang Fan naturally wanted to use them to conquer the 3 kingdoms. He could also take action himself, but he felt it was better for him not to kill too much. In 10 years, Yang Fan himself had become a godlike figure, so it didn't matter to them if they leaked his secret. Tang Shui frowned and thought for a moment. I'll go ask around, there should be someone willing. We need about 50 people. Buy me some more mountain bikes. Yang Fan added something. Tang Shui nodded. As long as they don't cause trouble in China. Wouldn't it be easier for you to ask Yi Qingcheng about the cat-shaped car? She probably can't talk to her family right now, so it's good that you're here. Yi Jiangwo didn't speak to Yi Qingcheng at all, which shows that her family had a lot of opinions about her. Tang Shui nodded. Then give me some money, otherwise it's not easy to recruit people. Yang Fan handed her a card. My supplementary card has a high credit limit. You can use it. Tang Shui accepted it with a smile. She was now someone who could live off a man, so she figured Yang Fan wouldn't mind if she spent a little more, right? What exactly is the credit limit? 10 billion. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he left. He had already packed up the T-15 and was preparing to go to the 3 Kingdoms region to build a city. Tang Shui froze on the spot. How much? 10 billion? After following Yang Fan, she increasingly felt that money was just a string of numbers. Tang Shui reached out and touched her bulge, then smiled. It seemed Yang Fan really did like her figure first, then her face. Yang Fan arrived at Jinmi's place. He hadn't seen her much these past few days. She mostly stayed in her room and didn't go out. Women in ancient times were really good at staying at home. As soon as I entered, I saw Jinmi watching a TV series, Empresses in the Palace. No wonder I've been able to stay home for so many days. It seems I've become obsessed with TV dramas. How are you doing? Are you settling in well here? Husband, everything is fine. Jinmi is able to eat well, sleep well, and watch TV here, so she is quite happy every day. I'm planning to go to your place. Do you want to stay here, or come with me? Yang Fan laughed. Women really do like all sorts of things. Wherever my husband goes, I will go. Jinmi quickly stood up. Let's go then. Yang Fan led Mingyue and Zhenmi directly to the room Cao Cao had arranged for her. The appearance of Yang Fan and his group startled the cleaning maid, who jumped and threw everything she was holding. Young Master Yang. Wait here for me. I'm going out for a bit. After giving his instructions, Yang Fan went straight out, summoned his battle armor, and flew away. Yang Fan needs to find the location he wants to establish the capital. Yang Fan searched in the air and found that Dongdu was the best location, as it was the ancient capital of 13 dynasties. Now it's Cao Cao's territory, but Dongzhuo has already burned down Luoyang. None of this mattered to Yang Fan. Summon T-15 and ask, how long would it take to build a city in this location? A stone and wood structure would suffice. 5 days and 12 hours. No one is delivering materials to you. There's no one here who will prepare the materials for them. I've already calculated it will pick up the materials ourselves. The T-15 had already scanned this area upon exiting. The main purpose was to collect materials, which wasted time. Okay, that's good. You should have ancient city construction plans. Just build according to those. Yes. Yang Fan took out all of the building nanorobots. It's up to you. Once it's built, don't let anyone get close. If anyone tries to force their way in, just take them out. Yes. After giving his instructions, Yang Fan left, and he now had a capital city. Moreover, he had already received the grain that Yi Qingcheng had prepared, and was just waiting for the capital to be built. Yang Fan returned in just a few minutes. In fact, the location Yang Fan chose was not far from Yi City, only about 100 kilometers away. Zhenmi was a little surprised to see Yang Fan return and asked, "Husband, are you done?" So quickly. Yang Fan was speechless. What kind of outrageous words were these? How could someone ask a man such a question? Has Cao Cao sent anyone over? Not yet. Before Zhenmi could finish speaking, a maidservant hurried over. Young Master Yang, the Prime Minister requests your presence. I'm not going today. Tell your Prime Minister that I have business to attend to today. He waits for me even when he has something to do. Yang Fan wasn't his subject. He couldn't just see him whenever he wanted. Chapter 145, let's try to win them over. Yes. The maid acknowledged and left. Although Yang Fan hadn't agreed, she knew she couldn't afford to offend him. Husband, is there something we need today? Let's go to your house. I've never been to your house before. Although Zhenmi wasn't his wife, he would still need someone to manage things for him in the Three Kingdoms world. The Zhen family is a large and influential family, so they are still somewhat useful. Moreover, he had learned about the Zhen family. The Zhen family had a marriage alliance with the 14th generation descendant of Confucius, and at its peak, they were a powerful force in the court. Therefore, it cannot be simply said that the Zhen family were just merchants. They still held a certain status. Is this a good idea? If Yang Fan doesn't go to see Cao Cao, but goes to her house instead, won't Cao Cao be unhappy? It's alright, let's go. Yang Fan took out a case of Mutai liquor and some exquisite glass ornaments from his spatial storage. Although they were worthless to him, they were quite presentable in the Three Kingdoms region. After all, it wouldn't be right to go to the woman's house without bringing something, especially since he didn't bring anything when he took Zhenmi as his wife. Zhenmi looked at the things Yang Fan took out. The Mutai was packaged, and she didn't know what it was, but she knew about the glass. These things were quite valuable. She saw many of these things at Yang Fan's house, and was stunned. She thought that these glass items could sell for a fortune in their area, and Yang Fan was being too wasteful, using them to provide light. It was too extravagant. Unexpectedly, Yang Fan was going to bring these things to her house this time. Oh, how should we get there? How about we call a horse-drawn carriage? No need, let's drive there. Yang Fan went out onto the street, and took out an off-road vehicle. A horse-drawn carriage, or something like that was too slow. Bring it on. Zhenmi wondered what kind of amazing person she had married. Zhenmi wanted to move her things, but was stopped by Mingyue and the other two women. Please get in the car, we'll take care of you. The two women then loaded all their belongings into the car. Yang Fan also helped Zhenmi into the car, since she didn't know how. Yang Fan is the only one here who can drive, so she's the only one who can drive. Zhenmi, please give me directions to your house. Good. Zhenmi's voice trembled slightly. This was her first time riding in a car, although she had seen it a few times before, but that was all. Yang Fan's car was turning heads wherever he went. This car would have turned heads even in the Republic of China era, let alone in the Three Kingdoms period. Prime Minister, we saw young Master Yang walking on the road with a moving box inside. Judging from the direction, he should be heading to the Zhen family. Moreover, this thing moves very fast and very smoothly. Shi Zhicai was reporting Yang Fan's situation to Cao Cao. Cao Cao closed his eyes, lost in thought. Just who is this young Master Yang? Have you found out? Guojia asked from the side. We can't find him. It's like he appeared out of thin air. We've investigated the entire Yang family, and there's no such person here. We've checked the other Yang families too, and there's no one like that. Moreover, judging from the weapons he brought out, if they belong to a certain family, that family probably also has ambitions to dominate the world. This is where Shi Jizai went wrong with such a weapon. He shouldn't have remained unknown. Those weapons were incredibly powerful on the battlefield. They were like meat grinders. They were powerful, had a long range, and fired at a high frequency. Faced with absolute power, any scheme was just a piece of paper. So let's try to win him over. I think he really likes beautiful women. Didn't he say last time that he was accompanied by 2 beautiful women? Let's see if we can find another stunning beauty. Guojia rubbed his head. Although having such a weapon didn't necessarily make Yang Fan invincible, he had many ways to deal with him. However, when faced with such weapons, the casualties among soldiers are simply incalculable. Yang Fan hasn't sided with anyone yet, so it's best to try and win them over. Guojia glanced at Cao Cao. The Prime Minister did indeed have an unparalleled beauty. Shi Jizai glanced at Guojia and shook his head at him. It means don't try to harm our lord. What about Kai Wenji, the daughter of the Lord of Wuhuan? And there are also the 2 daughters of Qiao Xian, the Lord's old friend. I've heard they are also stunning beauties and would be excellent candidates. Upon hearing Shi Jizai's words, Cao Cao opened his eyes, and a smile finally appeared on his face. Once we have a candidate, things will be much easier. Let's lure them over first. Feng Xiao, you handle this matter. The Wuhuan are my main target for the next battle. Using our weapons will have a surprisingly good effect. I'll take Kai Wenji first. Write a letter to my old friend as well, saying that I miss him very much and inviting him to Yi City for a reunion. This step also happened to align with his own strategy. The rest could be done behind the scenes. Promise. Meanwhile, Yang Fan arrived at Zhenmi's house. The gatekeeper saw Zhenmi and hurriedly went back inside to report. Yang Fan looked at the Zhen family's courtyard. It was indeed a wealthy household. Zhenmi led Yang Fan directly into the courtyard. Zhenmi's father, Zhen Yi, the current head of the Zhen family, rushed out to greet her upon hearing the servant's report. He had long heard that Cao Cao had given Zhenmi to a young man as a concubine. He had heard that this young man was a remarkable person and that Cao Cao wanted to curry favor with him. Unexpectedly, this young man came directly to his door. He was starting to think that his daughter was doomed, since how many concubines could have a good ending? This must be young Master Yang. I am Zhen Yi. When Zhen Yi saw Yang Fan, he first bowed. Since the other party could be won over by Cao Cao, he must be of extraordinary strength, so bowing to him was not a problem. Yang Fan quickly took a few steps, grasped his hand, and did not make him bow. Yang Fan doesn't yet have the habit of asking his elders to bow. Although his grandparents didn't teach him much, he still learned a lot about etiquette. No need for formalities. I have no official position or status. Zhen Yi nodded. This young man was not bad. At this moment, he also had a chance to observe Yang Fan. His face was very resolute, but he did not have a top knot and his clothes were rather peculiar. Come inside. Zhen Yi invited Yang Fan into the living room. These are all the betrothal gifts I gave. Although Zhenmi is my concubine, she is still my woman. These are the finest wines and spirits, and these are some crystals. Yang Fan entered the living room and asked Mingwei and the other woman to put their things down. It wasn't that Yang Fan was stingy, but these things were already incredibly expensive in the Three Kingdoms period. When Zhen Yi saw those exquisite glass pieces, he was stunned. These things were simply priceless treasures. Although he hadn't seen any divine wine yet, what Yang Fan had given him had already made him ecstatic. Young Master Yang, this gift is too much. I cannot accept it. Although Zhen Yi really wanted to accept them, these things were too precious, and he felt uneasy about accepting them. It's all right. Zhenmi is priceless in my heart, so there's nothing to worry about. Zhenmi listened to Yang Fan's sweet words from the side, a smile appearing on her lips. Chapter 146. The Zhen Family. During the meal, Yang Fan opened a bottle of Matai, and the room was immediately filled with the aroma of the liquor. Zhen Yi smelled it and sighed. It truly is divine wine. If these things could be sold, they would be worth a fortune. After all, for those who appreciate fine wine, being able to drink such a fine wine is more attractive than a beautiful woman. If my father-in-law wants to sell, I can bring some other wines over, which would be good too. We can let the Zhen family sell them. Yang Fan needs to cultivate his own business empire in the Three Kingdoms period, otherwise simple military control will not be enough. Zhen Yi never expected that Yang Fan could actually get her Zhen family to do this kind of business. Just as he was about to agree, Jinmi refused. No, there are already too many people watching our family. It's not suitable for us to do this kind of business now. Let's wait until my husband has his own power before we talk about it. Jin Yi's lips twitched. This daughter of hers wasted such a good opportunity. Would Yang Fan give their family this opportunity again next time? Yang Fan looked at Junmi and was surprised to find that this girl was much smarter than her father. It's all right, go ahead and sell it. My influence will grow soon enough to protect your family. What we mainly sell isn't silver, we just need to collect favors from people. Yang Fan had already learned from Li Shimin, and in the early stages, he still needed these aristocratic families to manage the country. We'll gradually eliminate them later. After all, he possessed absolute power and could annihilate them at any time. Okay, I understand what you mean. Jin Yi understood. Yang Fan meant that ordinary wine could be sold, but these immortal brews and the like could be used to win people over. Yang Fan blinked. He hadn't even said anything yet, and his father-in-law was already saying that he understood everything. These glass products can also be sold, I can provide them to you. Yang Fan's original intention was to plunder the wealth of the powerful families in the world, so that they would not be so rich. Whenever he had nothing to do, Yang Fan would find ways to kill them. Jun Yi pointed to the glass pieces, his words stammering. These they can be sold? In Jun Yi's eyes, these things could be family heirlooms, yet Yang Fan actually wanted to sell them. Do you think they are valuable? It's valuable. That's good. We'll find a way to make it more valuable and sell it. I have a lot of this. I'll get some big horses and stuff then. Although Yang Fan said that money was useless, he couldn't let these aristocratic families become too wealthy, as he wanted to establish a dynasty. The most important thing is to redistribute wealth to those who support him. Jin Yi's jaw was chattering. The Jun family had been building their wealth for generations to become the powerful Jiafeng. But Yang Fan could easily make the client rich by casually throwing away just a few of these items. Okay, I'll think about how to plan it out. At that moment, two people walked in through the door. Father. Jun Yi nodded. Young Master Yang. These two are my son Jin Yan, and this is my daughter Zhan Yao. Young Master Yang doesn't have any capable assistants here, so let them stay with you. Jun Yi introduced Yang Fan to him. He had seen Yang Fan's strength, so he was definitely going to place a bet on Yang Fan, and it couldn't be small. With Yang Fan's family around, Zhun Mi's situation will be better. He originally intended to recommend these two men to Cao Cao. One was a military man, and the other a merchant, both of whom were exceptionally capable. Yang Fan glanced at Zhen Yao, then at Zhun Mi, and whispered in Zhun Mi's ear. Is this your sister? Yes, my fourth sister. She's not married. My fourth sister is going to take over the family business, so she's never gotten married. Yang Fan nodded. Although her beauty was not as striking as Zhun Mi's, it had to be said that the Zhun family's genes were truly excellent, and she was also very beautiful. All right, then stay. It's good that Zhun Mi doesn't have anyone to keep her company every day. Zhun Mi was, after all, a concubine. She came to Yang Fan's side without any maids. Now that she has her sister by her side, it's not bad. Whether she's in business or not is not important. After all, Yang Fan never has trouble selling his things. Pack up all your Zhun family's things. We're moving in a few days. I've already found a place. Zhun Yi nodded. Although he didn't know where Yang Fan was looking, it was good that he left, since Yang Fan was not Cao Cao's subordinate after all. I heard you possess a divine weapon. Could you provide the Zhun family with some guards? There are far too many people coveting the Zhun family's wealth. If someone were to forcibly seize it, there's nothing they could do. Yang Fan thought for a moment, then waved his hand and took out 20 submachine guns. There are also a large number of bullets. Give these to some loyal guards. I left instructions on how to use them. These things are very powerful and should be enough to protect the family. These submachine guns are lightweight, easy to carry, and have sufficient range for this purpose. Zhun Yi, Jin Yan, and Zhen Yao were all stunned when they saw Yang Fan casually toss out so many things. They thought the legends were all false, that Yang Fan was an immortal. Now it seems there were no legends, just facts. Seeing that everyone was too shocked to speak, Yang Fan picked up 2 submachine guns, loaded them with magazines, released the safety, and began firing at the trees outside the house. The sound of the submachine gun firing startled everyone. Seeing its destructive power, they were utterly shocked. If that thing hit a person. The eyes of Zhun Yi and the others were filled with awe when they looked at Yang Fan. Hearing is believing, seeing is believing. This thing is incredibly powerful. Judging by its firing rate and destructive force, this 20-man squad could wipe out an entire infantry battalion. 400 men. Thank you so much, young Master Yang. It was Zhun Yi who was the first to come to his senses. It would be hypocritical to say he didn't want these things, he really needed them. With these things, no one in the Jin family dared to covet them anymore. They're all family now. No need to be so polite, they're just small trinkets. Yang Fan thought to himself that he had already gained an enormous advantage, having obtained the most beautiful woman in the Three Kingdoms and the support of the entire Jin family. All they gave up were a few dozen submachine guns, a case of Matai liquor, and a few glass crafts. I heard that young Master Yang does not yet have his own house in Yi City. Why don't you stay at my house for now? There are quite a few servants and maids here. Zhen Yi also knew that Yang Fan was staying in the place that Cao Cao had arranged for him, but it was ultimately not his own. Yang Fan feels more comfortable here, since this is practically his second home. I don't care. Since I'm already here, I'm not going back. Yang Fan didn't care, since his new city was about to be completed, and he could live anywhere. Xiao Yao, go and tidy up Lang Su's room, and arrange for someone to serve him. Zhen Yao nodded blankly after hearing her father's words, then turned and left. Her worldview had truly been shattered today. We used to worship gods all the time, but now the gods are right here beside us. Chapter 147, A Little Conscience. You're saying all this water was traded to you by a teenager? At this moment, in a spacious room, a stunningly beautiful woman was listening to Sun Qing's report on Yang Fan. Yes, and he only had the strength of a level 4 cultivator when he first arrived. Sun Qing added, it's impossible that he's only at the 4th level. He must have other methods. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get into our base. Gong Sun Wan tapped the table, speaking as she pondered. He is very likely the trader I knew from the ruins. Moreover, Lin Dong's water was very likely traded through him some time ago. Their deal must have been interrupted for some reason. This trader is a bit peculiar, though, for he actually managed to come to our world. Sun Qing's mouth dropped open. After the leader said that, she seemed to agree with him. Although she didn't know what the traders were all about, she just felt that the leader's deduction was correct. He even snatched the twin sisters that were supposed to be given to Lin Dong. Have you contacted him? I contacted him, but he's not at his place. There was no sign of anyone living there. Sun Qing patted her head. She should have thought of that sooner. So his ability is space? But that doesn't make sense. Space abilities can't penetrate our protective shield. Alright, no need to ask so many questions. He wants a treasure that can protect against mental attacks, right? Contact him. Just have him come over to make the deal. Gong Sun Wan left immediately after she finished speaking. As for Yang Fan, he returned to ancient times that very night at the Zhen family's house, and my grandmother and the others brought him back from the Tang dynasty. Before leaving, he instructed Zhenmi to take Ming Wei and the other woman with her if she went out, as their strength was enough to pass through a vast army in the Three Kingdoms period. Yang Fan arranged for his grandmother and the others to stay in the villa where Li Anlin used to live. There are too many women where he lives. I'm afraid the family members at home won't be used to it. On her way back, she also brought a few palace maids from Li Shimin's household to serve her grandmother. How is it there? Not bad, right? Yang Fan was asking about his sister. As for his grandmother, you could tell from her face that she was doing very well. According to Li Anlin, he would find a storyteller to tell stories to his grandmother every day, so she wouldn't be bored. That's great. I'm finally living the life of a princess. These two little ones are really happy. They don't know anything. They're having a blast. Yang Wan also learned that Li Anlin was actually Li Shimin's daughter. Yang Fan nodded. That's good. Okay, I'll have someone send you back tomorrow. My business here is finished, so get them enrolled in school as soon as possible. Okay, the girl we told Dad about is probably getting impatient. Yang Fan looked at Li Anlin, who had started watching TV as soon as she got back. This girl must have been really bored without TV. Now that she has a TV, she doesn't even want her husband anymore. Li Anlin looked up, hugged Yang Fan's neck, and kissed him on the lips. Okay, honey, I'll watch the episode. Then we'll go to sleep. Yang Fan shook his head helplessly. This television was like a drug to these reclusive women in ancient times. At this moment, Yi Qingqing called. Yang Fan, when can we start building those technologies you showed me last time? They've already stopped blocking us from finding technicians. Yang Fan smiled. This time, the technical staff weren't being stopped. They had discovered the advanced technology he had used to build the park and wanted to learn from it. They're not stuck anymore, but I don't want to use it anymore. I'll go find some technicians tomorrow. Yang Fan planned to go to Zifu to trade for some robots that could manufacture these high-tech equipment. Alright. We are all preparing to manufacture something, so I need someone to prepare the materials first. Yi Qingqing knew that after this incident, Yang Fan had completely lost trust in the government, and the two sides claimed to have reconciled. Actually, Yang Fan had the upper hand, since they still didn't know what Yang Fan had in his possession. They didn't dare to use any methods on Yang Fan casually. After all, this guy was a bit crazy. Moreover, they will need to curry favor with Yang Fan in the future, since Yang Fan intends to give these medicines to people who cannot afford to see a doctor for certain diseases, which will likely make the already scarce medicines even more limited. It's estimated that countless people will try to curry favor with Yang Fan afterward, as everyone wants to enjoy their retirement, have a healthy body, and enjoy life. To enjoy your later years in peace, all you need is a bottle of awakening potion. This alone will show you its power. We don't need to prepare anything. It would be too slow for us to prepare many things. I'll get some first, and then we'll prepare the rest ourselves. As for materials, Yang Fan estimated that Zifu had plenty, so he simply asked her to prepare more. Once the materials were used up, he figured he would be able to make the same materials himself. Okay, I understand. The official apology statement has been released, and now more people are coming to our company to cooperate than before. Yi Qingsheng is busier than before, but fortunately, she has consumed awakening energy and is already at the 3rd level, so her energy can still keep up. Yang Fan opened Weibo and took a look. It was true, quite sincere. It has already received over 10 million likes, but comments have been disabled. Yes, I saw it. It was quite sincere. We have a private hospital, but I've been using it, and it's a waste. Here, I'll give you some gene energy, so you can put it to use. Our hospital only accepts seriously ill patients who can't afford treatment, and we cover all their travel expenses. I will find a control system to specifically verify the list. Yang Fan originally intended the hospital for Li Shimin and his group to use when they came to study, or for his own family to use. But given the current situation, it's no longer needed, and it would be a shame to waste it. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. What about the funding for impoverished areas? Yi Qingsheng supports Yang Fan's actions, as they benefit the entire nation. Everything is done. I still have a lot of cash on hand. You can take half of it. I'll put 1 trillion into the company account. Yang Fan is not short of money now. In fact, all of this money is ill-gotten gains, and Yang Fan doesn't feel bad about spending it. Yi Qingsheng swallowed hard. Good heavens, Yang Fan is really generous. He just waved his hand, and the country's annual military budget was gone. She even admired Yang Fan a little. He didn't spend any of his money abroad. She knows a lot, making money off Chinese people, but spending it all abroad. She had seen the data on capital flight over the decades. The amount of capital that had flowed out was estimated at 23 trillion renminbi. Why do so many people not earn money? If all that money were spent in their own country, there would be tens of millions of middle-class families. If you do this, those people up above will be ashamed. They used to say that you, a big capitalist, only knew how to leech off others. I think I still have some conscience. Knowledge and action must be integrated. This is my guiding principle. Yang Fan felt that his grandparents still gave him some conscience. Chapter 148, Creating New Types of Mobile Phones. I've been waiting for you. Zifu was genuinely happy to see Yang Fan. It wasn't easy to make a deal with him. You should have finished testing, right? Where's my energy source? Zifu stretched out her hand directly. Yang Fan was stunned for a moment. He had forgotten about it. He was surrounded by women all the time, and besides, there was talk of blocking his company during that period, so he had completely forgotten about it. However, saying that she didn't even try it would be too unfair to Zifu. Yang Fan tossed his hand, handing over 100 spiritual awakening energy and 1,000 evolution energy to the other party. Transaction complete. Transaction rating S, 400 transaction points earned. Transaction points balance, 9264. Is there anything you'd like to trade this time? Zifu accepted the gifts and smiled. We need a management-type artificial intelligence, as well as some technologies that can be used for research and manufacturing, like the quantum computer, 1 nanometer chip, controlled nuclear fusion, and super long-lasting battery that I mentioned last time. They also need the materials to manufacture them. Yang Fan also looked at the technology database. He didn't understand it, so he had to go back and ask which area of technology needed a breakthrough, and then build that area. Oh, how about I just give you the finished products? These things are all outdated. There are a lot of them. No need. Just do as I say. Yang Fan mainly wanted the construction process details, which would help him break through the technological barriers in this area, rather than the finished product itself. Otherwise, their technology wouldn't be able to improve in a short period of time. Zifu also learned that their technology had reached a bottleneck here and needed to be broken through. Okay, do you need anything else? Zifu felt that the amount traded this time was too small, and she estimated that she wouldn't get much in return. Give me another one of those spaceships from last time. Yang Fan pondered for a moment whether this item could be traded to Lin Dong's world so that they could completely eliminate those monsters or simply immigrate there. Okay, I don't want those energy sources this time. Just give me 2 of those spatial rings like the ones you have. When Zifu saw that Yang Fan had 2 more spatial rings on his hand, she knew that he must have quite a few of these things. Okay, go get your things. Yang Fan had no objections, he had plenty of these things too. In 20 minutes, Zifu had put everything Yang Fan wanted into her space. There are many things, many of which are materials for refining, as well as many facilities and materials. Zifu had prepared everything very thoroughly, seemingly afraid that Yang Fan would be dissatisfied and give her nothing at all. Yang Fan accepted the items directly. Here's one for you. I think the things you gave me are fine. I'll give them to you again. Good. Zifu had no objections. Yang Fan was much more generous this time than last time. In the past, he would just take the things and leave. This time I can pay half in advance. Yang Fan took the things and left. He had no intention of going to Zifu's place, since it wasn't some apocalypse there. Yang Fan estimated that he would be locked down as soon as he arrived there. After all, their technology was far ahead, and any outsider would definitely be locked down. When Yang Fan returned, Li Amlin had also woken up. Brother, where have you been so early in the morning? I went to trade some things. Yang Fan made a phone call to Yi Qingqing. Come and get your things from me. I'm at the old villa. Okay, I'll be right there. Yi Qingqing mumbled an agreement and hung up the phone. Brother, why don't you arrange something for me to do? It seems like I'm the only one with nothing to do right now. Li Amlin lazily climbed onto Yang Fan. What do you want to do? Yang Fan laughed. This girl spends all her time watching dramas now. It's good that she has something to do. I want to be like my aunt, Princess Ping Yang, and a general on horseback. But my father doesn't need me either. He's already started considering giving away my brothers. I can't very well take over their territory. With Yang Fan backing her, if Li Amlin really wanted to compete for territory in the Tang dynasty, none of her younger brothers would stand a chance. Yang Fan thought about it for a moment and realized that there was indeed a good battlefield she could play on. Go play in the 3 kingdoms. I'll arrange some guards for you. Give you military pay, you can recruit soldiers and horses, and I'll let you conquer the world. Really? That's great. When are you going? Brother, do you have influence over there? After hearing Yang Fan's words, Li Amlin's eyes finally lit up. She was quite familiar with the 3 kingdoms period. I don't have any power, but I took a concubine over there. Her family has some money. Li Amlin wiped the drool from his mouth. Oh, that's great. I love building my own power and conquering the world. She had no objection to Yang Fan taking a concubine. If Yang Fan really only had her by his side, she would take the initiative to help him take a concubine. Okay, I'll take you with me next time I go. About a week. The main reason is that Yang Fan's city hasn't been built yet, so there's nothing to do there. Elder brother. I've been waiting for you for half an hour. Yi Qingqing saw Yang Fan sigh, and looking at Li Amlin beside Yang Fan, she knew what was going on. It's a special case. Yang Fan handed a ring to Yi Qingqing. There is a management-type artificial intelligence, a large number of research-type nanorobots, and all kinds of tools and materials. The things that need to be built are already in the minds of those research-oriented nanorobots. Let's produce a batch of finished products first. We can start by conquering mobile phones, holographic projection, and the like. Yang Fan's plan is to amass wealth worldwide and then invest it domestically. Yi Qingqing took them, her hands trembling slightly. Where did Yang Fan get these things from? Okay, I understand. How do I use these? I have given you full authorization. You can use everything. You just need to control that artificial intelligence. These things naturally cannot be controlled by others. Yang Fan has complete control and only authorizes others to do so. Zifu has already taught them a lesson. If artificial intelligence has ambitions, what about human nature? Okay, I understand. We have plenty of underground space in our park, so let's go there. Yes, keep it a secret. We'll announce it when our product is actually built. Yang Fan had already figured it out. He would first use a mobile phone, which would utilize liquid metal and glass. When not in use, it could be worn on the wrist like a watch, retracting to resemble a wristwatch. Then there are new energy vehicles. The new energy vehicles that Yang Fan is talking about are not the same as those junk vehicles on the market. According to artificial intelligence calculations, a single charge can power a vehicle for 7 days without interruption. Yang Fan believed that with these 2 things plus the awakening potion, he could control most of the world's wealth. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. My grandpa and brother are coming to Shanghai in a few days, and they'd like to talk to you. Yi Qingqing knew Yang Fan's personality, so she always kept things very secret. Okay, Let's meet at my Chinese courtyard then. It would be too undignified to invite elders to a hotel. Chapter 149 The Reason for the Murder. The End Times. As soon as Yang Fan arrived at his small room, he saw Sun Qing waiting for him there. Is what I asked for ready? Yang Fan asked curiously. I'm ready. I came to wait for you not because of the soul fruit, but because I have the thing you wanted that can make you immune to mental attacks. My leader has returned. Sun Qing saw Yang Fan's eyes light up because she had heard Gong Sun once say that traders could end the apocalypse. She had had enough of this world without sunshine. We finally arrived. Does your chief's ability require this much time to go out? These base leaders are all at least at the 10th or 15th rank. After all, they control the resources of the entire base. Sun Qing did not answer. Hurry up, I've informed the chief. She's already waiting for you. Sun Qing saw Yang Fan and sent a message to her leader. Before Yang Fan could even say he was leaving, a figure had already landed in his courtyard from high above. Yang Fan was stunned. What he saw was that this woman had wings, or rather, 2 pairs, of different sizes. By the time she landed, her wings had already retracted into her body. No need, I can do it. When Yang Fan saw Gong Sun Wan, her voice had already reached him. You can fly? This is something Yang Fan cares about deeply. Who hasn't dreamed of flying? Being able to fly is everyone's dream. Yang Fan also wanted to fly on his own without relying on external forces. Oh, many people can fly, but they are afraid to fly because of the beast nests in the sky. As for the base, there is a no-fly zone. Gong Sun Wan looked Yang Fan up and down as soon as she came in, but there was nothing special about him. Yang Fan nodded. He remembered that he had originally wanted to fly when he first arrived, but the battle armor reminded him. Where is the immune system I need that protects my spirit from harm? Yang Fan reached out his hand directly. Gong Sun Wan tossed a necklace to Yang Fan. The Golden Crow necklace contains 10 drops of the Golden Crow's tears, which can grant immunity to 10 mental attacks. Yang Fan took it and looked at it. Indeed, drops of red liquid could be seen inside. Only 10 times. What happens after 10 times? Yang Fan felt that this consumable item was a bit of a waste. Gong Sun Wan looked at Yang Fan as if he were a fool. You're going to give a psychic attacker 2 chances to attack? Are you an idiot? Yang Fan's lips twitched. It made perfect sense. Mental ability users were much weaker in other aspects. I see. How much water? I don't want water. I want to make a deal with you. Yang Fan frowned. Weren't they making a deal with him right now? Aren't we right now? No. You're a trader, right? The person we can trade with is Lin Dong, isn't he? Gong Sun Wan directly revealed Yang Fan's identity. Yang Fan frowned. This woman is amazing. Not only did she know she was a trader, but she could also identify who the other traders were. How did you know? What I want to trade is to kill Lin Dong, and I want the trading privileges of this world. Gong Sun Wan ignored Yang Fan's question and directly stated her own thoughts. Yang Fan's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. What did they say? They obtained the right to trade in their world? Moreover, she said that by killing the other party, one could obtain the right to trade. Why do you understand traders so well? Anything that has ever appeared will be recorded, and you will naturally be able to understand it. You've personally risked coming all this way to make this deal, so it's probably because Lin Dong can't give you what you want. Believe me, my transactions are absolutely fair and just, and my purpose is different from his. He's a selfish guy who only thinks about his own pleasure. My goal is to end this pattern and usher in a new era. Gong Sun once said confidently. Yang Fan inwardly despised her. All that fancy talk was just a ploy to control her world. I don't think you can kill him. His ability is spatial manipulation, you know that. At the same level, you have no chance at all. Not to mention that he traded a large amount of purified water with me, so his strength may have improved again. Killing a space-type ability user is simply a pipe dream. Hee, then I'll have to rely on your abilities. He probably wants to do business with you every day now. You trade him something called the Sword of Time and Space. With this sword, you can kill him. Gong Sun Wan was well aware that space-type ability users were not easy to kill in the past. There had been no direct conflict of interest. But now that she has someone in her way, she's going to eliminate them by any means necessary. Yang Fan frowned. The Sword of Time and Space, it sounds like it can shatter time and space. Combined with Lin Dong's abilities, it is indeed monstrous. Lin Dong probably wouldn't easily trade this to him. Moreover, the sincerity shown by Gong Sun Wan was not enough for him to do such a thing. I think it's a bit too far-fetched for you to offer me something that can make me immune to mental attacks 10 times in exchange for the Sword of Time and Space. Tell me your conditions. Gong Sun Wan was not in a hurry and sat down directly. She knew that the other party would definitely not agree to such a small thing. I don't know. Name your price, and if I'm satisfied, I'll do business with you. If I'm not satisfied, I'll turn around and make a deal with Lin Dong. He probably can't fool me now. Yang Fan sat down directly and started crossing his legs. He doesn't care now. He already knows quite a bit about this world after the apocalypse, whether it's the woman in front of him, Lin Dong, or anyone else. The most outstanding individuals have already reached a limit and need a large amount of pure water to break through. So it doesn't matter who he deals with. Even if she turns around and makes a deal with Lin Dong, she can easily control him. Gong Sun Wan fell into deep thought. Yang Fan had already been tricked by Lin Dong. It might not be easy for her to satisfy Yang Fan now. Imprisoning him was out of the question, which gave Gong Sun Wan a bit of a headache. I've seen Yang Fan's strength. I can help you safely advance from level 5 to level 12. Yang Fan frowned. What did she mean? Did she mean that advancing to the next level was still dangerous? I can still reach level 12 by trading evolutionary energy normally. You're just making this kind of hasty price adjustment? Yang Fan was about to leave while seated. Sun Qing quickly stepped forward and stopped Yang Fan. Don't worry, let me explain. The Awakened Ones are currently aware of 3 major hurdles: level 7, level 10, and level 12. Each time it's a near-death experience, but once you get through it, your strength will undergo a qualitative change. Although the evolutionary energy we consume is mild, it still contains the violent nature of viruses, which will erupt at these 3 stages. After the outburst, it will affect a person's mind, causing them to enter a state of rage and lose their rationality. If they cannot regain their rationality within 5 minutes, they will continue to rage. In the end, they will become like beasts, with only instinctive killing and eating. Chapter 150 Getting Back at the Trap. Yang Fan broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing Sun Qing's words. No wonder he had become so bloodthirsty. It seemed that this evolutionary energy was not something that could be consumed casually. Fortunately, he had the ability to sense danger and realize that something was wrong with him. Although he had a lot of evolutionary energy, he did not consume it. As for Ming Yue and the other 2 women, as well as Li Anlin and the others, they were at most at level 6. Yang Fan didn't give them too much, also because he was afraid of any problems that might arise. Unexpectedly, there really was a problem. Even so, it's still too little. I imagine this would be an easy task for you. Hee, you don't need to worry about that. Anyway, it's a disaster for you. Gong Sun Wan smiled. I think this would be very simple for Lin Dong as well. I don't believe someone of his caliber is incapable of resolving the issue you're talking about. I should thank you for reminding me. Yang Fan's smile was even brighter than Gong Sun Wan's. You can ask him. The things he uses are all disposable, and he got them from me at a high price. He might be at level 7, but he definitely doesn't have levels 10 or 12. What makes you think I, a woman, deserve to be the leader of the base? Since Gong Sun Wan was willing to bring it up, she wasn't afraid that Yang Fan would find someone else to trade with. Yang Fan thought for a moment. Then I can choose not to take the path of awakening. Yang Fan immediately summoned his A1 anti-gravity armor. Does this mean I have the strength of a level 10 cultivator? Gong Sun Wan glanced at Sun Qing. Sun Qing nodded to her. She did indeed have the strength of a level 10 person. Apart from those with special skills who were difficult to deal with, she could handle ordinary level 10 people without any problem. The armor Yang Fan summoned this time was much stronger than the one she had sensed last time. How can you trade across multiple worlds simultaneously? Gong Sun Wan frowned. All the traders she knew were one way, but Yang Fan seemed capable of trading more than just the world. The armor Yang Fan was wearing was clearly not something that could be made in their world. Looking at the world behind him, you can tell that it will be a very long time before we can create the armor that Yang Fan is wearing. The technology in Yang Fan's world is not as advanced as that of their pre-apocalyptic world. He guess. Yang Fan thought to himself, I'm a beta tester, and I can trade countless worlds if I have enough trading points. Yang Fan definitely cannot be manipulated by the other party. Since we can't reach an agreement, then let's just forget about it. Gong Sun Wan followed Yang Fan's example and prepared to get up and leave, not believing that Yang Fan could refuse such power. No matter how strong the external force is, it is still just an external force. In addition, the stronger one's strength, the longer one's lifespan, and one can also maintain a youthful state. Yang Fan wasn't fooled and left immediately. Since his weaknesses have already been addressed, it's best not to upgrade him to stage 7 for now. Gong Sun Wan was dumbfounded when she saw Yang Fan leave. Yang Fan didn't go back. Instead, he went directly to the trading space with Lin Dong. Lin Dong appeared as soon as he appeared. He stared intently at Yang Fan. If he could kill Yang Fan here, He would have killed Yang Fan countless times already. Staring at me won't help. Yang Fan found his seat and sat down. How did you get here? Lin Dong also sat down opposite Yang Fan. Because I'm awesome. Yang Fan said arrogantly. You have absolutely no trading spirit. I reported this to the trading platform, so why are you getting away with it? Lin Dong saw that Yang Fan was alright, hadn't been punished, and could still go to his world. Yang Fan smiled, but remained silent. So, breaking the rules of a transaction can be punished? This was the first time he'd ever heard of such a thing. He'd never been punished before. I heard you have a divine weapon. The Sword of Time and Space. Yang Fan was quite interested in this sword. Judging from Gong Sun Wan's words, this sword is very effective against spatial ability users. You know quite a lot. There is indeed such a sword, but it's impossible for me to trade it to you. Lin Dong glanced at Yang Fan, thinking, how wishful thinking. Goodbye then. I'm not interested in you anymore. I can trade other things elsewhere. Yang Fan stood up immediately. Lin Dong frowned. According to his scouts, Yang Fan can now trade freely at the Bright Base, and has even traded for soul fruits. Moreover, the Bright Base is still buying soul fruits from outsiders. It's obvious that this is a deal for Yang Fan. Etc. Bring me 1 billion tons of water. The Sword of Space is yours for the taking. Lin Dong has reached a critical juncture in his breakthrough, so this sword can be said to be of little use to him now. He was afraid someone would use the sword against him, which is why he didn't trade it to Yang Fan. However, judging from Yang Fan's strength, even if he had unlimited water and could trade for evolutionary energy, he wouldn't be able to reach level 10 in a short time. It poses no threat to him. Moreover, his strength will also improve, making him even less of a threat. Yang Fan smiled, turned around, and reached out his hand. Give it to me. Where's your water? Lin Dong frowned. You have to let me see if your sword is real first. Although Yang Fan didn't know what the consequences of violating the trading platform's rules would be, he felt that with Lin Dong's strength, even if he violated the rules, there shouldn't be any problems. Lin Dong reached out and drew a sword from the void above his shoulder. The sword blade is pure white with a slight transparency. You can't see the blade unless you look closely, only the hilt. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong's sword was right at his shoulder. Let's exchange money and goods handover. Lin Dong was also afraid that Yang Fan would just grab the sword and run away. Yang Fan nodded, took out the time-space ring filled with water, and showed it to the other party. It was full of water. Lin Dong saw the water, nodded, and threw the sword over. Yang Fan didn't throw the ring to Lin Dong, but instead threw it behind his own back. He summoned the A1 anti-gravity armor and charged towards the Sword of Time. After obtaining it, he vanished completely. Lin Dong saw Yang Fan throw out the ring and immediately used his spatial abilities to rush over and grab it. A smile appeared on his face despite the twists and turns. The water had still been successfully traded. Yang Fan opened the ring and looked inside. There were only 50 million tons of water inside. He had arranged the water in front of the ring to be very high, but there was actually no water in the back. Yang Fan didn't get any water from Jiang Lan, and Sun Qing used the rest of the water to pack things up, so there wasn't any water left. That's why he came up with this idea, since he didn't let Lin Dong see the whole picture. Yang Fan. By the time Lin Dong realized what was happening, Yang Fan was nowhere to be seen. He had long since vanished. As for Yang Fan himself, he has already returned to the modern world. He has gained a great advantage this time, not only obtaining something that can resist mental power, but also the Sword of Time and Space. Yang Fan also tried to hide the sword on his shoulder like Lin Dong did, and it actually worked. He can sense the location of the sword and move it with his mind. Although Yang Fan felt it wasn't very fair, Lin Dong had cheated him with defective products before, so this time, he was getting his revenge. Chapter 151, Yi Qingqing's Family. So you're Yang Fan? Come and fight me. This was the first thing Yi Anmin said to Yang Fan. They are currently at Yang Fan's private Chinese-style villa. Need not. I don't have the habit of hitting people, and you can't take a beating. Yang Fan glanced at him. He'd been injected with an awakening potion. What a weakling. Yang Fan would often go to the small tower to practice on the wooden dummies. Although he hadn't experienced any real combat, he already had a good understanding of his own strength. Hee, it's okay. Hit me without worry. I can take a beating. Yi Anmin sneered and waved to Yang Fan. Brother, maybe you should just give up. Yang Fan could really kill you. Yi Qingqing was speechless. How could she be so desperate? Don't interfere in men's business. I'd like to see what you're capable of. As Yi Anmin spoke, he charged directly at Yang Fan. His fist aimed straight at Yang Fan's heart. Yang Fan had no choice but to stick out a finger to block his fist. They casually gave him their foot. Yi Yanmin flew straight out, crashing into and breaking a small tree in the yard. Yi Qingqing slapped Yang Fan. Couldn't you be a little gentler? He hurried over to check on Yi Yanmin. Your speed and strength are far superior to his. Xiao Fan, you really have a lot of opportunities. When Yi Lao Yi saw Yang Fan make a move, he felt it was nothing special. It's easier than hitting a baby. Yang Fan was speechless. Such intimate address could never be good. Is there something you need, old man? Won't you let me sit in your house? Your house is really nicely built. It's rare to see a Chinese-style courtyard like this anymore. Many of them were destroyed in the war. Old Yi knew that this place was a wasteland just a month ago, but in just 1 month, such a large complex of buildings had appeared. Moreover, it's not just any ordinary brick and tile house, but a super modern industrial park. What kind of technology must they have acquired? Old Master Yi didn't believe in time travel before, but judging from what Yang Fan has taken out and bought in the past few months, Yang Fan should be able to go to other worlds. Yang Fan nodded and led the group into the house. Old Yi was around 90 years old. Although his hair was gray, he was in excellent spirits because he had been injected with gene energy. Are you concerned about the international situation? Pay attention, you see it occasionally. Yang Fan didn't have time to pay attention before, but he could hear his colleagues talking about it. After all, when men get together, they either talk about women or national affairs. Then you should know that the country is in a bad situation right now, as the high-tech field is being blocked. Some of the country's technologies have also reached a bottleneck period. Take aerospace for example. Those people not only isolated us, but also humiliated us. So, I think you know why I've come here. Old Ye's visit this time was of course because of science and technology. After all, the dream of his generation is to ensure that the Chinese people will not be bullied in the future. That's why we focus solely on development, and then on further development. This time, it was because his granddaughter was very close to Yang Fan that he was asked to come and talk to Yang Fan. Fearing that others might come, Yang Fan refused to see them at all. Yang Fan knew all of this. He disliked certain people, not the country itself. Wanting the technology is fine, but we can't just give it to you for free. I also traded a lot of things for it, and paid a huge price. Otherwise, how could we have obtained such high-tech equipment? Yang Fan won't give things away to this group for free anymore, because if he gives too much, they'll think he owes them something. Yang Fan, my sister is now following you without any official status. Shouldn't you offer some betrothal gifts? Moreover, these technologies are not just for our families use, the entire country will benefit from them. You grew up safely under this kind of technology. Look at the Middle East now. Shouldn't we be grateful to have grown up in such a peaceful environment? The technology you provided is also for the sake of future generations being able to grow up in such a safe environment, and for the sake of all the people in the country. Although Yi Yanmin was very unhappy with Yang Fan, after all, Yi Qingqing had no official status with Yang Fan, and judging from Yang Fan's appearance, he probably didn't plan to get married, so it would be strange if he gave him a friendly look. However, he also acknowledged some of the things Yang Fan did, whether it was funding impoverished areas or providing ordinary people with medicines that even the world's top tycoons dream of. Yi Yanmin admired him greatly. At least he couldn't bring himself to give this medicine to ordinary people, since it could be exchanged for too much political resources. Yang Fan glanced at Yi Qingqing's brother and thought, wow, this guy's eloquence is pretty good. From family to nation, and then to the world, it seems that no one who can play politics is without power. Moreover, the Yi family's education is truly excellent. Yang Fan thought for a moment. Qingqing, give them some of the technology. Weapons, controlled nuclear fusion, satellites, and space exploration. Just give them what they need most right now, since you know more about it than I do. I originally intended to keep it under control, but what the other party said was also true. These things don't seem to be genetic energy. They're not meant for individuals. These things will benefit all Chinese people in the future, and their descendants will also benefit. So Yang Fan didn't make any demands. It was what he should do. After all, he did grow up in a peaceful environment. As soon as Yang Fan finished speaking, he saw Elder Yi and Yi Yanmin both looking at Yi Qingqing. Didn't you say that all the technical data was with Yang Fan? You're just in charge of investments. You don't know anything? Ahem, I don't know either. Yang Fan probably just sent it to me. I'll go back and look for it. I'll find the technology you need most and get it for you when I get back. Yi Qingqing was helpless. How could she dare to give the things away without permission? Not to mention that Yang Fan was in complete control of those things. If she really did that, it was very likely that these things would not be able to be sent out. After all, The artificial intelligence she knew was far more advanced than modern internet technology. Without Yang Fan's permission, she couldn't send it out, let alone copy it. Old Master Yi shook his head helplessly. Yang Fan had his granddaughter completely under his control. Girls really are hard to keep at home once they grow up. Then he looked at Yang Fan. You just mentioned controlled nuclear fusion and the ability to explore space. Is the technology mature? If these two things mature, then the country will already have an absolute leadership position on Earth. Yes, it's very well developed. You've probably already visited this park. Apart from material transportation, this project didn't use any manpower. Old Master Yi looked solemnly at Yi Qingcheng, who nodded to him. Old Master Yi understood it seemed Yi Qingcheng had witnessed it firsthand. Now that we've finished discussing the technological aspects, that's fine. Let's talk about some personal matters. Do you still have any awakening potions? Yang Fan looked confused and asked in return. What is an awakening potion? I don't know anything about it. When did you come up with this name? Chapter 152 Preparing to Unify the Three Kingdoms. Old Master Yi and Yi Qingcheng's brother have passed away. Yang Fan doesn't acknowledge any gene serum at all, and there's nothing they can do about it. They also knew that what happened last time had thoroughly angered Yang Fan. This guy wasn't one to be controlled. If there's a next time, he'll probably cause even bigger trouble. However, this time they didn't give them nothing. They promoted them to senior colonel, which allows them to access many resources in the military. How many years ahead of our current technology are we? Yi Qingcheng asked. According to the calculations of artificial intelligence, the data in the database is 30 to 3,000 years ahead of this era. 30 years should be enough for now. Don't give them the rest yet. Let's see if they can develop on their own based on this direction. After all, with these, there's no threat on Earth anymore. Yang Fan also reviewed the compiled technology. With these things, we can establish a base on the moon and have absolute, overwhelming power over the ground. Okay, I understand. How's it going with Jiang Lan's mother's matter? Yang Fan asked. If she wants to sue, then let her sue. After I hit her a few times, she became reluctant to spend the money and started causing trouble at the company, so I took her to the police station. Yang Fan smiled. It seemed that the former mayor's secretary was right. The people cannot fight against the officials. Okay, you can go ahead and get busy. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he noticed that Yi Qingcheng hadn't moved and asked curiously, What's wrong? Is there anything else you need? You really treat me like a subordinate? Then why are you provoking me? Yi Qingcheng felt wronged. Yang Fan was only proactive the first time, but stopped being proactive after he got what he wanted. Moreover, this guy is surrounded by beautiful women every day, and she's too busy to spare any time for him, so he doesn't bother with her. What was Yang Fan thinking? Come on, let's try out this Chinese-style bed. Yang Fan picked up Yi Qingcheng and carried her into the bedroom. 7 days later, Tang Shui came over to report to Yang Fan. I have found a batch, a total of 50 people. They are very satisfied with the salary and said that 10 years is no problem. Find me 5 people who can control this team. Yang Fan couldn't possibly control so many people, given the limited number of soul fruits, but controlling 10 people with his own strength was definitely not a problem. Moreover, all 5 of them became psychic ability users. Okay, wait a moment, I'll go get them. They're all in our park now. Soon, 5 people came to Yang Fan. They were all men and quite young. Can you obey Che's orders for 10 years? Yang Fan asked directly. Yes, boss, please give your instructions. Yang Fan took out 5 soul fruits, had Li Amlin drip her blood onto them, and handed them to the group. Eat it, and don't put up any mental resistance. You're officially on the job now. Although they didn't know what it was, they ate it anyway, since they had been given so much. Li Amlin quickly sensed the thin thread that Yang Fan had described to her, and tried to pull it. The people in front of the god immediately panicked. Some roared in anger, while others knelt down, clutching their heads. Seeing that it worked, Li Amlin gave Yang Fan an okay sign. When everyone came to their senses, they looked at Yang Fan with blank expressions. Don't be afraid. You will gain some special abilities, so I'm just taking precautions. You will be released from this situation in 10 years. Tang Shui, take them out. Tang Shui frowned upon seeing the scene, but didn't ask any questions immediately. She first made sure everyone was settled in. He only asked when he got back. What just happened? Plant a fruit that can control people's souls. A single thought can take their lives. Yang Fan didn't hide anything. Is it necessary? They all have families. Tang Shui was speechless. A person's ambition changes as their strength increases dramatically. Just like you were back then, now that you have the power, don't you still think about how I beat you back then? Yang Fan is no saint. He never hesitates to use the soul fruit when necessary. Oomph. If you don't trust me, just give me one too. Tang Shui reached out her hand directly. Yang Fan pushed her hand away naturally. He couldn't give it to Tang Shui, as it would hurt her feelings too much. I'm going to another world. Are you interested? Another world? The one you obtained that can increase your strength. Still that world of technology? Tang Shui was always by Yang Fan's side, so she was the first to notice when he changed. Why do you care so much? Tang Shui was scolded by Yang Fan, then pouted and didn't ask any more questions. Whatever you want. I'll go if you want to take me. Okay, go and gather those people together. After Tang Shui gathered everyone together, Yang Fan took them directly to his newly established capital city. Looking at the unfamiliar place, everyone thought Yang Fan was performing some kind of magic trick. This is a training ground, it's quite spacious. Li Anlin knew it was her turn to make her appearance. Reaching the high platform, and seeing the people below whispering amongst themselves, he shouted loudly. My name is Li Anlin, and I will be in charge of you from now on. This is a world completely different from yours. Li Anlin spoke with great authority, and none of the people below, who were all earning exorbitant salaries, refuted her. Tang Shui, watching Li Anlin give a speech from a distance, asked curiously, Boss, what did Li Anlin do before? How come she's so familiar with this routine? She's Li Shimin's daughter. How could she not know her? Tang Shui opened her mouth wide and made a few ah sounds. Her father was Li Shimin? So that middle-aged man who came out of your room last time was Li Shimin? So we're in the Tang dynasty now? Tang Shui had been by Yang Fan's side the longest and knew that people or large amounts of antiques would often suddenly appear around him. She had no idea where they came from. Now I know. It's not the Tang dynasty, it's the Three Kingdoms period. Yang Fan ignored her nonsense. He had already said that her father was Li Shimin. The person who came last time was called Father, which was Li Shimin. Tang Shui swallowed hard. No wonder Yang Fan was so rich. He could easily make enough money to last a lifetime by just dabbling in any of these things. Then what are we doing here in the Three Kingdoms period? Of course, it's to unify the Three Kingdoms. Otherwise, why would I call them over? Yang Fan pointed to those people. Tang Shui's lips twitched slightly. Yang Fan really was capable of doing great things. Should we buy some more weapons? Otherwise, with just these people, we won't even have enough to fill a gap between our teeth. No need. I have plenty of weapons. Yang Fan immediately unleashed hundreds of rifles, Barretts, Gatling guns, and tanks. Not worried about what these people might do, he gave Li Anlin a set of A3 anti-gravity armor, so these weapons couldn't hurt her. Tang Shui stepped forward to take a look. She wasn't surprised that Yang Fan could take things directly. After all, he had time traveled. Wow, they're all brand new, never been used. Where did you buy them? Chapter 153, Anlin City. It was a gift from someone. Yang Fan smiled. Fine, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. Isn't it a bit too hasty to have Li Anlin do this kind of thing? Is she capable? Tang Shui looked curiously into the distance. It seemed Li Anlin was sending them something. What did she send? Awakening energy. She said she was bored, so I found her something to do, like conquering the world, so she could have some fun. Yang Fan moved out a sofa and sat down, and Tang Shui sat down next to him. TSK. Aren't you afraid she'll be played to death? Even with these weapons, there were quite a few brilliant strategists in the Three Kingdoms period. Tang Shui looked at Li Anlin with envy. This girl was really lucky. When she was bored, Yang Fan simply found her a world to relieve her boredom. I can also find her an advisor. I heard that there was a strategist in the Three Kingdoms period who was known as the most ruthless strategist in the world. Jiasu, what do you think? Yang Fan said with a smile. Tang Shui was immediately speechless. With top-tier modern weapons, anyone who tried to scheme against him would probably be left with nothing but their underwear. Take Cao Cao's bodyguard Dian Wei and his eldest son Cao Ong. For example, weren't they both killed by this guy? Li Anlin arrived without warning. Brother, everything is arranged. Where are we now? This is the city I've built. It hasn't been named yet. Since you intend to conquer the world, then let's name it Anlin City. Yang Fan looked at Li Anlin and said, Thank you, dear brother. Li Anlin jumped directly into Yang Fan's arms. Leave some food for them, and let them move around freely for now. This city is not open yet, and there is no food for this group of people. Let's go pick them up. Yang Fan prepared to bring Zhenmi and the others over. On the way to Yi City, Tang Shui was driving. Tang Shui said, Yang Fan, won't a lot of people die if we fight for supremacy like this? If we ignore them, more people will die. How many people were there during the Three Kingdoms period? 8 million. Their population is not even as large as that of a first-tier city like ours. Then why do you think there are so few people left? Isn't it all because of the constant warfare between the three parties? As long as the heavens do not unite, they will continue to squander their resources. Actually, we should thank Sima-Yi. After all, he ended the three kingdoms and unified the country. Otherwise, we don't know how long the three kingdoms would have lasted. The development of history ultimately has its contingency and inevitability. If it is not broken, how can it be reforged? Yang Fan shared some of his own insights, which might not be entirely correct, but he felt that this was the only correct approach. After all, if he hadn't taken action, it's uncertain whether the three kingdoms would have been unified in the future. Tang Shui seemed to be thinking about it. What Yang Fan said made some sense. When they arrived at the city walls of Yi, Tang Shui asked curiously, "How come you know the route so well?" Despite the winding road, Yang Fan could point the way even with his eyes closed. You'll find out later. Upon seeing the soldiers blocking the carriage, Yang Fan immediately drew Cao Cao's heaven-slaying sword. "I am a friend of your prime minister." The soldier took the sword, looked at it, and then handed it to Yang Fan. They let them through immediately. They had heard about the moving box that had appeared in Yi City, but they never expected to encounter it today. "Brother, that sword you just picked up is really nice." Li Anlin's eyes lit up when he saw the sword Yang Fan had just taken out. "Oh, Cao Cao's accessory, the heaven-slaying sword. If you like it, I'll give it to you." Yang Fan handed the sword directly to Li Anlin. "Thank you, brother. Your sword has quite a grand name, Etienne." Li Anlin took the sword and put it directly into his personal space. Tang Shui could see clearly in the rearview mirror that Yang Fan had spatial abilities, which didn't surprise her. After all, she had already expected that there would always be a lot of things around Yang Fan that shouldn't be there. But she was somewhat surprised to see that Li Anlin also had one. Could it be that cultivation of immortality has become possible in this world? Why didn't anyone tell her? "Boss, are you cultivators now?" "Hee hee, I'd love to, but I'm not lucky enough to have it." Yang Fan also wanted to be matched with a cultivation world, but the 10,000 trading points only mentioned unexplored worlds, not cultivation worlds. So luck plays a big part. There is a high probability that 10,000 transaction points will not be matched with the cultivation world. Then how can Enlon make things disappear completely? You'll find out later. With Yang Fan's directions, they soon arrived at the Zhen family's residence. This time, the doorman recognized Yang Fan. He invited everyone in directly. When the Zhen family learned that Yang Fan had arrived, they all came out to greet him. "Master Zhen, have you packed everything?" Yang Fan saw Zhen Yi and asked directly. "Everything's packed. Where are we going?" "Dongdu. That place has now been renamed Anlin City." Zhen Yi frowned. "Wasn't Dongdu the capital of the Han Dynasty? It's already in ruins." Young Master Yang. You know that area is a wasteland." "No. Send people there. I've already built it." As soon as Yang Fan finished speaking, he saw Zhen Mi walking over, and Yang Fan waved to her. Helpless, Zhen Yi had no choice but to order his men to take immediate action and head to Dongdu. They were armed now and not afraid of being robbed. When Zhen Mi saw that there were two other women beside Yang Fan, she came to Yang Fan's side and gave a slight bow. "My husband." The two women beside Yang Fan were looking at him. This guy's taste was truly unmatched. This girl was ridiculously beautiful, and even they, as women, were jealous. "Yes, this is my wife, my lawfully wedded wife." Yang Fan introduced Li Anlin to her. Zhen Mi quickly bowed to Li Anlin as well. "Lady." Li Anlin nodded, but tightened her grip on Yang Fan's hand. Clearly, she felt that the woman in front of her was a greater threat than Yi Qingqing. After all, Yi Qingqing was a person with a temper, and although she was quite good to Yang Fan, she wouldn't be completely obedient to him. But the woman in front of him seemed to be a submissive person, and she would definitely do whatever Yang Fan wanted. The two women, Mingyue and her companion, also bowed to Yang Fan. Yang Fan nodded to them. "All right, you can go now. Head to the new capital. I have some things to attend to here. I'll come find you when I'm done with this." You won't need Yang Fan's navigation to get to Dongdu. These servants all knew the way. "Good husband." Zhen Mi agreed. Yang Fan touched Li Anlin's face. "Go and choose rooms for us." "Okay, let's go then." Li Anlin nodded. The girls were in one car. While the Zhen family was busy moving, Cao Cao's men arrived at the Zhen residence and found Yang Fan. "Young Master Yang, the Prime Minister requests your presence." "Let's go." Yang Fan's departure will be open and above board, and he will even take the strategist he found for Li Anlin with him. When they arrived at Cao Cao's residence, everyone stood up to greet him. "Young Master Yang, it feels like 3 autumns have passed since we last met. I miss you so much." Cao Cao got up, took took a few quick steps, and grasped Yang Fan's hand, clearly very excited. Cao Cao's actions left Yang Fan feeling helpless, as he did not have homosexual tendencies. Prime Minister, I have come here to bid you farewell. Thank you for your care in Yi City. Chapter 154. You're such a movie star. Cao Cao frowned. Why are you leaving so soon? Are you not used to staying in Yi City? Guojia interjected. Could it be that we're going to the eastern capital? Did you have the eastern capital rebuilt? Judging from the timing of Yang Fan's order for the Zhen family to relocate, it really was him, since no one else would dare to make such a big move on their territory. Moreover, not only was the construction speed fast, but the defense was also very tight. He had already sent someone to test it. Although they couldn't see anyone, the defenses were extremely strong, and the person died inexplicably. Oh, Feng Xiao guessed it so quickly. He truly is a genius. Yang Fan was surprised that Guojia had guessed that he had ordered the construction of Dongdu. As soon as he arrived to say goodbye, Guojia's mind was really quick. But after Yang Fan finished speaking, the smiles on everyone's faces disappeared. I was originally planning to let Yang Fan see what was going on over there, but now it turns out that it was someone else who did it. Is young Master Yang also preparing to vie for supremacy? Cao Cao directly asked for his thoughts. No, I have no idea. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. But Yang Fan's next words silenced everyone again. But my wife is very interested, and I will support her. Everyone was speechless. You're breathing so heavily. Can't you just finish your sentence in one breath? I've never heard of your name before, nor have I been able to find out your origins. Are you from the Yang family there? Cao Cao's hand was already clenched behind his back, and someone in the shadows had already prepared a weapon. Didn't I introduce you when we first met? Then let me reintroduce myself. Han Chinese, Yang Fan. Yang Fan stood with his hands behind his back, smiling as he looked at Cao Cao. Yang Fan could already sense the people lurking in the shadows, and their weapons had been firing at him for hours without any effect. Guojia saw that Yang Fan seemed to be waiting for something, and knew that Yang Fan was not afraid of those weapons at all. He secretly shook his head at Cao Cao. Cao Cao slowly released his grip. It seemed that Guojia had figured something out. Guojia began by saying, It seems we misunderstood, young Master Yang. You are indeed qualified to contend for the world. Thus, to contend for the world, one needs people and supplies. My lord will provide the provisions and the men, while young Master Yang will provide the weapons. How about our two families jointly govern the world then? Sun Yu frowned, thinking, Guojia is starting to stop avoiding people. When the Han dynasty lost its mandate, the whole world chased after it. Naturally, the most capable person will occupy the position. Where did this idea of two families jointly governing the world come from? Besides, I not only have men, but also food, and I have no shortage of weapons. Feng Xiao is having some wild ideas. Yang Fan didn't stand on ceremony and made it clear that he wanted to contend for the world. Since we have different paths, we cannot work together. Young Master Yang, please proceed. Cao Cao also directly issued an order to expel them. No, I came here for someone. He has a blood feud with my family. Give him to me, and I'll leave. Yang Fan then revealed the purpose of his visit. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Tell me who it is. Guojia was curious. Who destroyed Yang Fan's home? Jiasu Jiawenha. Yang Fan said the name. Cao Cao and Guojia exchanged a glance, so it was him. Young Master Yang. Now that he has pledged allegiance to me, he is my man. How can I let you take him away like this? How am I supposed to manage my subordinates in the future? Yang Fan smiled. Talking about prices? That's great. Name your price. Alas, this man is my own brother. How can we negotiate a price? No. Cao Cao waved his hand repeatedly. 2 Gatling guns. 100,000 rounds of ammunition. Yang Fan made a direct offer. Alas, my brothers, my heart aches. Cao Cao clutched his heart in pain. 3 guns, 150,000 rounds of ammunition. Young Master Yang, I could never betray my own brothers. Cao Cao forced a few tears out of his eyes. Yang Fan exclaimed, what an award-winning actor. If I can get involved in some decent movies, it shouldn't be a problem. Then I don't want it. I'll come and get it myself later. Yang Fan turned around and walked out. Etc. Here you go. Men, tie Jiao Wenha up and bring him to young Master Yang. Seeing that Yang Fan was no longer willing to raise the price, Cao Cao stopped performing and returned to normal. Everyone was used to it. Jiasu was quickly brought over bound. He looked confused. He hadn't done anything wrong. So why was he being tied up? My lord, has Wenha done something to displease you? No. It's your old enemy who came to my door and offered me something I couldn't refuse. I'm handing you over to him now. Cao Cao pointed at Yang Fan. In fact, if Jia Su had offered Cao Cao advice directly, Cao Cao would not have handed him over. But after this man arrived, he just listened, ate, drank, and had fun, and never offered any advice. Jia Su was speechless and looked at Yang Fan. Originally, he came to Cao Cao's place to escape disaster, but he didn't expect that his enemies would actually be able to find Cao Cao here to demand people. After all, a lot of people have died because of him. Young master, I was forced by circumstances to offer this advice, which has implicated your family. It was not my intention at all. I will serve you like a slave, young master. How will I repay you? Jia Su also realized he needed to play his part, otherwise he would truly be doomed this time. Yang Fan ignored him, walked up to him, and picked him up like an eagle catching a chick. He waved his hand and threw out the weapon he had just promised. Now that I have the person, I'm leaving. I hope we can cooperate again in the future. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he left with his men. Watching Yang Fan's retreating figure, Cao Cao considered making a move several times. But they held back. Feng Xiao, why won't you let me do it? I believe that a weapon of such immense power, at such a distance, is certainly capable of killing him. I feel it, my lord, can't you sense it? He's just waiting for you to make your move. And my lord, don't forget who brought out this weapon. If he could bring out this weapon, surely he had a way to counter it. This person is extremely strange, and I also feel that he is extremely dangerous. He was able to build a city in such a short time. They must still have weapons that we don't even know about. Try to avoid collisions in the future, and first get a feel for its capabilities. Guijia has recently been pondering how to deal with someone who possesses absolute martial prowess. Okay, I'll do as you say. My daughter is of marriageable age. What do you think about marrying her to Yang Fan? Cao Cao sat down and regained his composure. He originally intended to marry his daughter to Emperor Lu Xia. However, judging from the current situation, Yang Fan poses a much greater threat than Lu Xia. That works too. We don't know how to deal with him yet, so it would be perfect if our lord married off his daughter. Guijia had intended to say this, but unexpectedly, Cao Cao had also thought of it. Okay, it's settled then. It seems Yang Fan is still a commoner here. Let the emperor bestow a title upon him. How about granting him the title of Marquis within the pass? My lord's idea is excellent. Guijia laughed and said that the title of Marquis of Guanyi actually does not have any fiefdom or power, it is just an honorary title. Chapter 155, he is Ziwenhe. Yang Fan, carrying Jia Su, went directly to the space and then to Anlin City. This is the fastest speed. Upon arriving in Anlin City, Yang Fan finally put Jia Su down. My name is Yang Fan. From now on, serve me. Yang Fan simply untied him. Jia Su had just been carried by Yang Fan when he felt the scenery change before his eyes, and he found himself in an unfamiliar place. This place looks newly built, but there's no sign of anyone in sight. Jia Su realized what Yang Fan meant. This person wasn't there for revenge at all, he wanted to take up a government post. Young Master Yang, I'm sorry, but Jia Su no longer offers advice to others. Since he wasn't there for revenge, he was relieved he'd never even heard of the young man before him. Following him in this chaotic world is practically suicide. He only wanted to protect himself and didn't want to offer advice to anyone. Have you ever heard of a form of torture called lingxi? I am good at learning, and I have just learned this method. The characteristic of this form of punishment is that it results in a slow death, with a total of 3,600 cuts. Each cut will remove a piece of flesh from your body, but you won't die during the execution. How about it? Do you like this kind of punishment? Yang Fan looked at Jia Su with a smile on his face. Although the words were spoken lightly, they sent shivers down Jia Su's spine. Jia Su's hair stood on end. What kind of person could come up with such a punishment? Jia Su, who considered himself a man who had experienced many great events, still began to tremble. He felt that if it really came to that, it would be better to die by the knife and be done with it. Young Master Yang is joking. Su just misspoke. Judging from your imposing presence, young master, you are destined for greatness. I am willing to offer advice and strategies to you, my lord, and I will do anything, even risk my life. Jia Su quickly assured him. Very well, I'll have someone keep an eye on you. If you don't use your full strength, I'll have someone play with you with knives for 3 days. We are now in the eastern capital, the one you originally planned to burn down, right? If your future schemes can't compare to this, then I'll still shave you. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Jia Su felt a chill run down his spine. This guy even knew about such things. If he doesn't come up with good strategies in the future, he'll probably be executed by slow slicing. Moreover, if this place really is Dongdu, Then the person in front of me is terrifying. He possesses divine abilities. Don't worry, young Master Yang. Even if you wanted the stars in the sky, I would find a way to pluck them down for you. Yang Fan smiled. He took out the awakening potion and injected it directly into Jiasu. Jiasu stood there like a punching bag, too afraid to move, lest Yang Fan scratch him. It must be some kind of poison used to control him. But then he sensed something was wrong. It didn't seem like poison. He felt much better and stronger. I feel like I've become younger. That's the benefit. As long as you offer good advice, there will be more opportunities like this in the future. This stuff can not only make you younger, but also add 18 years to your lifespan. Yang Fan was a fool, but after he was done with something, he gave her a sweet treat. Having come into contact with so many top figures, Yang Fan has learned a thing or two and won't resort to suppression. Jiasu's gaze towards Yang Fan changed, becoming even more respectful. This is an amazing person. He has already made up his mind to be loyal to Yang Fan. Rest assured, my lord, I will do my utmost to offer you advice and strategies. Yang Fan smiled slightly. When Li Anlin and the others were almost there, Yang Fan was already waiting for them at the city gate. Huh, brother, you're so fast. Li Anlin ran over and threw herself into Yang Fan's arms. Was the journey all right? No trouble at all. I encountered a few bandits blocking my way, and I just chopped them down. I never expected this girl to have such a violent side. Then the women in the car got out. The girls all saw Li Anlin wielding his sword and slashing people. It was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Jiasu's eyes widened when he saw the women. Wow, they were all top-tier beauties. Let me introduce you to Jiasu, who will be your strategist from now on. Yang Fan put Li Anlin down and introduced her to him. He wasn't worried about Li Anlin's safety. After all, she had an A3 suit of armor and the ability to time travel. Oh, that's impressive. Not bad. With him by your side, at least you won't get scammed. If Li Anlin develops normally, he could easily unify the three kingdoms, given his overwhelming strength. She kept Jiasu by her side because she was afraid that some strategist would set her up and trap her. She felt at ease with Jiasu around. It was Jiasu who had been the one to set traps, not the other way around. Okay, brother, you can arrange it. Jiasu, you should just be loyal to her from now on. She will always be on your side. Yes, my lord. Jiasu looked at the girl in front of him and thought, you can't judge a book by its cover. She can even kill bandits? Jinmi looked at the capital city before her. She remembered being here before, but it was burned down. She had seen the desolation of the city before. She never expected that Yang Fan would rebuild it in such a short time. Young Master Yang, is the city all built? Zhun Yi asked curiously. Isn't this too exaggerated? You'll find out when you go in. When Zhun Yi went inside, the scene he saw left him bewildered. All of them were intact buildings, whereas he remembered that they were ruins when he passed by a few days ago. Young Master Yang, is there no one in the city yet? Yes, it was just built. Where would anyone come from? However, there are guards, and anyone who trespasses will be killed on the spot, so there is no problem with safety. He hadn't officially let anyone in yet, so he hadn't changed the instructions. Zhun Yi nodded. His Zhun family had truly found a god this time. You can choose your own rooms. If you want to choose another room later, you'll have to pay. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he led the others to choose rooms. As for the palace that had been built, he had no intention of going there yet, since there were only a few of them now, and it would be too spacious to stay there. After Yang Fan finished speaking, everyone dispersed, and Jiasu also tactfully left to choose a house. I didn't expect you to have Jiasu under your control so quickly. Tang Shui watched Jiasu's retreating figure, thinking, Yang Fan really does have some tricks up his sleeve. Is it that impressive? Li Anlin frowned. She only knew Sima Yi and Zhuge Liang. She wasn't familiar with Jiasu at all. Yang Fan knew the reason. He reasoned that works like Romance of the Three Kingdoms were more widely known to people from the Ming Dynasty onwards. They weren't as popular during the Tang Dynasty. The most ruthless strategist of the Three Kingdoms period. Tang Shui said. His scheme can only be described as offensive to heaven, but not to literature. All his schemes are suicidal and immoral. The current state of the Eastern Han Dynasty is mostly due to his schemes. The reason was that Wang Yun wanted to kill Jiasu at the time. Who is Wenhe? Li Anlin asked curiously. Yang Fan and Tang Shui exchanged a glance and said at the same time. Jiasu, courtesy name Wenhe, was himself. Chapter 156 full of sincerity. The Three Kingdoms period, night. Everyone was eating at that moment. Brother, you're saying this is Zhunmi? Chao Zhizhou to the goddess of the Luo River was written for her, wasn't it? She is indeed very beautiful. I was truly amazed when I first saw her. Li Anlin kept talking even while eating. Arriving in the world of the Three Kingdoms, she was quite excited. Yang Fan handed her the 2 rings. There are 200 million tons of grain in here. And the modern armed troops I gave you. And a whole bunch of cat cars. And Jiao Wenha. These are all startup funds I gave you. Where you end up in the future depends on yourself. Li Anlin accepted the ring. She had indeed worried about food supplies, but she hadn't expected Yang Fan to have prepared for it so early. Don't worry, I can definitely do it. Also, you need to give me some bullets, otherwise those guys won't have a clear advantage on the battlefield if they run out of guns. I've put them all in your ring. The only people who could sit at the table were Zhenmi, the Minghua sisters, and Tang Shui, so Yang Fan didn't hold back. Yang Fan naturally wouldn't play with these people using swords, spears, or halberds. That would be utterly foolish. Thank you, dear brother. Can I have the Minghua sisters too? I want to sleep with them tonight. Yang Fan was helpless. She hadn't even cuddled the 2 girls to sleep yet, but Li Anlin was already trying to enjoy herself first. It's good to keep them, though, since both of them are high-level awakeners and can be used as guards. Besides, there's plenty of time later, so I can share a bed with them when I come. Okay, you can have it. While the 2 were chatting, Minghua and the other woman didn't seem to have any particular thoughts, as they were used to it. Tang Shui stared at the ring in Li Anlin's hand, realizing that's where all the items came from. She had read about dimensional rings in novels. These things would be invincible on the battlefield today. They could transport an entire army's worth of equipment to a single person. As for Zhenmi, she seemed to have learned something about it. These people seemed to be very familiar with what was going on their side. Just as they knew the final fate of whoever was in the early Han dynasty, and from Yang Fan's words, they were preparing to have his wife participate in the struggle for supremacy. Although the 2 were at the dinner table, their minds were already far away. I don't have anyone here right now. Could you help me find some more people? My whole city is empty. I can't do that. Go find Jiao Wenha and ask him to figure something out. As Yang Fan spoke, he got up, picked up Zhenmi, and prepared to go back to the room. Husband, won't you keep your wife company first? It's all right. She has someone with her. Tang Shui watched Yang Fan's departing figure, thankful that Li Anlin was very magnanimous. Otherwise, if Yang Fan does this, Zhenmi will inevitably face difficulties after he leaves, since Li Anlin wields too much power, and Zhenmi is merely Yang Fan's concubine. Sister Tang Shui, you want to stay and come with me? Li Anlin and Tang Shui were very familiar with each other. If Yang Fan left, there would be no one she knew well by her side. Do you want me to stay? Yes, I miss him. Now that my brother is gone, we're the only ones I know well. Okay, then I'll stay. Tang Shui also hated those people's faces. She was very happy here. She felt that her life had become wonderful after she met Yang Fan. Yeah. Once we conquer the world, how about I have my brother make you a concubine? Hee, are you rewarding me? Are you rewarding Yang Fan? Everything. The next morning, Yang Fan returned to the modern world. There were many people when he went, but he was all alone when he came back. Even Tang Shui stayed. I glanced at the messages on my phone and replied casually. Seeing that Ling Wei had made many calls, he called her back immediately. What's wrong? My boyfriend from college is back and wants to ask me out for dinner. Yang Fan's mind was in a daze, but then he remembered it was the father that Ling Kersin had never met. Go ahead, I'm not that petty. I can't go alone, you come with me. Ling Wei thought that if she went alone, even if the 2 of them knew each other, things would become unclear. Okay, Wen. I haven't been able to reach you, so let's try tonight. Okay, remind me when the time comes. After agreeing on a time, Yang Fan hung up the phone. The time Ling Wei's boyfriend returned was quite unusual. We haven't been in touch for almost 20 years, so a sudden contact must mean something is up to them. Then, considering that his company recently provided the country with a lot of high-tech information, Yang Fan already had a guess in his mind. He connected directly to the management-type artificial intelligence using his own consciousness. Investigate the background of Ling Wei's boyfriend from her university days in the US over the years. Detailed information has been sent to your mobile phone. Please check. Yang Fan opened his phone and took a look. Goodness, this guy has quite a few identities, and his main task is to control top companies in China. Cases like Dong Ji's sexual assault are related to the organization he belongs to. If you obey them, you'll be allowed to develop your career properly. If you don't listen, they'll expose you to scandals from time to time as a warning. Yang Fan glanced at the list and saw that most of the listed companies in China had infiltrated it. It's terrifying to think about. The people behind the US are really playing a very big game. It seems that some people's claim that 5% of the world's population controls 90% of the world's wealth is an understatement. According to calculations by artificial intelligence, less than 1% of people own 99% of the world's wealth. The gap between the rich and the poor is unimaginable. A guy from South Korea came to our company. He wants to trade some awakening potions. Would you like to come and take a look? Just then, Yi Qingsheng called. A lot of people have come looking for us. It seems there are no secrets in the upper echelons of society. There are many, but I told them to bring out something they can exchange for. South Korea's offer is more sincere, and you should be quite interested in it too. Tell me about their sincerity. Yang Fan was curious about what exactly she had given. Judging from Yi Qingsheng's words, she had directly rejected anything that lacked sincerity. Samsung's 15% stake, long-term cooperation can utilize all of South Korea's resources. Yi Qingsheng said that Yang Fan understood, meaning that if his company had a better medicine later, he could use it on him. Yang Fan was quite shocked. This man's actions were truly extraordinary. He was willing to sacrifice the nation's resources for his own life. Even in the world of cultivation, he would be considered a ruthless figure, capable of using his own disciples to refine pills. I won't go. Since they're so sincere, let's make the deal. I'll have someone send the items over to you. What Yang Fan wasn't really interested in were the shares. Those were secondary. The resources of a nation were no joke. Chapter 157. The cake must be eaten in one bite. Okay, we'll use their resources. Of course we'll use it. Why wouldn't we? The company controls some key industries over there. Even if Samsung stops cooperating with us in the future, we can still have absolute say in their business. You can also secretly find someone to acquire Samsung shares. You have the ability to use artificial intelligence to search for intelligence, right? Use it. Yang Fan isn't a baby anymore. He'll eat whenever he's fed. Since the other party has brought such a big cake to the table, we should naturally eat our fill. Okay, I know what to do. He also prepared a gift. Do you want it? If you do, I'll save it for you. What do I need? Yang Fan asked. The ginseng from their area? I don't need to supplement it right now. We don't lack them. It's just entertainment stars. I noticed you seem quite interested in entertainment stars. Yang Fan smacked his lips. Yi Qingsheng had a deep misunderstanding about him. He was way past the age of idolizing celebrities. Who are they? You should know them both, Lim Yuna and Li Jiyun. I told them your age, and they found someone suitable. If you have someone you like, you can just name them. Yi Qingsheng wasn't wary of these people. They were all actors anyway, and they wouldn't have any romantic entanglements with Yang Fan. It can also keep Yang Fan from getting involved with other women, which is great. Yeah, I do know him. Stay, I'm interested. Yang Fan could feel that the higher he rose in position, the more he realized that money was not as valuable as power. These celebrities may be very rich, but they still can't escape power. There was a deputy bureau chief who slept with so many female celebrities, and the list of names is jaw-dropping. It's so easy to ruin someone. Should I have someone send it to you? No need. Let them stay and develop in China. Give me their contact information, and I'll give them mine too. I'll call them when I need to. Early in the morning, Yang Fan wasn't in much of an interest. And since we're just playing around, we don't need to bring him to his place. Okay, I understand. Yi Qingsheng hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Speaking of celebrities, Yang Fan immediately thought of Himingyu. He wondered how she was doing lately. I said I'd go see her last time, but I didn't make it. I called them directly. Brother Fan. Yang Fan had just dialed the number when Himingyu answered. Where is it? I'm filming on set right now. I have a lot of scenes to film, so I can't leave. How about Brother Fan come stay with me? Himingyu thought Yang Fan wanted to ask her out. After all, she was currently running between two film crews, and many people were already talking about her in private. People are saying she got the job through connections, that she slept with two directors, and so on. If she takes a few more days off, she'll probably be scolded to her face by these people, since they don't know that her backer is Yang Fan, not some director. Well, I don't mind. I'll come see you in a few days. The main reason for the call was to ask how you were doing on set, and if anyone was bullying you. It's great. The director is very patient with me, and will repeatedly demonstrate to me how to interpret the character. Himingyu also witnessed what double standards are. The director would directly scold other people, but he would talk to her about the role in a gentle and pleasant manner. Yang Fan has too much influence. Okay, that's good. Give me your address, and I'll call you when I get there. Okay, Brother Fan. Himingyu sent the address directly to Yang Fan's phone. After hanging up Himingyu's call, Yang Fan left the room immediately. With nothing else to do, Yang Fan summoned his A1 armor and flew into the sky. He had heard that this armor was very powerful, but he had never used it before. Yang Fan is going to give it a try today. I used artificial intelligence to identify which countries the satellites belong to and made a mental label for them. Yang Fan then began his happy time, wielding a laser sword and weaving among the satellites, destroying an average of 3 satellites every second. The U.S. military at a certain base. Reporting, Colonel Steve. Unidentified flying objects appeared and destroyed a large number of our satellites. And these satellites are all used to monitor China. Even Starlink is experiencing large-scale disappearances. Colonel Steve heard the report and went to the monitoring station to take a look. The screen was full of static and he couldn't see anything, which proved that all the satellites had been destroyed. Have you taken any pictures of unidentified flying objects? I got a picture. The soldier pulled out the photos he had taken and displayed them on the big screen. Everyone rolled their eyes when they saw this. They only got to see a mechanical arm holding a sword, and that was it. That's it. The other side is moving too fast. We only managed to capture this image after many of our satellites disappeared. Colonel Steve was speechless. I took the photos to report to my superiors, explained the situation, and concluded by saying, "We suspect that the Dragon Kingdom is testing some kind of secret weapon. Can we send our people to investigate? The enemy probably already has the shadow armor, and this is a test of that weapon." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. No. Yang Fan, on the other hand, was having a blast. This suit of armor was simply invincible. In the evening, Yang Fan and Ling Wei got up and went to the restaurant. Her ex-boyfriend hasn't arrived yet. How are you feeling right now? What feelings could I possibly have? He wasted my entire youth. I just wanted to see what he wanted from me. Ling Wei sighed and looked at the night view outside the window, which hadn't changed much from many years ago. He really has something important to discuss with you. You know? Ling Wei glanced at Yang Fan curiously. She knew nothing about him yet. Just then, a young man wearing glasses walked towards the two of them. The young man was handsome, with short, choppy hair. He wore a white suit and tie, dressed very formally. He was probably around the same age as Ling Wei, but he still looked somewhat youthful. He sat down opposite the two of them and wasn't surprised to see that Ling Wei was accompanied by someone. "Vivi, it's been so long. Your skin is in even better condition than when you were in school. Your overall demeanor has changed a lot." Mingzhi looked at Ling Wei in front of him and thought she was indeed very feminine. If Yang Fan hadn't been there, he would have already put his arm around her. Eastern beauties seem to age better, while Western women's prime is too short. After all, he had already found out that Ling Wei had not married all these years, so it goes without saying who she was waiting for. "Hee. You don't need to call him that so intimately. He won't get angry. My boyfriend is very generous, and I'm not his only girlfriend." Although Ling Wei hadn't seen Mingzhi for a long time, she was still very clear about his intentions. Using such petty tricks on Yang Fan is truly misjudging him. Yang Fan smiled and waved to the waiter. The waiter came over and said to Yang Fan, "Sir, how can I help you?" "Serve the food and bring a bottle of red wine." Chapter 158. There's no chance in this lifetime. Mingzhi was somewhat confused. He hadn't found out that Ling Wei had any lovers. It's perfectly normal that he couldn't find it. Yang Fan's information had already been classified as top secret. Even if it wasn't top secret, Yang Fan had already used artificial intelligence to protect the people around him. Having such a powerful tool that allows others to freely investigate him and the people around him is enough to make him want to commit suicide. This guy looks very young, like a recent graduate. At this point, the waiter had already brought over the wine and poured it for everyone. Yang Fan picked up his wine glass, took a sip, and then spoke. "Good eye. Ling Wei was my former counselor." Mingzhi's eyes twitched. He was even more cunning than him. "Wei Wei, I've come back to marry you. I've already quit my job in the U.S. From now on, I will focus on spending time with you and our daughter. I will definitely make up for the harm I have caused you over the years." Mingzhi was somewhat surprised, but it didn't affect him. He was just a boyfriend. They weren't married. Ling Wei glanced at Yang Fan and saw him leisurely drinking, as if what Mingzhi said had nothing to do with him. Did he already know? "I think you might have a problem with your comprehension. I'm being kept by someone now. Do you understand what that means? My current freedom is not something I can decide for myself. Finally, where did you get the idea that I'm unhappy?" My expression. Ling Wei looked at Mingzhi as if he were an idiot. After all these years, how did he become so much dumber? She's almost 40, and they're still trying to fool her like she's 18. Mingzhi frowned and glanced at Yang Fan. Ling Wei's information differed greatly from what he had found. "Brother, how much money did you give Wei Wei? I'll help you pass it on." She had no other choice but to accept your money. "Name a number." "I've made quite a bit of money overseas." Yang Fan looked up at him. "I know you. He's a Freemason from the US. His English name is Dave, and he graduated with a master's degree from Harvard University. He has been engaged in chip research for a long time. After 10 years, he became a Freemason group leader. His job is to specifically control the CEOs of some Chinese-listed companies in the United States. You have a total of $211 million in your bank account. Your mission this time is to infiltrate Time-Space Capital and obtain some of its secret information. Do you think I need to add anything? Did you kill 3 Chinese people in total? Or did your wife stop you when you came back this time, and you killed your wife? Yang Fan continued to calmly drink his wine, without even glancing at the other person. Yang Fan's words stunned both Ling Wei and Ming Zhe. Ming Zhe hadn't expected Yang Fan to understand him so thoroughly, to know him so clearly. Moreover, the organization probably doesn't even know he killed anyone, but this guy knows everything. Moreover, this family seems to be very familiar with the affairs of their association. How could you possibly know so much? Ming Zhe's body had already begun to tremble, and his hand had unconsciously reached into his clothes. Take a gun. The person who provided you with the gun is Wu Hu, right? Yang Fan continued sipping his wine, smacking his lips. This wine was really good. Ming Zhe glanced around at the people eating. What's the use of knowing so much? Look at all these people around you. Aren't they all my hostages? Ming Zhe already knew that there was no way to resolve things peacefully today, so he decided to go back to the consulate of the United States first and then deal with the matter. He immediately prepared to draw his pistol. But then he felt the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead. Ming Zhe looked up at the gun in front of him and swallowed hard. It wasn't a pistol, but a Barrett sniper rifle. Although he found it absurd, after all, how could an ordinary person conjure a gun out of thin air? However, knowing some of the world's secrets, he knew that some people possessed this ability. Moreover, this person's speed was beyond his comprehension. In the blink of an eye, the gun was already at his forehead. At this point, the people in the restaurant didn't panic. Instead, they all gathered around to watch, and everyone thought they were filming some kind of short skit. Bro, that gun you made is pretty unique, but isn't it a bit too fake to hold it with one hand? Exactly, at least you should hold it with both hands. What's wrong with people making short videos to show off? You guys are really something. But only Ming Zhe, the person involved, knew that this was not fake, and that a gun had been fired. He could smell the odor. What about you? Do you think this gun is fake? Yang Fan looked at him with a smile. Since such a person has come to the Dragon Kingdom, there is no reason to let him leave. So what if it really is? I am of American nationality. Even if it's murder, they'll be extradited back to China for processing. Ming Zhe was indifferent by now, since he hadn't killed anyone in China anyway. If he is extradited back, someone will surely rescue him. Yang Fan fired immediately. Although the bullet grazed Ming Zhe's ear, the force of the shot tore his ear off. Ming Zhe screamed in agony. He didn't expect Yang Fan to actually fire a shot, especially in a busy city. The surrounding crowd instantly erupted in commotion, surprised that the gun in this person's hand was real and that he had even fired it. Everyone in the restaurant realized what was happening and started running outside. Ling Wei was also startled by the loud gunshot. Yang Fan, you go first. Give me the gun. Firing a gun in the middle of the city is a huge incident. Even if Yang Fan is rich, he can't stand up for justice. Ling Wei didn't even consider where the gun came from. She had superpowers, so it wasn't surprising that Yang Fan had them too. Just sit back and watch the show. Yang Fan patted Ling Wei on the shoulder, signaling her to relax. She came to Ming Zhe's side and looked down at him. People like you are a waste of air to be alive. You have abandoned all the Chinese people's sense of loyalty, filial piety, propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame, and have even distorted humanity. You may not love this country, and some people may have hurt you, but this country has not. As Yang Fan spoke, he crushed his 5 limbs. Ming Zhe had already fainted when the first one was crushed. Ling Wei, who was watching from the side, covered her eyes in disgust. Yang Fan's foot had turned the other person into a eunuch. Yang Fan, what should we do? Should we talk to Yi Qingcheng and ask her to use her connections to handle this? No need. It's not good to always rely on others. Yang Fan pulled Ling Wei to the table to continue drinking. Ling Wei was helpless. Yang Fan was still in the mood to drink at this time, without dealing with the weapons or trying to find connections. If you go in, I'm going to remarry. Ling Wei was also furious. Although she enjoyed watching it, the consequences were too great. Yang Fan smiled. She knew she would never have that chance in her lifetime. Before long, the police arrived. In a city as big as Shanghai, such an incident was bound to cause a sensation. The police chief led the team, all of them fully armed. Seeing that Yang Fan was still drinking and that there was a Barrett rifle next to him. Everyone raised their guns and shouted, "Don't move. Put your hands up." Chapter 159, Because of Strength. While directing the evacuation of the crowd from the command vehicle and arranging the snipers, Tian Jingji saw the footage transmitted from the scene. "I was stunned when I saw the picture." He was immediately terrified. He said, "How could anyone dare to fire a gun in the city, especially a Barrett? The fact that such guns could even enter Shanghai is a huge responsibility, let alone the fact that they are already in use." So it turns out this gentleman was using it. He shouted directly into the communication channel, "Everyone, put down your guns." I'll repeat myself. Everyone, put down your guns. Anyone who disobeys this order will be treated as a traitor. After shouting, he got off the command vehicle and rushed to the scene. The people who were about to surround the enemy thought they had misheard the order, but after the commander-in-chief repeated it, they put their guns down. After all, what followed was quite serious, and it was directly treated as treason. Ling Wei also found it strange that everyone had put down their guns. Yang Fan, it seems they've received some orders. I can tell. Yang Fan didn't care. He wasn't afraid of guns either. He could kill them countless times while they were firing. Within minutes, Tian Jingji arrived at the scene. He had jogged there, and his lack of exercise had left him slightly out of breath. When the crowd saw the bureau chief about to go up, they immediately stopped him. "Chief, this man is a terrorist. Look at the gun on his desk." "Didn't you listen carefully to what I just said? Get out of the way." Tian Jingji shook off the people blocking his way and came to Yang Fan's side. "Brother Yang, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with this person?" Tian Jingji spoke very politely. Even if Yang Fan had killed someone, he would help cover it up. After all, there were orders from above that no matter what Yang Fan did, they should not stop him, and should even offer to help him if they saw him doing something. As for how to deal with the negative impact, that's none of his business. Yang Fan turned his head and glanced at his police badge number, which was 000002. "Tian Xian's father? It's me. I heard this kid has some issues with you, and I've already taught him a lesson." Tian Jingji sat down directly opposite Yang Fan. Judging from Yang Fan's expression, he must have some grudge against the person who was crippled. "How can you be a police chief? This person wanted to infiltrate my time and space technology and steal classified information, and your internal intelligence network didn't even have a tip-off. Moreover, this person has a criminal record for several murders of our citizens. I'll give you 3 days to give me a satisfactory answer. If you can't be the police chief of Shanghai, I'll suggest they find someone else to take the job." Yang Fan pointed his finger at Tian Jingji and started cursing. Tian Jingji's lips twitched slightly, but he didn't argue back. "Yes, we will start the investigation immediately." Whether what Yang Fan said is true or not, he has at least given himself an explanation. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he picked up his gun and left the restaurant with Ling Wei. Even after getting into the car, Ling Wei was still in a daze. Why is the police chief being so polite to you?" Ling Wei was being too polite, considering Yang Fan had genuinely pointed his finger at her and cursed her. "Because of strength, what else could it be? When your power can affect their vital interests, they will treat you with respect. No matter the era, no matter the world." Yang Fan started the car and drove towards Ling Wei's house. Ling Wei seemed to be deep in thought. She thought about the company's business, but she couldn't think of any business that could make a bureau chief so afraid. Could it be the energy source that Yang Fan fed her? As soon as the two entered the door, they saw Ling Kursin and Su Ying watching a movie in the living room. "Huh, you two are on vacation?" The TV in the living room is very large, and even with the lights off, watching movies is still a great experience. "Brother Fan." The two women were very happy to see Yang Fan and ran over to him. Yang Fan hugged them. Su Ying was already his woman, and Ling Kursin was like a daughter. "How are you two doing at school?" Yang Fan didn't explain about you either. Since he had never appeared in Ling Kursin's world, it was fine if he never appeared. "It's pretty good. It's just that life is a bit mundane." Ling Kursin is not a well-behaved person. If it weren't for Yang Fan keeping her in check, she would have already gone wild. "I'm just telling you to settle down and study hard. What more do you want? To race cars at school?" Ling Kursin pouted after Yang Fan reprimanded her, but didn't argue back, though it was clear she was very dissatisfied. Ling Wei felt somewhat helpless. Both girls were being a little too intimate with Yang Fan, which made her a bit worried. "You heartless bastard, can't you see me? We see this all the time. It's nothing special." Yang Fan ignored their bickering and asked Su Ying beside him, "How are things at school?" "It's great, but it seems my sister told my family that I have money now, and they keep calling me for money." Su Ying is currently very troubled, unsure whether she should give it, how much to give if she does, and how to refuse if she doesn't. I've been wanting to ask Yang Fan, but I haven't been able to see him. I've called him several times, but he's out of service. How are your parents to you? That's great. I've attended quite a few tutoring classes since I was a kid. Suing also has many talents. While she may not be a master at playing the piano, she is certainly quite capable. Then give it to me. Don't give them too much each time. Just 20,000 to 30,000 a month. That's enough for them to live on. Yang Fan expressed his thoughts, saying that the best state is when you have enough money to spend. Too much or too little will both cause a lot of trouble. Okay, I'll do as you say. Suing nodded. Although Yang Fan had already given her the money, she didn't have that much wealth, so she still wanted to ask Yang Fan's opinion before using it. Where's your sister? Has she contacted you? I contacted her, and she said she has found a great company and asked me to lend her some money so she can buy a good position. Yang Fan shook his head after hearing this. Ignore her. Didn't I buy you a house? Why aren't you living alone? The house is too big. I'd be quite scared to live here alone, but it's a bit better to stay with Kursin. She only went to the house Yang Fan bought for her once, and didn't sleep well that night. Yes, you can come to my place if you have nowhere to go in the future. Our place is quite big. I've saved you a room. Suing was naturally less comfortable at Ling Kursin's house than at his or her own home, since their relationship had undergone a qualitative change. Good. Why don't we go today? Suing whispered in Yang Fan's ear. Yang Fan glanced at her. This girl. Turning to Ling Wei, he said. I went out with Suing. She wanted ice cream, so I took her to buy some. I won't be back tonight. Ling Wei rolled her eyes. Eating ice cream can last all night. Ling Kursin looked at the two people who came out with a strange expression and asked, Mom, I feel like there's something wrong with them. Chapter 160. I did it. The next morning, Yang Fan was woken up by a knock on the door. Come in. Only a handful of people are allowed into his room. Yang Fan, my Uncle Tian is here. You've sorted out what happened last night. That person definitely has a big problem. He'll come over and explain the situation to you. Yi Qingqing used his authority to investigate and found that Mingzhi had implicated a large number of spies. Yang Fan glanced at Su Ying, who was hiding under the covers, and pulled her out. It's okay, don't be afraid. Let me introduce you. This is Yi Qingqing, the CEO of my company. You can call her elder sister. Hello, sister. Su Ying called out timidly. Hello. Yi Qingqing knew her too, so she didn't say anything more. She couldn't interfere in Yang Fan's affairs. Yang Fan got up and put on some clothes. Upon entering the living room, Tian Jingji immediately stood up when he saw him. The matter has been clarified, and it was indeed our negligence. We will definitely strengthen our precautions next time. What are your plans for dealing with this person? Yang Fan didn't say much. He couldn't control what happened online. Regarding his nationality, he should be extradited, since he committed the crime outside of our territory. However, he's already a cripple. I'll be bedridden for the rest of my life. Even if I get out of bed, I'll be a useless person. As for those spies, they will definitely have to go through some special methods. Tian Jingji reported to Yang Fan, as if he were giving a report to a leader. Yang Fan nodded. He knew that this person would be ruined after he did it. Okay, then let's do it this way. Why don't you stay for breakfast? No, thank you. By the way, have you seen the international news? An unidentified flying object attacked America's satellite. They say it's our latest weapon and are condemning us. Tian Jingji looked into Yang Fan's eyes. This was one of the reasons he had come here. Oh, I did it. I had nothing to do, so I went out for a walk. Yang Fan had nothing to hide. After all, one should take responsibility for one's actions. Tian Jingji swallowed hard, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Yang Fan is truly a dangerous individual. He can casually destroy so many satellites just by going out for a stroll. Moreover, the other party only managed to capture images of a robotic arm and a lightsaber. Then I'll take my leave. I'll come again when I have the chance. Tian Jingji also stood up immediately. Unexpectedly, the people in the US were right to condemn it. They didn't dare to take any real action, because if it really belonged to China, it would be suicide for them to do anything about it. Yang Fan waved back to him. Yi Qingqing got up and saw Tian Jingji out. Su Ying only came to Yang Fan's side after Yi Qingqing left. Brother Fan, is Sister Qingqing easy to get along with? Yes, all of yours are the same. If you need something and can't find me, you can contact her, and I'll have her add your contact information. As soon as Yang Fan finished speaking, Yi Qingqing entered. She had naturally heard what Yang Fan said. He sat down directly next to Su Ying. Your younger sister just started university this year, right? Yes, from the Shanghai Theater Academy. Let's exchange contact information. If there's anything you can't tell Yang Fan, You can just tell me. Thank you, sister. Saying thank you would be too formal. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Yi Qingqing left. She had a lot to do every day, and Yang Fan had other people with him, so she didn't want to stay there. Brother Fan, Sister Qingqing is such a nice person. Suing had just learned that Yi Qingqing was the CEO of Time and Space Capital, so she spoke to her very politely. Treat her like a little sister. Her father is the mayor of Shanghai. If you need anything, just go to her. She won't ignore you. Yang Fan patted her head. Yi Qingqing is a smart person, and smart people don't do stupid things. Yang Fan had already seen through some aspects of human nature. However, intelligent people are often easier to control, since they won't fight to the death. So, although Yi Qingqing has status, good looks, and wealth, she is not easily controlled. However, due to Yang Fan's special circumstances, they still showed him a lot of tolerance. As long as Yang Fan's actions weren't too outrageous, Yi Qingqing could accept them. Wow! Sister Qingqing is a second-generation official, and she's so beautiful. She's practically making it impossible for anyone else to compete. Su Ying's eyes practically sparkled with envy. Alright, stop envying her. You'll still be a rich kid in the future. Go find Curson and play. I'll take you there. I have things to do today. If you want to come here in the future, just come here. Yang Fan is planning to visit He Mingyu's film set today. He says it's a trip, but he's never been there before. Okay, Brother Fan. Yang Fan called Qin Sijie over to drive. After Su Ying left, Qin Sijie asked, Boss, where to? Qin Sijie sighed at how quickly Yang Fan changed women. It was yet another one she didn't even know. Film and television base. You call our convoy. We'll drive there. Good. In the afternoon, everyone arrived at the film and television base. Boss, are you getting ready to join the crew? Qin Sijie glanced at Yang Fan. This guy actually has dreams of making movies? Is investing in entertainment just to promote himself? I'm not that bored. I've come here to see the people. Yang Fan took out his phone, looked at the message He Mingyu had sent, and went directly to the film crew. Excuse me, sir, our film crew is currently shooting a movie and entry is not permitted at this time. Yang Fan called He Mingyu himself and asked her to come pick him up. Without waiting for He Mingyu, they came straight over, told the guards to make way, and let the two of them in. Brother Fan. He Mingyu came over and hugged Yang Fan. She hadn't even changed out of her costume yet. Okay, let's go. I'll watch you from the side. He Mingyu nodded and led the two to the film set, where she spoke to the director. The director quickly walked over to Yang Fan, extended his hand, and said, Welcome to visit our film set. Sorry to bother you. Please continue. I was just curious and came to take a look. Okay, please sit down. Xiao Bai, pour some water for the two of you. Someone immediately went to pour water for Yang Fan and the other person. The director returned to his post and resumed filming. Oh, isn't that Doraba? Qin Sijie pointed to a girl in the distance and said, That's Xiao Lucy. He then pointed to another one. Yang Fan looked over and saw that it really was them. What a coincidence. Lucy also stayed up late. You're a fan of celebrities? My boyfriend pursued me, so I started pursuing him too, and eventually I fell in love with him too. You really are a national-level good girlfriend. TCH, if I really wanted to, I should have slapped you across the face instead of staying by your side as your secretary. Yang Fan lay on Qin Sijie's lap the whole way, hugging his waist as he slept. Yang Fan smiled, but didn't reply. Qin Sijie was quite nice. She had a good figure, a pretty face, and a good personality. At that moment, Doraba happened to be off work for the day, so she walked over and said, So you're the one who replaced me as the main character? Chapter 161, Only Children Make Choices. Yang Fan looked at her. She had a somewhat exotic beauty, but not stunningly beautiful. After all, he had seen enough beautiful women, and his eyes were already a bit tired of them. Oh, it's me. You have a problem with that? No, I just wanted to get to know you, Doraba. Doraba reached out her hand, and she didn't dare to object. She had also heard that the people behind He Mingyu had been replaced by two leading ladies. Moreover, judging from the director's enthusiastic manner, you can tell that this is someone you can't afford to offend in the entertainment industry. You simply can't survive without being tactful. Furthermore, she has seen these past few days that He Mingyu has indeed portrayed this role quite well. Yang Fan, unemployed vagrant. Yang Fan reached out and shook hands with her. Doraba was speechless. This person's introduction was truly unique. Could I invite you to dinner tonight? I'm quite familiar with Mingyu and Lucy. Shall we get together tonight? Okay. Yang Fan nodded. He thought the girl was going to throw a tantrum, but it turned out she wanted to invite him to dinner. After Doraba saw that Yang Fan had agreed, she left, not to the film set, but probably to change clothes. Boss, are you still unemployed? Isn't that right? When did you see me at the company? Isn't it all managed by Yi Qingcheng? Yang Fan's 3 consecutive questions left Qin Sijia completely bewildered. It seems like there's no problem. Yang Fan lives very close to the company, but it seems he's never been there. Moreover, Yang Fan really doesn't do anything. Calling him an unemployed bum wouldn't be a problem. You're right. Night, in a private room. In the private room, there was only Yang Fan, one of the men, and the other 3 members of the film crew, along with Qin Sijia. Doraba and Yang Fan have no real relationship, but the other 3 have ambiguous relationships with Yang Fan. After all the dishes were served, Doraba started toasting Yang Fan. Brother Fan, this is our first meeting. Let me toast you first. Before Yang Fan could react, he downed his drink in one gulp. The 3 women were all staring at her. This girl was really quite bold. She even drank until her mouth was dry. After Doraba finished drinking, she noticed that everyone was looking at her. What's wrong? Is there a problem? It's nothing. I just didn't expect you to drink so freely. He Mingyu seemed to be getting to know Doraba all over again. Doraba also had her own unspoken difficulties. If you want to befriend someone powerful or influential, it's not enough to just treat them to a meal. Having been in the entertainment industry for so long, she knows that this is not the way to befriend someone powerful or influential. Her mentor once said, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You want to befriend a powerful person but don't want to give away your best piece of land to them. So she knows the survival skills in the entertainment industry. The adult world is all about exchanging interests. That's why he drinks so much to numb himself. Lucy, aren't you going to offer a toast? We're the only ones here who aren't familiar with Brother Fan. Doraba nudged her. Zhao Lucy pursed her lips. The 2 weren't exactly close, but this was only their second meeting. Brother Fan, I'm practically your employee now. I hope you'll take good care of me in the future. She also got up and went directly to Yang Fan's side to toast him. Yang Fan picked up his wine glass and clinked it with hers. He really didn't expect to run into her here. Doraba was also an unexpected surprise. He didn't expect that even though her leading role was taken, she would still stay in the crew. Yes, you can just say if there are any resources you're interested in. This time it was Doraba's turn to be dumbfounded. Looking at the other girls around her, it seemed that they all had a connection with Yang Fan, and it seemed that Lucy had known Yang Fan for a long time. When Lucy returned, Reba asked, you know Brother Fan? I've met my boss's boss before. Doraba understood. There was no need to explain things so clearly. It seemed that she was the only outsider at the dinner table, and everyone else was Yang Fan's man. The meal lasted until very late, and only Doraba drank too much. Everyone else was fine. Boss, she's giving you a chance. Do you want some? Qin Sijia, who was sitting right next to Yang Fan, had the clearest view of the situation. Doraba was obviously pushing herself into Yang Fan's bed. What do you want? Go to sleep. She's gotten herself drunk. Hee, I don't like people who are unconscious. I like you when you're fully awake. Don't act like an inflatable doll without realizing it. I don't want to. There are 2 celebrities here right now, one a future star. How would you choose? Yang Fan smiled, but didn't say anything. I usually omit details because I don't like looking at them. The next morning, the group went to film. Yang Fan gave He Mengyu an awakening energy, and her body was no longer affected. Boss, you look pretty good. I thought you'd be pale and unsteady on your feet today, but you're actually quite normal. Is your back okay? If not, I'll carry you on my back. Qin Sijia teased Yang Fan when she saw him. Yang Fan also took advantage of the situation and fell onto Qin Sijia, wrapping his arms around her waist. I can't go on anymore. I'm completely exhausted. I'm counting on you today. Qin Sijia was helpless. Yang Fan had absolutely no shame. Boss, where are we going today? Yang Fan thought for a moment. Want to go on a trip to the moon? Yang Fan really wanted to test that spaceship. Qin Sijia thought she was hallucinating. Go to the moon for a spin? Yang Fan thought it was a good idea, so he stopped pretending and took Qin Sijia directly to the rooftop. In her bewilderment, he pulled her into his arms, summoned his battle armor, and charged straight to the moon. At full sprint speed, it only takes a few seconds to reach the surface of the moon. Yang Fan took out a spaceship, went inside, and then released Qin Sijia. What? Go to your room if you want to do something. Why are you on the rooftop? Qin Sijia was held in Yang Fan's arms and didn't move, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Open your eyes and take a look. Yang Fan released Qin Sijia, turned her around, and made her look outside the spaceship. Qin Sijia's mouth gradually opened wider as she slowly walked forward, looking at the scene outside the spaceship. This, are we dreaming? The sight before her eyes left Qin Sijia in a state of confusion. Wasn't she just in the hotel? How did she suddenly find herself outside of Blue Star? We're on the moon now. Let's go out and take a look around. Yang Fan helped Qin Sijia put on a set of protective armor that would be enough. Qin Sijia was pulled out of the spaceship by Yang Fan, looking confused. She looked back at the huge object behind her, and then at the darkness in the distance. We were really on the moon? Yang Fan smiled. When Yi Qingqing couldn't reach him on her phone, she called him directly. Hey, my grandpa heard you can fly into space, and he's asking if you could bring back some lunar soil, preferably a lot. Yang Fan turned his head and looked around. If it weren't for the fact that the items being traded from Zifu's side wouldn't be monitored by him, he would have really become suspicious. Chapter 162, A Scheme Set Up Against My People? At Yang Fan's manor, Yang Fan and Qin Sijia have already returned. Qin Sijia was still reeling from what had just happened when Yi Qingqing arrived. You've already obtained the lunar soil? Yeah, I was just playing on the moon and got some things while I was there. Hasn't our country already obtained a lot of lunar soil? Yang Fan remembered that there was a country. Yi Qingqing's lips twitched slightly as she glanced at Qin Sijia, who stood beside Yang Fan with a dazed look in her eyes. She wondered how much of a shock this girl's worldview must have been. Yi Qingqing was alright. She knew Yang Fan definitely had a weapon from the 21st century, so she was only a little surprised. Who would complain about having too much? It's still too little. Many projects haven't even started yet. Give me whatever you've received. 2 tons, I just threw in a little bit. Yang Fan tossed a ring to Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing shook her head helplessly. Yang Fan could get 2 tons of lunar soil just by going out for a casual trip. If that got out, many people would be furious. Okay, I'll go out and deliver the things to them. After Yi Qingqing finished speaking, she went straight out. Boss, you're not from Earth. Qin Sijia finally realized that she had only been back at the manor from the moon for a few seconds. Your mind is quite unique. Yang Fan was amused by her words. No, I was really shocked today. I felt like I was dreaming just now, but now that I'm back here, I don't think it's a dream anymore. And I saw with my own eyes you put that lunar soil into the ring. It's very similar to the scenes in the cultivation novels I've read, which is why I think you're not from Earth, but rather someone who transmigrated from the cultivation world. Qin Sijia stared at Yang Fan's profile, becoming completely mesmerized. Yang Fan was speechless. This guy was quite free every day, and he even had time to read cultivation novels. No wonder she didn't run away when she saw so many of her women. Your imagination is incredibly rich. Yi Qingqing returned while the two were chatting and laughing. Didn't you go to some film set to see your girlfriend? What happened to you, going to space? I was bored, so I went up and wandered around. After all, it only took me less than 10 seconds to get up there. Yi Qingqing felt her scalp tingle. 10 seconds? It takes 1.3 seconds for light to travel to the moon, but Yang Fan said it would take 10 seconds. She knew Yang Fan's personality, he wouldn't stoop to lying about something like that. The issue the US protested about last time was something you destroyed using this weapon? I just had an itch to participate and get involved. Yang Fan didn't give a direct answer, but that did imply that he was the one who did it. The 2 women were truly speechless. You're so bored that you destroy hundreds of satellites? I'm here because many foreign companies know about our conditions. They've all put up their shares. What do you think? Yi Qingqing has received many calls from big shots around the world, many of which have made her heart race. The conditions offered were all very tempting. Take it, but keep the same conditions I mentioned before. Divide the medicine among them, and give them the benefits of dividing the medicine among them. And the evolutionary energy, give it to them slowly, as long as the money is enough. Give it to them little by little. Yang Fan's original intention was to control the entire financial world, since finance itself is the one with the most power in the world. Especially those large corporations, they are behind many wars in the world. For example, Bill Gates controls trillions of dollars in capital. Most importantly, they also control the military industry. It's incredibly easy to manipulate a war. Yang Fan's goal is to directly control these large amounts of capital. He wants a voice in the world. Slowly eroding the companies they control? I'm afraid they'll just flip the table in the end. Yi Qingqing frowned. These people were not the kind of people who would reason with others. They have weapons, but don't I? If we try to take it from them properly, and they still disagree, then we'll have no choice but to kill them. Yang Fan was absolutely right. We should take it. After all, awakening potions are free, and evolution energy is obtained by exchanging water overall. It's a gradual process of taking over these assets. Yi Qingqing felt relieved when she thought of the weapon in Yang Fan's hand. If they really flip the table then, we'll have no choice but to open the door and let Yang Fan out. Okay, I know what to do. Your good buddy's been having some trouble lately. Do you want to help him out? What trouble? How come I didn't know? He didn't send me any messages. Yang Fan took out his phone and checked he hadn't received any messages from him. He was tricked and lost hundreds of millions at the casino in Macau. His father couldn't reach you, so he contacted me, asking me to ask you for a favor. Yang Fan's lips twitched. People get arrogant when they have money. Originally, he was supposed to give him some property to inherit. I never thought that people would seek out thrills after they get rich. Is gambling something you can do? The saying, 9 out of 10 gamblers lose, is an understatement. It's a case of 10 out of 10 gamblers lose. That's how people make money. They let you taste the sweetness of victory, then slowly lure you into the abyss. And this guy is pretty tough. He didn't come looking for me. Okay, Qin Sijia, go and call the convoy over. I understand. I'll go. I want to see who's got the guts to cheat, even my own brother. You know that's good. I'm leaving now. Yi Qingcheng is busier than her father now. By evening, Yang Fan's convoy had already arrived at the entrance of the casino in Macau. Actually, he could have flown even faster using his battle armor. However, it's fine to let Bai Jingtian suffer a little, as long as he's still alive. Boss, what are you going to do? Should we just go and pay back the money? Qin Sijia asked curiously. Pay me back? Do you think I look kind enough? Let's go. Since he owes money from gambling, I'll win it back. It's just a few $100 million. Yang Fan laughed. He might not know how to cheat, but he had superhuman speed and artificial intelligence. Boss, no way. Why don't you just give me the money directly? If you get involved with Gambling City, they'll probably kill me. And it's a trap. No matter how much money you put in, it's useless. Qin Sijia quickly stopped Yang Fan, saying that gambling is a bottomless pit and no amount of money is enough to lose. I currently have 1.4 trillion in my account. I'll feed it all to them and see who dares to take it. Yang Fan pulled Qin Sijia into his arms and went straight into the casino. There were quite a lot of people there, a sea of people. Qin Sijia felt a little dizzy when she heard the number Yang Fan mentioned. 140 million? No. He said 1.4 trillion. Welcome. How many chips would you like? Let's exchange it for 100 million, but we'll need 1 million in chips. Yang Fan handed over his card directly. Yang Fan's words immediately drew the attention of several people in the casino, who turned to look at him. The staff were also taken aback. This was a big client. Most people who come here spend a few thousand yuan to experience it, or big bosses spend millions. This is the first time I've seen someone like Yang Fan. Chapter 163. Come and hit me. Yang Fan got his chips and started walking around the casino. Boss, can you do that? No, this is my first time here. Qin Sijia was speechless. This match was a huge loss. How about we start small, like playing dice? Sure. Yang Fan didn't care. When the two came over, everyone made room for them. After all, the two of them had a lot of chips in their hands, all of them worth millions. When Yang Fan arrived, the dice had already been rolled. Yang Fan randomly drew out 10 chips and threw them out. Just whatever. None of them are in it. Qin Sijia, who was standing next to him, couldn't bear to look at him anymore. The numbers were scattered and not even in terms of size. Boss, less is more. Please read the rules first. It doesn't matter. The people around were dumbfounded. This guy was truly foolish and rich. Place your bet now. 7 o'clock small. Yang Fan spent 10 million yuan directly and didn't win a single cent. People around Yang Fan looked at him like he was an idiot. The bright lights and dim lights of the surrounding casinos all noticed Yang Fan. After all, he was gambling too big. Someone has already sat down next to Yang Fan. Yang Fan ignored everyone and a new round began. The casinos here are all high-tech. Yang Fan's computer has been hacked, and he knows how many points are awarded each time. It's very easy to change. Boss, you should bet your chips on this one. You won't win much even if you win like this. Okay, whatever you say. Yang Fan took all the chips from her and placed them on top. The dealer's expression instantly turned unnatural, and his little finger was making some kind of coded signal, trying to get someone to manipulate the score. Place your bet now. 3, 5, 6, 14 o'clock big. Soon, Yang Fan's chips doubled to 180 million. Those around swallowed hard, thinking how good it is to be rich. A single winning bet could double your wealth. Yang Fan, on the other hand, didn't feel anything. At this moment, the casino manager also came over and said, Sir, this gambling table is broken. Let's switch to another one. They were trying to modify the data, but found they couldn't. They guessed there's something wrong with this machine. What I say? Yang Fan shrugged. Soon they moved to another table, still with a computer, and Yang Fan had completely lost his patience. Start placing bets. Yang Fan bet all 180 million on 3 sixes, which has the highest odds, 150 times. The dealer was stunned and didn't dare to press the start button. At this moment, the manager came over, patted him on the shoulder, and told him not to worry, since there was someone in control of the situation and he wasn't afraid of the other party at all. Moreover, there were hundreds of cameras above everyone's heads, and the casino's lights were dim and bright around him. The gamblers had already been asked to move to other tables. The atmosphere at the table was eerily quiet. Several lights were on, and bets were being placed casually. Place your bet now. The croupier looked at the manager, who nodded to him. 666 Leopard. The dealer looked bewildered and turned to look at the manager. The manager frowned as well, wondering what the hell this was, as the program couldn't be modified. Seeing that everyone was silent, Yang Fan spoke up. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and start losing money. Qin Sijia also covered her mouth in surprise. She didn't expect Yang Fan to be so skilled. He only bet twice, and the chips went from 100 million at the beginning to 27 billion soon. Sir, please wait a moment. This amount is too large. I need to consult with my boss. They could all tell that there was something wrong with this young man, but they couldn't figure out what it was. He was sitting there, and the system was out of control, but the other party hadn't done anything. And there definitely wouldn't have been 3 6s just now, because the casino didn't include that when it was set up. Adding is also done temporarily. Hurry up. Yang Fan continued to wander around the casino, playing any game that was computer-controlled. In the 5 minutes it took the manager to ask for permission, Yang Fan had already won another 10 billion, even with the betting restrictions on the tables. Otherwise, it would have been hundreds of billions. Gentlemen. Boss, please come upstairs. The manager came directly with his team. Yang Fan smiled. It seemed that the other party had searched for a long time, but couldn't find any information about him at all. Lead the way. Yang Fan simply tossed the chips aside. These chips were all counted. If they dared not redeem them, he would take them down. Qin Sijia hugged Yang Fan's arm and whispered, Boss, we won't be stuck here, will we? Yang Fan touched her cheek. This girl's eyes were deadly. Then you're probably finished. At most, they'll kill me, but you'll be in big trouble. You'll probably be sold out. Qin Sijia tightened her grip on Yang Fan's arm again. Why don't we give Qing Qing a call? Yang Fan smiled. They followed the group to the top floor, where their boss was already waiting. Brother, is there something you need? Tell me, and we can discuss it. Yang Fan didn't reply to him first, but sat down and lit a cigarette. Oh, how did you know I had something to do? Although I don't know your identity, I do know the woman next to you. She used to be the secretary of the CEO of Time and Space Technology. Then you must also be from Time and Space Technology, right? I don't remember that we have any conflicts with your company. He Rongxing had just looked up information. Otherwise, he wouldn't know where to begin. Think about it again. There's no grudge between us. We invested in an advertising company whose surname is Bai. Yang Fan picked up the wine next to him and took a sip. He Rongxing frowned, picked up the phone and made a call. He quickly found out that it really was their people who did it. Brother, it really was one of your men who did it. I'll have someone bring your friend over right away. Keep your chips separate from yours. You want ransom, so deduct it from my chips. Yang Fan smiled. This kid didn't mention a word about the chips he won. Although he wasn't short of money, he was determined to take what he won. He Rongxing frowned. If these two people didn't have any powerful connections, he would have just quietly taken them out. However, Time and Space Capital is not a small company, and the two individuals are probably in high positions as well. Brother, my casino only makes 4 billion a year. You're trying to take away 10 years worth of my profits. Isn't that a bit unfair? Take your friend with you, and that's the end of it between us. He Rongxing has already called his men over. This man is ungrateful, so we have no choice but to keep him here. We definitely can't give him so much money. No one has ever dared to owe me money, not even the President of the United States. Your He family is the first. Yang Fan snapped his fingers, and his phone received a text message with a total of 80 billion. He did it himself, so naturally he'll have to pay a fee. Taking an extra 40 billion isn't too much to ask. He Rongxing laughed. This young man is really boastful. His boasts are so full of flaws that no one can find any fault with them. Everyone knows he's exaggerating. What can you do if I don't give it to you? This is Macau. He Rongxing beckoned to Yang Fan. Go ahead and hit me. Chapter 164, I want to eat beef. Yang Fan remained silent. With another snap of his fingers, another 72 billion yuan entered Yang Fan's account. All of the He family's bank card funds, as well as Swiss bank and overseas funds, are now in Yang Fan's hands. He Rongxing frowned. Does this person have some serious illness? Soon, his phone started receiving a barrage of messages informing him that all the funds in his bank account had been transferred out. Their family group chat exploded. Everyone's savings were gone. He Rongxing raised his head with difficulty. He had already discovered the problem. His family must not have offended anyone at the top recently. But he did have one, and the person in front of him was it. He had just said, "What can you do if I don't give it to you?" And the young man snapped his fingers and looked at him with a smile. Moreover, the other party is from time and space technology, and given that the other party was directly controlling the gambling table in the casino just now, it seems that he already knows something. It's you. You're the one who stole our family's money. Yang Fan took another sip of wine. Did something happen at your home? He Rongxing's jaw was chattering. He didn't know what kind of technology time and space capital had mastered, but all of his family's working capital had been withdrawn. He realized that he had offended a powerful being. Yang Fan walked up to He Rongxing, raised his hand and slapped him, sending him flying. You can see several bloody teeth flying out. I hit you. Do you have a problem with that? When the people around saw Yang Fan make a move, they rushed over, and one of them even rushed towards Qin Sijia to try to restrain her. Yang Fan immediately raised his gun and crippled Qin Sijia as she charged towards him. With a Barrett rifle, her leg was probably beyond saving. The group rushing towards Yang Fan slammed on the brakes. Seeing the weapon in Yang Fan's hand, everyone's hair stood on end. They are bodyguards, but not outlaws. Yang Fan is holding the truth in his hand. If someone actually shoots him, he might just be sent to the Western Paradise. Come and hit me properly then. You think you're so smart, trying to grab my woman. Yang Fan tossed the gun aside and beckoned to the others. Come on, I don't usually fight without weapons. My fists and feet are pretty good. One of them said to the person next to him. One of you grab that woman, and the other of you hold him off. Our men will be here soon. After saying that, the three of them immediately took action. Why don't you ever learn your lesson? Yang Fan had another Barrett rifle in his hand. It was another gun. I already told you I fought with you. What's wrong with you? The remaining two were dumbfounded. This person had conjured up Barrett out of thin air again. Sir, we have eyes. We're not God. If you're going to shoot, we're just trying to make a living. The two were so frightened that they immediately knelt down. Because Yang Fan now has the Barrett rifle pointed at their heads. Yang Fan returned to Qin Sijia's side, and she was also quite frightened by the two gunshots. Come over and hug her. It's all right, nothing's wrong. Boss, are we really going to be stuck here forever? Could I really have been sold out? Qin Sijia buried her face in Yang Fan's arms and started crying. Yang Fan was speechless. At this moment, He Rongxing also recovered. When he saw the two sniper rifles in front of Yang Fan, his eyelids twitched. Why did Yang Fan carry them with him? Could they be from the Superpower Society? But those people are prohibited from entering the country, aren't they? At this moment, the two people who had brought Bai Jingtianin came in. Seeing the situation in the lobby, they were completely dumbfounded. Seeing He Rongxing's condition, the two quickly went over and helped him up. Boss, should we call some more brothers over? He Rongxing was in a bad mood. Calling anyone over was useless, as the other party could transfer money from the bank without any problems. The power behind it is unimaginable. Looking for help at this point is tantamount to courting death. If you fight to the death with someone like that, his whole family will end up begging for food. Bai Jingtian also saw Yang Fan, and came to Yang Fan's side with his head down. He didn't say a word, his throat was a little choked up, and he couldn't say anything. Yang Fan patted him on the shoulder. You dare to gamble? I didn't intend to play much, but I won quite a bit, and then lost it all in the end, which made me a little resentful. In the end, I just got really high. Bai Jingtian lowered his head even further. I'll let it go this time, but next time I'll have to put the greater good before family ties. Bai Jingtian nodded. He was also frightened this time. He saw some people whose families refused to pay their gambling debts, and had their ears cut off and legs sawed off. And the attack happened right in front of him. Blood even splattered on his face. He Rongxing knelt down beside Yang Fan and said, Sir, this time it was our fault. We shouldn't have set up your friend. Look, your friend has come out too, and you've taken the money. Does this mean things are over between us? Although He Rongxing's speech was already slurred. But he is a pragmatic person. Otherwise, his family wouldn't have let him control the casino. He feels it's not too late to turn things around. If he does anything else, his entire clan will probably end up homeless. After all, Yang Fan was sitting right in front of him, and could transfer his Swiss bank money in an instant. This was someone he couldn't afford to mess with. After all, although they have no cash left, they still have assets, so they should end this matter as soon as possible. My girlfriend was a little frightened because of you. Don't you think you should make it up to her in some way? Sir, just tell me what you want. If it's something I have, I'll give it to you without hesitation. This casino is nice, but I don't think you can handle it. What do you think? He Rongxing took a deep breath. I will have my lawyer come over immediately to sign the transfer agreement. After saying that, he immediately started making phone calls. The lawyer arrived quickly. There were many agreements, and Yang Fan didn't sign them himself. Qin Sijia signed them all for him. It was all signed with her name. Seeing that everything was ready, Yang Fan immediately started to dismiss everyone. Now that you're in my territory, hurry up and clean up the bloodstains on the ground, and get out of my casino. Yang Fan was actually indifferent to these people. After all, gambling was too dark, and too many families had been ruined because of it, directly or indirectly. Boss, why are you signing my name? I've already given it to you. As I said before, it's compensation for the fright you suffered. Yang Fan doesn't make money through casinos. After all, he makes money much faster than any casino, selling awakening potions to wealthy foreigners for hundreds of billions. Qin Sijia swallowed hard. She had just heard about this casino. It had an annual revenue of 4 billion. How could she dare to take it? No. It's still yours under my name, boss. It's just being temporarily stored here. If Yang Fan offered her a few million or tens of millions, she would still dare to take it, since she felt she was worth that much. But this casino was clearly worth tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. Qin Sijia glanced furtively at the gun on the table. She was now somewhat afraid of Yang Fan. Even someone like He Rongxing can't control a casino, so isn't she just asking for trouble if she takes it? Chapter 165. A person's greatest virtue is self-awareness. I never imagined you'd reach this level of success. Although Bai Jingtian didn't know what had happened, he knew from the scene that Yang Fan had put on a show that was even more exciting than a movie. That's because I know my own capabilities and what I can accomplish. You're normal when your family isn't that rich, but now that your family is rich, you're acting strange. Yang Fan punched him. Sai, they're all actresses from Hong Kong. I was pursuing her, and she suggested we come here to play. She kept encouraging me, and I just got carried away. I only realized later that it was a setup. Bai Jingtian sighed. I'll never follow these celebrities again. It's normal to have no interest in them. Yang Fan patted him on the shoulder. Wait. He took out his phone and called He Rongxing directly. Who is it? He Rongxing was already at the hospital getting his teeth checked when he heard Yang Fan's voice and almost dropped his phone. Sir, is there anything I can do for you? Get my brother here. Send me that female celebrity who orchestrated this whole thing. Yes. I'll send it over to you as soon as I can. He Rongxing hung up the phone and immediately went to instruct people to do it. Boss, are we just going to let him get so arrogant? We have guns too. A Taoist priest once told me that only by bowing your head can everything be of use to you. That person just now can only be a friend. And I still need to make the connections. You wouldn't understand these things. Just send that actress over there. This is acceptable. Bai Jingtian swallowed. Yang Fan was speechless. This guy still couldn't forget this celebrity. He really didn't know how to spend his money. Don't worry, I'm yours from now on. Just kick me out when you're tired of me. Yang Fan, why do you sound like a scumbag right now? Women are meant to be cherished. You're so shallow. Bai Jingtian rolled his eyes at Yang Fan. Yang Fan didn't say anything to him. He's an honest man, and you can't teach him anything. Soon someone brought the person over. Yang Fan glanced at it and thought it was just average. Asked Bai Jingtian beside him. Is she a female celebrity? The latest crystal girl, Yun Qianqian. Yang Fan's lips twitched. Judging from his appearance, he looked to be in his early 20s. It seems that men still prefer younger men. Come here and kneel before my brother. Yang Fan said to Yun Qianqian. Oh no. Bai Jingtian quickly stopped him. If you say another word, I'll shoot her. Yang Fan thought Bai Jingtian had gone mad from chasing celebrities. He had just said he wasn't going to chase anyone anymore. But now that he'd seen the person, he was acting like this again. Bai Jingtian fell silent because Yang Fanjin had raised his gun. Yun Qianqian was also quite frightened. She was dragged out of the room and heard about the incident on the way. She was so scared when she saw the other person pointing a gun at her that her legs went weak and she was staggering as she walked. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, he immediately knelt down in front of Bai Jingtian. I'm sorry, Brother Jingtian, I didn't mean to. I was just trying to make a living. I also owe the casino money. If I didn't do it, they would sell me. I will definitely take good care of my brother from now on. Before Bai Jingtian could speak, Yang Fan interrupted him. You need to understand your own position. I can make He Rongxing obediently hand over the casino to me, making it infinitely easier for you to disappear. Did you understand? Bai Qianqian trembled, but she had already hugged Bai Jingtian's leg. She was really afraid of Yang Fan just a moment ago. She felt like her heart was about to stop. Yes. Yang Fan then said to Bai Jingtian. Just play around with it. Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. When choosing a wife, Choose a virtuous one when choosing a concubine. Choose one who is beautiful. All right, I'm leaving. You can do whatever you want here. This place is mine from now on. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he patted Qin Sijie on the shoulder and left the casino. For the casino, it was just a change of ownership. It didn't affect anyone else, and He Rongxing didn't dare to let it have any impact. Qin Sijie followed Yang Fan like an ostrich, and when Yang Fan stopped, she bumped right into him. Yang Fan immediately put his arm around her. What are you thinking about? I was thinking, what you did wasn't fair to that girl. What if I said 2 people have already died because she lured them into gambling? Is it fair to the 2 people who died? Yang Fan's words left Qin Sijie speechless. She believed that Yang Fan would not stoop to lying to her. Boss, how can you conjure weapons out of thin air? Qin Sijie stopped dwelling on that matter. Yang Fan knew far more than she did. She had already noticed too many abnormalities since coming to Yang Fan's side, and today she was just too curious to ask. I must have saved the galaxy in my past life. Snort. Fine, don't tell me then. Where do we go now? People say that when there's work to be done, the secretary will handle it. I'm free now, so what do you suggest I do? Qin Sijie immediately understood what Yang Fan was about to do. Boss, I'm pregnant. Yang Fan answered the phone in a daze, but his mind instantly cleared when he heard the voice on the other end. How long has it been? 2 months. Yang Fan thought for a moment. Then you should put aside all your work at the company and let Yi Qingqing do it. Go rest at my place, I'll be right back. Good. Yang Fan hung up the phone and lit a cigarette. Unexpectedly, the chances of getting pregnant were quite high. Judging from the timeline, Zhang Lan got pregnant after only a few days with him, although they said they used protection at the time. But when emotions get the better of you, you forget about it all. Boss, should we go back? Qin Sijie also heard Yang Fan's speech. I'm going back now. You stay here and replace the casino staff before you come back. Since the casino has already taken the money, it should continue operating. Oh, I don't understand. Qin Sijie may know a little about management, but she has never managed a casino before. Do whatever you want, just don't ruin people's lives. You can always hire people, right? Just replace the people in the key positions. Yang Fan doesn't make money from this stuff. All right. Qin Sijie was also helpless. Yang Fan had given her the illusion that he would get her and then discard her. Actually, Qin Sijie misunderstood. Yang Fan was planning to directly control the entire gambling industry in Macau. His management would at least reduce the number of tragedies. After saying goodbye to Qin Sijie, Yang Fan found a spot and flew straight back to his manor. Zhang Lan was already waiting for Yang Fan in the living room. After all, they have medical equipment at home, so they only need to find a private doctor to come and examine them. How are you? Are you feeling unwell? It's pretty good. Boss, you're not going to ask me to get an abortion, are you? I have my children, and I won't take any of your assets. I just want someone to be with me when I'm old. Zhang Lan noticed that Yang Fan seemed a little nervous, since Yang Fan didn't seem to want children, or rather, he hadn't decided who he wanted to have children with. After all, Yang Fan has too much wealth, and far too many people want to have his children. Chapter 166, Taking Control of Another World. Yang Fan was helpless. What kind of evil person was he? Since she was already pregnant, he could just give birth. Don't worry, our family isn't afraid of not being able to raise children. Take care of yourself and focus on your pregnancy. As for property, as long as they are my children, I will definitely leave them something to inherit. You don't need to call me boss anymore. You can call me husband, or like in Lanqi, call me brother. Zhang Lan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Yang Fan's words. Let's call you brother and Lanqi. If she calls him husband, Yang Fan's other women will probably be jealous of her, which wouldn't be good. Is it a boy or a girl? The boy the doctor mentioned. Yang Fan touched her cheek. She was a hero in his family. Then let's call him Yang Tianyin from now on. Thank you, brother. Zhang Lan touched her still flat belly, knowing her future life would be even happier. Their family, why say thank you? Zhang Lan also snuggled into Yang Fan's arms and took the initiative to kiss him. Cough cough. I'm really sorry to bother you. Don't treat me like I'm invisible. Yi Qingqing sighed helplessly. Couldn't these two see that there was a living person right there? Yang Fan gently pushed Zhang Lan away and said, Don't you have any sense? Can't you just leave? I just wanted to remind you that she's 2 months pregnant and can't do that with you. Yi Qingqing was speechless. She really was a pushover. Yang Fan wasn't embarrassed and simply ignored Zhang Lan. Find someone to create a custom recipe for Zhang Lan and have someone make everything she can and should do. Okay, where are the people around you? Qin Sijie is in Macau, but what about in Lan and Tang Shui? Yi Qingqing hadn't seen them for a while. They went to have fun. What? Are you going to spy on the people around me? Yi Qingsheng was about to vomit blood. She was just expressing concern, but how did it come across as something completely different in Yang Fan's mouth? She probably went to another world, since there's no trace of them on the national internet. Can't I even show you some concern? I see you've removed all the security personnel from your family's side. Shouldn't you hire a few new ones? Yang Fan knew that Yi Qingsheng had no ulterior motives, since he could see what she was doing every day. No need, just kill whoever shows their face instantly. Yang Fan deliberately didn't have anyone protect him, he sent nanobots over instead, which were much safer than people. Yi Qingsheng glanced at Yang Fan a few times. This guy's murderous intent was growing stronger. The last incident involved things like a cell phone explosion, a car accident, and the mysterious disappearance of those people's savings, although Yang Fan didn't admit it. But she also knew that it must have been him who manipulated artificial intelligence to do it. The law can no longer restrain him. After settling Jianglan in, Yang Fan arrived in the apocalypse. After all, there were still 4 palace maids in the manor, which was enough to take care of Jianglan. As soon as Yang Fan arrived, Sun Qing rushed towards him. Yang Fan was startled and immediately reached into his spatial dimension to retrieve the time-space sword. Oh no! Sun Qing sensed something and immediately braked. This guy just had murderous intent. I was so excited to see you. I didn't mean to hurt you. Yang Fan put the sword back after hearing what the other person said. Have you thought this through? If you're not sincere, I'm leaving now. Yang Fan also saw Gong Sun when she was sitting right next to him. I didn't expect you to have already obtained the sword of time and space, which means you still prefer to trade with me. Gong Sun has already seen the sword of time and space. If that's what you're saying, then I'm leaving. Yang Fan was about to get up as he spoke. Gong Sun went straight to Yang Fan's side and held him down. Just tell me what you want. Yang Fan pushed her hand away. I want to control the entire post-apocalyptic world. Sun Qing and Gong Sun exchanged a glance. This guy really has a big heart. What makes you think you're qualified? Just with that sword? Gong Sun frowned deeply. If she didn't want to end this apocalypse, she would have ended Yang Fan's life. With the water in my hands, which is infinite, I can help you advance directly to the next level. I can get you to immigrate to other planets and use this planet as a breeding ground to enhance your strength. Without me, it would take you at least 100 or 200 years to improve further. Yang Fan wasn't afraid of the other party taking action at all. Judging from the numbers Lin Dong mentioned when they first met, the water resources needed later would be enormous. The pure water in the apocalypse has already been divided up by these high-ranking officials, and they have reached a bottleneck. If they do not seek a way out, they will either be eaten or die of old age in this apocalypse. Gong Sun's brows gradually relaxed after hearing Yang Fan's words. She hadn't expected that Yang Fan really had a way to end the apocalypse. Gong Sun had also had enough of this dark and hopeless life. I agree with your approach. How do you want to control it? Yang Fan took out 2 soul fruits and placed them in front of the 2 of them. You all ate it. I can trust you unconditionally and trade you weapons that can change your world. Yang Fan felt that now was the perfect time. If they reached a higher stage or found enough pure water resources, it would be too late. Gong Sun smiled when she saw the soul fruit. You're trying to enslave us. It's okay, if you're attracted to a face and figure, we can accompany you. Although he was smiling, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. You are very beautiful, but I don't lack women. And Sun Qing said you've been alive since before the apocalypse, right? He must be over 100 years old by now. I'm only 23 years old. There's such a big age gap between us. Yang Fan could naturally sense the intense killing intent, but he wasn't afraid. He felt he could handle it, since he now had a way to resist mental attacks. Moreover, Gong Sun is clearly a strong woman. If she wants to advance further, she can only cooperate with him, so he definitely won't kill her. You just need to win over my heart. Once you've won me over, I'll take care of this apocalyptic world. Then all the resources will still be at your disposal. Although I am older, in terms of lifespan, I am not much different from you, and I have never been with a man. Yang Fan wanted to laugh when he heard what the other person said. They were treating him like a 3-year-old. Trying to subdue a base leader who has lived through 100 years of apocalypse is just wishful thinking. I'll give you a few minutes to consider. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I won't come back in the future. Yang Fan took out his phone and started timing. Gong Sun frowned and began to think. With 3 seconds left on the clock, Yang Fan was about to pick up his phone and leave. Etc. The soul fruit is impossible to eat. But, Chapter 167, Symbiotic Contract. Yang Fan stared at the other person for a long time without saying anything. Instead, I asked, "But what? I can sign a symbiotic contract with you. If one of us dies, the other will also die. That way we can help each other succeed, and I can go directly to your world to help you. So, isn't it fair that my expert won't lose out by signing a contract with you?" Gong Sun once said confidently. After all, Yang Fan would definitely benefit from her signing the contract. Hee. Yang Fan sneered. "What kind of international joke are you talking about? I live in a peaceful era, and you know I can match multiple worlds. My future is boundless. You live in the apocalypse, where death is always a possibility. If you want to advance, you'll have to rely on me. Is this all you want to sign a symbiotic contract with? What are you thinking? I'll give you a good option. You sign an equal contract with my woman, and then I can also make a deal with you." Gong Sun Wan's lips twitched slightly. What Yang Fan said makes sense. Even if Yang Fan doesn't trade with them, he can trade with others, plus he can match with multiple worlds. The resources at hand truly hold limitless possibilities. Even if she doesn't trade with them, the loss won't be significant. However, if she doesn't trade with Yang Fan, she probably won't have a second chance. "Bring your woman here so I can see her." Gong Sun Wan has made a concession. She definitely won't eat the soul fruit, and Yang Fan won't sign a symbiotic contract with her. Yang Fan nodded, then turned and left. Yi Qingsheng brought her over before she could react. "What do you think of her?" Gong Sun Wan saw that Yi Qingsheng was indeed qualified to sign her. Her figure and face also held an important place in Yang Fan's heart. She looked at Sun Qing, who nodded to her. "She's pregnant, and it's Yang Fan's child. Okay, let's sign a symbiotic contract with her." Gong Sun Wan took out an ancient contract, dripped her blood on it, and then pushed it to the center of the table. Yang Fan used the system to confirm that Yi Qingsheng was, after all, his woman, and since Sun Qing had told him that Yi Qingsheng was also pregnant, he naturally had to be careful. He cut Yi Qingsheng's hand and dripped blood onto it. Soon the contract began to change into 2 points of light, which flew towards the foreheads of the 2 women respectively. Yi Qingsheng only realized at this moment that she had been directly pulled to another world by Yang Fan and had signed some strange contract with someone. "Yang Fan, where's this place?" "This is the world where you trade awakened energy and evolutionary energy. The symbiotic contract you just signed with this base leader." Yi Qingsheng's lips twitched slightly. "So you didn't even ask for my permission? If I agree, then you agree. Would I ever harm you?" Yang Fan immediately put his arm around him. Yi Qingsheng rolled her eyes. "Then why don't you bring Jiang Lan over? Can we trade normally now? You still haven't given me anything for the golden crow necklace you took from me last time." Gong Sun Wan reached out her hand directly. "Where is my soul fruit? Bring it here." Yang Fan also reached out his hand. Sun Qing took out 30 boxes directly. Yang Fan opened them and looked at them. There was nothing wrong with them. It was directly stored in the space. He also handed over the ring. "There are 1 billion tons of water in here, but it's not for trading the golden crow necklace. This is meant to help you break through. And this sort of time and space is also for your use." Yang Fan drew the sword from the space beside him. Gong Sun Wan finally smiled after accepting the ring and sword. "Okay, but I'm still short about 2 billion tons of water. I'll bring it to you next time. Where's that thing that allows me to evolve smoothly? Give it to me." Yang Fan naturally remembered the main thing she promised. He hadn't dared to consume evolution energy recently. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to suppress his killing intent. It was probably because of his dual superpowers. Gong Sun Wan took out a golden object and handed it to Yang Fan. "Relics can calm the mind and eliminate distracting thoughts. After you eat this one, you can successfully break through to the 7th level." Yang Fan took it, checked it with the system, and finding no problems, popped it into his mouth. I could feel that the relics hadn't been digested and had gone directly to my lower abdomen. My mind was much calmer, and I felt much more relaxed. "Are there many of these?" "Not much, obtained from the ruins. Going in is very dangerous, but as I said, it's definitely enough for you to advance to level 12. Now that the 2 sides are cooperating, this thing will naturally be given to Yang Fan gradually." "That's not what I meant. What I mean is, I have quite a few women, and there's not enough stuff to go around." Gong Sun Wan fell silent after hearing Yang Fan's words. She had considered that Yang Fan might have more than one woman, but why give them all such precious things? She was also somewhat confused by Yang Fan's pressure and signed a contract directly with a woman. "I'll wait until I've integrated the resources here. There should be quite a few." Yang Fan nodded. "Then give me 3 or 5 more. One is too few." Gong Sun Wan sighed and took out another one, handing it to Yang Fan. "Let's talk about it after I take care of Lin Dong." Gong Sun Wan was already speaking weakly. She felt she had suffered a huge loss this time. After Gong Sun Wan finished speaking, she took Sun Qing and left. After the two left, Yi Qingsheng began to grit her teeth. Yang Fan, is my life worthless? You're going to use my life to sign a contract with someone else? What are you saying? Gong Sun Wan is a big shot on this side of the apocalypse, with a lifespan of hundreds or thousands of years. Signing a contract with you is a loss for her. Yang Fan packed his things and took Yi Qingsheng back to the modern world. Snort. You just think I'm not close to you, so you don't care if I die. Yi Qingsheng felt very wronged. She had never thought of betraying Yang Fan. Every day she was caught between her home and Yang Fan, and also between Yang Fan and his women. You have to give way in every situation. Helpless, Yang Fan simply carried her to the room. Don't cry. You're pregnant now too. I'll send you a set of fun equipment so you can go to space. As Yang Fan spoke, he directly took out a set of A3 anti-gravity armor. Connect directly with your consciousness. Yi Qingsheng took it and connected with it using her consciousness. Within minutes, she stopped crying and started laughing. This thing is so powerful. You used this to cut down the satellite last time. Yi Qingsheng also saw the specific parameters of this suit of armor. No wonder Yang Fan went to space so casually. With this thing, you'd be invincible. Modern technology clearly can't keep up with it. Yes, I'll give it to you to play with. Actually, signing the symbiotic agreement isn't a problem. She'll definitely be the overlord of the apocalypse in the future, with a lifespan of thousands of years. She'll make things difficult for you, so she'll definitely give you something. Besides, don't I think your face is more convincing? Look, they were completely stunned when you went there, and you got it done right away. Yi Qingsheng glanced at Yang Fan. She had already done it, and there was no going back now. I understand, but next time you should at least discuss it with me first. And what's with you saying I'm pregnant? Chapter 168. Perhaps man himself is a universe. That Sun Qing is a perception type awakened one, countless times stronger than the Long Out Yin who used to be by your side. He could only sense the presence of danger. Sun Qing can sense an individual's specific strength and weaknesses. Yang Fan believes that everyone is born with special abilities. However, it's too faint to be felt. After all, the human body is truly amazing. An adult human body has about 50 trillion cells, so theoretically, humans have infinite possibilities. After all, the human body itself is a microcosm. If an individual's slightest ability were amplified 100,000 times, it would definitely be an extremely powerful superpower. Awakening energy should be used to enhance a person's physical superpower. Yi Qingsheng touched her belly, surprised that she had just been envying Jiang Lan, but now she was pregnant herself. What about the company? Jiang Lan and I are both pregnant. Let Ling Wei handle it. When you have free time, go and give her some guidance. Yang Fan's company no longer appoints outsiders as CEOs. The profits involved are so enormous that they could drive a nation crazy. Yi Qingsheng's lips curled up. Okay, I understand. Let's go to sleep. It's been half a day. Why are you sleeping? Look outside. Is it daytime? Yi Qingsheng looked up outside. It was already dark. I remember going in at noon. How come it's already evening? The issue of the flow of time. Then you'll have to wait. I'm pregnant. Go find someone else. The next morning, Yang Fan went directly to the Three Kingdoms region. Li Anlin couldn't contact him either, so he came over to check on the ammunition and other supplies to see if anything was missing. Upon arriving at his residence, he did not see Li Anlin, but he did see Tang Shui. Tang Shui also saw him and quickly ran over. Boss, it's so boring here. How could it be boring? We can go out and take over territory every day, right? Nobody likes to shoot someone. Yang Fan walked to a deck chair and lay down to sunbathe. Tang Shui also brought over a stool and sat down next to Yang Fan. It's pointless. They're all poor farmers who can't afford to eat and have no other choice but to join the army. I feel guilty about killing them, even though they aren't some vicious criminals. Take me back with you. I just want to stay by your side. Yang Fan thought about it and realized that Li Anlin really didn't need anyone to protect her, and she probably already had people she knew here. Okay, I'll take you with me when I go back. How's the situation on your end? There are already tens of thousands of people in the city, and the number is increasing every day. We're fighting Cao Cao every day now. After all, our city is right in his heart. Cao Cao was also terrified of these weapons, and he hid in the city every day, not letting anyone out. They send people over every day to try to make peace. He also said he wanted to talk to you. Modern weapons are far too powerful against the Three Kingdoms era. Just take a general and snipe them out. Where's Li Anlin? She went to train the new recruits. She'll be back soon. Speaking of Li Anlin, she really did come back. Upon seeing Yang Fan, he ran over and pounced on him. Brother, you've finally arrived. Have fun. Happy. This Jiasu is truly remarkable with just one strategy. He's brought a steady stream of people to our city. We're not short of manpower. Li Anlin was overjoyed to see so many people coming to Anlin City every day. With so many people coming, didn't anyone stop them? Hee. Whoever tries to stop us, we'll shoot them. Bombard them with tanks. Li Anlin grinned slyly. These modern soldiers that Yang Fan gave us are incredibly useful. Jiasu was a true thief. I heard you've been fighting Cao Cao lately. Let's not fight him yet. Let's head south and attack Sun Quan, that Jiangdong rat. Have someone invite Cao Cao over and have him go fight the Wu Huan and Ma Teng. Cao Cao was a pragmatic man, and Yang Fan planned to deal with him last, so he was probably the easiest to deal with. Li Anlin thought for a moment and said, All right, I'll listen to you. I'll call Cao Cao over to discuss this. But we don't have any ships to fight Sun Quan. Besides, I'm not good at naval warfare. Yang Fan smiled slightly. These are all minor matters. There are quite a few shipbuilding facilities in China. We could try buying some decommissioned transport ships from the government. I'll buy it for you. These are minor matters, I'll just bring over some warships. However, try not to kill too many people. There aren't many people here to begin with. Tang Shui rolled her eyes. To fight the navy of the Three Kingdoms, they even used warships. It's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. You expect fewer people to be killed? Don't you have any idea what kind of weapons you've given them? Don't worry, I won't listen to Jiasu completely. His schemes are indeed harmful to the Milky Way. I will only kill those who stand in my way to unify the world. I will basically not kill ordinary people. I know that Jiangdong scoundrel you mentioned. The incident of crossing the river in white robes was done by this Sun Quan, wasn't it? Li Anlin also knew something about this event. It seemed to be a scheme by someone named Lu Meng, which had a profound impact on later generations. How many troops do you have now? Yang Fan was surprised that Li Anlin knew about crossing the river in white robes. As a history novice, he really didn't know, so he immediately changed the subject. There are about 7,000. However, many of them are farmers who joined the army for food, so their fighting strength is very weak. They will definitely have no problem winning battles when the wind is favorable. However, we won't fight against the odds, and we have enough people. The weapons advantage is too great. The Barrett can easily cut down generals, something that is difficult to achieve on the battlefield. No amount of cavalry charges would work, just 10 Gatling guns would wipe them out. There was absolutely no way to demonstrate individual combat prowess. Yang Fan nodded. Most of the famous military generals have already been recruited. The elite soldiers were mostly raised by their own families and villages, or recruited privately during the fight against the Yellow Turban Rebellion, or inherited from the Han Dynasty. Those of Li Anlin's peasant background could only make up the numbers on the battlefield. Just like the Yellow Turban Army at the beginning, they were initially very powerful and unstoppable. They were good at bullying the common people along the way, but when they encountered truly elite troops, they were easily defeated. Ultimately, they are a group of farmers who have not received professional training. We should professionalize these people, let them practice and learn some professional knowledge every day, so that they have a clear understanding of what we are doing. If everyone agrees on what we are doing, this army will still be invincible. Weapons are ultimately external forces. To truly unify the Three Kingdoms, one must rely on ideology. Otherwise, they will be incited to rebel repeatedly in the future. Li Anlin nodded. Yes, I understand. I've read your great man's books and gained some insights. Chapter 169 Tanks Exchange for a City. Young Master Yang. It's really not easy to see you now. Your wife is quite ruthless. Cao Cao was almost in tears when he saw Yang Fan. He was completely stunned by the tanks, sniper rifles, and Gatling guns he had been hit by. They tried to find an opportunity to submerge tanks in water or something, but Li Anlin never gave them that chance. Moreover, once they begin their operation, the enemy can detect it in time, making their scheme impossible to succeed. Boss Cao, this is only because I already instructed them to go easy on you. Otherwise I wouldn't have invited you here. I'm only doing this because I remember the reason you took care of me in Yi City. Yang Fan is actually quite good at lying, and he's learned a bit about negotiation over the years. Cao Cao and Sun Yu exchanged a glance. They had seen it clearly. The attackers were holding nothing back and relentlessly pursuing the target. Once the city gates are closed, they must be blasted open with cannons, under the pretext that the people are free and can go wherever they want. But you people in Anlin City say you'll give them food as long as they work, So why aren't these people desperately trying to come here? Young Master Yang, I've come here to have a talk. It's because the Emperor has bestowed upon you the title of Marquis. As Cao Cao spoke, he directly produced the Imperial Edict. Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively. Forget about Imperial Edicts and such. Just a Marquis. If he were willing to abdicate his throne to me directly, I could reluctantly accept it. Let him die peacefully. Cao Cao didn't react much to Yang Fan's words, because he knew Yang Fan's intentions just by looking at the location where Yang Fan had chosen to establish his capital. But Sun Yu's chest was already heaving, and steam was rising from his head. Young Master Yang, you make it sound too easy. The Han Dynasty has ruled for 400 years. How can you, a mere child, make it sound so easy and hand over the throne to you? You probably want all the lords of the world to unite and attack you. Yang Fan slowly took out a cigarette, and Mingwei and the other woman lit it, one of them shielding the other from the wind. Although the two were by Li Anlin's side, they still knew who controlled their fate. Then you can spread what I said today. We can certainly rally all the feudal lords in the land to jointly attack them. I'm quite tired from running back and forth like this. Yang Fan actually hoped for that, thinking, why not just snatch the emperor away and ascend the throne directly? Cao Cao suppressed Sun Yu, and Yang Fan and his group, who had basically never appeared in the Han Dynasty, suddenly appeared and joined the struggle for supremacy, which must have been well prepared. Based on the weapons he saw, no amount of troops would be of any use. Those weapons were nothing short of meat grinders on the battlefield. So, what is the purpose of young Master Yang inviting me here this time? We will not invade each other. You can go north to fight the Wuhuan or Matang. We're planning to attack Sun Quan. How about we don't interfere with each other? Yang Fan planned to take them down one by one while the south was still in chaos. As for Cao Cao, let him unify the north, then we can deal with him later. Cao Cao and his companion were also taken aback. They had the same idea, to send Yang Fan to deal with the south while they fought against the Wuhuan and Matang, and at the same time, they considered ways to deal with Yang Fan. Good. Then let's form an alliance. Young Master Yang, could you provide me with some more weapons? I can give you all the cities south of Anlin City. Cao Cao immediately had another idea. If he could exchange these cities for weapons, he would have the resources to deal with Yang Fan in the future. Yang Fan glanced at Cao Cao, then smiled a smile full of meaning. They've got quite a few tricks up their sleeves. Do they really think taking these weapons will change anything? No problem. What weapon do you need? Cao Cao saw the smile on Yang Fan's face, but didn't understand why. Those are the weapons you use. That thing you call a tank, right? How about I trade you a city for one of your vehicles? Yang Fan hadn't expected such a good thing, but Cao Cao's idea was a mistake. There are plenty of things that can take down tanks. How many cities do you want to change? There are 23 cities of all sizes. So how about we exchange them for 23 tanks? Cao Cao had witnessed the power of tanks and drooled over them in his dreams. He felt that exchanging a city for a tank was a worthwhile investment. Yang Fan didn't answer him, but looked at Li Anlin and said, what do you think? It doesn't matter. Having more cities is a good thing. Li Anlin wasn't afraid of these tanks either. Not to mention that Yang Fan had other weapons. She could easily deal with these tanks on her own. Then take 23 vehicles out of the warehouse and give them to Boss Chow. Also, have someone teach Boss Chow how to use them. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Cao Cao excitedly stepped forward and grasped Yang Fan's hand. I have quite a few daughters. How about I let some of them marry you? This way, our two families will be even closer than before. Yang Fan's lips twitched. Wasn't this Cao Cao's method of dealing with Emperor Xian of Han? He was sending his daughters to Emperor Xian. In the end, he killed Empress Fu, and his own daughter Cao Jie became empress. No need. You should leave your daughter with Lu Xie. Yang Fan looked at Cao Cao and felt that his daughter wasn't much better, since she looked just like her father. Cao Cao opened his mouth, realizing that Guijia had indeed given him advice on this matter. Yang Fan was truly no simple man. Sun Yu, wait for me outside. I have something to discuss with young Master Yang alone. Sun Yu glanced at Yang Fan, then turned and left. After everyone had left, Cao Cao said, does young Master Yang know what I was thinking when I first saw these weapons you brought? Tell me about it. Yang Fan listened attentively, genuinely interested in what Cao Cao was thinking. When I saw these weapons, I knew that the Han Dynasty was over. Young Master Yang's sudden appearance has made the Emperor a laughingstock. Whoever possesses the weapon in your hand will ultimately rule the world. That's why I married my daughter to you, not Lu Xie, to give myself some insurance, isn't it? After all, imperial power is the one that establishes order, and the weapons in Yang Fan's hands are precisely what allow him to establish order. The common people of the Han Dynasty supported the Han Dynasty because as long as the Han Dynasty existed, order would still exist. Without order, they cannot even guarantee their most basic living needs. Cao Cao had long seen through this, so he never dared to put too much pressure on Lu Xie. Looking at Cao Cao before him, Yang Fan thought, he truly is a shrewd and ambitious man. He has seen through everything. He probably already knew he had no chance, since someone would dare to give him weapons so brazenly. There must be some way to retaliate. Cao Jie perhaps. Yang Fan admired Cao Cao quite a bit, and was willing to accept his goodwill. Furthermore, Cao Jie was an empress in history, so she shouldn't be too bad. Cao Cao looked at Yang Fan with surprise. This guy really knows how to pick people. Cao Jie looks very similar to his mother, who is his wife, Lady Bian. Okay, but I won't be your concubine. How about I be your equal wife? Chapter 170, Could Li Shimin unify the three kingdoms? Yang Fan didn't really distinguish between his wives and concubines. He treated them all equally. Even if there is some favoritism, it will only be slight. There will be no particular favoritism towards anyone. Anyway, there's no need for a formal marriage for a concubine. She just has a higher status. But it was only at a high point in the Three Kingdoms region. Alright, have someone tow my tank back. My daughter will be delivered tomorrow. Cao Cao has achieved his objectives this time. To form an alliance, to test the waters, and to arrange a marriage alliance. If Yang Fan absolutely refuses to trade weapons, he feels he still has a chance to conquer the world. However, Yang Fan let his wife decide, and his wife remained indifferent. His wife had been in charge these past few days, and Cao Cao couldn't believe she was unaware of the consequences of giving away these weapons. So in the end, there is only one conclusion. Releasing these weapons will have no effect on them. Okay, I'll arrange it. You should hand over these cities to me as soon as possible, and I will arrange for people to relieve them. Li Yanlin took over the conversation. She hadn't expected taking the city to be so easy, which meant the population she managed would have to increase several times over. Cao Cao glanced at Yang Fan, and seeing that he didn't speak, it seemed that he had entrusted this matter to Li Yanlin. Alright, I'll make arrangements for the next few days. After Cao Cao finished speaking, he bid farewell to Yang Fan. Although his dream of unifying the three kingdoms was shattered, he felt a great weight lifted from his heart. After all, he was loyal to the Han Dynasty, but the emperor was incompetent, eunuchs held power in the court, and the people suffered. If an emperor were to appear who could bring peace to the land, he would be willing to assist him. He seems to know he's no match for us. Li Yanlin said, watching Cao Cao's departing figure. Experts often already know what's going on when they make a move. That's just the kind of person he is. Yang Fan watched as Cao Cao and his men departed. If he lived in the Three Kingdoms period, he would be willing to work under someone like Cao Cao. At least he is a wise ruler, not one to mince words, and he is tolerant of others. Yes, although the Three Kingdoms were all quite strong, none of them had an absolute power. Someone like my father could definitely unify the Three Kingdoms in this world. It feels like no exceptional commanders have emerged. Li Yanlin felt that although there were many intelligent people in the Three Kingdoms period, they all lacked something. Yang Fan couldn't really comment on Li Shimin, since others had already done so. Throughout history, no military leader has surpassed Li Shimin. Yang Fan believed that no matter which of the Three Kingdoms hegemons Li Shimin seized power from, he would have a high chance of unifying the country. The only question was how difficult it would be. If they take over from the Yuan family, it will probably be a sweeping victory. Although Yang Fan often bickered with Li Shimin, he still highly recognized Li Shimin's military capabilities. Alright, I know your father is a great warrior. Have you been feeling unwell lately, such as nausea or abdominal discomfort? Li Yanlin thought for a moment, and then shook his head. No, I feel perfectly fine. Brother, can you tell if there's anything wrong with me? No, it's your sister Jiang Lan and sister Qingcheng who are both pregnant. I'm just asking you. Yang Fan didn't expect his chances of winning the bid to be quite high. After all, there really wasn't anyone he slept with every day. Then what are we waiting for? Brother, I want a child too. Let's go to our room now. Li Yanlin was as happy as a child when she learned that Yang Fan was no longer opposed to having children. Yang Fan received a message from Li Yunlong after staying in the Three Kingdoms for a few days. He took Tang Shui directly to the trading space. Old Li, Brigade Commander. Brother Yang. Li Yunlong came up and punched Yang Fan, then looked at the girl next to him and said, You change wives so quickly? No matter what, you should find someone closer to your age. How can you bring yourself to sleep with this young girl? Yang Fan smiled, but didn't say anything. Tang Shue's face did indeed look like a child's. Why did you call me here this time? It's like this. Do you remember what we agreed on last time? You haven't forgotten that you said you'd give us gifts when the light comes, have you? The brigade commander picked up the conversation and replied. Yang Fan slapped his forehead. He had forgotten. After all, their trading points had already been closed long ago. Yang Fan took out 5 apples he had traded from Lin Dong and could teleport directly there by entering the coordinates. It's quite friendly to them, since they really don't have anything to deploy this thing. This is the weapon I was talking about. Detailed instructions for use are provided here. Yang Fan handed both items to the brigade commander. The brigade commander stared at the object in his hand, lost in thought. Was Yang Fan really just teasing him? Brother Yang, you're not joking, are you? This doesn't seem to have that much power at all. You can try it first. The coordinates I provided are very accurate, and there are quite a few available. You can try one first. Yang Fan had never used this thing before, but he believed it couldn't be fake. After all, Lin Dong had no reason to lie to him at the time. Okay, I came here this time because I need some ammunition and I'd like some planes. What do you think? Although the brigade commander had doubts, he didn't ask any further questions. Yang Fan had already said that they could try it first. His main purpose in coming here was to get some aircraft for the military parade to show off. Helicopters are good, but they lack a certain grandeur. It's simple, I'll find it for you. Yang Fan readily agreed, since he could ask the government for these things directly, as the government had many retired bombers. Although it was outdated compared to modern times, it was still quite good for Li Yunlong and his men. They're too advanced they might not even be able to fly by the time the military parade starts. As for shells and bullets, there were plenty. Yang Fan had stored a lot in his spatial storage. Good. Li Yunlong, bring the things in. The brigade commander ordered Li Yunlong to bring in the antique gold. Li Yunlong, like a dutiful wife, went to move things. The value of the items might not be enough, we'll give you more later. We will find ways to get back many of the items that were lost overseas. Yang Fan looked at these items and clicked his tongue. Many of them were items used in the Qing Dynasty Imperial Palace, and they were exquisite. I'll keep the antiques and stuff. Keep the gold for your own development, I don't need it. As for the overseas antiques you mentioned, you just need to find someone to locate them, and I'll go pick them up myself. Yang Fan was prepared to go directly to their door with his sword. They had originally taken it with cannonballs, but Yang Fan was more refined and would take a sword. The brigade commander glanced at Yang Fan, then held Yang Fan's hand tightly and did not let go. Chapter 171. Is Gongsun 1 really that amazing? Boss, I know so many of your secrets. You're not going to kill me to silence me, are you? If you don't trust me, give me one of those fruits that can control people. Tang Shui now truly understood why Yang Fan possessed so many antiques, as well as so much amazing technology and medicine. Yang Fan truly has the ability to travel through time, and he can travel through multiple worlds. Need not. Yang Fan pulled her into his arms and said, What? Would you betray me? Tang Shui blushed and turned to the side. Who knows? Jiang Lan coughed when she saw the two people in the living room. Upon hearing the sound, Tang Shui hurriedly broke free from Yang Fan's embrace. Yang Fan shook his head helplessly and called Yi Qingqing's grandfather. After all, it was better for him to bring up the matter of getting weapons. Hey old man. Xiao Fan, this is the first time you've called me. I'm a little nervous. As the saying goes, no one visits the temple without a reason. What brings you here? Yang Fan laughed when he heard the old man's words. These people were really frightened by him. I suspect that their opposite is that they are avoiding their own interests. I want some decommissioned warships and decommissioned bombers. But don't worry, I won't use it here. If I were to use it, I would have better weapons and equipment, as you should know. After listening, the old man thought about it for a moment. Yang Fan really wouldn't use these weapons to do anything. After all, retired bombers were really outdated. Moreover, Yang Fan provided so much advanced technological information, it would be unreasonable for him to refuse. Okay, how much do you want? 100 warships and 100 bombers. I'd better send me the bombers' paper documents as well. Yang Fan couldn't find any information about such an outdated model on his computer. The old man was silent for a few seconds, then said, Okay, how do I give it to you? You all get ready as soon as possible. Qingqing will take care of the rest. Yang Fan only talked. He didn't care about the specifics of how to put it into the space. He believed that the country's secrecy work was definitely better than his. Okay, I heard from Qingqing that she's pregnant. Are you really going to leave things so ambiguous? The old man's tone was a bit stern. If the child hadn't followed Yang Fan without any prior knowledge, people would have speculated and said things behind his back. If he has a child, even if he does nothing, people will still say it to his face. Oh, what? My cell phone signal is bad. That's enough for now. Yang Fan hung up immediately after speaking. If they were to hold a wedding openly and blatantly, wouldn't that be giving the Yi family unlimited power for no reason? This will have a significant impact on her other women. After finishing, he called Yi Qingqing again. I asked your grandfather for some things. Go and hand them over, then bring them directly to me. I need it in the next couple of days. After all, even if the plane is sent there, they still need to practice, and it will take time. Okay, a lot of stuff? Yes, some planes and warships. It's best if no one is present when you take it. Yang Fan believed that Yi Qingqing's family would handle it well. Okay, I'll set off now. Yi Qingqing knew that Yang Fan was using these things for a transaction, so she didn't ask any further questions. After hanging up the phone, I asked Zhang Lan, how are you? Do you feel any discomfort? It's pretty good. It's just a little boring staying at home every day. Zhang Lan has been very busy every day since she was old enough to understand things, constantly studying and looking for part-time jobs to earn money. I'm a little unaccustomed to suddenly having so much free time. Isn't this great? You used to strive to live, now you can enjoy life. What did you dream of doing before? Yang Fan also wanted to give her something to do, otherwise she would get bored at home. Zhang Lan thought for a moment and said, when I was little, my dream was to be pampered by my parents like other children. Zhang Lan sighed and gave a bitter laugh. As I've grown up, I hope to have a good husband to rely on, because sometimes I feel really tired. She glanced at Yang Fan as she spoke. She had already found him. Since meeting you, I don't have any other dreams. I just want to stay by your side. Yang Fan touched her cheek. Who says honest people can't say sweet words? Zhang Lan's sweet talk was quite sophisticated. If you have nothing to do at home, you can go to the company for a visit. Our company is developing too fast, so you can go and find out their problems when you have time. You go on my behalf, and if you feel anything is wrong, just fix it. Yang Fan needs to find her something to do. Otherwise she'll have mental problems if she stays cooped up at home every day. I don't really understand either. I'm also new to this industry. Zhang Lan was somewhat apprehensive. It's fine. It's our own company. We can change it as we please. Yang Fan didn't care with the company's current size. He could do whatever he wanted. Zhang Lan smiled happily when she heard Yang Fan say us. He then nodded. Tang Shui, standing nearby, was left witnessing the couple's public display of affection. At this moment, Yang Fan received a system notification. Your trading partner, Lin Dong, is dead. Gongsun 1 has obtained trading privileges in a world 100 years after the apocalypse. Your trading partner has been changed to Gongsun 1. Yang Fan was shocked by the news. In just a few days, Gongsun 1 had already taken advantage of Lin Dong. This Gongsun 1 is amazing. He still remembers the first time he met Lin Dong. She was incredibly powerful. But this seemingly frail woman was able to kill Lin Dong, who possessed spatial abilities. If she had designs on him, even his anti-gravity armor probably wouldn't be able to stop her. Yang Fan realized he had been putting on airs in front of Gongsun 1. Luckily, Gongsun 1 was a woman with dreams, otherwise he would have been truly doomed. Yang Fan went directly to the trading space. Gongsun 1 also came in directly. This is the trading space. Gongsun 1 came in and looked around. You slept with Lin Dong so quickly? Just with a sword? Yang Fan still felt it was all a bit unreal. The fact that Lin Dong, with his strength, died so easily made Yang Fan very uneasy. Yes and no. My ability is prediction, and with this spatial sword, it's just the right way to counter him. Gongsun 1 returned the sword to Yang Fan. Yang Fan took the sword and put it away. Prediction. Yang Fan could already imagine how Lin Dong died. Such exaggerated abilities. It seems that no one who can become the leader of the base is incompetent. In battle, someone who can predict your next move and possesses a weapon capable of attacking you Lin Dong's death was not unjust. Now that you've become a trader in this apocalyptic world, let's begin our trade. Gongsun 1 rolled her eyes at Yang Fan. Although she was now a trader, Yang Fan clearly had absolute control. After all, if he was ruthless, she would be finished too. Is this still what you originally intended? Move humans out and turn the planet into a breeding farm. Chapter 172 Complimentary. Let's leave it at that for now. With the technology one have now, I can't purify your world. Yang Fan was actually unwilling to purify that apocalyptic world, and even if he had the ability, he wouldn't have tried. If things remain as they are now, they can still provide a continuous supply of resources. However, if they are truly purified, the value of that post-apocalyptic world might not be so great to him anymore. Alright, I've checked the things. There are no habitable planets nearby. What are you going to offer us to make us relocate? Gong Sun Wan didn't really have any better options, since, as far as she knew, it seemed unlikely that this apocalypse could be completely ended at present. Yang Fan immediately took out the spaceship. This spaceship can make space jumps in space and search for habitable planets. The weapons on this are all pretty good. Once you're inside, communicate directly with your consciousness and gradually learn about it. The opponent's consciousness was countless times stronger than Yang Fan's, so Yang Fan didn't explain much. Gong Sun Wan entered the spaceship, and Yang Fan followed her inside. Gong Sun Wan opened her eyes very quickly. This spaceship is really great. With it, we can quickly integrate resources. Gong Sun Wan was somewhat shocked. The main cannon on this spaceship could kill high-level awakened individuals with weak perception so easily they would die upon contact. Furthermore, these fighter jets are capable of killing high-level awakened individuals. Stop talking, give me something. 5 relics, please. Yang Fan stated his requirements directly, and he could now be said to have control over most of the post-apocalyptic world. After all, strictly speaking, Gong Sun Wan was under his control. He currently has a large amount of evolutionary energy, but he doesn't dare let them consume it indiscriminately, since he can't control the amount. Gong Sun Wan's lips twitched. This guy really treated this thing like a common cabbage. I only have 3 left, you can have them all. I'll give it to you when I have it later. Yang Fan took them. 3 pills it is, I'll use them for now. Transaction complete. Transaction rating, B, 100 trading points earned. Transaction points balance, 9364. Yang Fan smiled as he looked at the increased trading points. Finally, things were starting to change. It hadn't been easy. Moreover, the post-apocalyptic world and the technological world can complement each other. Where's Sun Qing? Give Sun Qing to me. Yang Fan felt that Sun Qing was an essential person for exploring the world, and that he could use her if he wanted to explore any world in the future. Take control of things in advance. Gong Sun Wan thought for a moment. He turned and left without bringing Sun Qing with him. Yang Fan took out the soul fruit and dripped his own blood on it. Sun Qing was stronger than him and belonged to the high-ranking members of the base. If she had any ambitions, she could kill him and dominate this world. Have eaten. Sun Qing turned around and looked at Gong Sun Wan, who also turned her head away. Actually, she wasn't too willing to give Sun Qing away, since the team really needed her abilities. However, she doesn't really have much room for negotiation now, since Yang Fan has indeed given her something she can't refuse. Sun Qing sighed, picked up the soul fruit, and ate it directly. Living in such an apocalyptic world, her fate was no longer in her own hands. Yang Fan also sensed that her lifeline had been activated. Okay, I don't have any extra spaceships right now. I'll bring you others next time I come. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he left with Sun Qing. Tang Shui and the other woman saw that Yang Fan had returned shortly after leaving, and he had brought a woman with him. Boss, what's this? She will be my bodyguard from now on. Her name is Sun Qing. Yang Fan gave an introduction. These two are Tang Shui and Jiang Lan. Hello. Sun Qing also greeted the two of them. She could tell that Jiang Lan's pregnancy had lasted longer than Yi Qingqing's. Sun Qing, you can sense that Tang Shui doesn't have any superpowers, right? How could she possibly have superpowers? Sun Qing took a look. No. If she only used the awakening potion and not the evolutionary energy, she can still awaken again. It's too late now. Yang Fan nodded. If there's no one, then there's no one. Anyway, we can be matched with other worlds in the future. If we are matched with the world of cultivation, we can decide whether or not we have superpowers. Alright, Tang Shui, find her a room to stay in. Sun Qing was in a very bad mood, since if she wanted to live, she would have to listen to whatever Yang Fan said. Brother, is she from another world? Is it safe? Jiang Lan looked at Sun Qing's retreating figure and asked. You're quite smart. Don't worry. I was able to bring her here because I've definitely taken care of her safety. Yang Fan patted her head. Now that she has a child, she has begun to instinctively consider safety issues. Come on, I'll take you to a fun place. Yang Fan led Jiang Lan into the small tower. Now that he possessed the relic, he was no longer easily angered or irritable, and it was time for him to begin leveling up. He also wanted to see just how powerful Jiang Lan's enhancement would be. The next day at noon, Yi Qingqing approached Yang Fan and handed him a ring. All the equipment is inside. Wow, that's pretty efficient. Has it been checked? Is it working properly? It would be ridiculous if none of these things worked. Sure, they were originally meant for beginners to practice on, but since you asked for them, we've brought them over. These things are all well maintained. Yi Qingqing went to see it in person. Do you have all the ammunition? Yes, there are quite a few. The blueprints you requested are all ready, along with an ammunition production line. After Yi Qingcheng finished speaking, she saw Sun Qing eating. Most of what she ate was beast meat that Yang Fan had traded from the apocalypse. Otherwise, her cellular energy would be lost every day. Yang Fan also reached level 6 that night, and felt that it was very difficult to get energy from ordinary food. Yang Fan nodded. It seemed that Yi Qingcheng had thought things through quite thoroughly. Yes, thank you for your hard work. How is Ling Wei doing at the company? Yang Fan hasn't seen her for the past 2 days. She's never handled such a large workload before, and she's currently learning from my deputies at the company. And right now they're having a headache over the Macau gaming issue those people aren't willing to let go. When Yang Fan came back last time, he told Yi Qingcheng to handle it, but later he said that she got pregnant, so the company made Ling Wei accept it, and she didn't make the decision. She probably doesn't have much experience dealing with this group of people. You go and take care of it, and then have someone take over Qin Siege's work. Don't show any mercy to these people, none of them are innocent. Yang Fan knew that Ling Wei had no experience in this area, and couldn't bring herself to do it. Send it in. Yi Qingcheng asked a question. Just cripple them and send them in. You can mobilize the resources of artificial intelligence, right? Yang Fan's mindset is much calmer now. After the anger in his heart subsided, he no longer has such a strong desire to kill. Chapter 173: The Origin of Fresh Water. Yi Qingcheng understood. Is there anything else? We have completely controlled all domestic and international pure water and freshwater resources. I'm looking for another batch of infrastructure workers. I plan to take them to other places to build a large water plant. Now that we have control of the resources of the apocalypse, we must control the water resources that they need most. Yang Fan also needs to establish water resource reservoirs in other places, because their world will cause problems if it consumes too much water. Water resources are essential for cultivating high-level awakened ones. Okay, I'm already in the process. These water companies are ridiculously expensive. Yi Qingcheng knew that the profit from selling water was enormous. However, everyone has weaknesses, and if you can exploit those weaknesses, you can still gain control. The personnel going out to build need to be kept secret, right? There's no need for secrecy, just say it needs to be closed for construction for a few months. I won't let anyone go and disturb us. Whether it's the Three Kingdoms period or the Tang dynasty, he still has a lot of influence, and controlling certain regions is quite easy for him. His goal is Lake Baikal, and some of the world's largest freshwater lakes. How many teams are needed? Yi Qingcheng didn't know why Yang Fan needed so much water, but she was certain it was related to his ability to trade across time. The more the better. I can eat as much as you want. Yi Qingcheng glanced at Yang Fan. This guy really only does big things. Okay, I understand. I'll talk to my superiors and ask them to lend us the infrastructure construction team. However, these people want us to pay high wages. Yang Fan nodded in satisfaction. Yi Qingcheng was still the most useful and reliable person. Salary is a minor issue. Please finalize things as soon as possible. You guys eat. I have something to do. I'll go take care of it first. Now that he had the weapons, Yang Fan needed to make arrangements for everything. They arrived at the trading area with Li Yunlong. They threw all the planes out. Upon receiving the news, Li Yunlong and the brigade commander also came in. The two men drooled when they saw the rows of airplanes, and the brigade commander saw them too. Yang Fan had even brought the blueprints and other equipment. Brother Yang, although it said that great kindness doesn't need words of thanks, I still want to thank you. On behalf of the people of the whole country, thank you. The brigade commander was truly delighted. Yang Fan was unconditionally supporting their weapons development. You're too kind. How's the war situation on your end? The situation is excellent. The brigade commander finished speaking and burst into laughter. Actually, we can take this opportunity to recover some of the territories we lost before, such as the freshwater lakes in the north. The brigade commander thought for a moment. We'll go back and hold a meeting to discuss it. I believe it's feasible. Yang Fan nodded, said goodbye to the two, and returned to his room. Seeing that Yi Qingcheng was still there, he said directly, I'll give you some gold. Go and secretly buy Beihai. I need the fresh water inside. Yang Fan simply handed a ring to the other person. Yi Qingcheng took it and looked inside, immediately feeling dizzy. It was filled with gold, at least 100,000 tons of gold. It seems Yang Fan showed mercy back then. Otherwise, the whole world would be in trouble. Okay, I understand. I'll take care of it. Yi Qingcheng doesn't actually need much. Things are relatively easy to handle over there. After all, the officials there, well, it's hard to explain, but everyone understands. If they disagree, we'll find other ways to get them to agree. Ask your grandfather to provide some more weapons, including anti-aircraft missiles, reconnaissance and strike drones, and a large number of trucks that can transport troops. These things can quickly modernize the troops. After all, 2 legs can't outrun 4 wheels. Why don't you go and tell them? Yi Qingcheng was a little embarrassed. She said that her grandfather was pressuring her to talk to Yang Fan about marriage, but she could tell that Yang Fan had no intention of getting married at all. It's pointless to say anything. Yang Fan glanced at her and said, "What are you afraid of? You have so much advanced information in your hands now. Do you think they would dare not give you weapons? Can't you scare them a little?" Yi Qingcheng was heartbroken. She nodded anyway, knowing she had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. Okay, I understand. Looking at Yi Qingcheng's dejected appearance, Yang Fan thought of something, probably her grandfather talking about marriage. He took out a large amount of evolutionary energy from his spatial storage and handed it to Yi Qingcheng. These are all evolutionary energy sources. The ones you've consumed can greatly increase your strength and lifespan. Keep them for yourself and consume them slowly. You can also use some to shut your family up. Yi Qingcheng blinked and took the things. She was surprised to find that there were so many things. She looked at Sun Qing and understood somewhat. It's probably from the person she signed the symbiotic contract with last time. With these, she's no longer afraid of her family nagging her. I'm off then. I'll get the weapons for you when they arrive. Yang Fan nodded. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the envy on Jiang Lan's face. Yang Fan thought for a moment. Do you know that your mother is coming? Okay, I know. She's divorced again and is now sick. No one is taking care of her. Jiang Lan lowered her head again as she spoke. Yang Fan thought for a moment and realized that she had already taught her mother a lesson enough. Letting Jiang Lan do nothing would only cause her inner turmoil. Give her some money and find a caregiver to take care of her. But you should know that a little kindness is appreciated, but too much kindness breeds resentment, so don't spoil her too much. Jiang Lan nodded, indicating that she understood. She had also experienced the greed in human nature during her time in management. She also knows how to strike a good balance. Yang Fan rubbed his head. Having too many women was quite troublesome. He couldn't completely ignore their feelings. After thinking about his plans for the post-apocalyptic world, he arrived at the trading space with Zifu. Seeing that Yang Fan had thrown out another spatial ring, he already knew from Yi Qingcheng that the things Zifu had given him were quite useful, including a new mobile phone and a new energy vehicle, which were about to be completed. Transaction successful. Transaction rating, B, 100 trading points earned. Transaction points balance, 9,464. Zifu took it and put it on her hand. Finally, the wait is over. What do you need? Chapter 174 Need equipment. 3 large spaceships. Give me 20 sets of the armor I'm wearing too. As Yang Fan's business grows larger and larger, it's inevitable that some extreme individuals will come along and cause trouble. Zifu was prepared and took everything into her spatial storage. I am ready. This time, I still need spiritual awakening energy and evolution energy, but the evolution energy needs to be of a higher level. 100 awakened ones, and 1,000 evolutionary energy sources that are more advanced than my last one. Without answering, Yang Fan looked at these huge machines. They could probably house tens of thousands of people. After accepting the gifts, he said, have you figured out anything about the spatial ring I gave you last time? I didn't expect you guys to use this for. Zifu sighed. It was time to start playing the lute to a cow again. Take refuge. At that time, we will put people and things into the space. If any artificial intelligence becomes uncontrollable again, we can hide in the space. Moreover, if we want to continue to develop, we need to continuously upgrade artificial intelligence, so we need to prepare in advance. Yang Fan nodded. So this was what she wanted to study. Yang Fan knew that this space was a vacuum environment, so it seemed that she wanted to turn this space into a place suitable for human life. Okay, when you figure it out, give me one. I'll give you a few more space rings. Yang Fan also needs something like that. A spatial ring that can hold living beings would be very valuable. Zifu had no objections, since she still needed Yang Fan to get a large number of spatial rings. I'm leaving now. Let me know if there's a breakthrough in your research. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he left immediately. He had no intention of going to Zifu's world, since going there would pose too great a threat to his life, as he would be under constant surveillance. After all, the equipment he wore came from her world, so changing his appearance made no difference to them. Besides, the items at the Zifu trading point are quite valuable, so there's no need to go there for the time being. After leaving the space, Yang Fan returned to his room. Looking at the trading points that were about to reach 10,000, he began to consider whether he should open a world that required 10,000 trading points. After all, he knew that these worlds were unknown, so he asked for Sun Qing in advance, since it was possible that, like in the Three Kingdoms, there would be no suitable trading partners. He was a little reluctant to spend all that he had saved up. He looked up and waved to Zhang Lan and the other two women who were not far away. "Here's a gift for you." Yang Fan handed Zhang Lan and Tang Xuan a piece of nano armor. Connect to it directly with your consciousness. Its functions are extremely powerful. You'll understand once you read the instructions. The two women took the module from Yang Fan's hand. They had both seen it before and knew that Yang Fan had such a robot. "I just don't know what this thing is." Following Yang Fan's instructions to connect directly with their consciousness, the two quickly learned the function of the armor. This is outrageous." Tang Shui exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the description. This thing could practically walk sideways without any problems these days. After all, it not only has defensive capabilities, but also offensive capabilities. "How about it? Want to test your strength with me again?" Yang Fan said to her with a smile. Tang Shui rolled her eyes at him. She had no habit of seeking out torture. He had given her everything, and he must have even better things in his possession. Trying to do it would just be asking for a beating. "You gave me something so precious. Otherwise what? If I don't give it to you, all that surgery on your chest will have been for nothing." Actually, Tang Shui was being too hasty. She would definitely be able to trade for the kind of medicine she needed in the future. Tang Shui angrily came up and punched Yang Fan. "You already know that. Why do you keep saying it? All right, let's go explore other worlds. Zhang Lan hasn't been to any yet. Get up, you'll have nothing to do at home by yourself." Yang Fan held Tang Shui in his arms. He could feel her feelings for him, or rather, her habit, since she must have been lonely before. "Okay, I'll listen to my brother." Yang Fan glanced at Sun Qing in the distance and said, "When I'm not around, listen to Yi Qingqing. If she needs any help, then help her. You know her situation." "Okay, I understand." Sun Qing initially had some reservations, but those reservations disappeared when she saw the sun outside. After all, she is now standing in the light. "Wait for me a moment, I'm going to get something." He's a senior colonel now, so it's not unreasonable for him to use some of his power. Yang Fan scanned Commander Wang's location in his mind, summoned his battle armor, and went out. Commander Wang, who was drinking tea in his office, suddenly felt his vision blur and a person appeared in front of him, startling him so much that he stood up abruptly. Only after seeing his face clearly did he sit down again. "Yang Fan, you should have given me a heads up before you came. Don't you know that people can scare each other to death? You haven't done anything wrong. So what are you afraid of when ghosts knock on the door?" Yang Fan knew this commander quite well. After all, he had access to a great deal of classified information. "Who brings you here?" "I've come to collect some things, 200 large trucks for transporting troops." "Does the base have them?" Yang Fan was being very blunt. Commander Wang's lips twitched. This was quite a lot, but since Yang Fan had been instructed to do so, it wouldn't be a problem. "I can give it to you. But your sister-in-law hasn't been feeling well lately. Probably because she's getting old." "What do you see?" Yang Fan understood they wanted the awakening potion. He simply took out the bottle and placed it on the table. Commander Wang pretended to cough and stuffed the item into his pocket. "Where should I put your things?" "Is it in the warehouse?" It was quite a tedious process for them to drive themselves to the designated location. Commander Wang opened his computer and took a look. "Yes, can you send someone to drive it?" "Where do you want it delivered to? Or should I have someone deliver it to you?" Yang Fan glanced at the location of the warehouse. "No need, I'll get it myself." Yang Fan disappeared immediately after he finished speaking. "I saw it as soon as I entered the warehouse, took the required amount, and left." When Commander Wang arrived, he saw the 200 large trucks that had disappeared and fell into deep thought. What extraordinary means this was. He also reported the situation here to his superiors, but omitted the fact that he had obtained the awakening potion. At this moment, a meeting is in progress in the conference room. Old Yi, giving away so many weapons this time is going to cause a big problem. Yeah, they just took a lot of equipment a few days ago. Moreover, their transportation methods are quite alarming. They leave absolutely no trace. At this time, Elder Yi also received a message from Commander Wang. "All right, that concludes this meeting. We've given Yang Fan the weapons he requested." Chapter 175, Completely Giving Up. The Three Kingdoms period. Yang Fan brought the two women to Anlin City. Yang Fan came here this time with the intention of quickly unifying the Three Kingdoms within a month. "I saw Jiasu as soon as I arrived." "My lord. How's it going here lately?" "No problems, right?" "That's good. Madam has gone to inspect the city." Would you like to see Prime Minister Chao's daughter, Chao Jia? Jia Su wasn't surprised to see Yang Fan and his group suddenly appear, as he had seen them several times before. No need for now. I plan to unify the three kingdoms within a month. Do you have any good suggestions? Yang Fan came here to end the Three Kingdoms period. Let's take care of business first before dealing with anything else. Jia Su's eyebrows twitched. How long? My lord, are you sure it's the moon? I'm afraid it's too late. Jia Su calculated that even if these people didn't resist, giving them a month to kill them wouldn't be enough time. Yang Fan immediately took out a large truck. This thing can travel more than 2,000 miles a day. I have 200 vehicles. Although he doesn't have enough drivers right now, he can teach them on the spot. After all, there aren't many restrictions here as long as they can drive, that's fine. If they crash, they crash. Jia Su did not question Yang Fan's words. He circled the vehicle and looked at the position behind it where troops could be transported. It should be able to hold about 40 or 50 people. If we can proceed at the speed our Lord has suggested, then it is possible. We are not far from Prime Minister Chao. If we can quickly use artillery to kill him, we can demoralize all the other warlords. Let's massacre a dozen or so more cities, so they know that if they resist, they'll be slaughtered. If they don't resist, we'll just control the cities. That should be enough for you to rule the world. After all, we can conquer cities very quickly. We might be able to take a city in an hour. In the end, all the cities will surrender to our Lord on their own initiative. This time, Jia Su didn't use any underhanded tactics, but rather a calculated strategy, using absolute power to force the feudal lords of the land to submit directly or abandon their cities. To achieve the goal of rapid unification, Yang Fan frowned slightly. Massacring a city was no simple matter. Although the plan was not bad, it killed too many people, at least hundreds of millions. It seems that the very desire for rapid unification is problematic. Are there any other options? Does the Lord not want to bear the infamy? Then let Prime Minister Chao do the killing. After the world is unified, the Lord can use the people's anger to kill Prime Minister Chao. Yang Fan shook his head again. How many troops do we have now? More than 10,000. Most of them are new recruits, but we cannot rule out the possibility of spies planted by other forces. Also, we have recently taken over many cities, which has led to a significant increase in food consumption. Yang Fan patted him on the shoulder to indicate that he understood. I understand. I already have a plan in mind. Go and have someone invite Cao Cao over. Yang Fan knew that it would be difficult to quickly unify such a small number of people, and even if they were to conquer them, these people would be difficult to control. Moreover, as Jia Su said, these people are somewhat unstable. Brother, I just heard you mention Cao Cao. Is this the Three Kingdoms period? Zhang Lan asked curiously. This was her first time traveling, and she felt absolutely no discomfort. Yes, that was Jia Su. He doesn't seem like the type. He looks like a down-on-his-luck scholar. Zhang Lan found it hard to connect him with a peerless, ruthless mastermind. Yang Fan smiled and led the two women back to his courtyard. When he entered, Zhenmi was already waiting for him. Someone must have notified her. My husband. Yes, this one, like in Lan, is one of my wives. Zhenmi also quickly bowed to Zhang Lan. Lady. Zhang Lan turned to look at Yang Fan, her face showing helplessness. This is Zhenmi. I took a concubine in the Three Kingdoms period. Hello, I've heard of you. Zhang Lan extended her hand directly. Zhenmi was also aware of this etiquette, and the two shook hands. Yang Fan noticed a girl standing next to her and asked, Cao Cao's daughter? Husband, you are indeed referring to my father. Chao Jia also bowed to Yang Fan. Yang Fan looked at the other woman, then at Zhenmi. She was only a level below Zhenmi in terms of looks. She was also a pretty girl from a modest family. It was amazing that Cao Cao, a rough and uncultured man, could have such a beautiful girl. Yes, don't be shy, there aren't many rules at home. It seems that the status of wives and concubines in ancient times was very different. Only the principal wife was formally married, while the others were simply brought into the household. Even the fact that Cao Cao's daughter became his concubine was just a formality. Yang Fan also knew something about Chao Jia. She was a nice girl. Yes, my husband. After meeting Yang Fan, the two women returned to their room. Tang Shui whispered in Yang Fan's ear. Are you tired every day? How can I possibly keep up with so many women? Yang Fan rolled his eyes at her. Even an emperor with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards could manage, right? With his current physical condition, he wouldn't be so easily manipulated. Then come and watch the game tonight. Seeing is believing. No way. Too late. Let's see if you can escape now. The next morning, Yang Fan got up with Zhenmi's help, while Tang Shui was still asleep. A maid came to inform Yang Fan. Master, Prime Minister Chow has arrived and is waiting for you in the reception room. Okay, I understand. Yang Fan quickly washed up and went to the living room. Li Anlin had already gotten up and was sitting in the living room. When she saw Yang Fan, she ran over and jumped into his arms. Yang Fan sat down with Li Anlin in his arms and said, "The Prime Minister has lost a lot of weight." Chow Chow looked at the two people in front of him, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Was it really appropriate to do this in front of outsiders? Young Master Yang, is there something you want to discuss with me? There is indeed something. I plan to unify this chaotic world. What do you think, Boss Chow? After Yang Fan finished speaking, Li Anlin picked up a teacup and brought it to Yang Fan's lips. Yang Fan took a sip and patted Li Anlin to indicate that she was ready. Chow Chow frowned upon hearing this. Yang Fan was not one to speak without reason. He could tell just by looking at the city and the weapons he was using. He wasn't joking. So you summoned me here hoping I'd surrender to you directly? Chow Chow brought quite a few men this time, but it wouldn't make a difference who he brought. Yang Fan had the same weapons as him, and even more. That's roughly the idea. Actually, my main concern is that I don't want to commit too much killing. Chow Chow closed his eyes and pondered for a long time before saying, "Could you show me your ultimate weapon so that I can finally give up on you?" Yang Fan smiled and gently pushed Li Anlin away. "Come on, I'll take you to see the sky." With that, he surrounded Chow Chow with his armor and soared into the sky, taking off to the outside of the atmosphere. The visualization function was activated, allowing Chow Chow to see the entire planet. This. Yang Fan smiled, arrived above Yi City, and then dropped a small apple into Mount Fuji. Seeing the power of the explosion, Chow Chow's jaw began to chatter. I surrender. Chapter 176, Bringing Chow Chow Knowledge. Chow Chow was sitting in the main hall, still replaying the scene he had just witnessed in his mind. He found it hard to imagine what it would be like to use such a weapon on a person's head. Moreover, Yang Fan is no human being, he can actually fly. If you were to become emperor, how would you treat your people? Chow Chow calmed down and asked Yang Fan a question. As you can see, I don't need a large number of people to wage war, nor do I need to defend against any foreign enemies. If they do appear, I will simply wipe them out. As for grain, needless to say, there are crops that yield more than 30 shur per mu. I think what the people ask for is nothing more than to have enough to eat and wear, to be cared for in their old age, to be educated in their youth, to have someone to rely on in their poverty, and to receive help in their difficulties. These are all very simple for me. Yang Fan expressed his thoughts. After all, the people here don't have the pain of going to work every day, and the life Yang Fan described is the kind of life that everyone envies. Chow Chow remained silent for a long time. He believed what Yang Fan said. After all, he had already witnessed the impossible. Chow Chow immediately stood up and bowed. My lord, Chow is willing to contribute his strength to unifying the world for his lord. Chow Chow already knew that Yang Fan's unification of the world was inevitable, it was just a matter of time. Therefore, he would not engage in futile resistance that would ultimately lead to the extermination of his clan. Yang Fan stood up, patted him on the shoulder, and sighed. It might be easy to recognize others, but to be able to recognize oneself, he thought this person was truly remarkable. You will be happy with the choice you made today. Li Anlin then asked. Brother, has the boat you prepared for me arrived yet? Yes, but they're not small boats, they're all warships. Yang Fan handed her the ring. There are user manuals. Have someone take a look. If it doesn't work, just build a few more bridges with T-15 and cross directly. Let them learn how to use these warships gradually, they'll be useful when they go to sea in the future. Li Anlin thought for a moment. Let's build the bridge while learning how to use this warship. We can't let these people on the water roam freely, otherwise things won't be peaceful. You can just connect this armor to the T-15. It's very easy to build, you just need to give it the commands. Yang Fan handed Li Anlin a module, she had already used one before, so it wasn't unfamiliar to her. Li Anlin took the item, examined it for a moment, smiled happily, and then kissed Yang Fan on the lips, saying, Good. Chow Chow, who was listening in the background, looked bewildered. He handed over a ring and asked, What kind of ship is this? Curious, I asked. Have you been discussing matters related to the Yangtze River? Chow Chow heard about ships and such. Yes, they're preparing to attack Sun Quan's navy. Would you be interested in going to take a look? Sure. I'm also preparing boats to cross the river. Let's make sure the boats we build are for our Lord's use as well. Chow Chow knew that he would eventually have to fight Sun Quan's navy, so he had already ordered them to be built. After all, neither the Wu Huan nor Ma Ting posed much of a threat to him, they could be easily wiped out. The biggest challenge was crossing the Yangtze River. Yang Fan glanced at him, surprised that Cao Cao had already begun preparations. However, this river was an insurmountable barrier for Cao Cao, and there was still a chance if he could cross it earlier. He now has the aura to rule the world, and many of the southern lords have begun to be wary of him. His chances of moving south are very high. However, he did not have enough ships, and he lacked commanders skilled in naval warfare. By the time he finished training his own navy and began crossing the river, it was already 4 years later, and the opportunity had long been missed. To unify the world, one either needs the right timing, the right place, and the right people, or one needs the accumulated strength of 6 generations, like the first emperor, to unify the world. No need, my ships are enough, and one of them is equivalent to hundreds of your ships. Let's go, I'll broaden your horizons. Yang Fan brought all the women with him. He had brought a car, plus a military truck, so the journey wasn't particularly tiring. On Cao Cao's carriage. Feng Xiao, I have already surrendered to Yang Fan. Guo Jia touched the metal railings on the carriage and glanced at the passing scenery outside. I had anticipated this, it just came sooner than I expected. Yang Fan's things are too ingenious, and the fact that he can give you such a powerful weapon proves that in his eyes, this is not considered powerful. Guo Jia changed his tone and asked again. Whether he feels joy or sorrow for the world, his identity is truly a mystery. It's not just him, the woman next to him too. I've seen her fight, she's incredibly strong. And this ancient city that had long been burned down, he actually rebuilt it in just a few days without using any manpower. Unbelievable. By the end, Guo Jia himself was shaking his head, as this was far beyond his comprehension. Therefore, even though Yang Fan and his men directly seized territory and people from them, they tolerated it. Not bad. This Yang Fan isn't that power-hungry his wife basically makes all the decisions. Moreover, his murderous intent is clearly not as strong as when I first met him. Otherwise, there would be widespread suffering. That Jia Su is no kind person, he probably gave Yang Fan a plan to kill him. But it's clear he didn't adopt it. And I have a strange feeling that he knows us. Guo Jia nodded thoughtfully. He also found it strange. If such a person had been born in their Han dynasty, he would have been famous throughout the world long ago, but the other party showed no signs of it at all. I agree with you, I've had that feeling too. Moreover, he seems to be very familiar with Zhao Wenhe. After taking him from the Lord, he immediately made him the strategist. Moreover, he directly selected the Lord's daughters by name. Since our Lord has approved of him, I have nothing more to say. If he can truly end this chaotic world and is good for the people, then we will be remembered in history. Cao Cao waved his hand. You don't need to call me Lord anymore. I've already acknowledged him as my master, and calling me that now might cause misunderstandings. From now on, just call me Boss Zhao. I've seen Yang Fan call me that, and I really like that title. It sounds so luxurious. Guo Jia smiled and nodded, not understanding the meaning of the title boss. Recently, a new type of fine wine has appeared on the market. It is sold by the Zhen family, and has a mellow taste with an unforgettable aftertaste. I've only tried it once, and I'm already in love with the feeling. Mr. Chow, could you get me some? This stuff is ridiculously expensive, I can't afford it. I reckon this thing was also made by Yang Fan. If it belonged to the Zhen family, they would have brought it out long ago. Cao Cao coughed awkwardly. He did have some, but he was reluctant to give the expensive ones to others. He drank them secretly by himself. Since you've already brought it up, I'll just have to swallow my pride and ask. It would be best to get something for free. Chapter 177, The Executive Vice Emperor. This is the ship you were talking about. Why can such a large iron ship float on the water? Guo Jia touched the metal ship, his mind a complete blank. He swallowed hard. There was no need for fighting, he could just ram it and flatten the road. I've been sleeping at home for decades. What have I missed? Was Guo Jia feeling somewhat bewildered for the first time? Tanks and trucks, at least, were on land, and he was only shocked. But the huge iron block didn't sink in the water, and his worldview collapsed. This involves a lot of professional knowledge, which you may come into contact with in the future. Yang Fan wouldn't explain anything. Bringing Cao Cao's men over was meant to convince them of his authority, otherwise he wouldn't have suggested bringing Cao Cao along. After all, if you want to rebuild your image, you have to break down the original image in his mind. These tanks, firearms, and warships are all things that can shatter people's understanding of the world. Cao Cao fared better than Guo Jia, since he had already experienced the feeling of flying and his worldview had been shattered. There was no one here who could drive a ship, so Yang Fan had no choice but to let the nanobots drive the warships, and he wasn't worried about them crashing or anything. Lan, let's test the weapon. Okay, brother. Li Amlin has already given instructions to the captain of the ship to search for a target and conduct an experiment. The experiment was actually fake, it was mainly for Cao Cao's subordinates to see. Cao Cao and Guijia felt the speed of the ship, and the two looked at each other, both feeling extremely shocked. Although Cao Cao claimed to have been to heaven and knew that things were fast, he had no reference point and did not know the exact speed. But warships are very fast, much faster than any wooden boat. Yang Fan took out some binoculars and handed them to Cao Cao's men. This is a telescope. Try it out to see what's happening in the distance. Yang Fan demonstrated it to Cao Cao and his men. Cao Cao and his men indeed spotted the ships in the distance, and from their flags, they knew they were Sun Quan's navy. Before he could even say how useful this thing was, he heard several loud bangs behind him and saw that several ships in the distance had been hit by something and sank shortly afterward. Everyone was so engrossed in watching that their jaws were chattering. It took them a long time to put down their binoculars. At this moment, Yang Fan asked, "Mr. Cao, isn't my telescope pretty good?" The gun I just fired at the enemy was a naval gun on a warship. It doesn't have a long range, only about 50 miles. Everyone was stunned. This wasn't far at all. Moreover, the warship also carries missiles with a slightly longer range, about 1,000 li. This ship is pretty good, isn't it? Cao Cao and Guijia almost rolled their eyes. They understood what Yang Fan meant. He was telling them not to have any ulterior motives, as he still had many weapons he hadn't used yet. "Young Master Yang, rest assured, we have all surrendered to you, so there is no reason for us to rebel." Guijia spoke up. He was also quite shocked today. He now understands the gap between the two sides. Yang Fan's willingness to talk to them properly is indeed very merciful. If he had been more murderous, there would have been a bloodbath. Yang Fan smiled, having achieved his goal for the day, and then let the ship dock and disembark. A month later, elder brother, all the feudal lords in the south are either dead or have surrendered. The south is now unified. Your Majesty, the Wuhuan in the north and Ma Teng in the northwest have also been captured by me. Yang Fan was on the dragon throne at that moment. Unify the three kingdoms and obtain the maximum 5,000 trade points. Transaction points balance, 14464. Your three kingdoms journey has come to a successful conclusion, achieving the highest achievement, the throne. You will no longer be matched with historical worlds. Matching in progress, match successful. Your matched world is the film and television industry, the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Transaction counterparty, Zhang Wuji. The trading points have finally reached 10,000 now. I can open the highest level world. Wait, Yang Fan didn't expect that the system's matching of historical worlds would allow him to become emperor. If he had known, he should have rebelled against Li Shimin. It seems that all the transactions are just a facade. The ultimate goal is still to become the strongest in the world. The trading partners this time are quite good. Zhang Wuji has a lot to trade. Yang Fan has been doing quite well in the Three Kingdoms region these past few days, and he has already collected most of the famous beauties from the Three Kingdoms. Kai Yan, De Qiao, Xiao Qiao, and Sun Shangxiang are all already in his possession. It has to be said that Cao Cao has a pretty good eye for beauty. He collected almost all the famous beauties from the Three Kingdoms period. Well, now that things are settled here, I should be leaving. He has already completed his ascension to the throne here, but he didn't appoint an empress, he only has concubines. It's been so long since I've been back. I need to go back and check on him. He's been having too much fun with women lately. Oh, Cao Cao was somewhat confused. Why was he leaving after becoming emperor? Who would govern such a large country? Then who will manage the affairs of the court? You're the prime minister now, and the cabinet system is quite well established. I hereby appoint you as the executive vice-emperor of our Jin dynasty. When I am not here, you will be in charge of handling state affairs. Once my sons are old enough to understand, you can assist them. Yang Fan wasn't particularly interested in governance, it wasn't his ambition. Cao Cao's lips twitched even more violently. Executive vice-emperor? This is an attempt to kill his entire clan. Your Majesty, I am utterly loyal to you and have absolutely no intention of betraying you. Please retract your fame. I absolutely cannot accept it. Don't worry, I have seen the efforts you have made, and I will not kill meritorious officials like Liu Bang did. Here you go, just accept it without worry. Cao Cao was quite capable, and with the assistance of these cabinet members, he should be able to outlive his son until he grew up. Yang Fan has been in the Three Kingdoms period for so long, so there must have been at least 2 men with whom he could have had sons. But this emperor is a bit too scary. Maybe we should just forget about it. Cao Cao saw that although he had no intention of killing Yang Fan now, he might do so in the future. Don't worry, I've given you a pardon from death. An emperor doesn't change his mind so easily. Yang Fan shook his head at Cao Cao's terrified look, thinking he was too suspicious. Seeing that Yang Fan was unwilling to retract his order, Cao Cao didn't bring it up again, but could only be more careful in the future. He didn't believe in the idea of being exempt from death at all. So what will our national policy be going forward? Vigorously develop agriculture and industry. As for what happens next, let my sons decide. The world is so big, they can go wherever they want and do whatever they want. After all, they will definitely have the final say on weapons in this world in the future, so this world will be theirs to play with. Cao Cao was ashamed he had never heard of such a casual emperor. Yang Fan left after speaking. From now on, there would be no need for him to attend court or anything like that. With the cabinet in place, they could make their own decisions. After all, the cabinet wasn't solely controlled by Cao Cao, there were also the Zhen family, the Sun family, and his woman's family members, who would also fight for their future grandsons. Chapter 178 Modern Trivial Matters. Back in the modern world, Yang Fan's phone kept ringing. He had a leisurely month, not having to worry about anything. Yang Fan also directly summoned Yi Qingqing and Ling Wei to report the situation. Brother, I'm going out to play with Sister Jianglan. It's been so long since I've gone out. Li Anlin couldn't stay at home after returning. Although leading troops in the Three Kingdoms period was quite enjoyable, it was all about firearms, which was boring. Yes, she's pregnant. Be careful. Don't worry, I know. After saying that, he grabbed Jianglan and left. Brother Fan, won't your playing around with the Three Kingdoms affect the modern world? Tang Shui asked curiously. Now that I'm Yang Fan's woman, I don't call him Boss Yang Fan anymore. No, this is already the main world. The place we went to was just a point in time, and it will go in another direction. Tang Shui had already asked the system this question herself. The two of them arrived together shortly after. The company wasn't far from here, so it was a very quick trip. I haven't been able to contact you all month. That's really something. Yi Qingqing came in and immediately started complaining. Yang Fan didn't say anything. Women always have those days when they're in a bad mood, and he was used to it. How's it going at the company? Ling Wei handed Yang Fan a newly manufactured mobile phone from the company. Yang Fan picked it up and looked at it. He directly connected with his consciousness to operate it, and it was very smooth. Moreover, the operation was no longer two-dimensional, he could operate it directly using projection. Not bad. Has it been released yet? Since I couldn't wait for you, I just released it directly. The new car was released, and it can be used for a month on a normal charge. If you run it continuously, it can run for 7 days. The whole world is in an uproar now. Ling Wei originally intended to wait for Yang Fan to format the layout, but when that didn't happen, Yi Qingqing took it upon herself to publish it. Not bad, what are the prices? Yang Fan had no objections if he was bothered with every little thing. He would be exhausted. The phone costs 18,000 renminbi. The car is priced at 180,000 renminbi. All our real name authenticated individuals can only buy one set. Qingqing said our goal is to dominate the entire world market, and setting the price too high would defeat the purpose. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. Yi Qingqing was indeed quite clever, she understood his thoughts. After all, she was the one secretly controlling the world's wealth. This pricing is incredibly low, considering the technology behind these two items is worth far more than this price. If it weren't for the fact that all the materials were obtained from Zifu, we would have had to go through a lot of trouble to get them. This price is not bad. How's the task I asked you to do? Yang Fan's next question was naturally directed at Yi Qingqing. They already control 1/5 of the world's wealth. The others have already started to face difficulties. However, we already have absolute say in the world. We already have quite a few arsenals under our control. Yi Qingqing now finds her wealth to be outrageous every day. Yang Fan can change the world order with just a few words. Let's continue. Is anyone organizing the sale of these items? Yang Fan thought to himself that this had already encroached on the interests of many world-class families. Yes, they do, but they are powerless to do so and dare not start a war. We have absolute control over online public opinion, they even need our permission to speak out. Yi Qingqing smiled. This artificial intelligence was simply too powerful, it was invincible as long as it was online. Yang Fan could have transferred all the money directly, but that would have required rebuilding the monetary system, which would have been troublesome. It's good to gradually erode things like this. Okay, we can control the phone we make directly, right? I didn't leave a backend, but we can use our artificial intelligence to directly hack into it. So I didn't stay. They can't leave any other people's messages and either they simply can't understand our program. Yi Qingcheng felt it didn't matter whether they stayed or left, she could control them whenever she wanted. Yang Fan said that Yi Qingcheng knew what he was thinking. Yang Fan nodded, agreeing that there was no need to keep them. Is there anything else important that I didn't know during my time away? Furthermore, our foundation has already been established, and there's also the hospital matter. The social response has been very positive, and our company is now a household name in China. The company has received so many banners of appreciation that the warehouse can't hold them all. We directly took away a piece of the pie from the medical community, and they were very unhappy. Yi Qingcheng told Yang Fan about the important matter he was concerned about. Yang Fan completely ignored their complaints about being unhappy. If they were unhappy, they should just take action. Yes, we need to have someone supervise it closely, so that it doesn't end up being done in a distorted way. Yang Fan's initial idea was to help these unfortunate people. It would be disgusting if some people took advantage of the situation. Don't worry, I use artificial intelligence to screen them, so they won't become exclusive to any one person. Yi Qingcheng already knew Yang Fan's personality very well. He was like a mule that needed to be stroked. If you went along with him, he would be in a good mood, and everything would be easy to talk to. It wasn't so obvious when we didn't have that power, and we could tolerate it. But now it's very obvious. Going against the grain will definitely not end well. Anything else? Is everything alright at home? Your home is quite nice. I remember now, your classmate Bai Jingtian is getting married. He looked for you several times, but couldn't find you. And he even came to the company once. But he's already married. I gave you 1 million yuan as a gift, and also a new car from our company. If Yang Fan hadn't asked, he wouldn't have remembered. So fast. Yang Fan was speechless. Did it have to be that tight? Yang Fan thought of the last time he saw Bai Jingtian. Could it be that celebrity from Hong Kong? Yes, you've seen him before? Yang Fan immediately covered his eyes. He had already told him last time that he could just have some fun, but he actually married her. No wonder things were done so quickly. I guess that woman was afraid that if she came back, she would directly disagree with them, so she probably kept it up with Cui Beijingtian. Well, fine, I've already married her. Yang Fan was also helpless. Bai Jingtian seems to have absolutely no idea what kind of wife he should marry. You can choose not to marry her yet. Does having large muscles really affect the brain? Kersin and the others haven't seen you lately, and they say they miss you. Ling Wei interrupted only after the important matters had been discussed. Then let them come here. I haven't seen them in a long time. Now that things are alright in the modern world, Yang Fan is ready to start a new world and see what this high-value world is really like. After all, even a world like Zifu's is only at the intermediate level. A high-level world should be stronger than Zifu's. As for the world of film and television, there's no rush. Chapter 179, The Unknown New World. Are you sure you want to spend 10,000 trade points to choose an advanced, unexplored world? Confirmed. After deducting 10,000 transaction points, the remaining transaction points are 4,464. Yang Fan had always been curious, but he hadn't had enough points before to have a chance to see what was going on. Now that he had some, he naturally wanted to see what was going on. As soon as Yang Fan finished speaking, a large number of cards appeared, just like last time, but this time there were no introductions, they were all face down. What does this mean? The unknown world is not described. You can only choose for yourself. The unknown world may not necessarily have more resources than the intermediate worlds you've already explored. Yang Fan was stunned when he heard this. He had thought that there would be another chance like last time. I never imagined that there would be no chance at all. It's a completely blind selection, with absolutely no clues. Moreover, there must be abundant resources in the known world at the intermediate level. So how do you select someone to enter a high-level instance? Can you refund my trade point? I don't want to make that selection anymore. Yang Fan waited for a long time, but received no response. He then let out a long sigh. He hated this kind of unknown and uncertainty. There were at least 100 cards in front of me. We've been completely fooled. Yang Fan closed his eyes and silently recited in his mind, commanding the troops, generals and soldiers and officers. In the end, I just ordered one. Selection successful. No world information available at this time. The world you selected currently has a high mortality rate, and no traders remain. Please explore on your own. Yang Fan felt 1,000 curses running through his mind. What the hell? Traders dying so frequently. What a cruel world this is. This diminished Yang Fan's desire to explore further. He still needed to improve his strength a bit, and he should take Sun Qing with him when he went, and run away immediately if things went wrong. It seems that the advanced world is not so simple. Yang Fan exited the system's space and decided not to go to this world for the time being. Everyone in the room was asleep, except for Su Ying and Ling Kursen, who had turned off the lights and were watching a horror movie. They trembled in fright when Yang Fan appeared. "Brother Fan, what are you doing?" "I was terrified." Ling Kursen breathed a sigh of relief when she saw who it was. Yang Fan was so elusive they had just seen the ghost crawl out of the mirror when Yang Fan appeared in front of them. Yang Fan squeezed between them and hugged both of them. "I'll watch it with you. What's there to be afraid of?" Yang Fan was quite afraid of ghost movies when he was a child, but after watching them so many times, he got used to them. Su Ying's eyes lit up when she saw Yang Fan, and she immediately hugged his arm. "Brother Fan, this place is so nice. Can I stay here?" Ling Kursen fell in love with this place at first sight. Although it was far from the hustle and bustle of the city, everything here was top-notch. "Whatever you want, you can stay with your mother. She has a room here." Yang Fan's place is very large. It's not a problem to accommodate several people. Ling Kursen happily kissed Yang Fan passionately. Although her mother said there was a room here, she always went back to her room every day, so she felt embarrassed to come over by herself. The viewing experience on this TV isn't even as good as on a mobile phone. Could we make a 3D TV? It would make watching movies much more realistic. Just talk to your mom. She's the CEO of the company now, so she can handle this. Yang Fan turned to look at Su Ying, who had already fallen asleep against him. It seemed that her going to the movie was just an excuse. She was mainly waiting for him. Yang Fan picked up Su Ying and said to Ling Kursen, "Watch it a little longer. Su Ying is asleep. I'll take her to her room." Ling Kursen blinked. How could she possibly watch a horror movie? She quickly caught up with him. "Wait for me. I'm sleeping with her. She doesn't want you anymore today." In the trading space of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Yang Fan saw that Zhang Wuji was already in the space. "Hello." Zhang Wuji cupped his hands in greeting to Yang Fan. "I don't know where this place is." Yang Fan thought for a moment. "It's a space where you can trade, where you can use what you have to trade for what you don't have." Zhang Wuji lived during the late Yuan dynasty, so it's normal that he wouldn't know about trading channels. Zhang Wuji thought about it and realized it was indeed a good place. He could sense that this space was different from other spaces. "What can you trade for me?" "I can trade you weapons to overthrow the Yuan dynasty." Yang Fan took out a Gatling gun and demonstrated it to Zhang Wuji. Naturally, he was sweeping the trees in the distance, knocking them down one after another. "What do you think of this weapon? Could it overthrow the Yuan dynasty?" Zhang Wuji's mouth gaped open. Although he also possessed divine skills, he was still somewhat powerless against such a weapon. He could manage for a while, though. In the long run, it will be wiped out. Yes. Although those martial arts practitioners scoffed at the Yuan dynasty's muskets, they all knew they were very powerful and no one wanted to touch them. Now, seeing the weapon in Yang Fan's hand, they think those muskets are rubbish in the time it takes to reload. This weapon can wipe them out. "What do you want to trade?" Zhang Wuji still wanted to possess this item. Having it was one thing, but whether he would use it was another. After all, it's never a bad thing to have more skills. "I heard you accidentally obtained a martial arts technique, right? It's called the Nanyang Manual. You've learned it now, haven't you? I need this mental technique and your insights into cultivation." Zhang Wuji looked at Yang Fan and thought to himself, "You've even heard about this?" He had never mentioned it to anyone. The person in front of him was truly strange. "How do you know so much?" "I don't recall ever telling anyone about this. I come from your future life, so it's only natural that I should know this." Yang Fan wasn't wrong to say that. Although they were in different time and space, he had no choice but to say it in order to convince the other party. Zhang Wuji glanced at the scene behind Yang Fan and nodded. In that case, trading with him wasn't out of the question. Moreover, these weapons would be beneficial to his revenge, and he didn't care whether the Yuan dynasty was overthrown or not. "Do you have paper and pen?" "I have destroyed the original copy of the cultivation technique, but I have memorized the mental cultivation method. I can write it down for you, and I can also give you my insights. But the weapon you have isn't enough. 10 of them, plus enough ammunition." Yang Fan didn't expect the transaction to go so smoothly, and that he could trade a top-tier cultivation technique for only 10 Gatling guns. The Nanyang Manual is an essential cultivation method, as it can quickly integrate with other cultivation techniques, and its internal energy is self-generated and inexhaustible, providing high defense and preventing all diseases and poisons. Immediately, Yang Fan returned to his room, found paper and pen, and handed them to Zhang Wuji. Zhang Wuji touched the paper. It was truly a fine piece of paper. "How do I use this pen?" Yang Fan demonstrated it to him. After getting used to it, Zhang Wuji began writing down his cultivation techniques and insights. Chapter 189, Yang Divine Skill. He is strong in his own way, but the gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. Let him be as arrogant as he wants. The bright moon still shines over the great river. He is ruthless and evil, but I am full of true feelings. Is there a problem with this mental cultivation method? No. When Yang Fan heard the system say there were no problems, he immediately handed the weapon to Zhang Wuji and put it aside. You can give it a try. Transaction successful. Transaction rating C. 50 trading points earned. Transaction points balance. 4,714. The number of trading points earned was quite considerable. Zhang Wuji stared at the ring on Yang Fan's hand. He had just sensed that the item had been thrown out of this ring. This young man across from me is no ordinary person either. However, now that the two of them know each other, they can ask each other about it later. He went there to test weapons. Yang Fan sat cross-legged, scanned the code with his phone, and began studying the 9-Yang manual. Zhang Wuji was very considerate, although he couldn't understand these things at all. Zhang Wuji had already added notes and insights for him. The breath sinks into the fish pond. The strength gathers at the foot of the mountain. Hours later, a misty purple aura began to appear around Yang Fan. Zhang Wuji was dumbfounded. In such a short time, Yang Fan had already entered the first level of the 9-Yang manual. How long did it take him to get to this point? I think it was a month. He finished the first volume in 4 months, and it took him 5 years to finish all 4 volumes. Yang Fan was also relieved. He hadn't expected that cultivation wouldn't be as difficult as he had imagined. It seemed to be related to the relic he had eaten, which allowed him to calm his mind and focus his spirit. This relic seems to be more than just something that can prevent people from going mad. It has infinite uses. I felt the power in my body. This must be the internal energy that Sun Ximiao talked about. It feels pretty good. Internal energy can also nourish flesh and bones, and does not conflict with awakened power. I didn't expect you to have such a good talent for cultivation. Zhang Wuji sighed, thinking he was already a genius, but he never expected there would be people more talented than him, and that there was always something beyond his reach. Yang Fan smiled. He had too many resources, and he was already a level 6 awakener, so his familiarity with his body was already very high. It's alright. Zhang Wuji shook his head. This guy was really good at pretending. Let's do business again if we need to in the future. I'm heading back now. Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing right now? Yang Fan needs to know what kind of world he is in now. I am currently at Bright Peak of the Ming cult. The 6 major sects are preparing to besiege Bright Peak. I am currently trapped in a secret room with a girl named Xiao Zhao. Do you know how to get out? He just heard Yang Fan say that he was a person from his future life. Does Yang Fan know about what will happen next? Yang Fan immediately knew what time it was. It was when Zhang Wuji was chasing Chen Kuan and got trapped in the secret room. Oh, then I'll go with you and take a look. Yang Fan also wanted to join in the fun. This was the most classic moment, and since he had come across it, how could he not join in the fun? How did you manage to get here? Zhang Wuji was somewhat mentally unstable. He had already accepted the fact that someone was his descendant. The fact that the other party could come directly to him now seemed a bit absurd to him. If you pull me along, I can get across. No, I can't let you come here. After all, we're from 2 different worlds now. There are too many uncertainties surrounding your coming here. Zhang Wuji directly rejected Yang Fan's request. What if Yang Fan died there? Wouldn't that mean the 2 of them could no longer trade? Yang Fan didn't care. Whether Zhang Wuji went or not was not up to him. He could travel through time himself. Alright, then I won't go. You should get the Ming cult's supreme mental technique, the great shift of the universe, in the secret chamber. Once you've mastered it, don't destroy it. Put it in your space, and I'll make a deal with you. Zhang Wuji looked at Yang Fan and surprised. This man really knew quite a lot. Okay, I understand. Farewell. Wait, I'll show you how to contact me. Yang Fan taught Zhang Wuji how to contact him, and then returned to the modern world. He has now taken the first step in cultivation, but whether it counts as true cultivation is hard to say. After all, the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber is not in a high dimension. Given that there are still several days until the Battle of Bright Peak, he will definitely go and join in the fun. At the dinner table, Ling Kursin started nagging again. Brother Fan, can I start acting now? I think I'm 1 in a million acting genius. Those teachers at school are all talk and no action when it comes to actually acting. They're just so-so. Otherwise, they wouldn't be stuck at a school as a teacher. They could just go into acting. Yang Fan's lips twitched. This guy really is like a dog that gets climbed up and ripped off if left undisciplined for 3 days. Your leg is all better, right? Ling Kursin shrank back and whispered. I'm just telling the truth. Theory is all empty talk when it comes to acting skills. If you really have the talent, you won't stay in school. Is it because celebrities don't make money, or does the entertainment industry not need veteran actors? Ling Curson wondered if anyone would think that staying at school as a teacher would lead to a bright future. Yang Fan actually thought there was some truth to it. This guy probably caused quite a bit of trouble at school. Okay, Yi Qingcheng, find someone to commission a few scripts, preferably university campus ones. Find some decent supporting actors. Let Curson and Suing go have some fun. Yang Fan is no longer particularly insistent on their attending school, since their future no longer requires them to skip university. Yeah. Fan Ji, you're so great. Finally, I don't have to go to school anymore. Ling Curson jumped up with joy. Is it okay for her not to go to school? Ling Wei asked worriedly. What's wrong with that? We can learn through practice. We can afford to make mistakes. Judging from her playful nature, I doubt her acting skills will improve much even after she graduates from university. Let her play. The meaning of life is experience, and they are already able to experience it as they please. They no longer need to stay at school. With Yang Fan around, whatever they do in the future will be smooth sailing. Moreover, the more worlds Yang Fan traded, the more he felt that the meaning of life was to enjoy the present moment. After all, who knows what might happen tomorrow? Just like those people in the Three Kingdoms kill game. Who would have thought that one day such a powerful person as Yang Fan would appear? Ling Wei thought for a moment and didn't say anything more. After all, with Yang Fan's wealth and the two little girls not going to school, it didn't have much of an impact anymore. Sun Qing, however, looked at Yang Fan curiously and said, You seem different now. You're not just an awakened anymore, there's something else about you. Hee hee, I'll take you to see it in a couple of days. At this moment, Ling Curson interjected and asked, What is an awakened one? Yang Fan looked around at the people, who were all already awakened, and then took out 2 awakening energy pills and handed them to the 2 of them. You'll know once you try it. He then handed Sun Qing 2 more evolutionary energy particles. Go and watch them eat. Just make sure nothing happens. Chapter 181 First Meeting with Zhao Min. The World of Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber. Yang Fan and Sun Qing have already traveled through time. Here it is. This is where I gain my new abilities. You should also be able to feel the changes inside my body, as my body is constantly being nourished by this energy. Sun Qing nodded, confirming that this was indeed the case. It's amazing. It's completely different from the strength we acquire through violence. It's like a power that already exists in the world but cannot be seen, and you've refined it into your body. Yang Fan listened to Sun Qing's words and seemed to be deep in thought. Sun Qing's description was very accurate. It felt like innate power. Okay, let's go see a show. Yang Fan summoned his battle armor and flew directly into the sky with Sun Qing. In this world, Yang Fan believed that no one was his match. Yang Fan certainly couldn't compete in terms of internal strength, but he had a multitude of attack methods. Yang Fan quickly located the bright peak using holographic sensing, as it was very conspicuous due to the large number of people there. Yang Fan saw the people watching the show on the mountaintop and landed directly beside them. The 2 of them were startled as soon as they landed. Who are you? State your names, or I'll kill you all. Yang Fan ignored him and instead looked at the beautiful woman beside him. Are you Zhao Min? Yang Fan knew that all these events at Bright Peak were planned by the girl in front of him, and he was currently admiring her masterpiece. Zhao Min glanced at the guards beside her, and when one of them moved, she immediately attacked. Yang Fan didn't even glance at his guard. Sun Qing kicked the opponent so hard that his upper and lower body separated. Although Sun Qing doesn't have much internal energy, her speed and strength are at the 11th level, enough to shatter his armor. Defeating a small Karami like this is far too easy for her. Moreover, having lived in the apocalypse for so long, she had no concept of holding back and went straight for killing her opponent. Zhao Min frowned as she watched. This girl was far too strong. The difference in strength between her and her guard was enormous. She knew she was no match for the 2 of them, so she didn't make a move. It's me. Who are you? Yang Fan is a Han Chinese. Yang Fan directly stated his position. After all, Zhao Min was the daughter of a Yuan dynasty prince. So what is your purpose in coming here? It's not surprising that Zhao Min could tell Yang Fan was Han Chinese just by looking at his face. You've put on such a great show, wouldn't it be a bit boring to watch it all by yourself? I'm watching it with you. Yang Fan looked at the battlefield in the distance with a grin. You know quite a lot. I see that you are all quite capable. Are you interested in serving me? You will be rewarded with high-ranking positions and generous salaries. Zhao Min was already planning how to call for reinforcements. You want to call some people to come and rescue you, right? Yang Fan smiled and glanced at her. Stop shouting. No matter how much you shout, it's all just dead people. Just watch the show. Yang Fan had already seen through her little tricks and reached out his hand. Zhao Min stopped hiding it and gave it directly to Yang Fan. After all, they were right beside her. Even if she sent it out, it would be easy for the other side to kill her. She wouldn't be able to wait for reinforcements at all. You seem to know me very well. Do you like me? Zhao Min smiled and said, looking at Yang Fan's face, she did have some thoughts. Yang Fan looked at her face and had to admit that she was really beautiful. The honey trap won't work on me. I've seen plenty of top-tier beauties already. Yang Fan wasn't just seeing one world, but several worlds. At this moment, Zhang Wuji has already made his appearance on Bright Peak. So you want to stop me from attacking these sects? If that's the case, I can just stop now. Zhao Min still felt that her own life was more important. After all, the two people in front of her were not good people either. None of that concerns me. I just want to get what I want. Yang Fan no longer cares about the final outcome of this world, he only takes what he needs. After all, he has also faced life and death. Although many people are innocent, he is not a savior who can save everyone. So what is it that you want? Let me see if I can do it. I still wield considerable power. Zhao Min came up to Yang Fan and looked up at him. Yang Fan laughed. This girl really was fearless. Didn't she know that her own life was in her own hands? Yang Fan put his arm around her waist and pulled her into his arms. I just want some unparalleled martial arts techniques and weapons, and incidentally, to overthrow your Yuan dynasty. Can you do that? Zhao Min tried to struggle, but she couldn't break free from Yang Fan's grasp. Hearing Yang Fan's words, he frowned even more. This guy's ambition was truly considerable. He sneered. There are plenty of people who want to overthrow us, and look how they've all succeeded. So what if you're skilled in martial arts? We've got those skills too. And our iron cavalry is not to be trifled with either. And also, is it really okay for you to bully a weak woman like me like this? You call yourself a weak woman? Your hands are stained with countless amounts of blood, aren't they? As for whether you can overthrow it, you'll just have to wait and see. You're not the only ones who know how to use such overwhelming tactics. Yang Fan's lips curled up. No matter how high one's martial arts skills are, one is still afraid of a kitchen knife. In this world, there are really not many people who are not afraid of firearms. These people might be able to fight individually, but they were no match for the Yuan dynasty's army. Not to mention facing modern firearms. Yang Fan had already spotted the weapon he wanted. Sun Qing, keep an eye on her, don't let her get away. If you dare to run, I'll ruin your face. Yes. Sun Qing came to Yang Fan's side and directly pinned Zhao Min down. Zhao Min had no intention of running away, she was still able to recognize the situation. Yang Fan summoned his battle armor, and in an instant, the heaven-slaying sword that Abyss Miju had sent flying was already in his hand. By the time everyone realized what was happening, Yang Fan had already returned to Zhao Min's side. How can you be so fast? And what kind of monster was that on you just now? Zhao Min's eyes widened. In just 2 breaths, Yang Fan had circled the battlefield and retrieved the heaven-slaying sword. Zhao Minda thought she was dreaming. Such a person was far too dangerous. If he were to carry out an assassination, no one could stop him. Do you still think that overthrowing your Yuan dynasty is a difficult task? Yang Fan revealed a charming smile. Zhao Min remained silent. If Yang Fan continued to assassinate their high-ranking members like this every day, they might actually break down. A true master's skill is evident from their actions. Yang Fan's strength was beyond her comprehension, and his speed far surpassed hers. If an individual is slightly ahead of you, you might be able to win by sheer numbers or by using strategy, but if an individual is too far ahead, then everything else is meaningless. It seems you already have the answer in your heart. I'll remember your taste. I'll come find you again next time. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he and Sun Qing disappeared. Zhao Min looked around, and Yang Fan had indeed disappeared from her sight. Asshole. Chapter 182. You've advanced in rank. Back in the modern world, Yang Fan was casually practicing his swordplay in an open space. This sword was likely forged from Yang Guo's Xiantai sword, and its power was indeed extraordinary. But that's all there is to it. For Yang Fan, it was inferior to the lightsaber in his own hand. Seeing that Yang Fan had stopped moving, Zhang Lan came up and handed him some water. Brother, what kind of sword is that in your hand? It can actually unleash sword energy. Li Anlin also came closer and touched the sword in Yang Fan's hand. The heaven sword, the real heaven sword. But this isn't the most precious thing. The precious things are what's inside it. Yang Fan looked around and saw that everyone there was one of his own. He then ordered the artificial intelligence to block the satellites. You mean you want to open this sword? Wouldn't that be a waste? Li Anlin felt a pang of heartache. The sword really did have a nice appearance. There is a peerless martial arts technique inside, which is much better than this sword. Yang Fan summoned his laser sword and carefully opened the Heaven Sword. He took out the 9E manual from the Heaven Sword. Several people gathered around to take a look. Is this a martial art? Li Anlin asked curiously. After all, she had never watched this TV series, which was a memory for those born in the 80s and 90s. Jiang Lan and Tang Shui had seen and knew about this cultivation technique. Brother Fan, is it true that there are martial arts techniques that can be practiced? Tang Shui looked at the words on it. She recognized each word, but when they were put together, she was completely lost. Okay, I'll have someone make a note for you. After all, you're not very familiar with your own bodies, so we don't want you to develop any problems from training. Yang Fan planned to have Zhou Zhuhua try out this technique and let her test the waters. After all, she was the one who originally cultivated this technique, and she was quite skilled at it. Once she found her way, she could let the people around her cultivate it. Has my brother gone to some other world again? Li Anlin asked curiously. After all, Yang Fan changed worlds every now and then. Yes, it's the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. You probably haven't read it. I guess only Tang Shui has. Judging from Jiang Lan's appearance, she probably hadn't seen it before either. Yes, I know that. But isn't it said that it can only be opened by the clash of the Heaven-slaying sword and the Dragon-slaying sword? Tang Shui had seen it after all. She was incredibly popular back then. Just open it. It's just that they don't have a matching divine weapon. But I already have one. Why would I bother looking for the Dragon-slaying saber? Now that Yang Fan has traded so much, he doesn't follow any rules anymore. Otherwise he'll get swindled out of everything. His favorite thing to do now is to break the rules. Where are the two little girls? They went to the company to read the script. They were both so excited that they left very early. Sun Qing said from the side that she needs very little sleep each day, so she is the most aware of the movements of everyone in the room. Hee, it's all just novelty, it'll pass. By the way, is there anything else in your area that I don't know about? Yang Fan had heard that it could only be obtained through some kind of auction, but there weren't any auctions in the city. But there's not much left that will be useful to you. They are basically products of ruins, and there is no way to count them. But there is one thing that will be useful to you, and that is the essence blood of the Beast King. This stuff is only produced in large monsters. Extremely precious, it is golden blood that can strengthen the body, just like Jiang Lan's ability, but hers is even more powerful as it can strengthen others. These are things that the leaders of various bases are fighting over. Then there's high-level evolutionary energy. You don't lack anything else. Sun Qing has been with Yang Fan for quite some time now, and she knows everyone's abilities. She also gives them pointers on how to use them. Let's go see your base leader. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he took Sun Qing back to the bright base in the post-apocalyptic world. He has already sent a message to Gong Sun Wan. The two got up and went to Gong Sun Wan's private room. You seem different now, even more aloof. Yang Fan glanced at Gong Sun Wan a few more times out of curiosity. Yes, I've already advanced to the next level. Level 15. I'm the only level 15 person in the entire apocalypse. I now have absolute authority in the apocalypse. Yang Fan saw that she was smiling, but her eyes were indifferent, and her temperament had changed drastically. I've come here to trade something, the essence blood of the Beast King. And then there's high-level evolutionary energy. Yang Fan handed over a ring containing 3 large spaceships given to him by Zifu. Yang Fan himself doesn't need such a spaceship, since he doesn't fight any space battles. Gong Sun Wan took it and looked at it. It was much bigger than the last one. She had already used this thing before, and it was really good for immigration. Sun Qing has told you everything. Both of these things are very rare. If you want to get a lot of them, you have to go to the ocean, or you can use spirit stones to exchange for them inside the ruins. Spirit stones. The spirit stones used for cultivating immortality? Yang Fan instantly perked up. Although these potions and evolutionary energy could allow him to live for several hundred years, now that he had a system, his pursuits were no longer limited to that. Although it is said that one can have an infinite lifespan at the 18th level, that is just a legend. Gong Sun Wan, for example, only reached the 15th level after 100 years. Yang Fan felt that her world was definitely not enough for 2 people to reach level 18, and probably not even enough for 1 person. Yes, you trade in many worlds. You can pay attention to the fact that worlds with abundant spiritual energy definitely have spirit stones. Yang Fan frowned and asked, You mean those people in the ruins were all cultivators, not some kind of awakened beings? Then what are they doing hiding in the ruins? Why don't they come out? Yang Fan was a little confused. According to Gong Sun Wan, the people in the ruins were likely cultivators, stronger than Gong Sun Wan herself. Otherwise, she would have already taken them. I don't know either. I'm not sure if they are cultivators. They have never made a move. I can feel immense pressure when I think about making a move. It makes me afraid to take action. They told me that humans used to live on this planet too. They also took refuge in the ruins because of the disaster. Gong Sun Wan frowned as she recalled the scene, which she still remembered vividly. After all, a person's sixth sense is very strong, and the stronger a person is, the stronger their premonition of danger. Moreover, her ability is precognitive. Could it be that they released the mutated virus specifically to feed these monsters? Otherwise, where would they get so much Beast King blood essence, and why would they insist on exchanging it for spirit stones? Yang Fan felt that it wasn't impossible, but Gong Sun Wan shook her head. Those people are strong, but only slightly stronger than me. If they were to fight some high-level ocean monsters, it's hard to say who would win. Chapter 183, is this all the essence blood? Forget it. Let's not talk about them anymore. I'll give you some Beast King's essence blood. It should only be enough to strengthen a small part of your body. Just use it when you need it. It's best not to use it on your strength. It works very well on your eyes. Gong Sun Wan took out a small bottle and handed it to Yang Fan. Then they gave Yang Fan some high-level evolutionary energy. Transaction complete. Transaction rating B, 100 transaction points earned. Transaction points balance, 48-14. Yang Fan frowned. This shouldn't be the case. Last time, he traded a small ship for 100 trade belts, but now he's traded 3 large ships for 100 each? Does this mean that this thing doesn't actually make much of a difference to them? Yang Fan took it and looked at the blood inside. It really was golden. After confirming it was safe, I drank it straight from the mouth. It was icy cold when it entered my mouth, and then that was it. Yang Fan could feel his strength increasing, but he couldn't feel anything else. It's just increased strength? How come I feel like my internal strength has increased? Gong Sun Wan and Sun Qing were also stunned. Sun Qing came to Yang Fan's side, placed her hand on his abdomen and felt around, and indeed could not sense the presence of the Beast King's essence blood. How could that be? This stuff can actually be digested? Gong Sun Wan's face twitched slightly upon hearing Sun Qing's words. There's someone who can digest this stuff? This thing, like the relic, is an auxiliary item. It seems that the Beast King's blood is of no use to you at all. Your blood is much stronger than its. Gong Sun Wan could only come to this conclusion. After all, she had never heard of anyone being able to absorb the Beast King's blood in all this time. Yang Fan absorbed it directly, drinking it like a nutritional supplement. That's a real pervert. Yang Fan was speechless. Was this really so hasty? He thought it was something good, but it turned out to be just this? It wasn't much different from evolutionary energy. Yang Fan was still slightly disappointed. Did you use the spaceship I traded to you last time? I used it, but I didn't find a place suitable for human habitation in my star system. I'm preparing to go to more distant places to look, and I'm going to lead the team myself. Gong Sun Wan is also planning to move to a different place. Yang Fan is right, it would be good to treat this planet as a breeding farm. Yang Fan frowned. She felt that Gong Sun Wan's trip was not very meaningful, which could be judged from the transaction points given by the system. It didn't fundamentally change his world, it only caused some impact. Okay, contact me if you have any news. I will contact you once I have the spirit stones. Although this Beast King's essence blood is of no use to him, it will definitely be useful to the women around him. Gong Sun Wan nodded. I feel like I've reached the limit at level 15 and can no longer use evolutionary energy to advance to the next level because I feel like I'm slowly losing my humanity. The relics inside his body are almost unable to suppress his beastly nature. I haven't been consuming evolutionary energy lately. Gong Sun Wan had never felt this way before, but after reaching level 15, her feelings became very obvious. Yang Fan frowned. It seemed that their method of quickly gaining power had a flaw. Gong Sun Wan is clearly in trouble, she can feel it herself, so it must be quite serious. Yang Fan recalled Sun Qing's words about the 9 Yang true scripture being some kind of innate power. It seemed that this was the real power. Obtaining power through the energy inside this monster's body must have side effects. It seems that the people in the ruins also discovered the problem and took a different path. Gong Sun Wan listened to Yang Fan's words and felt that they made a lot of sense. It was probably just as Yang Fan had guessed. These people never mentioned it at all. That's normal. You're already outsiders to them. Be careful of them. They may not be the shepherds, but they could be the ones watching the sheep. Yang Fan wasn't surprised at all. Although they all lived in the same world, in the eyes of the people in the ruins, they would eventually become monsters. Gong Sun Wan closed her eyes and pondered. Yang Fan's words, combined with his understanding of those people, gave her a preliminary judgment. Okay, I understand. Beast King's essence blood, do you still want it? I can trade some other things for it. We need someone might be able to use them. Yang Fan has always been a collector, and he can't go wrong by keeping good things in his collection. It might be useful in the future. Even if it's not useful to yourself, it might be useful to others. Okay. Since returning from the apocalypse, Yang Fan has been pondering whether he should give up using evolutionary energy to obtain power. After all, he already has a cultivation technique, although it's not for cultivating immortality, but this path is obviously safer. Brother, what are you thinking about? Seeing Yang Fan standing in the living room in a daze all afternoon, Li Anlin asked curiously. I've never seen Yang Fan like this before. Yang Fan glanced at her. She didn't need to give up on this path. After all, her abilities were still very useful. Yang Fan shared his concerns with Li Anlin. I don't think it will cause any delay. We can stop when the time comes. After all, even when it comes to cultivating techniques, one's own physical strength is very important. As for the issues you're worried about, they're actually minor matters. What Sun Qing's world can't solve might be simple problems in other worlds. Moreover, I think it's normal for the higher one's strength to be indifferent, just like when we step on ants for no reason. It won't affect anything. Li Anlin held a high position for a long time, and feudal ideology was still quite prevalent in ancient times, which is why he came to this conclusion. Yang Fan touched her face and said, what you said makes sense. Yang Fan felt that this relic suppressed his personality and that he shouldn't use this relic. One should overcome difficulties on one's own. If one can overcome them, one's personality will not be excessively suppressed when moving to a higher level. Yang Fan directly channeled his inner energy to slowly draw the relic from his abdomen through his mouth. Brother, what is this? It's something that can suppress people's evil thoughts, but I think that suppressing people's evil thoughts for too long will cause big problems. So I've decided not to use this thing. If you have murderous thoughts, then go and eliminate those thoughts completely. Yang Fan felt that his future cultivation should follow his heart, and he should not suppress his inner thoughts. Otherwise others might not be able to hurt him, but he might kill himself. Li Anlin gave Yang Fan a thumbs up. That's right. As a person's strength increases, so do all kinds of evil thoughts. What we need to do is to vent and guide them, not suppress them. Brother has many women, but I've noticed that since you got this relic, your sexual desires have been suppressed. Yang Fan smiled, picked up Li Anlin, and went straight to the room. You think you're so smart. Chapter 180 for the World of Cultivation? An unknown and unfamiliar world. Yang Fan and Sun Qing arrived at the top of a small village. As soon as Yang Fan arrived, he felt every pore on his body open up. The true essence within the body automatically begins to circulate and absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. The environment here is so comfortable. Sun Qing also felt comfortable. The resentment accumulated in her body during the apocalypse was expelled, and wisps of black energy could be seen seeping out from her clothes. Yang Fan looked around. The village was peaceful. However, to the south of the village, there was a thick black fog that blocked out the sun. Yang Fan could sense an ominous aura emanating from it. Is there spiritual energy in the air here? Yang Fan asked Sun Qing, who was standing next to him. Yes, and it's extremely concentrated. I've experienced spirit stones up close, and this is exactly the feeling. Sun Qing felt that as he absorbed this spiritual energy, his physical strength would also increase, and she could sense this. Yang Fan nodded. It was hard to say whether this place was the cultivation world, but there were definitely spirit stones here. Moreover, cultivating here would definitely be a very good experience. Although time flows more slowly in the small tower, there isn't as much spiritual energy there. He has lived in such a world since he was a child, so living to be 200 years old is definitely not a problem. Can you sense what's inside that dark room in the distance? It's hard to say, but there's an evil aura coming from right in front of you, and you can't sense what's inside. I could sense that it was very dangerous. Sun Qing was so focused on feeling her own body that she didn't notice the dark room in the distance. As the two were talking, hundreds of monsters emerged from the dark room. They were called beasts, but their appearances were unlike anything they had ever seen before. They were strangely shaped. Yang Fan frowned as he looked at the monsters in the distance. The aura emanating from these monsters made him feel very uncomfortable. What level of strength do these things possess? Sun Qing frowned, felt it for a moment, and said, their strength is mostly around level 6 or 7, with the leader only around level 8. Yang Fan nodded. They were all just small fry. Both of them saw people coming out of the village to resist. These people were all carrying swords, and killing these small fry was relatively easy. These people, in groups of 3 to 5, killed with great professionalism, as if they were conducting a professional hunt. And what is the strength of these people? Similar to these monsters, the old man leading them has the strength of a level 12 monster. Sun Qing pointed to an elderly man behind the crowd and said. Yang Fan nodded, which meant that the old man's strength was about the same as Sun Qing's. Should we go up and join the fun? Yang Fan was eager to try it out. He was itching to get started. Killing these level 7 monsters is now very easy for him. After all, he has speed abilities and the speed of his armor, making it incredibly easy for him to kill these things. Etc. Sun Qing quickly pulled Yang Fan back. Someone else is coming out. Then Yang Fan witnessed a scene he would never forget. A young man stood on the head of a dragon and flew out of the black mist. What is this young man's strength? He and the dragon beneath his feet are both at least level 14. That's about the same level as my leader. Sun Qing swallowed hard. What kind of world was this? It was so easy to find 2 of their top-tier combatants. Yang Fan immediately pulled his leg back. I thought to myself, wow, his luck is unbelievable. Do you think Gongsun Wan can beat him? Sure, with the time-space sword in your hand, you should be able to kill anyone you want. Sun Qing sensed the opponent's power. Gongsun Wan at level 14 could probably kill them. Yang Fan immediately took Sun Qing to the post-apocalyptic world, activated his armor, and found Gongsun Wan. Come with me to do something important. Yang Fan took the 2 of them directly to the world they had just been in. In the short time it took Yang Fan to leave, there were not many sword cultivators left on the field. Of the hundreds who had been killed, only a few remained, and the elder who had led the group was also seriously injured. Yang Fan handed his spatial sword to Gongsun Wan and said, I think you've already sensed the state of this world. Can that dragon-riding youth be killed? Gongsun Wan glanced at Sun Qing, and Sun Qing nodded to her. Among those of the same level, I am invincible. Gongsun Wan and Lin Donyang both transformed into beams of light and flew directly to the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the sword and the man arrived. The boy reacted quickly and dodged the sword that suddenly appeared, but the sword still pierced the black dragon's head downwards. Gongsun Wan, standing on the dragon's head, had already exchanged blows with the boy riding the dragon. The boy was sent flying hundreds of meters, but he was still able to stand in midair. Looking at Gongsun Wan with her wings, he frowned. Which secluded elder of the Xiantian sword sect are you? I've never heard of an elder with wings. Gongsun Wan completely ignored the other party and charged towards the boy from both directions with her sword. Having lived in the apocalypse for so long, killing has become an instinctive reaction for her. Moreover, she discovered that this world was rich in spiritual energy and wanted to have a place in it. Seeing that the situation was not good, the boy turned into black mist and disappeared. When the monsters below saw the boy disappear, they all retreated and then turned and ran away. Yang Fan and Sun Qing also came over. Looking at the bloodshed on this ground, I finally understand why there are no traitors in this world. Yang Fan walked up to the elder and asked, Who are you? The elder clasped his hands and said, 5 Dragons Mountain, Heavenly Profound Sword Sect. I am Ziyuan, an elder of the sect. Oh, what is your strength? Yang Fan was curious about the power structure of this world. I have already reached the foundation establishment stage and am just 1 step away from the golden core stage. My swordsmanship has also just reached the great swordsman level. Thank you for your help, young friend. Otherwise, we would all have died at the hands of this demon. Elder Ziyuan, who had lived for several hundred years, could tell at a glance that the young man was the one who was speaking most among the group. Yang Fan nodded. It seemed that in the apocalypse, those above level 10 had the strength to establish a foundation, while Gongsun Wan was already at the golden core stage. What is your purpose in coming here? They come here to test the strength of the new disciples of the sect. Also, these magical beasts have been absorbing the earth energy of the dragon vein for a long time, and they will form dragon breath on their bodies. Eating them will greatly help to strengthen the physical body. Seeing that this was the first time everyone had come to hunt at the edge of the abyss mist, Ziyuan explained the situation. Yang Fan glanced at Sun Qing, who understood and immediately went to check if there was anything good on the giant dragon. Elder Ziyuan remained relatively calm and said nothing, but his disciple behind him, knowing that the dragon possessed an inner core capable of advancing to the golden core stage, spoke up directly. You were on the mountaintop the whole time, and you didn't lift a finger when we were surrounded by monsters. You only came over after we had almost killed all the monsters. What are your intentions? Moreover, this is our Qingxian sword sect's territory, so the monsters we killed should belong to us. Chapter 185 Things to Note in the Next Life. You make a lot of sense. Yang Fan glanced at the other person. But be more careful in your next life. Yang Fan simply raised his hand and killed the speaking boy with a laser. When speaking, you should consider the strength of both parties before you speak. Look at me. I always speak to people with a pleasant expression. Elder Ziyuan clenched his fists behind his back. This kid really can't see the situation clearly. If he's going to snatch something, he should wait until the sect members arrive. Stealing now would be suicide. Fellow Taoist, I don't know where you are from. My sect's disciple was indeed wrong in his words. I will definitely come to apologize another day. Yang Fan waved his hand, turned around and left. However, the sound also reached everyone's ears. In the next life, I'll be waiting for your apology. Before Elder Ziyuan and the others could understand what was happening, a sword had already slit their throats. Yang Fan hadn't originally planned to save them, he only kept them around to learn about the situation in this world. Who knew these people would try to steal things from him? Sun Qing quickly found an inner core inside the dragon's body. There was only this one. After it was taken out, its body began to dissipate. Yang Fan nodded and put the item away. It must be a very good item, otherwise these people wouldn't care so much about it. The three of them quickly collected all the dragon breath from the magical beasts. It was colorful, about the thickness of a baby's finger, and shaped like a bracelet, though it wasn't completely closed yet. After confirming there was no danger, Yang Fan ate one. I felt the changes inside my body, and there was indeed an increase in strength, and I also felt a tingling sensation in some areas. It strengthens your bones. Sun Qing said from the side. Oh, it's just like evolutionary energy. The group went back and checked the items on the sword cultivators. Most of them had Qingkuan bags on them, and they didn't have many spirit stones, only a few dozen. The elder had more, over 3,000 pills, and 2 cultivation manuals. One was an introductory Qi guiding technique, and the other was an introductory sword technique from the sword sect. Is there any way to destroy them? No need to destroy it. Gong Sun Wan directly used her spatial ring to collect all the corpses. Feeding these to monsters would be a good idea, their internal energy is very pure, so it should be quite effective. Yang Fan glanced at Gong Sun Wan. This girl had indeed lost a lot of humanity, actually using the corpses of these sword cultivators as animal feed. Are the relics still inside your body? It's gone. It's long since merged with me. Is there a problem? Yang Fan shook his head and didn't say anything more. Just then, they saw dozens more people flying towards them on swords. TSK, 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 he's really handsome. As they spoke, the group of people riding swords had already arrived beside Yang Fan. The newcomer was a woman dressed in plain clothes, with a serene and otherworldly appearance. It seems that spiritual energy has a great influence on a person's temperament. When they arrived at Yang Fan and the other two's side, the sword was already sheathed behind their backs. Have you seen any disciples of my sword sect? I just received a distress call from one of my sword sect disciples, saying he was at this location. The woman's voice was clear and pleasant. They were killed by a boy riding a dragon, and they took their bodies. Yang Fan doesn't blush at all when he lies now. Oh, it's him. You should also leave this place quickly. The abyss mist will probably engulf this village soon. After speaking, the woman in the white dress led the group away. After all, she knew this young man, and if they encountered him, the group would certainly not survive. Why is there no one in this village? Gong Sun Wan asked curiously. But they've all been killed. It wasn't those magical beasts that killed them. Judging from the traces at the scene, it was these sword cultivators who did it. When Yang Fan arrived, he had already used the bionic bird to explore the entire village. Oh, how did you know? Sun Qing was a little curious. Because the bloodstains on many of the spirit stones we collected were not theirs, but those of these villagers. After Yang Fan finished speaking, the two of them understood. No wonder there are only sword cultivators like them in the village, and not a single other person in sight. Where are we going now? There should be a lot of world spirit stones here. Besides, didn't you just get 2 cultivation techniques? Let me see them. Gong Sun Wan reached out her hand directly to Yang Fan. Yang Fan pushed her hand away. Let me study it first. You took quite a few spirit stones, so let's leave it at that for today. I'll go and study this Qi guiding technique. As Yang Fan spoke, he led the two away from the small village. This really was a cultivation world, he just didn't know how high the level of cultivation was. We arrived at a secluded spot in the woods. Wait a moment, let me try this Qi-inducing technique. As Yang Fan spoke, he sat down directly. He had already memorized the contents of the Qi guiding technique, and began to practice cross-legged according to the order of guiding Qi into the body. With the 9E manual as a foundation, Yang Fan learned this qi guiding technique smoothly and quickly completed a full cycle. He successfully entered the first level of the qi refining stage. The spiritual energy here is so abundant that Yang Fan has no difficulty cultivating it all. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Try using spiritual energy, it doesn't conflict with the internal energy he cultivated using the 9 Yang manual. Yang Fan now feels like he's cultivating 3 things: physical body, internal energy, and spiritual energy for immortality. Yang Fan handed the qi guiding technique to Gongsun Wan. No problem, give it a try. It won't conflict with the power you obtained over there. Yang Fan initially came on his own because he was still quite weak in everything, so if something went wrong, he wouldn't just give up. It's hard to say about the two of them, they are both already very strong. According to the strength classification here, one is at the peak of foundation establishment, and the other is at the mid to late stage of golden core. They are still the driving force that helps them quickly gain a foothold in this world, and it would be a great pity if something went wrong with them. I haven't practiced. Tell me more specifically. Gongsun Wan took it and looked at it, a little confused. Although she recognized the characters, she didn't understand any of them. After learning the 9 Yang manual, Yang Fan's comprehension ability has become extremely strong. Although he only completed one major cycle just now, he is already very familiar with it. I'll point you to the location. Just direct the energy you've absorbed into your body to that location. As Yang Fan spoke, he placed his hand directly on Gongsun Wan's body. I could feel her body tremble. You've never been touched by a man? Let's get started. Gongsun Wan did not answer Yang Fan's question. Yang Fan began to mark the locations where she needed to cycle using internal force. Gongsun Wan looked at Yang Fan in surprise. It seemed that this guy wasn't using spiritual energy. However, without asking any questions, she began to guide the qi into her body as instructed by Yang Fan. Her speed was clearly not as fast as Yang Fan's. You should get up too. Yang Fan also asked Sun Qing to sit down and began to teach her how to guide qi into the body, since guiding qi into the body here does not require spirit stones. Chapter 186, A First Glimpse into Cultivation. A few hours later, both of them had entered the qi refining stage. He's much slower than Yang Fan. Yang Fan estimated it would only take a few minutes. How does it feel? Yang Fan asked the two of them. It's amazing. If evolutionary energy strengthens cells and bones, this spiritual energy feels like purification to me. It has expelled a lot of the impurities from my body. The resentment left in my body from consuming large amounts of evolutionary energy has also been purified. Also, I feel like they're nourishing certain parts of the body, but I don't know what those places are for. Sun Qing shared her feelings. After all, her perception ability was very strong. She was already very good at perceiving others, let alone perceiving herself. Gongsun Wan nodded as well. Yes, I can feel that my body cells have relaxed a lot. Gongsun Wan's cells were always in a state of battle, constantly consuming their energy. Now that the air has been drawn into the body, these cells have relaxed. Yang Fan nodded. The places Sun Qing mentioned that nourish the body should be the meridians. It seems that spiritual energy has a very significant effect. Alright, let's end our exploration here for today. I'll bring you next time I come. Okay. After seeing Gongsun Wan off, Yang Fan took Sun Qing back to the modern world. The girl who was leading the group just now seemed to be quite strong, and she put a lot of pressure on me. What level of strength do you possess? He's a bit higher than that elder. According to their ranking system, he should have just entered the golden core stage. Yang Fan nodded. The other person looked very young and should be a prodigy of the sword sect. It seemed that the plane of this world was not low. Next time I'll have to disguise myself before I go. However, this time the gains were not small. We learned some things about that mysterious world and also learned that it was indeed a world of cultivation. And they even saw the legendary dragon. There are also 3,000 spirit stones. Most importantly, he officially embarked on the path of cultivating immortality. At first, Yang Fan also found it hard to understand why those emperors were so eager to find the elixir of immortality. Now, Yang Fan also understands the feeling of having too much and being reluctant to let go. At first, he only wanted some money to spend when he got the system, but now he has experienced imperial power and the absolute power that comes with it. He fell in love with this feeling. If there were a way to live for hundreds or thousands of years, he would not give it up and would pursue it by any means necessary. He is no longer that carefree boy. Brother, where did you go? Why is it taking so long? As soon as Yang Fan appeared in the manor, Li Zhonglan sensed it and quickly ran over. It's been a long time. How long? Yang Fan realized that the flow of time in this space-time was different from that in his own. 32 days and 11 hours. Li Anlin's phone had the date of her last meeting with Yang Fan. Yang Fan nodded. It seemed that half a day in the new world was roughly equivalent to a month here. It seems that the higher the level of the plane, the greater the difference in the flow of time compared to theirs. The main issue is that it took a while for the two women to start using the qi-inducing flower. Nothing happened, right? No. I've visited my grandma and the others at home a few times, and they're doing fine there. Li Anlin naturally knew which people Yang Fan was most worried about. Okay, that's good. Yang Fan felt that he had discovered a bug. He could cultivate and consume evolution energy at the same time, and the malevolent energy in his body was not particularly severe. That way, there won't be a risk of it erupting at some stage. It would be a waste if someone with Li Anlin's time manipulation abilities didn't evolve to a higher level. Come on, I'll teach you something new. Yang Fan asked Anlan to sit cross-legged and took out 10 spirit stones, placing them between the two of them. Place the spirit stone in your hand and feel the spiritual energy within it. Then I will mark a location on your body, and you can direct your energy towards that location. Do you understand? Li Anlin nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite, but decided to just do as Yang Fan said. I'll give it a try. As he spoke, Li Anlin grabbed a spirit stone and felt the spiritual energy inside. Brother, I felt it. Okay, then start inducing the breath in the order I instructed you. Yang Fan had already been through this twice and was very familiar with it. He used his internal energy to mark it for her, from small to large, making it easy to identify. Li Anlin also began to draw qi into her body as instructed by Yang Fan. When it feels too slow, I will use my time manipulation ability to speed up the flow of spiritual energy. Seeing that Li Anlin was all right, Yang Fan placed some more spirit stones in front of her and got up, since there wasn't much spiritual energy in the modern environment. The only way is to use more spirit stones to increase the spiritual energy in the room. Zhang Lan was also watching Li Anlin, who was cultivating, with curiosity. Her belly was already starting to swell, but Yang Fan didn't let her cultivate. He said they would talk about it after she gave birth. How are you? Do you feel any discomfort? I'm fine. I don't feel anything for now. It's just that I've been eating a lot more lately, but I still don't feel full. Well, after all, you're eating for two people now. I'll save you some mutated beast meat from the post-apocalyptic world. It replenishes energy pretty quickly. Yang Fan handed over a ring containing a considerable amount of mutated beast meat from the post-apocalyptic world. Sun Qingji ate this. It was very filling. Zhang Lan accepted the ring and nodded. After all, she wasn't a person anymore, and she would definitely tell Yang Fan if she had any health problems. Li Anlin entered the qi refining stage very quickly, in about an hour. After finishing, looking at the spirit stones that had disappeared from his hand, he sighed. Brother, what is this? It's amazing. I feel so refreshed. Spirit stones. Things used for cultivating immortality. I recently went to a new world, a world of cultivation. I just grabbed these things as I went. Yang Fan didn't think there was anything wrong with robbing after all. The cultivation world was a dog-eat-dog world, and you couldn't just go up and trade with them directly. The weak are not qualified to trade with the strong. This applies to all dimensions. This is really good stuff. Should we put more spirit stones in our house? We can absorb some spiritual energy every day and feel healthy in both body and mind. Yang Fan thought for a moment. These spirit stones basically wouldn't flow out unless you actively absorb them. It seemed he needed to see if there was any legendary spirit gathering array he could set up in his park. Okay, I'll think of a way next time I go. Yang Fan called Mingwei and the other girl over to give him a massage, while he checked his phone for messages. Seeing that Qingqiu had left him many messages, Yang Fan pondered for a moment who she was. It's that girl who dances on live stream. I called her back immediately. What's wrong? I see you left so many comments. Chapter 187 Return to the Three Kingdoms. Brother Fan, you finally replied. I contacted your assistant, and she said she doesn't know where you are either. Qingqiu's tone was very excited. After all, this was a wealthy man he had met before. Yeah, I've been a bit busy lately. What's up? Just tell me. Yang Fan planned to stay in the modern world for a few days. Otherwise, he felt like time was getting out of control. I'm participating in the annual music competition. Could you support me? I can dance for you every night in person. Qingqiu's words were very clear, without any euphemism. She also wanted to ask to be Yang Fan's woman, but it was obvious that Yang Fan didn't lack for women. Oh, sure. When does it begin? Yang Fan was also bored, and since someone had offered him some fun, he decided to give it a try. It starts today. Today is the qualifying round for the city competition, narrowing down from N to the top 50. Qingqiu smiled when she saw Yang Fan's interest. It seemed her beauty did have some effect. Are you live streaming right now? Yang Fan pulled all the apps out of his phone and found the musical notes. I'm driving now, and it's under my name. After saying that, he hung up the phone and went to start broadcasting. Yang Fan clicked on her live stream as soon as it started. He didn't even need to recharge. The AI directly modified the backend data, and there were already 1 billion diamonds on his phone. He's already being kind by not asking these people for money now. So why would he be foolish enough to give them money again? Recharging? That's impossible. The most expensive gift was found, and the quantity was set in the back end and sent out directly. 1,000 carnivals. Advancing is definitely not a problem. After finishing, I immediately left the live stream. Qingqiu swallowed hard as she watched the scrolling special effects on the screen. What kind of super rich person was this? She saw the final number, a full 1,000 carnivals. That's 3 million. Just a qualifying match? Before the people who had just entered the live stream could react, she ended the live stream abruptly. I called Yang Fan. Brother Fan. Too many. Just a few dozen will suffice. So many points were wasted. It doesn't matter. My time is precious, and I don't have much time to guard the tower or anything. Consider the extra as your pocket money. Yang Fan wasn't lying. If he wanted to make money right now, he could easily make hundreds of billions every minute. In addition, the money here is no different from numbers to him. It doesn't matter whose money it is anymore. If he says it's his, then it can be his. Qingqiu gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. It was truly extravagant. Brother Fan, shall I go over now? Qingqiu felt she had to be sensible and not let the big shot speak. Anything is fine. Do you know any girls who dance classical dance? Could you invite one over for me? While modern dance is good, Yang Fan prefers classical dance. Never mind, you can do it yourself. Yang Fan suddenly remembered that he was an emperor, so if he wanted to dance, he could just ask Cao Cao. After saying that, he hung up the phone and took Li Anlin directly to the Three Kingdoms period. Now it shouldn't be called the Three Kingdoms anymore. It should be called the Jin Kingdom or the Jin Dynasty. When Yang Fan arrived at his palace, people bowed to him. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Greetings, Consort Li. Cayenne. There are no outsiders here, so there's no need to be so polite. Cayenne's appearance now is quite different from when he first met her. After all, she has lived on the grassland for several years, and the years have left their mark on her face. However, during their time in the palace, they had access to awakening energy and evolutionary energy, and everything they enjoyed there was top-notch. She had completely changed, and now possessed an unparalleled beauty. No wonder Cao Cao was so obsessed with her. Cao Cao had an amazing eye for women. How have you been doing in the palace lately? My husband, it's all good. I'm writing down ancient books every day. Cayenne quickly understood Yang Fan's meaning. Although she hadn't known Yang Fan for long, she had a very good impression of him. She greatly admired his policies, both towards the women around him and towards the people of the world. The only drawback is that the two of them don't spend enough time together. I've heard that you have an exceptional talent for music. I'd like to hear some music and watch some dance. Would you be interested? Cayenne was a representative of talented women, and her musical talent was also exceptional. If my husband is in the mood, I will certainly let him enjoy himself to the fullest. However, I am not very good at dancing. Cayenne felt as if she had returned to her teenage years with Yang Fan, and she naturally tried her best to meet his requests. It's all right. You don't need to dance. Just focus on the music. Yang Fan shouted outside. Someone come here. The eunuch outside trembled upon hearing Yang Fan's voice, quickly responded, and pushed the door open to enter. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Call Boss Chow over. Yes. The eunuch left to carry out the order, and Yang Fan kept calling him Boss Chow. Now everyone knew who Boss Chow was. Cao Cao arrived quickly. The cabinet was located not far from here. His Majesty, you look better and better. Cao Cao found Yang Fan even more mysterious than when he last met him, and he secretly asked him what he had eaten. Have you hired any dancers for me? You wouldn't be like Dong Zhuo and take over the dancers I gave you, would you? Yang Fan's words made Cao Cao's heart skip a beat. Serving a ruler is indeed like serving a tiger. How dare I? Yes, Your Majesty. We have selected 20 dancers and 20 young ladies in waiting. Would Your Majesty like to take a look? Cao Cao wouldn't dare touch Yang Fan's things. Although this guy was never in the palace, who knew if he didn't have spies in the palace? Such people are the most terrifying. They're not afraid of your underhanded tactics at all. The fact that Yang Fanyue was able to unify the three kingdoms shows that even slaughtering everyone would be very easy for him. Therefore, Cao Cao never even considered having any designs on Yang Fan's women. Although Yang Fan did not kill civilians, the powerful families killed quite a few during his reign. Let's not look at the ladies in waiting for now. Let's have an event tonight. Summon all the officials here so I can get to know them. By the way, everyone can get up and enjoy the dance. Yang Fan is certainly not lacking in women now, and the women he has chosen are probably all from aristocratic families. It's obvious without even thinking about it. The current political structure in the court is quite good. Yang Fan had only met some people from the cabinet and didn't know most of them. Everyone knows that Yang Fan is an emperor, but many people have never seen him. Yes. Then I'll organize it. Cao Cao accepted the order and went directly there. In fact, many people really wanted to meet Yang Fan, even though the series of policies set by Yang Fan were quite good. The country is operating quite stably, and there are no rebellions. After all, anyone with a brain knows that it's too difficult to rebel now. These firearms are just too powerful. It takes tens of thousands of people to stir up the situation. Chapter 188. What does this have to do with me? That evening, Yang Fan dressed in the emperor's everyday clothes and prepared to attend the banquet. His concubines were all there too. Zhenmi, De Qiao and Xiao Qiao, Kai Yan, and Sun Chongxiang. He doesn't plan to accept anything else. There are already a lot of women here. After all, he can't stay here for long. These few people are enough. My husband, can I go to your world? Zhenmi came to Yang Fan's side and whispered in his ear. What's wrong? Who bullied you? Yang Fan frowned. She only had a few people in her harem here. Could there be any problems with these few people? Yang Fan was just about to investigate what had happened to the nanobots he had placed there. He's not so magnanimous as to leave women here unattended. Anyone who oversteps the bounds would have disappeared long ago. Without. My sisters are all doing well, but I miss you so much. Zhenmi mainly missed her life with Yang Fan, missed the food there, and missed watching TV. In addition, she was quite bored in the palace. It was fine before she went to Yang Fan's place, but after going once, she would often think about how good Yang Fan's place was. Yang Fan thought for a moment. He asked the system. I see I have a time travel privilege granted. Does that mean I can grant others that privilege, allowing them to travel freely? Yang Fan would study the system when he had free time. He had seen it before, but back then he was still very weak and would definitely not let anyone travel through time at will. Time and space customization allows you to designate a specific person and time period for travel. There is no limit to the number of travels, but each travel costs 500 transaction points. You can revoke their permission at will. Yang Fan pursed his lips. These beta test players are really amazing. They can directly customize time and space for others to travel through, which is equivalent to creating a cheat code. Okay, I'll have something custom made for you, so you can come visit me anytime. Yang Fan directly granted Zhenmi the ability to travel from the Jin dynasty to the modern era. Customization successful, consuming 500 transaction points. Transaction points balance, 4414. Yang Fan then saw Zhenmi's time-space permission information under his system, which showed the specific time of travel, number of times, and so on. A voice in Zhenmi's mind guided her to travel through space, and she did as instructed, disappearing directly from Yang Fan's sight. She returned to Yang Fan's side without a word. How about it? Your Majesty, I can go to my husband's place by myself now. Zhenmi touched her face. It was numb, and her whole body felt stiff. Okay, you can come to my place and be yourself if you want in the future. I'll have someone give you your identification. You'll find out when you get there. Yang Fan also felt that he had more and more women in his other world, and he couldn't bring them all back to the modern world because he was alone. He was overwhelmed. But it's not bad that they were able to travel to the modern world, since they would all return to the modern world after coming back from the other world. This way, we can see them often, and they won't all stay in the modern world. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Zhenmi smiled, knowing that she had already gained access to Yang Fan's core secrets. Good. My lord, may I visit your palace tonight? Zhenmi felt a little embarrassed after asking the question, since Yang Fan was now the emperor and would be choosing a concubine. Yang Fan gently stroked her nose. Okay, you and Kai Yan get up. As soon as Yang Fan arrived, everyone stood up and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Please take your seats. Let's not talk business today, let's enjoy the dance. Yang Fan didn't kneel down. Long live the emperor. Could it be that many emperors were simply not strong enough and were killed by this slogan? Yang Fan remembered that the phrase, long live the emperor, had existed since the time of Liu Bang, but when Yang Fan saw this etiquette, he immediately abolished it. Besides, Yang Fan doesn't like men kneeling, but women do. Cao Cao knew the purpose of Yang Fan's visit and took the initiative to introduce his subordinates to Yang Fan. This is Sima Yi. His family has a long history, dating back to the Zhou dynasty. When Cao Cao introduced Sima Yi, Yang Fan looked up and saw that the guy looked quite young. He hadn't expected that he had also made it to the imperial court. You have information on his entire clan? Yang Fan's question puzzled Cao Cao. He had nodded when introducing other people, but why was Cao Cao so curious when introducing Sima Yi? Yes, the genealogies of large families are generally transparent. Oh, his entire clan was exterminated according to the family genealogy. Yang Fan nodded. Historically, he was the one who ended the Three Kingdoms period, but now he doesn't need to end it. The after effects of his termination were too severe, he's a complete waste. Cao Cao was stunned. Why did this mean the extermination of the entire clan? Go and do it. Yang Fan repeated it again. This guy, Sima Yi, could kill your Cao family's emperor and wipe out your entire Cao clan. Cao Cao has now essentially gotten his revenge. Cao Cao heard the stern tone in Yang Fan's voice and knew he hadn't misheard. They immediately ordered Sima Yi to be taken away. Please continue enjoying the dance. It's a small matter, you'll all know about it later. Seeing that everyone was very curious, Yang Fan smiled and said something. The dance soon continued, with Kai Yan playing music for the dancers. Suddenly, a woman approached Yang Fan and pulled out a dagger, stabbing him. Yang Fan didn't even look at the other person and directly held the dagger between his hands and asked, "Why?" "Because this world belongs to the Han people. You, the usurper, have established your own state without proper legitimacy. It will incur the backlash of all Han Chinese." The woman glared at Yang Fan with resentment. "Oh, is that so? Emperor's decree. Starting today, execute all members of the Han imperial family, beginning with Liu Bang, without exception. Bring Liu Xie to this woman and execute him by slow slicing. Do you think I am very benevolent?" Yang Fan's words remained calm throughout, but his calmness had already instilled fear in everyone. Yang Fan has no successor, but he doesn't need one either. Power is something that is determined by who has the bigger fist. Although many people criticize her behind her back, this woman is truly courageous to speak out about it to her face. Now things are really different. Yang Fan is going all out to kill. Since some people felt that the Han dynasty had deep roots, Yang Fan decided to dig it up directly. The woman who had attempted the assassination was stunned. She dropped the dagger and sat down on the ground. She hadn't expected Yang Fan to kill all the members of the Liu family and even to execute the former emperor in front of her. Cao Cao was also helpless. He originally thought that Yang Fan was not planning a major overhaul, but rather a gradual one. After all, Yang Fan's policy was already very clear: promote knowledge throughout the world and start the imperial examination system 10 years later, giving everyone a chance. Unexpectedly, a fool suddenly appeared. Liu Bang would probably be so angry that he would jump out and hit her on the knee. His Majesty, isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, the Liu family has rendered great service to the world. Seeing that no one was speaking up for the Han dynasty, Sun Yu took the initiative to stand up. Your merits will be recorded in the history books. What does that have to do with me? Anyway, for the next few hundred, or even 1,000 years, this world will be ruled by Yang Fan. Chapter 189. Sending an inflatable doll? After dealing with matters in the Jin Kingdom, Yang Fan brought Li Anlin back to the modern world the next day. As for his women in Jin, Yang Fan has already told Jinmi that if any of them want to come and visit, they are welcome to do so. When Yang Fan entered the living room, he saw someone there. He was still practicing yoga, and it wasn't someone he knew. After thinking carefully, he realized who it was. Qingqiu, the live streamer who dances. That physique and flexibility are truly amazing. Cough cough. Yang Fan coughed. It was so early in the morning, and he felt a bit feverish. Qingqiu turned her head and saw Yang Fan, and quickly got up as well. Good morning, Brother Fan. Why are you practicing yoga here? This guy probably didn't sleep last night. When I came last night, Assistant Qin said she didn't know when you would be back and told me to wait. I've been waiting until now. Qingqiu didn't dare to leave on her own, so she could only watch TV, browse her phone, and practice yoga. I feel like you're getting tired from practicing yoga alone. Can I help you? Qingqiu's mind went blank for a moment, but then she realized what was happening. Okay, there are some moves I'm not very good at. Brother Fan can teach me. Yang Fan smiled. This girl is really perceptive. Li Anlin watched helplessly as the two entered the room. She went back to her room to cultivate. Yang Fan had given her the most things, including evolution energy and spirit stones, which she had plenty of. The trading space with Zifu. 100 awakened, 1000 tier 5 evolutionary energy sources. When Yang Fan met Zifu, he first gave her the items from their previous transaction. Zifu took it and put it in her own space. Transaction successful, transaction rating S, 400 transaction points earned. Transaction points balance, 4814. I sent you so many messages. Why aren't you replying to me? Zifu would send Yang Fan a message every few days, because she was really afraid that Yang Fan would not trade with her. After all, what Yang Fan is trading with them is extremely important. I don't reply to messages like, "Are you there?" Yang Fan rolled his eyes at her. Yang Fan prefers to get straight to the point and doesn't like to chat unless there's something to talk about. I need some machines that can detect minerals. Do you have any? To gain a foothold in the world of cultivation, one must first have resources. However, Yang Fan really didn't have any assets to offer in the cultivation world. If you don't have capital, you can create it. He believed that with such abundant resources on Zifu's side, there must be something that could detect those resources. Zifu nodded. 2000 tier 6 evolutionary energy pills. Yang Fan glanced at her curiously. This girl was already negotiating prices that was quite something. It seemed she really needed evolutionary energy. You should all be able to sense that they'll go berserk once they reach level 7. Do you know what happened? How do we solve this? Zifu did indeed discover this, since these people undergo various examinations every day and have some analysis of future trends. It was indeed detected that it becomes particularly unstable at level 7, but it's unclear what that means. It seems Yang Fan knows what's going on. That's normal. How could something that can rapidly boost one's strength not have side effects? I already have a solution, so you don't need to be afraid. I have agreed to the deal regarding evolutionary energy. Bring over a few sets of equipment, including exploration and excavation equipment. Yang Fan didn't plan to trade with them. Right now he'd take it slow. We can't trade away all the tradable items at once, since we'll definitely need Zifu a lot in the future. As for evolutionary energy, that's a minor matter. We traded too much last time and have plenty on hand. Here you go, Y11 detector. Put in the metal or mineral you want to detect, and it will identify and pinpoint its location, as well as confirm the quantity of the mineral. For mining, we recently designed a new one, the N18, which, when paired with your spatial ring, makes mining extremely efficient. Seeing that Yang Fan agreed, and there were other solutions, Zifu wasn't in a hurry. He directly took out what Yang Fan needed. This works. Yang Fan was stunned. Spatial rings require a person's mental power to control them, yet Zifu was able to combine the spatial ring with her mental power. Yang Fan took 2 items. Zifu showed him 2 sets of equipment, one of which was probably a spare. Anything is possible. That's the magic of technology. There's a groove on the N18. Just put it in, and it will store the mind or in the ring. When the topic turned to technology, Zifu smiled confidently. Yang Fan erected a giant sow. That's really awesome. That's impressive. I'll be going now. I'll bring you the things next time. Etc. I see fluctuations of spiritual energy on you. Have you cultivated immortality? Zifu came to Yang Fan's side and pulled him back. You can see that too? Yang Fan was stunned. How did those people manage to preserve their strength? Certainly. Your armor can block human energy, but it can't block spiritual energy. I see it's perfectly normal. I've even met people from the cultivation world. Zifu has had the trading system for a long time, but only Yang Fan has successfully completed a transaction. Many people were killed shortly after obtaining the system, and many others were not even qualified to trade with her. Yes, the people I've been trading with recently are indeed from the cultivation world. What's wrong? Just how many worlds can you trade? I can only trade one at a time. I will only match the next person after the first one dies. Zifu stared at Yang Fan. This guy seemed to be able to trade between multiple worlds. After all, she was still alive. Get to the point. Yang Fan pushed her hand away. So, did you get any spirit stones? What kind of spirit stones did you get? How do you use them? Could you give me one? Zifu asked, just like a curious child. Hehe. Even if I could trade for it, why should I give it to you? Our transaction is a deal. What are you offering in return? Yang Fan wasn't in a hurry to leave. He hadn't expected that Zifu had also been matched with someone from the cultivation world. Zifu rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. These were all technological products. If Yang Fan were matched into the cultivation world, he wouldn't need much technology. They hadn't even thought of what to use to trade spirit stones with Yang Fan. What do you want? Let me see if I have it. I lack nothing now, And if I did, I wouldn't be trading spirit stones. These things are very precious. One is much more valuable than thousands of evolution energy stones. Yang Fan smiled. If Zifu knew that he was using these things to dig for spirit stones, she would probably be furious. How could that be? How about I give you some androids? They'll take care of your daily needs and be absolutely useful. Yang Fan rolled his eyes at her. I have countless palace maids. Why would I need androids? What's the difference between this and inflating me up for fun? He waved and left, but left behind a message. Think about it again. Chapter 190 Women's words cannot be trusted. Within the trading space of the Heavenly Butcher. So, have you obtained the great shift of heaven and earth yet? However, I just learned that the Ming cult's supreme cultivation method cannot be passed on to outsiders. Zhang Wuji was somewhat troubled. It's not really a rumor. You and I are from different worlds. Even if it were a rumor, what difference would it make? Could I become the leader of the Ming cult? Besides, what I trade with you can also help the Ming cult. You are now the leader of the Ming cult, right? What are the tenets of the Ming cult? Burn my broken body, raging fire. What joy is there in life? What bitterness in death? Whether good or evil, it is all for the sake of light. Joy and sorrow, all return to dust. Pity the many troubles of the world. Upholding justice and protecting the innocent both require strength as a foundation, don't they? Is just the great shift of heaven and earth enough? Yang Fan's skill in coaxing people is now top-notch. After all, he's surrounded by women every day, so he started to speak with a lot of ambiguity. Zhang Wuji closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then realized that Yang Fan's words made sense. The Ming cult is currently severely weakened and definitely needs these weapons. All right, here you go, but give me 10 more of those weapons you gave me last time. Zhang Wuji handed the martial arts manual to Yang Fan, which already had his own annotations on it. Yang Fan took it and looked at it. He hadn't found any cultivation techniques in that cultivation world, so he didn't know what the cultivation techniques there were like. Then let's practice the 9 Yang manual and the great shift of heaven and earth for now, since they don't conflict with each other. Here's your weapon. I heard that one of your martial uncles from Wudong broke his leg. I have medicine, but I need something in exchange. I'll name a few things, and you can give them to me if you have them. Tai Chi, Dragon Slayer Saber, Heaven Reliant Sword, anything will do. Transaction successful, transaction rating C, 50 trading points earned. Transaction points balance, 48-64. Although Yang Fan had already obtained the Heaven Sword, he couldn't reveal his identity, otherwise the other party would associate the theft of the Heaven Sword with him. Yang Fan placed the medicine directly on the table. His medicine for bone regeneration is actually quite effective. He gave Zhang Wuji the medicine first, just to force him to get his hands on these things. Zhang Wuji took the medicine without hesitation. No matter what it was, he would do his best to get it. Moreover, he knew where to find all of these items, except for the Heaven-Slaying Sword. Okay, I'll send it to you as soon as possible. Zhang Wuji took the medicine and left immediately, probably to test its authenticity. Yang Fan also directly transmigrated to the world of Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, and he now has a clear understanding of the strength of this world. Sun Qing no longer needs to follow him. Based on the location he left on Zhao Min, he found her directly. She was secretly learning the martial arts of the 6 major sects at this time. Upon seeing Yang Fan suddenly appear, the 2 Xinming elders beside her rushed towards him. Yang Fan frowned, summoned his laser sword to accelerate, and instantly tore the 2 apart. He's not going to bother with any internal skills, he's only just begun. Standing before Zhao Min, looking down at her, he said, "What? It hasn't been that long, and you don't recognize me anymore." Zhao Min then realized who this was, the person from Bright Peak last time. She quickly stopped those who wanted to rush forward. She had already figured it out. No matter how many people there were, it wouldn't make a difference. No need to come in. This is my friend. You may all leave. He then led Yang Fan to his room. You've changed your appearance? That's quite unusual. Zhao Min came up and touched Yang Fan's face. It felt just like a real person's. Could it be made of real skin? Yang Fan pulled her into his arms. This girl is quite bold. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you on a whim? Yeah, you can kill me anytime you want. But are you really willing to kill me? Can I see your true face? Zhao Min wasn't afraid of Yang Fan, and judging from her actions, even if he didn't like her, he was still interested in her. Yang Fan canceled his disguise. Actually, it didn't matter whether he used it or not. At worst, he could just go and steal the cultivation technique from their doorstep later. The last time you saw me, that was my true form. He's pretty handsome. Why is he disguised? You arrested people from the 6 major sects. Yang Fan did not answer Zhao Min's question. Yes, my original goal was to wipe them out. Right now, we're just making use of what's good for us and learning some of their sex techniques. Zhao Min didn't hide her thoughts and spoke them out. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "You're not thinking of saving them, are you?" Yang Fan shook his head. The lives and deaths of these people had nothing to do with him. Just give me someone named Zhou Zhihua. Zhao Min withdrew her hand from Yang Fan's face and pushed him away. You like her? Yang Fan sat down on the stool, picked up the teapot, and poured himself a cup of tea. It was not bad. Have someone bring her over. Yang Fan didn't explain the reason, but directly gave the order. Zhao Min snorted and went straight out. That Yang Fan was infuriating. Was she not even as pretty as Zhou Zhihua? He said to the guards outside the door. Break Zhou Zhihua's legs and bring her here. Yes, princess. Yang Fan, who was in the room, also heard Zhao Min's words. This woman was so jealous. He shook his head helplessly. There was no organization involved. These were all minor matters. Soon Zhou Zhihua was brought to Yang Fan, but she was carried there. Zhou Zhihua looked up at Yang Fan, wondering why he had brought her here. You two can leave now. Zhao Min and two others chased them out. What do you want with her? Yang Fan looked at Zhou Zhihua with such pity in his eyes. Yang Fan handed her the Nining Manual. Nining Manual. Practice it until you understand it, and write down your insights. Yang Fan gave her an injection that could restore her broken bones. Zhou Zhihua was stunned. What did she hear? The Nining Manual. This is an unparalleled martial arts technique, and Yang Fan actually let her practice it. Did he break her legs just to prevent her from learning it and running away? Before she could even open it, Zhao Min snatched it from her hand. How about I practice? Once I've mastered it, I can just share my tips with you. My talent is not weak. I can learn about 70–80% of the martial arts of these schools after watching them a few times. Seeing Yang Fan looking at her with suspicion, Zhao Min quickly said something. Zhao Min saw that Yang Fan was thinking and knew that something was going to happen. Guards, take this person away, etc. Yang Fan stopped her. He didn't quite trust Zhao Min either. You all start practicing, and then write down your thoughts. I will kill anyone who lies to me. Zhao Min wanted to join in the fun, which was perfect, since Zhou Zhihua's cultivation path seemed a bit off. Zhao Min happily came over and took Yang Fan's arm, not caring at all whether he was going to kill her or not. Don't worry, I won't lie to you. If this woman is lying to you, I'll kill her for you. Yang Fan didn't believe her at all. Didn't Zhang Wuji's mother once say that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie? Chapter 191. I think you'll die. Ignoring Zhao Min, he handed the portion back to Zhou Zhihua. You don't need to sit anymore. Your leg is all better now. The medicine I gave you earlier is for your leg recovery. Zhou Zhihua had just felt it too. She had regained feeling in her legs. She didn't dare to make a sound, but she never expected that it was Yang Fan who had given her the medicine. So I stopped pretending and stood up. Okay, I understand. I will practice hard and write down my thoughts. Zhao Min looked at Zhou Zhihua and stood up abruptly, pointing at her. You, how could you stand up without my black jade broken skin ointment and recover so quickly? Zhao Min knew that her own people would never lie to her. Remembering what medicine Yang Fan had injected into Zhou Zhihua earlier, she realized it was the medicine Yang Fan had given her. This guy's methods are really clever. Then he looked at Yang Fan. You have such a miraculous medicine. He then muttered to himself. I should have slashed her face. Although she spoke softly, all three people in the room could hear what she was saying. Well, I don't want to get involved in your personal feud. Just give me your training tips. Then he looked at Zhao Min. If you dare to lie to me, I'll cripple your martial arts and send you to the beggar's sect. I'm sure they'll welcome you. Zhao Min's lips twitched slightly. She really didn't dare to lie to Yang Fan. After all, she didn't know him very well. This guy is a ticking time bomb. He could explode at any moment, so she definitely wouldn't dare to challenge Yang Fan's bottom line. Whatever. Although she had mentally given in, Zhao Min still refused to admit defeat verbally. All right, all of you can get out of here. After Yang Fan and the two women left the room, he went straight back to the modern world and brought Sun Qing to the apocalypse. He plans to go to the cultivation world, but he will definitely have to take Gong Sun Wan with him. Otherwise, he and Sun Qing would be in some danger. When they arrived, they found she wasn't there. She had gone out to explore new planets. Yang Fan messaged her, asking her to come to the trading space. She arrived shortly after. So, did you find it? Gong Sun Wan frowned and shook her head. No, but I have a feeling that I'm going around in circles, as if I've been teleported by some force. The spacecraft has clearly scanned and found a habitable planet, and according to the spaceship's speed, it should have arrived in 3 days, but now it has been traveling for more than a day, and I'm finding something's not right. Although the spaceship is moving straight ahead, it is actually getting farther away from its target. Yang Fan's eyelids twitched as he listened. Goodness, he felt a little horrified. According to Gongsun Wan, her planet might actually be someone's testing ground. After all, he had tested Zifu's spaceship before, and there were no problems with it. Moreover, how could a spaceship jump backwards for no reason? Then you shouldn't look for a new planet for now. I think you'll die if you keep looking. Yang Fan felt this extremely strongly. Let's abandon that spaceship. Don't go back. I'll take you back to base. Yang Fan is now genuinely feeling a bit terrified. Even a planet like Gongsun Wan's is being used as an experimental site by some people. Is it possible that the place where he lived was also someone's testing ground? The more Yang Fan thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Okay, I'll listen to you. Gongsun Wan sensed something was wrong. Even if Yang Fan hadn't contacted her, she would have gone back immediately. After all, she couldn't possibly stay in space without eating or drinking. Let's go. We went to the cultivation world. I got some good stuff. Yang Fan didn't mention the world of the apocalypse anymore. At worst, he could just have Gongsun Wan come to his side. If a major terrorist really intervened in the apocalypse, he could just give up. The post-apocalyptic world gives the impression of being a breeding ground for venomous insects. It's a bit scary. As Yang Fan spoke, he led the two directly to the world of cultivation. He took out the detector given to him by Zifu, placed it in the sky to start scanning, and put in spirit stones to begin the scanning process. What is this? Gongsun Wan asked curiously. The detector can locate the spirit stone. You seem to have all sorts of cheat codes on you. Gongsun Wan complained. This guy is too overpowered. He directly uses a detector to detect spirit stones. Yang Fan smiled and did not refute. After all, this was tantamount to praising him. The probe flew back very quickly. Yang Fan frowned. So fast. The probe sent the planetary map it detected to the computer in Yang Fan's mind. Yang Fan looked at it and was somewhat confused. This planet is very, very big, at least as big as the sun. But in other places, people were still farming, and there was no cultivation of immortality at all. The detector found that the spirit stones were located within 100 miles of where Yang Fan was staying. Moreover, this place is separated from the outside world by a barrier, making it impossible for ordinary people to explore. It seems that the Five Dragons Mountain that the Sword Sect elder mentioned last time is this area. There is no spiritual energy outside this area. No wonder the spiritual energy here is so abundant. It turns out that a barrier had been set up. The detector has already located the spirit stone. There are 2 spiritual veins in total. They're all with the Sword Sect, and their spirit stone reserves aren't very high. Yang Fan now understood why there were so few cultivation techniques here. Even the elders only possessed introductory level techniques. Because there was no lineage at all. It's possible that this cultivation world is newly formed, and spiritual energy has only recently been revived. But this spiritual energy has been locked up by someone, and the outside world has not been nourished by spiritual energy at all. Did you detect it? What are you thinking about? Detected? Only 2, but they've already been taken. It's been taken over by that Sword Sect. Yang Fan sat down and began to think that this world was far too narrow-minded. It's also possible that it's not because of a small capacity for qi, but because it didn't circulate properly and its foundation was directly undermined. After all, this place is called Five Dragon Mountain, and it may have originally had more than 2 spiritual veins. I feel like I lost out by spending those 10,000 transaction points. Although it's a cultivation world, it doesn't feel as strong as some technology worlds. Yang Fan felt that the strongest people in this world were at most a little stronger than Gongsun Wan. So what do we do now? Just charge in. Sun Qing frowned as well. The path of cultivating immortality was clearly more reasonable than their method of obtaining power from the essence within monsters' bodies. Yang Fan shook his head. It wouldn't be easy to kill them. After all, the other side had someone capable of killing Gongsun Wan. Going over there would be tantamount to courting death. Let's just go with the flow. Yang Fan handed Gongsun Wan a piece of armor. This can be disguised. We were seen last time, so we don't need to use our real faces this time. TSK, you have quite a lot of good stuff on you. Whoever robs, you will be set for life. Gongsun Wan took Yang Fan's things and sighed. Yang Fan ignored her. Come on, follow me. We'll go to the location of the spiritual vein ourselves. Chapter 192. Gongsun Wan is seriously injured. Yang Fan and his group bypassed the mountain where the Sword Sect was located and headed directly towards the back of the sect. However, the further you go, The tighter the guards become, you can still avoid these people earlier by using the reflections from the holographic map. But now it's clear there's no escaping it. Let's charge in. It's only 10 kilometers from here to the location of the spiritual vein. In the past, I would just let the machine dig, and once it was done, we could just walk or run. Yang Fan doesn't have any better ideas right now. As for making a deal with the Sword Sect, he never even considered it. After all, their cultivation resources are clearly being controlled, as they're all focused on exploiting the mist. Okay, follow me. After saying that, Gong Sun Wan rushed out. Yang Fan also summoned his battle armor and charged out with all his might, this time to compete for cultivation resources. Yang Fan showed no mercy, and without using a laser sword, he killed his opponents from a great distance before they could even react. For more powerful attacks, use particle cannons to bombard them directly. Although these people were all cultivators, they had clearly never witnessed Yang Fan's speed before, and died before they could even react. Just as he arrived at the location of the spiritual vein, Yang Fan was stunned by the loud shout that made his brain spin. Who dares to trespass on the forbidden grounds of my sword sect? Die! As he spoke, sword energy shot towards them at lightning speed. Yang Fan shook his head. Good heavens, that person's voice just now was actually a mental attack. Thankfully, the golden crow necklace saved me, otherwise I would have been dead. Gong Sun Wan, stop him. Yang Fan felt that Gong Sun Wan shouldn't be able to kill this person. He didn't need to ask Sun Qing to know after all. A person's aura can say a lot. Then hurry up, don't let me die. My life is tied to your woman's. Gong Sun Wan also felt some pressure. It immediately began mobilizing the golden blood within its body to resist. Yang Fan gave her an okay sign and led Sun Qing straight to the location of the spiritual vein. Snort. The man with the sword snorted coldly and was about to give chase when the sword fell directly over his head. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to chase after them. Your opponent is me. Gong Sun Wan walked directly in front of him, and most of her skin color had changed. He directly used the power of the Beast King's bloodline to enhance his strength. You're just a cultivator. How dare you block my path? Overestimating yourself. The sword-wielding man unleashed several sword strikes at Gong Sun Wan without looking at her again, and chased after Yang Fan. However, he underestimated Gong Sun Wan. Gong Sun Wan had anticipated this and dodged directly, and the sword and man were right in front of him again. Although it couldn't kill the opponent, since the opponent's perception of danger had become instinctive, the sword was no longer effective at killing them. However, the opponent cannot kill Gong Sun Wan unless they fight desperately. The two immediately started chasing each other, harassing each other when one ran away, and running away again when the other turned around. Yang Fan seized the precious opportunity that Gong Sun Wan had secured, took out N18, activated it, and merged the detector with it. Simply place the spatial ring and spirit stones in their designated spots. Quickly, dig up the entire spiritual vein. Yang Fan gave the order directly. Yes. N18 responded, immediately changing its shape and heading downwards. Yang Fan gasped as he watched the battle raging in the distance. Wow, this guy is fierce. Although the boy riding the dragon last time was of the same rank as Gong Sun Wan, it was obvious that Gong Sun Wan killed him as easily as slaughtering a pig, and the other party had no chance to fight back at all. But he had also secretly seen this person earlier, and at this moment, the Sword of Space clearly could not harm the opponent. We can only stop him from moving forward. What was the strength of that person just now? Yang Fan asked Sun Qing, who was standing beside him. I can't see clearly, but he's at least 3 stages higher than the leader. Sun Qing shook her head. She could only sense that it was very strong, but she didn't know exactly how strong it was. Yang Fan nodded. It seemed that Gong Sun Wan was indeed very strong. From the early days of the apocalypse to Boss Fong, he's truly incomparable, he's incredibly powerful. 5 minutes later, Yang Fan felt the ground beneath his feet begin to vibrate, and then he heard a shrill wail. At this moment, N18 flew back to his side, and it was N18 that had finished the job. Yang Fan also felt a huge crisis approaching him. The sword-wielding man was desperately attacking him. Yang Fan took Sun Qing directly back to the trading space. He also sent a message directly to Gong Sun Wan, asking her to return to the trading space. When Yang Fan arrived at the trading space, Gong Sun Wan had also arrived. However, she coughed up blood and couldn't stand up straight. She took the blow from the sword-wielding man's sword to buy time for Yang Fan, and her internal organs were injured by the shock. Yang Fan stepped forward to help her up. How are you? Are you alright? I can't move my whole body. Gong Sun Wan felt as if she had lost all feeling in her body. Yang Fan frowned. He could sense that Gong Sun Wan had completely lost all her strength. It has damaged the very source. Is evolutionary energy useful? Yang Fan took out a high-level evolutionary energy and handed it to her. It's no use unless the leader can advance to the next stage. Sun Qing also came forward to check on Gong Sun Wan's condition. Gong Sun Wan closed her eyes immediately. She hadn't expected that even after using all her strength, she would still almost lose her life. Although he survived, he is now a cripple. Yang Fan frowned. He had almost gotten himself into serious trouble this time. Gong Sun Wan was dead, which meant he had directly killed 3 people. After all, Yi Qingqing and she have a symbiotic contract. Yang Fan took her directly to the trading space with Zifu. Zifu was also very happy to see Yang Fan. She hadn't expected to see him so soon. It's not easy for you to come so often. Look at the person in my arms. Can they be saved? Yang Fan wasn't in the mood to reminisce with her. Zifu blinked, stepped forward, and scanned Gong Sun Wan with her hand before frowning. Her body is so strong. To injure her so badly, what kind of strength must she have? Zifu was deeply shocked. She couldn't believe that an individual's physical strength could reach such a level. Stop talking nonsense. Can it be cured? If not, I'll think of other ways. It's clearly impossible for Gong Sun Wan to advance in rank while water is available. The energy for evolution is obviously insufficient. Zifu thought for a moment. I'll try my best. Give me the person, and I'll take a look. Yang Fan nodded. We must cure her. Yang Fan took out 1,000 spirit stones directly. You wanted to study spirit stones, right? Here is a spirit stone. Once you heal her, I'll give you a method to allow people to absorb spirit stones. Yang Fan needed to give her some motivation. Although Zifu was very reliable, he still needed to give her a boost. Zifu's eyes immediately began to sparkle. Upon receiving the spirit stone, he immediately guaranteed. Don't worry, I will definitely cure her. Yang Fan nodded and said to Gong Sun Wan in his arms. Don't worry, she's very reliable. Gong Sun Wan nodded without saying a word. Chapter 193. Is there a solution? Zifu took it from Gong Sun Wan and said, I'm going. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. Yang Fan pursed his lips. After Zifu left, Sun Qing asked. She can do it? We definitely can't. Don't worry, she's a research fanatic, she'll definitely be fine. Yang Fan trusted Zifu. After all, this girl was able to integrate technology into the spatial ring, which completely overturned Yang Fan's understanding. If there's nothing that can be done with people like that, then we can only wait to be matched with someone from the cultivation world. Let's go. Yang Fan's initial excitement at seizing the spiritual vein had completely vanished. He won't take such a risk next time. The mining nanomachines had already calculated that he would obtain more than 1.3 million spirit stones. To be honest, it's far too little. After all, they completely hollowed out a spiritual vein. No wonder those people only had a few spirit stones on them, and they even tried to steal some spirit stones that ordinary people in the mountains occasionally obtained. If it weren't for Yang Fan's arrival, these people would probably have ended up destroying themselves. Yang Fan's arrival also hastened their demise. According to the terrain detected by the special measuring device, there were originally 5 spiritual veins. Now there are only 2 left. The location where the spiritual veins once stood has now turned into a black blur, indicating that this world will not last long. Sword Sex Nabin probably realized this too, which is why he sent experts to guard the area, but he didn't expect to encounter a talent like Yang Fan. In just a few minutes, they stole a spiritual vein. They're probably waiting for reinforcements. If I had known Yang Fan would be this fast, I probably would have gone all out from the start. When Yang Fan returned to his room, he saw Zhanmi and Kai Yin chatting with Yi Qingqing in the living room. Both of them changed into modern clothes. Upon seeing Yang Fan, the two also stood up and bowed. My husband. Originally, they all called him, Your Majesty, but Yang Fan felt it was a bit distant, so he told them to call him husband. Is Yina settling in well here? My husband, everything is fine. I didn't expect it to be so convenient here. I can read so many books with just a small mobile phone. Kai Yin showed her phone. The new phone is much more user-friendly, with a convenient 3D operating mode that 2 people can easily master. Yang Fan shook his head helplessly. What a studious and good kid. Yang Fan came to Yi Qingqing's side. He hadn't seen her last time. How are you feeling? Are you alright? Yang Fan noticed that her stomach was also reacting. Fortunately, I have regular checkups with the doctor, who says my physical condition is very good. Just be careful, it'll be fine. Yi Qingqing is now very concerned about her health, and she only goes to the company for a short while each day. She spends most of her time at home now, and with Ling Wei at the company, she's happy to have some free time. As for Zhen Mi and the other person, she was no longer surprised. After all, Yang Fan had given her too many shocks. Yang Fan also touched her belly. The more he learned about her, the more he marveled at the power of human beings. That's good. Turning to Sun Qing, he asked, boy or girl? Girl. Sun Qing had already seen it. I call the boy Yang Tianyuan, who belongs to the Tian generation. Let's make it the Xia generation for girls. Yang Fan thought for a moment. Her name is Yang Xiaoshuan. Yi Qingqing was helpless. Originally, the names of her elders had already been chosen, but now Yang Fan said that they should be chosen according to seniority. She didn't say anything more. Okay, whatever you say. Yang Fan found a suitable spot and lay down on Yi Qingqing's lap. I checked my phone for messages. Ling Kersen and Su Ying, those two little girls, went to act in a play. Yang Fan saw their messages. Yes, we've paired them with a few celebrities. She handled all of this, so she knows the details very well. Yang Fan shook his head helplessly, touched Yi Qingqing's belly, and fell into thought. Should his child win at the starting line? Nourishing yourself with spiritual energy is far better than any tonic. Can they cultivate themselves while they are pregnant? Yang Fan naturally asked about the system. Can. Spiritual energy and innate energy do not conflict. Yang Fan raised an eyebrow. What did the system say? Innate qi? Does that mean there is innate qi inside the uterus that is needed to nurture life? The system didn't respond to Yang Fan's questions. 10 days later, Zhen Mi and the other woman went back. Both of them are already awakened beings, and cultivators as well. All those around Yang Fan have also begun their cultivation journey. He himself has already reached the 4th level of qi refining, and his cultivation speed is already very fast. After all, he often practiced in the small pagoda. Zifu also messaged him at this time, asking him to come to her space. Upon receiving the message, Yang Fan went straight to her. I looked around. Where are they? He hasn't fully recovered yet, and you still want spirit stones. Zifu reached out her hand. Yang Fan's brows began to furrow. He felt like this guy was lying to him. Take me to see it. Yang Fan put all the rings he was wearing into his private space. Zifu also saw Yang Fan's actions. She only then realized that Yang Fan could still enter her world. How do we get here? Yang Fan walked over and pressed down on her shoulder. You can go back now. A familiar notification sound rang in Yang Fan's mind, and Yang Fan confirmed it immediately. In the blink of an eye, Yang Fan arrived in Zifu's world. Looking up, the scenery outside was indeed very beautiful, not only with exquisite buildings, but also with various floating transportations constantly in motion. The location that Zifu brought Yang Fan to was also particularly good. You can see the whole city with just a glance. There are no roads, and the ground is covered with flowers, grass, and trees, making the whole city feel like it's in the wild. Huh. Why is there spiritual energy here? Yang Fan quickly realized something was wrong. How could there be spiritual energy here? I extracted the spiritual energy from the spirit stone. For her injuries to heal, they need to be nourished directly with spiritual energy, and it needs to be a very rich spiritual energy. Zifu pointed to Gongsun Wan on the bed. Then go ahead and use it. Didn't I give you 1,000 yuan? Yang Fan couldn't help but admire Zifu's talent. Those are already mine. I've already wasted dozens of them. Do it yourself. Zifu made a gesture, and a groove appeared. Put in spirit stones to fill the room with spiritual energy. Once it reaches the concentration I need, I'll tell you to stop. Yang Fan nodded. Throw spirit stones directly into the groove, 1,000 of them. Soon the spirit stone began to vaporize, and the spiritual energy decomposed very quickly. Yang Fan's lips twitched. Wow, that's amazing. It can vaporize spirit stones directly. You're so generous. Zifu found a comfortable spot and stayed in the room to absorb spiritual energy. A few hundred coins would have been enough, but Yang Fan used 1,000 directly. The room wasn't big, and soon spiritual energy began to permeate it, and the spiritual energy began to solidify. Is that enough? Yang Fan continued to drop in 1,000 more. Chapter 194. Better to die for your fellow Taoist than for yourself. Zifu tried to stop her, but it was too late. He swallowed hard. Too many. So much spiritual energy, what a waste. Zifu got up and went to set up the program to seal the spiritual energy. Yang Fan sat down next to Gongsun Wan. It's alright, this time it was my fault. It's alright, this little girl already has a solution. Having lived in the apocalypse for so long, Gongsun Wan was prepared for death. The outside world is so beautiful. Looking at the outside world, Gongsun Wan smiled. I thought of their world before the apocalypse began. Looking at her smile, Yang Fan was surprised to find that she was actually quite beautiful when she smiled. Yang Fan, move aside. I'll give her this spiritual energy. Yang Fan stood up immediately and gave up his seat. Zifu pulled out a device and placed it not far from Gongsun Wan. The device quickly began to operate. The spiritual energy in the air was collected and covered Gongsun Wan's body, so dense that it formed a mist. Soon, the spiritual energy covered the person so much that they could no longer be seen. Yang Fan watched from the side. Will this work? Don't worry. The effects of spiritual energy far exceed your imagination. It will be fine in a few hours. Zifu discovered that people are born with spiritual energy, but living in a world without spiritual energy for a long time will gradually deplete the spiritual energy in their bodies. She had never seen spiritual energy before, but now that she has, she knows that people are born with spiritual energy, so spiritual energy is not repulsive to people at all. When spiritual energy reaches a certain level, a person immersed in it will naturally feel as if they are in the womb, making the healing of injuries incredibly easy. Yang Fan nodded, relieved that Zifu was now confident. He then began to sit cross-legged and absorb spiritual energy. Seeing Yang Fan sitting cross-legged, Zifu curiously took out a computer and began scanning and testing him. Soon, Yang Fan felt the spiritual energy in the room disappear. Open your eyes directly. The spiritual energy is being consumed so quickly. Gongsun Wan moved his body and was completely healed. She has already taken away the remaining spiritual energy. Yang Fan's lips twitched as he glanced at Zifu. Zifu didn't look at him and turned her head to the other side. Seeing that Gongsun Wan had recovered, Yang Fan smiled. Release your spiritual energy. Yang Fan said to Zifu. I won't let go. I've healed you, so this spiritual energy is mine now. Yang Fan chuckled. Then I'm leaving. Oh, weren't you going to give me a way to absorb spiritual energy? Zifu saved Yang Fan. How could she let him go? Without inspiration, what's the point of studying? Yang Fan touched her body out of curiosity. Are you a real person? I thought you were made of machinery. Yang Fan felt the warmth emanating from her body. Zifu's face turned a little red. She pushed Yang Fan away. Mechanical engineering is too rudimentary. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. You mean learning that requires inspiration, right? Zifu immediately released her spiritual energy again. Please sit down. Focus your attention and guide the absorbed spiritual energy to the position of my hand. Zifu sensed that Yang Fan had received the location. Are you sure you're not taking advantage of me? Zifu looked at Yang Fan with a suspicious gaze. Then you can figure it out yourself. As Yang Fan spoke, he stood up and pulled Gongsun Wan along, ready to leave. Zifu quickly grabbed Yang Fan's hand. Don't. I'm not saying anything anymore. Do whatever you want. Zifu was helpless. She had never let anyone touch her before, and her body was somewhat sensitive. When Yang Fan touched her, she felt uncomfortable all over. Yang Fan glanced at her. If Zifu hadn't been a nice person, Yang Fan probably would have left with his men long ago. Please sit down. Wanner, go outside and wait for me. Gongsun Wan's lips twitched slightly. It had been a long time since she had heard anyone call her that. Then I'll take it or leave it. Yang Fan chuckled as he watched Gongsun Wan leave. Zifu nodded. After that day, Yang Fan brought Gongsun Wan back to the apocalypse. Is she really that untalented? Why does it take her so long? It would be better not to cultivate it all. Gongsun Wan waited outside, speechless. Yang Fan coughed awkwardly twice. Actually, Zifu was too easy to fool. Yang Fan tricked her into having him, then dumped her, slept with her for a long time, and completely forgot about her. It was Zifu who reminded me when I woke up. Be careful here, and you don't need to eat any evolution energy to evolve anymore. Use this spirit stone to cultivate yourself. There are 50,000 spirit stones here. After some time, I will give you a cultivation technique, which you can learn first. Yang Fan handed her a ring. She was a great contributor this time, and Yang Fan wasn't stingy. However, 50,000 yuan is already a lot. Gongsun Wan took it, and a smile appeared on her lips. You've been much more generous this time. The amount of spirit stones Yang Fan gave her this time was astronomical. It was not only enough for her cultivation, but also enough to exchange for a lot of Beast King blood in the ruins. She only suffered this time because she had too little Beast King blood, leaving many parts of her body unprotected. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up in such a terrible state. If there's danger, just abandon this world. Yang Fan waved to her and left the apocalypse. The situation is quite clear now. Her post-apocalyptic world was obviously being used by someone to raise a venomous insect, which eventually grew into a large one. They either controlled it or probably ate it directly. After all, Zifu definitely didn't lie to him, and the things she gave him were definitely not wrong. The problem lies in her own world. Yang Fan will not go to that small cultivation world for the time being. If you try to steal again, people will be on guard. However, Yang Fan definitely wanted the items after all. It's better to die for a fellow cultivator than for yourself. That's how it is in the cultivation world. Having resources but not fighting for them means you're just sitting around waiting to die. However, next time we should have Zifu send something out, secretly go and steal the spiritual vein. As for the fate of that sword sect member, Yang Fan had no say in it. Anyway, they were courting death before, directly hollowing out the spiritual veins, emptying out the spiritual veins that hadn't even fully formed yet. Perhaps those black mists were caused by hollowing out these spiritual veins. Yang Fan did not return to the modern world, but went to the world of Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber. They appeared directly in Zhao Min's room at that moment. Zhao Min was sleeping at the time and had no idea that someone else had appeared in the room. Yang Fan sat down in front of her bed, which startled Zhao Min awake. Who? As he spoke, he slapped Yang Fan directly with his palm. Yang Fan easily dodged to the side and pulled her into his arms in the process. It hasn't been that long since we last met, and you've made amazing progress. Upon hearing Yang Fan's voice, Zhao Min's tense body relaxed. Although she was asleep, she was still alert to her surroundings. Unexpectedly, it was the sound of Yang Fan sitting on the bed that woke her up. Shout out, you're scaring me to death. Why are you in my room so late at night? Chapter 195. You're just as charming as Tang Sanzang. Yang Fan had no idea what time it was. There was a time difference between the small cultivation world, Zifu's technological world, and his world. Of course I came to check on your progress. Looks like you haven't been slacking off. Zhao Min broke free from Yang Fan's hand. Turn around, I'll put my clothes on. She glanced at her clothes and quickly covered herself with the blanket. Yang Fan shook his head helplessly. Whether he turned his head or not, it didn't matter, he could see everything anyway. Zhao Min quickly got dressed. How long have you been cultivating? Zhao Min thought for a moment. It's been more than 50 days, almost 2 months. Yang Fan nodded. It seemed that the time flow on Zifu's side was quite different from his. How are you feeling? Zhao Min thought for a moment. Internal strength is difficult to cultivate to a high level in a short period of time, but external martial arts techniques are simpler and can quickly improve strength. In summary, it is very difficult to master and requires decades, but external martial arts techniques can be practiced and mastered quickly. It requires careful cultivation of inner strength. Yang Fan looked at her in surprise. This girl's brain really works. He figured out the 9-in manual so quickly. Zhou Zhuan must have learned external martial arts, specifically the 9-in white bone claw, which she mastered quickly. Let me see you practice your internal energy. Yang Fan wanted to try it out. Zhao Min sat down and began to circulate her internal energy. Yang Fan then took out spirit stones, as well as a tool given to him by Zifu that could transform spirit stones into qi. The spirit stones were transformed directly into energy, filling the room with spiritual energy. The main issue is that I don't know if this cultivation technique can absorb spiritual energy, so I didn't just give spirit stones to anyone to absorb. Let's try using spiritual energy first to see if it works. How does it feel? Yang Fan asked. The internal energy circulation within my body is much faster. Zhao Min opened her eyes and sensed the changes in her surroundings. What was used in the room? Yang Fan didn't reply to her either. He took out a spirit stone and gave it to her. Hold it in your hand and circulate your internal energy to cultivate. Zhao Min took it and looked at it, but couldn't see anything. However, following Yang Fan's instructions, he began to cultivate his inner energy. Soon she was shocked. The internal energy within her body was increasing at a visible rate. An hour later, Zhao Min opened her eyes, and the spirit stone in her hand had disappeared. What is this thing? It feels like if you have this, you can gain 100 years worth of power in just 1 year. Zhao Min was shocked. She had never heard of anything that could rapidly cultivate internal energy. Spirit stone. I got it by chance. Yang Fan closed his eyes and began to think. It seemed that spirit stones were also useful for cultivating internal energy. Yang Fan felt that there was no internal energy, which must be because he had cultivated the qi induction technique and converted his internal energy into spiritual energy. It seems that the 9-yin and 9-yang techniques can also be considered a method of cultivating immortality. However, since there is no spiritual power in this world, one can only cultivate internal energy. When Yang Fan opened his eyes, Zhao Min's face was right in front of him. What? Yang Fan pushed her away. Yang Fan was usually the one taking the initiative and rarely the other way around. After all, he had excellent physical strength. TSK Tisk. I just want to know who you really are. You appeared out of nowhere, and I've never heard of you before. Moreover, you will also obtain the 9E Manual, a lost internal energy cultivation method. Most importantly, you also have a treasure that can accelerate your internal energy cultivation. You're just as alluring as Tang Sanzang. Zhao Min licked her lips, and saliva involuntarily dripped out. Hehe, I am Han Chinese. We are in opposition to your Yuan dynasty. You are a princess of the Yuan dynasty. How do you think I should treat you? Yang Fan was quite familiar with Zhao Min's background. After all, I learned a lot about history after getting to know Li Shimin. The smile on Zhao Min's face slowly disappeared. So what do you mean? You'll kill me after I've mastered the divine skill? Yang Fan shook his head. I wouldn't go out of my way to breed an ant and then step on it to death. Give me your insights on the cultivation technique. Zhao Min looked at Yang Fan carefully, then turned to write her reflections. Yang Fan himself also sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the 9E Manual, taking out spirit stones to circulate the 9E Manual's mental techniques. He had already memorized the mental techniques, so there was no need to look at them. The reflections weren't written for him, but for the women, since they had never been in contact with him before. We need to use simple language to make them understand. Zhao Min watched Yang Fan cultivate with curiosity, thinking that this guy seemed to be interested in her. But each time he only moves his hands and then doesn't do anything else, which is very strange. Yang Fan didn't have time to pay attention to Zhao Min at the moment, because he has now discovered a big secret. When he activated the 9E Manual, the mental techniques of the 9-Yang Manual also began to circulate. The last two mental cultivation techniques actually formed a physical body through their circulation routes. With the help of spirit stones, Yang Fan instantly leveled up again, directly reaching the 5th level of Qi refining. After regaining his balance, Yang Fan opened his eyes. He had only guessed that he could cultivate both at the same time, but he did not expect that the two were actually complementary. Even the ultimate balance of yin and yang is not as good as the combination of yin and yang. He had the two women practice it to see if there were any problems with the 9E Manual, since it seemed that Zhou Zhiruo's practice had encountered some issues. I just learned that it shouldn't be a problem, it's that she practiced some kind of quick learning external martial art. So Yang Fan immediately began cultivating the 9E Manual. Unexpectedly, the two cultivation techniques were merged, and the cultivation speed was many times faster than before. He advanced directly to the 5th level of the Qi refining stage with just a few words. Yang Fan felt that this cultivation technique was now close to becoming a cultivation method for immortality. You seem to have improved a lot. Zhao Min had been staring intently at Yang Fan and could clearly sense that Yang Fan's strength had increased. Yes, it has improved a bit. A smile appeared on Yang Fan's face. He hadn't expected that his cultivation technique would actually be upgraded by accident. Yang Fan went over to take a look, but she hadn't written anything. You don't have any insights? Oh no. I was just looking at you. Zhao Min quickly began writing down her thoughts. Yang Fan touched his face, wondering if he had become this handsome. Zhao Min was writing, and Yang Fan was watching. Zhao Min was quite capable, she had a strong ability to express herself. The reflections were written concisely and clearly, and what should be paid attention to was also clearly stated. As expected of a leader, that's a very insightful summary. Yang Fan put away what she wrote. He didn't use it himself, but others could. Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him. All right, you've achieved your goal. Is there anything else? It's nothing. You can go now. I'm going to sleep. Yang Fan ignored her words and lay down on her bed, giving her instructions. Call Zhou Zhiruo over here. Let me see her thoughts. Zhao Min looked at Yang Fan, grinding her teeth in anger. This was too much. They couldn't win a fight, so they had no choice but to turn around and call for backup. Before she could call anyone, Yang Fan was already asleep, snoring away. He hasn't slept for several days. Chapter 196, I'll do anything. When Yang Fan opened his eyes, he saw an absolutely beautiful face, and his mind went blank for a moment. He remembered that someone slept there last night. The one lying in his arms was naturally Zhao Min. Although she really wanted to kill Yang Fan, she didn't dare, and she couldn't bear to. She felt that only a man as outstanding as him was worthy of her. As for Zhou Zhiruo, she was sitting on the ground cultivating. Needless to say, Zhao Min controlled her with poison. If she dared to make a move, she could be killed on the spot. Yang Fan pinched Zhao Min's cheek, waking her up. What are you doing? Zhao Min pushed Yang Fan's hand away. I'm fine with anything. Yang Fan held her tightly in his arms, stroking her back with his hand. Zhao Min is the kind of person who doesn't like it when he takes advantage of her, but now she's gone and ended up in his bed. Zhao Min frowned. Yang Fan's answer seemed incoherent. You were looking for Zhou Zhirua, right? I found her for you. She didn't stop Yang Fan from doing anything. Yang Fan pointed and fired a laser beam, which hit the ground in front of Zhou Zhirua. The sight startled Zhou Zhirua awake. She looked at the hole in the ground and shuddered. Young Master Yang, what are your orders? Let me see you use the cultivation technique you practice. Yang Fan had already gotten up and drawn Zhao Min's bed curtains so that she could change her clothes as well. He came up to her and waved. Go all out. Zhou Zhirua hesitated. It's good that you're here. Give it your all. Yang Fan is currently a level 7 Awakened One, at the 5th level of Qi Refining. With his speed ability, Zhou Zhirua can't even touch him. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Zhou Zhirua immediately attacked him. However, Yang Fan blocked them all. Yang Fan shook his head and directly crippled her martial arts with his foot. Never mind. She's no good. Let's send her away. Zhou Zhirua was too eager for quick success and was far inferior to Zhao Min, not only in terms of cultivation but also in terms of mentality. Continuing to cultivate would only lead to Qi deviation, so Yang Fan simply crippled her. Yang Fan stopped listening to her cultivation insights. Cultivation is supposed to be about calmness and tranquility, and she was too impetuous. After changing her clothes, Zhao Min saw that Yang Fan had already finished fighting. I looked down and saw Zhou Zhirua lying on the ground, vomiting blood. She thought Yang Fan liked Zhou Zhirua, and even put on an act for Zhou Zhirua, but she didn't expect that Yang Fan didn't like her at all. It was a waste of effort. He simply carried Zhou Zhirua out. Yang Fan then took out spirit stones again to experiment with a new cultivation method he had discovered yesterday. If the cycle of 9 yin and 9 yang is a small cycle, then the two combined form a large cycle. Moreover, he broke through a level yesterday, and the number of cycles increased a bit. An hour later, Yang Fan got up and stretched. The cultivation speed is too fast. Yang Fan thinks that if he cultivates in the small tower for a few months, he should be able to break through to the Qi refining stage and then to the foundation establishment stage. Could I have some of those spirit stones you used? Cultivation is much faster with them. Zhao Min spoke after seeing that Yang Fan had finished his cultivation. You're no longer of any use to me, so why should I give you resources? Yang Fan got up, walked over to her, and looked at her with a smile. He lifted her chin and looked her over. In the end, you still owe me. I gave you the 9 yin manual, such a peerless martial art, to practice. Shouldn't you repay me? Snort. Don't think I didn't see through you. You're just using us as guinea pigs. I used to do that all the time. You're making it sound so nice. Are you planning to make me throw myself into your arms? Zhao Min glanced at Yang Fan with disdain. She was much better at using such a small trick than Yang Fan. Oh, then I won't stand on ceremony. Yang Fan grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. You said if I crippled your martial arts and made you mute, you could still make a lot of money just from your face. Zhao Min was being choked by Yang Fan, unable to breathe, and her face turned bright red. Yang Fan's strategy was too crude, so she just made a comment, and Yang Fan immediately became angry and embarrassed. Open. I've already slept with you. Why would I sleep with anyone else? Although Zhao Min is a bit ruthless, she is a loyal person. Once she sets her mind on Yang Fan, she will definitely follow him. Either Yang Fan dies, or she dies herself otherwise. She definitely won't give up. Yang Fan only released her after she agreed. You should have done this earlier. Zhao Min rubbed her neck, which was sore from Yang Fan's pinching. If you don't know how to use tactics, then don't use them. You're better suited to direct violence and threats. Yang Fan touched his face. I am a civilized person who hates fighting and killing, and I usually try to reason with people. Zhao Min closed her eyes and recalled that from the moment she met Yang Fan, every attack she made resulted in either death or serious injury. He also said he hates fighting and killing. You're so shameless. Yang Fan chuckled. If he had any sense of shame, he would have died of inferiority long ago and wouldn't have lived to see the system appear. I'll find you a new place to live. Yang Fan is prepared to change this world, since he hasn't acquired many trading points yet. Why? Isn't this place pretty good? You want maids to serve you, right? I'll find you a few. Zhao Min found it strange wasn't this good enough for her. She lacked nothing. No, I'm planning to destroy the Yuan dynasty. Is it appropriate for you to be here? Zhao Min opened her mouth, realizing she had forgotten everything if Yang Fan hadn't mentioned it. We can't just sit idly by. I think we're in a good position, and my brother and my dad both control the army. You're just a little girl, don't worry about so much. Just have your dad and brother join the Ming cult. I am prepared to provide them with substantial financial assistance. Yang Fan would definitely not give up so many trading points for Zhao Min. I said it. Zhao Min pointed to herself. I don't have that much face, you think too highly of me. Come with me. Yang Fan pulled Zhao Min out of the room, it was already daylight. They took out several weapons and began testing them. Zhao Min watched from the side. Swallowing hard, the sight of all these weapons made her dizzy. Then give me these deals. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Anything you want. If you give these weapons to pigs, they can successfully rebel. Your Yuan dynasty's rule was indeed not very good. Let's change it. Yang Fan also did not put away his weapon. Show these weapons to your brother and your dad. I have a lot of them. If they think these things are not a threat, then no one can save them. Zhao Min's lips twitched slightly. Yang Fan's tone was far more arrogant than the emperor's. It feels like whoever he points to will become emperor. After all, the weapons they had were too good. Okay, I understand. Zhao Min caught up with Yang Fan and said, Are you getting ready to leave? Why am I leaving? I'm planning to find someone to teach me some martial arts techniques. Yang Fan came to the world of Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber to improve his strength. Chapter 197 Sparring with Zhang Sanfeng. Who are you looking for? Who else would you ask to teach you martial arts? Zhao Min was stunned. Zhang Sanfeng. Yang Fan mainly wanted to learn Tai Chi. Having more skills is never a bad thing. He can't beat you either. He couldn't withstand any of those weapons just now. Zhao Min also knew Zhang Sanfeng. He was very famous. Learn from each other's strengths and make up for each other's weaknesses. As Yang Fan spoke, he summoned his battle armor, grabbed Zhao Min, and flew into the sky. We arrived at Wudong in no time. Wow. You're so fast. I saw that everything outside was covered in smudges. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Zhao Min knew that Yang Fan had already arrived at Wudong. Yang Fan ignored her and shouted directly. Yang Fan pays his respects to Master Zhang of Wudong. Yang Fan used his spiritual power, making his voice very penetrating. A figure quickly leaped out of the room and arrived in front of Yang Fan and his companion in a few steps using light footwork. This young man's internal strength is quite different. Zhang Sanfeng looked at Yang Fan with curiosity. I figured it out myself. I came to Wudong to learn Master Zhang's Tai Chi. Yang Fan pushed Zhao Min away. Master Zhang, could you please enlighten me? Yang Fan was also curious about Tai Chi, although he had always used the strong to fight the weak. Now there was a ready-made skill to fight the strong with the weak. It would be unreasonable not to learn it. Bring it on. Seeing that Master Zhang had already taken his stance, Yang Fan charged straight at him. 10 minutes later, both of them were injured. Yang Fan has also grasped some of the profound meanings of Tai Chi. His speed and strength were much faster than Zhang Sanfeng's. But the other party simply closed his eyes and didn't look at him, fighting him directly with his senses. The two used Tai Chi to fight each other in a back-and-forth manner. Young friend, your strength is quite extraordinary. I just don't really know how to use it. Zhang Sanfeng never expected to encounter such a powerful young man in his lifetime. Although his internal strength was not strong, his physical functions were too powerful. Yang Fan's lips twitched slightly, but Zhang Sanfeng was right. He used to practice on wooden dummy training. I heard that the three heroes of Wudong had crippled legs that never healed. I wonder if they're better now. Zhang Sanfeng shook his head. Yang Fan smiled. It seemed that Zhang Wuji hadn't arrived yet, probably because he was thinking about rescuing Zhao Min's people. I have some medicine here that can cure this, and I'd like to exchange it for Master Zhang's Tai Chi skills. I wonder if that's possible. Oh, if such a medicine really exists, I would gladly teach you Tai Chi Chuan and my recently created Tai Chi sword. Zhang Sanfeng also wanted to pass on his martial arts skills. Let's go then. He'll be able to stand up today. Yang Fan asked Zhang Zhenren to lead the way. Zhang Sanfeng nodded and led the way. Yang Fan felt that he could spar with Master Zhang more often, and he needed more real combat experience in the future. Sun Qing and Gong Sun 1 are too strong. So Yang Fan doesn't want to fight them, it's just asking for trouble. Zhang Sanfeng is now in good health and can practice for a while. They soon arrived at the residence of the three heroes of Wudong. Master. He tried to get up, but couldn't for a long time. Zhang Sanfeng stepped forward and helped him up, then sighed helplessly. Yang Fan didn't say much, and directly injected him with a medicine that could restore broken bones. What did you do to me? Yu Daiyan frowned. Yang Fan ignored him and said to Zhang Sanfeng. He'll be able to walk in 1 minute. Zhang Sanfeng and Yu Daiyan looked at each other in bewilderment. He then gave him some kind of medicine, and he was fine in a few minutes. It sounds like a joke. Zhao Min, who was standing nearby, knew about it, since Zhou Zhuo had used this medicine before. Soon Yu Dian felt sensation return to his limbs. Master, I can feel my limbs again. Yu Dian raised his hand tremblingly. Zhang Sanfeng quickly grabbed his hand, took his pulse, and then burst into laughter. Young Friend's medicine is comparable to a miracle drug. Yang Fan initially thought so too, but in the end he discovered that Zifu was the real miracle drug. She can cure people that this medicine can't save. Now you can teach me Tai Chi, right? Young Friend, you've probably already grasped some of the concepts. Come on, let's spar a bit more, and you can figure it out yourself. Zhang Sanfeng had a vague feeling that Yang Fan had grasped some of the essence of the art. This child is incredibly talented. You can learn in battle. After leaving Wudong, Zhao Min said, I've also detained his Wudong men. Are you going to release them? Zhao Min sensed that Yang Fan held Zhang Sanfeng in high regard. Whatever. What does this have to do with them? Yang Fan only cared about Zhang Sanfeng. The lives of others were not important to him. Zhao Min found out that Yang Fan didn't care about their lives at all. Yang Fan escorted Zhao Min back to her room and gave her a set of armor. I'm leaving. With this armor, you won't die here. I'll come pick you up in a while. Don't get involved in their fight, understand? Just protect your family. Don't worry about anything else. Zhao Min pouted, looking a little unhappy, but she didn't argue. Yang Fan had already taken very good care of her. If Yang Fan hadn't had some feelings for her, he probably wouldn't have told her. I understand. I'll discuss it with my father and brother. Well, if all else fails, take a boat south. There's an island there where kangaroos live. Wherever you are, I can provide you with weapons. Yang Fan left them a way out. Zhao Min thought for a moment. Okay, I understand. After bidding farewell to Zhao Min, Yang Fan arrived at the trading space with Zhang Wuji. Send him a message and ask him to come in. So, did I get what I wanted? No, I've been a bit busy lately. I'll be back in Wudong soon. When I do, I'll learn and pass on my master's Tai Chi skills to you. Zhang Wuji is currently investigating the disappearances of people from the 6 major sects and hasn't had time to return to Wudong. I have almost mastered Tai Chi Chuan and Tai Chi sword. No need, just give me the Dragon Slayer sword. Yang Fan remembered that the dragon slaying saber contained the Wumu legacy and the 18 subduing dragon palms. Zhang Wuji's eyes were somewhat confused. Could it be that besides his master, there were other people in this world whose Tai Chi was called Tai Chi? You haven't been tricked by some evil or crooked method, have you? What I'm giving you is the Tai Chi technique of my grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng. You should have heard of it, right? I learned from your master Zhang Sanfeng. You can ask your master if you don't believe me. Yang Fan wasn't afraid of Zhang Wuji finding out. All he was interested in about the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber now was the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. If all else fails, he'll go to great lengths to find it. The rest are trading points. If Zhang Wuji had no ambition to overthrow the Yuan dynasty, Yang Fan would go to find Zhu Yuanzhang. Yang Fan remembered that Zhu Yuanzhang, Chang Yechen, and Su Do were all in the Ming cult. Moreover, the first leader of the Ming cult was the famous Empress Wu Zetian. How could you possibly could it be that my master lived in your time? What did Zhang Wuji think of? Yang Fan didn't say anything before he could even explain. Zhang Wuji had already started finding reasons for him. Chapter 198. The protagonist is just different. Anyway, it's the Dragon Slayer sword. I don't need anything else. Zhang Wuji frowned and began to think after hearing Yang Fan's words. The dragon-slaying saber was in the hands of his adoptive father, Xie Sun. He treasures it, so he definitely won't give it to him. You're not trying to take my stuff for free, are you? This system has consequences for breaking contracts. If you end up missing an arm or a leg, don't blame me. Yang Fan didn't know what the specific punishment would be, but he could scare him. After all, he didn't understand the system. Okay, I understand. I'll think of a way. Zhang Wuji had no choice but to ask his godfather. Yang Fan didn't pursue the matter further. The important thing now was the trading point. Do you have any ideas about overthrowing the Yuan dynasty? I'm currently searching for the real killer who murdered my parents, so I don't have time to overthrow the Yuan dynasty. Zhang Wuji had not received a modern education and had no great love for humanity. Then send your men here. I remember you have 2 men in your Ming cult named Zhu Yuanzhang and Chang Yechen. Let them come. Yang Fan unleashed a large number of weapons, each equipped with an anemometer-sized display that continuously demonstrated how to use the weapon. You can trade these weapons for something, either martial arts techniques or weapons. Zhang Wuji approached the monitor and stared curiously at the weapon display screen. TSK. It should be safer if I control these things. He felt uneasy about actually letting Zhang Wuji give away so many powerful weapons. After all, many of these things are weapons that could threaten his safety. Zhang Wuji originally had no intention of overthrowing the Yuan dynasty. But now, seeing what Yang Fan had brought out, he had some ideas. It's a lie to say he doesn't want to be emperor. Moreover, Yang Fan didn't want anything precious, he just wanted some cultivation techniques and weapons. I also have Shaolin's Dragon Claw Hand, 7-injury fist, Lion's Roar, Cloud Ladder Leap, and Bone Shrinking skill here. Are these techniques enough? Yang Fan clicked his tongue, thinking, the protagonist's halo really makes a difference. Yang Fan immediately took out paper and pen, knowing that Zhang Wuji definitely didn't bring these martial arts manuals with him. However, he has already mastered it, and all he needs to do is explain the secrets and insights behind it. Zhang Wuji quickly wrote down all the core techniques and insights he had learned, without holding anything back. Yang Fan took the cultivation manual and then heard the system's notification. Transaction successful, transaction rating SSS+, earned 3,200 trading points. Transaction points balance, 8,064. Yang Fan looked at the trading point and nodded with satisfaction. It'll be soon time to open another higher level world hopefully. I'll have better luck this time. The world we lived in last time was just a nascent world of cultivation. However, Yang Fan was not prepared to give up on that world. After all, there was still a spiritual vein. That's fine. These things are yours now. You can bring in a few people to learn how to use these weapons. I believe your Ming cult will soon be famous throughout the world. Yang Fan didn't actually care whether they could bring peace to the world. I only care that he'll bring out some good stuff next time, so I can get all the trading points again. Thank you for your kind words. After Zhang Wuji finished speaking, he went to observe the specific operating methods of those weapons and began to try out how to use them. Yang Fan had no interest in accompanying him. They returned directly to the modern era. Although only a few days had passed in his time, almost 2 months had passed in the modern world he lived in. Back at his manor, standing on the rooftop gazing at the distant scenery, Yang Fan was filled with emotion. The phone rang as soon as I got a signal. Brother Fan, I've missed you so much. You finally answered my call. Yang Fan smiled slightly. He recognized who it was. Bai Bing was the flight attendant he met on the plane when he was assassinated. I see you're having a blast traveling all over the world, and you still remember me? Yang Fan no longer needed to ask others what the women were doing, as Zifu had upgraded the artificial intelligence he was using. He returned to the modern world, and the recent situations of all the women and his family had already gone through his mind. Hey, come to my house, Zishuan, and I really miss you. Bai Bing has achieved her dream of traveling all over the world. They're here. Yang Fan didn't fly either in modern times. He wanted to experience modern trading tools. Back in his warehouse, looking at the dusty sports car, he was speechless. Didn't these people know to maintain his car regularly? He directly channeled his spiritual power and gently shook the car, instantly cleaning away all the dust. He drove straight out of his manor. Yang Fan could already see many cars produced by his company on the road. Just as he was parking, another car rear-ended him. Yang Fan frowned. With such a wide lane and only a few cars, how could a rear-end collision still occur? He got out of the car and looked behind him. It was another Ferrari. The driver also got out of the car. She was a woman wearing sunglasses. Sorry, I'm not a very experienced driver, and I mistook the accelerator for the brake. Do you want to settle this privately or go through insurance? She took off her sunglasses and apologized to Yang Fan in broken Chinese. Yang Fan recognized her too. He hadn't recognized her before because her sunglasses had covered most of her face. Li Jiyun. Yang Fan didn't expect it to be her. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was he who had asked Li Ji-eun and Lim Yun-ah to stay in China to develop their careers. It's me. I'm so sorry. I know your car is expensive. I have a lot of money. I'll compensate you. Li Ji-eun bowed and apologized again. Yang Fan ignored her and picked up the phone to call her back. When Li Ji-eun saw her caller ID, she said to Yang Fan, "Sorry, wait a minute." He walked directly to a distance to answer the phone. "Boss, turn around and look at me." Yang Fan waved to him. Li Ji-eun's mind went blank for a moment, and she asked a question instinctively. Did I rear in my boss's car? What do you think? Yang Fan's voice was somewhat stern, which startled Li Jin so much that she dropped her phone. He quickly ran over and bowed to Yang Fan. "I'm sorry, boss. I didn't mean to." Li Ji-eun was terrified. The first time she met her boss, she ended up crashing his car. She really wanted to crawl under the car and hide. She didn't say anything more about losing money. That was just a joke. The boss was short of money. Yang Fan walked over, picked up her phone, and handed it to her. All right. There's no need to be alarmed. I'm not some monster. I've been in Shanghai for a long time. Li Ji-eun, her hands trembling, put her phone into her pocket and said, I've been here for 3 months and have also acted in 2 productions. Are you busy today? No. I was just thinking of driving to the suburbs for a stroll, but I didn't expect to run into the boss. Li Ji-eun didn't know if her luck was good or bad. Although she knew she had been given to Yang Fan, she had never met him. Yang Fan had never contacted her before, and he never expected their first meeting to turn out like this. Chapter 199 Li Ji-eun? Then come with me. You don't need to worry about the car anymore. Yang Fan immediately called his assistant, Qin Sijia, and asked her to come pick him up. Qin Sijia was at his manor, so she arrived quickly. Seeing Yang Fan was still very exciting. After all, it had been several months since we last met. Brother Fan. Find someone to repair these 2 cars, and I'll take yours. Yang Fan pulled Li Jian directly into the car that Qin Sijia had driven. Yang Fan was about to drive away when he saw that Qin Sijia hadn't moved yet. He pulled up in front of her and said, What's wrong? Snort. A fickle person. We haven't seen each other for so long, and you don't even say hello when you see me? Yang Fan was silent for a moment. He had seen a lot of people killed recently, and his personality had become somewhat indifferent. I got out of the car, went to her side, and hugged her. All right, go on now. Seeing that Yang Fan didn't deny his identity, Qin Sijia happily went to find someone to drive her. Yang Fan took Li Jian directly to Bai Bing's house. The 2 had already prepared food and wine. Seeing that Yang Fan and the other person had both stood up. Brother Fan. When Zixuan saw the people around Yang Fan, she couldn't even be sure who they were. Are you Li Ji-eun? Before Yang Fan could speak, Li Jian naturally dared not reply. Yes, it's her. You all look pretty good. Yang Fan sat down directly, and Li Jian sat down next to her. Bai Bing and Li Jian exchanged glances. They had originally planned to drink Yang Fan under the table, but now Li Jian had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Brother Fan, what are you busy with every day? I've called you so many times, but you're never on the server. And Zixuan had her eye on a roll and wanted to find Yang Fan, but she couldn't get in touch with him for a long time. Furthermore, having just tasted forbidden fruit, she still harbored resentment towards Yang Fan. It seems you have quite a bit of resentment in your heart. Yang Fan joked that they didn't know Yi Qingqing either, otherwise they could just ask her if they needed anything. How could Yang Fan possibly be perfect in every aspect right now? No, it's just that I often can't reach you, which makes me feel empty inside. I don't miss Yang Fan too much if I don't see him for 3 or 5 days, but I really miss him after such a long time. Yang Fan had no choice but to keep these women idle. Why don't we have a baby for them? You graduated from the Shanghai Theater Academy, right? My company has a film and television company. If you have time, go check it out and see if there are any good roles. You can just go and have some fun. What do you think? And Zixuan's lips twitched. If you had told me you had a company, I wouldn't have called you directly. I just wanted a role. Which film and television company? Time and Space Films. And Zixuan and Bai Bing looked at each other in disbelief. Now, as long as the word time and space is mentioned, the whole world is famous. Brother Fan, do you have a partnership with Time and Space Capital? That's mine. And Zixuan and Bai Bing were both dumbfounded. What was Yang Fan talking about? Did Time and Space Capital belong to Yang Fan? Both of them stopped moving at the same time. Yang Fan lay down directly on Li Ji-eun's lap and said to her, Can you act? Yes, I've acted in some. Will there be kissing scenes? No, I've always been very well protected and don't do kissing scenes. If Yang Fan hadn't brought out something that could extend a person's lifespan, Li Jian would likely not have been sent here. Come on, I'll teach you. Yang Fan pulled her neck down and kissed her. After a while, Bai Bing and the other woman recovered, but when they saw Yang Fan, they felt helpless. He didn't treat them like human beings at all. Cough, cough. Brother Fan, what about me? I'm pretty bored at home too. Can you find me something to do? Bai Bing interrupted Yang Fan's lesson. To continue teaching, we'll need to watch a live video recording. Li Ji-eun lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at Bai Bing and the other person. Yang Fan had reviewed all her information and could only conclude that, apart from being pretty and having a good figure, she had no other redeeming qualities. Then I'll give you a child, and you can take care of it? How about you stay home and raise the child? Oh, whose child? Bai Bing looked confused. What kind of logic was Yang Fan using? And Zixuan realized what was happening, kicked her foot, and whispered a few words in her ear. Bai Bing understood instantly. Is that okay? Although she can't marry into a wealthy family, If she has children and Yang Fan gets old and passes away, she can still inherit his estate. Bai Bing's heart was pounding. Let's go? The next day, Yang Fan was awakened by the sound of a bell. What's wrong? I heard you're back, and my dad wants to meet you. Yang Fan got up groggily, startling Li Jian, who was lying on top of him. Sure, when will you come? Whatever you prefer, it all depends on your schedule. Yang Fan has now become a taboo subject for these people. They would rather avoid seeing him than not see him at all. After all, even a tremor in his hand can throw the world into chaos. Dealing with people like that is too unpredictable. Therefore, the best way to deal with Yang Fan is through people who are related to him, which means they are basically Yi Qingqing's family members. Is it the same place I went to before? Yes. Are you coming over now? Yes, I'll be there. I haven't eaten yet. Yang Fan hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Brother, let me dress you. Li Jiyun brought Yang Fan his clothes. It's okay. I can do it myself. Li Jiyun is a pretty good girl. Even though she was exhausted, she still tried her best to get up and dress herself. Yang Fan kissed her on the lips. Here's a candy for you. Yang Fan put an awakening energy into her mouth and then went to take a shower. Brother, I've gained a special ability. When Li Jiyun saw Yang Fan come out, she happily jumped into his arms, naturally only because of Yang Fan. Yang Fan possesses items that can extend human lifespan, a fact known to many top-ranking officials and dignitaries. She was certain that this thing could also increase lifespan. Take a shower and come out with me. Yang Fan led Li Jian into Yi Qingqing's home. Hello, Sister Qingqing. As soon as Li Jian entered, she greeted Yi Qingqing. She had met Yi Qingqing twice before and could tell from her belly that the child was Yang Fan's. Yes, you too. Yi Qingqing knew that Yang Fan would definitely like this clever and polite girl. Yi Qingqing changed Yang Fan's shoes. You've been gone for quite a while this time. Yes, my friend is badly injured. I'm going to find someone to treat her. Yi Qingqing nodded. It seemed that this person was not a friend of this world, and it must be very difficult to cure, otherwise it wouldn't have taken so long. Xiao Fan, come quick. Qingqing's mom has already prepared dinner. Yi Jiangwo was already seated at the dining table and called Yang Fan to come and eat. Chapter 200. I'm good at group fights. Uncle, is there something you need me for? Yang Fan knew that this person was someone who wouldn't come to the temple without a reason. If it's not an unreasonable request, I'll do it for him since he's my father-in-law. We want to explore the Milky Way. Do you have any tools that we can use to explore? Yi Jiangwo didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. After all, they discovered a large number of unfamiliar metals in the things Yang Fan gave them, and the only way to achieve another technological leap forward was through development in outer space. Judging from the technology Yang Fan provided, even if he didn't have it, he could still get it. You guys on Earth figured it out? Yang Fan asked curiously. Pretty much. What we want now is to quickly gain control of space resources. Yang Fan thought for a moment and decided not to give them the spaceship, as the offensive weapons it carried posed a threat to him. We need to specifically ask Zifu for a non-aggressive space probe. Wait. Yang Fan vanished right before everyone's eyes. We arrived at Zifu's room. She stopped doing research and was cultivating in her room. She sensed Yang Fan's presence as soon as he entered. Do you have a space probe? The kind without weapons. Yes, I have. Zifu originally wanted to use weapons directly, but then she thought that Yang Fan was the only one who could help her. Yang Fan took her directly to Yi Qingqing's house. Zifu arrived in a new environment, looked around curiously, and then closed her eyes to take another look at this world. Brother, your world is a bit outdated. Yang Fan smiled. Take the things out. Zifu nodded, knowing that Yang Fan wanted the detector he had just mentioned. Let's take out a large module directly. Just connect with your consciousness. Inside there are space suits and a small probe for 15 people. Yi Jiangwo swallowed hard. Although he knew Yang Fan's secret, Yang Fan still dared to travel through time right in front of him. Just how powerful must he be? Consciousness. Yi Jiangwo frowned. Is this really that outrageous? Yang Fan took out a high-level evolutionary energy and handed it to Yi Jiangwo. It's possible that the people on Zifu's side have naturally stronger consciousness, allowing them to connect to modules directly with their consciousness without needing to consume evolutionary energy. Your mental strength is too weak right now. You'll feel it after eating this. Dad, this will cause a complete transformation in you, so the process will be a bit painful. Please bear with it. Seeing that Yang Fan didn't seem inclined to remind her, Yi Qingqing realized it was up to her to do so. Yi Jiangwo nodded and put the evolution energy directly into his mouth. This is good stuff. But he soon changed his mind. He began to convulse, his whole body aching. Zifu blinked and tapped his forehead directly. Yi Jiangwo's pain disappeared instantly, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. Yang Fan looked at her in surprise. Wow, how did you do that? Just numb all his pain nerves. It's that simple. Yang Fan's lips twitched. Simple? It seems he can give it to his family too, since he thinks they're not in a hurry to use it now, and can take some kind of elixir later. Yang Fan also handed Li Jian a piece of evolutionary energy. Have eaten. Oh, okay, brother. She knew it was a good thing. I put it directly into my mouth. To numb her nerves as well. Yang Fan said to Zifu. Zifu also tapped Li Jian on the head. Yi Jiangwo immediately felt a qualitative change in his body's speed. He clenched his fist, deeply shocked his body had become much younger. It's truly a divine object. Yang Fan glanced at Yi Qingqing's mother. Since they could block out pain, they should use evolutionary energy for everything. She also gave Yi Qingqing's mother a pill, asking Zifu to help numb her nerves. Zifu really knows how to surprise him. Yi Jiangwo also learned that the little girl next to Yang Fan was the one who provided Yang Fan with high technology. Moreover, it seemed as if the other party had already seen the whole world in the blink of an eye. Yi Jiangwo believed that the other party was not trying to deceive him, because there was no need for it. I use consciousness directly to indirectly? Zifu looked around. Let's do it in an open area, this thing is a bit big. Yi Jiangwo nodded. Yi Jiangwo achieved his goal. Yang Fan left him some more awakening potions and evolution energy before taking the two women away. Yi Qingqing wanted to stay home, so she didn't let them force her to come. This is the car that was made from the materials I provided. Zifu and the others are on their way back to the manor, with Zifu straddling Yang Fan. The car is self-driving, so accidents are unlikely, unless someone like Li Ji-un deliberately crashes into it. Well, since you're here with me, things won't be affected on your end, right? No, my research has reached a bottleneck, and I've been focusing on cultivation lately. Oh, any discoveries? Yang Fan knew she was an exceptional scientist who was now researching cultivation techniques. He wondered what kind of sparks they would create. Zifu shook her head. The time is still too short. Although I have recorded your cultivation data, it will take some time to experiment and study it. Once I improve myself, I will study myself every day and gradually come to understand myself. Yang Fan's lips twitched slightly as he studied himself. You'd better stop studying yourself. I'll find you a few cultivators and give them to you. Go and study them. There are quite a few cultivators in that cultivation world, isn't there? It would be perfect to find a few for Zifu to study. After all, they are also dying slowly. Zifu's research always yields highly useful results, so Yang Fan wanted to see what she could research on her path of cultivation. That's wonderful. Zifu never expected that Yang Fan could obtain such a scarce resource. In fact, Yang Fan himself was a very good research subject, but Zifu was too embarrassed to ask. After all, even though they haven't known each other for long, he can't be called her man. Did you bring any weapons? Large scale, capable of killing powerful single targets. Zifu's star system is vast. She must have encountered it before and was definitely prepared. Yes, how strong is the opponent? If it's too powerful, it's very likely that my weapon won't be able to lock onto it. But we can gang up on them. We have a lot of weapons. We can have advanced artificial intelligence command tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gamma-ray fighters to launch a siege. Xingyu has indeed encountered this before, but although the opponent was able to dodge the attacks, they were eventually exhausted and killed by our powerful weapons chasing them relentlessly. After all, neither carbon-based nor silicon-based life forms can escape the damage caused by gamma rays. Yang Fan's lips twitched even more violently. Zifu's fighting style was truly brutal. Yang Fan felt that this small cultivation world had no ability to resist such a fighting style. The higher levels of the cultivation world will likely have a solution. Zifu also tapped Li Jian on the head. Yi Jiangwo immediately felt a qualitative change in his body's speed. He clenched his fist, deeply shocked his body had become much younger. It's truly a divine object. Yang Fan glanced at Yi Qingqing's mother. Since they could block out pain, they should use evolutionary energy for everything. She also gave Yi Qingqing's mother a pill, asking Zifu to help numb her nerves. Zifu really knows how to surprise him. Yi Jiangwo also learned that the little girl next to Yang Fan was the one who provided Yang Fan with high technology. Moreover, it seemed as if the other party had already seen the whole world in the blink of an eye. Yi Jiangwo believed that the other party was not trying to deceive him, because there was no need for it. I use consciousness directly to indirectly? Zifu looked around. Let's do it in an open area. This thing is a bit big. Yi Jiangwo nodded. Yi Jiangwo achieved his goal. Yang Fan left him some more awakening potions and evolution energy before taking the two women away. Yi Qingsheng wanted to stay home, so she didn't let them force her to come. This is the car that was made from the materials I provided. Zifu and the others are on their way back to the manor, with Zifu straddling Yang Fan. The car is self-driving, so accidents are unlikely, unless someone like Li Ji-un deliberately crashes into it. Well, since you're here with me, things won't be affected on your end, right? No, my research has reached a bottleneck, and I've been focusing on cultivation lately. Oh, any discoveries? Yang Fan knew she was an exceptional scientist who was now researching cultivation techniques. He wondered what kind of sparks they would create. Zifu shook her head. The time is still too short. Although I have recorded your cultivation data, it will take some time to experiment and study it. Once I improve myself, I will study myself every day and gradually come to understand myself. Yang Fan's lips twitched slightly as he studied himself. You'd better stop studying yourself. I'll find you a few cultivators and give them to you. Go and study them. There are quite a few cultivators in that cultivation world, isn't there? It would be perfect to find a few for Zifu to study. After all, they are also dying slowly. Zifu's research always yields highly useful results, so Yang Fan wanted to see what she could research on her path of cultivation. That's wonderful. Zifu never expected that Yang Fan could obtain such a scarce resource. In fact, Yang Fan himself was a very good research subject, but Zifu was too embarrassed to ask. After all, even though they haven't known each other for long, he can't be called her man. Did you bring any weapons? Large scale, capable of killing powerful single targets. Zifu's star system is vast. She must have encountered it before and was definitely prepared. Yes, how strong is the opponent? If it's too powerful, it's very likely that my weapon won't be able to lock onto it. But we can gang up on them. We have a lot of weapons. We can have advanced artificial intelligence command tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of gamma-ray fighters to launch a siege. Xingyu has indeed encountered this before, but although the opponent was able to dodge the attacks, they were eventually exhausted and killed by our powerful weapons chasing them relentlessly. After all, neither carbon-based nor silicon-based life forms can escape the damage caused by gamma rays. Yang Fan's lips twitched even more violently. Zifu's fighting style was truly brutal. Yang Fan felt that this small cultivation world had no ability to resist such a fighting style. The higher levels of the cultivation world will likely have a solution.